You have clearly awakened the world's only SSS-level profession, the Undead Cataclysm, yet you are mocked by your classmates and those live streaming online as a useless waste. Not only is your homeroom teacher filled with disappointment, but even your childhood friend, Lu Ruyan, publicly breaks up with you. This is simply because this is an era of following the divine to awaken professions. Some awaken the S-level combat profession, the Dragon Monk, kicking away all evil with the heavenly soundwave. Others awaken the S-level mage profession, the Flame Sovereign, wielding the true fire of Samadhi to burn all things in the world. However, at this moment, standing on the awakening platform, you are filled with confusion, as the scene you see is completely different from what the school mentors described about the awakening ceremony. According to the textbook, all professions are granted by the gods. After stepping onto the awakening platform and touching the ancient stone tablet, only one god, bathed in holy light, should appear, choosing you to become her follower and then bestowing upon you a profession that belongs to you. From then on, you will follow this god to slay monsters and offer the flames of the monsters as sacrifices, allowing you to gradually grow stronger. Yet at this very moment, four gods appear before you, one goddess clad in golden battle armor, wielding a holy sword, a mysterious figure hidden beneath a black cloak, an old man leaning on a staff made of eerie white bones, and a warrior whose body is damaged yet stands proudly. The first to offer you a profession is the war goddess wielding the holy sword. She looks down at you from above, as if gazing at an ant. Her arrogance is discomforting. Awakened one, I have sensed your diligence and devotion. Follow me, and I will grant you the glory of a warrior. Immediately, a gray light emanates from the ancient stone tablet. Then, a line of text suddenly appears before you. Choose one. Follow the war goddess, and change to the D-level profession of warrior. Seeing this, you can't help but squint your eyes. No, is this it? The war goddess with an arrogant expression said that she felt your devotion and hard work, asking you to follow her, but in the end, only gave you a D-level cannon fodder profession. You thought to yourself, I don't believe it, and decisively refused. Immediately, you shook your head without hesitation and turned your gaze to the second deity beside you. You see a deity cloaked in black with a veil, surrounded by a thick aura of killing intent. This deity in the black cloak seems somewhat pleased upon hearing that you rejected the first deity. A wise choice, a clever awakener. Follow me and become the black blade that pierces through the void. In an instant, a totem resembling a black blade suddenly cut through the void, appearing above your neck, seemingly both a threat and a display of the terrifying power of the void. At the same time, a line of text appeared before your eyes. Choose to become a servant of the void spirit, and change your profession to the S-level shadow assassin. At the same time, amidst the mocking gazes of all the onlookers beneath the awakening platform, the ancient stone tablet suddenly erupted with a dazzling purple light once again. The crowd, which had been in turmoil just moments ago, fell silent in an instant, all stunned by this scene. The purple light, this is the unique mark of an S-class combat profession. Immediately after, a black blade that tore through the void suddenly appeared, floating around you, sharp and swift. That eerie black blade totem instantly overshadowed the previous gray, broken greatsword. Seeing this, Wang Biao, who had just awakened the dragon monk profession, suddenly turned pale, stood up abruptly, and shouted, how could one person awaken two professions? Isn't he awakening a D-class profession? The expressions of Lin Xueming and Lu Ruyan beside him also changed in an instant. Lin Xueming's mouth twitched as he squeezed out a few words. This is absolutely impossible. The three talented seeds, whose expressions were quite remarkable, immediately turned their gazes towards the nearby podium. Lin Xueming was so excited that he ran directly to the podium and questioned the principal. Principal, this must be a mistake, right? Xiaoyi could not possibly awaken two professions. He is just a useless D-level profession. At this moment, the principal and others on the podium were all dumbfounded. The grade director hurriedly stopped Lin Xueming and comforted him. Calm down for a moment, student. The old principal, Lin Zhangnan, suddenly slammed the table and stood up, his face flushed with excitement as he said, good boy, this is definitely an S-level profession. I said, old man, I never boast, right? Lin Zhangnan suppressed the excitement in his heart. Having been in the education industry for most of his life, he had never seen anyone awaken two professions to choose from, but he had heard of cases where multiple professions were awakened, which was due to being chosen by multiple deities at the same time. The leaders of the four major guilds beside him had particularly interesting expressions. Just a moment ago, they had mocked you, the so-called genius seed who awakened a D-level profession. However, now you had awakened an S-level profession on the awakening platform, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Just as the few of them were lost in their thoughts, they suddenly heard another round of gasps from the crowd below. The commotion and exclamations were even louder than the previous one. Oh my, look at the awakening platform. The old principal Lin Zhangnan and the others hurriedly stood up to look. Upon seeing this, Even these experienced individuals on the podium couldn't help but gasp in surprise. The ancient stone tablet on the awakening platform had once again emitted a glow, and a column of orange light shot straight into the sky. This was Xiaoya's third profession, and all three deities had chosen him. At this moment, you on the awakening platform had calmed down, and then shook your head again. The S-level combat profession, Shadow Assassin, is a well-known existence even on the entire assassin profession ranking list, but you were not in a hurry. After all, there were still two deities behind. You then waved your hand at the deity cloaked in black, saying, "I know you're anxious, but please hold on. I want to hear the offers from the other two first." Upon hearing this, the void god in the black cloak trembled with anger, but there was nothing he could do about it. And from the gaze of the god of void towards the third deity, you could actually see a hint of fear and reverence. The third deity is an old man with white hair, leaning on a cane. The bony cane is emitting a ghostly blue flame, and the old man exudes an aura of authority without anger. Yet his gaze towards you carries a hint of appreciation. "Awakener, I am the king of the underworld. Submit to me, and I will grant you the power to control life and death." What a domineering tone! What domineering words! Upon hearing this, you can't help but think to yourself that it seems there are hierarchies even among gods. At this moment, a line of off-white large characters appears before you. Choose 3. Submit to the king of the underworld, and change your profession to the SSS-level class of Undead Cataclysm. In an instant, a dark cloud of the underworld suddenly appeared like a mirage, rushing towards you. Upon closer inspection, what floated within the cloud were not mist but rather countless eerie white skeletons. The dark cloud was actually an army of trillions of skeletons. At the same time, the onlookers outside the awakening platform only saw an ancient stone tablet suddenly emit an orange light that shot straight into the sky. The sky above the entire awakening ceremony square suddenly darkened as if it were an eclipse, becoming pitch black and invisible at noon, as if it were midnight. Billions of white skeletons appeared above people's heads like a cloud of destruction. Not only the awakening ceremony square, but the billions of undead troops suddenly appeared in the sky above the Dragon Kingdom like a locust plague. The first glance is enough to take one's breath away. Upon closer inspection, among the billions of undead troops, the immortal skeleton warriors are merely the lowest rank of soldiers. The massive undead behemoths, the elusive undead assassins, the undead generals riding skeletal warhorses, and even several bone dragons that sweep across the sky above the undead army, bringing with them a storm of blood and rain, present a scene of world destruction. In an instant, National News was urgently broadcasting a message. "We interrupt this program to bring you an urgent news report. Just now, the sky over our country was suddenly shrouded by billions of skeletal black clouds. Residents, please do not panic. The apocalyptic scene appearing above your heads has been confirmed to be an anomaly caused by a certain job changer in our country." At the same time, in the secret military district codenamed Dragon's Nest, an elderly man with white hair and military medals hanging from his uniform looked sternly at this apocalyptic scene in the sky. "Old Chen, it's a good thing you acted quickly and sealed off this anomaly in time. Otherwise this matter would have already spread to the European countries." The man referred to as Old Chen was now drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Old Chen's profession is a 5-elements illusionist. As one of the top national-level generals in Dragon Country, he had just exhausted all his strength to barely control this anomaly within the borders of Dragon Country. Otherwise, this anomaly would likely sweep across the entire world, and it would be troublesome if the enemy country learned about it. "General Qin, who exactly caused such a terrifying phenomenon?" The white-haired old man nodded slightly and asked. "I have already sent someone to investigate. No matter who it is, our military will definitely protect them at the first opportunity." As he spoke, a serious expression appeared on General Qin's face. At this moment, the awakened old principal Lin Jiangnan had completely gone mad, murmuring, "Undead natural disaster. This is an undead natural disaster. That is a special omen that only S-level or above professions can possess. And it is also a scene of the apocalypse that has never been seen in history. Even the last profession that triggered such a massive undead army crossing phenomenon was merely an SS-level necromancer. That senior from the Dragon Kingdom could lead thousands of troops and single-handedly slaughter a city." Director Zhang, if I remember correctly, the phenomenon of that necromancer only covered a city, right? At this moment, Lin Jiangnan seemed to recall something and said tremulously. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang nodded repeatedly. The spectral army of the necromancer from back then only covered a city, but now this phenomenon covers the entire Dragon Kingdom. What does this mean? This means that the profession you have awakened to is even beyond that of a necromancer, surpassing SS rank, and is an SSS rank profession. At this moment, the recruiters from the major guilds below also reacted. The first to respond was the head of the Dominance Guild, who hurriedly and tremblingly took out the communicator. "Hello, is the president there? You need to come to the awakening ceremony at First High School right away. There's a big catch here." "No, not just a big catch. It's a whale. It's a koan. You need to come personally to recruit him. This clever maneuver by the head of the Dominance Guild instantly alerted the other 3 major guilds. The heads of recruitment from the 4 major guilds immediately began to contact their respective guild presidents without regard for their dignity. These old veterans are all very clear in their hearts that SSS-level professions are no longer roles that these guild recruiters can handle. They must have the guild leader come personally to recruit. For decades, the 4 major guilds have been in a stalemate in the Dragon Country. However, your appearance standing on the awakening platform at this moment is destined to break this deadlock. Whoever can recruit you into their guild is destined to dominate alone for the next century. At this moment, you, who are in the awakening ceremony, are completely unaware of the grand wave outside. The choice you are facing directly determines your fate for a lifetime. The old god holding a bone staff calls himself the King of Hell. And the choice he offers is an irresistible SSS-level profession, Undead Catastrophe. The last person from the Dragon Kingdom was merely an SS-level necromancer. You naturally know the achievements and glory he reached. Choosing the third profession is equivalent to choosing a divinely chosen start, a smooth journey ahead, and even destined to be remembered in history. However, Sha Knight once again gently shook his head. He wanted to see the last of the gods. That last one was more of a mortal than a god. Broken and mutilated body, disheveled black hair, blood-red pupils, and even the one in his hand is just holding a dying torch. What kind of god could have gotten himself into this sorry state? Compared to the unrivaled platitudes of the previous 3, this 4th god was like a crippled beggar. Yet it was this beggar that, as soon as he opened his mouth, he told Sha Knight to tremble, and cold sweat directly dampened his back. Are you a traveler from the blue planet? 2. Sha Knight's brain snapped as if it had exploded. Sha Knight was not from this world, but from the blue planet. This secret Sha Knight has never told anyone before. Even those 3 gods from earlier were unable to see through Sha Knight's origin. However, this crippled person in front of him had actually seen through Sha Knight's origin with a single glance. And, also, what does that mean? Could this god with a mutilated body also be a traveler from the blue planet? Sha Knight's eyes were filled with shock, but before he could ask his question, then I saw that the crippled man seemed to be speaking with some urgency, and said, do not follow the gods. It's all a conspiracy of the gods. We are all pawns. We are all victims. God can be killed too. We can be gods too. Some words that he didn't know what to say were heard in Sha Knight's cloud, yet the body of the crippled man suddenly began to slowly dissipate, as if he had been put to death. There were countless questions in Sha Knight's mind that he wanted to ask, but it was already too late for him to do so. Instead, a line suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. Option 4, refuse the gift of the gods and become an outcast of the gods. Gain an occupation of unknown rank, godforsaken. Basic skills, none. Initial talent, crippled godhead. Crippled godhead, though crippled, it can still enjoy sacrifices. A godforsaken who kills any monster can sacrifice the payload from it for himself, thus gaining one of its attributes, talents, skills, etc. And the moment this option appeared in front of Sha Knight's eyes, Sha Knight was horrified when a bizarre scene appeared and, only to see that 3 deep red to black blood stripes had surfaced on the heads of those 3 gods in front of them. Trillions of dollars of blood, but it just appeared so clearly over their heads. The shock that this scene brought to Sha Knight was simply too great. Sha Knight's worldview collapses and reorganizes at this moment. It turns out the gods have bloodstains. 2. It turns out that man can be a god? In an instant, a wave of wariness surged through Sha Knight's heart. Sha Knight's hands couldn't help but tremble slightly as he instantly understood the gold content of the broken godhead talent. Originally, human beings were not allowed to enjoy sacrifices, only gods were able to enjoy sacrifices. The only way for a professional awakened person to get new skills, second turns, and other boons from the gods is to kill the monsters and sacrifice the monsters' payloads to the gods they follow. But the crippled godhead is also a godhead. Possessing the godhead means being on equal footing with these gods. The same can be enjoyed with sacrifices. So, godforsaken also no longer sacrifice to the gods after killing monsters, but to themselves. The attributes, talents, and words on those monsters can all be turned to their own use. Although initially just a blank slate profession, there are infinite possibilities for growth. One can even become a true god. The first 3 gods, a haughty and miserly. One is tempting the prey, following the lead of the one simply called himself subservient to him outright. Sha Knight thought about it in detail. Followers, servant, submissive. None of the words were truly respected, and in the eyes of these gods, perhaps all humans were nothing more than ants to be toyed with. As previously stated, Sha Knight is a madman, a complete and utter lunatic. The last words left behind by that crippled person echoed in Sha Knight's heart. God can be killed too. We can be gods too. Hello, everyone. We can see that due to the once-in-a-century, undead heavenly tribulation, vision, all the presidents of the 4 major guilds in the entire Dragon Kingdom are now surprisingly all gathered together and have all come to the scene. Black Hawk, Beacon, Hegemony, Streaming Cloud Pavilion, Lu Lian, Tang Jinyuan, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Wang Mang, the presidents of the 4 major guilds of the Dragon Kingdom, all stepped forward. It also brought this awakening ceremony to a complete climax. All the media turned their long guns on these big names who are usually hard to interview. In the middle of the shot, it is also clear that the relationship between the 4 presidents is quite delicate. Though they were not in the same city of Shangjing, they were not at swords drawn, but it's also absolutely competitive, especially today. Shao Knight, a good seed that was rare to come across in 100 years. The several guild presidents would not let up easily for anyone. Elder Principal Lin is worthy of being a proud educator for 100 years. He really has cultivated a good seedling. Lu Lian, the president of the Beacon Guild, immediately flattered Lin Zhangnan attentively. The practiced human being knew that in order to take Shao Knight's seedling, he obviously had to start with this old principle. In an instant, the presidents of the 4 major guilds all surrounded the podium, while the 4 guild leaders who were originally sitting on the podium hurriedly brushed aside to make way for the rightful owner. The old principal, Lin Zhangnan, was afraid that he had never encountered this kind of treatment in his life, and it was only after being reminded by Director Zhang that he moved his gaze from the president of the Luyun Pavilion, Yi Xiaoxiao. Lin Zhangnan was flattered for a moment and smiled from ear to ear. That's Mr. Shao Knight has always been the top training talent of our first middle school. Over the past 3 years, we have been sparing no resources, and Shao Knight is even our outstanding graduate. Yet just as the words were spoken, the heart-stopping army of billions of undead above this awakening ceremony gradually began to slowly disperse. Next, another pillar of light shot up from the ancient stone monument on the awakening stage. A 4th career, Wang Mang, the president of the Black Eagle Guild, immediately sucked in a mouthful of cool air and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. On the contrary, there was once a time when I heard of a certain senior who appeared to have 2 career choices at the time of awakening, but that ancient square steel actually gave Shao Knight 4 occupations to choose from. This is truly unheard of, but looking at this vision, it doesn't seem to be any better than the SSS class occupation, Undead Plague of Heaven. It's probably a C-rank career at best. The gazes of several guild presidents, along with the old principal, Lin Zhangnan, looked onto that ancient square steel. As the 4th pillar of light rose into the sky, a tattered torch-like totem joined the ancient square steel. 1 gray, 1 purple, 1 orange, 1 black. 4 totems of different luster were intermingling around Shao Knight, but anyone can see at a glance that only the orange one among them is the most dazzling and noteworthy. Obviously the SSS-ranked profession, Undead Scourge of Heaven, is the best choice of them all. Elder Principal Lin, student Shao Knight should make the right choice, right? The beautiful president of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion Guild, Yi Xiaoxiao, couldn't help but ask with some concern. After all, this kind of awakening ceremony of 4 professions was something even they, the presidents, had never seen before, let alone a fresh graduate. And the old principal, Lin Zhangnan, has eyes higher than the sky at this moment. He had already thought that when Shao Knight came out from the awakening ceremony, there would be no more pomp and circumstance in the entire Shangjing city that could rival their first middle school. Don't worry, several presidents. Our school has always had a career planning class. Before Lin Zhangnan could finish his words with a smirk on his face. However, Shao Knight, who was on that awakening stage, was seen to be, finally made his choice. Chapter 6, Ignorant Idiot? Shao Knight is blocked. A long shot of media. The personal presence of one guild president after another. With all eyes on me, Shao Knight on the awakening stage immediately attracted all eyes as soon as he moved. The entire awakening ceremony venue was silent. Everybody's holding their breath. Want to take a look at this Shao Knight that triggered this sweep across the entire city of Shangjing? Finally made what choice? As the 4 pillars of light above the ancient square monument dissipated at almost the same time, dots of clouds fell on top of the awakening stage. The clouds have cleared. Whether it's the broken greatsword, or the black blade of the void, or the skeleton of that undead plague of heaven, all slowly dissipating. At this moment, there was only the last totem left on Shao Knight's body, a torch that's almost burned out. After circling around Shao Knight's perimeter, it was injected into Shao Knight's brow. The whole room was in an uproar. This can't be right. Old Principal Lin Zhengnan's face froze violently, rubbing his eyes, incredulously asking Director Zhang next to him, Shao Knight he actually didn't choose Undead Heavenly Tribulation. The presidents of the 4 major guilds also froze on the podium in unison, watching the last trace of the black cloud over the awakening ceremony gradually dissipate, everyone's eyes revealing incredulity and disbelief. How is this possible? He actually didn't choose Undead Plague. That's a natural disaster of a profession. Is Shao Knight stupid? Doesn't this Shao Knight student from the awakening ceremony know the career information? Lu Lian, the president of the Beacon Guild, immediately shook his head inside. only hating that it wasn't himself standing on that awakening ceremony stage. This Shao Knight student is still too young to actually realize the valuable occupation of undead natural disaster, and at this moment experienced great joy and great sorrow of the old principal Lin Jiangnan is like a mad bull, madly rushed up to the awakening platform. Undead plague. That's a once-in-a-century SSS-ranked profession. Shao Knight just refused? Shao Knight, come out here. The old principal, Lin Jiangnan, roared hysterically. Director Zhang, who is Shao Knight's homeroom teacher? Why didn't you do a good job of vocational science? Get me his homeroom teacher immediately. I want to see who it is. Director Zhang also doggedly twisted his head and gave a lecture to Ms. Tang Weiner. Mr. Tang, as a classroom teacher you actually failed to do even the most basic career science? At this time, Tang Wan was also struck by lightning. In her eyes, Shao Knight had always been an extremely intelligent and gifted student. Usually he was proficient in even those coldest classes. Now how could it be that the most critical career choice has gone sideways? Is it possible that I'm usually too relieved of Shao Knight? Instead, he ignored the most basic of career science to him? In the face of Director Zhang and the principal's reprimand, Tang Wan actually didn't care too much about it. However, if it is because he failed to do a good job of professional science, and delayed the good seedling of Shao Knight, Tang Weiner was so anxious that her delicate body trembled, and she only felt that she had harmed Shao Knight. Such a dramatic result also made those media who gathered around the scene have a complete orgasm. People like to make gods, preferred to destroy him. One by one, the long guns and short cannons were purposely aimed at Shao Knight on the awakening stage, broadcasting such a dramatic result live throughout the entire event. Friends of the audience, it's really unexpected. I didn't expect student Shao Knight to choose the worst one when he was faced with so many good professions. SSS class occupation, undead heavenly tribulation. It's a shame to see it go to waste just like that. It's saddening to see that the education of the first high school claims to be the first in the city of Shangjing, but it doesn't even do the most basic career science. To cause such an outcome, I believe that both Shao Knight and the teachers of the first middle school are to blame. They're all responsible for Dragon Kingdom having one less, undead natural disaster, profession. The people watching the live stream are divided, and many have even begun to cyberstorm. And at this time, the presidents of the four major guilds on the podium could only shake their heads and sigh one by one as they quietly left. I thought it was a good seedling that is rare to come across in 100 years, but it is a pity that Shao Knight himself is not competitive. The president of Beacon Guild, Lu Lian, was even more unworthy for his departure from among the key copies to arrive here purposely, and as a result, the bamboo basket was empty. Shaking his head with disdain on his face, and said to the secretary beside him, saying, Secretary Lin, this student Shao Knight is too impetuous in his mind, and seeing as how the occupation he finally awakened is only a C-ranked one, right? We don't need such mediocre people in the Beacon Guild. Tang Jinyuan, the president of the Hegemony Guild on the side, even cursed without pretense. Such a waste that doesn't even have the most basic ability to make judgments is also even less qualified to enter into our hegemony. Tang Jinyuan turned his words around and asked flirtatiously, Old Wang, your Black Eagle Guild won't accept him, right? Only the president of the Black Eagle Guild, Wang Mang, even glared and said, Humph, do you really think our guild is a garbage shelter that takes all kinds of garbage? And although the guild leader of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion, Yi Xiao, didn't say anything, the disappointment that appeared on her face was tantamount to acquiescing to their words. The four major guild presidents teamed up to block Shao Knight? The media onlookers on the sidelines caught the news keenly, and with a burst of added fuel, in an instant, a firestorm of reports came out of the city. Genius seed Shao Knight. Yet he can't even distinguish between professions? The fish-eyed Shao Knight was tragically blocked by the four major guilds. Lin Jiangnan and the four major guild leaders on the podium were overjoyed and saddened. Yet there are many who are both greatly saddened and overjoyed. For example, that Wang Biao and Lin Xueming and other students of the same class. A waste is a waste after all. Even if the opportunity is given to him, he can't grasp it. Wang Biao couldn't help but lean back and let out a long breath of relief. Just a moment ago he had thought that he was going to be suppressed by Shao Knight for the rest of his life. I didn't expect that at the last minute Shao Knight would actually reject, Undead Scourge of Heaven, a profession that was now average, and instead choose a burning stick of some sort? Ha ha ha. And Lin Xuemings, who had just gone crazy and barged onto the awakening stage, still had palpitations, but the corners of his mouth could no longer suppress a smile. I didn't expect Shao Knight to be a real idiot, not choosing such a good profession? Since that's the case, then don't blame me for not holding back in tomorrow's trial assembly. Lin Xueming's eyes revealed that ruthlessness that had been hidden for 3 whole years. Ruyan, you won't protect him in the future, will you? Lin Xueming turned his head and grinned at Lu Ruyan. What are you talking about? Hawk Ming, he and I are just ordinary classmates. But she saw Lu Ruyan cross him with a petulant glance and said, it was just a glance. but Lin Xueming was told to be incomparably flattered, and his gaze toward Xiao Knight was even more vicious. Xiao Knight, Xiao Knight, you've been complacent for so many years. For the next Tower of Trials, give me a good lesson on how to grovel and be a loser as well. Chapter 7 The Tower of Trials, the first sacrifice. On the awakening stage, Xiao Knight, who had just finished awakening his profession, hadn't had time to react. The four gods and a scene of visions in front of him then gradually dissipated, and then the scene around them suddenly changed. He himself had been transported from the ancient monument to another strange place. A voice prompted by a sudden ringing in the ear of the newly awakened. You have entered the Tower of Trials. The Tower of Trials, the final test for each new class of awakened. The ability to quickly adapt to one's profession and utilize the greatest advantages of the awakened profession. This ability was also what the major guilds valued the most. Even professions of the same level tend to show a huge difference in immediate combat power depending on the user's ability. In the past, those awakened who quickly adapted to their professions and repeatedly set new records in the Tower of Trials, without exception, became the key cultivation targets of the major guilds. And the reason why Xiao Knight was known as the first genius seed of Shangjing City, it was because Xiao Knight had shown too brightly in all the tests in his 3 years of high school. Everyone expects a lot from him. It was thought that he was destined to shine in the Tower of Trials whenever he awakened an A rank or higher profession. It's a pity that in the face of 100 years of rare SSS-level occupation, Undead Plague of Heaven, Xiao Knight actually chose a whiteboard character that is not even as good as a D-level occupation. Maybe there's only one person in the world who doesn't think so. That would be Xiao Knight himself. Xiao Knight quickly observed the surrounding scene. I saw that I was in the middle of an ancient forest where I couldn't see the sun. The sunlight that leaked down from the branches that covered the sky appeared and disappeared, and there were strange cries coming from all around me. This should be the first level of the Tower of Trials. Each floor in the Tower of Trials was its own space, and only after defeating the guard monsters in that floor could they lead to the next floor. Open the attribute panel. Xiao Knight called out softly. Once an awakened person obtains a profession, he or she is able to view his or her own attribute panel. A panel containing all of Xiao Knight's current data instantly appeared before his eyes. Knight of Xiao. Occupation, Outcast. Rank, 1. Blood, 200. Magic, 100. Attack, 20. Defense, 20. Physical, 5. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Spirit, 5. Initial skill, none. Talent, crippled godhead. It really is pathetically weak. Even Xiao Knight himself can't help but feel some emotion. God Abandoner, this profession is really like a blank slate. The initial 4 attributes physique, strength, agility, and spirit all had a pitiful 5 points. Blood and attack, and defense was similarly lower than the lowest D-rank professions. Not even the initial skill set. There was only one initial talent, crippled godhead, in the body to speak of. Check out the talent, crippled godhead. Xiao Knight narrowed his eyes and said, having blocked almost the entire destiny of his own body and soul on this dark red talent phrase. Unusual talents, from the lowest levels of gray, white, green, and blue, to the higher levels of purple and orange words. The higher the level the stronger the talent phrase. Instead, this broken godhead phrase of Xiao Knight's was a weird dark red color like blood. Then, a line of introduction suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Knight's eyes. Crippled godhead. Description: the godheads of those who have been abandoned by the gods, though mutilated, can enjoy sacrifices, and the sacrificial fire can mend the mutilated godheads. I hope I didn't bet wrong, Xiao Knight said with a clench of his teeth, only to see a huge weapon box placed right around where he had teleported over. It was filled with swords, shields, guns, bows, staffs, and other assorted weapons for their use. All of these weapons without exception are the most initial white version of the weapon, which is to provide the most fair environment for the Tower of Trials. Xiao Knight thought briefly and picked out a coarse iron lance. Xiao Knight's profession did not have any weapon specialization bonuses nowadays, and picking the lance was merely due to the fact that the lance had the longest attack distance amongst melee weapons. For Xiao Knight's fragile little body nowadays, he was able to have the safest output environment. Rough iron lance. Level requirement, 1. Attack power, plus 15. After equipping the coarse iron lance, the attack power on Xiao Knight's attribute panel also came to 35. And just then, there was a rustling in the surrounding jungle as the guardian monsters of the first floor of the Tower of Trials appeared, only to see that they were several humanoid monsters with stooped figures, pointed heads and ears, and their skin was a disgusting green color. Kobolds. Xiao Knight immediately recognized this kind of monster. This kobold race, which relies on strong reproduction to maintain its populations and stand on the continent. Though almost the weakest of the monsters. However, for Xiao Knight, whose attributes were almost blank slate in front of him, he still didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Xiao Knight gripped the lance in his hand tightly and took several steps back vigilantly. There were a total of 3 goblins that appeared in front of him. and once he fell into a situation where he was surrounded, Shao Knight's current small body would be killed almost instantly. But fortunately, at this moment, Shao Knight's back was leaning against a large tree as thick as 5 people could hug, and the huge tree roots arching up from the ground allowed Shao Knight to occupy a favorable terrain of fighting low with high. At this time, one of the kobolds rushing at the front had already wailed and launched an attack towards Shao Knight. A pair of claws with green hair held a rusty iron sword slashing towards Shao Knight. Clunk! There was a crunching sound of gold and iron clinking against each other. Shao Knight held the lance with both hands, picking the iron sword in the goblin's hand askew with unparalleled precision. This is one of the most basic fighting techniques. However, if Shao Knight possessed the blue block skill, this hit would be enough to be able to inflict an off-balance effect on the goblin. It was a pity that Shao Knight didn't even have this most basic block skill. Facing the goblin's vigorous swings even shook his palms. But despite this, Shao Knight, who was proficient in fighting and occupied a high position, still keenly grasped the opportunity to counterattack. Taking advantage of the kobold's slip, the rough iron lance in his hand stabbed the kobold's forehead viciously. 29. A damage number jumped out at once. And this was the effect of Shao Knight's current attack power minus the damage reduction of the goblin's defense. The kobold immediately let out a scream, and stepping on top of the tree roots it was already unstable. This shot even more body crooked down. It was only Shao Knight who violently stepped forward and, the lance in his hand swept and slashed, dealing 2 more damage in quick succession. 31. 29. This first kobold has lost most of his bloodstain. However, at this moment, the other 2 companions of that kobold also wailed and pounced towards Shao Knight, faced with pinches coming from the left and right. Shao Knight, however, violently took a step forward to attack, and the lance in his hand ruthlessly penetrated the body of the first goblin in the lead. 27. It instantly emptied its last blood bar. This is the way Shao Knight fights, decisive and fierce. Since it was one against many, you had to be the first to kill one. The first kobold slowly collapsed, with a bit of resignation still in its empty eyes. Shao Knight had also obtained an extremely crucial piece of information that a goblin's blood level was around 100, and with Shao Knight's attack power of equipping the coarse iron lance, it would take at most 4 shots. Seeing the death of their companions, the remaining 2 kobolds were even more infuriated as they slashed towards Shao Knight, facing the attacks coming from both the left and right sides at the same time. Shao Knight was not the least bit flustered, dodging while walking and utilizing his lance to block. At this moment, if someone were to watch Shao Knight's perspective, inevitably, they would be shocked by Shao Knight's dexterous positioning, as well as his exquisite control over the distance of the weapon's attack. Although there was a goblin on the left and right that attacked at the same time, instead of touching Shao Knight for a moment, they were countered by Shao Knight's continuous blocking and gradually emptied their bloodlines. 5 minutes later, the last goblin slowly slipped from the tip of Shao Knight's gun and turned into a corpse. 3 wisps of white light pooled from their bodies to Shao Knight's head, granting experience that directly allowed Shao Knight to rise a level. Leveling up, gain 5 free attribute points. However, Shao Knight's gaze was attracted to the corpses of these 3 goblins. Just a speck of faint flame emerged from the corpse of each kobold. That's the payload. Kill monsters and you'll be able to get payloads. By sacrificing enough payloads to the god one follows, one is able to gain the god's favor. Rewarded with a new skill or a second turn, third turn, to advance your career. But nowadays, the talent, Broken Godhead, on Shao Knight then meant that he could sacrifice these payloads to himself. Sacrifice the goblin's payload. Without hesitation, Shao Knight performed the sacrifice ceremony. It's all or nothing. One could only see the 3 fuel flame sparks on top of that goblin's corpse circling around the tip of the lance in Shao Knight's hand, and then dissipated around Shao Knight's body one by one. Goblin's payload sacrifice is successful. Fire +1. Goblin's payload sacrifice is successful. Fire +1. After 2 salary flame sacrifices in succession, a pleasant beep sounded in Shao Knight's ears. Goblin's payload sacrifice is successful. Fire +1. Gain talent word, savagery, D rank. Strength attribute +100. Chapter 8. The uses of fire. Unlimited strengthening of skills. It's done. Shao Knight was instantly ecstatic in his heart, hurriedly clicking on his talent panel, only to see that there was originally only a lone, crippled godhead, talent page. Now there was indeed an extra, savagery, D rank, entry. And the effect of the words is even more simple, +100 to the strength attribute. Leveling up 1 level only gives 5 free attribute points though. However, a single, savagery, phrase increased Shao Knight's strength by a whole 100 points. And it's still a low-ranked, savagery. Shao Knight clicked on his attribute panel, only to see that the attributes there had indeed turned the original pitiful 5 points of strength into a full 105 points. It's equivalent to a direct level increase of 20 levels. For most melee professions, the strength attribute is then directly linked to attack power. And Shao Knight, who possessed a full 105 points of power at this moment, The attack power went straight up to 135. Is this what it feels like to enjoy a sacrifice? Shao Knight couldn't help but look at that broken godhead amongst his talent panel. A mere fragment of the godhead. It would be able to get such a strong sacrificial effect. How terrifying the enhancements had those gods with complete godhoods gained as they enjoyed the sacrifices of countless followers every day. And they give their followers nothing more than a few skills and transitions. It seemed like Shao Knight had made the right bet this time. Even though Shao Knight started off with a blank slate profession, both in terms of attributes and skills, which were much more backward than those of the S-ranked professions, but by virtue of the power of sacrifice, it won't take long to catch up or even surpass. Not to mention the fact that just 3 kobolds were sacrificed to gain such a powerful phrase. What about sacrificing stronger monsters? What about sacrificing elite level bosses? What about dragon class creatures? It's literally a gift with unlimited growth. Shao Knight continued to walk deeper into the jungle with his lance in his hand. There was still a lot of space on the first level. Far more than just 2 or 3 monsters like goblins. And killing their leader was the only way to step into the next level. Soon, Shao Knight then spotted a small group of goblins once again. Another small group of goblins in groups of 3 or 5. Only this time, Shao Knight, who possessed a whopping 135 attack points, was able to result in a goblin mongrel with just 1 shot. Hiding in the shadows, Shao Knight took the initiative to attack. Swinging his lance violently, he slashed the throat of the nearest kobold with precision. 129. A whopping 129 points of damage results in a single shot. The goblin straggler squad was suddenly wailing and scurrying in fear, and their panic gave Shao Knight the opportunity to reap the rewards. Shao Knight was like a god descending from the heavens, 1 shot at a time. Soon enough a patch of goblin corpses fell in front of them once again, and a white light of experience pooled onto Shao Knight's body, allowing Shao Knight to level up once again. And naturally, the goblin payloads on those corpses were all sacrificed by Shao Knight without missing a single one. Goblin's payload sacrifice is successful. Fire +1. Goblin's payload sacrifice is successful. Fire +1. A line of successful sacrifices surfaced, yet no new words were gained. It seems that the sacrificial payload also needs to be built up. At this moment, Shao Knight, who had once again killed an entire squad of goblins, had already approached the center of this ancient forest. There seemed to be a whole horde of kobolds with starry torches stuck in the middle of the woods ahead. There are tribes and there are chiefs. It seemed that the opportunity to enter the next level of the trial space was here. At this time, Shao Knight's level had already reached level 3. In order to increase the swiftness of his actions, Shao Knight added all 10 free attribute points to agility. Then, gripping the lance in his hand, he juggled it and it sure moves a lot faster. Agility is not only related to movement speed and attack speed, it is also closely related to bludgeoning rate and weak attack damage. The higher the agility, the more accurate you can hit the monster's vitals. Force and sensitivity dual cultivation was the path Shao Knight would take in the future. Shao Knight took a closer look in front of the goblin tribe. Perhaps those goblin squads had been sent out to patrol, and there were only 3 or 2 goblin stragglers left in the tribe, as well as an orc kobold, who was clearly several times larger than a normal kobold, was sleeping humongously. Apparently this guy was the mini-boss of the first level of the Tower of Trials. Shao Knight gently tossed a small stone that he had picked up on the road. The movement of a small stone striking the ground instantly drew out a few wary stragglers. Clear the stragglers before killing the boss. This was a truth that everyone had learned from the textbooks, and Shao Knight, who was playing more and more smoothly with the thick iron lance in his hand, almost effortlessly solved these goblin soldiers. The next step was to make a move on that goblin leader. Seemingly sensing that his minions were one by one not moving, this massive orc goblin roared angrily, raised a huge wolfsbane, and patrolled around. Shao Knight hid behind a fence. Take advantage of this orc goblin's one back and strike first. The rough iron lance in his hand brazenly stabbed at his thigh, and the high power value directly stabbed out a bloody hole in his thigh. 95. It seems that this thick-skinned orc goblin's defense has always been quite a bit higher than that of the miscellaneous soldiers. At the same time, this goblin leader's blood bar appeared in front of Shao Knight, a full 2,000 points. The goblin leader suffered a burst of pain and turned his head to see Shao Knight, the incoming attacker, and raised that huge wolf-tooth rod and smashed it down brazenly. However, this sluggish movement was deftly and completely dodged by Shao Knight. Those 10 points of agility just now weren't added for nothing. Shao Knight wandered around the goblin leader as if he were taking dance steps, and the thick iron lance in his hand backhanded another stab. 98. This kind of monster that had high defense and thick blood but was slow to move was just like a clumsy mannequin in front of Shao Knight. 88. 93. One by one, damage couldn't stop bursting out on the goblin leader's body, and even his blood level of up to 2,000 points had instantly passed the halfway mark. At this moment, he saw the kobold leader's eyes suddenly turn scarlet, and then as if he had gone mad, his destructive power suddenly skyrocketed. However, the wolfsbane in the hands of the impotent and furious kobold leader had lost its way. The frenzied kobold leader waved his thick arms, even grabbed and smashed as he bent down and pounced towards Shao Knight. However, this just happened to fit Shao Knight's intentions. The goblin leader who bent down without the height advantage just happened to show his vitals in front of Shao Knight. Shao Knight's footsteps flashed, and the lance in his hand viciously stabbed at the neck of that goblin leader. In a flash, a high amount of damage bursts out of the -187 weakness attack. Double damage. For this greedy and tyrannical goblin mutant, Shao Knight did not have the slightest bit of mercy. Take advantage of it. The long spear in his hand stabbed out viciously at perfect angles one after another. With a single weakness damage bursting out of the hulking kobold leader collapsed with a loud thud. The large amount of experience given by the elite level mini-bosses allowed Shao Knight to rise 2 levels to level 5 in a row. And the payload of fire that surfaced from the corpse of this orc goblin was considerably larger than the other goblin stragglers. Sacrifice the goblin chief's payload. Shao Knight touched the corpse of the goblin leader with the tip of his spear and without hesitation, he began to make the sacrifice. A line of hints appeared in front of Shao Knight. Goblin chief's salary fire sacrifice is successful. Fire +5. Acquire the skill, Berserking, B rank. Out of skill. Shao Knight was instantly delighted in his heart, not expecting that this goblin chief, who possessed the bloodline of a half-orc, it actually exploded a natural skill unique to the beasts. Berserking. For Shao Knight. Check the skills. Shao Knight instantly called up the skill panel. The originally empty skill bar finally appeared with the first skill. Berserking. Skill level, B rank. Effect, a skill unique to the orc class, increasing damage and attack speed by 30% when activated. However, after the effect ends, you will be in a weakened state for a period of time, and your defense will be reduced by 50%. As we all know, the difficulty in killing orc-class monsters lies in the fact that they will fall into a state of berserkness after their blood level has passed the halfway mark. Orcs in a berserk state had both their destructive power and desire to attack increased substantially, although as long as they could survive this period of berserking, the orc-like monsters would be in a weakened state. But 90% of the professional squads were often killed in this period of time when the orcs went berserk. This was because an orc that had been inspired into a berserk state was simply too terrifying. A direct 50% increase in attack power was enough to smash most professional squad T-bits. Now that this beast human exclusive talent word had fallen into Shao Knight's hands, while Shao Knight was slightly excited in his heart, a line appeared before his eyes once again. Does it consume 10 points of fire value to strengthen this skill? Shao Knight was suddenly stunned. So that's what the fire is for. It's actually possible to enhance the skills you've gained? Reinforce. Shao Knight decisively chose to strengthen the only skill he had in his hand, consuming 10 points of fire value. The berserking skill has been strengthened to Beast's Blood Boiling. Beast's Blood Boiling. Rank A. Effect, a natural skill possessed by high-level bloodline orcs, increasing damage and attack speed by 50% after activation. At the end of the effect, you will fall into a short period of weakness and your defense will be lowered by 30%. Bonus, killing the target extends the duration. Chapter 9, Elite Boss. Immortal Tree Spirit. Perhaps Shao Knight doesn't realize that, at this time, outside the Tower of Trials, in fact, there was another person who was paying close attention to his perspective, and it was none other than his homeroom teacher in the first middle school, Tang Wan Air. After Shao Knight rejected the SSS-ranked profession Undead Heavenly Plague, a farce that had stirred up the entire city, all the onlookers stopped paying attention to Shao Knight, this jumping clown, and turned to watch the trials of the 3S-ranked professionals such as Wang Biao, Lin Shueming, and Qin Yanyan, without paying any more attention to Shao Knight. This trash. Only Tang Wan Air quietly locked the observer in her hand onto Shao Knight's perspective. Shao Knight is the student she taught with her own hands. She was the only one who knew exactly how good Shao Knight was. That's why she knows better how much pain a good natural talent can feel after facing a huge career gap. She was afraid that Shao Knight would fall flat on his face when faced with this huge discrepancy. What's more, Tang Wan Air, who was a member of the teaching team, knew that this year's Tower of Trials wasn't that simple, and that the first level of the Goblin Horde alone would be enough to brush down half of the awakened. When Tang Wan Air opened the observer, she happened to see Shao Knight being surrounded by the first wave of Goblin squads, and as a career mentor, she naturally knew the consequences of a whiteboard career being surrounded by goblins. If she wasn't careful, she would be killed in seconds. However, just as she was sweating over Shao Knight, instead, he saw Shao Knight's sharp first move in the midst of the crisis to occupy the upland terrain, with his back against a large tree, then wielding the rough iron lance in his hand. He killed the kobolds one by one in a textbook maneuver. Well done, Shao Knight. Tang Wan Air, who was the bishop of the fighting class, couldn't help but secretly sigh. Shao Knight's operation. Even if he looked at the entire Dragon Country's current class of awakened, there might not be 5 that could fight out. And what was even more gratifying to Tang Wan Air's heart was that Shao Knight didn't act as self-absorbed as she thought she would. but calmly groped toward the center of the first floor of the Tower of Trials. A dry result all the way to drop a goblin. This child Shao Knight. He's even more resilient than I thought. Even a blank slate career may not be the end of him. In the Tower of Trials, a beep sounded in Shao Knight's ears. Congratulations! You have killed the guardian of the first floor of the Tower of Trials. In the second level of the Tower of Trials teleportation, Shao Knight only felt a trance before his eyes. The surrounding horde of that goblin, and the corpse of the goblin leader gradually disappeared into thin air. Then the screen turned and Shao Knight was transported to a huge dark cave, surrounded by nothing but stone walls and sticky wet dirt. It seems that this is the second level of the Tower of Trials. At this moment, Shao Knight's heart was more excited than nervous. Just by sacrificing off the kobolds in the middle of the first floor and already giving himself two such greatly enhanced talent phrases, savagery, and beast blood boiling. So what kind of surprise will the next monster give Shao Knight? It was important to realize that in the Tower of Trials, one doesn't really die. Dying here would just get them teleported out and end the trial. It's equal to Shao Knight being completely free of worries. You can go ahead and sacrifice one more monster to get one more word. Between thoughts, the monsters on the second level of the Tower of Trials had already made their first appearance. Only in the midst of this huge cavern, something seemed to be surging in the soft, damp earth beneath his feet. Then a black root like an old vine violently broke out of the ground. The branches above the roots are but as sharp as thorns, and one cannot help but shudder in fear and trembling. Shao Knight hastily jumped backward and, only to see that the two vines in that vicinity but had already flung themselves towards the place where Shao Knight had just stood. The vines with spikes immediately threw out two deep traces of that dirt. Luckily those two hits didn't hit him. Shao Knight, who reacted extremely quickly, then raised the lance in his hand and swung it violently, chopping at the two vines. -30, -30. The two damage numbers jumped out in unison at once, and at the same time, the two vines were cut off by Shao Knight with a single shot. It fell to the ground and kept writhing as if it were a living thing. Turns out the vines on either side of this are actually only 30 drops of blood? Shao Knight was instantly a bit puzzled, as it was logical that the monsters on the second level of the Tower of Trials should be far more powerful than the first level. But this blood level of these vines is too low, right? And just then, it seemed to confirm Shao Knight's thoughts in general. In the next second, several vines once again emerged from the damp soil around them, surrounding Shao Knight in a circle. Shao Knight's eyes were quick, and while these vines hadn't completely grown out, the lance in his hand precisely chopped them all off. -30, -30, still only 30 drops of blood, yet the ground around these severed vines surged again as if they were multiplying. More vines burrowed out of the ground. There were a dozen of them. It's not over yet. Shao Knight instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. These vines had less blood, but they cut one to give birth to two, and the more they killed, the more they gave birth. It's simply too much to kill. No, these vines should just be subsidiary species. Shao Knight gradually reacted. He realized that each vine was like a swimming snake stretching through the dirt in one direction before it burrowed out of the soil. The vines are just appendages. The only way to kill them completely is to kill their mother, and the direction where their mother would be the direction of the surge in those clays. Shao Knight instantly picked up his spear and rushed towards the direction of the surge in the mud. I can't count the hundreds of vines that have burrowed out of the dirt along the way. However, they were all avoided one by Shao Knight's dexterous walking position. Feeling the cold wind from the thorns wrestling behind him, even Shao Knight sucked in a breath of cool air. This huge underground cavern with 7 twists and turns. Shao Knight, however, was not induced by any turns, but rushed forward all the way following the direction of that root and whisker extension. Fittingly, after circling about 7 or 8 caves, a huge, ancient tree root as thick as dozens of people together appeared in the middle of the cave. The end of countless roots lies in it. And what was even weirder was that a huge human face had actually grown out of the roots of this tree. It looks like this must be the mother lode. Seeing the vines growing all the way behind him as if they were water snakes chasing towards Shao Knight also no longer hesitated. Raising the thick iron lance in his hand, he viciously stabbed towards that huge root. -137, with a damage number popping up. The blood bar of this huge tree root also appeared in front of Shao Knight. Immortal Tree Spirit, level, Elite Boss, blood, 50,000. Danger level, high, profile, unknown. That long blood bar was actually as high as 50,000, and most desperately, just a few seconds after Shao Knight had hit the damage number that appeared, a recovery number suddenly appeared on this Immortal Tree Spirit, +100. The damage dealt by Shao Knight was recovered almost within seconds. Not only was this undying tree spirit's blood bar as high as 50,000, its recovery power was actually so terrifying. So it is. Shao Knight immediately understood the intent of the second level of this Tower of Trials. In order to completely remove these rooted vines, it was necessary to kill this gigantic undead tree spirit. However, this immortal tree spirit not only had a deep bloodstain, but its recovery power was also quite astonishing, and it was simply impossible to kill it quickly in a short period of time. But the longer it drags on, the more vines the matrix will nourish. So this tier examines the output ability of the professional. Professions with insufficient output would sooner or later be exhausted by more and more vines. If the goblin horde on the first level of the Tower of Trials will brush off half of the professional awakenings, then the undead tree spirits on this floor, it will then brush off all the remaining non-output professions, who really designed this year's Tower of Trials. Xiaoyue Liang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At the same time, a calculation was quickly made in his head. This undead tree spirit's blood bar totaled a whopping 50,000, but it would recover 100 drops of blood every second, so the only truly effective output is at a damage value higher than 100 per second. If it was in the case of Xiao Knight, who had just arrived at the first level of the Tower of Trials, walking up to this point would almost allow him to surrender and quit on the spot. But for the present Xiao Knight, yet it may not be impossible to fight. Xiao Knight's enhanced, beast blood boiling, was able to drastically increase damage and attack speed for a sustained period of time, and killing the target increases the duration of the, and this undead tree spirit breeds only 30 drops of blood from countless vines, just enough to refresh the duration of beast blood boiling. Chapter 10, The Immortal Tree Spirit, S-Class Word Photosynthesis Recovery, outside the Tower of Trials. Looking at the battle of the new class of awakened who had already been brushed down by a large portion just on the first level, the old principal, Lin Zhangnan, was on the verge of wrinkling his eyebrows into folds. Damn, who the hell designed the Tower of Trials this year? Next to him, Director Zhang was quick to quietly remind Principal Lin that the media cameras were still in both of their faces. Principal Lin, on the other hand, hastily adjusted his expression to reveal a kind smile. At this point in their viewing perspective, the awakened who had successfully passed from the first level of the Tower of Trials, represented by Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yanyan, the three S-ranked professionals, had arrived in that dark and humid cave. Countless vines that grew out of the ground like bamboo shoots after the rain began to attack Wang Biao. Wang Biao, who was an S-rank melee profession discordant dragon martial monk, immediately wielded the battle club in his hand. A battle skill with a dragon pattern swung out, instantly strangling these vines. Luckily this second level is still human-like. Lin Zhangnan was just about to catch his breath when he saw that Wang Biao had similarly discovered the veins of these vines hidden underground and chased them all the way to their mother. The moment the huge roots of the mother tree appeared in the middle of the shot, everyone present on the sidelines couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Oh my god, is that an immortal tree spirit? This thing is hard to kill even for a level 10 professional. Who on earth put the immortal tree spirit on the second floor? That's sick. The old principal Lin Zhangnan even couldn't help but want to curse out with a mouthful of expletives. He was deeply aware of just how difficult an immortal tree spirit was to kill. I'm afraid that this second level alone will be enough to brush down more than half of the awakened people in their first high school this year. I'm afraid all non-output professions will have to stop here. In the other corner, class teacher Tang Wanner also hurriedly lowered her head to pay close attention to Xiao Knight's side of the situation. This was despite relying on Xiao Knight's operation that was played to the extreme, allowing him to be enough to clear the first tier of the goblin horde. However, this second tier of undead tree spirits was no longer a gap that could be bridged just by maneuvering. Xiao Knight's profession that was almost a blank slate didn't have enough output to be able to kill the matrix even if he operated it anymore. Yet to see that she was the only one among the cameras watching the Xiao Knight, however, had already begun to make a move on that immortal tree spirit's mother body. Tang Wanner, who was in the fighting technique specialization course, could tell at a glance that Xiao Knight's movement seemed to be almost twice as fast as when he was on the first level. What's going on here? Even Tang Wanner's heart was secretly surprised. At this time, Xiao Knight had already surrounded the mother body of that immortal tree spirit and frantically began to output. Just see, this immortal tree spirit's mother body itself does not have any means of attack. All the attacks all rely on those rooted vines he extended from the ground full. So the second level of this Tower of Trials was fundamentally a stake that tested output explosiveness. The thick iron lance in Xiao Knight's hand was constantly jabbing above the mother body of this immortal tree spirit. 179, 158. A damage number as high as 200 burst out. And this was naturally because Xiao Knight had turned on beast blood boiling, which directly increased his attack power and attack speed by 50%. Xiao Knight was able to output a number as high as over 200 per second at this point, minus the undead tree spirit's recovery of 100 drops of blood per second. The average effective output is then 70 points per second. Even if this undying tree spirit had a total of up to 50,000 bloodstains, it was definitely not untouchable. However, if you wanted to kill this undead tree spirit, it wasn't as simple as just outputting it all at once. A root of thorny spiky vines was sprouting irregularly from that damp earth almost every second. If the vines aren't cleared away quickly, then it will accumulate more and more. However, if they were distracted from the vines, they would not be able to do so and concentrate on exporting the matrix. This was the test of the designer of the second level of the Tower of Trials. However, for Shao Knight's operation, it wasn't that difficult to use two minds at once. These vines that grew out around him instead became targets for him to refresh his beast blood boiling, while Shao Knight was outputting to the mother body of the immortal tree spirit, while quickly using the thick iron lance in his hand to cut down the vines that had just popped up, kill the thorn vine and extend the beast blood boiling effect by 10 seconds. 10 seconds a cycle. Shao Knight's rhythm was grasped very steadily, and he struck only those vines that were closer to his output position. As for those vines that grew farther away and simply couldn't attack Shao Knight just ignored them. He knew very well that as long as he killed the mother body of this immortal tree spirit, even if more vines grew, they would instantly die out. Under Shao Knight's exquisite rhythmic control, the undead tree spirit's blood bar that was up to 50,000 was gradually fading. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. This intense and highly focused operation has been going on for who knows how long. Finally, when Shao Knight's last shot stabbed above the body of that immortal tree spirit, the last of this long, unseen bloodstain had finally cleared. The roots and whiskers of this gigantic tree spirit suddenly snapped and withered inch by inch, turning into dust in the sky, and those vines that had already covered almost the entire cave were instantly turned into dust. The immortal tree spirit fell in front of Shao Knight. A large amount of experience white light directly converged into Shao Knight's body, and this difficult boss directly allowed Shao Knight to rise 3 levels in a row, directly coming to level 8. However, what Shao Knight was more interested in was the large number of payloads left on the ground by that immortal tree spirit. Sacrifice the undead tree spirit's payload. Shao Knight's sacrificial movements had become more and more skillful, only to see the dots of pay flames that were like swarms of fireflies suddenly surround the tip of Shao Knight's spear. It eventually faded away. Undead tree spirit's fuel fire sacrifice successful. Fire plus 20. Acquisition of the talent phrase, photosynthesis recovery. Photosynthesis recovery. Word level, S rank. Chapter 11, Bummer Fight. The beautiful swamp banshee. The fire burns and all the spirits are sacrificed. With dots of eclipsing inflammation like fireflies flying, a sound of void chanting came from the air, as if singing the birth of a great word. The entire copy shook. It was as if something horrible had been born out of the void. S-rated words. Shao Knight forced himself to hold back his excitement, took a deep breath, and slowly opened the words. Photosynthesis recovery. Word class, S rank. Effects, undead tree spirit's strong recovery power. When bathed in light illumination, all of its own recovery effects are increased by 500%. Bonus, automatically restores 1% of maximum life value of blood every second. Sure enough, it's an S-rank phrase. Although this undying tree spirit was only an elite level boss, its strong recovery power was a top-tier existence amongst almost all monsters. The recovery effect is increased by 500%. For a human professional, not only was the effect of taking blood pills directly increased by 5 times, some skills with blood-sucking and recovery classes could also be directly increased by 5 times. Shao Knight hadn't had time to get excited. A familiar voice then rang in his ears once again. Congratulations! You have killed the guardian of the second floor of the Tower of Trials. The third floor of the Tower of Trials is being transmitted. In the blink of an eye, Shao Knight had been teleported from that dark and damp cave to an open-air swamp. At this time, Shao Knight's ears heard a prompt once again. Congratulations on being the 5th awakened person to enter the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials. Remaining awakened in the Tower of Trials, 47. Shao Knight was immediately shocked in his heart. He knew that he was certainly not the first awakened to slay an undead tree spirit. After all, some high-output professions, especially those with fire attribute attacks attached, would have a natural advantage in killing wood attribute monsters like undead tree spirits. But now there are only 47 people left in this Tower of Trials? That meant that aside from the 5 that had already ascended to the 3rd level along with Shao Knight, there were only 42 awakened left, still struggling against the undying tree goblins on the 2nd level. That's too fast of a phase-out. It is important to realize that there are up to tens of thousands of students in Upper Kyoto City who participated in the awakening ceremony this year. I don't know who designed this year's Tower of Trials. The mechanism of elimination is described as too cruel. The goblin horde on the 1st level directly brushed off half of the people who didn't have enough combat power, and the undead tree spirit on the 2nd level brushes off all the remaining non-outputting professions. So what kind of brutal challenge should come next on the 3rd level? Shao Knight had no time to think about it, only to see that 3 humanoid monsters had sprung up right in the middle of this black and swampy quagmire that he was in. They grow out of the mud and dirt. However, the body is white and flawless, revealing half of the sexy and alluring body from the swamp, making the youthful Shao Knight somewhat unable to hold his blood. The naturally beautiful face of that demoness was even more intoxicatingly unattractive. A sound wave-like soft chant swept towards Shao Knight all of a sudden. Swamp Banshee. Shao Knight was instantly startled and hurriedly dodged toward the jagged piles of rocks around him. In the next second, A sound wave attack with an extremely wide range of attacks landed in the same direction that he had just been in, and the entire marble slab shook slightly. A magical attack. As expected, Shao Knight's guess was fulfilled. The guardian monsters of this third level were surprisingly 3 swamp banshees. This kind of monster that had a beautiful and enchanting figure but relied on bizarre sonic attacks that had harvested the lives of countless professionals was extremely difficult to deal with. The reason for this is that their attacks are not ordinary physical, they are extremely wide-ranging sonic attacks that are difficult to avoid. And this third level of the Tower of Trials also happened to set up such a wide swampy terrain. Only the surrounded patch in the center had several huge rocks as shelter. It wasn't hard to kill these swamp banshees, as long as they could get in close, and their physical defense wasn't that high. However, the difficulty lay in the fact that as soon as one showed their head to attack one of them, they would be launched into a sonic attack by the remaining 2 banshees. In swampy terrain, Challenger would have eaten the slowing effect of and their sonic attacks have such a huge range that they're hard to dodge and will almost certainly take damage. So this level tests the Challenger's ability to move and dodge, or rather, staying power. After figuring out the purpose of the designer of the third layer, Shao Knight's mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of snickering. In terms of dodging ability, the current Shao Knight might not be able to compare with those A-rank, or S-rank agile professionals, but when it comes to staying power, Shao Knight, who had just obtained the passive skill, photosynthesis recovery, viewed himself as unrivaled at this stage. Although the Swamp Banshee's sonic attack had a huge attack range, the damage was not considered fatal, as long as Shao Knight spared a few moves and went over to exchange blood for blood, then go back to the pile of rocks in the center, rely on photosynthesis recovery to get back to full blood, and then fight again. Relying on this rogue method of fighting, Shao Knight's passage through the third level of this Tower of Trials was almost a handful. Say it and do it. Shao Knight's body surged up and he charged towards the nearest swamp banshee. The footsteps slowed, having eaten the slowing effect of the swamps. However, Shao Knight was unrelenting in his killing intent, and while frightening the swamp demoness into a blur, the thick iron lance in his hand fiercely stabbed. 137. Then Shao Knight collected his gun and ran, never being greedy for the sword. At this time the sonic attacks from the Swamp Banshee in the other 2 directions had already come. The channel ripples blasted straight to the brain. Shao Knight only felt a jolt on his head, and 2 damage numbers had exploded out of his body. 150. 150. Now that Shao Knight, whose level had come to level 8, had a total blood volume of 500, taking those 2 attacks with just under half of his blood remaining. The Shao Knight, however, had just stabbed that Swamp Banshee with that shot close to a third of its blood. At this time, the photosynthesis recovery effect on Shao Knight, who was hiding behind a rock, had already been exerted, and Shao Knight's blood was continuously recovering at a rate visible to the naked eye. Next it's a matter of waiting for the blood to return to full strength before repeating what you just did. And so in the third level of the Tower of Trials there appeared this picture of a teenager wielding a thick iron lance, hard fighting to eat the sound wave attack coming from behind him, rushed violently towards that Swamp Banshee. After a stab and a run back to the rocky formation at the center of then cowering and waiting for the blood to return to full strength before charging out tirelessly once more. 10 minutes later, Shao Knight, who had his hand on his thick iron lance, let out a long sigh of relief, relying on this roguish and obscene style of play. Finally, he was able to take down all 3 Swamp Banshees without any danger. With a flash of experience, Shao Knight also rose to level 11. Sacrifice the Swamp Banshee. Shao Knight opened the sacrifice ceremony once again. The payloads of the 3 Swamp Banshees slowly dissipated around Shao Knight. The Bog Banshee's flame sacrifice is successful. Acquisition of the skill Water Calling Steps. Second skill. Shao Knight hurriedly tapped on his skill panel, only to see that in addition to Beast Blood Boiling, the second skill had already been lying peacefully in the skill bar. Calling for Water. Skill level B. Effects. A unique talent skill of the aquatic race, summoning water to wrap around the body. Immune to most of the slowing down control effects. Passive effect, increases movement speed by 15%. A secondary control-free skill. At this time, Shao Knight had not realized that it was this seemingly mediocre non-injurious skill but it helped him a lot on the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials that followed. Congratulations! Have killed the 3rd level's guard monsters. In the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials teleportation. Hint, you don't need to kill all the guarding monsters on this level. You just need to reach the teleportation array in the center alive. No need to kill guard monsters? A wave of doubt rose in Shao Knight's heart all of a sudden, and after seeing the sinister intentions of the designers of the first 3 layers, Shao Knight could not help but raise his guard even more. The 4th floor of this Tower of Trials was definitely fraudulent. Chapter 12 Ghost Fire Spider Lair. The rich and powerful are in danger. A few seconds later, Shao Knight, who had been teleported to the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials, was suddenly dumbstruck, only to see that it wasn't a few monsters guarding the place instead, It's an entire ghost fire spider lair. Ghost fire spiders swarm this kind of scalp-numbing arthropod monsters. Just the dense compound eyes and the crawling movement that called people uncomfortable is enough to dissuade 90% of the female awakened. And one layer after another like a dragnet of spider silk is the fourth floor of the Tower of Trials into a real coiled silk cave. Anyone who steps into this place is gradually bound to honesty, followed by swarms of spiders swarming up from all around. These demonic-like spider-like monsters will devour their prey with what they do best, the spectral ghost fire toxin that closes out from above their fangs. It's a fire and poison dual attribute attack that, the sustained damage of burning plus poisoning was capable of causing any Blood Bowl profession to instantly die a violent death. My own mother. Shao Knight frantically scurried away in the midst of these roiling spider silk traps, dodging a spider silk that shot towards him. Water calling step, open. Shao Knight hurriedly turned on this new skill that he had only just acquired, only to see a current of water gushing up from the surroundings slowly wrapping itself around his feet, isolating a curtain of water. Feeling a lightness coming from his feet, Shao Knight once again stepped on top of this roiling spider silk, but there was no sense of obstruction or stickiness that he had just felt. At this moment, Shao Knight could hardly imagine that if he didn't have the water calling step, a divine skill that was immune to the slowing down control effect, he would have been devoured by 10,000 spiders and died a few minutes ago. Shao Knight, who was in discomfort, hurriedly took advantage of the time when the water-evoking steps was in effect and swept towards the center of the fourth floor. However, even though the position of Shao Knight was as delicate as Shao Knight was surrounded by swarms of ghost fire spiders in the sky, it was inevitable that he would be struck. Shao Knight only felt a stabbing pain on his shoulder, caught in ghost fire toxin. The next second the dual sustained blood deduction damage of toxin and burning had emerged from Shao Knight's head. Burning damage -9, toxin damage -5. The damage numbers weren't great, but it was important to realize that this could be just a layer of ghost fire toxin stacked on top of the bite. But with a few more bites and 3 or 4 layers of burning and toxins stacked on top of each other, I'm afraid I won't be able to bounce a few steps. Shao Knight's entire body tensed up, non-stop dodging. Alignment. Half a day later, Shao Knight, who had rushed forward regardless, had almost rushed to the center of this floor. Raising his head, he could already vaguely see that a teleportation array on the uppermost level of the ghost fire spider's lair was inching with a blue light. While the water calling step is in effect, Shao Knight hurriedly climbed up in 3 steps. However, just at the moment when he was about to step into the teleportation array, Shao Knight stopped his footsteps alive and stood with both feet on the edge of the teleportation array, suddenly turning around, looking at the dense swarm of ghost fire spiders chasing behind him. A thought suddenly surfaced in Shao Knight's mind, a greedy and risky thought. Shao Knight violently raised the thick iron lance in his hand and ruthlessly swept it towards the several ghost fire spiders that were pouncing up. -10. -10. A few damage numbers popped up. These ghost fire spiders had a lower life value than the vines on the second level, only a measly 10 points. It only takes 1 hit to be able to kill in seconds. However, the ability to kill every ghost fire spider that approached one's body without fail was a great test of the use of weapons. And at this time, Shao Knight still had the effects of ghost flame poison hanging on his body. The bloodstain is dropping, bit by bit. If he hadn't relied on the photosynthesis recovery to restore his blood every second, Shao Knight would have almost lost most of his blood bar at this moment. Not many chances. Shao Knight narrowed his eyes. The thick iron lance in his hand was precise and dry, stabbing all the ghost fire spiders that rushed over one by one. With more and more spiders catching up, Shao Knight was destined to not be able to block all the attacks in an airtight manner. But before that, Shao Knight wanted to kill as many ghost fire spiders as possible. Shao Knight, what is he doing? Tang Wan Air, the only one who was watching Shao Knight's perspective, froze in her tracks. It was obvious that he had reached the teleportation array, but instead he twisted his head to kill these ghost fire spiders? Did he not hear the cue for the 4th floor? Tang Wan Air can't help but feel a little anxious. It seemed to her that what Shao Knight was doing now was as useless as anything else. Even though these palm-sized ghost fire spiders were numerous, each one of them didn't give much experience at all, and using them to brush experience was nothing more than a waste of time. Didn't Shao Knight know that if the trialists ended up reaching the same number of layers, then whoever reached the final layer first would get a higher score? Time is money. Shao Knight, what on earth are you doing? At this time, Shao Knight was also in a state of high tension. On the one hand, to make sure that you didn't miss any of the ghostly fire spiders close to your body. On the one hand, he also had to pay attention to his blood bar that was constantly being corrupted and dropped by the ghost fire poison. Finally, with more and more spiders chasing after him, and Shao Knight's own bloodstain dropping to nearly a quarter of the danger line, Shao Knight must enter the teleportation array now. However, at this moment, the bodies of densely packed ghost fire spiders were already spread around him, at least close to 100 of them. Sacrifice the ghost fire spider's payload. Shao Knight's spear tip danced. The ritual of sacrifice was hastily opened at the last minute. at the same time taking a step backward. One foot stepped into the teleportation formation, while the scene around them was sky-high. Hundreds of hints also surfaced before Shao Knight's eyes. Ghost Fire Spider's salary sacrifice succeeded. Fire +1. Ghost Fire Spider's salary sacrifice succeeded. Fire +1. Ghost Fire Spider's salary sacrifice succeeded. Fire +1. Finally a pleasant voice appeared in Shao Knight's ears. Acquired natural skill, Ghost Fire Poison. This incomparably moving hint instantly caused Shao Knight's heart to rejoice wildly. This moment, everything risked was worth it. This was the reason why Shao Knight had just risked turning back to kill the Ghost Flame Spider, Ghost Flame Toxin. You know, of all the anomalies, the most common type of monster that is restrained is poison. The vast majority of monsters, with the exception of those corrupt creatures, are affected by the effects of toxins. And the second most restrained monster is fire. Most fur creatures or what attribute creatures are weak to fire. The Ghost Fire Spider's Ghost Fire Toxin happened to combine these two abnormal statuses, and was simply a divine weapon for killing monsters. However, for human professionals, collecting toxins and refining toxins was a highly dangerous task, and only a very few hunters and assassins possessed the skill of weapon extracting toxins. But Shao Knight is different. He who could enjoy sacrifices was able to directly access the monster's talent words. However, there is a probability that the sacrifice will not work all at once. That was why Shao Knight had risked killing as many Ghost Fire Spiders as possible just now. But fortunately it's all worth it now. Ghost Fire Toxin, this toxin that restrained the vast majority of monsters, including human awakened, was now lying peacefully in one's natural skill bar. Check the skill effect. Shao Knight instantly called out gently, Ghost Fire Toxin, entry level, grade A, word effect, a toxin unique to the Ghost Fire Spider race, which grows in a miasma of lava and poison, that attaches to the weapon when used. Hitting the target will add a layer of burning, and a layer of poisonous effect. Burning, sustained damage and reduces the target's defense. Poison, sustained damage and inhibits the target's recovery effects. What a Ghost Fire Toxin! Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Then he secretly surveyed the scene on the 5th floor of this Tower of Trials. Just by walking to this 5th level, the surrounding area had become much narrower. It was like a coliseum, with neat marble floors. Just then, a sudden tremor came from above the ground. The guardian monster of the 5th floor is about to appear. Soon, a huge figure appeared in Shao Knight's field of vision, only to see that it was a giant bear with a figure as small as a mountain, with hair as rough as needles, and sharp claws on top of both paws like blades. Ghost Claw Bear, status, adult, level, 15 elite boss, danger level, extremely dangerous. Shao Knight immediately tensed his bowstring. It was finally time to come face to face with the monster. With nothing to hold back, this adult Ghost Clawbear in front of me was at least able to match the strength of an ordinary professional squad. There was even less room to hide in the surrounding grounds. However, Shao Knight did not intend to surrender his weapons, for no other reason. Ghost Clawbear has a thick layer of fur on its body, means weak fire. Species again belonging to the class of ordinary living beings, means weak poison. Chapter 13, Behind the Scenes Designer. A big shot from the military. At this time in the awakening ceremony square outside the Tower of Trials, the old principal Lin Jiangnan, whose eyes were firmly fixed on the big screen, said nothing with a black face, and ruthlessly squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. What son of a designed the Tower of Trials this year? The Goblin Horde and Undying Tree Goblins on the first 2 floors of the Tower of Trials alone had directly brushed away nearly 90% of the awakened. The next Swamp Banshee on the 3rd level, again, eliminated all those warrior, knight-type professions that moved clumsily. On the contrary, some long-range class professions such as archers, mages, and other awakenings relied on their means of long-distance output and hid in the rock crevices, killing the 3 Swamp Banshees from afar. When it came to the scalp-numbing 4th level, the Ghost Fire Spider nest that was like a small building was even more desperate for Lin Jiangnan himself to see. Above the live screen, almost all that was left were the few seated players who had awakened S-rank professions, and the few A-rank professionals. Discordant Dragon Martial Monk, Wang Dao relied on his high resistance and high output from his half-meat battles, and hardened himself to carry the damage as he charged towards the teleportation array in the center of the lair. Even so, there was only a sliver of blood left when they reached the teleportation array, which was saddening to see. Frost Swordsman, Lin Xueming was likewise not much better. His ice system was just restrained by the Ghost Fire Spider, and he relied solely on his S-rank profession shield to save his life before reaching the teleportation array without any danger. Qin Yen Yen, who has awakened the agility profession, Bloodline Hunter, seems to have the same immune deceleration control skills, and deftly avoids the spider threads and the spider swarms that make most girls shy away. Reaching the teleportation array, she became the only female awakened left to reach the 5th floor. As for Lu Ruyan, who had previously relied on her, Fire Elemental Mage, attribute restraint to be the first to kill the Undying Tree Goblin, and who had used her long-range rocket spell to consume the swamp banshee. When he came to the 4th level of the ghost fire spider's nest, he was completely desperate. As a brittle mage, she was trapped by the spider web after only a few steps and couldn't take a single step. Looking at the ghostly fire spiders that were crawling towards her all over the place, Lu Ruyan, face white, directly chose the initiative to abstain. The trial results to this end. Seeing as how there were only a few seeds left in this class of awakenings at the first middle school, after the cursing principal Lin and director Zhang and the others followed Wang Biao and Lin Shueming's perspectives to the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials, that adult ghost clawbear that appeared in the gladiatorial arena with it. Yet all of them couldn't help but curse again. Damn it, who on earth would put this in the Tower of Trials, let alone a newly awakened professional? Even a whole squad of practitioners might not be able to securely defeat an adult ghost clawbear. What on earth is the designer of this year's Tower of Trials? I heard it was a big shot from the military side. At this point in time, in a military research institute in Shangjing City, a block of high-definition screens covered the entire observation room, and the images on top of these screens were all images from the Tower of Trials without exception. Although 95% of those screens have become black and white, eliminated. Nia Xiaoyu, who was wearing a professional outfit but outlined the perfect curves of her body and wearing gold glasses, showed a hint of disappointment on her face and said in a bland tone, "It looks like this year's Tower of Trials will end here. Not a single person from Shangjing City can break through the 5th floor." Wang Lin, the researcher in military uniform next to him, said with some tears in his eyes, "That's true. Who would put an adult ghost clawbear in the Tower of Trials? Even an S-ranked professional would never be able to single-handedly defeat a ghost clawbear when they first awakened, right?" Nia Xiaoyu, on the other hand, gently pulled her hair and said with a somewhat innocent look on her face, "Yes, but back when I took the Dragon Scales test, taking out a ghost clawbear before the first turn was just the most basic test for combatants." Next to the researcher Wang Linlove cannot help but a burst of sweat. This year suddenly descended on the institute fully responsible for the Tower of Trials leader Nia Xiaoyu. Mouth nothing to be afraid of. The name of the organization that came out of her mouth was even more of a military secret organization that Wang Lin could not even come into contact with at his level. Nia Xiaoyu habitually bit the pen in her hand, and her tone was somewhat cold, saying, "It's just a pity that this year's Awaken can't even get through the 5th floor, let alone the hidden floor. I've gone to a lot of trouble to catch that little guy." The Wang Lin beside him, however, was listening to the cold sweat. Even this ancestor found it laborious. What exactly was that hidden layer? "Sir, the 5th layer is an adult ghost clawbear." "Hidden layer? What kind of monster did you actually catch over here?" Only to hear Nia Xiaoyu use the most bland tone of voice, but say the most heart-stopping words that would make one's heart tremble. "It's not much. A dragon cub is all." Shao Knight, who was on the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials at this time, did not rashly launch an attack. An adult ghost clawbear press is not something that an ordinary professional can deal with. This level was simply set up for S-rank and above professionals. The ghost clawbear was as strong as a small mountain, and the wire-like rough fur on its back was almost like a thick layer of armor. A pair of ferocious eyes glared fiercely at Shao Knight, who had intruded into its territory. Since they were already here, it was simply not Shao Knight's style to quit and surrender without trying. Like its burly figure, the ghost clawbear was likewise a power monster with high feats and thick blood, and its speed of action, though fierce, was not swift. To maneuver around him, you have to rely on agile positioning. Shao Knight had now arrived at level 13, and in one breath, he added all the free attribute points he had gained from previous upgrades to agility. After turning on the water calling step, Shao Knight's movement speed soared once again. At this time, that one ghost clawbear had already attacked fiercely towards Shao Knight with a low roar. The bear-like creature's attacks are simple and reckless. 1 lunge, 2 hugs, 3 stools. All of these were learned from Shao Knight's reading through the notes of his predecessors in the school library's collection. A punt. It was that ghost-clawed bear that lunged over with the force of a truck. Even a shield warrior with high defense couldn't hold up against this if he was a professional before his first turn. And never dodged too early. Never underestimate the steering ability of this ghost-claw bear. Shao Knight steadied his steps, and as he watched this ghost-clawed bear rush to a distance of 4 or 5 meters like a raging storm, that's why he rolled violently to the side and it was a mess. But it was just enough to avoid the fatal blow. Shao Knight, who had dodged this move, but did not dare to carry the slightest bit, violently rushed towards the position after this ghost-clawed bear. 2 hugs, only to see that this ghost-clawed bear missed its pounce. It immediately stretched out its 2 thick arms and violently embraced towards Shao Knight. If this let it hold, a small life would almost be accounted for here. However, Shao Knight was running towards the back of that ghost-clawed bear, and this blind spot in his vision was precisely the corner that happened to be out of the ghost-clawed bear's attack range. It's now! Shao Knight's gaze flickered. Ghost Fire Toxin, instantaneous activation. The tip of the thick iron lance had a trace of flickering flaming toxin effect wrapped around it. and it ruthlessly stabbed at the back of that ghost-clawed bear. The target is in a state of ghost fire toxin. Chapter 14, Terrorizing the Ghost Claw Bear. Wang Biao, Lin Xueming eliminated. Xiao Knight scored a hit and without the slightest pause, hurriedly made a big jump backward. Just see this lightning bolt. That ghost claw bear's wide and thick as sat down violently towards the back, and along with it, his back like a small mountain rubbed fiercely on the ground. Even the marble slab was instantly made a dent. This is the three-sitting stool. This move looks like it kills despite its naive and comical look. It was the very points that countless professionals had summarized with their lives to fight against bear-type monsters. If one was unfamiliar with the attack style of a bear-type monster and rushed around to attack, one would most likely fall into its path. Luckily, Xiao Knight had predicted this move early and withdrew his stance in advance. However, looking at the large pit where the large slab of stone had been sat in pieces and shattered, it was also still a heartbreaking experience. And at the same time, this ghost claw bear was also successfully hooked up to the ghost flame toxin by Xiao Knight. The thick fur on the back of the ghost claw bear was instantly set ablaze, dealing burning damage while also receiving a toxin effect. 10-15. The ghost claw bear was agitated more and more by the burning and painful ghost fire toxin on its back, and at the same time, it revealed its blood bar. Adult grizzly bear, level 15 elite boss, blood 4953/5000. It rapidly poisoned and burned a small strip of blood in just a few seconds. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, quickly distanced himself from this maniacal ghost claw bear by utilizing the water calling step S movement speed boost. Next, just find the opportunity to recharge with another layer of ghost fire toxin before pulling back to a safe distance. If things went well, consuming this ghost claw bear wouldn't be a problem. However, at this time, the other few awakened who had reached the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials were not as smooth as Xiao Knight. Wang Biao's profession was the S-ranked melee profession, discordant dragon martial monk, wielding the characteristic weapon, the war stick. When he came up and saw the mountainous ghost claw bear, he thought that it was a monster with empty size and blood but sluggish attack moves, just like the undying tree spirit on that second level. Knowing that there are countless spectators outside the Tower of Trials, including his own father, who are watching him, Wang Biao let out a low roar, and rushed up with his war club in hand, wanting to show off his profession's ability to carry and fight. However, Ghost Claw Bear came up and taught him a lesson. He hadn't even reacted when that pounce as swift as a locomotive rushed into Wang Biao's face. 891. Instantly a damage close to 900 exploded on Wang Biao's head, also thanks to the fact that he is, after all, a S-class melee profession. Defense and blood volume are good before he is not killed in seconds. However, this time but had already watched the spectators outside the Tower of Trials shaking their heads for a while. The heads of the 4 major guilds, with the exception of Wang Biao's father Wang Mang's Black Eagle Guild, the other 3 were looking at this comical scene with some amusement, and nonchalantly mocked each other one after another. It seems that Mr. Wang's fighting maneuvers need more practice. Wang Ming's face is even darker. Immediately after that, Wang Biao on the screen was once again hit by the Ghost Claw Bear's 2 hugs. Ghost Claw Bear's thick arm directly grabbed Wang Biao firmly, and then held him fiercely in his arms. Bear hugs. This is a somewhat naive sounding word that you don't realize the horror of until you see it with your own eyes. 1526. Terrifying damage directly overflowed Wang Biao's blood bar, instantly turning him into a flash of white. Then the screen turned gray and had shown the announcement. Trialist Wang Biao has been eliminated. Final score 5th level. The head of the Black Eagle Guild hurriedly flattered President Wang Meng. Chairman, Xiao Pao's result is already very good. Who else could have been able to avoid the Ghost Clawbear's attack even when he just awakened his profession? Wang Meng, on the other hand, said nothing with a black face. Bear-like monsters with 1 lunge, 2 hugs, and 3 benching moves that, even he, the president, only knew about it after experiencing countless copies, but his own son being hit twice in a row in full view of everyone still made him a bit humiliated. The other S-class career awakened, Lin Xueming, was likewise no better. 3 years in high school followed Xiao Knight day after day to ask for advice with an open mind. He naturally also learned a lot of things. That's why he, who didn't recklessly launch an attack on the ghost-clawed bear on the first up, was able to dodge that first move that was like a locomotive without any danger. Relying on the unique skill of the S-ranked profession Frost Swordsman again, the cold air formation slowed down the movements of that ghost claw bear and dodged the fatal hug. Then with a turn of his footsteps he came behind the ghost claw bear, and the long sword in his hand frantically began its output. To deal with this kind of giant monster that moved clumsily, one had to go around behind them, which was still what Xiao Knight had told him back then. It was a pity that Lin Xueming had only learned the skinny, not just any giant monster's back was their weakness. For example, the small mountain-like ghost claw bear in front of him. When old Principal Lin Zhangnan and the onlookers, including Director Zhang, saw on the live broadcast screen that Lin Xueming had managed to dodge the first 2 powerful attacks and circled around behind the ghost-clawed bear, one by one, they are all overjoyed. Lin is worthy of being the genius seed of our first middle school. With such dexterous positioning, coupled with his S-ranked profession, I'm afraid that he may not be unable to pass through this 5th floor. The old principal, Lin Jiangnan, on the other hand, was even rubbing his chin and grinning. I have long been optimistic about Mr. Lin Xueming. Our first middle school has finally produced a talent. Lin's future is simply unlimited. While Tang Wan'er, who raised her head to look at the big screen, frowned when she saw the scene. Lin Xueming is too greedy for knives. Even though his Frost Swordsman's output was quite impressive after turning on an attack with the Frost attribute attached to it. However, for a fierce boss like the Ghost Clawed Bear, it was also important to never output at the same angle for too long. As expected, only the big screen above the. Feeling a chill on his ass, Ghost Claw Bear wailed and roared, then sat back violently. Lin Xueming, who was outputting cheerfully, could not avoid it. Wide-eyed, he watched the hill of ass slam down over his head. Lin Xueming was instantly shocked and anxious, wanting to curse his mother. I go to. However, before the words came out of his mouth, a huge number had already exploded out of Lin Xueming's head. 2158. It sat directly on his frost shield and shattered it. This is the most terrifying move a bear monster can make. 3 benches. Seeing that Lin Xueming's bloodstain was almost instantly emptied, with only a sliver remaining. But that's not all. Only to see that Ghost Clawbear sat down on his butt, not yet satisfied, then lie down smoothly. That broad back directly pressed Lin Xueming on the ground. Friction. 951. 861. Several chilling numbers sprang up, and Lin Xueming became the first trialist in this year's Tower of Trials to be ass-kicked to death, transformed into a stream of white light, the screen viewing his perspective instantly black and white. The trialist Lin Xueming has been eliminated. Final score level 5. The smile on Principal Lin's face, who saw the scene from the big screen, stiffened by inches. A few words squeezed out from between his teeth. The Director Zhang. Still have a few left that haven't been eliminated? Director Zhang, on the other hand, hurriedly lowered his head to check and replied, Principal, there are still 2 people left in our first high school. One of them is the student Qin Yanyan, who is an S-level professional, and the other, it's actually Xiao Knight. Director Zhang immediately widened his eyes in shock, while Principal Lin, who was next to him, said with an impatient look on his face, Xiao Knight? That loser who awakened a whiteboard profession is probably still staying on the 1st floor. Immediately bring the viewpoint of MS. Qin Yan ran to the big screen for me. Chapter 15, all eliminated? No, there's one more. Director Zhang did not even think about it and immediately complied. The large screen instantly changed to Qin Yanran's perspective. Holding a longbow, she was the only agility-based long-range S-rank profession, Bloodline Hunter, only in the limited grounds of the 5th floor of that Tower of Trials. The Qin Yanyan took death steps and circled around the outside of the dueling arena, drawing a fairly safe distance away from that ghost-clawed bear. The longbow in his hand was a continuous output to that ghost-claw bear. Shot after shot, swift plumes of arrows struck the ghostly clawed bears, spinning and drilling out blood flower after blood flower. It was none other than her profession's characteristic skill, bloodstained arrow feather. Although the rough iron longbow in Qin Yanyan's hand was unable to deal excessive physical damage to the ghost claw bear, it struck a bleeding effect, and Ghost Clawbear's blood bar is decreasing little by little. Kite flow. It's kite flow. MS. Qin Yanran's control of distance is really exquisite. A murmur of admiration erupted from the crowd of onlookers. The school flower Qin Yanyan already has a lot of followers in the school. Her own conditions are excellent and awakened at S-class occupation, she has completely become the object of pursuit of the masses. Good job, MS. Qin Yanran. Principal Lin didn't dare to put words in his mouth this time, and could only lead the applause with a red face. The eyes of the crowd were all focused on Qin Yanran's perspective above the. Even Tang Wan'er couldn't help but be attracted by Qin Yanran's alignment, secretly praising that student Qin Yanran must have worked hard on her alignment. Following this tactic, as long as there were no surprises, it might actually be able to exhaust the ghost clawbear. Then Tang Wan'er lowered her head to look at Xiao Knight's perspective on the monitor she was holding again. But instantly, he couldn't help but stare. Just see the monitor. That holding a lance around the ghost clawbear like a dance. Xiao Knight. Every output was precise and dry. In contrast, the ghost clawed bear that had fallen into a state of rage was like a clown, not even touching Xiao Knight's hair. What shocked Tang Wan'er the most, on the other hand, was that that ghost clawbear's blood bar was horribly bottomed out? How is that possible? What kind of damage is this? Tang Wan'er, who specialized in teaching fighting classes, couldn't figure out how it was possible to hit such a high output in a short period of time with Xiao Knight's whiteboard profession. The careful Tang Wan'er slowly saw the clues at once, only to see that the demise of the ghost-clawed bear's bloodstain was not at the time of each of Xiao Knight's attacks. It seems to be a constant deduction of blood, per se, and the deduction value is quite high. Could it be that Xiao Knight also hit an abnormal status? Podcast. The first middle school awakener, Wang Dong, eliminates the third tier of final results. First middle school awakener Lin Tian eliminated. Final scene level 2. First high school. As each elimination message was broadcasted on the large screen in the Tower of Trials, those awakened who knew they had no hope of breaking through the upper levels of the Tower of Trials and tried their best to survive longer on the second and third floors to improve their scores were also gradually eliminated. At this moment, among the large screen view of the awakening ceremony being watched, there was only Qin Yanran left. In the middle of the scene, in that open dueling arena, relying on the bloodstained arrow feather skill, Qin Yanyan was able to deal considerable damage to the thick-skinned ghost claw bear, bit by bit grinding its blood bar to nearly half. Student Qin Yanran is truly worthy of being a role model for our first middle school. It's true that women are not inferior to men. I see that Qin Yanran has hopes of breaking through the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials to get a perfect score. Once again, a burst of hope danced in the eyes of the old principal, Lin Zhangnan. Next to him, Director Zhang was even chattering and flattering. That's right, if you ask me, MS, Qin Yanran is our pride. And at this point, Wang Biao and Lin Xueming, who had already been eliminated from the Tower of Trials, had also been teleported out. Looking at Qin Yanran, who was still fighting in the dueling arena on the 5th floor on that large screen, both of their faces also showed complex expressions. Qin Yanran, who has always been polite but distant to anyone, is the recognized school flower of the first middle school, with many admirers around her, and Wang Biao is one of them. Even though as the heir of one of the 4 major guilds, the Black Eagle Guild, he was also definitely a proper high roller. Qin Yanyan didn't make any exceptions for him, and rejected him just the same. In the eyes of the crowd, Wang Biao also gave himself the persona of a deep-rooted highflyer, only to have Qin Yanyan not taken a single more word from him. And today's awakening ceremony, although he also managed to awaken an S-rank profession, but compared to the big screen on the positioning of the exquisite Qin Yanyan, his own just that poor performance is simply like a clown general. At this moment, Wang Biao's face was full of regret and hatred, regretting that he had been too reckless on the 5th floor. Otherwise, on the big screen right now, he would be neck and neck with Qin Yan's classmates. Lin Xueming's face, however, showed a hint of gloom. Unlike Wang Biao, who set up a deep love persona, Lin Xueming had taken the initiative to confess to Qin Yanran, only in full view of the public. Lin Xueming, who thought he was sincere enough, was politely rejected by Qin Yanyan. After that, Lin Xueming looked at Qin Yanran differently again. Qin Yanran, Lin Xueming looked at Qin Yanran on top of that big screen, his eyes filled with grudges and jealousy. If he himself was not able to pass the 5th floor, then Qin Yanyan was definitely not allowed to either. And just then, Qin Yanran on top of the big screen had an accident. The arrow that was supposed to be shot at the body of that ghost-clawed bear was deflected to the head of the ghost-clawed bear. 169. A blast of weakness damage appeared in the middle of the screen in a flash. What would have been a good thing in the eyes of but she realized that Qin Yanran in the middle of the screen was a bit flustered. The heads of the several guilds in the arena, as well as the Black Eagle Guild's president Wang Mang, were also instantly frowning. No good. The reason why Qin Yanyan from before had been able to keep pulling a safe enough distance to perform the kite flow tactic was because she had purposely controlled the arrow she shot at the ghost-clawed bear's body rather than its weak point, in order to prevent knocking the ghost-clawed bear out of its rage state. But this arrow exploded into a blast of damage, only to see that the ghost claw bear in the middle of the screen was shot by this arrow with a roar, and it really entered a state of rage. His body violently crouched on the ground, and he madly rushed towards Qin Yanran, his speed surging by more than half from just now. Qin Yanran subconsciously dodged, yet there was no cover at all on the entire empty dueling arena. He could only try his best to dodge to the side, yet in his panic he still failed to avoid it. The ghost claw bear in its furious state slapped Qin Yanran into a wisp of white light with just one claw. 1150. Qin Yanyan, who was already a brittle agility profession, couldn't block this blow at all. First middle school awakener Qin Yanyan has been eliminated. Final score level 5. Along with Qin Yanyan's perspective gradually turning gray, the Tower of Trials for the last S-ranked professional came to an end. Principal Lin couldn't help but let out an angry curse when he saw this scene. Who on earth designed this year's Tower of Trials? One touch and you're killed in seconds. Whoever you let in can't beat that 5th level ghost claw bear. And next to him, Director Zhang, who knew some tidbits of information, hurriedly reached out and whispered something into Principal Lin's ear. I only saw Principal Lin's face go white for a moment, and he whispered, "What? Someone from the top of the military designed it. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Director Zhang could only nod coyly while compensating for his smile. With the elimination of the last hope, Qin Yanran, in the eyes of the crowds of onlookers on the awakening ceremony field, this year's awakening ceremony should have come to an end. The first middle school had awakened 3 students with S-rank professions, but unfortunately no one was able to break through the 5th floor to get a perfect score in the Tower of Trials. Just as those watching the crowd were getting up to leave the stage, when Principal Lin and the heads of the 4 major guilds on the podium had also risen up one after another. However, the large screen of that Tower of Trials automatically jumped to a picture. This suggests the trial is not over yet. Wait, how is it that there are still awakened people in the Tower of Trials? Hasn't everyone been eliminated already? Aren't the 3S class awakened already out? Who the hell is anyone else? One by one, the people who had left the field in droves suddenly turned their heads in surprise and turned their eyes toward the large screen of that Tower of Trials, only to see that in the middle of the big screen, an awakened who had never been watched before was holding a thick iron lance, striding with extremely precise positioning, stuck in the dead center of the Ghost Claw Bear at all times. The Ghost Claw Bear's blood bar, on the other hand, was appalling. Already only 1/5 left. Tang Wanner was the only one amongst the entire awakening ceremony site who silently put down the monitor she was holding and turned her gaze to the big screen. Who is this? How did he also rush to the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials? Quick look, it looks like the Ghost Claw Bear is about to be killed by him. Didn't the first middle school only have 3 S-rank awakened people this time? How could he? The crowd of onlookers, including those in charge of the guilds, were all wide-eyed one by one. However, the awakened of the same session had already recognized the man. Wait, that person seems to be Shao Knight. Chapter 16, Whiteboard Profession Passing Level 5? Must be cheating. Shao Knight? Look, isn't that Shao Knight? How is that possible? Didn't Shao Knight he only awakened a whiteboard profession? How is it possible for a whiteboard profession to rush to the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials? This can't be right. Wang Biao's eyes widened as he slammed the table, looking at Shao Knight above the big screen with an incredulous expression. And Lin Xueming, who was next to him, couldn't believe his eyes. Right off the bat, it's the incredibly difficult Orc Goblin leader, Undead Tree Goblins with up to 50,000 blood, and the difficult Swamp Banshee, Ghost Fire Spider Lair. Lin Xueming boasted that he had already overplayed his hand by being able to rush to the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. As for Shao Knight, he was nothing more than a whiteboard profession. How could he also rush through the 5th floor? He should have been pinched by the Goblin leader on the 1st level, and died under the vines of an undead tree spirit. Early elimination is the way to go. However, the large screen in front of him clearly saw that Shao Knight had already arrived at the familiar marble-paved 5th floor of the dueling arena. In front of him was the Ghost Claw Bear that had caused Lin Xueming and Wang Biao's crowd to have some mental shadows cast over them. The blood had even been consumed by Shao Knight to the point that only 1/5 of it was left. No! Lin Xueming immediately questioned in a loud voice. Shao Knight he must be cheating. How can he, a whiteboard profession, kill an immortal tree spirit with a blood count of 50,000? Lin Xueming's words instantly woke up Wang Biao next to him as well as the crowd of awakened ones. They've all experienced the Tower of Trials firsthand. The lair of the undead tree spirit, the swamp banshee, and the ghostly fire spider. Each layer of the Tower of Trials was like a brutal hell. And how could Shao Knight, a whiteboard profession, get past these levels? Cheating. He must have cheated. Headmaster must check him out. Shao Knight he must have cheated. There's no way he could have passed the previous levels. Be sure to punish cheaters severely. And yet just as there was a chorus of skepticism, Shao Knight on top of the big screen, however, had already forced that Ghost-Clawed Bear's blood bar to the last sliver. At this moment, the Ghost-Clawed Bear had long since fallen into a state of violent rage, yet each of his violent attacks couldn't even touch a single hair on Shao Knight's head. Shao Knight's movements weren't fast and his agility wasn't high, and yet, he was able to dodge every single one of them without any danger, which was a subtle control of distance. Qin Yanran, who had just been teleported out of the Tower of Trials at the moment, also happened to see the scene. Shao Knight has also rushed to the 5th floor. After a short period of shock, Qin Yanyan's gaze also became increasingly grave. Looking at Shao Knight, who was still steadily maneuvering around the Ghost-Clawed Bear in its furious state under the attack of the Ghost-Clawed Bear, her gaze became more and more scorchingly hot. I see. It turns out that sometimes you can't just dodge with the goal of pulling away. Walking around the perimeter of your target is more than capable of capitalizing on the time lag of those clumsy monsters' turns. Shao Knight, just how strong are you? Amidst a sea of skepticism and disbelieving gazes, that Ghost Claw Bear's blood bar was returning to zero bit by bit. Lin Xueming, on the other hand, said with a face full of veins that suddenly flared up, "You guys, take a quick look. That Ghost Claw Bear's blood bar isn't even decreasing with Shao Knight's attacks. Cheating. Shao Knight he must have cheated." Lin Xueming's words immediately caused a stir, and a group of people stood up at once, shouting in unison that they were cheating. In the eyes of the scholars of the same class, Shao Knight had already suppressed them for too long. However, at this very moment Shao Knight, who had awakened an ordinary whiteboard profession, was about to break through the 5th floor to get a full score in the Tower of Trials right in front of their eyes. It's something they'd rather die than believe. They'd rather believe that Shao Knight did this with an S-ranked profession. However, he was unwilling to believe that a whiteboard profession could kill the 5th level's Ghost Claw Bear just by relying on his own maneuvers. The words of agitation and skepticism are rising higher and higher. The Tang Wan-er, who was a fighting teacher, finally couldn't help herself. She had witnessed Shao Knight's bits and pieces of killing all the way to the 5th floor. Tang Wan-er stood up and frowned and reprimanded. All be quiet. The fact that the blood bar isn't decreasing with the attack means that the ghost-clawed bear has been hit by Shao Knight with an abnormal status. Can't you all see this most basic truth? Have all the fighting lessons I usually give you all been in vain? Tang Wan-er, who was already beautiful and was the fighting instructor of the whole year, had always been extremely prestigious in the eyes of the students, and her words immediately caused a group of weak-minded people to lower their voices. However, at this moment, Lin Xueming had gone crazy, and wasted no time in standing up and retorting to Tang Wan-er. Teacher Tang, you can't be so partial to Shao Knight just because of your favoritism towards him. We all know that Shao Knight he's only awakened a white plate profession. How could he possibly hit the ghost-clawed bear's abnormal status? He must have cheated. Tang Wan-er looked at Lin Xueming with a hint of displeasure on her face all of a sudden. But on the contrary, even she couldn't figure out just how Shao Knight had gotten this far with a whiteboard profession. Right, Teacher Tang, you can't take his side. Shao Knight must have cheated. Cheaters should be disqualified from the results and from participating in the Tower of Trials. Voice after voice of skepticism resounded above the awakening assembly. And at this time, Principal Lin and Director Zhang on the podium also frowned as they looked at Shao Knight above that big screen. Shao Knight? How could it be that brat? He's just a waste of a profession. Even if his operation is any better, he can't possibly beat the 5th floor. Did something go wrong with the Tower of Trials? Letting that guy speculate? At this moment, everyone could see that the blood level of that one Ghost Claw Bear was only a sliver left. Even if Shao Knight did not end up killing this Ghost Claw Bear, according to the rules of the Tower of Trials, the trialist who was able to kill more blood bars of the monster would receive a higher score. Then Shao Knight was almost destined to be the first place winner of this Tower of Trials. Before Principal Lin couldn't help but turn his head and whisper to Director Zhang, saying, "What's going on? If the reward for the first place in the Tower of Trials this time is given to him, wouldn't it be wasted? This time, in addition to the military's reward for the Tower of Trials, the school administration of the first middle school also provided an additional reward for the first place winner of the Tower of Trials. This reward, Lin Zhangnan had put his blood into it. The aim is to get closer to the promising number 1. So the winner of this first place could be Wang Biao, could be Lin Xueming, or could be Qin Yanyan, but it could never be that Shao Knight who had awakened a waste occupation." Director Zhang also said with a dark face. "I didn't expect that Shao Knight kid to be able to make it this far with a whiteboard profession, but headmaster, even if we have put our words out before, but something that good can never be wasted on a waste." The old principal Lin Zhangnan looked at the crowd underneath that was already in an uproar and couldn't help but say, "Do you think it's possible that there's something really wrong with this Tower of Trials? Allowing that kid to speculate?" Director Zhang said with conviction at once, "Headmaster, I bet there's no running." Principal Lin nodded slightly with an expressionless face. And then I looked at the cheating that was growing in the hue and cry around that awakening ceremony. In his heart, he immediately made up his mind that even if Shao Knight finally killed the Ghost Claw Bear, he must not give the final reward to this waste of a man. Shao Knight, Chapter 17, Poisoning the Ghost Claw Bear. The unexpected surprise of the hidden levels. At this time on the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials, as Shao Knight once again managed to stack a layer of ghost flame toxin on the Ghost Clawed Bear, once again, a cue appeared in front of his eyes that the target is in a state of ghost fire toxin. Number of toxin layers, 10. A whole 10 layers of ghost flame toxin effect had been stacked, which was the reason why Shao Knight was able to burst out with such a high output in a short period of time. One tier of ghost fire toxin can only stack one tier of burning and one tier of toxin effects, pretty much only able to deduct a dozen drops of blood per second, but 10 levels of ghost fire toxin was enough to deduct close to 100 drops of blood per second. At this moment the steel fur on that ghost-clawed bear's body had almost all been cauterized. And the toxins were making its mind foggy and its eyes dazed. 121, 139, 1 by 1. Over 100 damage that kept jumping out of his body finally corrupted all 5,000 drops of this Ghost Claw Bear's blood bar. As that Ghost Claw Bear's hill-like body collapsed, the huge amount of experience allowed Shao Knight to directly rise to level 15. Sacrifice the payload of the Ghost Claw Bear. Without hesitation, Shao Knight performed the sacrifice ceremony. Compared to the large amount of experience, Shao Knight was more looking forward to what this elite-level boss Ghost Claw Bear's sacrifice could bring to him. Ghost Claw Bear's salary sacrifice successful. Acquisition of talent skill, Savage Charge. Skill level, A. Skill effect. Ghost Claw Bear charges at the target with an unstoppable momentum, causing a stun effect when it hits the target. What a great displacement skill to have. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but feel a burst of joy at the same time. but a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears once again. Congratulations! You have cleared all the floors of this tower of trials. Do you want to open the hidden floors? The footage of the hidden levels will not be broadcast live. And hidden layers? Shao Knight was stunned. Didn't all the previous trial towers only have 5 floors? I didn't realize that this year had increased the difficulty so much and added a hidden level that isn't live. What the hell is this designer up to? But I'm here now. Simply go and have a look. Enter the hidden layer. As soon as Shao Knight's words fell, the images around him were already in a trance as if the sky was spinning. It was as if he had arrived at the top of a towering mountain, surrounded only by roiling clouds and blue sky. Then there was a sudden click at the foot of the. Shao Knight hurriedly lowered his head to look, only to see that he had unexpectedly stepped on a white bone. It was only at this time that Shao Knight realized with a jolt that, as far as the eye could see, the place was filled with morose white bone corpses of various monsters, and there was even no shortage of monsters that were even more gigantic in size than the ghost claw bear. All of them, without exception, died by being gnawed on. What kind of monsters were put in this hidden level? Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but be creeped out. What the madman who designed the Tower of Trials was capable of this year was no longer something normal humans could predict. While Shao Knight was not daring to move a muscle, only to see that a pair of large eyes were revealed in the front towards a huge pile of white bones, which were peeking out and curiously sizing up Shao Knight. However, the pupil in that pair of eyes was a golden-colored vertical pupil. Around the eyes were scale after scale of fine, shimmering, dark red luster. At the same time, a pair of slightly childish, yet condescending wings were revealed. Shao Nightfall couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. Jesus, who put a dragon cub here? The dragon race, one of the most terrifying races of all monsters. These monsters, which have been written about in ancient legends, are inherently at the top of the food chain, born with unrivaled magic resistance and scales that are simply too difficult for ordinary weapons to break through. Even the lowest-ranked dragon cubs had the strength of a gold-level boss. The scene in front of us, which was like a monster graveyard, was enough to illustrate this fact. Even the mammoth elephants with their huge bodies somehow fell into the food of the young dragon species in front of them. Looks like it's the end of the line. Shao Nightfall couldn't help but shake his head and lamented somewhat helplessly. There's no point in dwelling on who actually designed this Tower of Trials this year anymore. Shao Knight knew very well in his heart that the harmless-looking dragon cub in front of him was in existence, that the weapon in his hand simply could not deal even a little damage, and its gentle mouthful of dragon breath was enough to send Shao Knight up in smoke. Shao Knight simply put away the rough iron lance in his hand and took the initiative to walk forward. Even if he's eliminated by this little guy with a direct bite of dragon breath, seeing a dragon creature up close was not an opportunity that everyone had, and most ordinary awakened could not watch a high-ranking monster like a dragon in their entire lives. What made Shao Knight feel a bit surprised was that along with his approach, this juvenile dragon race didn't seem to show a high desire to attack either. Instead, it was staring at itself with a pair of big eyes that were somewhat curious. Even Shao Knight had already walked to a distance of just 4 or 5 steps away from him. It was only at this moment that Shao Knight couldn't help but feel that the dragon race was truly a wonderful creature. The scales that were black with a hint of red shone with a dark light as if it were dark night. Even though the 2 wings were still considered young, the streamlined wing membranes, filled with a sense of power, were already visible. It is said that adult dragons can spread their wings up to several hundred meters, and fly as fast and fierce as a shooting star. Only a handful of mighty awakened people in the world were able to sign a contract with the dragon race and become the dragon riders admired by all. Shao Knight is not without this dream. Standing in the towering clouds of the dragon, just out will be enough to pull the wind. At this time, Shao Knight had gotten close enough to a man and a dragon, being separated by almost a few meters of distance from each other, looking at each other curiously and somewhat warily. Shao Knight even felt the huffing and puffing exhalations emanating from within the nostrils of that young dragon, which seemed to be sniffing its own body odor. When he figured out that he was nothing more than a human, he would have sent himself out of the Tower of Trials with a mouthful of dragon breath, right? Just as Shao Knight and this young dragon cub were facing each other at eye level, a cue just suddenly floated up in front of me. Obsidian Dragon, juvenile body, has initiated a pact with you. Do you sign the pact? Shasta. Shao Knight was struck by lightning. What the hell? A wave of ecstasy surged through every cell of Shao Knight's body. How come? How could such a heavenly thing happen to you? Signing a contract with a monster is an extremely rare act, and from then on the 2 parties are inseparable from each other. Often, only the Beastmaster profession has this ability, and even for Beastmasters, there are only a handful in the entire world that can contract with the dragon race. I sign. If Shao Knight hesitated for even a second longer, it would be disrespectful to the dragon clan. Next second, a ceremony interspersed with a special contract surfaced between Shao Knight and the dragon cub. Since it was the dragon cub that took the initiative to sign a contract with Shao Knight, so the whole ceremony was done very smoothly. A prompt soon appeared before Shao Knight's eyes. The Obsidian Dragon, Juvenile, has been successfully contracted. Obsidian Dragon. Level, 5. Status, Juvenile. Race, Obsidian Dragon. Only to see a unique dragon race's summoner icon appear on Shao Knight's panel. And soon Shao Knight also felt a subtle connection with this Obsidian Dragon cub in front of him, as if he could sense the other party's thoughts. Out of the blue. It was only then that Shao Knight finally understood why this Obsidian Dragon cub chose to take the initiative to sign a contract with himself. The reason for this was that unique talent that came with himself at birth, broken Godhead. Only monsters of the highest bloodline can feel a supreme existence like the Godhead, and this Obsidian Dragon happens to have this noble bloodline. From Shao Knight's body, it tangibly felt a godlike pressure that was real despite a hint of strangeness. In other words, this dragon species that was still in its infancy treated Shao Knight as a true god. To be able to sign a contract with a true god was a matter of supreme honor even for the dragon race. A man and a dragon, both feeling like they've picked up a big leak. And just as soon as the deed was done, a prompt also appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Congratulations, you have cleared the hidden level of the Tower of Trials and are about to be teleported out of the Tower of Trials. Is the contracted beast Obsidian Dragon, Juvenile body, taken back to the summoning space? Shao Knight immediately nodded his head. Take it back. Of course we have to get this little dragon cub out of here before we teleport out of here. This little guy was 100 times more precious than the reward of that Tower of Trials champion. Chapter 18. Nie Xiaoyu was confused. No? Where's my dragon? Cheating. Shao Knight, he must have cheated. Punish cheaters severely. No one should be allowed to speculate. At this time the crowd of onlookers outside were still shouting with righteous indignation. As the blood bar of the ghost-clawed bear in front of Shao Knight in the large screen approached 0 one by one, everyone's shouts couldn't help but get lower and lower. And everyone's eyes were staring fiercely at that ghost claw bear's bloodstain, hoping that something unexpected would happen at this last moment. However, watching as the ghost claw bear's last bloodstain clears, Wang Biao, Lin Xueming and the other onlookers' hanging hearts finally died. In plain sight, that ghost-clawed bear, which everyone thought was impossible for anyone to defeat, had just died under that thick iron lance in Shao Knight's hand. The final cue was also displayed above the big screen. The first middle school awakener, Shao Knight, has successfully cleared the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. This trial ceremony is over. Upper King City. In the main control room of the Tower of Trials, Nie Xiaoyu, who was holding a cup of coffee in her hand and leisurely pushing open the door, saw the notification on the screen as soon as she entered. This session of the Tower of Trials has ended, and all participating awakened have been teleported out of the Tower of Trials. Ooh, it's over? Nie Xiaoyu instantly walked to the console without any panic. In fact, all the results were not what she expected. An adult-bodied ghost clawbear was simply not something that the newly awakened occupiers could deal with. It's just a shame that none of the hidden levels she's worked so hard to capture and prepare to surprise everyone can even be seen. That juvenile obsidian dragon was originally a little one that she had just caught in conjunction with the research institute. And since the research program was not approved by the above for the time being, she had simply taken it over and placed it in the hidden level of the Tower of Trials. A dragon cub of this level placed in the entire military research base was a high-level weapon, incomparable in both military research value and strategic significance. If it wasn't for this crazy person, Nie Xiaoyu, no one would have dared to take out this dragon cub at all. However, Nie Xiaoyu wasn't at all worried that anyone would be able to harm this dragon cub. After all, even if it was a juvenile-bodied dragon race, it was definitely not something that a newly awakened professional could deal with, and it couldn't even injure it for a single moment. However, just as Nie Xiaoyu maneuvered the teleportation array, intending to teleport that one dragon cub out of the Tower of Trials tower, he froze violently. Wait, where's my dragon? What about a dragon cub my size? The cup of coffee that Nie Xiaoyu was carrying in her hands fell violently to the ground, her hands extremely deftly maneuvering the teleportation array as well as the entire security camera, and her pair of large eyes searching both suspiciously and somewhat panically throughout the entire 6th level of the Tower of the World's space. Yet how could there be no trace of the dragon cub in that hidden layer against a variety of giant white bones? Killed? No way. Nie Xiaoyu instantly dismissed the ridiculous idea that had surfaced in her mind. It was simply impossible for a newly awakened professional to have the ability to slay a dragon race. Moreover, that dragon cub had a special chip implanted in its body, so if it had died, they would have received a red alarm alert a long time ago. But now the chip doesn't give any hints at all. Open the Tower of Trials. The video recording of the 6th hidden level. The mood of Nie Xiaoyu's hands couldn't help but break out into a wet sweat as she hurriedly pulled up the surveillance records. It's a good thing there's only one surveillance record. In the entire Tower of Trials in Shanjing City, there was only one person who had cleared the 5th level of Ghost Claw Bear to the hidden level. Someone was actually able to kill the Ghost Claw Bear on the 5th level. Nie Xiaoyu emotion couldn't help but narrow her eyes, her heart faintly surprised. However, when she saw what happened next in the monitor, her whole body couldn't help but stand up violently. And, what the hell? He's making a contract with the Dragon Cub. Who is this man? Is he crazy? How can a freshly awakened professional make a contract with a dragon race? Wait. Nie Xiaoyu's pair of beautiful eyes were glaring like copper bells. Signing. Worked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The shock and cluelessness in Nie Xiaoyu's heart at the moment simply couldn't be described in words. A freshly awakened professional had so easily contracted the dragons they'd gone through so much trouble to capture? Just shoved it into the summoning space. And take it away? You. Leave the dragon cub to me, hey. Nie Xiaoyu was practically in a hurry to cry at the moment. All of this was happening too illogically. It wasn't as if they hadn't tried to make a contract with this dragon cub after taking the trouble to bring it back to the institute. However, it wasn't just Nie Xiaoyu. Even those up to level 200 beast master professionals in the team were unable to sign a contract with this dragon cub. The reason is that they cannot be recognized by the dragons. But this newly awakened guy in the middle of the surveillance just so easily and smoothly signed the contract with the dragon cub. Who the hell is this guy? Nie Xiaoyu's forehead couldn't help but break out in a fine sweat. If the higher-ups knew that he had played this dragon cub out of existence, he might have to be court-martialed. Nie Xiaoyu quickly searched the console for the first high school, Shao Knight. Nie Xiaoyu's mouth softly chanted Shao Knight's name. The news that a dragon cub has been contracted by a newly awakened professional must never be spread. Otherwise, not only would it attract forces from various countries interested in dragon cubs, it would also pose a threat to that kid's personal safety. Something big has happened. We have to contact their examiner quickly. And on the other side, on the first high school side of the awakening ceremony, as the announcement that Shao Knight had successfully cleared the Tower of Trials was slowly released above the large screen, there was first a silence above the entire awakening ceremony, and then more skepticism and abuse rang out. Cheating! Shao Knight, he must be cheating! Strongly request an investigation into Shao Knight's clearance process and severely punish the cheaters. Don't let a wasteful profession ruin this session of the Tower of Trials. And Principal Lin, who sensed that the fire had arrived, suddenly stood up and coughed gently, signaling the meeting place to be quiet. Then he turned on the microphone and said, to the crowd of onlookers, fellow students, I have heard the wishes of the citizens of Upper King City. Don't worry everyone, I've never favored any cheater in all my years as the principal of the first middle school. We have always demanded fairness and openness from our students. So here, Principal Lin said with a slight smile as he sold his words, I, the principal, will take the place of everyone else and initiate a request to the chief examiner, asking him to make sure that he properly investigates student Shao Knight's clearance record, and investigate whether or not he is cheated. If there is cheating, we will not tolerate it and will expel them from school. Principal Lin immediately made a wink to Director Zhang, who was next to him, and the two of them immediately had a heart-to-heart. 3 years of resources to cultivate out of the genius seed actually awakened a waste occupation. Originally this will certainly be in the education world to make their first high school become a laughingstock. But now just take the opportunity of the Tower of Trials cheating will be Shao Knight directly expelled from the school. It also saves their reward money on a loser. Director Zhang also immediately understood and stood up to concur, saying, that's right, our first middle school will definitely punish any cheater severely, and such opportunistic people are not qualified to receive the final reward from the Tower of Trials. The speeches of the principal and Director Zhang, who instead of showing the slightest favoritism to their own students, demanded that the examiners conduct a rigorous investigation, immediately caused a roar of applause in the middle of the venue. The crowd is even more in agreement. Yes, it's determined not to condone any of the cheaters. Punish Shao Knight severely and expel him from school. Chapter 19, Bullying Announcement. Shao Knight is number 1. Shao Knight must be cheating. Investigate Shao Knight thoroughly. Punish cheaters severely. In the midst of a crowd that's like a demon, only Qin Yanyan didn't say a word. Her brow wrinkled tightly. No, Shao Knight She believed that Shao Knight had the ability to do so to kill the ghost clawbear on the 5th level, before she could finish her sentence. However, she was drowned out by the shouts of the crowd. That's human nature. No one would even listen to her under these circumstances. Similarly stopped from speaking, there was also the class teacher, Tang Wanner, who was desperately trying to defend Shao Knight. Director Zhang, Principal, you believe me, student Shao Knight didn't cheat. I witnessed his record of passing all the way through. Tang Wan'er was so anxious that she picked up the monitor in her hand and was about to break into the podium. However, he was stopped by the quick-eyed Director Zhang, who even grabbed the monitor in his hand and glared at her, saying, Mr. Tang, pay attention to your identity. The podium is not the place for you. All the more reason to not allow you to talk nonsense here now. And at this time that examiner Yang Wan, who stood at the awakening ceremony, was also caught in a dilemma. On the one hand, Yang Wan had presided over the entire awakening ceremony and the Tower of Trials with his own eyes. Even he himself didn't believe that Shao Knight, who had only awakened a white plate profession, would be able to clear the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials, which was so difficult. But on the other hand, the Tower of Trials, a unique space made up of teleportation arrays, had been serving the awakening ceremony for hundreds of years, and there had never been a mistake. This year's designer is even a big shot sent down by the military, and the likelihood of people making a mistake is even more remote. Is it your turn to question it, Comrade Examiner? At this moment, Principal Lin, who prided himself on being on the side of the shouts of the onlookers, righteously pressured Yang Won, saying, I want you to immediately contact the designer of the Tower of Trials to thoroughly investigate Shao Knight's cheating. It was at a time when Yang Won was also having some difficulty. Instead, the contact in his ear was suddenly forced through. A voice rang in his ears all at once. Is the examiner from the first high school? Hello, I'm Nye Xiaoyu, the designer of the Tower of Trials this time. The examiner, Yang Won, was immediately shaken, and hurriedly said, in a standing position, Sir, I'm examiner Yang Won of the first high school. Whether it was the designer's identity or rank, Nye Xiaoyu was far higher than the examiner Yang Won. Nye Xiaoyu in the contact device was heard saying in an undeniable tone, Did you see how student Shao Knight of the first middle school cleared the 5th level of the Tower of Trials and entered the hidden level? The examiner, Yang Won, was in a cold sweat. It is logical that as an examiner, he should monitor every participant. However, just now even he had been focusing on the 3S-ranked professionals such as Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yanyan. And if the big screen hadn't automatically jumped to the last participant at the end, he, the examiner, wouldn't even have known that Shao Knight had actually cleared the 5th level, and he reached the hidden layer? Me. The examiner, Yang Won, was shocked and panicked in his heart, and was somewhat incoherent. This would be a dereliction of duty on my part if I were to say anything about it. And just then, but I heard Nye Xiaoyu in the contact device say, I order you to immediately block this news and not allow anyone to know that Shao Knight has ever reached the hidden layer. There are only 5 floors in this Tower of Trials. There are no hidden floors. Do you understand? The examiner, Yang Won, was suddenly confused in his head, and somewhat puzzled. But it seems like it has nothing to do with you? Yang Won hurriedly replied. Report, sir? I understand. Nye Xiaoyu in the contact device continued. It is not permissible to allow any of the information I conveyed to you to be divulged to any of the others, as an examiner. This is a point of common sense that you should be aware of. Is it not? The examiner, Yang Won, had a burst of rapid brain movement. It's as if he's realized something. In the past, there had been awakened people in the Tower of Trials who had been looked at by the military because their performance was too outstanding, and information about these people would be kept secret without exception. Then this Shao Knight. Report, sir? I understand. Young man replied with a categorical voice. At this moment, the image of examiner Yang Wonjiang and designer Nye Xiaoyu talking through the contact device was also put on the big screen, and everyone at the awakening ceremony site could see this scene. Although they were unable to hear the contents of the military liaison, they were all waiting for the verdict on Shao Knight's cheating behavior. Principal Lin Zhangnan and Director Zhang and the others even looked at Yang Won with anticipation in their eyes. Seeing this, the examiner, Yang Won, immediately asked again to the liaison, somewhat sheepishly, Sir, then how will the results of this Tower of Trials be calculated? Is Mr. Shao Knight still in first place? Only to hear Nye Xiaoyu on the other side of the contact device reply dryly, How does what count? Wasn't he the only one who cleared the 5th floor? So of course he's number 1. Reporting, sir. Understood. The examiner, Yang Won, let out a long breath at once and, the top dog has given such a clear answer. So what is there to question? The examiner Yang Won, who hung up the contact device, instantly had his face slumped and took the microphone from the hands of the principal Lin Zhangnan, and said in a dignified manner, As the examiner for this awakening ceremony, I have solicited responses from the designers of the Tower of Trials. I hereby officially declare there were no problems throughout this Tower of Trials, and there was no speculation or cheating on the part of student Shao Knight, number 1 in the rankings, due to the fact that student Shao Knight has become the only trialist to pass all the layers of the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials this time. He has achieved a full score for the trial. Next, I will personally present a special reward for the first place in trial scores to Mr. Shao Knight. Examiner Yang Wen's words immediately caused the entire awakening ceremony to fall silent. Those onlookers and awakened ones from the same session who were still making a lot of noise a moment ago were dumbfounded. This result is undoubtedly the final pronouncement. Is there any greater authority than the words of the examiner? Young man? While Principal Lin and Director Zhang on the podium were even more stiff-faced, Principal Lin, who had thought he was on the side of the masses, was completely punched in the face. Now instead of setting an image of a fair and impartial principal, he will next become a dim-witted principal who questions his own students and is reduced to fodder for the media to add to the conversation. How is that possible? Comrade examiner, are you mistaken? Principal Lin, still somewhat undeterred, went up to the examiner, Yang Won, and asked after him. And when the examiner Yang Won saw Principal Lin's deadpan look, he immediately frowned and said in a cold voice, "Principal Lin, are you questioning our military examiner for favoritism? Or do you have questions about this time when our military was involved in designing the Tower of Trials?" Two grandiose hats were snapped. Lin Jiangnan, who was suddenly buckled, was shocked and terrified. Hastily waving his hands in succession, he said, "No, no, no, how could I possibly question you guys? I just shall knight him." What a coincidence. Just then, with a flash of light from the legendary array, the party that had triggered this chaos Shao Knight was then finally teleported out of the Tower of Trials. The main man is out. Chapter 20, Special Reward from the Military. Looking around, a pole of long guns and short cannons like cameras immediately aimed at Shao Knight. The old principal, Lin Jiangnan, on the other hand, instantly changed his face and hurriedly put on a kind smile and walked to Shao Knight's front, pulling up Shao Knight's hand attentively and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Shao Knight. Congratulations on becoming the first place winner of this Tower of Trials in Shangjing City. It's truly worthy of being an outstanding student of our first middle school. It's our pride." At this moment, Shao Knight, who had just contracted the little dragon cub, was instantly confused. In his impression, this old man Lin Jiangnan was a snob. Wouldn't he be so warm and fair to someone who had awakened a wasteful profession? Is it possible that I have been wrong about him all along? The old principal is still a good man. Director Zhang, hurry! The old principal, Lin Jiangnan, immediately made a wink, and the director next to him, Zhang, also hurriedly held up the generous gifts prepared by their first middle school student Shao Knight. "This is an extra reward that our first middle school has specially prepared for the first place winner of the trial, 100,000 dragon coins. I hope it helps you in the future." The old principal, Lin Jiangnan, almost gritted his teeth as he looked at Shao Knight and said, in his heart, he was remorseful. Originally, he had prepared this 100,000 dragon coins in order to climb up the ladder with the first place winner of the trial. I didn't expect that it would end up being delivered to this loser, Shao Knight. Even if he gets first place, so what? A waste of a profession doomed to no future at all. This 100,000 dragon coins that he took out with his own blood is the same as saying that it's a waste of money. And although Shao Knight, who had just been teleported out, didn't know what had happened, he was able to judge one or two from the wonderful expression on Principal Lin's face, and this old man was afraid that he had to do it because he had been rushed into a ducking. However, for this actual 100,000 dragon coins, then Shao Knight can smile and accept it. Shao Knight also smiled as he saw people talking about people, and saw ghosts talking about ghosts and said, "Thank you, Principal, for cultivating me. I will work hard and add color to our one middle school in the future." A statement of grandeur. Straight away, he suffocated that Principal Lin and Director Zhang's faces were green and white for a while. Yang Won, the examiner next to him, also couldn't help but take a closer look at this Shao Knight who had cleared the 5th level of the Tower of Trials. He thought to himself, what on earth is this guy capable of? Obviously a waste of a profession. Yet he was able to pass the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials? But right now these were no longer what one needed to consider. Since this kid had already gotten the attention of the military hierarchy, all one had to do was to logically award him the reward for the first place in the Tower of Trials. Yang Wen suddenly raised the microphone in his hand in a serious manner. Chen voice said, "On behalf of the military, I would like to specially present the reward to the first place winner of this Tower of Trials, student Shao Knight." Yang Wen then handed an envelope-wrapped card to Shao Knight's hand, and then opened his mouth to explain. "This is a voucher for a weapons and equipment exchange from the armory in Shangjing City. With this voucher, you can go to the armory to exchange for any piece of gold-grade equipment under level 30, and I believe it will be a big help to your initial development." Shao Knight was also pleased in his heart at that moment. Gold-level equipment? I didn't expect that the military of the Tower of Trials this time was also a big blood money. The level of weaponry is categorized into white plate suit, black stone weapon, fine iron weapon, silver weapon, gold weapon, and the higher level weapons such as radiant, transcendent, epic, and legendary. Further up, the price of a gold-grade equipment on the market was basically equivalent to 100,000 dragon coins. If it was a weapon, the price would only be higher. It seemed like this time around, one could say that he had gained a lot from the Tower of Trials. In contrast, that the faces of the same class of awakened who were sitting under the awakening stage could be said to be wonderful. Lin Shueming's eyes were on fire with jealousy as he looked at the weapon exchange coupon in Shao Knight's hand. He couldn't compare to a rich second generation like Wang Diao, and he couldn't get any money to buy himself an initial set from his already poor family. Originally, he thought that the final reward of this Tower of Trials was not his own. I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of that punk Shao Knight. On what grounds? Lin Xueming couldn't help but whisper at once. It's simply a waste to put something like gold-level weaponry in the hands of this waste of a man. Xiao Knight. Lin Xueming's words immediately elicited some agreement and concurrence among those surrounding the crowd that had clustered around him. That's right. So what if Xiao Knight got the first place result in the Tower of Trials? A waste of a profession is a waste of a profession. Wait until he gets a copy in the future, sooner or later he'll have to suffer. That's right. Such a waste of a profession. It will definitely show its true colors when it goes into battle. For the military to send such a precious gold-grade weapon redemption coupon to him is simply a pearl of great price. A murmur and a questioning voice grew louder. Naturally, it also fell into the ears of Xiao Knight, who was standing on the awakening stage. From the moment he chose his fourth profession, God Abandoner, Xiao Knight had already anticipated that this group of fellow awakened who had been suppressed by him for 3 years would surely gloat and taunt him 100 times. But he didn't expect that Lin Xueming, who had been following him around day in and day out to ask for advice with an open mind, to also change his face and become so fast. Lin Xueming, who was in the center of the crowd, looked at himself with an undisguised grudge and shade in his gaze. Beside him there was a newly accepted junior brother who instantly shouted to Xiao Knight without thinking. Xiao Knight, if you're sensible, give the gold-grade weapon redemption coupon to Brother Xueming. Putting it in your hands is simply spoiling it. Right, what's the use of you? A waste of a profession, even if you hold such a good thing? A chorus of echoing taunts rang out from the crowd. The Xiao Knight, who was the target of these one-word, long and short sword-like words, however, raised his eyebrows and said in amusement, "Send it out? If it were you guys, would you give away this gold-level equipment redemption coupon?" The voices of some of the righteously indignant were gradually lowered. And this kind of gold-level weapon, anyone who got it would never be able to give it to someone else. In plain sight, Xiao Knight held the storage card of 100,000 dragon coins issued by the old principal Lin Zhangnan in one hand, holding the gold-grade weapon exchange card issued by Examiner Yang Wen in one hand, just strutting, rightfully so, down the awakening stage. The more rightful Xiao Knight looked, the more the crowd that spouts off about wasteful professions not deserving of rewards breaks their defenses. Amidst a chorus of objections, even invective, the Xiao Knight, however, walked straight into the crowd. While rubbing shoulders with that Lin Xueming, Xiao Knight opened his mouth and spoke. Lin Xueming, have I offended you in any way in these 3 years of high school? At this moment, Lin Xueming, on the other hand, did not hide the shade in his eyes at all, and said with a cold smile, "Offended? No, Xiao Knight, you haven't offended me anywhere. On the contrary, you are still a very good teacher. You are so dazzling. But have you ever thought about how I feel following your ass? Every one of your condescending instructions seems like a handout. But from now on, it's you who should be humbled." Xiao Knight was suddenly stunned. Looking back carefully during my 3 years of high school, for Lin Xueming, who had sought advice from himself from time to time, Xiao Yi had never assumed any lofty stance, much less any condescension. It's just that in some people's eyes, you're just pitying him no matter what you do. Ha, got it. Xiao Knight immediately let out a light laugh and shook his head. Then he turned and headed out of the crowd. Chapter 21, The School Flower Finds Her Door? Qin Yanran's Invitation. An old rental apartment building that was as dilapidated as a dangerous building was Xiao Knight's residence for the past 3 years. But today, Xiao Knight, who had just walked into the stairwell, looked up and saw someone he never thought would appear here. Qin Yanyan, the same first high school's recognized school beauty. At this time, Qin Yanran had already changed into a casual dress, a head of soft hair tied behind her head, just right to set off a pair of exquisite side face, is lethargically leaning on the railing. Xiao Knight had to admit that even when standing in front of his own rented house that was plastered with all sorts of small advertisements, this girl was still so beautiful that it was a bit shocking. Looking at this somewhat incongruous scene, the Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Qin's group in the city of Shangjing Family Big Business, Qin Yanran is extremely favored sole heir. According to reason how will not in Xiao Knight this dilapidated rental building has half a penny relationship, unless the building is also someone's asset? But even if it's to collect rent, there's no need for this little princess of the Qin family to come personally, right? Just as Xiao Yu was in a daze, Qin Yanran also saw Xiao Knight, and in turn, once she got up, she took the lead in greeting Xiao Knight, saying, "Hello, Mr. Xiao Knight." "Hello," Xiao Knight politely replied back, but in his heart, he was guilty of muttering, could it be that this Qin Yanyan was specifically here to look for herself? As if she could see the doubt in Xiao Knight's eyes, Qin Yanran then smiled with a beaming smile and explained, "I got your address from Mr. Tang." "Aha, are you really here for me?" Xiao Knight stared blankly and asked, is there something wrong with Qin?" Although they were the same as the 4 great genius seeds of the first middle school, in Xiao Knight's impression, the duo barely crossed paths and didn't even talk much. What's more, Qin Yanyan had a large number of followers inside the school and was the center of attention of the crowd wherever she went, and Xiao Knight tended to habitually avoid her. Well, Qin Yanran blinked her eyes, and there was even a hint of an anxious blush on her previously cool face. Then she suddenly opened her mouth and said, "May I ask if Mr. Xiao Knight has a guild he wants to join?" Xiao Knight frowned, then smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "I'd like to join the guild and get a steady stipend, but with this profession that I awakened, I'm afraid that not many guilds will want me, so for the time being it's better to be a loose cannon." But she saw Qin Yanran blinking her big flashing eyes and said, "But many areas and copies are difficult to explore and complete with just one person, and it's hard for you to develop quickly in the early stages if you're alone." These words immediately made Xiao Knight a little surprised. It was not like that the always bland Qin Yanran could say the words. What exactly does this Qin family's eldest daughter want? Xiao Knight simply took the initiative to ask, "What exactly is Mr. Qin trying to say?" Only Qin Yanyan seemed to have realized that she had lost her temper as well. A trace of scarlet rose on her cheeks and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao Knight, please excuse the offense." Qin Yanran lifted her pair of clear eyes and said sincerely, "I intend to create a new guild in the name of the Qin clan group and would like to invite you, student Xiao Knight, to join." Xiao Knight was suddenly stunned. That's explosive news. The Qin clan group, which had always stayed out of the professionals guild in Shanjing City, was actually going to intervene? Ms. Qin Yanran, you should know that what I awakened is a whiteboard profession, right? Xiao Knight said with a shrug of his shoulders. "I know." Only Qin Yanran stared at Xiao Knight with a burning gaze, then said with a smile, "But I'm even more aware of the gold content of a whiteboard profession being able to clear the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials. Sorry about that, Qin-san." Xiao Knight, however, shook his head and politely declined. "Thank you for the invitation, but at this stage, I still have some things of my own that I need to do, so it would be a bit inconvenient if I join the guild." Unexpectedly, Qin Yanran suddenly turned her body around and blocked in front of Xiao Knight. Looking at the eyes of this first high school's recognized school beauty from such a close distance, even Xiao Knight couldn't help but hold his breath, lamenting that it was really a beauty embryo. This girl isn't trying to use a beauty trick, is she? Qin Yanran blinked her big, flashing eyes and said, "Does student Xiao Knight want to hear my conditions first?" Xiao Knight shook his head again and said, "Sorry 50,000 dragon coins per month." "Wait, how much?" Xiao Knight's tiger body trembled, knowing that the rent for this rental house of his was only 3,000 dragon coins a year. Qin Yanran said with a smile, "As long as student Xiao Knight joins my guild, he will receive a base salary of at least 50,000 dragon coins per month. After awakening as a professional, equipment, potions, and going down the copy of various consumables can all cost money." Xiao Knight, after all, was not like S-class professionals who were already destined to be clothed and fed from the moment they awakened. "Can I ask why the Qin clan has suddenly decided to intervene in the professionals guild?" Xiao Knight calmed down and asked with some curiosity. This piece of cake in Shanjing City, which had long been divided up by the 4 major guilds, where would it be possible for a new guild to rise out of nowhere? Even if it was Qin's group, it was afraid that it would be as hard as hell to make a new guild from scratch between so many old guilds. "It's not Qin's decision, it's my own." I only heard Qin Yanyan bite her lips and said with a smile, "The exact reason? Well, if you agree to join, I'll tell you." Hearing this, Xiao Knight actually guessed something. In recent days, quite a few whispers inside the school had reached his ears. 2. Qin's group seems to have had a major incident. Many of the businesses under its name have been transferred out, and it is rumored that it has taken on a huge amount of debt. As the sole heir, Qin Yanran was destined to take on this Qin clan group. Creating a new guild is what she came up with to break the ice. But even if she had awakened an S-ranked profession, it was never as easy as it sounded to create a new guild. But the girl is a take-charge person and extremely smart. Should we agree? Xiao Knight was a bit hesitant. After all, he did need money at this stage. How is student Xiao Knight considering it? Qin Yanran looked at Xiao Knight with a crooked head and asked. "One condition." Xiao Knight pondered for a moment and said, "I'm going to have the privilege of acting alone, and I have the right to refuse to participate in any non-essential action of the guild." Yes. I didn't expect Qin Yanyan to agree so dryly. Xiao Knight continued, "And in these recent days, I'm going to temporarily detach myself from the guild and act alone. How long is it for now?" 1 month. Deal. Qin Yanyan immediately stretched out her slender hand and said with a smile, "Student Xiao Knight, welcome to my guild." Xiao Knight shakes hands pleasantly and, "Happy cooperation, future president." Chapter 22 SS Rank Talent. The Obsidian Dragon Hatchling Against the Heavens. Qin Yanyan also left Xiao Knight a gift before she left, a brand new contact device, saying that it was for easy contact. This thing is also a necessary thing for professionals. Qin Yanyan sent the contact device as a valuable brand. If they go to buy and is a large amount of expenses, Xiao Knight is naturally nonchalant smile. This future president of his own did not have the slightest bit of stingy. Even if the Qin group has some problems today, it is still a giant of the party in the city of Shangjing. Xiao Knight had just opened the door to his room and returned to his rental house, which was less than 20 square feet. There was then a sudden rush of urgency in his head. Bad! The dragon cub is coming out. Xiao Knight hurriedly got up, and a line of hints had already appeared in front of his eyes. Do you agree to release the obsidian dragon, juvenile? Before Xiao Knight could agree to release that little guy from the summoning space, a summoning array glowing with streams of light then suddenly appeared in Xiao Knight's cramped rental house. This little dragon cub even came out on its own? Only to see that the obsidian dragon cub with black and red scales all over its body suddenly appeared in Xiao Knight's rented house, a pair of vertical pupils curiously surveying the surrounding objects. The little dragon cub was now almost a meter or so in size, but it already seemed a bit tight in this cramped rental house. It doesn't look like it will be long before we have to pay for a bigger house? Xiao Knight instantly held his forehead in thought and said, raising something like a dragon is obviously an extremely costly endeavor. However, this little dragon cub does not seem to mind Xiao Knight home small, but instead is curious in all corners of the rental house after sniffing once, fluttered wings, then jumped to the sofa lazy coiled lying up. Very comfortable look. Good dragon. Xiao Knight was very pleased. Really, the dragon does not mind the family's poverty. However, before Xiao Knight could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw that the little dragon cub glaring straight at Xiao Knight, his mouth innocently wailing twice. Dragon cubs are hungry. Xiao Knight instantly rummaged through the refrigerator, but fortunately there were still a few frozen strips of meat. Start a pan, heat the oil and fry the meat. Xiao Knight was extremely skillful as he made a flurry of messes in the middle of the narrow kitchen. The little dragon cub next to him was sitting nicely on the refrigerator watching curiously. Before Xiao Knight could serve it, the meat that had just come out of the pot was precisely snatched over by this little dragon cub and swallowed it in one bite. Oh oi, careful, it's hot. Xiao Knight subconsciously tensed, but then he saw the little dragon cub swallow it in one gulp, burp, and emit a light smoke. Xiao Knight suddenly realized that his worries were really redundant and stupid. A fire-breathing dragon. You're afraid it's going to burn itself eating? However, this little dragon cub is really amazing appetite. Originally, as Xiao Knight hoard up at least can eat on half a month of meat, a meal to dry a fine. Looking at the empty refrigerator, Xiao Nightfall couldn't help but feel that it seemed like he had to at least get a bigger refrigerator first. Raising dragons is a real money burner. After eating and drinking, the little dragon cub was quite well behaved, and coiled on the sofa in no time at all. And Xiao Knight just happened to take this opportunity to check out the attributes of this dragon cub. Obsidian dragon. Level, 5. Status, juvenile, contracted. Race, obsidian dragon. Attribute, blood, 30,000. Attack, 1390. Defense, 2500. Talent, dragon's breath. Obsidian scale armor. Dragon's breath, S rank, a unique dragon's breath attack that deals scorching damage over a wide area. It ignores burning resistance. Obsidian scale armor, SS rank, the natural scales of the obsidian dragon clan. Immune to the vast majority of attacks including fire, lightning, ice, and other attributes, and ignoring the vast majority of abnormal statuses. I'll be damned. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but stare. This little dragon cub was only level 5, and it had a full 30,000 chi blood. 2 natural skills. A, dragon's breath, would already be S rank. The other, obsidian scale armor, had unexpectedly reached SS rank. Immune to almost all attribute damage and abnormal statuses. Attack and defense attributes directly crushed today's Xiao Knight. No wonder the dragon race species are some heaven-defying existences. Just the juvenile body is enough to be comparable to a gold-level boss. If they are allowed to grow up, every one of them is a natural disaster. Even if it was a juvenile body obsidian dragon pup, just by relying on its outrageous defense and chi and blood, it had already crushed all the professionals of all the new classes. Not to mention the large range output means like dragon breath. With this little guy, wouldn't one have a natural invincible tank? Xiao Knight was instantly tickled. After all, he had already signed a contract with this dragon cub and was considered its master. Dragon cub, sit, Xiao Knight said with a thought. But see that as huffing and puffing the dragon cub lazily opened an eyelid. White Xiao Knight a glance, then eyes closed as if he did not hear the general continue to sleep peacefully. The tail is also a fluttering leisurely. Hey, Xiao Knight immediately ate a hold. He was very sure that just now the dragon cub was bound to have received his mind, but it was purely and simply too lazy to respond. Could it be the wrong way? Xiao Knight instantly said with self-doubt. After all, although he had read through almost all the textbooks for professionals during high school, he had only superficially studied the subject of imperial beasts and hadn't delved too deeply into it. Not to mention the fact that this little guy is no ordinary imperial beast. Instead, it's an actual obsidian dragon, the most arrogant and difficult to tame species of dragon. Xiao Knight sat up and opened the terminal on his desk. accessing the first middle school's database and searching for the basic study of imperial beasts. Meanwhile, Nye Xiaoyu's slender fingers in the general control room of Shangjing City, the same also in front of the terminal tapping, but she has the military authority as the highest level in Shangjing City. The entire database of Shangjing City are open to her. Soon, data after data was displayed in front of her eyes. The 71st class of First High School, Shao Knight, high school 3 years so all subjects obtained perfect scores, is known as the First High School 4 Genius Seed 1. Last year's holographic analog fighting scores S+, breaks Upper Kyoto City record. Nye Xiaoyu instantly narrowed her eyes, especially when she saw those latest breaking news about Shao Knight. Genius Seed Shao Knight. Yet he can't even distinguish between professions? The fish-eyed Shao Knight was tragically blocked by the 4 major guilds. I can't believe someone rejected the SSS-ranked Undead Scourge of Heaven career and picked a crap career. Kind of interesting. Nye Xiaoyu lifted the next door and stretched, her mouth softly chanting, What makes a whiteboard profession able to contract a dragon species? And on top of her terminal, a line of extremely detailed residential addresses had shown up. No. 1. 3rd floor, Factory Street Family Building, Thriving Road, Chapter 23, Redeeming Gold Class Weapons. When Tian Shao Knight woke up from his bed, he only felt a tingle in his legs and, when he got up, he saw that the little dragon cub was lying at his feet, half of his body pressed into his lap, sleeping soundly. Shao Knight slowly pulled his leg out while lamenting that dragons were truly a strange creature. Even though the body could withstand the high-temperature flames, the scales on the surface of the body were cool. But there's something else Shao Knight has to do today. That's to go to the armory and exchange the gold-level weaponry exchange coupon in your hand. Make the best use of what you have. A good knife should be used in the moment. In the entire Shangjing City, the highest grade equipment and weapons were concentrated in 3 places. The first is the armory of the military in Shangjing City. The second is an auction house under the name of the Poly Group. The No. 1 consortium in Shangjing City. The last one is the underground black market, which cannot be said in the open but is known to everyone. One of the highest threshold is the military's armory. The collection in this classified storehouse created specifically for the military is not something you can buy just because you have money. Only with special exchange coupons and vouchers issued by the military can you go in and buy equipment. The gold-grade weapon exchange coupon in Shao Knight's hand was the entry voucher. After verification by the heavily guarded guards at the door, Shao Knight then walked into this armory that didn't look inconspicuous on the outside but had a great deal to offer on the inside. As far as the eye can see, a wide array of gear fills the rows and rows of shelves, arranged according to different classes and occupations. Neat and distinct. Heavy armor, leather armor, cloth armor, vestments, covering equipment that can be used by all professions, from warriors to assassins and mages. And all kinds of weapons, great swords, shields, staffs, bows and arrows, and so on are even more abundant. Just the category of greatswords is full of more than a dozen shelves. Shao Knight's goal for this trip, however, was not equipment or damage-type weapons. What he was going to exchange for with this precious gold-grade weapon exchange voucher in his hand was a sidearm weapon, the battle shield. When he had fought against the ghost clawbear in the Tower of Trials, Shao Knight had relied on his dexterous and precise positioning to avoid that furious attack. However, monsters in the middle of the real world are often more brutal. Monsters far more sensitive than ghost clawbears abounded, and a single walk simply could not cope with all situations. Being able to defend and fight is the hard solution. Just see the shield area. Shields of all kinds and shapes filled the shelves. The names and attributes of each shield also fell into Shao Knight's eyes. Fine patterned brass shield. Grade, gold. Type, kite shield. Praetorian shield. Grade, gold. Type, giant shield. Gold round shield. Grade, gold. Type, small round shield. There are several types of shields. Giant shield. Kite shield. Artifact shield. Round shield. Whole shield. The largest in size were the giant shield and the kite shield, which had the highest defense attributes but were also the bulkiest, usually only used as the only front row fighter in a team. This kind of giant shield that almost abandoned its means of attack and focused on defense with all its might was naturally not what Shao Knight wanted. Whereas small-shaped shields and round shields are secondary weapons used by agility-based professions as a means of staying alive. While dexterous enough, the same defense is greatly diminished. Even if he managed to block the attack, he would not be able to resist most of the damage and would likewise not be Shao Knight's target. What Shao Knight wanted was the battle shield, a branch of the artifact-type shield. It was a shield with an appearance mostly like a diamond shape, which was not only capable of resisting most of the damage when blocking perfectly, but also capable of counterattacking by means of shield strike and other means by utilizing the shield in conjunction with the main hand weapon, and was the most commonly used shield by all warrior-type professions that were proficient in fighting techniques. Shao Knight's gaze swept over the rows and rows of battle shield shelves. Finally, the name of a shield caught Shao Knight's attention, Tiger Fierce Battle Shield. Although the rest of the name was somewhat mediocre, The distinctive white tiger pattern on it made Xiao Knight's eyes light up. This was the unique symbol of a well-known blacksmith family in White Tiger City, one of the 4 main cities, the Fierce Tiger Stripe. This White Tiger City's blacksmith family that had been passed down for 100 years. Almost every family head had switched to the blacksmith profession, and had even produced several patriarch-level blacksmiths. Every weapon and equipment that came from their family's hands had absolutely excellent attributes, and all of them would come with an extremely practical extra attribute or skill. Xiao Knight immediately stepped forward to check, and the attributes of this Tiger Fierce Battle Shield immediately appeared before Xiao Knight's eyes as well. Tiger Fierce Battle Shield. Grade, Gold. Power requirement, 100 points. Defense, plus 300. Blocking effect, Strong Immunity. Attribute, Physical Fitness plus 45. Additional word, Block Counter. Counterattacks after a successful block increase damage by 30%. That's you. Xiao Knight immediately picked up this Tiger Fierce Battle Shield and gently wiped the layer of fine ash on top of it, wondering why the shield from this blacksmith's family would be covered in dust in the warehouse? But you've picked up the slack yourself anyway. This Tiger Fierce Battle Shield not only had the blocking effect of Strong Immunity, it also added an additional 45 points of Constitution. 1 point of Constitution would increase 20 points of Chi and Blood, and equipping this Tiger Fierce Battle Shield was the same as directly increasing the Chi and Blood limit by 900 points, which could be considered quite crucial for Xiao Knight. A small brittle skin, and it also had the phrase, Block Counter, damage bonus that Xiao Knight valued the most. Not bad for a gold wear level equipment. This Tiger Fierce Battle Shield would undoubtedly become Xiao Knight's life-preserving weapon as he swept through the leveling areas around Shangjing City in the coming days. After another close registration, Xiao Knight also smoothly raised this one Tiger Fierce Battle Shield from the armory, walking through the streets of Shangjing City at the moment. As far as the eye can see, there is a sea of people. A lively. Today is the first day for the new class of Awakened to become professionals. Not only were all the guilds abuzz with new recruits, but quite a few casuals were also recruiting regular teammates on the streets. But more than that, there were some vendors who sold equipment for them. Such a large group of Awakened who needed newbie equipment was undoubtedly a huge business opportunity. After all, not everyone had enough capital to buy sets at auctions. This student, you're also a new class of Awakened, aren't you? Would you like a map of the practicing areas around Shangjing City? A small vendor in cowboy clothes immediately stopped Xiao Knight with a glint in his eye. From Xiao Knight's age and this ordinary dress, it was enough for him to see Xiao Knight's identity. 50 dragon coins apiece. All the latest maps of the year. Xiao Knight didn't refuse. The practicing areas around Upper Kyoto City aren't unchanging for eternity. Where are the new copy cracks popping up? Which area has seen another scurrying monster? This information is constantly changing every year. Xiao Knight immediately directly flung out a $100 dragon coin and said, here's a map, and by the way, an updated intel on each guild's practicing area. The small vendor in the cowboy suit immediately looked at Xiao Knight with a knowing gaze, then quietly pulled out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Knight, saying quietly, you really are a connoisseur. This is all the information we only inquired about last night. The practicing areas that the 4 major guild chapters are going to encompass are all marked on it. We, the casuals who make a living, mustn't mess with them. This was also the information Xiao Knight wanted. At the beginning of every awakened professional, the 4 major guilds would often directly and grandly occupy an area to bring their recruited newcomers to practice leveling, and many of the rest of the powerful guilds would also have this kind of zone-hogging practice. It was best to avoid the leveling area Xiao Knight was going to with these people to save himself from the crowds. Open the envelope. What came to mind were several fiery news stories about the new class of S-rank awakenings. Lin Xueming, the first middle school S-ranked career awakener, chose to join the Hegemony Guild, one of the 4 major guilds. Wang Biao, the first middle school S-rank career awakening, joins the Black Hawk Guild. First high school A-level professionals Lin Tian, Lin Xueming, Wang Biao. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but narrow his eyes and repeat the 2 names. As early as when Wang Biao was in the first middle school, he had made it clear that he was Xiao Knight's nemesis, with all sorts of naughty tactics laid out in plain sight. However, Lin Xueming was different. This person was extremely shady. In fact, Xiao Knight has long since perceived that this Lin Xueming, who follows him day after day, is extremely deep in his city, but I didn't expect this person's heart to be so narrow-minded. His own good to him, in his eyes even became a high and mighty alms. Now that Lin Xueming had joined one of the 4 major guilds, Hegemony, and had become a key seedling for Hegemony to cultivate, according to his nature, he definitely wouldn't be able to let it go. But this time, switching him in the light, Xiao Knight is in the dark now. Chapter 24, Abandoned Mining Cave. Target, Necrotic Bats. The Hegemony Guild. Xiao Knight whispered. The Hegemony Guild was the most financially powerful of the 4 major guilds. The president of the company, Tang Jinyuan, owns hundreds of billions of dollars. All the resources of the hegemony were almost all smashed out with money, and the elite members in the guild were all treated well, and they were even more generous to those key cultivated seedlings. With Lin Xueming's talent as an S-ranked professional, frost swordsman, it wasn't surprising that he was chosen by the hegemony. However, the hegemony, as one of the 4 major guilds, was not in a good position to put their faces on the line for Lin Xueming to target Shao Knight, a casual. This gave Shao Knight a chance to develop savagely. Shao Knight flipped past the rest of the news that was empty of gimmicks and opened the latest regional distribution map. From the latest distribution map of leveling areas around Shangjing City, there were quite a number of low dangerous leveling areas whose levels were located below level 30 and were suitable for Shao Knight. Wasteland north of the city, distributed monsters, mutant wolves, abandoned mine, distributed monsters, necrotic bats, Namsan ruins, distribution of monsters, large kobold horde, Gale cemetery, distributed monsters, skeleton soldiers. For the average awakened, it wasn't the number of monsters to brush, but the precision. In particular, these low-level monsters in the early stages are merely used to upgrade the transition. However, for Shao Knight, each type of monster was able to sacrifice a word, or skill, to Shao Knight. Then naturally whether it's a low-level monster or a high-level monster, the more variety you can brush, the better. So sweeping through all these monsters of the low-level maps above was an imperative for Shao Knight. It was just a matter of prioritizing them. The corpse bat. Shao Knight's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the abandoned mining cave, divisional monsters. In the Tower of Trials, he had already tasted the strong effects of the Ghostfire toxin, and he was more and more interested in the school of DUI poison. If the new toxins could be further stacked, it would be an absolute godsend when it came to brushing monsters, especially when it came to fighting boss-level monsters. Moreover, this abandoned mine was in the gloomy underground, and the underground passages were intricate. There weren't many professionals who would choose this place, just enough to avoid people's ears. Say it and do it. Shao Knight spent a full 1,000 dragon coins to purchase 2 sets of blood pills, 1 set of blue pills as well as 1 set of antidotes in a potion store on the street. After making all the preparations, they set off for the abandoned mine. The nearest gate to the abandoned mine is the northern gate of Shangjing City. In order to prevent monsters from attacking the city, the entire Shangjing City was surrounded by tightly packed moat walls with formations, with only 4 city gates in the southeast, northwest, and north allowing access. The 4 city gates are guarded by heavy troops sent by the military, and every awakened who enters or leaves Shangjing City has to be strictly registered. It is said that these measures are not only to protect against monsters, but also against those awakened who are mixed in from enemy countries. After a series of rigorous registrations, it was also the first time that Shao Knight had come to the real wild world as a professional awakened person. The eye is drawn to the open and boundless wilderness. Those ruins of human civilization that once existed had been eaten away by monsters and replicas over the course of hundreds of years, and all that remained were some vaguely visible roads. With the gradual move away from Upper Kyoto City, there are fewer and fewer professionals around. Shao Knight also opened his attribute panel. Knight of Shao. Occupation, Outcast. Rank, 15. Blood, 1950. Magic, 230. Attack, 175. Defense, 320. Body mass, 50. Strength, 105. Agility, 75. Spirit, 5. Initial talent, Crippled Godhead. Talent, Savagery, D rank. Light and Restoration, S rank. Ghostfire Toxin, A rank. Skills, Water Calling Step, B rank. Beast Blood Boiling, A rank. Savage Charge, A rank. Now that Shao Knight was equipped with the Tiger Fierce Battle Shield, his defense in chi and blood were greatly increased. The 3 passive phrases, Savagery, Photosynthesis Recovery, Ghostfire Toxin, had been collected on the talent phrases. It also gained 3 active skills such as, Water Calling Steps, Beast Blood Boiling. It can be said to be a considerable stride from the whiteboard profession when it was just awakened. With these word boosts from various monsters, Shao Knight boasted that at this stage, he wasn't the least bit abashed even when facing an A-ranked professional. The beauty of it is that the means of output is still a little less than it should be. Apart from Beast Blood Boiling, there are no other damaging skills, and you can only rely on the greatly increased damage from the Berserk state for your output. At this moment, Shao Knight also suddenly remembered that when he was in the Tower of Trials, there was a scene where the skill, Berserking, was strengthened into Beast Blood Boiling by consuming the spark value. I didn't realize that was the real purpose of the fire. Now that he had cleared the Tower of Trials, he should have hoarded quite a few fire values, right? Check the fire value. Shao Knight instantly whispered, and a prompt instantly surfaced in front of his eyes. Fire value acquired, 85. Check out the skills that can be enhanced. Immediately, all of the 2 words in the talent bar and skill bar appeared in front of Shao Knight. Savagery, D rank, can be strengthened. Water Calling Steps, B rank, can be strengthened. Other than that, the rest of the words and skills are shown in gray. Not enough fire. So it is. Shao Knight instantly figured out the mechanism of fire seed reinforcement. The amount of fire consumed for each level of enhancement for all words and skills increased exponentially. When he was in the Tower of Trials, Shao Knight had consumed 10 points of fire value to strengthen the B-ranked, berserking, into the A-ranked, beast blood boiling. Nowadays, if one wanted to strengthen the A-ranked, beast blood boiling, to S-rank, one would need to consume a full 100 points of fire value. The fire value that he had hoarded in the middle of the entire Tower of Trials after clearing it himself was not enough. The photosynthesis recovery, which was already of S rank, needed a full 1000 points of fire value to be strengthened to SS rank. It seems that the most important task at this stage is to harvest a large amount of fire value. Shao Knight remembers that when he killed a Cobalt Straggler he only gained 1 point of fire value, and even killing more than 100 small ghost fire spiders only gave a total of more than 10 points of fire value. He simply did not dare to squander it. With more and more words later on, strengthening skills or talent words, one must also be selective and use the fire value on the most critical words. However, strengthening, beast blood boiling, was definitely not a bad choice. This instant damage boosting skill unique only to orc monsters was one of the best even among all the skills of the same type. Shao Knight's advantage was that the words and skills that these human awakened were unable to obtain could be easily obtained by himself through sacrifices. Kobolds, savagery, photosynthesis recovery, of the immortal tree spirit, ghostfire spiders, ghostfire toxin. This was Shao Knight's unique and one-of-a-kind advantage. Follow the directions on the map. Shao Knight gradually rushed to that abandoned mining cave as well. This abandoned mine is located in the middle of a deserted countryside. The entrance of the mine has collapsed in half, and the remaining half is only supported by rubble and even a little shaky. No wonder most people are unwilling to come here. Seeing the abandoned mine cave with the appearance of a dangerous building, Shao Nightfall also couldn't help but do a lot of psychological construction for himself before taking a step in. Stroll around the periphery first, in case there are signs of collapse, or get out in time. Shao Knight took out a glass tube from his backpack, in which a firefly-like creature was quietly hibernating inside, emitting fluorescence that just illuminated the area within 3 or 4 meters around Shao Knight. This kind of bug was known as the illuminating bug, which was likewise an alienated creature, and was bought by Shao Knight from a street vendor. Inexpensive and stays light for a long time. It's a must-have for getting down various dungeon copies. Holding a lighting bug in his hand, Shao Knight took one step at a time and carefully followed the steps of the pit toward the depths of the mine. The mottled stone walls around the area proved that the ruins here dated back at least a few hundred years. It didn't take long for one black sandy substance after another to appear on the ground. Bat asterisk 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 asterisk. Shao Knight was instantly alert and pinned the lighting bug to his waist. In one hand, he took out a rough iron lance, while in the other he equipped a tiger fierce battle shield. Borrowing the fire of the glowing insects, he cautiously moved forward. A sudden flutter of wings was heard on the roof of the tunnel ahead of us. Next second, several black shadows then pounced towards Shao Knight. At least a dozen corpse poison bats, each one is the size of a falcon. Shao Knight snapped his head down and, raising the tiger fierce battle shield to protect his head and chest, he immediately felt several violent impacts and a few muffled sounds. However, Shao Knight was only knocked back half a step and did not suffer any damage. This was the power of the gold-level weapon, Tiger Fierce Battle Shield. The effective strong block allowed Shao Knight to completely resist this wave of damage from the raid. Those 10 or so corpse poison bats were like hitting a wall after crashing on top of Shao Knight's shield, and a few of them directly fell to the ground in a daze. Seeing this, Shao Knight raised the lance in his hand as quickly as he could and ruthlessly stabbed at the corpse poison bat at his feet. Puff dash. With the sound of a lance lodged in flesh, a damage number exploded on that necromantic bat. 2-157. At the same time, the blood bar of this necromantic bat exploded out and, necrotic bats, level, 11, blood, 43/200. A corpse poison bat's blood bar was around 200, and nowadays Shao Knight could kill 3/4 of its blood with a single shot. He was able to add another shot in passing, sending this one necrotic bat to the west. A white light instantly flowed into Shao Knight's body, and the experience bar rose by a small amount that was visible to the naked eye, which was considered generous for Shao Knight's level nowadays. However, the death of one necromantic bat caused the rest of the necromantic bats to fly in all directions. In the midst of a dark and narrow mine, Shao Knight can't avoid it. A bat that had strayed behind him took the opportunity to bite him hard in the back. 29. Although the damage was not high, a prompt immediately surfaced in front of Shao Knight's eyes that, you've fallen into a state of necrophilia. 5. Stun value accumulating. Chapter 25, Poison Control Divine Technique. Corpse poison. Shao Knight immediately felt a trance in front of his eyes, and his mind seemed to become more and more dizzy. This is the effect of corpse poison. While it doesn't deal a lot of poison damage per second, it does give a cumulative stun. If the antidote is not used quickly, the stun value accumulates to the threshold. and the target will be put into a stunned state where they are completely immobilized. Shao Knight instantly leaned his back against the wall, holding his shield up to protect his front body with one hand, while with the other hand, he pulled out a bottle of antidote and tilted his head back to directly pour it down. As the vision in front of him gradually became clear, the effect of continuous poisoning and blood deduction on Shao Knight gradually weakened. Stun has been reduced. Good lord, a bottle of antidote actually can't completely remove the necrotic state? Shao Knight instantly poured in another bottle of antidote before completely removing the poisoned state from his body. It was evident how difficult this, corpse poison, was. However, this strengthened Shao Knight's determination to definitely brush out the phrase, corpse poison. By the light of the glowing firefly, Shao Knight used his hand to feel a depression in the wall behind him. Just enough space to accommodate a person. He dodged into the depression, holding his shield in one hand to protect almost his entire body. The thick iron lance in his other hand jabbed forward viciously. Although the angle of the attack was limited, the good thing was that there were enough of those necrotic bats, and a single stab could always explode with a great deal of damage. In order to increase the efficiency of brushing the monsters, Shao Knight simply opened the beast blood boiling directly. Each kill of a necrotic bat is capable of refreshing the duration of the efficiency of the output was instantly doubled. Soon the sound of fluttering wings was no longer heard in the nearby mines. And Shao Knight's feet were then already covered with the corpses of the corpse poison bats. Sacrifice the necromantic bat's payload. A wisp of ethereal payload fire immediately converged into Shao Knight's body from above the corpse of that corpse poison bat. The necrotic bat's payload sacrifice is successful. Fire +1. The necrotic bat's payload sacrifice is successful. Fire +1. After a series of prompts of a successful sacrifice, the words Shao Knight wanted to hear did not appear. It seemed that this, corpse poison, phrase wasn't something that could be acquired so easily. Shao Knight wiped the tip of the gun that was stained with tainted blood and continued to walk deeper into the mine, slaughtering off swarm after swarm of necrotic bats once again along the way. What made Shao Knight's headache even worse was that in this extremely dark and disjointed mine, those corpse poison bats, however, were always able to detect Shao Knight's arrival in advance, and would always surprise Shao Knight with a swarming attack every time they arrived at a gathering point. If you are not careful, you will get a bite and fall into the corpse poison state. But the good thing is that the experience given is kind of great. As a white light of experience merged into Shao Knight's body, Shao Knight's level came to level 17. The payload on top of the corpse of a corpse poison bat was also sacrificed all by Shao Knight in passing, along with a prompt of a successful sacrifice. Finally an extremely pleasant voice appeared in Shao Knight's ears. The talent word, necrotic poison, has been acquired. Finally, I've brushed you off. Shao Knight was instantly bursting with joy. Hurriedly opening the talent word panel, he only saw that a greenish, corpse poison, word on top had been placed there peacefully. Corpse poisoning, grade, B, effect, attach a necrotic poison effect when the attack hits the target, causes persistent toxin blood loss and continues to accumulate stun value. Sure enough, it's the original necrotic poison. Shao Knight, who had already experienced this kind of corpse poison just now, was too familiar with that kind of trance-like dizziness, especially when used on a fellow human professional. It can have a surprising effect, definitely a poisonous control tool. Just then, Shao Knight, who had already penetrated deep into the depths of this abandoned mine, suddenly felt creeped out. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a pair of bulb-sized eyes that were upside down on top of Shao Knight's head, just looking straight at him. Shao Knight raised the lighting bug to take a look. It was just a necromantic bat hanging upside down on the stone wall, but its size was 3 times bigger than an ordinary necromantic bat, and the white fangs in its mouth were like daggers. Out comes the boss. Shao Knight was instantly flabbergasted as he raised the Tiger Fierce shield towards his head and assumed a battle stance. As a black wind swept through the giant bat overhead swooped towards Shao Knight and ruthlessly impacted on top of the shield, with a tremendous momentum far greater than even the swarms of tiny bats that had been there earlier. Instantly, Shao Knight stumbled and fell to the ground, in the dark fluorescent light, watching the 2 dagger-length fangs coming towards his neck. Shao Knight hastily raised his shield to block it, and a violent vibration came from the palm of his hand. This force is surprisingly great. Shao Knight was unable to get up from the pressure for a while, and what's worse, between the entanglements, the illuminating insect test tube that had been inserted into Shao Knight's waist seemed to have hit something and shattered completely with a click. Shao Knight immediately felt bad. The fluorescent lighting bug was seen to be swallowed in one bite by the giant necromantic bat before it could fly out a few meters. The entire mine was suddenly plunged into darkness. Bad. Before Shao Knight could pull out the spare lighting bugs from his backpack, he could already feel a fishy wind in front of him once again. It hit hard on top of the firefighter's shield. 197. Even though it was already in a blocking state, it still dropped so much blood. However, the blackness of the mine is so dark that you can't see a thing. The lance in Shao Knight's hand violently jabbed forward, but it stuck in the air. In the darkness, The giant Bat King that was supposed to be a nocturnal creature was coming and going as he pleased, and Shao Knight was only able to judge whether the giant bat was attacking or not by the sound of its wings fluttering. Another gust of fishy wind hit. Shao Knight silently counted the time in his mind. It's now. Ghost Fire Toxin is violently activated. The rough iron lance in Shao Knight's hand suddenly erupted into a burst of burning fire, illuminating the surrounding scene, stabbing violently at the giant Bat King that was close by. 134. The target is in a burning state. The target has fallen into a toxin state. As the two lines of hints appeared, a firelight instantly lit up on the giant bat's body, which was especially conspicuous in the dark underground cavern. Let's see where you can escape this time. Shao Knight held his shield and brazenly took a step forward as his thick iron lance stabbed out several lance blossoms one after another on that giant Bat King's body. 137. Burning damage, minus 35. 129. Burning damage, minus 35. The burst damage along with the effects of burning and toxins instantly caused the giant Bat King's blood bar to drop by a large amount. It seemed that this necromantic bat that had been living in the damp mines for a long time was indeed a creature that was weak to fire as well. The giant Bat King whose body was wrapped in flames kept fluttering in the middle of the narrow underground cave, but could not extinguish the flames on his body. Losing the cover of darkness, the giant Bat King with flames burning all over its body became a target in front of Shao Knight. Shao Knight raised his shield and pressed on step by step. The thick iron lance in his hand that was wrapped in ghost flame toxin continuously outputting. Another flurry of mixed damage bursts out. Less than half of that corpse Bat King's blood bar was left. Take him while he's sick. Shao Knight decisively turned on, beast blood boiling, and a new strength surged through his body, increasing his damage and attack speed drastically. 219. 238. With that corpse poison Bat King letting out a wail, this boss that was entrenched in the abandoned mine finally fell under Shao Knight's coarse iron lance. A white light of experience immediately flowed into Shao Knight's body. It allowed Shao Knight to directly ascend a level. At the same time, a payload of fire surfaced once again on top of the corpse Bat King. Sacrifice the payload of the necromantic Bat King. Shao Knight decisively held a sacrifice ceremony. The necrotic Bat King's payload sacrifice is successful. Fire plus 10. Acquired talent phrase Sonic Probe, B rank. Chapter 26, Unlimited Strengthening. S rank skill, Ultrasonic Enemy Claiming. Sonic Probing? Shao Knight was stunned, not expecting to have swiped this phrase from the giant corpse poison Bat King. No wonder that just now, in the middle of that dark underground mine, this corpse poison Bat King was yet often able to attack himself with incomparable precision, and was even able to probe his movements in advance. Biologically, bats can determine their surroundings and the location of their prey by the ultrasound they emit. I didn't realize that this group of necromantic bats had inherited the same ability and even taken it a step further. Check out, Sonic Probe. Only to see that he already had this B rank skill in his skill bar. Sonic Probe, rank, B, skill effect, by emitting high-frequency sound waves that spread out in the surrounding area, thus detecting the surroundings and the approximate location of the enemy. Effective distance, 30 meters, surely a good skill to anticipate the enemy. I didn't expect that what was nothing more than a necrotic bat in a low-level area would give himself such a powerful skill to burst out. At this time, hints also suddenly floated in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Already have 135 points of fire value. Do you want to strengthen your skills? Shao Knight snapped out of it and realized that he had once again accumulated quite a bit of fire value after clearing this abandoned mine. Enough to strengthen an A-ranked skill. However, nowadays, there were a total of 3 skills that Shao Knight could strengthen. They were the A-ranked, Beast Blood Boiling, the B-ranked, Water Summoning Steps, and Sonic Probe. After thinking about it for a while, Shao Knight made a decision. Beast Blood Boiling is certainly one's primary means of output at the moment. However, Sonic Probe was able to sense those monsters or other professionals that appeared around them in advance. Knowing in advance is bound to be so much better than being passive. Reinforce, Sonic Probe, Shao Knight decisively said, consuming 10 points of spark value. Sonic Probe, B rank, is strengthened to Ultrasonic Probe, A rank. Ultrasound Probe, rank, A, skill effect, sends out high-frequency ultrasonic waves to the surrounding area, able to probe the nearby terrain more quickly and determine the enemy's position more accurately. Bonus word, doubles the effect in tight spaces. Effective distance, 50 meters. The effective distance has been increased directly from 30 meters to 50 meters, and it can more accurately determine the location of the enemy. But that's not enough, Shao Knight said with a clench of his teeth. Keep reinforcing. A prompt floated before his eyes again. And, does it consume 100 points of spark value to strengthen the skill Ultrasonic Probe, A rank? Yes. Consume 100 points of fire value. Ultrasonic Probe, A rank, strengthened to Ultrasonic Soldering, S rank. Ultrasonic Claims, rank, S. Effect, sends out high-frequency probes to the surrounding area with ultrasonic waves that cannot be detected by humans. Quickly probes the surrounding terrain. and locates the position and movement trajectory of the surrounding enemies with extreme precision. Bonus word, includes enemies in a state of stealth and sneak, but does not include enemies in a state of nothingness. Effective distance, 100 meters. This is an S-rank skill. Shao Knight instantly felt that he had spent these 100 points of spark value too well. Not only was the probing distance directly increased to a full 100 meters, there's also an extra enemy that can detect stealth as well as sneak status. Simply a godly skill for the anti-assassin profession. The experience Shao Knight had gained from his 3 years of fighting simulation classes in high school was assassins were often the toughest professionals to deal with. Assassins with the sneak skill can often hit you with a surprise first strike, but now with this, ultrasonic solicitation skill, in the future, whether it was any assassin, it would be almost impossible to hit Shao Knight with a surprise attack again, and with a detection range of 100 meters, it was enough for Shao Knight to avoid some of the roaming high-risk level monsters in advance, and he was able to proceed more safely whether he was brushing monsters or laying down copies. Just a single abandoned mine had brought so many surprises to Shao Knight. For the next 3 days, having gotten a taste of the sweet spot, Shao Knight simply swept through all the low-level practicing areas around Shangjing City, the wilderness north of the city. Sacrificed the mutant jackal's payload. Gained the talent phrase Bloodlust, C rank. Melee attacks have a 5% blood-sucking effect. The remains of South Mountain. Sacrificed the fire of the Kobold Shaman. Gained talent word Concentration, D rank. Mental attribute, plus 100. Gale Cemetery. Sacrificed the Skeleton Soldier's payload. Gained talent word Undead, D rank. Poison resistance plus 100. The 4 leveling copies not only allowed Shao Knight to level up to 25, but also gave Shao Knight several pieces of low-grade equipment, rusty chest armor, leather wrist guards, decaying wood legs, and beast skin boots. Although they were all low-grade black stone artifacts that didn't have any extra attribute bonuses other than the basic defense, it was still a complete set of equipment. After equipping it, Shao Knight's attributes had also once again improved qualitatively. Knight of Shao. Occupation, Outcast. Rank, 25. Blood, 2920. Magic, 450. Attack, 271. Defense, 470. Body mass, 50. Strength, 105. Agility, 155. Spirit, 105. Initial talent, Crippled Godhead. Talents, Savagery, D rank. Light and Restoration, S rank. Ghostfire Toxin, A rank. Bloodlust, C rank. Skills, Water Calling Steps, B rank. Beast Blood Boiling, A rank. Savage Charge, A rank. Ultrasonic Claiming, S rank. And just as Shao Knight was tirelessly rushing to the various low-level practice areas in Shangjing City to sacrifice monsters to obtain words, but I didn't realize that my whereabouts had fallen into the eyes of some of the awakened of the same year. Quick look! The once genius seed Shao Knight can now only net to hang around in some low-level practicing zones. Nonsense! Who let him awaken a waste occupation? Isn't going to the advanced zone the same as looking for death? Yeah, it's a shame, but if I were him I'd simply stop being a professional and stay in the city as a cook, or a blacksmith. A waste profession is ultimately a waste. Even if you practice hard enough you won't be able to catch up with others. Some windy rumors that didn't care in the slightest about being seen by Shao Knight were posted in the Contacts class channel in such a grand manner. There is no lack of some good people who have also specially ate Shao Knight. I don't know if this former genius seed of ours needs someone to take him? Call out to your father and I'll take you to fight a B-rank copy. Ha ha. The name of the person who said this was Li Feng. Honestly speaking, Shao Knight didn't have much of an impression of this name. Li Feng. Shao Knight repeated the name in his mouth, but from now on, he memorized it. Turn it up further. In stark contrast to those words that denigrated Shao Knight were the flattering faces of the 3S-ranked professionals such as Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yanyan. I heard that brother Xueming has joined the Hegemony Guild of the 4 major guilds. I'm counting on Xueming to take care of me from now on. And Lin Xueming replied back, in a high tone in the group. Don't worry, we are all classmates, but anyone who has the eyes to follow me in the future, not to mention other things, at least must be better than a certain waste. Lin Xueming's appearance, on the other hand, had even sparked a frenzy amongst the class channels, and the eerie manner in which he read between the lines had immediately caused everyone to point their spearheads at Shao Knight. Don't mention that trash Shao Knight. It's bad luck and purely lowers the standard of our class. Isn't that so? I heard that brother Xueming has become a small army chief of the Hegemony Guild's Shangjing City branch. Big brother is so busy and still remembers us classmates. It's said that a new copy of Red Scorpion Desert has recently appeared there, and the danger level hasn't been determined yet. I wonder if brother Xueming will take the brothers of the Hegemony Guild's Shangjing City branch to go for the first pass? Lin Xueming, on the other hand, said without hiding his status at all. First pass? That's natural. Right now, I am the Legion Commander of the Hegemony Guild's branch in Shangjing City. The new class of professionals in the Hegemony Guild are all managed by me, and we, the Hegemony, are determined to win the first pass of this new copy. Brother Hawkming is mighty. In the midst of a series of undisguised flattering words, Shao Knight, however, keenly extracted a keyword. A new copy of Red Scorpion Wasteland has appeared? That's a pretty critical piece of intel. Due to the instability of the space rift, a new copy may appear in any area. Moreover, the danger level of new copies is often unknown. So the military of Shinjing City has extremely generous rewards for the first passers of new copies. Not only that, there are some one-time bonus treasure chests and bosses in many special copies that only the person who passes the first time can obtain. This has caused all the major guilds to rush for the first pass of the new copy. And since Shinjing City was surrounded by some low-level areas, even if they were newly appeared copies, the danger level would mostly not be too high. The elites of the major guilds usually didn't come over to waste their time, mostly giving the opportunity to the new class of awakened in the guild. That's why new copies are often a fat piece of meat for the new class of transmogrifiers to fight over explicitly. And this new copy was a must for Shao Knight. New copies means new monsters, which means new words. Chapter 27 Red Scorpion Desert, a narrow road between enemies. The Red Scorpion Desert, likewise, was an area near Shinjing City. Only this Red Scorpion Desert covers thousands of kilometers. The depths of the desert so far there are still quite a lot of areas that have not yet been stepped on, and the discovery of a new copy is not surprising. And since the teleportation array in the desert had not yet been established, all the professionals who wanted to travel to this newly discovered copy had to do so on foot. The hot sun and yellow sand in the Red Scorpion Desert are so hot that few professionals will go there on their own initiative. However, for this new class of transferees, it is an opportunity that everyone is rushing to. This is the first new copy to appear this term. Not only would the Shinjing City military have extremely generous rewards for the first passers, but for this new class of transmuters, it was an opportunity to become famous in one fell swoop. So when the news got out, this otherwise deserted desert immediately became lively. As Shao Knight walked on the road to the Red Scorpion Desert, the surroundings were already filled with professionals who were eager to head to this new copy of the game. Most either go in a guild group or in groups of 3 or 5 holding together. There were almost no lone warriors like Shao Knight. Everyone knows that while the appearance of a new copy represents opportunity, it also means danger. This kind of new copy where the level of danger was not determined. It was not as if there had not been cases in the past of honor-hungry professionals being killed in a group, and having one more teammate would be more reliable. Among them, there were also teams that initiated invitations to Shao Knight after seeing him alone. Classmate, I believe you're a new class of transmigrants as well, aren't you? Seeing as you're going to the new copy alone as well, do you want to team up with us? The one who spoke was a tall warrior profession, his eyes constantly sizing up Shao Knight's body, mainly focusing on Shao Knight's equipment that had almost been put together in one set. At this stage, those who are able to gather so much equipment are either rich or noble, or have considerable strength. Shao Knight turned around and sized up the tall man's team. Looking at the different forms of clothing should not be from a guild, but a small group formed temporarily, 2 males and 2 females, apart from the tall man, who was a warrior profession. The 2 girls were mages and priests respectively, while the other male was an archer profession. Judging from those same cobbled together equipment on them, the occupation level should be C or B. The team configuration is pretty well balanced. It's just a shame that it's missing a roaming position for the sub-T profession. Once this only front row tall guy pulled off the hate, the rest of the brittle professions were going to face a huge crisis. Shao Knight's heart occupationally gave this team a judgment. Sorry, I'm not thinking of forming a team just yet. Shao Knight shook his head and politely refused. The tall man seemed a bit undeterred, and invited again. This student, inside the new copy may be full of crises. Multiple teammates are always an extra safeguard. Do you want to think about it? My name is Deng Hao. If not, let's add a contact? This Deng Hao's ad invitation popped up in Shao Knight's contact. This person was quite sincere. However, before Shao Knight could point agree. However, he saw the priest girl behind that Deng Hao looking at Shao Knight with a strange face, then pulled the corner of Deng Hao's coat and whispered something in his ear. Deng Hao's eyes changed as he looked at Shao Knight again. Then he directly cancelled the ad invitation and stammered. You are Shao Knight? Sorry we'll just find someone else. In 2 words, Shao Knight instantly understood everything. Apparently, she was recognized by that priest girl as the Shao Knight who had chosen a wasteful whiteboard profession during the awakening ceremony. Even this low-level casual squad didn't want Shao Knight, a waste of a profession, to pull their leg. Shao Knight was indifferent and simply turned his head and left, and behind it came a chorus of pointing fingers. See, so he's Shao Knight. That's the guy who chose a crap career, and I heard that he was once the genius seed of the first middle school. Look at his current equipment. He's not mixing as well as we are. These mocking gossips were originally ignored by Shao Knight. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up in the contact device on Shao Knight's hand, and it was none other than the only contact in this contact device of his own, Qin Yanran. Xiao Knight, have you heard about the new copy appearing in the middle of the Red Scorpion Desert? On my way. Xiao Knight instantly replied back. What? Are you coming over too? Qin Yanyan on the other side of the contact device replied almost in seconds. I'd love to go, but I have to get approval to create a guild today, and I have some recruiting to do next. It seems that this girl is really not just a talker, but a doer. Only to see that Qin Yanran then sent another message saying, I heard that the Black Eagle, Hegemony guilds have also gone over to the Red Scorpion Desert, so you should be careful alone. Qin's news is still quite swift and accurate. Yes, Xiao Knight simply replied back with a single word, and Qin Yanran's side didn't send another message. At this time, Xiao Knight had gradually arrived at the depths of the Red Scorpion Desert, and was getting closer and closer to the location where the new copy appeared in that intelligence. As far as I could see, there were already a lot of people gathered in front of the, only to see that the copy was originally an ancient tomb that was covered under the yellow sand. It was said that the violent standard wind a few days ago blew away the yellow sand that had settled for hundreds of years, which revealed the gap of this underground tomb and opened the entrance to this copy. Tomb of General Lulan. Degree of danger, unknown? The crowds surrounding the entrance to the replica are all eager to try. Many of them came early and are ready to step into the replica first. And among them, Xiao Knight also saw a few familiar faces. Lin Xueming, who had once been one of the 4 genius seeds of the same first middle school who had been in the wrong place. The Hegemony Guild has indeed arrived. After not seeing him for a few days, Lin Xueming had already put on a uniform with the special logo of the Hegemony Guild, and was being surrounded by his former classmates in the center just like the stars. Looking at the fawning faces, one didn't need to listen to know what they were saying. At this moment, however, a somewhat sharp voice suddenly rang out from behind Xiao Knight's back. Xiao Knight, what are you doing here? Xiao Knight turned his head and saw that the one who spoke was none other than his former deskmate, Lu Ruyan. Only now that she had taken off her school uniform, she had long since changed into something more mature and dynamic. The upper half of his body was similarly dressed in the uniform of the Hegemony Guild, but the lower half of his body wore an extremely short pair of vestments that, a tight black silk was revealed under the vestment, causing countless gazes to gather on it. Ruyan Lu's words instantly made Xiao Knight the center of attention among the crowd. A bunch of gazes were immediately thrown at Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight? What's this waste of a profession doing here if he's not staying inside Shanjing City? He can't be trying to get into the new copy as well. That's not the place for a whiteboard profession like him to come. I heard that the other day he had been brushing monsters inside the low-level area, and didn't even dare to go to the danger level intermediate area. Ha ha. Does he still think he's that once proud son of heaven? It's understandable. People always want to get their halo back after losing it. Under a beam of impishly mocking eyes, Lin Xueming pushed aside the crowd and walked to the side of Lu Ruyan, wrapping one hand directly around Lu Ruyan's shoulder as he looked provocatively at Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight, you wouldn't have followed Ruyan over here, would you? I'm telling you, Ruyan is mine now, so stay away from him from now on. Lin Xueming's overbearing wife-protecting remarks instantly caused Lu Ruyan to burst into a fit of shyness, and moved Lin Xueming with a cross eyebrow in anger. Hawk Ming, so many people, what are you talking about? The voice was petulant and charming. Listening to Lin Xueming was incomparably flattered, dotingly looking at Lu Ruyan and said, Don't worry, Ruyan, I'll never let him come one step closer to you from now on. However, looking at the sitting and acting duo in front of me, Xiao Knight, however, really didn't want to be a part of their play and said with a frown, Good point, but there's a problem. Willow, have I ever been near you before? Chapter 28, Shocking Lin Xueming. The General's Tomb copy opens. Lu Ruyan's face suddenly changed. She knew in her own heart that despite the fact that in the past in the first middle school in the eyes of many people she and Xiao Knight were as close as a couple, but really, it was all just an illusion she created. In fact, Xiao Knight had never responded to her at all, and was even more respectful of her in every way. However, from the mouth of Xiao Knight, who had now been reduced to a waste, saying such words made her break her defenses even more. Xiao Knight, I know you didn't awaken a good occupation heart is not good, even though we're not related anymore, but remembering that we were classmates. If you want monetary compensation, I can give it to you, but you must apologize to me. Ruyan Lu has always been a very good girl at acting, but it was only a few words, coupled with that pearly expression of resignation that, in an instant, Xiao Knight was labeled as a stalker who hated him out of cynicism, even though just now Xiao Knight had merely said, Have I ever been near you before? The crowd around her, however, was one and all aroused by this act of hers, and were incensed that that's right. This waste of a man Xiao Knight doesn't even look at himself now to see if he's worthy of Ruyan Lu? Ruyan Lu is a Class A fire elemental mage. She's the perfect match for Xueming. That's right. In particular, Lin Xueming looked at Xiao Knight in a shadowy manner and said in a cruel voice, Xiao Knight, You must apologize to Ruyan today. Lin Xueming viciously drew the weapon in his hand, only to see that it was a long sword. From the luster and texture it was at least a gold-level weapon. It seemed that the Hegemony Guild had really treated him differently. A layer of frosty, condensed mist instantly enveloped the gold-rank longsword, which was precisely the natural skill of the S-rank profession frost swordsman. Lin Xueming looked at Shao Knight with a cold smile and said, half-threateningly, Shao Knight, this isn't Shangjing City anymore. You kneel down and apologize to Ruyan. The group of Hegemony's minions behind him then also fanned the flames one by one. Bullying your sister-in-law? Shao Knight, you don't even look at what a loser you are. Brother Hawk Ming, waste him. Looking at the seething crowd, each and every one of them made themselves the moral high ground, as if the one who should apologize was really Shao Knight, and Lin Xueming became a righteous man who acted on behalf of heaven. This was Ruyan Lu's tactic. It's also Lin Xueming's tactic. Shao Knight laughed instead of being angry and coldly looked at Lin Xueming and said, every one of you is saying that I insulted her. Let's see you tell me which words I insulted her. If you want it, you can't have it. What if I don't apologize? Shao Knight's coldness became the greatest provocation in Lin Xueming's eyes. The people behind him are constantly egging him on. Brother Hawk Ming, what's the point of wasting words with this punk? Dare to insult sister-in-law. Waste him. Lin Xueming, an S-ranked professional, had become a godlike existence in the eyes of these people, perhaps in order to preserve this hard-earned image of himself. Lin Xueming made his move. The one condensed frost longsword in his hand slashed violently towards Shao Knight, interspersed with a piece of ranged damage sword chi. Shao Knight, this is your own way of seeking death. The distance between the two was only a few steps away, and the condensed frost sword chi suddenly arrived. The next second, however, a shield with a white tiger pattern attached to it appeared in Shao Knight's hand. There was a sound of gold and iron clashing. The Tiger Fierce battle shield firmly blocked the sword, including the heavenly sword chi being instantly dispersed. Perfect blocking. Shao Knight, who possessed the Savage Word Edition, had now reached 100 points of strength long ago. Holding the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hand, he didn't retreat a step. Instead, the shock caused that Lin Xueming's arm to go numb and his body to stumble, before he could stand still. However, the thick iron lance in Shao Knight's other hand then violently stabbed out, accurately resting against his throat. The scene was fast but happened in a few seconds. However, the surrounding crowd that was still clamoring just a moment ago were all quiet. All of them were stunned by this scene. S-class professional Lin Xueming's all-out strike was easily resisted by Shao Knight, or even direct countermeasures. Making a move without figuring out what kind of weapon your opponent has. Did I teach you that much in your 3 years of high school for nothing? Shao Knight said in a cold and arrogant manner. Shasta. Lin Xueming's heart was once again flooded with the fear that had been completely suppressed by Shao Knight in his 3 years of high school. Not only him, but all the students of the first high school present once again had the genius teenager who had ruled over the 3 years of high school like a god in their minds. No, that's impossible. You're nothing but a loser now. A scowl erupted on Lin Xueming's somewhat dazed face, and he got up to come back. And yet, just then, the yellow sand under the feet of the gathered crowd, however, suddenly began to flow, like a huge whirlpool, and all of them were suddenly shaken and unsteady, as what appeared to be the door of a tomb slowly emerged from under the yellow sand, and a burst of golden light erupted from the nearby corner of the chamber that was exposed to yellow sand, attracting everyone's attention. What's going on? An earthquake? Or quicksand? It looks like a copy is about to open. Shouldn't there be only one entrance? What's going on here? The crowd was in a bit of a panic when a prompt appeared in front of everyone's eyes that a copy of General Lolan's tomb is now open. Shao Knight swept his gaze and barged straight into the entrance of one of the chambers. Since the copy was already open, there was no need to waste any more time with Lin Xueming and the others. Getting those special one-time only rewards among the copies is the key. Behind him, although Lin Xueming still had a grim expression on his face as he glared sinisterly at the departing Shao Knight, he quickly calmed down and shouted out, Hegemony's brothers, follow me. The first pass of this copy must be taken. Those other casual teams also woke up and entered the entrance of this Lulan general's tomb one after another. Shao Knight, who took the lead in jumping into the entrance, slid down with the passageway and almost came to a place more than 10 meters deep underground before landing. Through the vague light, one could only see that the space in this underground chamber was extremely vast, and it could be described as a unique place. Western-style carvings were everywhere, and on top of the walls, a variety of painted murals were gradually oxidizing and losing color as the air intruded. Shao Knight raised his eyes and looked. However, he saw that at the end of a long corridor not far away there was actually a treasure chest that was stained with a lot of dust. That special knowledge and patterns proved that this treasure chest was definitely a special treasure chest in the tomb of General Lulan, and can only be opened once. First come, first served. However, Shao Knight did not act rashly. but opened, ultrasonic solicitation. A high-frequency infrasound wave that could not be heard by human beings suddenly echoed in the narrow corridor. The results came back very quickly. Only 3 red dots appeared around Shao Knight. It seems there are 3 other people in the neighborhood besides himself. Chapter 29, The Treasure Chest at the End of the Corridor. Greed and Betrayal. Those 3 people were very close to Shao Knight's position, and had obviously come in from the same entrance to the chamber as well. And sure enough, a few seconds later, behind them came the sound of footsteps, only to see that the 3 people who rushed here were wearing the same uniform, and all of them had a special symbol on their chests, Kanglan Guild. These 3 were actually from the same guild, and they likewise discovered Shao Knight, who was close by, and a wave of vigilance immediately surfaced in the eyes of the 3 of them, especially when the leading one of them, the boy with glasses, also spotted the treasure chest at the end of the distant corridor that shone with a brilliant light. People die for money, birds die for food. The 3 of them exchanged glances at once, drew the weapons in their hands, and quietly surrounded Shao Knight. Brother, this treasure chest is not for you to take. If you know what's good for you, you should stay away from me. We 3 brothers have our eyes on this treasure chest, the guy with the glasses in the lead said in a harsh voice. While raising a dagger in his hand that was glowing with a cold light, he pointed at Shao Knight. This person's profession should be assassin. The other 2 people next to the man with glasses were a mage and a warrior with a sword and shield. Shao Knight laughed coldly in his heart. The thing in the copy is originally unowned. Following the reasoning is nothing more than first come first served, or the person with the hardest fist can get it. However, this treasure chest was placed at the end of a long corridor that was so conspicuous, so I'm afraid it wasn't that easy to get it easily. The name of this copy is called Tomb of General Lulan. The burial goods in a general's graveyard would not be so easily obtained. Shao Knight directly sidestepped his body and made way for this path leading to the treasure chest, gesturing to those 3 people to give way. The man with the glasses, however, was still vigilantly glaring at Shao Knight and said, "Get the hell out of here and get out of my way." Apparently they were also afraid that while they were opening the treasure chest, Shao Knight was sneaking up behind them. Shao Knight shrugged his shoulders. Turning, he headed for the stairs in the other direction. Just now, when he used ultrasonic solitaire, he had already detected the nearby terrain clearly. Walking down this corner staircase, you will be able to go up to the 2nd floor of the platform. From the 2nd floor, it was just possible to have a clear view of the corridor below without realizing it. It was only after watching Shao Knight disappear from their line of sight that the 3 glasses men began to move. Unbeknownst to him, Shao Knight hadn't gone far at all, but had quietly touched the top of their heads and was quietly observing them. Only to see this glasses man 3 people also did not recklessly forward, but rather experienced let that only one front row warrior holding up the shield to walk in the forefront. Not only was this person equipped with a large and heavy giant shield, all of his equipment was also heavy armor, so it could be said that he was armed to the teeth. The other 2 were hiding behind him, forming a formation like an eagle catching a chicken, all the way along the side of the corridor against the wall, groping their way forward step by step. It's kinda prudent, only that the leading glasses man as an agile assassin profession should have walked in the forefront to crack the mechanism, but instead, he explicitly walked at the end of the team. I only heard the warrior who was walking in the forefront with the large shield suddenly sink his feet into with a crisp sound of ejecting hulls. Several poison arrows immediately came from both ends of the corridor, and the warrior scrambled to raise his shield to parry them. The mage behind him, however, couldn't dodge in time and took an arrow in his leg, panicking him and wailing. Panic about what? The man with the glasses behind him kicked him violently and said, "Drink the antidote." That mage man looked at his blood bar that was constantly being cut down and hurriedly rummaged for a bottle of antidote from his backpack, tilted his head and poured it down. That's what stopped the toxin effect in time. However, just at this moment, the marble slabs of the corridor in front of them suddenly fell off inch by inch. The warrior at the front of the line's feet fell off in a heap, looking down at the rows of traps covered in spikes. It was good that the warrior reacted quickly and grabbed the floor behind him with both hands. "Li Xiang, watch out!" Behind him, the mage guy hastily reached out and grabbed the warrior's arm and, at this point they were only a few meters away from the treasure chest at the end of that corridor, but he saw that the man with the glasses who was originally walking at the end of the line, instead of reaching out to save his companion, instead, he leapt over the trap with a jerk that, he rushed towards the treasure chest at the end of the corridor, his eyes filled with greed. "Brothers, I'll go ahead and take a look at the contents of this treasure chest for you." The treasure chest in that corridor shot was extraordinary at first glance, and it was highly likely that it would open gold level or higher equipment and weapons. In front of the temptation of this kind of treasure, this spectacled man obviously abandoned his brotherhood and teammates. "Wang Ton, you come back here." That mage profession instantly broke into a rage. It was difficult for him to pull up that warrior Li Xiang, who was covered in heavy armor. With his strength alone, and that hand's pick at the edge of the Li Xiang at this time has been about to exhaustion. Anxious eyes read, but a heavy armor in but became his biggest drag. Just then, a rope, however, suddenly hung down from above the corridor, and fell just out of reach of this warrior. Li Xiang, the two of them looked up, but saw that it was none other than that Shao Knight who had left under false pretenses earlier. Shao Knight fixed that rope on the railing above the platform while at the same time, he said to them in a cold voice, "Take off your shield and armor, take your life or your gear, your choice." Warrior Li Xiang sniffed, looked down at the sharp spiked trap at his feet, gulped and, hurriedly, he threw down the dozens of pounds of shield in his hand, and half of his body's equipment was directly taken off. Pulling the rope with one hand, he managed to climb up with the help of his mage teammate Zhang Wei, and on the other side, that spectacled man Wang Tong who had jumped over the trap early on had walked to that treasure chest with a face full of ecstasy. While not hesitating, he pulled out a set of unlocking tools from his backpack and skillfully unlocked the treasure chest. Lockpicking is a specialization belonging to the assassin profession. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Tong, you simply shall not die. Li Xiang, who had just escaped from death, immediately cursed at that Wang Tong. I was so blind to team up with you. Another mage teammate, Zhang Wei, cursed with the same indignation. Yet this kind of behavior of abandoning teammates in the face of great benefits has long been a rare and common occurrence in this world. Don't worry, it's not that simple. Shao Knight, on the other hand, said in a cold voice, being on top of the platform on the second floor, he could see clearly that there was an extremely obscure teleportation array hidden behind the treasure chest at the end of that corridor. If his guess is good, the condition for activating this teleportation array is to open the treasure chest, and that crouching in front of the treasure chest with a greedy face Wang Tong was oblivious to this. The lock-picking tool in his hand is constantly pounding, and he is sweating profusely and trying desperately to open the lock on the treasure chest. Chapter 30, The Man Who Makes His Own Way. Chapter 30, The Man Who Buys His Own Work. Wang Tong's occupation is a C-rank assassin. Ever since he had awakened to this profession, he had invested almost all of his family's wealth in the skill of lock-picking, only hoping that one day he would be able to soar to the heavens by relying on the special treasure chests and the duplicates. And now that this dreamy opportunity is at hand, greed and desire caused him to overlook the teleportation array that was showing a corner underneath this treasure chest. What, brother teammate? Is it comparable to a piece of gold-level equipment? Wang Tong's eyes showed a brilliant light, and his mouth mumbled vaguely as the lock-picking skills in his hand kept fiddling with just a little bit closer. It was so close. Finally, with a crisp sound, the treasure chest in front of him opened in response. There was a flash of golden light inside and there lay a ring of antique shape, gold way, and its extremely valuable jewelry equipment. Even if he directly hung it on the black market and sold it, it would be enough to earn him hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. The ecstatic Wang Tong couldn't help but reach for it. However, the moment his hand reached into the treasure chest, the teleportation array underneath it was suddenly activated. The moment sucked him in. What's going on? Wang Tong was immediately shocked and panicked, yet half of his body had already been sucked into the teleportation formation. In the next second, the whole person was suddenly back on top of the spiked trap at the center of the square corridor. The end of the teleportation array was surprisingly right here. So, drama ensues. Wang Tong, who had been the first one to get there, was now suspended above the trap that had just been set, with only one hand left to hold on to the edge. Coincidentally, it was the exact location where his teammate Li Xiang had just nearly died. Help me. Wang Tong only had one hand left to grab the edge of the trap, and his feet kept stomping on the wall there, yet the smooth trap simply prevented him from lending any force. Li Xiang, Zhang Wei, quickly, pull me up, Wang Tong cried out anxiously. However, the only thing that responded to him were two cold gazes, two former teammates who had long ago seen through his true colors, especially the Li Xiang who had thrown away all his equipment before escaping to heaven. At this moment, he was not more than a step away from Wang Tong, but he just stood there coldly looking at him. Save me, brothers, I was just trying to see what was in the treasure chest for you guys first, and I'll be right back to pull you, the smooth-talking Wang Tong hurriedly explained. However, Li Xiang said with a sneer, there's no need for you to pull. Wang Tong, you scumbag, fend for yourself, let's go. Li Xiang reached out and pulled his teammate Zhang Wei next to him and twisted his head to leave, and before he left, he also raised his head and gratefully glanced at Shao Knight on top of the platform on the second floor, and arched his hand and said, this, brother, a great favor. I've run out of equipment, and staying in the middle of the copy is equal to finding death, so I'll go out first. My name is Li Xiang. I'll definitely treat you to dinner when I return to Shanjing City. After saying that, the two of them turned their heads and left, leaving that Wang Tong alone to pick at the trap and fend for himself. Rope, Wang Tong instantly remembered the rope that Xiao Knight had just put down from the second floor platform and hurriedly turned his head around to look for it. But he didn't want Xiao Knight to have already put away the one rope that he just had, at this time wrapped around his arm. Borrowing the landing point on the railing is swinging like a swing violently, landing at the treasure chest at the end of that corridor. At this point, the teleportation array underneath the treasure chest had already been destroyed, and it was obviously a disposable spell formation. And the treasure chest in the middle of a golden light with an ancient shape of the ring is lying there peacefully and quietly. Thanks for scouting for me. Xiao Knight gently picked up the ring in the treasure chest and directly equipped it. The properties of the ring suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Knight as well. Jade Hidden Ring, Grade, Gold. Level Requirement, Level 20. Introduction, the collection of Lulan General's family, made of jade unique to Lulan country. Crystal clear, after wearing it has a refreshing effect, and is also the key to open the General's tomb. Attributes, Spirit, plus 50. Strength, plus 50. Additional word, Divine Clarity, stun resistance increased by 35%. It really is a golden artifact. Xiao Knight put the Jade Hidden Ring on his hand and raised his hand to show it from afar towards Wang Tong, who was lying in the middle of the trap. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, brother, for scouting the way for me. That Wang Tong, who only had one hand left to pick at the edge of the trap, instantly glared at Xiao Knight with red and anxious eyes in hatred. Damn it. This Wang Tong hadn't finished his words yet, but then he forced a trace of a smile on his face and said to Xiao Knight in a good voice, "This brother, since you've already taken the equipment, can you be magnanimous and save my life? I, Wang Tong, will definitely repay you after I get out." Xiao Knight raised his eyebrows. This Wang Tong is really capable of yielding and stretching, and he changed his face so quickly under the matter of life and death. This mindset is scary. Xiao Knight, however, shook his head with a smile and said in a cold voice, "If you had just cursed me hard, maybe I would have thought you were straight and pulled you up, but you didn't even care about the lives of your own teammates for a treasure chest. Now you're able to give up your gold level equipment to me just to stay alive. If I do pull you up, I'm afraid you'll turn your face faster than a book and twist your head to give me a knife, right?" Wang Tong's face suddenly changed. The coquettish words of the previous moment had turned into a bitter plea. "Brothers, everyone isn't awakened in Shangjing City. Save my life. I'm about to lose my grip. Please." After Xiao Knight obtained the Jade Hidden Ring, he once again pulled the rope that hung above the platform and swung to the entrance of the corridor. Looking at Wang Tong, who had only one hand left to pick at the bottom of his feet and begged bitterly, Xiao Knight took a deep breath and slowly walked up, just about to reach out and pull him in. However, he saw that Wang Tong snapped his eyes and the dagger in his other hand violently stabbed towards Xiao Knight. However, with a clash of gold and iron, the dagger in his hand, however, was firmly blocked on top of a shield with a white tiger pattern. Xiao Knight smiled coldly. He'd expected this deception. Wang Tong was an agile profession, and the leather armor he wore all over his body didn't even weigh much. With his attributes as an awakened professional, he could have peeled his other hand up and escaped with his life a long time ago, but he had been hanging from the trap wall with only one hand, the other hidden among his own clothes. I'm afraid that he had already come up with this poisonous plan when he had just been sucked into the trap by the teleportation array in the treasure chest. Waiting for his Xiao Knight walked to his front. Suddenly rise up to kill Xiao Knight. Will that treasure box and the gold level ring and then snatch back. However, this bit of scheming in his mind had already been seen through by Xiao Knight, as that violent strike was blocked by the Tiger Fierce battle shield. Xiao Knight viciously kicked him down. No. Wang Tong let out a wail, his eyes full of unwillingness before he died. However, the root spikes under the trap ran right through his body. 1500. As a huge damage number exploded out. Wang Tong had been completely reduced to a corpse. The next scene, however, Xiaoyixing could not help but narrow his eyes in shock as he saw that from Wang Tong's corpse. Surprisingly, a little payload floated up. It's exactly the same as the payload that floats off the bodies of the monsters it kills. A line of reminder that caused Xiao Knight to tremble appeared before his eyes. Whether or not to sacrifice the human professional Wang Tong's salary? Chapter 31, The Art of Witchcraft. 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis. Human professionals leave behind payloads even after being killed. Xiao Knight could not help but be shocked in his heart. This was not only a groundbreaking discovery, but also a challenge to Xiao Knight's morality that was also for the human race. If human professionals can be similarly sacrificed, can they do whatever it takes to become stronger? Whether or not to sacrifice the human professional Wang Tong's salary? Looking at this prompt that surfaced in front of him, Xiao Knight chose to confirm after hesitating for a moment. He's not a Madonna. Some people should have been killed, and when they were killed, it was even more important to utilize their value to the fullest extent. As the payload in that trap floated to the surface, it dissipated into Xiao Knight's body. A line of hints also showed up that professional Wang Tong's salary sacrifice is successful. Acquired skill, lockpicking, a rank. I didn't expect that a C-rank professional assassin Wang Tong would have an A-rank lockpicking technique. Looks like a lot of blood was spilled. 2. No wonder the treasure chest at the end of the corridor didn't look like an ordinary treasure chest, but that Wang Tong had unlocked it in just a few minutes. However, this assassin profession exclusive lockpicking specialization now fell into Shao Knight's hands for nothing. This lockpicking skill was a must for teams to go on copies, and was one of the key values of professions like assassins and thieves. Now it just happens to be a big help for Lone Wolf Xiaoyu. After leaving from this corridor, Shao Knight once again made a round of the surrounding area to confirm that there were no other treasure chests or obtainable objects. Then, it was also time to move on to the depths of this copy of General Lolan's tomb. The Jade Hidden Ring that I got from the treasure chest says in the introduction that this ring is also the key to unlock an important organ in the General's tomb. I just don't know what the reference is. However, this copy of the General's tomb was like an entire underground palace, and even if thousands of professionals flooded into it like a river of cushions, they would not be able to explore every corner in a short period of time. What's more, apart from the heavy machinery in that chamber, the monsters guarding the chambers are equally resistant to these professionals. Not long after Shao Knight left that long corridor, he once again spotted a group of occupiers in the surroundings through ultrasonic enemy claim, and they seem to have encountered the monsters in the General's chamber, and the sounds of the line of people fighting reached Shao Knight's ears. Shao Knight searched for the sound and quietly touched it. It was only that the group of professionals was breaking into the side hall of a crypt that, the team has a total of 5 people, ranging from front row output to healing and supporting professions, cooperating in a decent manner, and is fighting a kind of monster that is like a millipede. 1,000-foot chrysalis. Level 25. Introduction. A human-like creature, after falling into the prisoners of war of the Lulan general, became the guardian of the general's tomb by a special method of witchcraft. This 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis was like a kind of giant monster bug, standing upright. It was as tall as a person, and it looked scalp-numbing. However, with the tacit cooperation of this team of professionals, even if they were up against 2 soldier chrysalises at the same time, they were not at all unruffled. It seemed like it should be a team of long-time grouped professionals who chose to use this 1,000-foot soldier nymph as their target for leveling. At this time, this team of professionals also saw Shao Knight, and a warrior leading the team also greeted Shao Knight from afar. Dude, be careful. There are monsters like this all the way down there. Shao Knight also arched his hand and said, thanks for the reminder. In fact, the other professions that they encountered in the midst of the copies were not all treacherous self-interested people like Wang Tong. Most of them would kindly remind or help the strangers they encountered. Through this one-side hall, the tomb passage further on was also dotted with a wandering, 1,000-foot soldier nymph. In fact, Shao Knight's goal was likewise this 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis. I wonder what words are on the guardian monsters in the middle of these somewhat uncomfortable-looking chambers. Shao Knight raised the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hand and walked straight towards the somewhat dark tomb passage. The team of professionals who were still in the middle of the side hall were also a bit shocked to see this scene, and the team yelled at once that, Captain, how did that guy charge in alone? That's too much of a mess. The captain who had just opened his mouth to remind Shao Knight, looking at Shao Knight alone, he rushed into the tomb passage also had a slightly austere gaze and observed for a while, saying, that person doesn't look like a daredevil, and that shield in his hand should be at least a gold artifact. It should have the certainty of being able to single brush the 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis. It's estimated to be at least an A-ranked professional. No wonder. Seems to have met a big brother. At this moment, the captain of this professional squad also spoke to the priest girl behind him. Yuki, give him a buff. The girl wearing a priest's vestment who was protected by the group in the very center of the group suddenly swung her staff in her hand. A white light from afar landed on Shao Knight's body. You have received the Song of Songs bonus from occupant Rochelle, Shelter of Light. For the duration, spectral damage taken is reduced by 20%. Shao Knight froze, and although it wasn't a particularly powerful buff addition, it allowed him to feel the goodwill from this unfamiliar team of professionals. Thanks a lot. Shao Knight once again turned around and waved his hand at the squad of professionals and said thanks. The leader of that professional team also gave a slight nod and turned around to lead his team to open the next 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis and continue their practicing. After saying goodbye to the small group of professionals who had met in passing, Shao Knight also spotted a single, 1,000-footed soldier chrysalis, not far from the tomb passage in front of him. Come on, let's see what you guys can do. Shao Knight stepped forward with the Tiger Fierce battle shield in one hand, and the thick iron lance in the other hand stabbed straight through. And that 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis likewise discovered Shao Knight as an uninvited guest. The tentacle-like limbs all over its body wriggled crazily, emitting a jia sound of armor collision as it crawled over towards Shao Knight. Shao Knight stabbed out with his gun, but he clearly felt the obstruction coming from the tip of the gun. 135. A random damage number popped out, but it was much lower than Shao Knight expected. Through the dark light Shao Knight also saw clearly, It turned out that this 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis limbs, but there is a set of armor as long as in the flesh in general, became its most sturdy protection, and this layer of Shao Knight stabbed precisely on top of one of the scales, and it was even blocked by a full half of the damage. Scale armor in the flesh? Shao Knight couldn't help but remember that this 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis was a monster made by the Lulan clan with witchcraft, and was sealed in this tomb to guard the tomb for General Lulan forever. It seems that the methods of this ancient Lulan countryman are also really chilling. Chapter 32 Weak Point Damage. The professional squad's shock. Immediately after that 1,000-foot soldier nymph's counterattack came swiftly. I only saw this big bug raise its upper body high, and its body was like a centipede's limbs, with barbs on top of each limb. It grabbed at Shao Knight like a storm. Fortunately, Shao Knight reacted in time, and the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his secondary hand steadily blocked in front of his body. There was a shrill sound of sharp claws grinding on metal in the middle of the narrow tomb passage, even though the damage was all warded off by the shield. At the same time, however, a wisp of black gas suddenly poured out from the limb barbs of that 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis. Like smoke, it spread out in front of Shao Knight. Is it poison? Shao Knight had held his breath in his heart at once, and then a damage but suddenly appeared on his body. Spectre damage, -34. Spectre. Shao Knight narrowed his eyes at once. No wonder that priest girl had just deliberately added a shelter of light buff to herself before she parted. It turned out that these 1,000-foot soldier chrysalids actually had special spectral damage attached to them. Spectral damage is a type of damage unique to undead-type monsters, with the attribute of ignoring physical defense. It was likewise one of the most headache-inducing classes of monsters. Luckily, though, this 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis only came with a hint of the psionic attribute, and not all of that tricky psionic damage. With Shao Knight's current blood value, coupled with the 5-fold recovery bonus of the S-rank talent, photosynthesis recovery, it was enough to ignore this but 30-odd points of phantom damage. Shao Knight immediately stood the Tiger Fierce battle shield in front of his chest. The thick iron lance in his other hand stabbed forward fiercely. Ghost Fire Toxin, immediately. Psi-like monsters naturally ignore the effects of toxins, but this 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis is, at best, half psi-like, half biotic. There's no escaping at least the burning type of damage. The lance attached to the Ghost Fire Toxin instantly ignited the surface of this 1,000-foot soldier's chrysalis. Burning damage, -39. Burning damage, -39. A single burst of incendiary damage at the same time. Shao Knight likewise did not stop the output of the lance in his long hand. Borrowing the light of the fire that flared up from this monster's body, Shao Knight also looked closely. It turned out that the armor in the creature's flesh didn't completely encase every corner of its body. Instead, it was like a trail of scales, with a gap between each piece of armor. If you can attack into one of these gaps, it would be able to ignore the defense of the armor pieces in that flesh. The lance in Shao Knight's hand stabbed out violently, accurately stabbing into the gap between the scales. As expected, this time it was not met with that apparent obstruction. A shot straight up does a huge amount of damage. 319. Sure enough, it's weak damage. Shao Knight, who had found the doorway, directly turned on, beast blood boiling. Damage and output capabilities are once again increased. 475. 481. 1 by 1. Damage that was several times higher than the previous one burst out. Within a short span of 2 minutes, this 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis was knocked down by more than half of its blood. This monster made by the witchcraft seemed to have no emotions. Even though its blood level had already bottomed out, it was still in that numb state. It seems to only attack intruders one way or the other. As it made another lunge that was firmly blocked by the Tiger Fierce battle shield in Shao Knight's hand, Shao Knight's lance in his other hand thrust out blatantly. A great deal of damage that instantly resulted in the last of its bloodstain. 629. This is the effect after stacking the block counter damage bonus. As a wisp of experience merged into Shao Knight's body, a wisp of payload similarly surfaced on the corpse of this 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis. Sacrifice the payload of a 1,000-legged soldier chrysalis. Shao Knight made a decisive sacrifice. This kind of bizarre creature that should never have appeared in the world, in this Lulan general's tomb like a walking corpse for hundreds of years. It should have dissipated into the world long ago. 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis's salary fire sacrifice is successful. Fire +1. Sacrificing just 1,000-legged soldier chrysalis really didn't pop its words that easily. Shao Knight continued to follow the tomb passage deeper and deeper, and under the dim light, at least 7 or 8 more were visible to the naked eye crawling in the middle of the tomb passage in front of him. Shao Knight gripped the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hand and continued forward. With his current attributes and battle power, facing 1,000-foot soldier nymph at a time could be said to be a breeze. Even when facing multiple 1,000-foot soldier nymphs, as long as they weren't caught in a back-and-forth attack, it wouldn't be a problem. All the way to the kill. The bodies of a single 1,000-legged soldier nymph were also left behind in the narrow, dark tomb passage. On the other hand, The squad of professionals that had cleared all the 1,000-foot soldier nymphs in the middle of the side hall similarly chose to continue into the depths of the chamber. Captain, should we take this tomb passage as well? Lin Fei, the archer in the group, immediately pointed at the tomb passage that Shao Knight had left earlier and said, might even be able to catch up with the guy from just now. That guy shouldn't be able to go too far alone. In case something happens, we can help. Captain Hong Liang also nodded his head in acquiescence, although he could also tell that the strength of the man just now was definitely not ordinary. However, in his heart, he felt that even if he was no matter how strong he was, it would definitely take a great deal of effort to kill the 1,000-foot soldier Chrysalis with just one person. Let's go. If we run into him, we can also have him join our team for the time being, Hong Liang said in a deep voice, while also leading the team into that one tomb passage. Same old rules, I'll go at the front. Lin Fei, Li Yang follow me. Xiao Shui go in the very center. Chen Tsong you break the back. The two warrior professions were one in front of the other, with the main output and the priest protecting the very center. However, without taking a few steps, Hong Liang saw the body of a 1,000-foot soldier nymph collapsed in the middle of the tomb passage. This guy can really kill the 1,000-foot soldier Chrysalis all by himself. Hong Liang Love can't help but feel a sense of awe in his heart. Although he, a front-row warrior, could likewise withstand the attacks of the 1,000-foot soldier nymphs, it was almost impossible to penetrate the 1,000-foot soldier nymph's thick flesh-and-flesh armor with his output alone. One had to rely on the output of the archers and mage professions among the team to do so. That guy actually has such a high output alone? And yet it's only just begun. Before he could take a few more steps, Hong Liang, who was at the front, discovered the corpse of a second 1,000-foot soldier nymph. Lin Fei, how much time do we need to consume to kill a 1,000-foot soldier nymph just now? Hong Liang asked with some incredulity at once. Archer Lin Fei, similarly wide-eyed, replied that the captain, with 5 of us outputting together, it would take at least 10 minutes to kill a 1,000-foot soldier Chrysalis. This guy actually killed 2 already? And as the tomb passage gradually went deeper and deeper, the corpse of a 1,000-legged soldier nymph reappeared in front of their eyes. As the team's first output archer Lin Fei, this worldview has collapsed somewhat. Captain, what kind of monster was that guy just now? It's only been less than an hour. Right, and that guy has already killed at least a dozen 1,000-foot soldier nymphs. Does he alone have a higher output than our entire team combined? Captain Hong Liang, on the other hand, was also filled with disbelief. Raising the searchlight in his hand, he scrutinized the corpse of the 1,000-legged soldier nymph on the ground. That guy seems to have a means of burning attacks, but there's definitely not such a high output even with burning attacks alone. Could it be that he's an S-class professional? But aren't those the only S-class professionals in Shanjing City? It's really strange. Chapter 33 please. Save them. Hong Liang's occupation is a C-rank occupation heavy armored warrior. Of all the grades of professions, it was only one level higher than the lowest D-grade profession, and belonged to the category of being able to struggle on the edge between relying on a professional to beg for a bite to eat and giving up on a professional to become an ordinary person. Yet this did not diminish Hong Liang's passion in choosing to become a professional without hesitation. His childhood dream was to form a squad of professionals, explore the replicas, kill the monsters, after an exhausting day, return to Upper King City for a refreshing beer in a tavern. Enthusiasm and righteousness are his greatest strengths. Because of this, he was able to become the captain of this team of professionals as a C-rank professional. In this 5-member squad, except for the main output archer Lin Fei, who was a B-ranked profession, the other priests, Michelle Lai, Mage Li Yang and Berserker Chen Song, were all C-rank professions as well. We're all gathered here because of Captain Hong Liang. Every day, they diligently practiced teamwork, and as their understanding of each other became higher and higher, they gradually became a team that could gradually make a living by obtaining loot from the duplicates. As the captain of the team, Hong Liang was very pleased, but also more and more energetic. Walking in the middle of the tomb passage, opened his mouth and joked to Lin Fei behind him. Fei, let's go to the tavern for a drink together when we've accomplished our goal for today. Haven't you turned 18 already, kid? It's time to learn how to drink. I heard you have a crush on that girl at the jewelry store. Let your brother Song give you an idea tonight. Lin Fei, who was the youngest and shy by nature, was in a state of embarrassment, and before he could speak, the priest amongst the group, Richelle, then complained. Captain, you guys don't want to bring Fei down. Ha ha ha. Chen Song, the berserker who was walking at the very back, also laughed out loud. That's right, Fei, let brother teach you a few tricks. Mage Li Yang, on the other hand, was relentless in his demolition of the stage. You listen to Chen Song? How many times has he himself been dumped all? Who said I was dumped? Ha ha ha. The entire dark and narrow tomb passage was filled with a burst of laughter of mutual jokes. Although Lin Fei's face was red, the corners of his mouth were tinged with a hint of a smile. He loved the atmosphere, and under the leadership of his captain, big brother Hong Liang, Everyone was like a family. Lin Fei twisted his head around and smiled at the deflated brother Chen Song at the end of the line. Suddenly, the archer profession gave him a unique acumen, but it allowed him to see what seemed to be a shadow moving behind Chen Song's back. Satoshi, watch your back, Lin Fei hurriedly shouted. Yet it's too late. He witnessed the expression on the face of Chen Song, who was still looking at him and smiling, gradually stiffen. Then a ghostly black dagger went through his chest. 993. A huge damage figure exploded out from Chen Song's body, and as a berserker, his blood bar almost instantly became just a sliver left. At this moment, the Captain Hong Liang who was walking in front of him turned his head when he heard Lin Fei's shriek and also happened to see this tragic scene. Priest Lai Shuer, who was right next to Chen Song, was frightened and panicked, so she hurriedly raised the staff in her hand and put a healing spell on Chen Song. Plus 500. Chen Song's bloodstain had just gone back up by a hair. Suddenly, 2 more black slashes flashed across his body, and 2 consecutive damage numbers burst out. The 753, 719. The chi and blood that had just been healed along with the last trace of his bloodstain were all emptied in an instant. Chen Song is dead. He didn't even have time to turn around and see who the owner of the black dagger in his chest really was. Just like that he fell to the ground like a puppet with broken strings. Who? Witnessing this with his own eyes, Lin Fei was shocked and horrified. His trembling hand bent his bow and arrow, then shot towards the black shadow behind Chen Song. Yet it shot wide open. The black shadow that had killed Chen Song had once again disappeared in the middle of the dark tomb passage. Who is it? As the captain of the Hong Liang saw his own team members so suddenly died violently in front of their eyes, the feelings cannot help but hissed and roared. On the other hand, he raised the shield in his hand and rushed forward to protect the fallen Chen Song. Chen Song, Chen Song. However, Chen Song's face had stiffened, blood dripping above his chest, and he had long since lost his breath. The knife pierced straight through his heart. Lin Fei, lighting arrow. Hong Liang roared angrily. Having already been scared silly long ago, Lin Fei then hurriedly shot an arrow feather with light towards the middle of the tomb passage behind him. The fury of the white light suddenly illuminated the entire tomb passage as if it were day. And yet there was no sign of it in sight. Just then, a dark shadow but like a ghost jumped down from the ceiling of the tomb passage. His target this time was the only healing profession priest amongst the group, Lai Shuer. The black knife dagger hidden in the shadows stabbed towards Li Shuer's back. Yuki, be careful. Li Yang, who was watching, fiercely pulled Li Shuer, and then an explosive inflammation art in his hand smashed over. The fireballs burning with explosive flames exploded on the black shadow's body, but exploded with a number that made him somewhat despairing. 315. His proudest means of output had only dealt such low damage at such a close distance, and the black shadow that took a hit seemed to be a little bit ashamed and angry because of the plan that was thwarted. Turning his head, the dagger in his hand then stabbed between Li Yang's chest. Feeling the stabbing pain in my chest, Li Yang saw a miserable white face smiling grimly at himself underneath that black shadow. Ha! Killing you is just as good. With that, a huge damage exploded on itself, and 1332. As a cloth-robed mage profession, he couldn't resist such high damage. That one black shadow struck and disappeared from sight once again. Li Yang is dead, too. Before he died, he left a message. Captain is a human professional. Hong Liang's eyes were about to crack open, and his mind boomed with for a few short seconds. Chen Song is dead, and so is Li Yang. Anger surged to his head, but there was more than a hint of fear and panic in his heart. He rushed over madly. The long sword in his hand swung wildly but struck a blank. Who are you? Why? You come out. At this point, however, that former hidden black shadow, seemed as if it had gotten tired of playing, and slowly revealed itself in front of him. It was a boy with a pair of triangular eyes and a white, quiet face, and judging from his appearance, he seemed to be just as old as Lin Fei. The black dagger in his hand confirmed his profession, assassin. The boy looked at the shocked and panicked Hong Liang trio playfully as if he was looking at prey, then smiled shadily and said, "Why? Of course it's because you're nothing but a bunch of C-rank waste professions and I'm A-rank. I want to kill you all, and I will." Hong Liang's face grimaced, but a wave of fear welled up in his heart. The strength of an A-class professional assassin was surprisingly terrifying. They were now down to 3. No match, not an opponent at all. Snowy, Lin Fei, run! Hong Liang roared violently, and his entire body was like an angry bull as he raised his shield and pounced fiercely towards the man, ditching all the offensive tricks of the trade. He only wanted to use the most primitive means to be able to stall a little longer. Captain! Michelle Lai lost her voice and screamed. Lin Fei, however, snapped out of it, remembering what Captain Hong Liang had once told them about what they should do once they encountered the most critical situation. He pulled Li Shuer with all his might and fled like crazy in the direction of the deeper part of the tomb passage. There's another one up ahead. it might be able to save their lives. Deep in the tomb passage, a gigantic-sized 1,000-legged soldier chrysalis slowly collapsed, and Shao Knight skillfully drew his lance from it. A beam of ghostly pay flame immediately surfaced above the corpse of that soldier nymph, a bit more intense than all those soldier nymphs before it. This guy seems to be an elite leader. Sacrifice the payload of a 1,000-legged soldier chrysalis. Shao Knight lightly guided the tip of his spear towards the payload. Finally a pleasant voice resounded in his ears. The salary sacrifice of the centurion of the 1,000-foot soldier chrysalis is successful. Gained the talent phrase, Spectral Grudge, A rank. Finally got it. Shao Knight didn't have time to go through this new phrase in detail, but a burst of panicked and messy footsteps came from the middle of the tomb passage behind him. Shao Knight turned around vigilantly but the person who came was actually the priestess Lai Shuer from the team of professionals that they had just encountered. The girl stumbled and panicked on her feet and, the original white cloth robe was stained with mud and dirt. A delicate face dripped with tears, and after seeing Shao Knight, Lai Shuer even directly knelt down at his feet. Please, save them. Chapter 34, Playful Hunting. Who's the prey? Shao Knight's brows wrinkled into knots. Putting away her shield and freeing her hands to help up the priest girl who had once put herself on the shelter of light, she asked what the hell happened? Looking at this Li Shuer's appearance, I'm afraid something big has happened. Help! Brother Chen Song is dead. Li Yang is also dead. Li Shuer's face was filled with panic, and the words coming out of her mouth were already incoherent. A pair of tear-stained eyes were filled with grief and despair. And, the captain stopped him and told me and Dash to run. Dash got caught up with him too. Please, save them, please. Li Shuer, who had already been helped up by Shao Knight, once again fell to her knees and begged. From these messy words of hers, Shao Knight also keenly pieced together the truth of the matter. According to the style of their team of professionals, they would never risk touching some monsters that could lead to the destruction of the group. Then the only possibility, it's that there's a human professional hunting them, and in that not-so-short period of time just now, it had killed 2 of her teammates. The strength should be at least an A-class professional. To be able to strike in the middle of a gloomy tomb passage, it was mostly an assassin-type profession. Shao Knight once again picked up Li Shuer, who was kneeling on the ground, and said only one sentence. Take me. Shao Knight, who had stepped back into the tomb passage he had just been in, had the ultrasonic solicitation directly opened. I only saw that in the middle of the tomb passage when I came. There really appeared 2 red dots next to each other, which seemed to be entangling. If one was the Lin Fei that Lai Shuer had spoken of as being caught up with by him, then the other one moving extremely fast would be the hunter-killer, with such a high agility value. It was also the first time Shao Knight had seen it since the awakening ceremony. He's an assassin, isn't he? Shao Knight asked as he hurried. Lai Shuer was still a lost soul of grief and despair at this time, but she also stared and tried to recall the scene that had just happened, saying, after he killed Song, he disappeared all of a sudden, and Lin Fei couldn't even find him with his illuminating arrows. Just now Lin Fei also got him, at once. Sure enough, it's an assassin profession. Shao Knight's heart immediately had a number. The steps of his feet were also turned on, water-calling steps, and his movement speed skyrocketed. At the same time, he didn't dare to leave Li Shuer, a priest profession with no ability to defend herself, alone behind. It was only possible for her to follow her and be located within her field of vision at all times. When Shao Knight returned to the tomb passage he came from, he was seeing the Lin Fei that Li Shuer said in her mouth already leaning against the wall covered in wounds. There was only a sliver of a blood bar left on the top of his head, but it hadn't run out yet. At this time as full of fear raised his hand bow and arrow, aimlessly aiming around. That person was teasing Lin Fei. It was like playing with a prey that was in complete control. Shao Knight and Li Shuer's appearance however caused the man to slowly reveal himself in the tomb passage. On a rather white face, a pair of dangling eyes looked at Shao Knight and Li Shuer with interest. The same indifference in his eyes as if he were looking at his prey. Yo, even got a helper over? It just so happens that the killing isn't enough. Lai Shuer completely collapsed when she saw the dying Lin Fei and tried to run over like a madman, but she was grabbed by Shao Knight's arm. Lin Fei, how are you doing? Michelle Lai cried out. In the distance, Lin Fei shouted hoarsely. Shao Shui, don't come over. Run quickly. You run. Shao Knight raised the lance in his hand and protected Li Shuer behind him, while he said to her in a deep voice, don't go over there if you want to save him. From the man's words and expression, Shao Knight had already seen through his mind. What he wanted was to play around with the general hunt. Ordinary killing had long since lost his interest, or else he wouldn't have taken the initiative to reveal himself just now. If Li Shuer ran over, he would definitely kill Li Shuer first in front of Lin Fei. It looks like you're one of the new awakened, right? Shao Knight, on the other hand, suddenly opened his mouth and asked, what kind of grudge do you have against them? Is it necessary to drive them to extinction like this? Only to see a kind of maniacal smile emerge on the pale face of the man, as if he had heard something funny. Feud? There's no feud at all. killing you all simply because I want to. The awakening ceremony doomed us to not be of the same class, and the higher power deserves to have everything. You bottom-feeding waste professions have to be ready to be killed at any time. Hearing the insane and inhuman words, Shao Knight, however, suddenly laughed and skimmed his mouth, saying, "What kind of person did I think it was? Turns out to be a total psychopath. I only asked you one question and you preached to me so much. Looks like it's nothing but a wretch." 2. The smile on that person's face slowly solidified, and a pair of dangling eyes stared fiercely at Shao Knight as he laughed and said, "What a smooth talker. It's not often you see a hunt with such guts. I hope you're still this articulate later." The man smiled grimly as he looked at Shao Knight, and his figure slowly dived into the shadows and disappeared within Shao Knight's line of sight. Seeing this scene, Li Shu'er grabbed Shao Knight's arm in horror, but she heard Shao Knight whisper to her, saying, "Listen to my commands in a moment. When I say run, you go save your companions." Rochelle was a little scared but still nodded. In fact, Shao Knight had just said so much to that person, but only to wait for the cooldown time of ultrasonic solitaire. What that person was relying on to conceal his figure was inevitably the assassin-type profession's exclusive skill, sneaking, and the only way to detect his position was to rely on ultrasonic solicitation. The cooldown of ultrasonic solicitation was 3 minutes, and Shao Knight had already used it once earlier when he had just returned to the tomb passage. The party has taken a lot of time and now it has cooled down. The time to use it, however, was not now. There was only one means of detecting stealth. Shao Knight was protecting Li Shu'er with one hand and holding a gun in the other. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the direction where the man had just disappeared, which was almost 30 meters or so from Shao Knight's current position. Estimating with the agility value of at least an A-ranked professional, it would take almost only 5 seconds or even faster. But it's never that simple coming straight from the front. The sneaking state of the person in the dark light of the tomb is like a fish in water, with the naked eye alone cannot be detected, and the floor in the middle of the tomb passage was bare marble, so there was no trace of it at all. The unseen enemy is the most feared. That person was upholding such a mindset, wanting to toy with Shao Knight for a while. A tiny stone suddenly threw itself out of the void and landed at Shao Knight's feet, and Shao Knight's reaction was indeed as he had expected, holding his lance and hastily changing his orientation with vigilance. It was like a headless fly panicking. Then another stone. Li Shu'er, who was hiding behind Shao Knight, tensed her nerves and almost cried out in fear. And just then, however, he heard Shao Knight suddenly whisper, "Run!" Li Shu'er clenched her teeth and ran towards Lin Fei regardless. Almost at the same time, in the shadows, a ghostly black dagger suddenly surfaced and viciously stabbed towards Shao Knight's back. However, the expected sound of a dagger piercing through flesh and blood did not ring out. Instead, there was a crisp sound of gold and iron clashing. Clang! Crisp voices echoed through the narrow tomb passageways. Shao Knight turned violently in the nick of time and suddenly equipped the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hand, blocking the strike with unparalleled precision. The man lurking among the dark shadows was instantly shaken out of his form by the sudden appearance of this large shield. Shocked, he couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at Shao Knight, who turned his head and, 4 eyes, he saw Shao Knight sneering at him. Chapter 35, Desperate Counterattack. "Who the hell are you?" You could tell by the consternation in those dangling eyes that he never expected that his inevitable strike would actually be blocked by Shao Knight. However, Shao Knight did not give him any time to think as the lance in his right hand viciously stabbed over. Blocking counterattack. The shot with 30% extra bonus viciously stabbed the man in the chest. However, a damage number that burst out caused Shao Knight to be somewhat surprised. 275. I can't believe it only did less than 300 damage? Seeing that this person's profession should only be an agile assassin profession, the leather armor he wore definitely couldn't have that high of a defense to be, unless he has more than one gold artifact in his possession. I only saw the man smile fiercely, and then he took a withdrawal step to deftly distance himself from Shao Knight, saying, "What a blocking counterattack. Oh, you losers of the bottom tier professions are afraid that you haven't seen the defensive gold level equipment at all, right? But you can actually see through my stealth. It seems like you should have struck lucky with a skill that can detect sneaking. It's really getting interesting." A white face under the man's cloak once again revealed a maniacal smile, saying, "A waste profession actually has a skill that can detect sneaking? If I'm right, I'm afraid that skill of yours will take several minutes to cool down. So what are you going to do now?" After saying that, the man, however, suddenly pulled out a prop from among his backpack and ruthlessly smashed it on the ground, and smoke like ash suddenly included his entire body. The man disappeared into Shao Knight's field of vision once again. Strong concealment. Shao Knight immediately frowned. This was a more advanced skill of the assassin and thief professions, with the help of some props. From there, he was able to force himself into the sneak state again before the sneak spell had finished cooling down. This guy sure is a tricky one. The entire tomb passage became silent once again. Not even a single footstep could be heard, but Shao Knight knew that this time it wouldn't take long for the man to attack, because the man didn't dare consume too much more time that. He had to rush to launch the next round of attacks before Shao Knight's detection skill cooled down. And not far from the tomb passage, Li Shuai had already run to Lin Fei and used a healing spell to preserve Lin Fei's bloodstain for the last time. Shao Knight, who saw this scene, however, suddenly moved. He slammed his shield behind his back, turned and took a giant step, running in the other direction of the tomb passage. In anyone's opinion, this scene was all as if he had abandoned his teammates to escape alone. Li Shuai and Lin Fei also had some despair in their eyes when they saw Shao Knight running away in the other direction, but Shao Knight is betting on it. He was betting that the epileptic guy was far more interested in killing himself than Li Shuai or Lin Fei. He was betting that the guy would never just watch himself get away on his watch. Only then. It was only then that he could make that person come after him, thus getting away from Li Shuai and Lin Fei. Otherwise, once that person reacted to take Li Shuai and Lin Fei's life as a bargaining chip, the situation would be difficult. As it happens, Shao Knight had gambled correctly. Just as he was running with great strides in the other direction of the tomb passage, the man's grim voice suddenly came to his ears and, "Trying to run? Don't you think it's a little too late?" That person's speed was extremely fast, and his agility value was at least half as high as Shao Knight's. Just the moment this voice came, a black dagger but suddenly stabbed Shao Knight from another direction. The sound was really the bait. Die! That person's figure suddenly surfaced beside Shao Knight along with the black dagger, his gaze sinister and maniacal. Fast enough to react. However, the corners of Shao Knight's mouth floated up into a smile. He didn't pay the slightest attention to the dark shadow that suddenly appeared beside him. The savage charge. Shao Knight's figure snapped like the furious ghost clawbear, raising his shield and charging fiercely in one direction. It was actually brazenly crashing a black shadow out of the empty air. The earlier line of sound was the bait. That black shadow that had just suddenly appeared beside Shao Knight was likewise just a doppelganger. When that person's true essence was brazenly knocked out of its sneaking state by Shao Knight, a pair of dangling eyes were filled with shock, and before he could speak, he fell into a stunned state. This is the effect of savage charge. In the midst of that person's incredulous expression, the lance in Shao Knight's hand stabbed out in a stern manner. Ghost fire toxin, corpse poison, specter. A single damage number burst out while instantly adding a series of negative effects onto the man's body. How is that possible? How did you see through my doppelganger? Watching the man's eyes widen in horror. Shao Knight, on the other hand, said with a cold smile, "You guessed right. I do have a skill that can detect sneaking. Only the first time, I didn't even use it." Shao Knight's ultrasonic solitaire cooldown is 3 minutes, but during the first fight with this person just now, Shao Knight actually didn't use it at all. And the reason why he was able to accurately block the first surprise attack with the Tiger Fierce battle shield, it relied entirely on Shao Knight's awareness and judgment. As early as the brand new simulated fighting class in his 3 years of high school, Shao Knight had already fought against the thief profession countless times. He also came to the realization that determining the positioning of an enemy in a sneaking state was sometimes more useful with experience than with detection skills. So Shao Knight, who had been saving the killer weapon of ultrasonic solicitation for just now, directly distinguished through ultrasound that the black shadow just now was simply a doppelganger, and the position of the main body had fallen in plain sight in front of Shao Knight's eyes, directly locking onto the target with savage charge. The man woke up from his stunned state, and once he gritted his teeth, he tried to distance himself from Shao Knight. However, he suddenly felt a trance before his eyes and his movements were much slower. How is that possible? The man looked at the series of negative statuses on his body. Necrotic poison, burning. His face finally showed panic for the first time. Shao Knight, on the other hand, looked at him and smiled coldly. "Where's your strong stealth? I'd like to see how a man covered in fire is supposed to be invisible." Without the slightest hesitation, Shao Knight directly turned on, beast blood boiling. The attack power and attack speed skyrocketed. The lance in his hand blossomed as harshly as a lotus flower, stabbing the man hard in the neck. In the heart, each shot a weak point of damage. 518, 679. A single damage number mixed with the effects of toxins and burning quickly cut into the man's blood bar. As a brittle assassin profession, his blood bar was actually as high as more than 3,000. It meant that he had at least 3 pieces of gold-level equipment on him. When an assassin profession lost its proud sneak and agility, facing a warrior face-to-face would end up with no power to fight back. The man raised the black dagger in his hand and blocked in panic. However, it was simply as clumsy as a clown in front of Shao Knight, and could only scream miserably as he watched his chi blood return to zero bit by bit. "Who the hell are you? Let me go. I'll give you all the gold artifacts I have on me. I have money to give you all of it." A deep fear and a humble plea for mercy came at last to that white face. Only the words. It wasn't the first time Shao Knight had heard it today. There will always be those who see themselves as hunters and each other as prey to be slaughtered. But when circumstances change, And you're asking people to spare his life? When really, it's a bit ridiculous. Shao Knight looked at him with a cold smile. Gold where? Money. Shao Knight are not interested. What interests him now is that. What kind of words could you pop for yourself by sacrificing the A-ranked professional assassin in front of you? Chapter 36, to destroy the grass. Remove the roots. Destroy the body to destroy the trace. Don't kill me. I have a lot of money. I'll give you anything. What do you want? Gold where? Industry. I have it all. The man's face was very white, and it could be seen that he was raised from an extremely wealthy family. Except that at the moment this white face was written with panic and despair, because he saw the look in Shao Knight's eyes that. It was exactly the same way he had looked at those prey before. It was a killing intent that would not be merciful in the least. He was still frantically begging for mercy, trying to make himself known, when the tip of Shao Knight's gun was pressed against his throat. Don't kill me. But before he could finish his words, the tip of the gun had already penetrated his throat, taking away the last trace of his chi and blood. 319. Shao Knight could see that this person was a big deal. If it was an ordinary family background it wouldn't have been able to cultivate such a maniacal and murderous character. But there's no way Shao Knight will leave him alive. Letting him back in would only lead to endless trouble. But since we're going to decide to kill him, simply not knowing who he really is and what his family is like is the best way to hide it. Shao Knight took it as if he had killed a mole cricket today and didn't know the name. A hint of a ghostly payload immediately emerged above the man's corpse, and the appearance of this payload, which only Shao Knight could see, also proved that his life was completely over. Sacrifice the payload. While Li Shu'er and Lin Fei were still at the other end of the tomb passage, Xiao Yi decisively held the sacrifice ceremony. The ethereal payload sinks into the body. A line of hints also appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. The salary sacrifice of the A-ranked professional Ghost Blade Assassin is successful. Acquired talent skill, Ghost Shadow Split, a rank. Ghostly Shadow Splitting. Effect, summons a ghostly doppelganger identical to the main body within a short period of time, and can remotely control its movement and actions. But the doppelganger does not have a physical body. I didn't expect to pop this skill. Shao Knight had also experienced the realism of that ghostly shadow doppelganger with his own eyes at close range just now. If it wasn't for the fact that he had discovered that it was just a shadow by relying on the ultrasonic solstice, he wouldn't have been able to tell the difference with the naked eye alone. In the midst of a fight with a professional, it can be considered a surprise kill. It's just a pity that the assassin-type profession's specialized skill, sneak, or that, strong concealment, didn't pop up. But I don't think the specialization skills for each profession are that easy to obtain. The burning effect on top of the man's corpse was still going on, and without the life-restoring power, the corpse would soon be burned to ashes. Before that, Shao Knight had rummaged through his body and had indeed peeled off 3 gold-level equipment. Separately, the ghostly black dagger in his hand, the gauntlets, and the breastplate. Dagger of the Ghost. Grade, Gold. Level requirement, 25. Attack power, plus 315. Attributes, agility plus 34, strike rate plus 15%. Bonus word, armor break. Attacks come with 25% armor penetration. Snake scale wrist guard. Grade, Gold. Level requirement, 25. Defense, plus 210. Attribute, physical fitness plus 30. Additional word, steel, resists 100 points of melee physical damage. Gold silk lockjaw. Grade, Gold. Level requirement, 25. Defense, plus 328. Attributes, physique plus 15, strength plus 15. Additional words, protective heart weakness damage cut by 35%. The enchantment of the 3 gold artifacts with special words attached directly gave a brittle assassin a defense and chi almost equal to a warrior's. It also reinforced the fact that this person really did come from a great place. An average family simply couldn't manage to buy 3 gold artifacts with such extreme words for a newly awakened professional. And from his body, Shao Knight also peeled off a fanny pack. Inside was a black gold dragon coin storage card, several sets of potions, and some materials. Looking at this exquisite black gold card, Shao Knight could even imagine that there were at least hundreds of thousands of dragon coins inside, right? Yet as soon as he dared to use the card, he was bound to be tracked down by the family behind him. Shao Knight didn't hesitate. Straight away, all of these things in the backpack were thrown into the burning fire and burned to ashes. When Shao Knight returned to the tomb passage carrying the 3 golden artifacts on the man's body, only to see that Lin Fei had finally managed to save his life under the treatment of priest Li Shu'er. The duo couldn't help but look at Shao Knight with some trembling when they saw the equipment and black daggers that had once brought them the deepest fear carried in Shao Knight's hands. He's dead, Shao Knight said indifferently. The two couldn't help but lose their voices. A mixture of sadness at the death of a teammate they had witnessed in front of their eyes, and the complex emotion of escaping to heaven. Li Shu'er suddenly pulled Lin Fei and knelt down towards Shao Knight. Thank you, benefactor. Shao Knight took a step forward and helped them up. But there was no expression of relief on his face because he knew that things weren't over yet. Show me your teammates, Shao Knight said in a deep voice. To truly put an end to this forever, not only do we have to dispose of the bodies of the murderers, the ones he killed will likewise have to be cleaned up. For a huge unknown family, any trace left behind will likely be a future claiming hook against them. Li Shu'er and Lin Fei looked at each other, while a great sadness once again appeared on their faces. Lin Fei silently walked ahead to lead the way, taking Li Shu'er and Xiao Knight back to that nightmarish tomb passage. Li Yang, Son. Li Shu'er couldn't help but cry out again when she saw this scene. The first thing that caught his eyes was Li Yang's corpse. The cloth-robed mage had been stabbed through a hole in his chest in order to cover Li Shu'er. Then there was the body of Berserker Chen Son lying straight on the ground, his fatal wound in his back. And just then, the sharp-eyed Lin Fei, however, suddenly saw a body leaning against the wall in the corner of the tomb passage suddenly tremble, and it was none other than their captain Hong Liang. Captain! Captain! Lin Fei hurried over, only to see that Captain Hong Liang still had a breath left in him. Yuki! Captain, he's alive! Li Shu'er also hurriedly ran over like a madman upon hearing this, waving her staff in her hand, wanting to cast a healing spell. However, having exhausted her magic long ago, she cried out in anxiety, but she was unable to cast it. Drink this! Xiao Knight walked over briskly, handing Li Shu'er a bottle of magic potion as he did so. While taking out a bottle of blood pills to support Hong Liang, he fed him and drank it, only to see that Hong Liang had lost his human form at the moment, although he still had a breath left. One arm and both legs had been cut off. The reason why he's not dead yet is purely because the maniac wants to keep him to torture him by waiting for him to die slowly. Li Shu'er and Lin Fei were first pleased to find that Captain Hong Liang was still alive. Then realizing that Hong Liang was actually tortured like this, he couldn't help but bawl his eyes out again. They knew that if they hadn't tried to hold that madman back for a moment so that the two of them could escape, Captain Hong Liang wouldn't have been so miserable. Captain! Rochelle's voice was already hoarse and unable to speak. However, he suddenly heard Xiao Knight behind him open his mouth and said, "Just to survive. The tendons in the arms and legs were cut, so it's not impossible to heal them if you can find a priest with the flesh and blood rebirth skill above the 5th turn." A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the eyes of Li Shu'er and Lin Fei. However, Xiao Knight's next words once again poured a pot of cold water on them. The price to ask for a 5th turn priest to come out of the woodwork is at least 2 million dragon coins. Your captain's injuries must be treated within a month, Xiao Knight said indifferently, so you have no more time to grieve. Chapter 37, Li Shu'er's Gift. The Map of the Crypt. 2 million dragon coins. Li Shu'er and Lin Fei glanced at each other, and the light in their eyes gradually dimmed. This small team of professionals of theirs diligently went down to the copies every day to exchange the materials they fought for money, and they had only accumulated more than 100,000 dragon coins in a whole year. It's just a pipe dream to come up with 2 million dragon coins in just a month's time. Even if they sell all the equipment on them, it's simply not enough. However, he saw Xiao Knight throw the 3 golden artifacts he had stripped from the man's body in front of the two of them and said, "The words that come with these 3 golden artifacts are all extremely high quality, and if you put them on the black market, you can sell them for close to 800,000 dragon coins, but don't sell it in Shangjing City. Find a way to another black market and do it in a more subtle way." It wasn't that Xiao Knight didn't look down on these 3 golden artifacts. Rather, wearing these 3 golden instruments is as inviting as carrying a murderous weapon on one's person. The best way to dispose of them is to take them to the black market in other cities. Even Lin Fei and Li Shu'er knew the value of these 3 golden artifacts. Xiao Knight giving them these golden instruments was like saving their captain's life once again. "Thank you." Li Shu'er bit her lip and said, Xiao Knight's kindness had already left her at a loss as to how to repay it, and Lin Fei, who had always regarded Captain Hong Liang as his big brother, was even looking at Xiao Knight with eyes full of gratitude at this time, saying, "Benefactor, please also leave a name. Big favor. I Lin Fei owe you a life." Unexpectedly, Xiao Knight shook his head and said somewhat coldly, "It's better if we don't know each other's names. You should also know that the person behind that person is not a small person, and now that he died in this copy, when the time comes, there will definitely be people who will come to investigate. If you don't want to be seeking revenge after you go out, what happened in this tomb passage must not be known to another person." Li Shu'er and Lin Fei nodded their heads in unison. Then the two of them looked at each other, as if they had made some kind of a decision. Li Shu'er suddenly took out a roll of maps from within her backpack and said to Xiao Knight, "Benefactor, there is no way to repay the great favor. This map is still for you to keep. This is something that our Captain Hong Liang happened to find in a side hall when we first came amongst the copies of this general's tomb, and drawn on it is a map of the entire general's tomb. The path to the main hall of the general's tomb should be up there." Xiao Yi was stunned, only to see that what Li Shu'er handed over was an ancient roll of parchment map. Someone had inscribed a tomb passage and a scale chamber on it with fine notes, clear and precise at a glance. Li Shu'er and Lin Fei together helped Captain Hong Liang up and said with sorrow in their eyes, "It's impossible for our team to move on. We can only take the captain out for treatment as soon as possible, and take Li Yang and Shen Sun's bodies out as well." I heard that everyone is looking for the main hall of General Lolan's tomb, so you must get ahead of them. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but take a deep breath. Either that or a lot of the stuff in the copies is for the faint of heart. Who would have thought that this map of General Lolan's tomb would be in the hands of Michelle Lai and the others? I'm afraid everyone else, including Lin Xueming and the others, had already gone crazy looking for it. Yes. In response to this return salute from Li Xuer and Lin Fei, Xiao Knight refused to honor it. The two of them could have waited until after they went out of the copy, and then directly put this map on the auction house, and it could also be sold for a considerable amount of money, but chose to send such this key map with Xiao Knight. Leave a contact, Xiao Knight said as he took the map. If I get something valuable in the main hall of the crypt, I'll share it with you when I get out. Lai Xuer was a bit hesitant. The kindness Xiao Knight had given them had been enough long ago, but it was just that Captain Hong Liang's injuries were still far from needing a large sum of money right now. Xiao Knight didn't wait for her to refuse and took the initiative to send an invitation for a contact device. In addition to Qin Yan, there was also finally a second name in the contact of the liaison device Li Xuer. So long. Xiao Knight gently nodded his head and said, and Michelle Lai and Li Fei still had too much to do. To send Captain Hong Liang out for treatment, and to personally clean up the bodies of two former teammates. Xiao Knight. Rochelle looked at the name in the middle of the contact, held her hands on her chest, and made a priestly bright salute from afar. May the God of Light bless you. Xiao Knight followed that one tomb passage as he continued to rush deeper, while at the same time, he examined the roll of sheepskin map in detail. The sheepskin map is drawn in great detail. It turned out that the entire Lulan General's tomb was actually divided into the upper, middle, and lower levels, and the tomb passage that Xiao Knight was now in had always been on the uppermost level, and according to the map, the main hall of this Lulan General's tomb is located in the deepest level right in the center. In order to reach the main hall, in addition to the layer-by-layer openings, there was a special path able to go straight through the second layer in the center and directly to the third layer. This road was also marked on the parchment map in dark red handwriting. I've heard that the designers of many tombs leave themselves a way of escape in case they are sealed in the tomb for martyrdom by the owner's family. It seems that this particular trail would have been the back way that the designers of the crypt had left for themselves. Xiao Knight followed the guidance on the map and feel your way to the entrance of this trail. On the way, they also met other professionals who entered the copy of the or fighting soldier nymphs, or feeling around for hidden paths and treasure chests. Desire was written all over everyone's eyes, and no one noticed Xiao Knight, who looked mediocre from his equipment, and in walking past them, Xiao Knight had harvested some information from the rumor mill. Have you heard? It turns out that there's another layer underneath this tomb passage, and the foremost hegemony guild has already reached the second layer. People's Hegemony is one of the four major guilds after all, and this term's leader is the S-ranked professional Lin Xueming, so opening up the land must be much faster than the rest of us. But I also heard that Wang Biao from the Black Eagle Guild also brought people over, and although he came late, his progress is no worse than theirs. Looks like this Lulan General's tomb copy is still a piece of fat meat? Two of the four major guilds have their eyes on it? Not only that, my brother seems to have seen someone from the Poly Group outside. I didn't expect the wealthy and powerful Poly Group to come and place this kind of copy. Ooh, they're all big names. Never mind that, let's grab some soup and see if we can get another bite too. It's also not possible to rob the main hall. It's okay to go to the side halls and touch some treasure chests. Bully, Black Hawk, Polaroid. The three giants of Shangjing City had gathered in a newly appeared low-level copy. It seems that this Lulan General's tomb is afraid that it's not that simple. Chapter 38, Map Guidelines. Take all the treasure chests. According to common sense, although the four major guilds were quite competitive with each other, they would never put their faces on some limited resources, especially for a newly appeared low-level copy like General Lolan's tomb. Usually when one of the four major guilds made a move, the other three guilds wouldn't bother to come back and intervene. And now not only Blackhawk, but the two major guilds of the hegemony have entered this copy of the even that Polaroid group has come? What is there in this Lulan General's tomb that deserves the three major forces to get involved? Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but carefully observe the roll of sheepskin map in his hand. It was only that, apart from the one marked out with red notes that led straight to the third basement level, there are also a number of branching forks which are similarly specially marked. For example, Xiao Knight obtained the Yi Jade hidden ring from amongst the treasure chests that one promenade was in it. So it is. Xiao Knight suddenly came to his senses. I'm afraid that this roll of sheepskin map in my hand is not just a map for escape, but a treasure map. The person who drew this map not only marked out an escape route, but also marked out all those treasured burial objects in the tomb of the Lulan General. It seemed that this senior was not only trying to leave himself a way out, and want to rob this Lulan General's tomb. However, judging from the fact that Xiao Knight had obtained the Yi Jade hidden ring from the treasure chest at the end of the long corridor, this predecessor did not succeed for some reason, at least not in taking all the treasures with him. That would be a bargain for Xiao Knight now. The twists and turns in this Lulan General's tomb were huge, like an underground city, and without a map, it would be difficult to search every corner even if thousands of people came to search. But the current Shao Knight was simply like a god. According to the map, there was a treasure chest that had been specially marked out on a nearby Shariputra. Seeing no one else around, Shao Knight directly turned on the water-evoking steps, and with a flash of his figure, he drilled into this 3-story tall Shariputra. Climbing up the stairs and looking up, he saw that there was indeed a silver-glowing treasure chest sitting right on top of the spire. Shao Knight took a closer look and confirmed that there were also no teleportation array traps around the treasure chest like before. At once, he decisively cast it open, unlocking technique, the tools used to open the lock. Shao Knight actually also prepared several sets in his backpack. Only with the A-rank, lock opening technique, obtained from Wang Tong, the loss of the lock opening tools was almost negligible. In a couple of tries, he opened the silver-glowing treasure chest in front of him. I saw that there was indeed a necklace of ancient shape lying in it. Yulun necklace. Grade, silver. Level, 30. Introduction, a jade necklace made by the special craftsmanship of the Lulan Kingdom, a symbol of the honorable status of the general's tribe. Attributes, strength plus 25, physique plus 25. Although it was only a silver artifact, it was a jewelry equipment with an extremely low burst rate. The dual attribute bonus is also a great battle boost. Previously, killing those 1,000-foot soldier nymphs in the middle of the tomb passage had caused Shao Knight's level to have risen to level 29. It's just a step away from level 30 and will be equipped soon. Then Shao Knight also immediately followed the guidelines on the map and rushed to the next location that was marked out. Together with the 2 treasure chests Shao Knight had already obtained, there were a total of 5 labeled locations on the first floor of the entire Lulan General's tomb. The remaining 3 locations also happened to be in the vicinity of the secret passage to the 3rd level. Shao Knight's water-calling steps never stopped. A straight shot all the way to the locations, coupled with the advanced detection of ultrasonic solitaire. The monsters encountered along the way were directly avoided if they could. Those that can't be avoided are killed in passing, and the main one is efficient. While the others were still groping blindly like headless flies, Shao had also opened all the remaining 3 treasure chests that were marked out. Light feather boots. Grade, silver. Level requirement, level 30. Defense, plus 215. Attribute, agility plus 25. Imperial Guard breastplate. Grade, silver. Level requirement, level 30. Defense, plus 310. Attribute, physical fitness plus 31. Ice silk wrist guard. Grade, gold. Level requirement, level 30. Defense, plus 210. Attribute, strength plus 35. Additional words, concentration base strike rate increased by 15%. 2 silvers and 1 gold. All of the attributes were just right for the force sensitivity dual cultivation that Shao Knight was pursuing. The gold weapon with special phrases, Ice Silk Wristguard, is an additional increase in the extremely rare blitz rate of the early equipment. The experience of solving those blocking soldier nymphs along the way also allowed Shao Knight's level to finally come to level 30, and all of his attributes were directly added to agility. As always, equipping 4 pieces of level 30 equipment at once also caused Shao Knight's entire attributes to be immediately refreshed as well. Knight of Shao. Occupation, Outcast. Rank, 30. Blood, 4520. Magic, 810. Attack, 391. Defense, 975. Body mass, 126. Strength, 165. Agility, 205. Spirit, 105. Initial talent, Crippled Godhead. Talents, Savagery, D rank. Light and Restoration, S rank. Ghostfire Toxin, A rank. Skills, Water Calling Steps, B rank. Beast Blood Boiling, A rank. Savage Charge, A rank. Ultrasonic Claiming, S rank. The potions Shao Knight carried in his backpack were barely consumed as well. All things being equal, the secret passageway that jumps directly over the 2nd level into the 3rd is just around the corner. According to the rumors, at the moment, neither Lin Xueming of the Hegemony, nor Wang Biao of the Black Eagle Guild had yet to find a way to the 3rd floor, and were still struggling to open up the 2nd floor. The opportunity is not to be missed. Shao Knight directly took out a tube of lighting bugs and jumped into the secret passage in front of him that was disguised as an ordinary chamber. The secret passageway sloped down at an angle, and the fact that it hadn't been opened in 100 years had allowed a layer of dust to accumulate on it. Shao Knight covered his mouth and nose and slid all the way straight down It had slid about nearly 30 to 40 meters before it reached the bottom. Looking around, the surrounding chamber was dark, and the lighting bug in Shao Knight's hand could only look to illuminate a few meters around him. To be on the safe side, Shao Knight directly turned on the ultrasonic solicitation once. The ultrasonic waves immediately centered on Shao Knight and reverberated in the surrounding chambers. It immediately detected the entire terrain and other information as well, only to see that there were indeed a number of guard monsters that were moving around, and it is not a single irregular movement, but seems to be 3 into a team, as patrolling generally in this 3rd level of the chamber moving. That meant taking on at least 3 hordes of monsters at a time. Tricky. Shao Knight once again opened the sheepskin map in his hand and viewed it by the light of the illuminating insects in his hand. The main hall of this Lulan General's chamber marked above is in the central area of the 3rd floor, and the way to get there. And yet there just happened to be 2 groups of guard monsters hovering about. Chapter 39, The Tricky Lulan Imperial Guard. Sacrifice. Since there was no way around it, the only way was to fight. A new equipment Shao Knight. Now the defense has long been not before that small brittle skin. Coupled with the blocking effect of the Tiger Fierce Battle Shield, it might not be impossible to fight 1 against 3. Shao Knight stepped forward with his shield, and at the corner in front of him, 3 monsters in a group walked into Shao Knight's line of sight in response, only to see that it was actually 3 soldiers wearing the armor of Lulan Ancient Kingdom. The leading one was holding a shield and a long sword, the one immediately following him was holding a lance, and the last one wearing leather armor was holding a bow in his hand. At the same time, the attributes of these 3 guard monsters appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Lauren Imperial Guard. Level, 35. Attributes, unknown. Introduction, elite guards trained by the general of Lulan country. The guards are formed in groups of 3 with special combinations and are enough to pose a fatal danger to any aggressor. Woo! These 3 Lulan Imperial Guards immediately displayed a ferocious appearance after discovering Shao Knight's traces. The lead one of the Imperial Guards slapped his long sword in his hand hard against his shield, trying to let out a battle cry that, however, after years of decay, he has now become a mass of rotting flesh above his chin, and can only emit a whimpering, eerie sound. The leader raised his shield in front of him, and the lance-wielding one followed right behind him and charged towards Shao Knight. At the same time, with the sound of a bow and crossbow machine expanding, a crossbow arrow was also shot far toward Shao Knight. Shao Knight raised his shield to block, only to feel that the force of this crossbow was very great, but fortunately it was not enough to break through the blocking effect of the Tiger Fierce Battle Shield. Then the 2 melee Imperial Guards had also rushed forward. The vigorously sweeping longsword came crashing down on his face. Shao Knight reversed the direction of the Tiger Fierce Battle Shield and blocked again. Suddenly, however, the spearman, who was hiding behind the shield guards, however, jabbed violently and a long spear stabbed Shao Knight straight in the waist, extremely fast and harsh. Shao Knight could not avoid it. 513. A damage number burst out from Shao Knight's body all of a sudden. These well-trained Imperial Guards in formation were really tricky. The long swords of the shield guards slashed from the top, while the spearman in the back only stabbed the bottom 3 ways, making it impossible to defend against them. But Shao Knight's counterattack also came extremely fast. The lance in his hand accurately avoided the Imperial Guard's shield and blatantly stabbed into his chest. Although these Imperial Guards were well trained, their movements had long since become stiff after the decay of time, and naturally, they could not block Shao Knight's attacks. 451. While a damage number jumped out, a recovery number similarly appeared on Shao Knight's body, plus 113. This was none other than the bloodlust phrase that had exploded from the mutant wolves, with a 5% blood-sucking effect attached to attacks, but with the S-rank phrase, light and recovery, but the 5-fold recovery effect, it directly became 25%. This was also Shao Knight's reliance on being one against many. 25% blood-sucking recovery effect, plus taking a chakra recovery potion yourself. Even if you can't dodge some attacks, you can still fight sustainably. Shao Knight raised his shield with his left hand to block, while his right hand's lance stabbed suddenly. For a while, he fought back and forth with the 2 Imperial Guards that had surrounded him, and although his own blood bar had dropped by a hair, he had killed the shield-wielding Imperial Guard's blood bar to a sliver. Shao Knight raised his gun and was about to harvest his life when a series of crossbow arrows were suddenly shot towards Shao Knight. The rate of fire was actually several times higher than before. 153, 149. Forced Shao Knight had to retreat back to raise his shield to block. Looked up and looked. In that the distant crossbowmen actually will crossbows and arrows standing on the ground. Do not know with what organs to build the crossbow actually can do continuous shooting? It turns out that this bowman hidden at the very back is the big killer. This Lulan Imperial Guard is really tricky. Shao Knight narrowed his eyes and quickly calculated his blood level. Then he fiercely stepped forward and hardened himself against the damage of that streak of arrows. And with a single shot, he ended up with that shield Imperial Guard at the very front. 418. While finishing off the shield Royal Guards, Shao Knight himself also received several arrows, and his blood bar instantly plummeted to half. He hastily raised his shield and retreated, tilting his head and pouring down a bottle of blood medicine. The recovery effect of a bottle of low-rank blood potion was 500 points of blood value. However, through the recovery effect of the potion could also receive a 5-fold boost from photosynthesis recovery, and a bottle of it would be able to almost replenish the blood bar. Shao Knight, who had replenished his status, once again moved forward, and without the shield-wielding Imperial Guards in the way, it would be difficult for a single-gun soldier Imperial Guard to block Shao Knight's attack. The beast blood boiling was directly opened. and Shao Knight brazenly resolved the gun soldier against the barrage of arrows from the crossbowman. Then with murderous vigor he rushed at the long-range bowman that, once they'd been brought closer together, the crossbowman in leather armor ended up being poked by Shao Knight in a couple of shots. 691-981. The last blast was a direct hit of almost 1,000 damage. 3 Lulan Imperial Guards fell in front of Shao Knight one after another, and one of them even exploded a piece of equipment. I saw that it was a helmet filled with the style of ancient Lulan, with colored feathers on the top of its head. The Lulan Imperial Guard helmet. Grade, bronze. Level requirement, level 30. Defense, plus 150. Attribute, physical fitness plus 15. A bronze, but just enough to fill the gap in his helmet gear. Shao Knight directly chose to equip it, only to feel his head sinking, but with an extra sense of security. The payloads on top of the corpses of the 3 Lulan Imperial Guards were also directly sacrificed by Shao Knight. The Lulan Imperial Guard's payload sacrifice is successful. Fire plus 9. It didn't pop the word, but it gave 9 points of fire value, which wasn't bad. After recompleting his status, Shao Knight continued to move forward, and at this time, there was only one long corridor left from the location of the main hall labeled in that sheepskin map. However, in the middle of the long corridor, there was still a team of Lulan Imperial Guards patrolling numbly, coincidentally blocking the necessary path. It was still the same configuration of a sword and shield warrior, a gunslinger, and a crossbowman. However, this time, Shao Knight, who had already had experience, directly opened the water calling steps from afar and took the initiative. At this time that group of Lulan Imperial Guards likewise discovered the incoming Shao Knight, and once again assumed the same stance. However, when it came to the front, Shao Knight violently opened the savage charge. Lingeringly, he avoided the shield warriors and gunmen in front of him and charged straight at the bowman hiding at the very back. Before that bewildered archer had time to support the bow in his hand on the ground, he had already been stunned by Shao Knight's collision, followed by a direct 2-shot poke. 719-723. 2 damage bursts directly resulted in the bowman of this leather armor profession. Without the crossbow mass murderer in the rear, the remaining shield and sword warriors and gunmen were naturally not enough to fear. A few minutes later, the corpses of the 3 Lulan Imperial Guards fell in front of Shao Knight in unison. Sacrificed the payload of the Lulan Imperial Guard. Shao Knight's sacrifice ceremony had been held with ease and familiarity, as the payload dissipates a bit. A pleasant voice also sounded in Shao Knight's ears. The Lulan Imperial Guard's payload is sacrificed successfully. Acquired talent skill, Treading Surge, rank B. Chapter 40, the main hall of the General's Tomb. 3 golden treasure chests. Stepping and sprinting, rank B. Effects, a combat technique of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Stepping forward with a swift pace and stabbing the target in front, dealing 150% physical damage to the target. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. Finally a damaging skill has popped. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Although the damage bonus of this treading spike wasn't really high, however, it is expensive to strike quickly. There is almost no skill pre-shake. A sharp jab in the middle of a fight is almost hard to dodge. Moreover, Shao Knight could still use the fire seed value that he had already accumulated to strengthen this skill. Strengthening from B rank to A rank doesn't consume much fire value. Enhanced Stepping Surge. Shao Knight directly chose Strengthen, and a line of prompts immediately appeared before his eyes. Does it consume 30 points of fire value to strengthen the treading spike, B rank? Shao Knight nodded his head in confirmation. Yes, Stepping Spike has been strengthened to a Swift Thunder Spike. Remaining fire value 45. Thunderclap. Effect, moves forward a small distance with lightning speed and stabs the target, dealing 180% physical damage. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Additional words, this skill can be bludgeoned. What a lightning bolt. Physical damage bonus increased to 180%. Not only did it have the stormable word attached, the cooldown was directly reduced to 10 seconds. That meant that this move, Swift Thunder Burst, could well be used as one's go-to output. It's also kind of rewarding. Shao Knight didn't dare to stay here for much longer. Those Lulan Imperial Guards patrol routes were all moving. One must take advantage of this moment to immediately rush to the main hall of that Lulan general's tomb. Following the directions on the sheepskin map, walking through the long corridor in front of him, one could only see a main hall that had been polished through the years and was still golden and brilliant appearing in front of him. This is the deepest and most central part of General Lulan's tomb. The same is true of the habitat of this once great general of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. The whole Lulan general tomb is like a giant underground city. Also can be seen in the general at that time the status of Lulan country. I'm afraid that at least is also under one person, 10,000 people. Shao Knight walked forward, only to see that the main door of the main hall was being engraved with some ancient Lulan scripts about the general's life and achievements. It was only that although Shao Knight knew of the existence of this kind of writing, he could only recognize some of the most basic characters, and it was almost impossible to read the inscriptions on it. However, Through some general formatting, Xiao Knight still found out the name of this Lulan general Fu Hua, a name very much in the style of ancient Lulan, and those murals around the gate depicted one scene of war after another, in which the unusually tall figure standing on top of a chariot pulled by 4 horses was supposed to be this General Fu Hua. Entering the main hall was important. Xiao Knight stopped hovering and walked forward to give a hard push. There was a gurgling sound of a machine casing coming from this huge door, and without using much force, it opened automatically. Xiao Knight raised the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hand and stepped into it vigilantly. One could only see that the entire main hall was unusually wide, and what met one's eyes were sculptures of terracotta warriors one after another. The carvings were lifelike, neatly arranged in the main hall, like an army in full armor. The atmosphere was stern and overpowering, and even Xiao Knight was a bit cautious. These soldier chrysalis sculptures don't come to life one by one, do they? Xiao Knight raised his steps very slightly, not daring to make a single sound. Those 1,000-legged soldier nymphs in the first level of the tomb were already not something an ordinary person could deal with. This main hall in the middle of the soldier chrysalis one by one are carved even more formidable and solemn. If all of them came to life, Xiao Knight was afraid that his little life would have to be accounted for here. But the good thing was that these terracotta warriors didn't seem to be coming to life. They just stood there straight as if they were carved in stone. And at the end of the army of soldier chrysalids was a 4-horse chariot, also carved from stone. Pulled on top of the chariot was a gilded coffin. It should be where General Runewa is perched. Xiao Knight felt like a grave robber at the moment. But now that we have arrived here, what we are seeking is the treasure chest accompanying the burial goods in this tomb. Xiao Knight looked around at once, only to see that 3 treasure chests glittering with golden light were being placed at the back of the main hall. That is, around the coffin. Much ado about nothing. Xiao Knight immediately paid his respects to the coffin of that Fu Hua general. It's the 3 treasure chests he wants. As for the coffin on the 4-horse chariot, Xiao Yi decided not to disturb the resting place of this Lulan ancient kingdom general yet. This General Fu Hua must have been a great warrior, judging by his heroic deeds. In case it comes out and releases a general grievous spirit of some kind, it's probably at least a level 50 gold boss. And just then, Xiao Knight suddenly heard a clamor coming from outside the long corridor behind him. It seemed like quite a few professionals had already arrived at this 3rd floor. Coming so fast? Xiao Knight immediately felt bad. It seems that the 2 major guilds, Hegemony and Blackhawk, were still underestimated. Even though it was only the Shangjing City branch, the squad of professionals led by Lin Xueming and Wang Biao were definitely all elites. I'm afraid the team is full of at least A-rank professionals. But at that moment there were also a few screams in the distance. It seems that they are already encountering the Lulan Imperial Guards, and this 3-man Imperial Guards are not that easy to deal with. It'll stop them for at least 10 minutes. Xiao Knight no longer hesitated. Directly opening the water summoning steps, he rushed towards the 3 treasure chests at the back of that main hall, pulled out the lock-picking tool and scrambled to mangle it. At least take all the contents of the 3 treasure chests before they reach the main hall. Up close, I can see that the carvings on all 3 treasure chests are of the same ancient Lulan decoration. But without exception all of them were glowing with a brilliant golden light. Looks like there are at least 3 goldware inside. Xiao Knight sank his heart. With a crisp unlocking sound, the first treasure chest should open, only to see that what was placed inside was clearly a black cloak, while the end of the cloak was embroidered with a kind of killing pattern. Black Moon Cloak. Grade, Gold. Level requirement, none. Properties. Xiao Knight didn't have time to look at its attributes in detail, so he hurriedly moved on to the next treasure chest. The lock-picking technique in his hands became more and more skillful. It didn't take long for the second treasure chest to open. What was placed in it was actually a gilt longsword sealed inside a scabbard. The hilt paper decorated with all sorts of carved gems, incomparably gorgeous. The King's Sword. Grade, Gold. Level requirement, level 50. Properties. It was actually a level 50 gold weapon. However, at that moment, the commotion coming from the middle of the long corridor behind them was getting closer and closer. Xiao Knight bent his body and hid behind that stone chariot, while casting the lock-opening technique in his hands at breakneck speed. He was practically racing against time. The voices from beyond the promenade were coming closer and, almost at the same time, the third treasure chest was finally opened by Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight didn't even have time to look at it and directly grabbed the items in the treasure chest and loaded them into his backpack as he ducked towards the back of the main hall. Seeing only that the back of this main hall was a whole bare wall, and that there did not seem to be any hiding places for, out of nowhere, Xiao Knight however saw a groove on the wall, but the shape was somewhat familiar. Jade Hidden Ring. Xiao Knight snapped to mind that the ring he had obtained from the treasure chest in that long corridor was the key to opening a dark room in the chamber. Xiao Knight hurriedly took off his ring and inserted it into the groove, and on top of the originally polished wall, a very small hidden door suddenly opened. Xiao Knight drilled in with a cat's body. Meanwhile, the clamor then had arrived at the main entrance of the main hall. Brother Hawk Ming. Look, The main hall is right there. We finally found it. Chapter 41, Epic Items. Lulan Tiger Talisman Een. The door of the secret room thumped shut once again after Shao Knight entered, and there was not the slightest trace on the smooth wall, and anyone who came would not be able to tell that there was actually a person hidden behind this wall. At this time, the noisy commotion outside had already arrived in the main hall. It sounded like at least 30 to 40 people. I'm afraid that all of the members of the Hegemony Guild's branch that Lin Xueming had brought with him had arrived here. Brother Hawk Ming, quick look, there's a treasure chest. Some sharp-eyed people had already seen the 3 treasure chests behind the coffin of that 4-horse chariot, and immediately shouted excitedly. Unbeknownst to him, Shao Knight had even more thoughtfully relocked the treasure chest after opening it. In the eyes of the group from the Hegemony, they still thought that they were the first ones to reach the main hall. Show me. A hint of ecstasy also surfaced in Lin Xueming's eyes. The monsters in this copy of the General's tomb were far more tricky than other low-level copies. The treasure chest in that main hall would certainly not disappoint him. Lin Xueming rushed to the treasure chest first. Close up to see the 3 golden treasure chest is even more so that he was overjoyed. Where's the thieving profession? Get over here and unlock the door. Lin Xueming called out with some impatience, and a thief profession behind him rushed forward and pulled out a set of lock-picking tools and kept pounding on it. Nearby, Lin Xueming also held his breath, desire filling his eyes. Next to him, Lu Ruyan came over at the right time, took his arm, and softly said, Hawk Ming, what kind of equipment do you think could be in here? Lin Xueming felt a burst of warmth coming from his arm, and for a moment he drifted off and said, Don't worry, Ruyan, as long as the mage equipment that you can use comes out, it will definitely be given to my baby first. Lu Ruyan was instantly filled with joy, and her charming eyes looked at Lin Xueming with a glance. The duo didn't care in the slightest about the strange eyes of their hegemony teammates behind them. Although this Lu Ruyan was also an A-ranked fire elemental mage, she didn't contribute at all in the copy. It wasn't that he encountered a monster feigning fright and hid in Lin Xueming's arms. It's just that I got tired after just 2 steps and simply hid in the back. When playing in the group is extremely poor operation. The release of skills at will. Do not know how to cooperate with the team. Now that the treasure chest is out, those dedicated mage teammates who play output are instead not eligible for the first pick? Several people looked at each other, but there was nothing they could do about it. Who made Lin Xueming the leader of the team this time? People's actual S-class professions. The hegemony's key cultivation seedlings. That is naturally what the people with hard fists say. Right at this moment, that squatting in front of the treasure chest sweaty thief finally hands came a crisp unlocking sound. Treasure chest should open. The thief glanced into the treasure chest, and his eyes widened. Brother Hawk Ming. This. Lin Xueming pushed him away and hurried up to take a look at only to see that the gorgeous-looking treasure chest was actually empty. Not even a hair? This can't be right. It took so much effort to push through to this main hall, and the treasure chest is actually empty inside? Lin Xueming immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. His eyes looked at the 2 treasure chests next to that, and in a cold voice, he said, Go, open those 2 treasure chests and look at them too. The burglars didn't dare to slow down and rushed over with their lock-picking tools. A few minutes later, Lin Xueming looked at the 3 empty treasure chests with a grimace and didn't say a word. It took so much effort to bring the people of the hegemony to be the first to push their way here, not realizing that the 3 golden treasure chests in the huge main hall were all empty. Could it be that someone got there first? I can't. This pushing all the way from the first floor of the chamber. Lin Xueming asked himself that hegemony was definitely ahead of everyone. Even the Black Eagles led by Wang Biao were left behind by him. Was the treasure chest originally empty? Lin Xueming feelings cannot help but doubt this General Toon copy itself. But on the contrary, the guild executives also specially instructed him that this Lulan General Tomb, it is very likely that there will be that thing. At this time, Shao Knight, who was hiding in the secret room at the back of that main hall, also finally had a chance to take a good look at these 3 golden artifacts that he had gotten from the treasure chest. The first treasure chest gives a ghostly black cloak that, Black Moon Cloak, grade, gold, level requirement, none, attributes, agility plus 30, dodge plus 30, additional words, Black Moon time, Black Moon wraps around the whole body. When turned on the figure becomes blurred and the movement speed increases by 50% for a short period of time. Duration, 30 seconds, cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional skill equipment. Shao Knight immediately brightened up. Although the attribute bonus of this cloak wasn't high, it directly came with an active skill Hour of the Black Moon. When turned on the figure becomes blurred and the movement speed is directly increased by 50%. Coupled with Shao Knight's water summoning steps, movement speed bonus, it was simply a godly escape technique after killing someone. The second piece of equipment was a bright and splendid greatsword. The King's Sword. Grade, gold. Level requirement, level 50. Attack power, plus 1100. Attributes, strength plus 50, agility plus 50. Additional word, Royal Majesty, when killing a target, inflicts a shocking effect on nearby enemies, unable to counterattack or parry for a short period of time. A sword directly added over 1,000 attack power. It was worthy of being a level 50 gold artifact, in contrast to Shao Knight's current equipment, which totaled less than 500 attack power. You can see the terror of high-grade gold artifacts. However, Shao Knight's current level was still quite a gap from level 50, so he could only level up first. Then there was that last treasure chest that Shao Knight couldn't even look at, only to see that it was actually a jade tiger talisman. The carving was extremely delicate, and the entire tiger talisman revealed an aura of killing, yet it was only half, not complete. Lulan tiger symbol Een. Grade, epic item. Introduction. The tiger symbol of the ancient state of Lulan, gathering the power of Yin and Yang, collecting both Yin and Yang parts, can break thousands of armies and cut down 10,000 horses. Attribute, Yin tiger talisman. When opened, all friendly troops within the range of the tiger talisman immediately recover 50% of their maximum life value. Effective range, 1,000 meters. Cooling time, 12 hours. Just one word alone caused Shao Knight to suck in a breath of cool air. Epic items. On top of the gold, radiant, transcendent, and only after that, epic equipment. I didn't realize that this jade tiger talisman in his hand, which was only half of a jade tiger talisman, was actually a complete and utter epic level item. A being who has crossed 2 orders of existence. All friendly troops within 1,000 meters immediately recover 50% of their maximum life value. Whether it's a guild war or a national war, it's enough to play a role in turning the tide. No wonder the 3 giants, Black Hawk, Hegemony, and the Baoli group, came out in force. It seems that their goal is also the most valuable thing in this general's tomb, which is this, Lulan Tiger Talisman Een. Chapter 42, Opening of the Museum. Level 50 Gold Class Lulan Corpse General. But now this, Lulan Tiger Talisman Een, had fallen into Shao Knight's hands. According to the description above, this Lulan Tiger Talisman has another half of the Yang Tiger Talisman. Gathering the 2 halves of Yin and Yang and combining them into one can defeat 1,000 armies. That means that if you can collect the 2 tiger symbols of Yin and Yang, the effect of the skill can also be greatly strengthened. Sure is a good thing. There just isn't any clue as to where the other half of the Yang Talisman is yet, and right at this moment, Shao Knight also heard the people outside making a lot of noise, as if everyone was rummaging for something in the main hall. Lin Xueming's furious voice also came from outside. Find, turn this place upside down for me. I can't believe I pushed hard to get here and there's nothing. The group of people from the hegemony industry were all of a sudden in the middle of the main hall, as if they were windswept, making a big fuss. However, the results left Lin Xueming extremely dissatisfied. There was nothing but 3 empty treasure chests in the large main hall, so he had gone through all the trouble of rushing into the main hall in front of the Blackhawk Guild. But it was a total basket case? Lin Xueming's face was cloudy, and the surrounding hegemony players didn't dare to speak. This was the first time he had led a division of the hegemony as a junior legionnaire, and it would be absolutely unacceptable if he ended up with such a result. At this time, only Lu Ruyan eyes in this hall, jumping around, and finally landed on that 4-horse-drawn coffin. Hawk Ming, take it easy. Do you think that the real treasure will be hidden in this Lulan general's coffin? Lu Ruyan's words instantly woke up the dreamer with a single word. Lin Xueming's eyes also lit up, and he couldn't help but look up and down at the 4-horse-drawn coffin in front of him. Makes sense. Who isn't buried with the most precious thing in their coffin? Maybe that thing that the guild executives had explained down was really inside this coffin. With that in hand, this first lead by myself can be considered a complete success. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in Lin Xueming's eyes, and with a wave of his hand he said, "Brothers, open the coffin." The accompanying members of one of the hegemony's crews were also shocked. Anyone who knows this coffin inside most likely should be this Lulan ancient country's general. If the coffin was opened, 9 times out of 10, a boss would be brushed out. Brother Shui Ming, should we reconsider? Do we really want to open this coffin? There's no point in taking that risk. Lin Xueming, on the other hand, coldly swept over these hegemony members and said, "What are you afraid of? We have more than 40 people back here. All of them are the division's elites. What kind of bosses can't be pushed through? I'll lead you in a fight myself today. All of you get back to your positions. Shield warriors to the front. Mages, archers back off." Lin Xueming barked orders in an unquestioning manner. But the hegemony's players also quickly followed the command and set up their formation. All the shield warriors and front row professions bravely stood at the front, protecting the mages and archers in the center of the group. The priest profession responsible for healing was situated at the very back. As the captain, Lin Xueming, who was also a melee profession, stood in the front row. Gripping the long sword in his hand, he had to be the first to open this coffin. Lin Xueming stepped into the coffin of the 4 horses pulling the cart, and looked at the carving of the lifelike, mighty 4 high-headed steeds. Even his palms cannot help but out a trace of wet sweat. This is a Lulan ancient country's great general's grave coffin. Couldn't care less. Lin Xueming clenched his teeth, and the long sword in his hand ruthlessly stabbed into the gap of the coffin. Then he directly launched the skill, Xian Ice Chop. Pieces of cold air erupted from above the long sword in his hand, splitting the sealed coffin open with a crack. Shasta. Wisps of black gas leaked out from the cracks of the coffin, at first only as hair-like strands, and then there were pieces and pieces of black water like mercury. The coffin, which had been sealed for centuries, erupted into a vibration that, damn, there really is something alive in there. And Lin Xueming didn't dare to stay in the front, twisting his head back into the line, standing in a row with a few shield warriors. Everybody don't panic, prepare to open the boss. Lin Xueming looks confident. In the next second, as if in response to his shout, the lid of the coffin exploded violently, and a lanky, tall and far superior figure stood up from it. The muscles of his body had stiffened, and his eyes showed a blood-red color that, holding a blood-colored lance in his hand, he stood brazenly on the chariot pulled by 4 horses, just like the scene depicted in the mural. Go! I'd like to see how much weight this Lulan ancient kingdom general of yours has. Lin Xueming gave a command, and the long sword in his hand slashed up viciously. The sharp sword entered the flesh, splitting the armor that had long been corrupted by the centuries of time, but could not disclose the flesh and blood of this Lulan great general. 95. A number that was no more than 100 immediately caused Lin Xueming to be stunned for a moment. This was his damage skill as an S-ranked professional. At the same time, the rain of arrows in the hegemony's formation, one after another, and the stormy flames also fell on the Lulan general in front of him like a fierce wind and rain. And yet the numbers smashed out are mind-boggling and ludicrous. 45, 33, 9. None of the damage was over 100, and there was even one that only dealt a pathetic single-digit damage. Meanwhile, the attributes of this great general of the Lan Kingdom also finally unfolded before everyone's eyes. Lulan Corpse General Runicized. Level, 50 Gold Boss. Blood, 500. 000. Introduction. The invincible general of the ancient state of Lulan was invincible in life and swept away all the countries, and after his death, he was buried here with the rights of a king. Anyone who disturbs the general's peace after 100 years will be reduced to a spirit under the bloody lance. A level 50 gold class boss. Lin Xueming was suddenly enraged. This was far beyond the ability of their group, which topped out at less than level 40. Not to mention the whopping 500. 000 bloodstains. He brought in all the division's elites this time, and just now, with a barrage of explosions, other people's bloodstains don't even come with a reduction. One of the hegemony's crew members was also trembling in both strands at the moment. It's too late for regrets. However, that Lulan ancient kingdom's great general's eyes were red, revealing a hint of murderous eyes. The blood-colored lance in his hand violently erupted in a burst of light, sweeping towards the hegemony's camp with an overwhelming momentum. Defense! Lin Xueming shouted anxiously. The shield warriors in the front row also immediately raised their shields to protect the front of the formation. However, a blood-red gun blank swept through the 2355, 2988, 2783. One by one, near-second damage burst out from these elite shield warriors of the hegemony, like a gale cutting through the grass. Chapter 43, Hate Detachment. The plague caused by Ruyan Lu. The front row shield warriors that Lin Xueming had brought over this time were all hand-picked from within the hegemony guild's Shangjing City branch. Almost all of them were clear of B rank or higher professions, and everyone had at least a few pieces of silver artifacts on their bodies. Coupled with the defensive power bonus of the shield warrior profession, those front rows had almost all accumulated that defensive power to over 1,000. However, in front of this level 50 gold level boss, it was like paper mache. The blood-colored lance in Lulan Corpse General's hand swings violently. It was a piece of damage up to 2 or 3,000. Such horrific damage looked at Lin Xueming could not help but be staggered. Even the defensive skill, Cold Ice Shield, on his own body was directly broken just by being rubbed a little. Heal the back row to keep up. Lin Xueming hurriedly shouted. A white healing ray immediately swung over from the end of the formation. It was also good that they had brought quite a few priest professions this time. All the healing skills were all focused on the front row of several shield warriors. For a while it also pulled the blood bar back hard. Yes. Seeing this, Lin Xueming exclaimed, as long as we don't get killed in seconds, we have hope. Output professions give me concentrated fire. And Lin Xueming himself didn't stop outputting. A Shen Ice slashed at that Lulan Corpse General, and was considered to have finally dealt the first 100 damage. 291. As an S-ranked profession, his output ability was almost as high as 3 mages. The mage archers in the hegemony team are all hand-picked elites. A single damage number, though low, but after all, there were a lot of people. The output frequency is also kept up. especially after the aura bonus given by the supporting professions in the team. The overall output is not to be underestimated. Within a few minutes, it had hard-wonly ground down more than 10,000 blood of the Lulan Corpse General, as he watched the blood level of the level 50 gold level boss drop by a fraction of an inch with the naked eye. Everyone in the hegemony also saw hope as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. Top me off. Lin Shueming, on the other hand, shouted with particular excitement that, if he could lead his team to take down this level 50 gold level boss, it would be the first of its kind in the whole of Shangjing City or even the whole country. Definitely a gold level first kill for this class of awakened. Not only would the top brass of the Hegemony Guild have to look at themselves in a high light, they would even be able to become famous as a commander. There's an opportunity right in front of us. Lin Shueming couldn't help but feel complacent about his party's vigor, even if he couldn't find the item that the higher-ups were talking about. Pushing out this boss was definitely a great achievement. I'm afraid it's not as simple as he thinks. However, taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on that Lulan Corpse General, Shao Knight also quietly opened the door of the secret room by a crack. He also didn't expect this Lin Shueming to risk opening the coffin, and instead of retreating after scouting out that this Lulan Corpse General was a level 50 gold level boss, he had hardened his heart and led the team to kill it. In Shao Knight's opinion, this was simply no different from seeking death. Although currently, the Hegemony's people seemed to be holding up against this Lulan Corpse General's damage and were continuously outputting effectively. However, many of the bosses will have a second stage of rage, when the damage is bound to skyrocket. What's more, this is a level 50 gold boss? Although these front rows of the Hegemony are not poorly equipped, they can only barely carry them in the early stages, and once the boss makes a change, they are bound to be able to break through their formation. I'm afraid it will be too late for the Hegemony people to get out in one piece by then. As it happens, as if it had verified Shao Knight's opinion, the situation in the Great Hall instantly changed drastically. The trigger was Ruyan Lu, who was standing in the center of the mage team. As an A-rank profession fire elemental mage, she was carrying no less than Lin Shueming's equipment that he had branched out from the guild, and her damage and output on the panel was almost at the top of the Hegemony's mage team. Looking around at her teammates who were looking at her and Lin Shueming with strange eyes, Ruyan Lu was also holding her breath in her heart. What are you guys? Also dare to talk behind your back? Lu Ruyan waved her staff, and a series of explosive inflammation spells landed on that Lulan Corpse General's body, erupting in a series of fairly sizable burning damage. 98, 95. Ruyan Lu seemed to be deliberately trying to overpower these mage teammates around her, whose equipment and professions were inferior to hers, and prove some of her own strength. However, the arrogance in her heart made her forget that when in a team, the core output profession in the team must deliberately control their own output. This is because once the output is too high, there is a danger that the boss's hatred may be detached from the front row shield warriors. Lin Shueming, who was the captain of the team, also noticed this, and he was just about to raise his voice to remind him that the Ruyan, the Lulan Corpse General, in front of him swung the lance in his hand, and swept it over towards him. Lin Shueming scrambles to avoid it, yet it was these few seconds of delay that were too late. The burning damage attached to the Lulan Corpse General by Lu Ruyan's tyrannical inflammation art stacked up to 10 layers and suddenly dealt a huge damage. 982. Lu Ruyan's face was instantly delighted, and she looked around at her teammates with disdain. Ha, you bunch of losers. However, before the words were finished, a loud shout could be heard from Lin Shueming, who was at the front of the line. Not good. The boss's hate is disengaging. Shield warriors in the front row, hold it for me. The words just fell, only to see that Lulan Corpse General, a pair of blood-red eyes staring fiercely at the center of the team at Lu Ruyan. Straight to see Lu Ruyan heart panic. The mage teammates around her were all looking at her with the same gaze as they were looking at the little cutie. They looked at her with the same gaze, and many of them had quietly dispersed behind the team, away from her. Top me off, Lin Shueming yelled anxiously. After 3 years of following Shao Knight's S in high school, he had also learned some of the rules that must never be broken in team fights. He knew in his heart what would happen if he was breached in the front row. I only saw that Lulan Corpse General's eyes become more and more bloodshot. Suddenly, he gripped the end of the blood-red lance with both hands, stood with his legs bowed, and swept in violently. The blood-red lance was wheeled round and, like a full blood-colored moon, Shasta, one by one, huge amounts of damage exploded out of the 5 shield warriors in the front row of Team Hegemony were swept away in unison. There were 2 shield warriors who hadn't even had time to replenish their blood bars were just directly killed in seconds. A cue also floated in front of everyone's eyes that Lulan Corpse General used the skill Full Moon Sweep. After instantly sweeping away the front row, that once great general of the ancient kingdom of Lulan rushed into the formation of the Hegemony like a god of killing. It went straight to Ruyan Lu. Chapter 44, Black Eagle Hegemony joins forces? But the fisherman is behind. Ruyan, be careful. Lin Xueming immediately shouted in a hurry. Yet he didn't defiantly stand in front of that Lulan corpse general, but rather, he took care of himself and hid to the side. Front row shield warriors, hold it for me, Lin Xueming roared fiercely. However, this hegemony division team he was leading was also all newly awakened professionals from this term. The group hadn't been together long, much less had much faith in him as the so-called captain. Facing the moment when the level 50 gold level boss, Lulan Corpse General, rushes into the formation and kills the four directions, everyone is running for their lives in a panic. As for Lu Ruyan, who was already located in the center of the team, she was blocked to death and couldn't even run. Brother Hawk Ming, help me, Lu Ruyan shouted in panic, but in the midst of the panic, Lin Xueming didn't even look at her, and Xiao Knight, who was hiding in the secret room of the main hall. Then cold eyes will all this in the bottom of the eyes, but he cannot save. Also pressed not intend to go out to save each other. The people pay for their choices. If Xiao Knight had not been able to hide in the secret room in time earlier but had been discovered by Lin Xueming, then I'm afraid that the target of this group of hegemony's manpower is not that Lulan Corpse General, but himself. If Lin Xueming and hegemony's group of people could die in this copy, Xiao Knight but did not have half a bit of sympathy. Instead, he was happy to see it. Yet here comes the variation in things. Just as hegemony's group was dispersed by the Lulan Corpse generals and fled in all directions, another group of people, however, had already arrived in this main hall. It was that Black Eagle Guild led by Wang Biao. Looking at the miserable and panicked scene in front of him, Wang Biao, on the other hand, revealed a trace of a gloating smile. Taking the men under his hand and hiding in the doorway of the main hall, he shouted to Lin Xueming from a distance that, Lin Xueming, how did you hegemony get into this miserable state? Lin Xueming himself was a bit flustered, and now that he saw Wang Biao watching the joke there, he was even more hateful. Wang Biao, don't you dare talk there. This is a level 50 gold class boss. Wang Biao's face was also shocked at his words. A level 50 gold boss? That was the first time their class of awakened had encountered it, and if they were able to lead the team to push it down, it would definitely be an instant success. At this moment, Wang Biao's thoughts in his heart were just like the party's Lin Xueming, who all wanted to become famous, and he, the son of the Black Eagle Guild's president, was even more impatient to prove himself. However, looking at this miserable state of the hegemony guilds, Wang Biao's heart couldn't help but mutter. After all, he knew that the strength of the group of people Lin Xueming had brought with him wasn't worse than him. Even if that level 50 gold level boss blood bar has been knocked down quite a bit by the hegemony at this point, they definitely don't have a 10% grasp of being able to take over. Unless, thinking for a moment, Wang Biao, however, suddenly had a hard look in his eyes and shouted at Lin Xueming from afar. Lin Xueming, make a deal. We Black Eagles will help you hegemony fight together. After it's done, the equipment that pops out will be divided equally. Lin Xueming couldn't help but spit angrily when he heard this sentiment. Ugh, they, the hegemony, had fought hard for half a day and had already lost the lives of a few more of their teammates, only to end up splitting the final loot with the Black Eagle? But now Lin Xueming had no choice. If they don't cooperate with the Black Hawk Guild, all their previous efforts will go down the drain. The loot will be split in half. But we, the hegemony, will choose first. After all, we've lost so many people. Lin Xueming immediately gritted his teeth and said, the first time he led a team to a copy, he directly lost several team members, and if he didn't have a result, the higher-ups of the hegemony guild wouldn't give him a good time. Wang Biao also did not pull more skin. The hegemony has already knocked off a lot of blood for them. Now the two parties cooperate. For their Black Eagle Guild is simply a sure thing. A nod of the head and said, deal. Lin Xueming immediately shouted anxiously, then why don't you get your Black Hawk front row up top? Wang Biao didn't hide anything on his side and personally charged up with a group of Black Eagle's front row warriors. He himself was originally an S-rank front row profession discordant dragon martial monk, able to carry and fight. In terms of defense, it was much higher than Lin Xueming's frost swordsman who majored in force sensitivity. As the first shield of the entire team, Wang Biao took the lead and went to the front, raising his specialized weapon, the coiled dragon stick. A move of breaking pound drew the boss's hatred to himself. At this time, Blackhawk's entire team had also all entered the field, with the front row, mages, and healing professions setting up a formation to stabilize the situation. And Hegemony's men took the opportunity to reorganize and intersperse into the Blackhawk Guild's formation. All back row healing professions all target me. Wang Biao roared with confidence. With his current equipment, coupled with the Discordant Dragon Martial Monk's special defense skill, Discordant Dragon Bottle, not only did it drastically increase his defense, but it also increased his blood value to as much as 8,000. Wang Biao claimed to be the second in defense of the current awakened one. No one dared to claim the first. A person at the front, directly absorbing the effects of all healing professions, was simply an impenetrable shield. This is also the specialty of Wang Biao's team. Only to see that Lulan Corpse General's blood-colored lance swing at Wang Biao's body. Surprisingly, it only dealt over 1,000 damage, 1284. And this 1,000 or so damage was almost instantly restored with a dozen or so healing professions teaming up to heal it. One front row that can carry the load is more than enough to outperform a dozen inferior front rows. When Lin Xueming saw this scene, a hint of shade appeared in his eyes as well. This Wang Biao's S-rank profession, Discordant Dragon Martial Monk, was really no weaker than himself. But right now, the two major guilds, Black Eagle and Hegemony, had to join forces in order to be able to crush this level 50 gold level boss, Lulan Corpse General. With the two top guilds teams assembled together, not only did the front row have an impenetrable shield in the form of Wang Biao, output-oriented professions such as mages in the team are also directly doubled. A rain of arrows, mixed with flames, ice picks, lightning and other various attributes of the spells bombarded the body of the Lulan Corpse General. The Lulan Corpse General. Even the blood bar of this gold level boss that was as high as level 50 was constantly being cut down as far as the eye could see. A total of 500,000 blood was killed in half within half an hour. The two major guilds joined forces, and it was indeed unusually smooth. According to this progress, I'm afraid that it won't take long for them to complete the first kill of the gold level boss of this session of Awakened People. The two of them, Wang Biao and Lin Xueming, looked at each other in the middle of the crowd, and there was a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. The first kill of a gold level boss is the supreme honor of every awakened one. However, unbeknownst to them, in the middle of this hot and bustling main hall, there was another person who was just as excited as they were. It was Shao Knight, who was hiding in the secret room. At this time, Shao Knight's body had already put on the black moon cloak, secretly calculating the distance from the secret room to that Lulan Corpse General, and then to the exit of the main hall. 30 seconds. Time of the black moon, dramatically increased movement speed effect. It's not impossible to steal this boss. Chapter 45. There's old 6. The Hegemony and Black Eagle guilds had combined to send out close to 100 people this time, each one a carefully selected elite among the new class of professionals. The average levels are all close to 40. 2. Under the joint shelling of as many as 100 people, even that level 50 gold level boss Lulan Corpse General was somewhat unable to hold back. Not only did the blood bar drop below half, that imposing counterattack was also eaten hard by Wang Biao, who was topping a group of healers. That's the strength of a team fight, that, as long as there was a front row that could hold up, with a group of healing professions, plus the output team of mages and archers, no matter how thick the blood was, the boss could always die. However, as he watched the Lulan Corpse General's blood bar dwindle, the leaders of the two guilds, Lin Xueming and Wang Biao, however, began to move unanimously. Although we agreed that if we could kill this boss, the loot would be shared equally. But it doesn't say who's going to make that final move. As we all know, kill the boss and the last one to fill in will get half the experience straight away. And it's the remaining half of the experience that will be divided equally among everyone present. Moreover, this was the first gold level boss that the Awakened had opened in this session. Whoever made up the last cut would be qualified to say that they had taken the first kill of a gold level boss. Lin Xueming couldn't help but give Wang Biao a gloomy look. Obviously at this time, further discussion would have long since become unworkable. And Wang Biao would never leave the opportunity for the final cut to himself for nothing. While Wang Biao, who was at the forefront, looked at the boss's diminishing blood bar, his mind gradually took stock of the situation. Both of them unspokenly slowed down the rhythm of their output in their hands. Both were saving one of their highest output skills, ready to grab the last mulligan. Those members of the Hegemony and Black Eagle who knew their captain's mind well immediately also played in coordination with each other. In fact, amongst all of them, only Wang Biao and Lin Xueming had the goldware equipment provided by the guild, and they were really talking about single skill damage. Only these two were unique. The other players basically had no possibility to grab the last cut. The whole boss pushing operation gradually turned into a hooking match between the two. Although Wang Biao, who was at the front, had been keeping his strongest killing moves useless, he was always the first shield of the entire team and had been carrying the damage for the team. However, next to him, Lin Xueming, as the main attacker of the melee profession, had visibly slowed down the pace of his output, and his paddling attitude had caused many people in the Blackhawk Guild to become dissatisfied. Hey, your Hegemony's captain is simply paddling, so half a day without any output? If you ask me, your Hegemony's output is as crushing as your captain's. As one of the same four great guilds, how could the people from the Hegemony Guild hold back when they heard this? Immediately, they turned against the camera and said, "Since when is it your turn to control the captain of our Hegemony? Just mind your own business. You Blackhawks later pick up the slack. Just steal it." Although both guilds were still outputting, they were already bickering in a tit-for-tat manner with your words and mine. Without us you'd already have been reunited. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If it wasn't for the fact that we've lassoed all of the boss's attack moves, you guys would have ended up the same way if you came. Our captain is not a little brittle like your captain. Are you going to say one more shady sentence there? Say what's wrong with you. As the smell of gunpowder became more and more charged, both parties didn't have the slightest doubt that by the time this boss went down, they might all just go straight to work. Lin Shueming, on the other hand, secretly sent out a sentence among the Hegemony Guild's liaison channel. When this boss is about to die later, everyone get ready to cooperate with me in mending. The final slash of this gold level boss must not be snatched by Black Eagle. The people of the Hegemony received the instructions in the contact channel, and one by one, they all secretly prepared themselves as well. And Wang Biao there also pressed no longer cover up. Directly to the side of the Hegemony of the people roared, "Get out of my way all of you in a moment. I'll see who dares to grab the last cut with me." Wang Biao's words made the Hegemony's people even more dissatisfied in their hearts. And right at this moment, that Lulan Corps General's blood level was getting lower and lower, finally approaching the final decimation line. It's now. Wang Biao gripped the coiled dragon stick with both hands and fiercely stomped on the ground. The huge vibration immediately shook the surrounding people of the Hegemony backward in unison, leaving a vacuum around the boss. It also cleared a space for himself to make up the last cut. Aim for the boss, and you'll have to perform your own kill move. However, Lin Shueming was even more astute on his side, and just at this critical point in time suddenly said in the chat channel of the Hegemony, all of Hegemony's output professions stop. So in an instant, half of the mage archer professions stopped in unison. The output of the entire team was cut in half, and the blood bar of the boss that was about to approach the decimation line suddenly fell short by a hair. Wang Biao's killing move hit Lulan Corps General's body and exploded with a huge amount of damage. 816. Yet it didn't knock the last ounce of blood out of it. This Lulan Corps General's blood bar was already almost empty, but he was left with such a thin sliver of blood that was visible to the naked eye. Lin Shueming, who was behind him, violently rushed out, the long sword in his hand erupting with a blast of cold air, heading straight for that Lulan Corps General. Damn, you're playing dirty with me. Seeing this scene, Wang Biaoji couldn't help but roar in anger. However, the killing move in his hand had already entered its cooldown time. The normal means of attack would simply not be able to knock out the boss's last blood bar in a short period of time. Angry and anxious, Wang Biao simply gritted his teeth and straightened up in front of Lin Shueming. Wang Biao, you get out of my way. Lin Shueming's eyes widened anxiously, and he shouted fiercely under his breath, or else I'll even kill you together. Both of them are killing red eyes at the moment. Just a split second later, no one had noticed that from among the walls behind the main hall a dark shadow had suddenly emerged. With great speed, he rushed towards the Lulan Corps General, who had only a trace of blood skin left. From behind, the movement speed was as fast as a stump, and it was even a little hard to see in the darkness of the chamber. Before anyone could react, a damage figure had then exploded from the back of the Lulan Corps General. This level 50 gold level boss let out an unwilling roar and suddenly collapsed to the ground. A queue also appeared before everyone's eyes. Congratulations! You have killed the level 50 gold level boss Lulan Corps General. The experience of killing a gold level boss across levels caused everyone present to directly level up by one. However, both Lin Shueming and Wang Biao likewise only had a white light flashing up on them. Both of them had also only risen by one level, and neither of them had grabbed the huge amount of experience from this last mending. What's the situation? Wang Biao and Lin Shueming glanced at each other, and there was some shock and bewilderment in each other's eyes. In the gaze of these two somewhat confused leaders, a black shadow stormed up from among the corpses of the fallen Lulan Corps General, and like the wind sweeping away the clouds, he took all the equipment with a glittering golden light that this level 50 gold class boss exploded out in his arms. Then it turned into a black shadow again and swept toward the door of the hall. Good you Lin Shueming, and hiding a Hegemony assassin in the back. How insidious. Wang Biao also took that black shadow as the people of Baiyi. The love can't help but break out in curses. Lin Shueming, on the other hand, was also stunned, and then immediately reacted with wide eyes and said, "What? Isn't that one of your Blackhawks? What do you mean? No. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Stop him now. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This ing old 6. Chapter 46, Escape from Life. Returning home fully loaded. That black shadow was naturally Shao Knight who had turned on the skill attached to the cloak, Time of the Black Moon. Movement speed is directly increased by 50% in 30 seconds, and the figure has a blurring effect and cannot be seen accurately. Right between the flashes of lightning between that Wang Biao and Lin Shueming hooking up to grab that boss's last slash, Shao Knight, who had beast blood boiling, water summoning steps, all turned on, struck one of his highest damage skills, Thunderous Surge, at the boss's back. After one-shotting this unbeatable level 50 gold level boss, Shao Knight didn't even look at it. Directly will this boss burst out of a piece of equipment in the most brilliant gold light, several pieces of equipment all into the arms. In passing, he also sacrificed the fire of this Lulan Corpse General. Before anyone from the Hegemony and Black Eagle guilds could react, they had already run to the entrance of the main hall. Damn it, stop that guy. Reacting, Wang Biao was so angry that he roared hysterically. Lin Xueming, on the other hand, was even more furious and already on fire, and while raising his leg to chase after him, he shouted hoarsely at the top of his voice, "And, don't give chase yet. Inform all the brothers of Hegemony. Be sure to catch him for me." The two major guilds joined forces to push the boss, and instead of grabbing the last slice of filler kill experience, even the equipment that popped out was all taken. If this gets out, the faces of the two major guilds, Black Hawk and Hegemony, had been disgraced by their two leaders. At that moment, Shao Knight had already broken out of the door of the main hall, turned his head and turned into one of the tomb passages. A white light flashed belatedly in his. The experience from the complimentary kill of the up to level 50 gold level boss directly allowed Shao Knight to ascend 8 levels in a row. The level came directly to level 38. Without the slightest hesitation, Shao Knight decisively added all the attribute points gained from this level 8 to agility. Now run as fast as you can. It was too late to look at the equipment in his arms, and all of it was thrown in his backpack. And just then, a familiar beeping sound also came from Shao Knight's ears. Lulan Corpse General's salary fire successfully sacrificed. Fire plus 100. Acquired talent skill, Full Moon Sweep, rank A. Although his current running posture was a bit lousy, Shao Knight was simply a bit overjoyed. In the flash of lightning just now, Shao Knight had also sacrificed the Lulan Corpse General's salary flame in passing. This level 50 gold level boss was just different. Not only did it directly give 100 points of fire value, it also gave a direct burst of an A rank skill. And it should be the same move that Lulan Corpse General had just used to kill the 4 directions in a big way, the round moon sweeping across. This time we've made a fortune. At this moment, Shao Knight felt that this Wang Biao and Lin Xueming duo were simply their own blessings, and the places where these two appeared could always let themselves make a big profit. But there's no room for slacking off now. Feeling a jolt and a yell from behind him, apparently it was that Lin Xueming and Wang Biao who had brought all the people from the Hegemony and Black Eagle guilds after them. A stream of illuminating arrows and fireball spells blasted directly toward the front of the room, trying to shine a light on the location of the dark figure. However, Shao Knight, whose movement speed had soared to the extreme, took advantage of the fact that the effect of the time of the Black Moon had not yet disappeared, and directly turned into a fork in the road. Hegemony and Blackhawk Guild were immediately thrown off the trail. Asterisk. Which way did that kid run over there? Lin Xueming hurriedly led his men to chase after him, but he looked at the three-way intersection in front of him and was a bit dumbfounded. Never mind that, split up and go after them. Wang Biao gave the order. At this moment, the two then reached another agreement, and the human soldiers of Beiji and Blackhawk united to split into 3 paths, entering the 3 forks of the road respectively. And the forked paths are again forked in the middle of the graveyard paths. The design of the 7 twisted mechanisms would have been easy to lose track of, and the tracking party had to be split up again and again at every fork in the road. However, Shao Knight had a prop in his hand that was as helpful as a god. Sheepskin map. No one knew all the terrain and constructions in this tomb passage better than Shao Knight, including those 4-way paths and secret doors. Not to mention that Shao Knight also had an open-ended detection skill, ultrasonic solicitation. With the help of these two, Shao Knight was often able to anticipate the enemy and turn toward the least crowded fork in the road. However, the ones who chased after them in that main hall were not all the people who entered the duplicate this time in the Hegemony and Blackhawk. In addition to these elites being led by Wang Biao and Lin Xueming, there were quite a few people from Hegemony and Black Eagle who were practicing on the first and second levels of the replica. At this moment, by Wang Biao and Lin Xueming's command in the middle of the liaison channel, they immediately surrounded from the upper levels. There is a siege in front of us and a pursuer behind us. Even though Shao Knight was able to play hide and seek in the midst of this well-connected tomb passage, it was not an easy task to escape. Turning again into a dark room, Shao Knight instantly raised the lighting bug and once again went to look at the roll of sheepskin map in his hand. The predecessor who drew this map in the first place was the designer of this Lulan General's tomb. Then there should be a hidden exit in addition to the entrance into the replica. Shao Knight carefully turned that copy of the sheepskin map over and over. Finally, on the back of the map, a path outlined in light handwriting leading straight out of the catacombs was found. However, this road is actually the opposite of the entrance to this copy of the tomb. The pathway that left the tomb was actually in that main tomb hall that Shao Knight had just come over. So it is. Shao Nightfall couldn't help but feel the ingenuity of this mapmaker. The path of escape from the ascension is near the main temple. I'm afraid no one else would have thought of it. At this time, Shao Knight, who was hiding in the dark room, also heard a tracking sound coming from the surroundings. It is from the main hall chased over the group of people of the hegemony and the Black Eagle. Shao Knight held his breath without uttering a word. Quietly, he waited for the group to chase after him before coming out of the dark room and swept in the opposite direction. The direction of the main hall. And it's been long gone for a long time. No one would have thought the man would dare to run back. The so-called most dangerous place was the safest place. And that ancestor who had designed the entire general's tomb was obviously well versed in this truth. After a few hundred years, it would be cheaper for Shao Knight, the one who came later. A light journey back to the middle of the main hall. Shao Knight was also able to smoothly find the dark passage that escaped the copy of the chamber near the main hall. It was hidden at the foot of one of the thousands of terracotta statues that stood in that main hall. 4 square. Just enough to accommodate a person drilling out. Before going out, Shao Knight seemed to have discovered a trace of abnormality, only to see that this terracotta warrior above the dark passage seemed to be different from the other terracotta warrior chrysalises. Instead of a sword, he carried a pen in his hand. It should be a civil official. Could this be the maker of the parchment map? Hundreds of years have passed, and the truth has long been unknown. Shao Knight could only respectfully pay his respects to this terracotta warrior, and then burrowed into the secret passage. Having left this copy of the general's tomb, which was still roaring with the siege of the fully loaded. Chapter 47, Black Clothes? Assassin? The right number. Outside of the Lulan general's tomb replica was still crowded, and there were still quite a few late arriving professionals who wanted a piece of the action. When they arrived at the door of the replica, however, they were told that at this point in time, the copy is in the middle of 2 big guilds teamed up in a siege. The exact reason for this is still unclear, but it is said that the leaders of the 2 major guilds, Black Eagle and Hegemony, have personally put down the word this time that a joint manhunt for an agility professional wearing a black cloak, with an occupational grade of at least A. It could be an assassin or a thief. Even the entrances and exits of the replica were heavily guarded by people from these 2 guilds, and every agility profession entering and exiting had to be rigorously inspected. Quite a few people were gloating at the hilarity of the. There are also a number of people who have already pieced together the fact, through the whispers of eyewitnesses, that have you heard? Seems like someone robbed Hegemony's equipment? Robbing equipment? Shoo, I heard someone killed someone from the Hegemony guild in there. What? What kind of person is so bold as to dare to kill someone from the Hegemony? But no, I heard that Black Eagle's people were also killed by him. I don't know where the ruthless man came from. My brothers inside say that guy is an A-rank assassin. An A-ranked assassin killing people? So scary. But even if it's an A-ranked professional, this time around, he's directly wanted by the 2 major guilds together. So I'm afraid it'll be difficult to escape from this copy even if he puts his wings on it. Yeah, offending 2 major guilds at once, how bold is this? Between the hustle and bustle of the wearing mixed occupation equipment, Shao Knight quietly climbed out from another exit of this general's tomb copy. Shao Knight, who had long since changed his conspicuous black mooncloak and some golden instruments, looked like a D-ranked warrior and easily blended into the crowd of onlookers. Listening to the rumors that came to my ears that were strictly at odds with my own, Shao Knight couldn't help but be amused. Sure enough, this rumor thing was only going to get more and more exaggerated, and if one wanted to catch someone based on these characteristics in the rumors, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to catch Shao Knight for the rest of their lives. Before leaving the copy of the general's tomb, Shao Knight noticed an unusual thing. Right at the entrance to that copy, it seemed that all of the people from the Poly group had withdrawn from the copy, but they didn't leave and were waiting for something. Shao Knight's eyes snapped shut. It seems that since the beginning, the actions of the Bully Group's people in this copy of General Lolan's tomb have been a bit strange. They didn't fight with the Black Eagle and the Hegemony guilds for the treasure chests in the copies. There was also no regular type of organization for the players to practice. And even Shao Knight had barely seen a few people from the Bully Group in the midst of the copies. It's like they're here to go through the motions, or maybe accompanying someone down this copy. Shao Knight couldn't help but think of the black-clothed assassin who died in his hands in his mind. That person once begged Shao Knight for forgiveness before dying, saying that he had a great background, with the reasoning that not knowing is the best way to hide. Shao Knight ended him without waiting for him to finish. But now look, Shao Knight had to consider the worst possible outcome. That is, I'm afraid that the background behind that assassin with a white face is the Polaroid Group. Hiss. Shao Nightfall couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Poly Group. Although they didn't formally insert themselves into the profession of the Professionals Guild, the number of high-level professionals working for them under their hands wasn't even the slightest bit less than those of the 4 major guilds. The wealthy and powerful Bully Group has monopolized almost all the main industries in Shangjing City and can be said to have its hands in the air. Messing with them was even more troublesome than messing with the 4 major guilds. If that person was really the esteemed young master of the Bully Group, and now that he was dead in the middle of the Lulan General's replica, it would definitely cause 1,000 pairs of eyes to investigate. I hope that Li Xuer and Lin Fei and the others will keep Shao Knight's instructions in mind. running far away to the black market in another city to sell those 3 gold artifacts that were stripped from the man's body, or else it wouldn't take long for the Polaris Group's eyeballs to find out about them. However, in the middle of the copy, Shao Knight handled it fairly cleanly. Even the bodies with their equipment were burned to the ground by the salary sacrifice ritual, so there was no way to trace them even if they were to be investigated. I didn't expect that just as Shao Knight blended into the crowd, when I was about to leave this copy of General Lolan's tomb. Instead, an absurd but compelling argument was heard from the murmuring crowd. Have you heard? The 4th young master of the Bully Group has also come to the General's tomb copy this time, and so many people from the Bully Group have come to escort him. I've heard that this Bully Group's 4th young master has an extremely foppish personality and has also awakened an A-rank assassin profession. Hush, tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone else. I've heard that the person who killed the 2 major guilds, Hegemony and Black Eagle, it's him. What? No wonder. Other than the 4th young master of this Bully Group, who else would be so bold as to dare to touch the people of the 2 great guilds? There are also people who say that this Bully Group's 4th young master is maniacal in nature and has a taste for killing. Then it must be him. There's a lot of excitement in this copy this time. Xiao Yu froze. Then came a sudden realization, when he himself opened the Time of the Black Moon to grab that Lulan Corpse General's last slice of mending experience and equipment from Hegemony and Black Eagle. Almost doubles the movement speed, moving so fast that they figured it was an agile profession. Either an assassin or a thief, and it's at least an A rank or higher professional. And the man who died at his own hands happened to be dressed in black, and wearing a huge black hood covering half his face. And his profession was none other than assassin, A-class assassin. Black? Assassin? The 2 actually matched up perfectly, so it seems to these onlookers that the thing that killed the people from the 2 major guilds, that Hegemony and Black Eagle, was done by this 4th young master of the Bully Group. Only the 4th young master of the Bully Group, who had a large and powerful family with a good character, dared to do the thing of killing the people of the 4 major guilds. Is that unreasonable? That's too reasonable. Even Shao Knight, who was the culprit himself, was somewhat dumbfounded by what he heard. The powerful associations of these onlookers, it directly created a natural way for Shao Knight to get away. What's more, at this time, that the General's tomb copy has already made a mess in the middle of the sky, and the people from the 2 major guilds are still teaming up to surround and intercept them, and killed the 2 big guilds of people of the Bully Group's 4th young master copy of the East to hide, teasing the pursuers. This involves 2 of the 4 major guilds at once, plus the Polaris Group. Breaking news between 3 giants. It became more of a delight for onlookers who like to watch the so-called Cicada's Shelf scheme. These onlookers have directly made out a perfect shell for Shao Knight. Shao Knight sits back and enjoys the ride. Chapter 48, Woe to the East. The Bully Group strikes. The entrance to the replica of General Lolan's tomb. The Polaris Group's fleet of land cruisers was parked neatly in a back shape. A secretary wearing the Polaroid Group's standard clothing, carefully approached a nanny car that was surrounded in the very center, raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Uncle Chin, there are some rumors among the people outside, and I don't know if they're true or not. It's about the 4th young master. The door of the nanny van opened slowly and the middle-aged man in his 50s known as Uncle Chin was leaning back in his seat, wearing a pair of sunglasses. This man's full name is Chin Shan, a butler in the home of the chairman of the Bully Group. Although there is no real position in the Bully Group, it is still a pivotal figure, and I heard that he has been working for the Bully Group all his life. Uncle Chin slowly removed the sunglasses from his glasses. He had long since gotten used to this light sleep that woke him up at any time. What rumors? Uncle Chin faintly asked. He knew too much about the personality of the Bully Group's 4th young master, whom he had watched grow up with his own eyes since he was a child. Behavioral, morbid, those are just some cover words that are put on the table. In his opinion, this 4th young master of the Bully Group was a full-blown pervert suffering from homicidal disorder, and Uncle Chin's task today is to be responsible for watching him and not to play too much. But first, you have to let him play. As the 4th son of the Bully Group, a mere low-level copy, even if it appeared for the first time, was simply not worth putting in one's eyes. The kid wanted to come here for the sole purpose of having some real fun, robbing, bullying, even killing, and all Uncle Chin has to do is wipe his ass for him. This wasn't the first time he had done so for this 4th son of the Bully Group. No matter how big a mess he makes, Uncle Chin will be able to wipe it clean. This is half of his life's experience in the jungle and his value to the Polaris Group. Uncle Chin. The secretary who knocked on the car door was a bit afraid to look at Uncle Chin's eyes. All of them here were a bit afraid of him, especially after having seen Uncle Chin handle those corpses with his own eyes. The secretary said, cautiously, someone said that the 4th young master killed someone inside, and it seems like it was someone from the 4 major guilds. Uncle Chin's brow love couldn't help but frown a little. This damn little did kill again, but Uncle Chin didn't panic. He just found it a bit troublesome. Even the 4 major guilds and the Polaris group all had inextricably linked interests, and it wouldn't be too difficult to resolve this one. The 4 major guilds? Is it Black Eagle, or Hegemony? The secretaries was more than a little shaky and said that. I heard that they all killed. Now Black Eagle and Hegemony's people are teaming up to hunt down the 4th young master in the middle of the copy. Uncle Chin took a deep breath and, among the 4 major guilds, Hegemony's president, Tang Jinyuan, was like a businessman who put profits first in everything, and in dealing with him, many things could be resolved by virtue of the benefits of dealing with him alone. But the Black Eagle is not so easy. The current president Wang Mang is a ruthless character. Really, if you kill their people, I'm afraid that it will take a lot of things to set things right. Find out for me, who exactly did the 4th Duke move? Is it an elite seat inside their guild? Uncle Chin said faintly. Also, who is the captain of the team that Hegemony and Blackhawk brought here this time? The secretary replied, hastily and tremblingly, that the leader from Hegemony is called Lin Shueming, a newly recruited S-ranked pro seed this year. The one from Black Eagle is President Wang Meng's son, Wang Biao. Uncle Chin frowned again and said, after a moment of silence, take a few men and follow me into the copy. The secretary immediately gestured, and the 4 polygroup professionals immediately followed with full gear. Uncle Chin stepped out of the car and moved his body in bones. Under the attention of the onlookers, he led the way into this Lulan general's tomb. 10 minutes later, in one of the more empty chambers on the 2nd floor of General Lolan's tomb, Uncle Chin was sitting quietly on top of a polished stone tablet, while in front of him stood 2 young professionals respectfully. The one wore the logo of the Hegemony and the other was from the Blackhawk Guild. Inform your leaders this time in your guild's channel to come over and tell them that Polygroup has something to talk to them about. Uncle Chin's voice had an attitude that was not to be questioned. The 2 newly awakened professionals didn't dare to disobey and immediately contacted each other in the middle of the guild's contact channel. It didn't take long. Wang Biao and Lin Shueming then appeared in this chamber in unison. Uncle Chin? What brings your old man here? Wang Biao was instantly a bit surprised to see the visitor. With the connection between his family and the Boli Group, he had long recognized this one of Boli Group's most loyal eagle dogs, Qin Shan. As for Lin Shueming, after hearing Wang Biao call Uncle Chin, he also respectfully followed suit and called Uncle Chin. He didn't recognize this Poly Group's butler, but he could also tell that this person was by no means ordinary from the way he was dressed and his aura. Didn't your old man turn 5 decades ago? Why are you still interested in going down to this low-level copy? Wang Biao instantly asked in a somewhat puzzled manner. The words from his mouth also surprised Lin Shueming. This middle-aged man in front of him was actually a 5-turn powerhouse a few decades ago. So what point should his strength reach nowadays? Lin Shueming wanted to go up and climb up, but the humility and fear in his bones made him open his mouth and swallow. I only saw that Uncle Chin smiled at Wang Biao and said, Xiao Biao, I heard that you, Black Eagle and Beiji are teaming up to arrest someone? What exactly is going on? Wang Biao instantly raised his eyebrows, gritted his teeth and said indignantly, I'm sorry to make you laugh. We teamed up to push a level 50 gold boss in the main hall of the 3rd level of this chamber, and we were about to make it when, damn it, an assassin came out of nowhere, not to mention robbing the boss with a single slash. He also fished away all the equipment that popped out. Do you think it's bad luck? Uncle Chin's eyes twitched. Then it was a nod of his head that complimented him. You guys have only just transferred, and you're able to team up to push out a level 50 gold boss. You're really fearful of the future generations. Wang Biao immediately grinned and said, Uncle Chin, fallacious praise, compared to your old man is nothing. Uncle Chin then, but pretending to be unaware of the turn of phrase, asked, did you guys get a good look at the guy who robbed your boss? At this time there was finally a chance to pick up the conversation. Lin Shueming hurriedly stepped forward and said, Uncle Chin, I saw it clearly. That kid is an assassin, dressed all in black, and his occupation is estimated to be at least an A rank. I don't know how long I've been hiding in the main hall. I'm afraid it's a turtle belonging to the turtle, and I can really live. Lin Shueming didn't observe that Uncle Chin's face had changed slightly, because Uncle Chin couldn't be clearer in his heart. The 4th young master of the Boli Group's profession was precisely an A-rank assassin. And did you catch him? Uncle Chin asked with a wry smile. Wang Biao shook his head in exasperation and said, not yet. The terrain in this chamber is just too complicated. That kid is like a rat. Halfway through his words, Wang Biao suddenly realized something in his mind. He had occasionally heard his father say at the dinner table, Boli Group has an extremely eccentric character of the 4th young master. Committed a lot of trouble everywhere, but fortunately there are Qin Shan in for him to wipe his ass. Uncle Qin, did you come on this trip with the Chun family's oldest? Wang Biao blushed and asked tentatively, could it be that the one who robbed their boss was the Chun family's oldest? If it's really him, then according to the connection between the Boli Group and the Blackhawk Guild, I'm afraid this matter can only be left unsettled. Uncle Qin grinned. He knew that Wang Biao had guessed it. Sure is a smart kid, not a patch on your father. Lin Shueming beside him was still listening to a cloud of confusion, not knowing what the two were talking about. But Uncle Qin stood up and said, in a deep voice, both of you will be the pride of heaven amongst the guilds in the future. Your future is unlimited. Please also sell someone Qin a favor here, and let's call it quits on the pursuit of that little thief. Regarding the equipment of that level 50 gold level boss, I, Poly Group, will double it back to you. When we get out, I, the Poly Group, will also do my part to publicize the two of you for your youthfulness. Wang Biao's face was expressionless, but his brain was moving fast. Knowing the connection between the four major guilds and the Polaris Group, he, in an instant, the power of which has been fought clearly, and immediately nodded his head and said painfully, okay, everything will be according to what Uncle Qin said. And although Lin Shueming, who was next to him, was still a bit uncertain, he was not so stupid as to go back to the bottom of the matter, and he also pretended to be in pain, saying, I listened to Uncle Qin too, not to mention the double gold level equipment reward compensation. Just the fact that the Polaroid Group had personally promised to proclaim it was enough to make the duo's hearts flutter. After all, it's just a name they're both after. After sending Wang Biao and Lin Shueming away, Uncle Qin's face didn't show the slightest bit of relief. He always had a bad feeling in his heart after years of traveling in the midst of killing and frowning. He said to the secretary next to him, saying, check the locator on the fourth young master. The bank card that the fourth young master carries with him has the unique positioning mark of the Bully Group, so as long as he belongs to the same copy space, he can inquire about his location. The secretary took out a special terminal at once, and after some inquiries, but a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Uncle Qin, no, didn't find out. Chapter 49, Uncle Qin's Unease. The disappearing fourth young master. What do you mean you can't find out? Uncle Qin's frown tightened. According to the temperament of that fourth young master of his family, after making such a big and exciting thing, he should come back pretending to be a human being. The secretary next to him, whose cold sweat had long since dampened his back, explained, with forced composure, Uncle Qin, it's true that the positioning on the fourth young master can't be found in this copy. Could it be that the fourth young master he's already out of the copy and headed elsewhere? Uncle Qin shook his head and said in a cold voice, no way, because today is the birthday of Mrs. Chen of the Bully Group. Even if this fourth young master was a rebel, he would never dare not go to the evening banquet. The Bully Group's banquet was extremely grand, and even the Chun family's fourth young master had to go ahead and try on the dinner gown. What's more, even if this fourth young master disobeyed anyone, he wouldn't disobey Madam. After all, that was the person who spoiled him the most in the entire Poly Group. Her ladyship had simply doted on her youngest son, who was naturally good-natured, to the point of spoiling him. Send all the men underneath to look for them. Don't let go of every corner. See if there are any dark rooms, or teleportation formations or other spatial formations in this copy. For the first time in decades, there was a hint of panic in Uncle Qin's heart. Even if this Chen family's fourth young master stirred up a huge blunder today, he could still wipe the slate clean for him. But the fourth young master must never disappear, let alone have an accident, especially since today is also Madam's birthday party. Uncle Qin lifted his wristwatch to check the time. It was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon and there were still 5 hours before the evening dinner. Before that, the Chen family's fourth young master must be retrieved. It's too late. Immediately transfer people from the group and block the entrances and exits for me. Uncle Qin's face was very dark, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. The professionals around General Lu Lan's copy seemed to have watched a big show today. The two major guilds, the Hegemony and the Black Eagle, who had blocked the entrances and exits withdrew. And yet, the Polaris people have taken over the place? Every professional who enters or leaves is to be checked by them with a black face. Some of the onlookers were also afraid that they would be affected by the disaster and gradually dispersed. Shao Knight, who had already left this place of wrongdoing, did not immediately return to his own small rental house in Shangjing City. Instead, he circled around inside those low-level practice areas so that he wouldn't be targeted by anyone. By the way, after checking out a few pieces of equipment in the backpack that he had snatched from that Hegemony and Black Eagle, a level 50 gold level boss, at least give a couple gold pieces? At that time, it was too hasty, and Shao Knight didn't have time to look at it at all. Now when I opened my backpack, I only saw 4 more items inside. 3 of them were equipment that glowed with a golden light. The first piece, a serpentine staff that looked as if it had been made of ancient vine roots coiled around it. Ancient Lauren Priest Staff, grade, gold, level, 50, spell damage, plus 1050, attributes, spirit, plus 45, mana, plus 1000, bonus word, focus, when casting a spell. Reduce the forward swing of the spell by 25%. Description, the staff used by the High Priest of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, Luo Yun, is made of golden sandalwood, condensing the High Priest's lifelong learning in spirituality. What a superb gold artifact staff. Shao Knight immediately looked happy in his heart. Although this staff was not a weapon that he specialized in, but it could definitely make a big profit by sending it to the auction or the black market. Even if they're all equally gold, weapons tend to cost more than equipment, and as the level gets higher, the value goes up just as much. Such a superb level 50 gold ranked staff, with an additional phrase that reduces the forward swing of casting spells. Even if you put up a price of 600,000 dragon coins, there is absolutely no worry about selling. The second was a pair of leg armor with black feather trim, not dazzling in appearance, but extremely well polished and flexible without being heavy. Black feather leg armor, grade, gold, level requirement, level 50, defense, plus 450, attributes, agility, plus 45, physical fitness, plus 45. Bonus word, lightly loaded, 15% increase in movement speed. Description, a lightweight leg armor designed by an ingenious man, while maintaining a high level of defense. The reduced weight design allows you to move more quickly. Another pretty useful level 50 gold wear, the first choice of the Force-sensitive Stream Warrior. However, this, black feather leg armor, Shao Knight didn't intend to consign it, but instead directly left it for himself to wear when he was level 50. After all, what he was wearing right now was still a level 20 black stone artifact, decaying with leg protectors, which was not even comparable to the strong attributes of a gold artifact. The third piece was also a crescent-shaped necklace with a luscious texture and a hint of lavender. Crescent Moon Necklace, grade, gold, level, 50. Attributes, spirit, plus 50, mana, plus 500, strike value, plus 15%. Additional phrase, moon chant, when out of combat. It returns 0.5% of its maximum mana every second. Introduction, the traditional style necklace of Lulan Ancient Kingdom, made of extremely rare glaze ore, once became the love token of Lulan nobles, with magical recovery effect. Xiaoyue Liang couldn't help but feel happy and helpless at the same time, pleasantly surprised that this gear is definitely a mage's sustaining artifact. The additional phrase, Moonchant, the ability to constantly restore mana values when out of combat, was a sought-after attribute for any mage profession in the stage. Not everyone is able to consume mana potions with no regard for money. Besides, due to the limited space in the backpack, a mage can't bring in too many potions into the copy, even if he's rich. Once there was no mana left, the mage profession was completely reduced to a waste. But the sad thing is that this crescent moon necklace, good as it is simply tailor-made for mages, and the bonus attributes are also spirit and mana. For Shao Knight, a force-sensitive warrior, it was a bit crooked. To squeeze the maximum value out of this necklace, it could only be consigned to the auction along with that ancient Lulan High Priest staff. One reduces the forward swing of spellcasting, a guarantee of mana renewal. Whichever mage can collect these two pieces of equipment, the output ability will be increased by at least one level. 3 gold artifacts, only one of which you can use yourself. Just as Shao Knight was feeling a bit sorry for himself, his eyes also fell on the fourth extra item in his backpack. It was only a ring with a spiral pattern, with an ancient totem carved on top of it, like a ghostly figure. What was emanating from his body was not a gold-colored glow, however, but a strange blood-red color. Just by holding it in his hand and taking a look at it, Shao Knight's heart immediately surged into a wave of ecstasy. Ghost Man Ring. Grade, brilliant. Surprisingly, it's a radiant artifact. Chapter 50, Radiant Artifact. Ghost Man Ring. Breakthrough level 50. Ghost Man Ring. Grade, brilliant. Level requirement, level 50. Attributes, strength plus 100, agility plus 100, strike rate plus 20%. Additional word, ghost manifestation, when attacking the same target consecutively. Each attack stacks up to 5% attack speed for 15 seconds, with a maximum of 15 layers. Description, the ring of the mysterious Ghostman clan's martial artist, containing the power of peerless ghostly shadows, and will take on a terrifying ghostly humanized state when continuously attacking the same target. It was actually a radiant level ring, an equipment that was a full rank higher than a gold artifact. The 3 attribute bonuses were accompanied by a special phrase of ghosting. Xiaoyue Liang couldn't help but add to his joy. If the Star and Moon necklace just now was tailor-made for the mage profession, then this Ghost Man ring was tailor-made for Shao Knight, a force-sensitive stream warrior. Attacking the same target consecutively and being able to continuously stack attack speeds is simply a godsend for soloing elite-level bosses. Incomparably suited Shao Knight's current lone wolf playstyle, radiant level equipment is really strong. In this way, together with the Yi King Sword of the Monarch, that he had touched from inside the treasure chest in the main hall of General Lolan's tomb, Shao Knight had already assembled half a set of level 50 equipment. When Shao Knight's level rose to 50, his battle power would be a qualitative change. The mop-up experience from grabbing that Lulan Corpse General from the Hegemony and Black Eagle Guild directly allowed Shao Knight's level to leap to level 38, which wasn't too far from level 50. Then the next goal is to get to level 50 early. Since the goal was to upgrade, the experience given by those low-level practicing areas around Shangjing City would not be enough. What Shao Knight needed now was a leveling area that was at least level 30 or higher, preferably with some elite monsters and bosses. And these advanced districts are, without exception, far away from the city of Shangjing. However, the current Shao Knight had nothing to worry about, and it was just as well to take advantage of this opportunity to leave Shangjing City to avoid the wind. So they simply don't go back to Shangjing City. Taking a screenshot of the attributes of the two pieces of equipment in his hand, the ancient Lauren priest staff and the crescent moon necklace, he hung them on the online trading line on his contact. After repopularizing enough food, potions, and a field tent from the vendors outside of Shangjing City, head straight for the advanced practice area in the distance. For the next 5 days, Shao Knight was going to live in the leveling area, until you reach level 50. Think of it as camping. I don't know. Shao Knight left in such a way, but suffered a person in Shangjing City. That person was none other than Nie Xiaoyu, the High Commissioner sent down by the military. She was originally in charge of designing this year's edition of the Tower of Trials, but on a whim, the bold and daring her put the obsidian dragon cub that the military had just captured into the hidden layer of the Tower of Trials as a hidden boss. But how could he not expect that the always proud dragon cub would be taken away by Shao Knight's misguided direct contract? That's a dragon cub big enough to be called a strategic weapon. Nie Xiaoyu, who was instantly flustered, immediately found Shao Knight's address in the military's database. Straight away, in civilian clothes, he came to see just what kind of god was Nie Xiaoyu, who had just awakened and was able to contract a dragon cub, having found the home of Xiaoyu, but pounced on. Bad? That guy didn't run off with the dragon. Undying Nie Xiaoyu blocked Shao Knight's door for 5 days in a row, but didn't even see a shadow. This time Nie Xiaoyu was also completely flustered. The accident is really enough to send her to a court-martial if it's really on her head. Think I also for the organization to do not a small contribution. Merits and demerits cannot go to squatting jailet. Me. The more Nie Xiaoyu thought about it, the more aggrieved she became and wanted to cry. First look at their own just gained the rank of major. Even cover have not yet covered Hodit. This time, not to mention the demotion. Not directly dismissed from the military even if it is good. Just as Nie Xiaoyu was ready to let this matter be reported to the organization. Even if it's a surrender. It's still time for the organization to send someone to place a nationwide manhunt for this guy Shao Knight as soon as possible. This dilapidated rental building, but suddenly there was a sound of footsteps coming from with a sound of unlocking, the door of the rental house opened from the outside and Nie Xiaoyu violently bounced up from the worn-out sofa, staring with wide eyes at the dusty guy standing outside the door with a tent on his back. She'd die before she'd forget the face she'd seen in the database. Shao Knight, that guy actually came back. Nie Xiaoyu hissed in a venting voice. Shao Knight, where have you been for so long? You are? Shao Knight looked warily at the woman who had risen violently from her couch and, for a moment, he was still confused by the justified question. Wait, this seems to be your own rental house. Why was this strange woman in his house? Shao Knight, who had survived in the advanced leveling area in the wilderness for a full 5 days, was still somewhat vicissitudes and tired even with enough food and a wilderness tent. But the woman who appeared in front of her in her own home seemed even more haggard than she was. The loose hair hadn't been washed in days, I think, and the dark circles around her large eyes were as resentful as a panda's. No, who are you? Shao Knight narrowed her eyes and asked, crossing her arms. This is my house. How did you get in here? That Nie Xiaoyu was stunned by Xiao Ye's rhetorical question, and only then did she react to it. After waiting until the next day did not block the Shao Knight, the violent temper of her directly finds someone to lock the door to pick. Simply live in the Shao Knight's home to wait for him. Nie Xiaoyu was still a bit speechless for a moment. After all, their own home military sent the High Commissioner to pick the locks of other people's doors. Breaking and entering things really say out not too honorable. You don't care how I got in here first. Nie Xiaoyu stretched out 2 fingers and rubbed her temples, took a deep breath to calm down, then looked at Xiao Yi and asked, where's my dragon? Shao Knight was stunned at his words. Dragon? How did this woman know about the fact that she had contracted an obsidian dragon? After coming out of the Tower of Trials, Shao Knight had never leaked out half of the wind. Dragons? What dragon? Shao Knight, whose brain was rapidly rotating, immediately acted online and said without blushing or jumping, what are you talking about? You're a sick man. Nie Xiaoyu, who had personally witnessed the scene of Shao Knight contracting the obsidian dragon cub in the surveillance video on the hidden level of the Tower of Trials. Seeing Shao Knight's appearance of being a jerk and pretending to be a fool, he was furious and immediately roared, don't you play dumb for me. An obsidian dragon cub was placed inside the hidden layer of the Tower of Trials. You're the only one who reached the hidden floor in this year's awakening ceremony. Where's the mother's obsidian dragon cub? Shao Knight was immediately startled in his heart. The amount of information in these words was enough to prove that the woman in front of him was afraid that she was not an ordinary person. The hidden levels of the Tower of Trials aren't broadcast live to anyone. And how did she know about the hidden levels of the Tower of Trials? Unless it's a big one. Xiao Knight, who figured out this layer, instantly sold out. His face instantly changed, and with a smiling face, he asked, Hey, dare I ask this sister, what exactly are you now? When Nie Xiaoyu saw Xiao Knight's attitude, she also lost a few points of anger. At once, he sat down on the shabby sofa, crossed his legs, and said, Who am I? I'm the High Commissioner sent down by the military, the designer of this year's Tower of Trials. By rank, you should call me Major Nie. Chapter 51, Nie Xiaoyu who came to the door. Where's my dragon? Major Nie. Xiao Knight was shocked in his heart. I had heard that this year's Tower of Trials was designed by the hands of the High Commissioner sent down by the military, and it turned out that the designer was right in front of me. It was no wonder then that people knew about the obsidian dragon cub they had contracted from the hidden layer of that Tower of Trials, which was originally designed by people. I'm sure that what I did in that hidden layer was already in the eyes of others, but things like harnessing a beast contract, once contracted, it is almost impossible to unravel. Even if Xiao Knight wanted to return this dragon cub to her, it wouldn't be that easy. So, where are the obsidian dragon cubs? Nie Xiaoyu's face flushed as she coldly said. She had been promoted to major with her dazzling military achievements at the age of 20-something, and her normally majestic aura had finally stabilized. Well, you wait Xiao Knight slowed down his emotions and thought quickly in his heart. It is definitely impossible to hide it, and in front of this High Commissioner, it is better to cooperate directly with unnecessary concealment. What's more, this guy from the military can't be robbed the hard way, can he? Xiao Knight instantly chose to summon the obsidian dragon hatchling, and answered with a practical action. Yet a burst of summoning intent passed. The obsidian dragon cub in the summoning space, however, did not give a half-hearted response. The dragon cub seemed to be sleeping. From the very beginning, Xiao Knight had discovered this. There's no way for an ordinary summoner to command this one noble dragon cub. This little guy couldn't stop Xiao Knight when he wanted to come out on his own. When it didn't want to come out, Xiao Knight couldn't call out. Looking at that Nie Xiaoyu's face, that impatient expression is getting heavier and heavier. The already haggard face at this time is even more wanting to kill someone. Sweat also broke out on Xiao Knight's head, and he said with urgency and helplessness, Ahem, sir, you take it easy. It's not that I don't summon, it's that dragon cub that doesn't listen to me. It won't come out. And Nie Xiaoyu was also worried because she lost the dragon cub, and now she can't be at peace without seeing the dragon cub. But after hearing these words from Xiao Knight, Nie Xiaoyu, however, suddenly calmed down. Her eyes lit up and said, Are you saying that obsidian dragon cubs can freely break through the limitations of summoning space? Xiao Knight hurriedly nodded his head. That's right. Thinking back to his previous time with the cub, the dragon cub was literally in and out whenever he wanted to be. In the days of practicing in the field leveling area, always waiting until the night of the Xiao Knight on the support of the campfire roasted meat for dinner, that dragon cubs like smelling the smell generally came out. Usually among the copies, Xiao Knight occasionally want to call it out as a battle force, but how can not call out? Thinking of this, Xiao Knight suddenly tapped his head and, wait, I have a method. Xiao Knight snapped up, pulled out a leg meat bought on the way from among his backpack, and walked to the kitchen for a burst of busy work. Nie Xiaoyu was also a bit confused when she saw the scene. With her eyes glaring brightly, she also involuntarily followed Xiao Knight to the kitchen. While inside her mouth she said to herself, Obsidian dragons can break the rules of summon space. That's a great discovery. When we first researched it, we suspected that the powerful defense of the obsidian dragon scales seemed to be related to the rules of space. This is a new piece of evidence. Xiao Knight skillfully cut the meat while opening fire and frying it. While doing so, he quietly surveyed the young female colonel. This Colonel Nie seemed to be a military scientific research figure, and when he talked about his research on that obsidian dragon, his entire body went into a state of oblivion, talking to himself about a lot of things in terms of research. Seems to have forgotten the existence of Xiao Knight next to him. There were even many things Xiao Knight didn't know if he should listen to. Shouldn't that stuff be a military secret? It wasn't until Xiao Knight had purposely set out 2 copies of the fried meat, and one was handed to Nie Xiaoyu in front of her. Sir, why don't you have some? Nie Xiaoyu's barred mouth came to a violent stop, and a scent of frying meat fiercely raced in through her nose and, almost instantly, an extraordinarily pronounced yelp emanated from her stomach. Guh, Nie Xiaoyu, who had slowed down, had her cheeks reddened. She had been blocking Xiao Knight here for so many days, eating either cookies or instant noodles. Now the aroma of this freshly browned meat smelled so good that it practically pierced her sky. Then I'm welcome. Nie Xiaoyu didn't hold back after all, and her eyes went straight as she took over a plate of meat. And next to him, Xiao Knight was also feeling a surge of joy in his heart. As the saying goes, if you eat a man's mouth, this Major Nie can't turn his back on him, can he? When Nie Xiaoyu took a bite, she only felt that the outside was burnt and the inside was tender. The rich flavor of the meat exploded in her mouth, and the whole person wanted to cry a little. one didn't hold back, and a weird sound came out of his mouth that, woohoo. Only children instinctively make this sound when they are eating something delicious. Nye Xiaoyu cannot help but cheeks a blush, but did not stop eating, and just then, a flash of light from a teleportation array flashed through the dilapidated rental house. The large black dragon cub suddenly appeared. A pair of vertical pupils curiously swept around and precisely gathered on the fried meat that Xiao Knight had already served. Behaving well, he walked over to take a seat and waited to be fed by Xiao Knight. Nye Xiaoyu, who saw this scene with her own eyes, had her entire body frozen in place. Oh oi, is this still the noble bloodline? Untamed black dragon. And when she saw Xiao Knight throw the exact same piece of fried meat that she had just eaten to the obsidian dragon cub, a thought, however, involuntarily surfaced in his own mind. No, does this dragon cub eat so well every day? That's not a bad life. Nye Xiaoyu shook her head, shaking the immodest thought out of her mind. Then the researcher's professionalism snapped into action, scrutinizing the obsidian dragon cub in front of him. A short week has passed. The dragon cub seemed to have grown a full circle. This growth progress was comparable to the results of their previous half year of keeping it in the research base. What exactly did Xiao Knight feed it? Nope. It should be due to the fact that after contracting a human professional, the contracted beasts could also gain growth value from the experience gained from human upgrades. This was also the reason why the military research base had previously tried to make this obsidian dragon cub sign a contract with a professional at an early date. It was only that no matter how good a military professional they found, they could not succeed in signing a contract with this obsidian dragon. What kind of magic power did this Xiao Knight have in his body? Watching that loving scene of a man and a dragon wittily feeding each other, Nye Xiaoyu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seemed that it wasn't a bad thing for this obsidian dragon cub to be contracted by Xiao Knight. In a sense, it backfired and solved the problem for their military. It was only that a strategic level harnessed beast like the obsidian dragon cub had to be paired with a sufficiently powerful professional to be able to utilize the highest combat power of a dragon species. The Xiao Knight in front of me, is he qualified? But Nye Xiaoyu remembered that this Xiao Knight is the only awakened in this session of the Tower of Trials who has cleared all the layers to reach the hidden layer. But he's only a D-ranked profession after all. What kind of magic power did a rank D professional have in his body to be able to contract an obsidian dragon race? Unless he's got some kind of special gift word in him. Could it be a dragon affinity? Nye Xiaoyu immediately had a glint in her eyes. That was a rare talent that was not found in 10,000. When it came to true strategic value, it could be said to be higher than even SS rank talent phrases. Almost half of all the dragon warriors, dragon knights, who have made pacts with dragons throughout history have done so because they have this extremely rare phrase, a professional with a dragon affinity word. Under the training of the research base, one could almost certainly become a dragon battle knight in the future. Chapter 52, Human and Dragon Living in Harmony. Nye Xiaoyu's shock. A dragon affinity is simply a natural dragon rider. A professional with the dragon affinity talent phrase would be in a unique position when it came to getting along and training with such noble creatures as the dragons. A noble and powerful creature like a dragon is very difficult to get along with, and ordinary professionals, even the strongest among humans, are almost unable to move an inch when they establish a relationship with it. That kind of condescension from the bloodline could never be erased by time and effort. That's why every country pays a huge price when it comes to breeding a big killer like a dragon knight. Even the dragons that were raised from childhood would never easily recognize a professional. There have even been a few cases of killing the professionals paired with them. Therefore, whether it was for every country, a professional born with the dragon affinity talent word was a great and valuable asset. Could it be that the Xiao Knight in front of him was such a 1 in a million dragon affinity? Nye Xiaoyu's heart couldn't help but thump with emotion. When the higher-ups handed over the obsidian dragon cub, a strategic level dragon race, to their research group, the entire group was excited. Once they could successfully breed a dragon knight, it would be a major boost in battle power for the entire dragon kingdom. However, this time of research down the road, even when several extremely outstanding and powerful warriors were brought in from the army, they were unable to obtain the recognition of this obsidian dragon cub. The process of training the dragon rider program is almost at a standstill. Right about this time, Xiao Knight, who was born with a dragon affinity phrase, appeared so coincidentally. Even in the hidden layer of that Tower of Trials, it was easy to establish a contract with this black demon dragon cub. This is simply a gift of fate. The corners of Nye Xiaoyu's mouth couldn't help but rise wildly in love. With Xiao Knight as a dragon affinity, the next series of plans to breed dragon knights could continue and go almost predictably smoothly. And most notably, Xiao Knight was merely a student who had just awakened his profession. Proper fresher status now. Nye Xiaoyu could even help him participate in that program the military was secretly working on. Even if he's nothing more than a D-ranked warrior now, after coming out of that military's secret program, it was bound to become a solo warrior as well. What's more, if he could really become a complementary dragon knight with this obsidian dragon cub, His strength at that time would also be completely sufficient to overwhelm an S-class professional. Nie Xiaoyu even felt that the military medal was beckoning to him. Discovering a Dragon Knight professional is enough credit to add another star above her rank. Well, Mr. Xiao Knight, is it? Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but rub her temples, and said with a smile and the gentlest tone of voice, saying, she didn't want to scare him. Whether it was the Dragon Knight's cultivation program or that secret plan of the military hierarchy, it was not a level that the current Xiao Knight could access. I'm afraid that telling him directly will only scare him. I don't know. At this time, Xiao Knight, who did not show any traces on the surface, had already guessed the background and mind of this Nie Xiaoyu in his heart. Judging from the fact that this Nie Xiaoyu was spouting off to herself as soon as she heard about the obsidian dragon cubs, this woman is supposed to be a total science nerd. It was through her hands that the obsidian dragon cub was placed on the last hidden level of the Tower of Trials. By mistake, that obsidian dragon cub, however, was contracted by himself and brought back home. A dragon cub. Even if it was placed in the military, it was considered an absolute strategic level resource. It was no wonder that she was in a hurry to find the door and had been waiting for him for several days at Xiao Knight's house. However, now Xiao Knight again did sign a contract with this obsidian dragon cub. You couldn't unravel it even if you wanted to. This Major Nie Xiaoyu, who was originally engaged in research, should know this only too well, so it was even more unlikely that she would come to force herself to break the contract with the obsidian dragon cub. I just don't know what she's going to do next. Sir, Xiao Knight immediately responded in an unassuming manner. What can I do for you? Only to see that the enthusiasm in Nie Xiaoyu's eyes as she regarded Xiao Knight was not less than looking at the Black Yao dragon cub, and continued, Mr. Xiao Knight, do you usually live by yourself? Looking at Nie Xiaoyu, whose attitude had suddenly made a 180-degree turn in general, Xiao Knight's heart also flooded with mutterings. Was she getting close to herself? Yeah. Xiao Knight instantly replied with some confusion. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Nie Xiaoyu with a surprised look on her face and said, Great, so can I move in with you? What? Xiao Knight was so startled that the spatula in his hand almost fell off. This is a bit too sudden, isn't it? Although this Nie Xiaoyu was quite a bit older than herself, she was also, after all, a full-fledged imperial beauty, not to mention that her arrival was not small. Moving over to live under the same roof as yourself, what kind of talk is that? Seeing Xiao Knight react so greatly, that Nie Xiaoyu, however, suddenly blinked her eyes, and even said in a somewhat pitiful manner, this obsidian dragon cub is a task given to me by the organization, and now that you've contracted it over, I simply can't deliver. I'm supposed to be court-martialed for something that went so wrong. Woohoo! But, Nie Xiaoyu said with a bright light in her eyes even as her words changed, if I could move in and monitor and observe the growth of the dragon cubs from time to time instead, it would be a great help to my research. Our research team has also long since observed the spatial laws on the scales of the obsidian dragon, only we have not been able to confirm them. Besides, I'm the best dragon expert in the military research group. No one knows more about dragon habits and how to tame a dragon-like than me, and you should have realized that this little guy is crushing you, right? Only to see that Nie Xiaoyu blinking her eyes, but a hint of cunning was also revealed in her eyes, half threatening and half seductive. She said to Xiao Yi, Student Xiao Knight, you wouldn't want to contract a titular dragon clan but not be able to help you fight, would you? Xiao Knight violently shook his tiger's body. Why does this conversation sound a little weird? However, although he had contracted this obsidian dragon cub, he indeed had not yet found out how to tame this little guy to help him in battle. He had checked the entire first high school database. However, there was very little information on the dragon race, and it was obvious that this noble and powerful race should be held in a higher level database. For example, the military's database, and Nie Xiaoyu in front of her is an expert in this area. Chapter 53, Free Dragon Nanny. Living with an imperial girl. So, how are you thinking about it, Mr. Xiao Knight? Nie Xiaoyu blinked her eyes and said assiduously, free babysitting for dragon cubs. Oh, Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but take a deep breath and, how to domesticate this obsidian dragon cub was indeed a big problem, not to mention that he was still a half-assed beast master. If he took a crooked path and failed to utilize the strong strength of this obsidian dragon clan in the future, it would undoubtedly be a waste. Okay, Xiao Knight simply and cheerfully nodded his head once. Upon hearing Xiao Knight's reply, Nie Xiaoyu instantly revealed a satisfied smile, and the haggardness on her entire face seemed to be instantly swept away. A lazy strand of hair fell over the cheek of the. It was only at this time that Xiao Yi noticed that Nie Xiaoyu, who was only 27 or 28 years old, was also definitely considered a beauty. Only the face is sealed by the short messy hair and the glasses on the bridge of the nose. A closer look. Nose high bridge, eyebrows and eyes have a kind of beauty within Qi. Proper imperial sister one. It's not a loss to live under the same roof. Right, Nie Xiaoyu suddenly pulled out an extremely tiny contact device from among her backpack and handed it to Xiao Knight as if she had thought of something. This is a special contact device for the military. It has my dedicated number in it, so in case of any problems, you can contact me at any time. Both the obsidian dragon cubs and your safety are important to me, Nie Xiaoyu said with conviction. She wasn't lying. Nowadays Xiao Knight was simply as important to her as a dragon cub. A natural dragon affinity is a hard thing to find another one. Well, so there's still fried meat to eat? Nie Xiaoyu asked slightly shyly, a hint of scarlet still floating on her cheeks, and she herself was a little ashamed that these words came out of the mouth of a 27-year-old female major. There it is. Wait for it, ha. Xiao Knight was also helpless for a while, taking out a piece of meat from the refrigerator and once again a burst of busy work. I'm kind of the head chef myself this time. Xiao Knight's old, shabby little rental house was simple, but it was always cleaned. There were only 2 rooms in the rental house, and excluding the one that Xiao Knight lived in, the other was occupied by Nie Xiaoyu in a dignified manner. The two of them sleep across the wall. It didn't take long for snores to come from each other after this long week of labor and haggardness. Early in the morning, the two who were in the middle of the 2 rooms but coincidentally opened their eyes early. Nie Xiaoyu took out her military classified contact and sent a message to her assistant at the research base. The obsidian dragon cubs have been found. I have found a new direction to start the next step of my research experiments. I will not be returning to the base for a short period of time. Do not miss me. And Xiao Knight's side also woke up equally early. Even if he had such a mutation in this rental house where he had lived for so many years, he must not let it delay his developmental plans. Xiao Knight, who had been painstakingly brushing monsters for 5 whole days in the advanced leveling area, had arrived at level 50. Not only have you gained a number of new talent phrases, he also finally put on the level 50, King's Sword of the King's Grant, Ghost Man's Ring, Black Feather Leg Armor, and other gold level equipment, and his entire attributes saw a huge change. Knight of Xiao. Occupation, Outcast, Level, 50, Blood, 9540, Magic, 2150, Attack, 1595, Defense, 1588, Physique, 181, Strength, 315, Agility, 345, Spirit, 155. Initial Talent, Crippled Godhead, Talent, Savagery, D rank, Light and Restoration, S rank, Ghostfire Toxin, I rank, Skills, Water Calling Step, B rank, Beast Blood Boiling, A rank. Full Moon Sweeping, A rank, Ultrasonic Claiming, S rank. Leveling up to level 50 would mean ushering in the qualifications for the first turn, and Xiao Knight's next step would be to prepare for the first turn. Pursuant to the rules of the city of Upper Kai, professionals who have reached level 50 are required to independently clear a Danger Class A copy of the, or to clear a Danger Level S copy with a team of no more than 10 people. Then you can get a certificate of strength. Only with this proof of strength can you travel to the central area of Shangjing City for career advancement. It is also known as the first turn. First turn is crucial for any professional. Not only do you get access to new career-specific skills, the full attributes can also be boosted significantly once again. It could be said that the battle power of a professional before and after the first turn was 2 completely different realms. Xiao Knight was also curious as to what kind of ground he, the Divine Abandoner, profession, would be able to reach after his first turn. But whether you're clearing a Danger Level A copy alone or in a group to clear an S-rank copy, it's not an easy task. Referring to the last new, Lulan General Tomb, copy of the threat is S-level. For the level of the first time in more than 30 level professionals, enough to need to dominate the industry and the Black Eagle 2 big guilds join hands to finally kill the final Lulan corpse will be boss. Although Xiao Knight's level had now come to 50 and his battle power had long since doubled, he still couldn't take the enemy lightly. Not to mention that in the past few days, there were already a full 20 plus people who had reached level 50 on the leveling charts in Shangjing City. S-class professionals including Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yanyan were even at the top of the list. All are laboriously preparing themselves to be the first to achieve proof of strength. Become the first one-turner in this class of awakened. Achieving this honor would not only shine in the eyes of the citizens of Shangjing, but would also earn a special reward from the Professional Bounty Association. Only professionals after the first turn could officially register with the Bounty Association and be qualified to take on a wide variety of quests with high bounties. At that point, that's when you really make money as a professional. Everyone who chooses to become a professional is almost always doing so to make a killing in the Bounty Society. A bounty mission with an S-rated danger level. The bounty obtained after completion was even as high as 1,000,000 dragon coins, enough for an ordinary family to eat and drink for the rest of their lives. Xiao Knight similarly needed this way of raking in money, so his next goal was to find an A-ranked copy with the lowest risk. Not only do you have to fulfill the conditions for a solo pass, but you also have to try to avoid being interrupted and deliberately tripped up by other people. But before that, Xiao Knight had one more place to go first, the trading office in Shangjing City. The ancient Lulan priest scepter and crescent moon necklace that he had put up earlier had been sold. It was the same person who auctioned off the two pieces of equipment, and the offline transaction is today. Chapter 54, The Exchange. Millions of dragon coins in hand, before Xiao Knight left the house, only to see Nie Xiaoyu suddenly sticking out a head from her own house and asking curiously, where are you going? For his part, Xiao Knight replied frankly as well, going to check out some information on the copies and trade some equipment along the way. Nie Xiaoyu, on the other hand, nodded her head obediently, blinking her eyes and said, go early and come back early. Xiao Knight is also speechless. This self-familiar tone. This sister is also really not taking herself as an outsider. Before leaving, Xiao Knight saw that Nie Xiaoyu was holding the contact device and saying something, not avoiding Xiao Knight, and it sounded as if she wanted the people from the military research base to send over some equipment. Looks like this sister really wants to turn her Thai rental house into a research lab. Xiao Knight scratched his head and didn't care. The trading office is an official trading place set up by the city of Shangjing, where all equipment hanging on the contactor line can be taken offline to be traded here in person once it has been photographed. The official of Shangjing City is responsible for the safety of the people on both sides of the transaction, and is also the biggest guarantee. Xiao Knight's ancient Lulan priest scepter and crescent moon necklace, the two level 50 mage grade extreme equipment. In the end, a total of up to 1 million dragon coins were auctioned off, and after deducting the 10% handling fee, there was still a huge income of nearly 1 million. The same person who had photographed these two pieces of equipment had left his name online as Tang Sichuan. Although there is no other information left, but the transaction is quite fast. The person directly online deposit. The appointment is in today's face-to-face transaction. Xiao Knight rushed to the exchange and after registering the serial number for the transaction, he was led to a cubicle. It was only to see that the object of the transaction had actually come earlier than Xiao Knight and had already waited in advance in the middle of the cubicle. You're the one who traded for the ancient Lulan priest scepter and crescent moon necklace? Upon seeing Xiao Knight, the man stood up in excitement. It was only a thin but rather underdressed young man. Looking at his age, he should be the same as Xiao Knight, and he was also an awakened of this term. However, Xiao Knight had never seen him in the first middle school. He should be someone from the affiliated county of Shangjing City. Hello, my name is Tang Michuan. The man actually left his real name right on the line, which is kind of straight. In contrast, Xiao Knight had only left a trading code name online. This Tang Jianchuan's eyes were clear, and he looked Xiao Knight up and down. But there was no impoliteness in his eyes as he said to himself, these two pieces of equipment of yours have really helped me a lot. I'm going to lead the team to fight for the transformation proof soon, and if it weren't for these two level 50 gold artifacts, I really wouldn't have a clue in my heart. This man speaks without a trace of city, directly exposing that these two pieces of gold equipment were for himself. And being able to take out 1 million dragon coins to buy two pieces of gold level equipment showed that this Tang Jianchuan's family background was also absolutely solid. You're a mage by profession? Xiao Knight asked in a polite manner, only to see Tang Sichuan, on the other hand, nodded his head repeatedly and said with a smile, that's right, S-rank profession Thunder Domain Mage. Much obliged. It's actually a mage of an S-rank profession? Xiao Knight's heart was also startled. It seemed that every one of the affiliated counties in this Shangjing city were also crouching tigers and hidden dragons. S-rank profession mages, coupled with these two level 50 gold ware equipment, the output ability could simply be comparable to a team. This man will definitely rise to prominence in the future. Moreover, this Tang Jianchuan has always been polite and courteous, giving Xiao Knight a pretty good impression. Xiao Knight also painfully and directly took out the two pieces of equipment and placed them on the appraisal table of the exchange to confirm them before directly trading them to Tang Sichuan. Tang Jianchuan also immediately paid all the remaining balance to Xiao Knight's card. Happy trading! Looking at the balance in the card that instantly had a large amount of extra numbers, Xiao Knight's heart was also bursting with pleasure. Before leaving, Tang Michuan then politely asked, this student, I wonder if it's convenient to add a friend. If there's any more suitable mage equipment, just make me an offer and I'll definitely take it at the highest price. This man is generous. Xiao Knight also happened to lack such a gold master, and immediately added a contact friend painfully. It was only on this Tang Sichuan's contact device information that there was a guild he belonged to attached to it, Beacon Fire. Along with Hegemony and Blackhawk, Beacon Fire belonged to one of the four major guilds. It's no wonder that an S-ranked mage profession also has to have a sycamore tree like the four major guilds in order to be able to perch on it. And when Tang Jianchuan saw Xiao Knight's slightly surprised expression, he also opened the door and frankly said, I'm currently serving as the small army chief of the Shangjing City branch of the Beacon Guild. I wonder if this brother has a guild. If a talent like you can come to our beacon, it must be a win-win situation. Tang Jianchuan's attitude was incredibly sincere. Although he still didn't know what Xiao Knight's occupation was, he was definitely not immortal if he could hit two level 50 gold grade equipment at this time stage. Sorry, I already have a union. Xiao Knight refused. Tang Nichuan, on the other hand, was undeterred in pursuing the question. Oh, what guild did the brother join? Xiao Yu froze. He had already verbally promised Qin Yanran to join her guild, but at that time when the two of them exchanged words, Qin Yanran hadn't actually registered the guild yet. So right now, Xiao Knight didn't even know what his guild's name was. A guild that was just created. No name yet. A great deal of regret immediately flowed out of Tang Sichuan's eyes, and he persuaded that, it's not that I'm advising you. A talent like brother deserves a bigger platform for you to play on. Or are you planning to go it alone, brother? Xiao Knight smiled and shook his head, saying, a gentleman's word. I've already promised that person to join her guild, so naturally I can't go back on my word. Tang Jianchuan frowned, then also smiled brightly and said, what a gentleman's word. In that case, it's no good for me to force myself, but since it's a guild that a talent like brother is looking at, I'm sure it's by no means a generalized one. It looks like we'll meet again sooner or later in the future. Farewell. Farewell. After leaving from the exchange, Xiao Knight opened his contact and found one of the names Li Shuer. Sent a message. Where are you guys now? Is it convenient to meet? It didn't take more than a few seconds for Rochelle's reply to come from the contact. We're in the inpatient wing of the 3rd hospital. Hold on. I'll send you the location. The fact that he was able to successfully obtain the Black Moon Cloak, Tiger Talisman, and other equipment from within the main hall was, in a sense, thanks to the sheepskin map gifted by Li Shuer and Lin Fei. After coming out of the copy of General Lolan's tomb, Xiao Knight did not directly return to Shangjing City for insurance purposes, but instead wandered around for a few days. Now that the 2 gold-level equipment had been sold, it was time to honor his promise. Chapter 55, A Gift in the Snow, An Unmerited Favor. The emergence of priest professionals with healing spells brought the entire world's medical level to a new era. However, due to the fact that the professionals who have gone to the replica to open up the land cannot help but suffer from all kinds of strange injuries and illnesses. Add to this the fact that many unstable copies appear in residential neighborhoods, and it becomes like a disaster. So hospitals are not becoming fewer as a result, but more and more. When Xiao Knight arrived at the inpatient department of the 3rd hospital, he only saw that Hong Liang, who had escaped death, had already regained consciousness, but the whole man was as tightly wrapped in bandages as a mummy, lying on the bed with only his face showing. Seeing Xiao Knight's arrival, Hong Liang was also excited and wanted to stand up from the bed, and his mouth was still a little fuzzy when he spoke. Thanks to this brother, for saving his life, Hong Liang is unable to repay. Next to her, Li Shuer also hurriedly made Xiao Knight sit down. Her cheeks were a little flushed, and her gaze carried an unconcealed excitement. Xiao Knight, you sit down. And Lin Fei also looked at Xiao Knight with eyes full of gratitude. Brother Xiao Knight, you really did manage to come out from amongst the copies. Xiao Shui, she's been worried to death for the past few days. Lin Fei's words caused another blush to hang on Li Shuer's face. What are you talking about, you? Xiao Knight gently coughed a few times and said, how is your captain's injury? The 3 of them immediately looked at each other in embarrassment. And in the end, it was Lin Fei who spoke up and said, the captain's injuries have been stabilized for now. But just like you said, brother, in order to regain mobility, we must find a priest of the 5th turn or higher to step in. We've asked the 3rd hospital, and they said that although they can contact one, they have to prepare at least 8 million dragon coins. The situation was exactly as Xiao Knight had predicted. With an injury as severe as their captain Hong Liang's, without the intervention of a priest of 5 turns or more, he would be doomed to be reduced to a cripple. Hong Liang, who was lying on the hospital bed, sighed, but squeezed out a smile and said, it's not in the way. Lin Fei, Xiao Shui, you guys don't stress out so much. Big deal. I'll just retire to the background from now on. I can still do something. Lin Fei, however, said excitedly, Captain, don't say such things. We will definitely cure you even if we have to spell out this life. Li Shuer also hurriedly nodded her head. The 2 of them had long since had deeper feelings for Captain Hongliang than family. An air of powerlessness filled the ward. Xiao Knight, however, coldly interjected and asked, how much money do you have on hand now? Li Shuer bit her lip and said, we all took out our savings and borrowed some from our friends, so now we have 600,000 dragon coins. Xiao Knight narrowed his eyes and asked, those pieces of equipment, did you find a chance to get out? Li Shuer and Lin Fei shook their heads as they looked at each other. Hong Liang, who was lying on the hospital bed, then took over and said, I was the one who stopped them from selling it. The power behind the one who did it to us is by no means ordinary. I'm afraid they're catching on. Xiao Knight nodded. Captain Hong Liang's approach was right. Earlier, in that copy, when Xiao Knight instructed the 2 of them, he had thought about the deep power behind that person, but it was unexpected that that person would be the 4th young master of the Bully Group. The 4 words Bully Group can no longer be described by the depth of its power. Even if they ran into the middle of the black market in another city, it would be difficult to escape their eyes. It's right not to sell, and you should know who that person is, too, right? Xiao Knight's face changed and his tone became stern. The rumors from the Lulan General's Toon copy site in the last few days were also gradually spreading to the Shangjing city. Plus some of the media are digging as if they've seen a treasure. A claim has reached the ears of the people that the fourth young master of the bully group had disappeared in a copy of General Lulan's tomb, and before he disappeared, he seemed to have been besieged by the two major guilds, the Hegemony and the Black Eagle. Mrs. Polaroid is furious, but until now, the fourth son, the one he doted on the most, has remained unheard of. I heard that the senior management of both the Black Eagle Guild and the Hegemony Guild had already contacted the bully group, but so far they hadn't given out a statement. Historically, people love to see this dog-eat-dog scenario of the high and mighty rich, but only the three people in the middle of this ward, Hong Liang, Li Shuer and Lin Fei, knew the real truth. That assassin who's after them is the fourth young master of the bully group, and he had already died at the hands of Xiao Knight. As for how Xiao Knight led the scourge to the two major guilds of Hegemony and Blackhawk, Hong Liang and the three of them couldn't figure it out, and only grew more and more impressed with Xiao Knight and even carried a deep sense of awe. Got it. Lin Fei and Li Shuer gritted their teeth and nodded. Towards this bully group they were afraid, but there was even more hatred in their hearts. There's a place for grievances, and there's a place for debts. That fourth young master of the bully group brutally killed two of their teammates, and died for nothing. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, sighed and said, next the poly group will definitely scrutinize all markets, so find a chance to destroy those three pieces of equipment in your hands and never strike again. Lin Fei immediately said anxiously, but what about the captain, his illness? If we don't sell the equipment, where will we gather the remaining 1 million or so dragon coins? Hong Liang, lying on the hospital bed, said in a deep voice, Little Fei, listen to brother Xiao Knight, he's right. Once the bully group finds out, not only will all three of us have to die, we'll also involve brother Xiao Knight. A look of powerlessness appeared on Lin Fei's face. Sometimes money can buy a man's life. Without money, you can only watch Hong Liang become a waste. I can lend you the 1.5 million dragon coins that are still missing. Xiao Knight suddenly opened his mouth and said, after getting almost 1 million dragon coins from the exchange, plus the bonus Xiao Knight received from the Tower of Trials, it added up to almost exactly 1,200,000 dragon coins. That's all he has. No. Hong Liang, who was lying on the bed, hastily refused. Brother Xiao Knight, saving my life is already a favor that can't be repaid. Even if he cures me, this 2 million dragon coins will be difficult for us to repay. Hong Liang knew their own strength well. They simply couldn't afford to repay this favor to Xiao Knight. Li Shuer and Lin Fei also lowered their heads and didn't speak. They already owed Xiao Knight too much. If you can't pay it back slowly. Big deal. I'll give you interest on it, Xiao Knight said indifferently. He did this, in fact, not only to help Hong Liang, but also to eliminate the risk of being investigated by the bully group on his body. Your captain Hong Liang's injury must be treated as soon as possible, because next, the bully group will definitely liquidate everyone who has been among the copies of General Lulan's tomb one by one, and the wounds on your body are the most damning evidence of that. Within 3 days, it must be erased as quickly as possible. Hong Liang froze, and the three of them finally realized the seriousness of what Xiao Knight had said. The Polaroid group, by no means, is that easy to fool. They will definitely do whatever it takes to track down the cause of this fourth young master's death. Yes, Hong Liang nodded with difficulty, knowing that this was the only option. Brother Xiao Knight, we will definitely pay back this money. Chapter 56, The Bounty Society Hitchhiker. There's a ghost. Money makes the world go round. With this 1,800,000 dragon coins, the hospital side would soon be able to contact a fifth turn priest to step in. The fifth turn skill, Flesh and Blood Recast, could even restore Hong Liang's previous mobility within a day. No one would think that the 1.8 million dragon coins were not worth the money spent. And no one would think that it's just too easy for a turn 5 priest to make money. This was because a priest who could reach level 250 with 5 turns was a rare find in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The further back in the hierarchy you go, the harder it is to rise up like a rift. It was far more difficult for a cleric profession to be able to rise to level 250 than it was for a combat profession by tens or even hundreds of times. Priests who had reached that kind of status were already considered saints, except for those who were provided for by major giants and top plutocrats, and those who were still willing to come out and collect money to treat people. It was only after healing the injuries on Hong Liang's body that the clues could be completely erased. In the face of a giant like the Poly Group, no trace must be left behind, and Xiao Knight must seize all the time he can to become stronger. It was only at this time that he also realized that an ordinary person would be as helpless as a mole cricket in the face of the threat of a giant power like the Poly Group. But it's a good thing that Xiao Knight is in the dark now. The move of the Scourge in the middle of the copy also allowed the two great guilds of Hegemony and Blackhawk to temporarily block the gun for themselves. Completion of the first turn is imminent. Xiao Knight also came directly to the Bounty Association after leaving the third hospital. There is more information and intelligence from official copies here. It was also only by completing a copy above the danger level A rated by the Bounty Association that one could obtain a transfer certificate. And here, Xiao Knight also saw quite a few familiar faces from the first middle school, most of which are A+ occupations. At the beginning of the scramble, everyone didn't fall behind in their progress, and many had already reached level 50. However, Xiao Knight did not see Lin Xueming and Wang Biao among them, and it seemed that due to the disappearance of Polygroup's fourth young master, the two of them who were associated with it were now also distracted. This also just gave Xiao Knight an opportunity. Just as Xiao Knight was carefully browsing through the information provided by the Upper Capital Association on the A-ranked copies, a hitching voice suddenly came from Xiao Knight's back. "This student, are you also here for a transfer certificate?" Xiao Knight turned his head to look, only to see that the person coming was a melee profession carrying dual swords. Half of the equipment on his body was at least silver, and his level had similarly reached level 50. "Yes." Xiao Knight nodded his head, only to see the gaze of the boy carrying the twin swords glancing over Xiao Knight's equipment all over his body. His eyes turned and said, "Great, want to join our team? We're all going to fight for the transformation proof, and we're planning to push for S-rank copies, and we're just a few spots short." As soon as this boy with the twin swords on his back turned around and gestured towards a group of people in the distance, a few people in the distance similarly waved at him, and one by one, those people also reached level 50. "How's that, bro? Fighting together in a group can be much more stable than soloing alone." This person immediately initiated a group invitation to Xiao Knight and said, although an S-ranked copy was only one level higher than the danger level of an A-ranked copy, the difficulty and risk involved was increased by several times. That's why the Bounty Association's requirements were relaxed to the point that as long as a group of less than 10 people passed an S-ranked copy, they would be able to obtain a proof of transfer. "Don't worry, we have 3 A-ranked professions amongst our team, so we're guaranteed to clear an S-ranked copy." This boy carrying the dual swords continued to persuade. His eyes had been intentionally or unintentionally sizing up the equipment on Xiao Knight's body. The equipment on Xiao Knight's body deliberately used many rags to cover and sandpaper to polish to make it old. At first glance, passers-by won't realize that it's all precious gold. Besides, an S-ranked copy will be able to swipe out quite a few gold artifacts when you clear it. When the time comes, the team will distribute them as needed. The boy with the shoulders on his back had been following the advice, as if he was eager to get Xiao Knight to join their team. The warm and fuzzy attitude simply makes you suspect that there is a ghost in the mix. "Yeah." Xiao Knight, however, suddenly gave a painful nod. A hint of ecstasy suddenly appeared in the eyes of the boy carrying the 2 swords, and he hastily beckoned to his distant companion, saying, "Great, it's not too late, let's leave now." A few companions from afar also quickly gathered around, only to see a heavily armored warrior, 2 mages, a priest and an archer respectively. There were a total of 6 people along with the boy carrying the dual swords, and the gazes of these later ones were likewise all intentionally or unintentionally sizing up Xiao Knight. That heavy armored warrior, on the other hand, enthusiastically extended a hand to Xiao Knight and said, "Welcome this brother to our team. Don't worry, with us here we'll definitely be able to pass this S-ranked copy." Before the polite words were finished, several people had already put on their backpacks and equipment and made a gesture to set off. Xiao Knight's eyes narrowed as he asked, "Have you already picked out your copies?" The heavily armored warrior froze, then launched a smiling face and explained, "That's right, brother. The copy we chose is the S-ranked Ghost Beast Valley. Don't worry, we've already prepared our intelligence about this Ghost Beast Valley, and we'll definitely be able to pass." Seeing that Xiao Knight seemed suspicious, one of the mages hurriedly said, "Actually, we picked Ghost Beast Valley mainly based on our team's strengths. Just relax. That's right, it's just the right time of day. I think we should leave now." The boy with the twin swords on his back instantly suggested that the remaining few companions also nodded in agreement, and a group of people surrounded Xiao Knight in the center, and were about to head out of the city. "Wait a minute." Xiao Knight, however, suddenly opened his mouth and said. The sudden interruption caused the expressions on the faces of several people to be stunned, but then he heard Xiao Knight continue, saying, "Aren't you going to ask what my name and occupation are?" The heavily armored warrior's face immediately smiled sarcastically and said, "Look at us in our haste. We forgot about this one. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yuan Changhe. I wonder what this brother's name is." And the boy next to him, who was carrying 2 swords, said, with a hasty smile, Right. My name is Yuan Changting. My name is Yuan Xiaoyu." The corner of Xiao Knight's mouth slightly hooked as he feigned disinterest and said, "It's okay, my name is Xiao Knight." Instead, the mind has been made up. This group of people all had the same surname, and they should all be from the same affiliated county in Shangjing City. A proper group of fellow countrymen. A group of people even blew and cajoled to pull Xiao Knight into the team. fearing that they were not hitting the idea on Shao Knight. There are definitely ghosts in that valley of ghostly beasts. Chapter 57, Ghost Beast Valley. The Suspicious Yuan Brothers. The Valley of the Ghost Beasts is located in the north of Shangjing City. As Shao Knight followed the group to the North City Gate, he realized that there were 3 other people waiting for them outside the gate. 2 of them were incomparably familiar with the few people surnamed Yuan, with the exception of a petite shield warrior girl who seemed a bit raw and out of place with them. These 3 are with us too. Yuan Chongting, who was carrying his dual swords, put on a smile and explained to Shao Knight. The 7 people on Shao Knight's side, plus those 3 people just made up 10 people. Along the way, the gazes of the few people surnamed Yuan and the 2 later on had also been looking at Shao Knight intentionally or unintentionally, and they even feigned unintentional exchanges of glances with each other. Unbeknownst to him, all of this had fallen into Shao Knight's eyes. A few of them must have their own private contactor channels. The only one who should not be in the same group as them was that later shield warrior girl who was a bit bewildered like Shao Knight. The girl was petite, but she was carrying a giant shield that was almost as big as her entire body, making her look a bit contrasting. Taking the opportunity of bending down to organize his equipment, Shao Knight walked up to this girl and struck up a conversation with her. Hello, were you also called by them to join them in typing the transfer certificate? The girl nodded at once, with a hint of embarrassment on her face. Seems like a shy sociopathic personality. My name is Shao Knight. Shao Knighton introduced himself at that moment. For her part, the girl hurriedly replied, also politely, my name is Gu Shiyu. The simple conversation between the 2 drew the attention of Yuan Changhe as well as Yuan Chongting in front of them. These 2 brothers intentionally or unintentionally stared at Shao Knight with their afterimages. It was only after Shao Knight had merely struck up a conversation with her for a couple of words that he walked back to the front of the group before turning his head, and then just as soon as the conversation was struck up, Shao Knight quietly sent out a contact add friend invitation to Gu Shiyu. After a few seconds, Gu Shiyu agreed to the invitation. The Ghost Beast Valley was situated at the foot of a mountain range near Shangjing City, bordered by a mountain range on the left and a plain on the right, with several natural gullies forming in the center. These gullies can easily be dozens of meters deep and create a world of their own. Due to the favorable light conditions and the humid climate, bushes over a man's height even grew in the gullies. Among them lies a deadly monster, the Ghost Beast. It was a shape like an ape, with black fluffy hair, but with a naturally formed mask of bone armor on its face, grotesque like a human face, hence the name, Ghost Beast. The Ghost Beast was an extremely aggressive swarm-type monster, located in this valley, moving swiftly and with a sense of group combat. Its destructive power was quite astonishing. Before it was classified as a danger level S copy area. From time to time, there were news stories of lone professionals mistakenly entering this Ghost Beast Valley and losing their lives in it. As the group reached the Valley of Ghost Beasts, everyone's faces tensed up as well. That heavily armored warrior Yuan Changhe walked at the front of the group. Dual sword agile swordsman Yuan Chongting followed him, and the rest of the several mage and archer professions each found their own positions. These 8 people had a tacit understanding that needed no words, and it was obvious that they had been teamed up for years. Brother Shao Knight, sister Gu Shiyu, you 2 are also melee professions. Follow me. The heavy armored warrior, Yuan Changhe, said with a wave of his hand at Shao Knight. There's nothing wrong with that statement. Shao Knight immediately pulled out his weapon from his backpack and walked at the front of the group. Only that what he took out was not that level 50 gold weapon, King's Sword of King's Grant. Instead, it was a plain bronze longsword that had been popped out in the copy earlier. Yuan Chongting, who was also holding 2 longswords as weapons, glanced at the longsword in Shao Knight's hand and turned away. The entire group also began to push forward cautiously. Soon there was a scant movement in a bush ahead. A deft black shadow seemed to flicker through it. Shao Knight was watching carefully. The heavily armored warriors next to them, Yuan Changhe and Yuan Chongting, likewise looked on, and the 2 exchanged a look with each other that. Yuan Changhe violently stepped forward. Raising the shield in his hand, he slammed it hard into the grass. This should be his charge skill, and Yuan Chongting quickly followed suit, the 2 long swords in his hands waving like a whirlwind. There was a scream in the middle of the grass, and a ghostly beast with black fur as tall as half a man was knocked out. This ghost beast was just about to let out a loud scream to attract its companions, only to have the last of its life harvested by the 2 spells and longsword that came right after it in the midst of the group. This team's coordination was extremely tacit, and they came up and directly killed a ghost beast on point. Shao Knight didn't even have time to make a move. This team of several Yuan brothers did have the strength to be able to push out S-ranked copies. Then what exactly were they doing by bringing themselves and another shield warrior girl, Gu Shiyu, to this Ghost Beast Valley? Shao Knight was secretly vigilant in his heart, but on the surface, he did not show a trace, only to see that their advancement in the middle of this valley of ghostly beasts seemed to be particularly smooth. The fallen ghost beasts they encountered along the way were all silently killed by them at point-blank range. so far had advanced into the depths of the valley that the cliff walls on both sides around them were already as high as 4 or 5 stories. Some messy straw was revealed in the surrounding bushes, and Shao Knight used his sword to pluck apart the bushes to see that it was actually a dilapidated ghost beast nest. The nest made of straw had been hacked to pieces, and the place seemed to have been visited. Could it be that the Yuan brothers have already been here once? A question arose in Shao Knight's heart. Immediately afterward, but I heard a surprised shout from Yuan Changting behind me and said, "Look, what's this?" A few people all gathered around at once, and Shao Knight's gaze also looked at Yuan Changting. It was only that he was holding a piece of ore that emitted a kind of azure-colored glow. Essence of prana ore. Shao Knight instantly recognized the item in Yuan Changting's hand with a single glance. It was an ore material that could be used to enchant high-level weapons, and its value was extremely precious, almost measurable in grams, while several people around them were likewise all letting out exclamations of surprise. This should be the essence ore. I've heard it's worth old money. How did you pick it up here? Yuan Changting also had a look of excitement on his face. I don't know. I just stepped on a piece of hard stuff in the bushes too, and picked it up to see that it was actually essence ore. And the leader of this group of people, heavy armor warrior Yuan Changhe, this is also said with eyes shining brightly. Essence ore definitely won't appear singly. Everyone quickly scattered to look around. There might be a vein here. If we can find a mineral vein, we'll be rich. Then Yuan Changhe immediately pointed his finger in the direction and commanded, "Teams of 2, Changting, Xiaoyu, you go over there. Dashan, Erzhan, you guys go to the west and look around. Brother Shao Knight, Sister Gu Shiyu, why don't you two join together and go look at the cliff face to the east? There seems to be a cave there." This shield warrior girl seemed to believe Yuan Changhe's words and nodded with a burst of excitement on her face. Shao Knight similarly nodded his head once. Essence veins? He would like to see what kind of drugs this Yuan Changhe is selling in his gourd. Chapter 58 Essence Vein. Shield warrior girl Gu Shiyu. The essence vein is a new ore that appears on the planet along with copies and monsters. It is used as the best material for enchanting high-level weapons and equipment because of its innate strong spell affinity. But such veins are extremely rare and follow almost no pattern. Every professional who has ever discovered such a vein has invariably risen to the heavens in one step. Could it be that there could actually be an essence vein hidden in this Ghost Beast Valley? Instead, Shao Knight's heart became even more vigilant. Just now from that Yuan Changting hands to see that a piece of azure-colored light emanating from the ore is indeed the essence of the vein undoubtedly. However, he would never believe that if this Yuan family brothers several people had discovered something as valuable as the essence vein, they would share it with 2 strangers that they had just met. I think those guys were just pretending, right? However, if they didn't reveal themselves, Shao Knight mustn't startle the snakes first. The direction Yuan Changhe pointed out to him and Gu Shiyu was just ahead, where there was a cave deep within the cliff face. From a distance, it was dark inside. Gu Shiyu, the shield warrior girl next to her, raised the lighting pure in her hand and leaned forward, only to see a starry azure-colored light blossom inside all of a sudden. It's essence ore. Inside the cave. Gu Shiyu was instantly excited and stretched her legs to step in, but Shao Knight reached out and stopped her, reaching over her mouth to shush her, and then sent a quiet message to her in the contact. Watch out. That group has a ghost. Natural spermaceti ores tend to be mixed in with the rock formations and will have an oxidized layer wrapped around the surface, not leaving the azure-colored lining bare on the surface at all. Those ores in the cave were obviously put in there on purpose. This means of seduction. It's simply too clumsy. Gu Shiyu froze and immediately looked at Shao Knight with wide eyes, her face full of disbelief. Shao Knight shook his head at her. Then he turned his head to Yuan Changhe and Yuan Changting, who were searching in the other direction, and said, "There's no ore in the cave, so let's both look elsewhere." Shao Knight's words immediately drew a glare from the brothers of the Yuan surname. I only saw that Yuan Changhe's face stiffened, then squeezed out a smile and said, "Does brother Shao Knight want to stop looking carefully? That essence ore is a precious thing. I heard that a single piece can be sold for tens of thousands of dragon coins." Shao Knight, on the other hand, frowned and said, "There really isn't one inside this cave, and aren't we making this trip to fight for a transfer certificate?" Shao Knight's words caused Yuan Changhe's face to pull down and said, "Proof of transfer can be fought sooner or later. But this essence vein is something that can be found but not sought. If we really find it, we'll be rich." Shao Knight suddenly smiled at him and said, "Brother Yuan, if we do find it, how should the vein be divided?" Yuan Changhe's face was stunned and said, That is naturally divided equally. Everyone has a share. You quickly go inside the cave and take another look." Shao Knight, however, took another step away from the cave entrance and said, "There really isn't any inside this cave. In that case, we'd better hurry and look elsewhere." "How?" Yuan Changhe's face finally changed. A viciousness was revealed in a pair of tiny eyes, and his tone became cold. "Is brother Shao Knight not trusting me? You didn't even go in. How do you know that there are no veins inside that cave? It's finally time to show your true colors." Shao Knight immediately let out a cold laugh and said, How is Brother Yuan so sure that there are essence veins inside this cave? Could it be that you put those ores inside? One sentence directly punctured Yuan Changhe's mind. At this time, Yuan Changhe simply stopped pretending and coldly seemed to say something in the contact group. Yuan Changting and a few people of the Yuan surname in the distance also immediately rapped over, each of them already equipped with weapons in their hands. Oh, I didn't think I'd let you see it. Yuan Changhe gave a sardonic laugh and said, but today you two will have to go in even if you do. A group of people surrounded Xiao Knight and Gu Shiyu in front of the cave in unison. The nature is revealed. What do you want? Shield warrior girl Gu Shiyu instantly raised that one huge shield on her back in her hands in a bit of panic and stammered, we're not going into this cave. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and coldly swept over the group of people in front of him. Yuan Changhe, Yuan Changting brothers had the best equipment on them, with almost half of them having silver artifacts. The rest of them, although not as well equipped as the two of them, hid behind the two of them and took up battle formations. Gangs, these guys should be repeat offenders. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid that instead of having essence veins inside this cave, it's the lair of that demonic beast, Xiao Knight said with a cold smile. You went through all the trouble of tricking the two of us into coming here just so that we could be the bait to feed that group of ghost beasts, so that you could free up your hands to find that real vein of ore. Yuan Changting rubbed the twin swords in his hands and laughed sardonically. And, count your blessings, but we'll just have to sacrifice the two of you today, to fulfill our brother's dreams of reaching heaven in one step. Yuan Changting is a careful person. He also saw early that Xiao Knight is not an ordinary person, and he deeply knows that too many words will lead to loss, so he hurriedly turned his head to Yuan Changhe and said, brother, don't waste so many words with them, do it. Yuan Changhe also gave an order. The two mages in the group suddenly struck out in unison. Their staffs in their hands swung violently and two muddy yellow void rays struck out from the staff like two snakes and landed at the feet of Xiao Knight and Gu Shiyu. Earth Dragon Technique. Suddenly, the dirt beneath Xiao Knight and shield warrior girl Gu Shiyu's feet violently rioted, and a powerful thrust surged out from the ground. Like an underground dragon, the two of them were pushed into the cave in unison. No good. Xiao Knight's expression was flabbergasted. He did not expect that all of the two mages in this Yuan family brothers team were Earth attribute mages. This move, Ground Dragon Technique, while not doing much damage, is a hard push skill. The dirt beneath their feet had become a steep slope, forcing the pair to slide toward the cave. Xiao Knight's feet violently stepped on the ground, and his body nimbly climbed toward the front. Unexpectedly, the body of Gu Shiyu in front of her had already slumped to the ground, and along with that huge shield, it smashed down towards Xiao Knight in the back, like a giant pot lid. Stiffly, Xiao Knight, who had been on the verge of climbing out, was snapped back. I go to. Xiao Knight's body also rolled into the cave with a crawl after being smashed by Gu Shiyu. When I opened my eyes again, the surroundings were already dark, and the two Earth attribute mages had directly sealed the cave's opening with their skills. The two of them were sealed in this cave in unison. The Xiao Knight was dropped, not to mention that he only felt that there was a small Iron Man-like weight pressing down on him. That huge shield is still held over his head. How come this girl looks so heavy for a petite one? This time it's kind of her fault. Instead, there was the sultry voice of Gu Shiyu, the shield warrior girl, in his ears. Oh, sorry. Chapter 59, Mutant Species. The Abominable Oni. Ahem. Why don't you get up for a second? Xiao Knight was a bit out of breath from the pressure. I didn't expect that this physique looks no more than 1.5 meters of petite Gu Shiyu to weigh a full 300 to 400 pounds. A piece of equipment is actually all thick and heavy armor system. More than half of the blood bar that he had just lost was smashed by this sister. Oh who? I'm sorry. Gu Shiyu rolled over and rolled off of Xiao Knight, then hurriedly reached out to help Xiao Knight. The classmate, are you okay? I'm okay, Xiao Knight gasped and said, covering his mouth and nose while reaching out and pulling out the fluorescent insect from among his backpack. In the midst of the roiling smoke and dust, the fluorescent bugs could only illuminate a range of 4 or 5 meters around them. Looking upwards, they saw that the entrance to the cave they had fallen from had been completely sealed off. Still undeterred, Xiao Knight climbed a few steps upward to check out the. I only saw that it was supposed to be an earth magician's pouring spell, and the entire entrance to the cave was almost poured into a thick wall of earth. Going to strike it with the hilt of the sword. It was so porcelain that it didn't even ring hollow. It seems like it should be impossible to break this wall from the inside. Sorry about that. Beside me suddenly sounded that Gu Shiyu's ghostly voice. Just now, if it wasn't for me blocking, you would have already climbed up. Xiao Knight was also somewhat helpless, but this girl is still a bit conscientious. In this moment, she has already said sorry to herself 3 times. The attitude was also incredibly sincere. What else could Xiao Knight do then? Not to mention that both are now on the same rope. Xiao Knight didn't speak again, burying his head and pondering the way to escape. However, she heard Gu Shiyu suddenly open her mouth and said, but don't worry, we'll definitely make it out alive. I'll protect you. Xiao Yi was stunned, and through the dim light of the illuminating bug, he only saw Gu Shiyu's face of conviction. You protect me? Xiao Knight was somewhat surprised when he said. Only Gu Shiyu nodded seriously and said, I'm a shield warrior with a high defense value. If you encounter a ghost beast, you'll hide behind me. Xiao Knight couldn't help but hold his forehead for a while. For a moment, I don't know whether to say that this sister is too naive, or too simple, but these words sound strange and touching. However, that Yuan family brother luring the two of them into this cave was by no means a random act. From all their behavior, this Ghost Beast Valley, they should have already been here once before. They should have already stepped on the spot a long time ago. In this cave, it was most likely the lair of the Ghost Beast. Don't forget, this Ghost Beast Valley is an S-rank copy. That meant that the bosses in it were at least danger level S monsters. Just then, a coarse and violent breath suddenly came from the depths of the cavern in front of him. Xiao Knight and the two of them were instantly on guard. He could feel some obvious nervousness in Gu Shiyu beside him, and his hands were shaking a bit as he gripped his shield tightly. Don't panic, Xiao Knight said softly, then rolling the glowworm in his hand gently along the ground. The dark fluorescent light swirled and rolled deeper into the cavern, illuminating the source of the blast of violent breath, only to see that it was actually a giant ghost beast with an extremely fat body, like the size of a truck. Stout, obese limbs, and a huge belly were being stuck in an extremely crooked position, deep in the cavern, and the original black fur on his body was already somewhat white, and the bone armor mask on his face was similarly bloated. Mutant species. A hint of austerity also appeared in Xiao Knight's eyes. According to the information, unusual ghost beasts could only grow to human size at most even in their adult form, and this one bloated like a gargoyle in front of him was bound to be a mutant among the species. Moment. The lighting bug that rolled to its feet was shattered by a slap that. A ferocious howl resounded throughout the cave. It's straight up horrifying. What is this? This? Gu Shiyu panicked, obviously also startled by the ugly and bloated ghostly beast. It's a mutated species among the ghost beast community, Xiao Knight replied while at the same time, he re-pulled out a new tube of lighting bugs from within his backpack once again. Don't panic. It seems to be stuck in the cave. It shouldn't be able to get out for a while. The light that the lighting bug had just rolled past was only a split second, but Xiao Knight looked closely at it. This mutant species of ghost beast was stuck in a cave that got narrower and narrower as it went deeper and deeper due to its size being too bloated. Empty of ferocity but unable to move, Xiao Knight shone a lighted bug towards his feet and, only to see that the underground of the cave around them was indeed covered with piece after piece of white bones and corpses, from all kinds of animals, and even from the same kind of ghost beasts. And what a scourge, Xiao Knight whispered. Gu Shiyu beside her trembled and asked, then what should we do now? Xiao Knight surveyed the surroundings and could only helplessly shake his head and said, there's no other fork around this cave, so if we can't go back, we'll have to go forward. We'll just have to finish that guy off and see if there's a way out behind it. Finish it. Gu Shiyu immediately widened her eyes. Just, with the two of us? Xiao Knight suddenly realized that this petite girl had a characteristic. She stuttered a bit when she was nervous to speak. That's right. Xiao Knight nodded his head. If we don't kill it, we'll really be sealed in this cave. After saying that, Xiao Knight exchanged the true level 50 gold weapon, King's Sword of the King's Grant, from his backpack. Then the ghost fire toxin was turned on. A layer of demonic flames burst into flame throughout the brilliant sword, and the firelight illuminated the surrounding cave. Now that his level had reached level 50, and half of his body was wearing gold artifacts, and there was even a brilliant grade ring, Xiao Knight's output ability had long since been judged to be like a different person. The mutant species of ghostly beast stuck in the middle of the cave in front of us. It's like a living target. Xiao Knight could just try out how far his output ability could go nowadays. The water calling step opens under your feet. Xiao Knight's movement speed suddenly became faster as he lifted up the King's Sword of the Monarch authorization and charged straight into the depths of the cave. The long sword with its burning and toxin effects illuminated the face of the mutant species of Oni. Up came a swift thunder burst. 1957. A number close to 2000 exploded violently above the ghost beast's chest. Good damage. The huge damage numbers looked at Gu Shiyu couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. And in the meantime, the attributes of the mutated species of ghost beasts also appeared in front of the duo. Abominable ghosts. Level 55 gold boss. Blood 100,000. Description: once the strongest individual of the ghost beast race, after being infected and becoming the host of the abomination, its greed and desire for power drove it mad and gradually reduced it to a monster loathed and feared by its own kind. Chapter 60, with revenge. One must retaliate. The black-hearted Xiao Knight. The counterattack of the mutant species of ghost beasts came fast and furious. Its bloated arm swung violently at Xiao Knight, bringing up a blizzard of debris that Xiao Knight's footsteps, however, gently stepped to the side and accurately dodged this powerful strike. Meanwhile, the left hand was instantly equipped with the Tiger Fierce battle shield, blocking the entirety of the blazing debris. Not even a hint of damage was done. Shao Knight held his sword in one hand, and the damage bonus of the level 50 golden artifact allowed Shao Knight's damage figures to reach 4 digits with each strike. 1389, 1288, 1355. Amidst Gu Shiyu's dumbfounded gaze, Shao Knight's attack speed was getting faster and faster. The long sword with the burning effect in his hand swung like a fiery snake. One by one, damage numbers as high as thousands of points burst out on the body of that mutated ghost beast, mixed with the effects of burning and toxin damage. Almost within a few short minutes, a blood bar had been knocked off with the naked eye. Good strong. Gu Shiyu's eyes widened as she stammered and said. The Shao Knight in front of him was like he was putting on a show, with each strike of the long sword in his hand accurately stabbing at the vitals of the demonic beast. The terrifyingly rough return attacks of the mutated ghost beasts, which she watched with heart-stopping fear every time, were all easily dodged by Shao Knight. It was a lesson in alignment. Gu Shiyu had never seen such a performance in her entire life. Under the illumination of that long sword with firelight, Shao Knight's figure was like a dancer with the most deft steps, precise and deadly. She felt as if she had learned a lot in those few short minutes. No wonder he had the nerve to say that he would kill this mutated ghost beast, because his output ability alone was enough. He didn't even need to use himself at all. That mutant ghost beast's blood bar of up to 100,000 was fading as far as the eye could see. It soon dropped right down to half, and it was then that the overlord of this bloated, immense beast finally fell into a state of fury. A look of horror also appeared for the first time above the mask of bone armor on its face. The immense force became even more furious, and the thick arms swung through the cave, causing a tremor with each hard slam. Overhead, debris fell like rain. Even Shao Knight couldn't dodge the pieces of debris. A piece of debris like a hidden weapon scraped a damage on his body. 39, 47. The damage numbers were not large, but they were enough to affect Shao Knight's judgment and movements. A huge, already shaky piece of debris overhead was violently shaken down. Look out! Gu Shiyu behind her hurriedly opened her mouth to remind her. Shao Knight tilted his head and hurriedly dodged to the side. However, it was at this moment that the mutant ghost beast's thick arm slammed towards Shao Knight. One up, one forward. The attacks coming from two directions made Shao Knight destined to be unable to dodge them all, and instinctively raised the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hand to hard shoulder the smash from the mutated monster. 2158. In an instant a huge damage number exploded on Shao Knight's body at the same time that the Shao Knight's entire person was smashed away like a kite with broken strings. And then the most damning scene of all happened, only to see that as the implementation around the cave loosened, the mutant ghost beast that was originally stuck in the middle of the cave seemed to break free half of its body, with only two bloated legs still stuck inside In doing so, its attack range suddenly doubled. It was already ferocious and now it was in a state of rage, and after smashing Shao Knight with a punch, it pounced down and raised its arms and then smashed towards Shao Knight again. Shao Knight's heart said that it was not good. Hurriedly, he rolled over but it was too late. It was destined to be difficult to escape the ferocious strike of this demonic beast. With his eyes wide open, he watched those two thick calf-like arms smashing towards him. Suddenly, Shao Knight's eyes went black. Boom! A loud crashing sound rang out in the middle of the cave, deafening Shao Knight straight away. Yet the expected pain and hurt did not appear. Shao Knight snapped his eyes open. However, he saw that Gu Shiyu had actually blocked in front of him. The petite and delicate body held up a huge shield that was even larger than itself and stood firmly in front of Shao Knight. The shield, which was stuck in the ground, together with her feet, was smashed in such a way as to cut several deep grooves in the ground. But she didn't take a step back. Get out of the way, Gu Shiyu said through clenched teeth. Right at this moment, the ghost beast's explosive smashing attacked once again. Like a meteor, it ruthlessly smashed into the large shield in Gu Shiyu's hand, straightening her out and causing her to take several more steps back. At the same time, a damage appeared to her that, 1259, Shao Knight hurriedly rolled over and backed up, shouting to Gu Shiyu that, retreat, get out of that guy's attack range. Seeing that Gu Shiyu, who was wearing heavy armor and holding up a huge shield, could be described as moving slowly and clumsily, and was unable to retreat in time. A small face thought she suddenly put her shield away and her whole body slumped to the ground in a smooth roll to the back. In an extremely comical position, he rolled out of the attack range of that mutant ghost beast. This woeful yet witty maneuver looked at Shao Knight, who was also stunned. But after going through this, Shao Knight was rather impressed with this girl. This girl really did not say empty words. Something is really on. Moreover, she had just set up her shield to harden herself against the smashing blows of that mutated ghost beast, and the amount of blood she dropped was even less than Shao Knight's. It meant that she hadn't worn this heavy armor for nothing, and I'm afraid that her defense was even higher than that of Shao Knight. who was wearing a half-body gold artifact. This girl's shield warrior profession level should be at least an A rank. Phew, Gu Shiyu escaped with a gasp, a pair of eyes wide open, her small face flushed with a burst of aftershock. Shao Knight, on the other hand, tilted his head and poured down a blood vial. After replenishing his status, he upped again with the sword of the king's mandate in his hand. The beast blood boiling was directly opened, and Shao Knight's damage and output directly came to a new level once again. The attack speed of the Junjun authorized king's sword in his hand was getting faster and faster. This was the additional effect of the radiant artifact Ghostman Ring Ghost Manifestation. Attack speed continues to stack while attacking the same target. Under this violent attack by Shao Knight, 10 minutes later, the remaining half of that mutated ghost beast's blood bar was also finally depleted. With a resigned wail, it was reduced to a bloated pile of corpses. Shasta. Several white lights converged on Shao Knight and Gu Shiyu. The experience given by this level 55 gold class boss was quite generous, directly allowing Shao Knight to ascend 3 levels in a row. Although Gu Shiyu had not gained as much experience as Shao Knight, she had similarly directly leveled up with a flash of white light on her body. What is most exciting for the duo is that as the huge body of this mutated ghost beast fell, a faint ray of light came over from the cave behind it. And there's light, which means there's an exit. Saved. Gu Shiyu couldn't help but cheer. Shao Knight, on the other hand, was holding the Junjun authorized king sword and hacked off the 4 claws of that demonic beast. This level 55 gold level boss was enough to serve as proof that they had cleared this ghost beast valley. Shao Knight handed one of the claws to Gu Shiyu and said, "Don't get too happy. Don't forget that the group that sealed us in this cave should still be around." Gu Shiyu froze, and a look of indignation appeared on her face, saying, "Those guys were outrageous." After Shao Knight put away the claws of the ghost beast, but suddenly looked at Gu Shiyu and opened his mouth to ask, "Gu Shiyu, can I trust you?" Gu Shiyu froze and looked at Shao Knight's eyes that seemed very serious. Then she also nodded her head fiercely and seriously and said, "Of course, I, Gu Shiyu, have always had a good character, not to mention the fact that the two of us are also considered to have shared the same life and death." Watching this girl so seriously that she even raised one hand to swear, the corner of Shao Knight's mouth also revealed a wry smile as he said, "Well then, next I want you to cooperate with me in a play." Gu Shiyu listened to a burst of clouds, but still nodded. Only Shao Knight, however, pulled out 3 pieces of black equipment from his backpack and replaced them, which were a wrist guard, a dagger, and a lock armor. Snakescale wrist guard, broken specter dagger, gold silk lock armor. These 3 pieces of equipment were stripped off from the 4th young master of the Chen family of the Bully Group, who had died in the middle of the general's tomb copy. Before leaving from the 3rd hospital's inpatient area, Shao Knight asked for these 3 pieces of equipment from Hong Liang and the others. He was going to destroy the 3 pieces of equipment himself as a last resort, but when he met Yuan Changhe, Yuan Changting and the 2 of them there at the Bounty Association, Shao Knight suddenly changed his mind. Sometimes the bogeyman trick works better than destroying the body. He had long since seen that there was bound to be a ghost under the Yuan brothers' enthusiastic invitation to join him, and the reason why Shao Knight had followed them all the way to this Ghost Beast Valley under the false pretense of being tricked. It is to personally bring the 3 pieces of equipment, which have been the cause of so much trouble, delivered to the greedy Yuan brothers and their group. Chapter 61, The Chrysalis of False Death. The show begins. How can I help? Gu Shiyu instantly tensed her little face as well. The group of Yuan brothers outside were a pack of jackals with murderous hearts. Even if one could escape from this cave, it was not absolutely safe. What exactly does he have up his sleeve? However, he heard Shao Knight say a sentence word by word that made Gu Shiyu's entire heart jump a little. "I want you to dig up my body in half an hour." What? Gu Shiyu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What? Body? What do you want? Isn't Shao Knight standing in front of her alive and well? Why did he say he wanted her to help dig up the body? It was still gloomy and dark in this cave, although there was a faint ray of light, and, under the already eerie atmosphere, Gu Shiyu only felt a chill rise up from her back and stammered, "Are you dead or alive?" Shao Knight froze, then laughed helplessly and said, "Of course I'm alive. If you don't believe me, touch me." Shao Knight jokingly stretched out an arm. I didn't expect Gu Shiyu to really take a step forward vigilantly, stretching out her small hand and tentatively pinching it. Then only after taking a long, uncomfortable breath, he asked, "So what are you talking about corpses for good reason? It's scary." Shao Knight gave a wry smile, then suddenly the whole body stiffened, then fell straight back, just like a corpse. Holy! Gu Shiyu was shocked and wowed, then hurriedly walked forward and reached out to touch under Shao Knight's nose, but surprisingly, he was no longer breathing. Looking again, Shao Knight's blood bar had actually cleared to 0. People die. You, don't scare me. Gu Shiyu's eyes reddened with anxiety and tears came out, whimpering, "And, how could this happen? Didn't you just single-handedly fight that mutant species ghost beast? Are you injured or poisoned? Ah, good reason. How to die? Ah." Suddenly, Xiao Knight let out a long breath from within his mouth and nose, snapped his eyes open, and sat up straight. This violent movement immediately scared Gu Shiyu into another bout of blossom. You, why are you scamming again? Xiao Knight explained with a faint smile. Anla, this is one of my natural skills, Chrysalis of False Death. When you use it, you fall into a state of pseudo-death and look as if you were a corpse. Chrysalis of False Death. A-rank talent words. It was a phrase that Xiao Knight had sacrificed from the body of the monster, Dead Leaf Butterfly, when he was rushing level 50 in the wild. This extremely adept camouflage monster will wrap itself into a sort of chrysalis as if it were an already dead corpse when it is on the verge of death. Wait until the enemy has left before regaining his breath. The naked eye of the dead leaf butterfly that had fallen into a state of pseudo-death couldn't even realize that it was actually alive. At that time, Xiao Knight was also fooled several times by this dead leaf butterfly's fake death technique, and he didn't expect to obtain this phrase by mistake when he sacrificed it. Chrysalis of False Death has no significance in the middle of an unusual battle, but on some special occasions it would become a bloodless knife to kill in Xiao Knight's hands. For example, right now. Later on I will go out first and seek revenge on that Yuan surname brother and his group. Xiao Knight's face also straightened up as he said, word for word. Then I'll use Chrysalis of False Death to fake being killed by them, and they'll definitely strip my equipment and bury my corpse with an earth attribute spell. In almost an hour. I want you to find where they buried it and dig up my body. Gu Shiyu's head exploded as she listened, waving her hands and saying, no way, this is too much of a mess for you. What if you do die at their hands? What if they split your body up? Gu Shiyu felt that what she said was somewhat carried away and eerie by this guy, and hurriedly said, and what if I don't find your body? Don't worry. Xiao Knight, however, smiled and said, first of all, the first point, they can't kill me. With their strength they are not qualified. The second point is that when you have two earth attribute mages in your party, burying a corpse with an earth spell must be the best way to destroy it, and if they really want to split me up, then the plan is off and I'll escape on my own. Gu Shiyu listened with a blank stare. She who had just witnessed this man single-handedly brushing that level 55 gold level boss altered ghost beast with her own eyes believed that Xiao Knight must have the ability to escape. Even if there was no way to fight off many with one, with this guy's terrifying body skills, he would definitely be able to escape, right? But, how do I know where they buried you? What if it's after hours? Gu Shiyu asked, still with a numb scalp. Xiao Knight had practically handed over his life to her by doing so. However, Xiao Knight pulled out 2 tubes of worms leaning together from within his backpack and handed her one, saying, the name of this bug is called the zygote, and once it is released, the zygote will follow the scent to find the location of the mother bug. I'll take the mother bug with me, and in an hour you'll use the daughter bug to get to me. Gu Shiyu reached out and took the tiny tube of worms, still buzzing throughout her brain. Hey, how did one agree to such an outrageous plan? This is still too dangerous. Xiao Knight, however, smiled and said, don't worry, I don't die that easily. In fact, even if Gu Shiyu didn't find his body after an hour, Xiao Knight could still lift the Chrysalis of False Death on his own. Being in a state of pseudo-death he was not without his 5 senses. Gu Shiyu was nothing more than a second layer of security. Seeing that Gu Shiyu was still in a mental struggle, Xiao Knight, however, suddenly used his longsword to rummage out 2 pieces of equipment glittering with golden light from underneath the corpse of the mutated ghost beast. The 2 of them were so immersed in the joy of escaping from life that they didn't even notice that the ghostly beast had also popped out 2 pieces of equipment. One was a golden gauntlet and the other appeared to be a cloth tiara of a mage profession. Out of equipment. It should be a gold artifact. You take it first. When we get out, the 2 of us will split it evenly. Xiao Yi reached out and handed these 2 gold-grade equipment to Gu Shiyu. Gu Shiyu received the 2 golden artifacts, and for a moment, she was both happy and worried. Taking advantage of the moment when she froze, Xiao Knight also sacrificed the fire of this mutated ghost beast in his hand. Abominable ghost beast fire seed sacrifice successful. Fire seed value plus 50. A line of hints popped up, but unfortunately no new words were gained. Xiao Knight took off the equipment he was wearing and loaded it into his backpack. Then he changed into those 3 pieces of equipment that had been stripped from the 4th young master of the bully group: snake scale wrist guard, broken phantom dagger, gold silk lock armor. It also has a black hood on. In the dim light of the cave, it was like the epileptic assassin in that copy of the general's tomb. Gu Shiyu shivered coldly as she watched this scene, only to see Xiao Knight trustingly handing her his backpack as well. The corner of his mouth hooked and said, Showtime, Chapter 62, before acting. Let's kill some people first. After Xiao Knight had changed his outfit, he held the black, broken specter dagger. With his feet turned on the water summoning steps, he swept towards the faint light in the cave like a dark shadow. Gu Shiyu, who was looking behind her, was also dumbstruck for a while. What exactly is this guy's profession? Can carry and fight? Pick up a dagger. run faster than the assassin profession. After changing into those 3 pieces of equipment, Shao Knight's attributes were naturally lower than before. But the 3 pieces of equipment appropriated from that Bali group's 4th young master were also all gold artifacts. After all, even Shao Knight's current attributes were far superior to Yuan Changhe and the others. Only the source of the faint ray of light from the depths of the cave was a hole in the ceiling like a patio. It's almost 2 or 3 meters above the ground. Shao Knight nimbly leapt forward and stuck the dagger in his hand on top of the wall. It's easy to pick up the pieces. When he came out, he saw that this exit was already in another part of the monster valley, a few hundred meters away from the previous entrance of the cave. Shao Knight quietly bent down and hid in the bushes. With that, he directly turned on ultrasonic claiming of the enemy. Soon, several red active targets suddenly appeared in the western neighborhood. Judging from the number of people, it should be the few brothers of that Yuan surname. Shao Knight did not move and touched along the bushes, and from afar, he saw that these people were doing their work in a decent manner. The respective weapons in their hands were changed to shovels and drafts. Seemed to be endeavoring to cut up a large mass of or into small pieces. In the middle of one of the cliffs in front of them, there was a piece of hard or more than half a man's height set right in the middle of it. From the scratch on the surface revealed a light blue light, proving that this piece of ore is indeed the Jing Prana ore. Only to see the color purity is a bit poor. Shao Nightfall, who saw this scene, couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. I'm afraid these Yuan brothers should have looked away. The real essence vein is never like this into a large piece of existence, but like gold ore that is mixed in the ore. What this Yuan family brother found should be a single ore that appeared by chance, not a real vein. It's commonly known as dog's head gold. A piece formed individually, while also valuable, was no match for an entire vein. Looking at the terrain of this Ghost Beast Valley, it was actually a huge gully, so maybe this place used to be an ocean millions of years ago, so it seems that the real vein is simply untraceable. If the Yuan brothers had looked into the principles of essence vein formation as closely as Shao Knight did when they were in high school, they would have known this. But unfortunately not everyone is like Shao Knight who has to explore everything. Shao Knight quietly touched over. As the distance got closer and closer, Shao Knight, who was hiding in the bushes, also heard the conversation between the few of them. Yuan Chongting, who was carrying dual swords, smashed the ore with a pickaxe while he said with a sinister smile, "Big brother, it's still your idea. In the name of teaming up to fight for a transfer certificate, it was easy to trick 2 scapegoats from the Bounty Association side. With them going to block the mouth of that mutant ghost beast, we can dig for ore smoothly." Yuan Changhe also said with a cold smile, "Humph, these 2 guys who tricked their way over here today were quite smart. They almost missed, so they'll have to be a bit more careful in the future. Who would have thought that one mutated ghost beast stuck in the middle of the cave was so troublesome? As soon as it gets hungry every day, it calls out for its kind. And this group of ghost beasts are really feeding that guy like he's their king." Yuan Changting also grinned and said, "Don't worry big brother, the big deal is that tomorrow, a few of us will go back to the Bounty Association and trick a few more scapegoats into coming over. Feed that monster every day." The conversation between a few people made Shao Knight's face grow colder and colder as he listened. These guys really are repeat offenders. Long before himself and Gu Shiyu, there should have been other professionals who had been victimized by them. Those primate skeletons in the middle of the cave were feared to be not ghostly beasts, but human professionals. Before they start digging for ore every day, they tricked some professionals into feeding that mutant ghost beast in the name of teaming up to fight for a transfer certificate. Really vicious mind. A hint of killing intent appeared in Shao Knight's eyes. Hold your breath. Just before this one bush where he was hunkered down, one of the archers among those Yuan brothers was carrying a bucket of chopped up ore on his back and carrying it over. Brittle professions just happened to be the first targets to strike. Shao Knight left no room for error when he struck. Taking advantage of the moment when the man walked past his body, Shao Knight suddenly stormed up with the broken specter dagger in his hand. The thunderbolt surge went straight through the back of that archer's chest. A huge number exploded out in a flash. 2598. The gold dagger's high bludgeon rate bonus scored a direct hit with a bludgeon that, this, broken specter dagger, was incomparably smooth to use. And if it wasn't for the reason of fear of exposure, Shao Knight would have wanted to use it as his secondary backup weapon. The high amount of bludgeoning damage directly knocked out half of that archer's blood bar. The Yuan archer, who is a brittle professional, has a total blood quantity of only 4,000 to 5,000. This sudden damage directly blindsided him. The sharp pain coming from behind him caused him to turn his head, only to lock eyes with Shao Knight's eyes that carried a murderous intent. Woohoo! Terrified, he was just about to open his mouth and cry out. The broken specter dagger in Shao Knight's hand, however, directly pierced into his mouth. Weakness damage, 2144. Another huge damage number exploded out. 2 slashes of bludgeoning damage directly seconded this Yuan archer in leather armor. while everyone is simply not paying attention. Shao Knight caught the fallen body of this archer and hit him in the grass. Moving on to the next target, it was another mage hanging around. For the Yuan brothers, a group of outlaws, even if it was to act, Shao Knight would have to kill a few of him first to vent his anger. It didn't take long. That one unknown earth mage had similarly walked unnoticed past the bush where Shao Knight was hibernating. The powerful, broken specter dagger stabbed out again. This mage pro's strip and cloth robes is thinner than an archer in a leather armor pro. Shao Knight dryly made 2 consecutive slashes that wiped out her neck. Bright red blood flowed out from between her neck, and her wide-eyed eyes looked incredulously at Shao Knight in front of her. Shao Knight remembered that this female mage was called Yuan Xiaoyu, then slowly closed her reluctant eyes. Just then, a terrified scream suddenly came from the hill next to the. It was the other venerable Yuan. Running off to relieve herself, she returned just in time to see the scene that made her liver explode. Ah, Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu is dead. I'm going to kill you. That mage's scream was instantly like an alarm bell, attracting the attention of the surrounding Yuan brothers. In the midst of all this eye-rolling, Shao Knight's figure, however, suddenly split into 2. It transformed into 2 identical black shadows and fled in different directions. You have to play the whole show. This skill, it was precisely the skill Shao Knight had sacrificed from that Bali group's 4th young master, Ghost Shadow Divergence. Chapter 63, The Wealthy Wolf Bites the Hook. The money-grubbing Yuan family, Xiaoyu, Yuan Changhe and Yuan Changting, who were not far away, turned their heads to witness the scene of their sister Yuan Xiaoyu being stabbed through the heart with a dagger. The 2 of them let out a wail and ran wildly towards this place in unison. And just then, they saw that the culprit, Shao Knight, smiled evilly at the 2 of them and the black figure suddenly split in 2. The 2 shadows ran in unison in different directions. Ah, damn it! I'm going to make you pay for this. Yuan Changting hissed and roared. Kill him for me! Kill him for me! The surrounding several Yuan brothers including another earth attribute mage woman were all filled with sorrow and indignation as they took up the weapons in their hands. It surrounded towards Shao Knight who was split in 2. Yuan Changting unsheathed the twin swords on his back and chased after one of the black shadows regardless. The 2 long swords were like a whirlwind, violently wreaking havoc on that black shadow's back. Die for me! The blade of the sword swept across the dark shadow's back end. However, the expected damage figures did not jump out, but the living black shadow in front of me suddenly dissipated in pieces. It just disappeared from his sight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big brother, I'm faking this one. Yuan Changting let out a roar. Turning his head, he saw another black shadow under the siege of several other Yuan brothers rolling around between a few people. As soon as the ghostly black dagger in his hand struck, another Yuan family member's neck was directly wiped off. It almost emptied his blood bar again. Bois! Yuan Changting yelled anxiously. However, it was too far for the whip to reach, and he could only watch as the black shadow surged forward and slashed again under the siege of several people. Killed the last of Bois' bloodstain. Ah! On the other side Yuan Changhe, who was the elder brother, was similarly shocked by this scene and his eyes turned red. They came out from Yuan village together as brothers, and no matter what they encountered, they were all on the same page. In order to one day soar to greatness, murdering people, crossing the border, all the unscrupulous things they did together. But nowadays, within a few short minutes, 3 blood relatives had died in front of his eyes. Xiaoyu, Bao, Lei Zi, I will definitely take revenge for you. Yuan Changhe's eyes were red, and he rushed forward regardless. However, the Yuan Changting next to him was showing a trace of fear in his eyes. That man was ruthless as soon as he struck. Almost every move was aimed at the vitals. Big brother, be careful nah. Yuan Changting shouted from the inside of his mouth, but his steps seemed to be a bit immobile. He was afraid that he would be the next to go under the knife. And yet, just then, the other living Yuan would attribute mage's move, Earth Dragon Art. However, suddenly trapped that black shadow. Opportunity. The 2 nearby Yuan brothers immediately surrounded them like crazy. The sword in his hand viciously stabbed at the black shadow. Yuan Changhe, who had patted his horse and rushed to the scene, raised the long sword in his hand with red eyes and slashed it up fiercely. Several large damage numbers burst out on that black shadow's body. 953, 832, 1136. In an instant, the black shadow's blood bar was cut down by most of it. Yuan Changting, who saw this scene, instinctively felt that something was wrong. Judging from that one black shadow's agile positioning just now, that slow, Earth Dragon technique, should have been easily dodged by him. However, Yuan Changhe and several Yuan brothers, who had already killed Red-Eyed, didn't care at all, taking this opportunity to go crazy and generally hack away. By the time Yuan Changting rushed over, the black shadow's blood bar had completely cleared, reduced to a corpse. It's him. It's actually that kid. Someone recognized that this black shadow was the same kid they had sealed up in the cave before. He actually escaped from the cave? Yuan Changting's eyes widened at once. That's not possible. Earlier, they had also probed deeply into that one cave, and as long as the entrance was sealed, there was absolutely no other exit, unless he could kill the mutant Oni that was blocking the depths, and that was a level 55 gold boss. If he really had the strength to kill that terrifying mutated ghost beast, how could he be killed by their group? Is it a gutter? At this time, Yuan Changhe was still immersed in the grief of his brothers and sisters who had died in an instant. With a sobbing, vicious voice, "Damn it! I should have just killed him in the first place and fed that one ghost beast." And just then, a Yuan warrior nearby stepped forward and peeled out the black dagger from the corpse's hand. After taking a look at it, he said, with an agitated face, "Big brother, the golden weapon dagger. No wonder the damage can be so high." Someone had taken the lead, and the two surrounding Yuan brothers were equally greedy as they stepped forward and stripped off all the equipment on Shao Knight's body. The gauntlets are also gold, and lock armor. Damn, this kid actually has 3 gold artifacts on him. He's hiding deep enough. A bunch of people who are supposed to be money-grubbing jackals. Now that he had directly obtained 3 golden artifacts, even the physical death of his fellow clan bloodline was directly thrown aside. Even Yuan Changhe's eyes showed a strange color. A full 3 pieces of gold ware equipment. That's up to 1,000,000 dragon coins to a windfall. Put in their village, it was enough to buy the life of a family. Strip him of all his gear. Yuan Changhe immediately said in a cold voice. Big brother, Yuan Changting, who was next to him, said with some hesitation, "This kid has 3 gold artifacts on his body. I'm afraid he's not a small one. Will we invite trouble if we take his equipment?" Yuan Changhe, on the other hand, said with a wave of his hand and red eyes that, "Whatever he comes from, can't it be that Xiaoyu, Erbo and the others died in vain? Even if we don't use it ourselves, we'll find a black market to sell it later, and send a portion of the money from the sale to Xiaoyu and Erbo's family." Yuan Changhe put it this way. Yuan Changting couldn't say anything more. He just watched with complicated eyes as they personally stripped off a piece of equipment from the corpse. Then he carefully explained to the other earth mage surnamed Yuan, who had survived. Find a remote corner in a while and bury this corpse with your earth spells for him. It must be done without leaving any trace. It was the best means they had always used to kill and dump corpses, and earth mages were natural corpse disposers. Only now there was only one left in their group. Get a move on. Yuan Changhe received all 3 pieces of gold equipment into his backpack, then said in a cold voice, "Let's get a grip on our ore, too, and get it all done before nightfall. During this period of time just go back to the village to avoid the wind, and when 2 days pass, Changting you and I will go together to find a black market to offer these 3 golden artifacts for sale." Yuan Changting nodded. Yes. Chapter 64, Back from the Dead. Uncle Qin, the irritating eagle dog. Yuan Changhe actually had some scruples and weaknesses in his heart. The group chopped down most of that essence ore hastily, and then, taking advantage of the gradual sunset of the day, hurriedly left this ghostly beast valley. Almost exactly an hour later, a group of flying insects with fluorescent lights quietly flew out of the cave, haunting the valley of ghostly beasts in search of a petite girl in heavy armor was anxiously clinging to the swarm of tiny flying insects. All the way to the trot, came between a field of overgrown hills. Seeing the swarm of fluorescent flying insects hovering and lingering on top of the soil here, the girl in heavy armor raised the huge shield in her hand as a shovel, little by little, carefully digging into the patch of dirt. 1 foot, 2 feet, the dirt, which could not be seen at all, dug deeper and deeper, and finally a bloodied hand was revealed. Gu Shiyu hurriedly lowered her shield and used both hands to carefully dig out the person buried in the earth. "Oi! Wake up! You're not really dead, are you?" Gu Shiyu was in a hurry to put this body flat on the ground, only to see that the whole body was still intact. The scabs of blood had begun to fall off some of the arm scars have surprisingly returned. With a deep intake of breath, Shao Knight snapped his eyes open, raising his eyes to look at Gu Shiyu, who was looking at him with wide eyes. Even though she had already seen Shao Knight swindling once, Gu Shiyu was still startled by Shao Knight, who suddenly opened his eyes. "How are you? You, not hurt much, are you?" Shao Knight straightened up and moved his muscles. The injuries on his body had already recovered a long time ago under the powerful 5-fold healing power of his own photosynthesis recovery. The bloodstain had also recovered most of the way. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Shao Knight took a long breath and said. After looking around, he quietly activated ultrasonic solitaire, only to see the entire Ghost Beast Valley surrounded by a few scattered monsters. The Yuan brothers' several figures had long since disappeared. "That's good." Only to see Gu Shiyu also similarly take a long breath and sit on the ground. Just now in that hour she had been even more tormented than Shao Knight. "I'm warning you, never, ever ask me to do anything like that again." Gu Shiyu pouted and said with an indignant face. 2 people who had just met and gotten to know each other, and in just half a day had gone through the same life together, even digging up bodies. Gu Shiyu felt that her half-day journey was simply more exciting than her 10 years of life. Thanks a lot this time. Sha Knight also thanked her seriously. When we return to Shangjing City, I'll treat you to a big meal. That'll have to be eaten at the returning Cloud House. Gu Shiyu, who was full of grievances, said indignantly. The returning Cloud's restaurant was one of the most famous restaurants in Shangjing City, and it was quite expensive. I didn't expect Sha Knight to agree very painfully. Okay, let's go to returning Cloud House, the top floor of a rotten building in Shangjing City. Many people had their hands and feet tied up and were hanging in mid-air on the highest level, as if they were hanged, but they all managed to keep their breath. Uncle Chin sat on a stone brick and smoked a cigarette, coldly looking at the group of people he had hoisted up. His hair was a little disheveled, and the suit he wore was still the same one he had worn to the party 5 or 6 days ago. It had been covered with quite a bit of dirt and dust long ago, but Uncle Chin, who had always been a man of honor, couldn't care less about that now. Uncle Chin has been very irritable lately, because the fourth young master of the Bali group hasn't been found until now. No one alive, no one dead. The vague uneasiness in his heart made him feel it that the little man who had been in the sole esteem of Mrs. I am afraid he is dead, but I can't find a single clue. Those people hanging on the roof are all those who usually have a grudge against the Bali group. In just one night, almost all of these people were captured by Uncle Chin, but no matter what means he used, he was not able to pry out even a bit of useful information. Madam Side has given an ultimatum, give him the last 24 hours again. Thinking that Chin Shan had sold his life for the Bali group Chen family for most of his life, conscientious, like a most loyal eagle dog, or even a hawk dog with a lot of merit. But in the end, it all happened at this time when I was about to retire. Not only will he not be able to save his old age, I'm afraid that he won't even be able to enjoy his old age quietly as an ordinary person. The tactics of the Bali group and Mrs. He knew best. All is well, and he is the most respected Uncle Chin among all those who work for the Bali group. But when something goes wrong, he's the first to suffer the wrath. In your next life, do nothing to be a dog for someone. Uncle Chin smiled to himself. The immediate future had become a dead end for him. His only thought right now is just curious about who actually killed the Chen family's oldest for that little man. I can't believe it's done so cleanly. Even he, an old geezer who had been doing this sort of thing all his life, couldn't find out the slightest hint of what was going on. And just then, Uncle Chin's contact, however, received a message. The message came from one of his eyes placed outside the city of Shangjing. It seemed that someone had been spotted wearing the outfit that the Chen family's oldest had worn in life. Where are the people? Don't spook them yet. Wait for me to get there. Chin Shan, who had connected the contact device, suddenly revealed an eagle-like sharpness in his eyes that were covered with red blood filaments. Outside Upper Kyoto, the highway to the countryside. Chin Shan mouthed those words for a while, then rising violently, the piece of stone tile under which the legs had been sitting suddenly loosened, and a rope slipped out from underneath it. The one figure that was hanging from the top of the rotten building fell like a stone. With a few loud thuds, the wailing came to an abrupt end. Looking down from the top, high above the ground, I could only see a few brilliant splashes of blood floating up from the ground below. Chin Shan's waist that was already somewhat hunched was once again straightened, and a spine-chilling coldness was revealed in his eyes. Notify all the brothers to be ready, and leave 1 or 2 men in all areas to keep watch. The rest of you gather at the North City Gate and prepare to follow me out of the city. The men who followed him at his side watched as this group of old wolves reared their fangs and, one and all were also taught, and replied loudly that yes. A car was quickly mobilized under the rotten building. Chin Shan, on the other hand, took out a map of the surroundings of Shangjing City, and gently drew a circle with his fingernail on that highway near the North City Gate. That highway leads from Upper King City to the countryside. Down the road should be a couple of Upper King City satellite counties and satellite villages. One of them is the most remote and has the worst reputation of the so-called poor mountains and bad water out of the unruly people of the place. It is exactly called Yuanjia Village. Chapter 65, Jackal meets Eagle and Dog. Dog bites dog. Big brother, you said that this gold artifact dagger is just different. This shape, this luster. A Yuan family brother was prettily playing with the broken specter dagger in his hand. On the dark, matte surface, a streamlined pattern converged into a lurid groove of blood. It's like art. A few people got together and greedily played with the 3 golden artifacts as they hurried along. Yuan Changhe, on the other hand, looked around vigilantly and impatiently opened his mouth to remind him that, almost done. Put it away as soon as you've finished reading it, and be careful of sticking someone in the eye. There weren't too many pedestrians on this road to the countryside. Only those of them who had come out of the Yuan family village were incredibly familiar with this road. Alright, don't even look. Yuan Changhe simply went up and received all 3 pieces of equipment into his backpack and said, these 3 golden artifacts, we are not blessed to consume them. When the time comes, we still have to go to the black market to exchange them for money to be safe. You guys really think you own it? Looking at the golden artifacts that Yuan Changha had taken away, the greed in the eyes of several Yuan brothers simply could not be suppressed. If they were able to equip these 3 golden artifacts, their entire body's attributes would simply be able to double. Big brother, or else we few that penny don't want it. Leave a golden weapon for us brothers to use in turn. One of the Yuan brothers said with a harumph. Yuan Changha, on the other hand, glared at them fiercely and, that's a beautiful thought. Keep it in your hands. If someone sees it, none of you will live. A few Yuan brothers immediately smiled sarcastically, even though all the ones who came out from Yuan village were jackals. This Yuan Changha still had a certain amount of prestige as a big brother. Yuan Changting also came out to round off the conversation. Big brother is also doing this for your own good. Changing into money is more real than anything else. If you accidentally miss your fortune, you'll be in trouble. I don't know. Just a few kilometers behind the Yuan brothers, a convoy of cars was chasing them like ghosts. The sound of an automobile's engine approaching the Yuan Changha's few people hadn't reacted to the fact that in this awakening era where professionals dominated, things like luxury cars were still the playthings of the upper class. A few Yuan brothers' love cannot help but TSK exclamation looking at this clear fleet of off-road vehicles. Hey, how grand. Big brother, do you think we can get one if we sell those 3 gold artifacts? The group did not in the least realize the approach of this soul-locking scythe. That is, until the fleet of SUVs slowly pulled up around them, directly surrounding the group. What for? What do they mean? Yuan Changha was the first to react, subconsciously hiding his parcel behind him, and asked vigilantly. An SUV surrounded them like a wall. This group of Yuan brothers finally panicked. All of them looked at each other, not even daring to speak. The 2 brothers, Yuan Changha and Yuan Changting, were even more uneasy in their hearts. The 2 looked at each other and, fear of what will come. Could it be that these people were after those 3 golden artifacts? But how did it come so quickly? When exactly were they exposed? For the sake of insurance, the prudent of them all clearly did not step into the upper capital city at all again. Instead, they directly turned their heads back to the countryside. Unbeknownst to them, there are all the eyes of the bully group outside this Shangjing city. The doors of the SUV opened in unison and, one by one, men in identical uniforms surrounded them. All of them professionals. In the leading SUV, a middle-aged man wearing a suit with creases slowly opened the door and stepped out of the car. Uncle Chin's eyes are like an old wolf's, coldly sweeping across the faces of this group of Yuan family brothers. For a while staring straight at them they didn't even dare to say anything. What do you want? Only Yuan Changha clenched his teeth and opened his mouth to ask. However, he saw that Uncle Chin didn't even look at him, but turned his head to look at a person among his own group. Only a uniformed professional was signaled by this one look from Uncle Chin. Hurriedly stepping forward, his eyes swept around the faces of a group of Yuan brothers. Reaching out, he then pointed at one of them and said, It's him, Uncle Chin. I saw him playing with 4th young master's dagger with my own eyes. Bottom line, it made the hearts of Yuan Changha's group of people fall violently. This group of people were really running towards those 3 golden artifacts. Can't it be that you've really messed with someone you shouldn't have this time? Listening to that man's voice, he called himself the 4th young master. But if he wasn't a big family man, how would he dare to call himself the 4th young master? The Yuan family member who was pointed out was even more horrified, his eyes looking at Yuan Changha helpfully. I don't have one. What gold where? I don't even know. However, Yuan Changha hated to kill him with his own hands. There was a pang of remorse in his heart that he shouldn't have taken out the golden artifact for them to play with in the first place. Now it's kind of a big deal. However, I saw Uncle Chin still looking at that Yuan brothers with a cold gaze, lit a cigarette and opened his mouth, saying, Take off your backpacks. The group of Yuan family brothers immediately looked at each other, and panic appeared in each of their eyes. Among them, the one who panicked the most was Yuan Changha himself, because he clearly knew that those 3 golden artifacts were lying in his backpack at the moment. On the basis of what? Yuan Changha said through clenched teeth. What right do you have to search us? I don't even know you guys. However, Uncle Chin simply didn't have the patience to play with them any longer. He had painstakingly searched for that Chen family's 4th young master for so many days, but there wasn't even a single trace of him. Live and let live. Now that he finally had a clue, he couldn't wait to see those gold-ware equipment on the 4th young master. Do it! Uncle Chin spoke faintly. Then he turned and got into the car. Those men around immediately surrounded, one hand directly equipped with weapons. The expression on their faces was as if they were looking at a dead person. What do you want? Yuan Changha roared with a clench of his teeth. Brothers, cop out. Let's show you today that the people of our Yuan family village are not so easy to bully. Asterisk. This is not Shangjing City. If you dare to make a move, I'll take your arms off. Yuan Changha started together and also made a group of Yuan family brothers all clamor as if they had exploded. The people coming out of Yuan's village are like a pack of hungry wolves. There are no rules in their eyes, much less humanity. They don't even know what it means to be afraid. A Yuan family member raised the long knife in his hand and ferociously slashed towards one of Uncle Chin's men. Soon, however, he realized what it meant to despair. Because one cut. This popped up with a number that made him believe his eyes at the damage that was done. -1. At this moment, his opponent's entire body's attributes and level also immediately appeared before his eyes. One by one, all of these people were actually second turn level 100 or above professionals. The equipment on their bodies were all elite provided by the bully group. The crushing gap brought about by level and equipment made it impossible for these Yuan brothers to break through the defense. Next, the Yuan family member who rushed out first instantly had his arm cut off by a knife. Then another cut. Ra cut off one of his legs. Chapter 66, Dead to the World. The unwilling Yuan Chongting. This group of people coming out of the Yuan family village are really all wolf cubs one by one. Uncle Chin smoked his cigarette nonchalantly and said with a sneer, "No wonder the fourth young master fell into their hands. These wolves will do anything for money." In recent days, his informants have also passed over some news, saying that this Yuanjia village out of a group of young people, the hands have moved a lot of human life. This group of Yuan village wolf cubs do not care what the rules are. As long as there is a profit to be made, it is common to use knives to kill people. Nowadays, Uncle Chin was more and more convinced that the fourth young master of the bully group had died in their hands. Other than this group of wolf cubs, who in Shangjing City would dare to make a move against the people of the bully group? Jiang Sun. A hoarse hissing sound was shouted out from the mouths of this group of Yuan brothers. The Changshan of their mouths, however, had been cut in half. The bloody end of their compatriots, however, has further stirred up that banditry in their bones. "I'm going to kill you." Yuan Changhe was also red-eyed at the moment, and when those 3 pieces of gold-ware equipment in his backpack were rummaged through by them, he couldn't escape the same way. Sooner or later, you're dead. Since there is no way to live at all, it is better to fight to the death. Brothers of Yuan's village make a move. Avenge Changshan. A group of Yuan brothers were red-eyed, knowing that they were undefeatable, but they also rushed up as if they were crazy regardless. Yet in front of this group of trained professionals from the poly group, their bravery only exposes their weaknesses to the blade faster. A brutal massacre is underway. Uncle Chin didn't give a word. This one-sided slaughter will not stop. One after another Yuan brothers fell down in front of Yuan Changhe in a miserable state of death almost within seconds. Despair, powerlessness, grief, a series of emotions that had broken him down flooded into his brain and Yuan Changhe wants to know why. Why an otherwise good group of people almost died in one day? What exactly has one offended? Ha ha ha. Yuan Changhe suddenly erupted into a wild, maddening laugh. And, suddenly, he took out those 3 golden weapons from his backpack and waved them towards that Uncle Chin who was sitting inside the car and watching coldly. Then he equipped himself directly, and laughed maniacally. Ha ha, aren't you guys looking for these 3 golden artifacts? It's right here in my hands. Uncle Chin violently stood up from his seat and stared at the 3 pieces of equipment in Yuan Changhe's hands with a torch-like gaze. He recognized it clearly. It was the very same equipment that was on that Chen family's 4th young master. One of them, the golden artifact, Broken Spectre Dagger, was even the one he personally auctioned off from the auction to give to the 4th young master. The culprit was indeed this group of damned Yuanjia village wolf cubs. The next words of Yuan Changhe, on the other hand, made Uncle Chin's face become colder and colder. That's right. The man you are looking for is dead by my hand, and I buried him with my own hands. You'll never find his body in your lifetime. Yuan Changhe laughed like a madman. Then holding that one golden weapon dagger, he ruthlessly stabbed towards one of the nearest people from the bully group. The bonus of the gold level equipment allowed him to finally break his opponent's defense. Slashing out a modest amount of damage. 951. However, this nearly 1,000 damage was a drop in the bucket compared to the opponent's tens of thousands of bloodstains. The blade in the other man's hand was already on his neck, but he hesitated to strike. Instead turning his head to look at Uncle Chin with inquiring eyes. Should we keep this man for the lady's trial? After a few short seconds of contemplation, Uncle Chin gestured coldly and wiped his hand between his neck. Now that the equipment had been found, he was going to let this person be reduced to a corpse straight away, ending the matter once and for all. At this point that group of Yuan brothers had almost all died out. Only the 2 brothers Yuan Changhe and Yuan Chongting remained. Watching the blade that was placed on his own brother's neck about to slice through, Yuan Chongting directly knelt down with despair on his face. "Please, don't kill my brother. We really didn't know that man was. If he hadn't started it, we wouldn't have killed him." His own brother's plea for mercy, however, caused a hint of scorn to appear on Yuan Changhe's face, and he fiercely said, "Get up, Chongting, when have we, the people of Yuan village, ever begged for forgiveness from others? A head drop is only a bull-sized scar. However, There was a trace of unwillingness in Yuan Changting's heart. He doesn't want to die. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with all this. These 3 golden artifacts were delivered to them like a death wish. Who is the person the group in front of us is looking for? Is it really the guy they killed in Ghost Beast Valley? Wait a minute. Who the hell are you people? Why are you trying to kill us? Don't you want to know the truth? I'll cooperate. I'll tell you everything. Yuan Changting suddenly looked as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and hurriedly said, as long as you don't kill me and keep me alive, even if I die, let me die. I only saw that Uncle Chin, who was sitting in the car, slowly walked out of the car, and step by step, he walked to the front of these 2 remaining Yuan family brothers. Looking at the Yuan brothers, one of whom was looking at death while the other was desperately trying to survive. Uncle Chin, however, suddenly grinned, and only his smile looked even more sinister and terrifying to the 2 Yuan brothers. Why are you being killed? Uncle Chin said with a cold smile. Of course it's because you moved someone you shouldn't have. It's said that everyone coming out of Yuanjia village is a money-hungry jackal, but I didn't expect you guys to actually dare to hit on the 4th young master of Bali group. You're really tired of living. Yuan Changting froze for a moment when he heard these words. In fact, they had also heard about the disappearance of the 4th young master of the bully group during this period of time. Could it be that the person they killed in Ghost Beast Valley was actually the 4th young master of the bully group? No, not right. That man is by no means the 4th young master of the bully group. He said himself that his name was Sha Knight. Yuan Changting's pupils suddenly widened violently, and he seemed to have figured something out. A few of his own brothers were afraid of being made scapegoats. Wait, no, not us. You listen to me. It wasn't your 4th young master we killed. Yuan Changting whimpered anxiously in defense of the. However, Uncle Chin's hands had already grabbed both of the brothers by their throats, with a layer of finger cuffs like knife blades on top of his fingers. Over the decades, I don't know how many lives have died under this blade fingers tall. Looks like you guys don't get it. Uncle Chin shook his head with a sardonic smile and said, it doesn't really matter to me who the people you killed were. The important thing is that you killed someone, and I saw with my own eyes that the 3 golden artifacts of the 4th young master are in your hands. Yuan Changting's face froze, his eyes filled with despair. He suddenly understood. Uncle Chin wants a result. He doesn't care about the truth, whether they killed the 4th young master or not. For Uncle Chin, they are the ones who killed the 4th young master. The blade of Uncle Chin's fingertips cut through the blood is flowing profusely. So far, all of Yuan's family members have been completely reduced to corpses, died on this road to Yuan's village. Chapter 67, One Turn. The first of his class. When Uncle Chin delivered those 3 golden instruments to that old mansion of the bully group, her ladyship was standing in front of the window sill, a glass of red wine in her hand, staring blankly out the window. There was a freshly dug grave there, awaiting the body. The figure of the biggest power holder of the Polaris group today looks a bit forlorn and thin. This well-behaved Chen family's oldest son was her favorite son and the only one who grew up around her. Did you find out who did it? Her ladyship's voice was a little hoarse, but still not unimposing. For decades, Uncle Chin had witnessed this raw girl from the countryside climb step by step to the very top of the bully group. Checked it out. It was a group of Yuan's village that did it. Uncle Chin bowed his head respectfully and, "Humph," the madam snorted coldly, as if she were laughing at herself as she spoke drunkenly. I knew something would happen to that child's nature sooner or later. I didn't expect him to leave so early. It's good to die, and stay also sooner or later is the scourge of the group. My honorable Chen Li's son actually died in the hands of a group of countryside villagers. The colder the lady's words were, the more Uncle Chin knew that her heart was saddened. My condolences, ma'am, Uncle Chin said in a deep voice. That group of Yuanjia villages people have already been settled cleanly by me, and the informants have been dispatched, so when I find some grounds, I'll directly send people to make a move against Yuanjia village. Let their entire village be buried with the young master. The lady smiled mournfully, then turned to Uncle Chin and asked, Chin Shan, how many years have you been working for the group? Uncle Chin's heart sank at once, and he respectfully replied, back to you ma'am, 42 years. He saw the lady, after hearing his answer, tilt her head and look out of the window at the sky, as if pondering what she had looked like 42 years ago. It was a long time before the lady asked, Chin Shan, you're from Sangshan, aren't you? Uncle Chin's eyes widened at once, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. He had realized what the lady meant by this question, and, yet all that could be done was to nod and reply, and, back to you ma'am, yes, only to see that the lady returned to look out of the window. Her tone had returned to the aura and coldness of that Polaris group's power holder. Mulberry Hill is a great place. Go back and visit when you're old. Uncle Chin's pupils suddenly dilated, and even though he was already mentally prepared, his mind still went a little blank when he heard these words. He came to Shangjing City from his teenage years, using the knife and blood in his hands to work for the Bali group, and only climbed step by step to his current position. But now with one word, one is going to lose everything. Because of a naturally morbid little unwillingness, anger, remorse. A series of complex emotions surged through Uncle Chin's mind, but in the end, he could only bow once and whisper, saying, "Yes, ma'am." When he came out of the old mansion, a young man in an embroidered suit at the door suddenly spoke up and called out to him, "Uncle Chin, my name is Liao Yuan. Madam asked me to do some handover with you." Uncle Chin knew that this man would be his replacement. 4 eyes. Uncle Chin saw ambition and desire written all over the young man's eyes, yet he did not lose his caution. "It's almost exactly like my younger self." Ha! Chin Shuji couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seemed to be laughing at the young man's future fate, and it seemed to be laughing at itself. "There's no rush." Uncle Chin lit a cigarette unhurriedly, then looked up at the sky and said, somewhat recklessly, "The old man is hungry and wants to eat first." The young man named Liao Yuan froze and said, "What would Uncle Chin like to eat?" "My treat." Uncle Chin took a drag on his cigarette and said, faintly, "Return to the Cloud Tower, the north gate of Shangjing City." The two of them, Sha Knight and Gu Shiyu, rushed all the way back from the Ghost Beast Valley in a flurry of wind and fire. "Transfers first! Transfer first!" Gu Shiyu's eyes were bright, and at this time, she took off her heavy armor system equipment. The petite body hopped like a rabbit, hurrying toward the Shield Warrior Society in the center of town, while still twisting his head around to instruct Shao Knight. "See you at the returning cloud building later. Don't you dare cheat." Unlike Shao Knight, Gu Shiyu's transformation strength proof quest was taken from the Shield Warrior Association, so she had to first head to the Shield Warrior Association to exchange her Ghost Beast Claw for a transformation proof, and she was in such a hurry because of that same news. The officials of Shangjing City had an extremely generous extra reward for the top 30 professionals who were the first to complete the first turn in this term. No one has completed a turn, at least until today, and the Ghost Beast Claws in the hands of Shao Knight and Gu Shiyu were enough to exchange for qualified transfer certificates. A spot in the top 30 should be a handful. On the way back, Gu Shiyu excitedly chanted the whole way back, and from her mouth, Shao Knight also learned that this girl's occupation was indeed an A rank, Xian Armor Warrior. The special talent skill that he carries, Xian Armor Shield Potential, enables the heavy armor-based defensive attributes worn all over the body to converge on top of the shield, gaining the effect of doubling the defensive power. Arguably a top front-row tank. In terms of the item of defense alone, it was nothing less than an S-rank profession. However, along the way, Shao Knight had a trace of worry in his heart. Transmutation is a huge boost for all professionals. Every professional is able to receive a career advancement from that god he follows. From there, they are given more powerful transmutation skills. However, Shao Knight's own occupation was divine outcast, a man forsaken by the gods. Naturally no god would transfer for himself. So what kind of light would he see when he stood on the transfer table? With access to the ability to make sacrifices, one can acquire quite powerful talent words and skills from many monsters. So does that mean you can't get a boost from career advancement? However, everything can only be answered by practice. After Shao Knight brought the sharp claws of the mutated ghost beast to the Bounty Association and successfully obtained a stamped certificate of transfer. Then he came to the center of Shangjing City. This was the place where that one ancient stone monument of the awakening ceremony existed, and it was likewise the place where the career advancement ceremony was held for all professionals. A closely guarded military garrison was stationed outside this splendid temple-like building. After checking Shao Knight's identity level, as well as the proof of transfer, the guards watching also looked at Shao Knight with an approving gaze and gave their release. "Kid is good. This year's class of Awaken has yet to have anyone capable of getting a transfer certificate, and you're the first. Hurry up and get in." Shao Knight was instantly delighted in his heart and lifted his leg to step into this transfer center, and it seemed that Gu Shiyu's girl had also slowed herself down a step. Raising his eyes, he saw that on the floor of this splendid hall was a huge array of, it is said to have been built to communicate with the gods through ancient stone monuments. Stepping into the formation, a familiar feeling immediately surged into Shao Knight's heart, and the situation when he had touched that ancient stone monument was still vivid in his mind. The shock that came from that one god, it caused a wave of trembling and fervor to well up in Shao Knight's heart as well. The first turn, at last. Chapter 68 Lexical Fusion. SSS rank breaking pupil. Shao Knight walked into the teleportation array. The entire hall was completely emptied, leaving only a Magus in vestments. Almost 40 years old. Magi are a special profession. They don't have any other combat attributes or skills. It's the only kind of profession that can communicate with the gods. Each cleric is the bearer of the gods and the one in charge of career transitions. This Magus looked at Shao Knight with a solemn expression and said carefully, "The transfer ceremony is different from the awakening ceremony in that the gods don't descend, but rather you are transported to the world of the gods. There you will once again see with your own eyes the god who gave you your profession, and the Lord God will grant you the power to advance in your profession." Shao Knight gently nodded his head. I wonder how this solemn cleric would have reacted if he had known that his profession was not even divinely bestowed. But without waiting for Shao Knight to ponder, the light of the piece of the teleportation array at his feet appeared. A sense of chaos as if that ancient stone monument had once brought Shao Knight suddenly surfaced in the entire hall. Shao Knight's vision gradually became blurred and, next, the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and the splendid hall collapsed inch by inch, gradually turning into a collapsed ruin. Here seems to be an abandoned temple. As far as the eye can see are all collapsed broken walls, barren and dilapidated. Shao Knight could even smell a pungent odor of nitrous smoke. The good news is that one managed to traverse the teleportation array, rather than being unable to perform the transfer ceremony at all. The bad news is that it doesn't look like there's anyone here who can guide one's career advancement. Following a path that wasn't really a path at his feet, Shao Knight made his way across piles of rubble and collapsed ruins to the center of this abandoned temple, only to see the place empty. Nothing. There were no gods, and no sign of the ancestor from the awakening ceremony who had bestowed his profession as a godforsaken. All there was a letter sitting on the steps, on the top of the envelope, in one scribbled line. Just looking at this handwriting made Xiao Yueli couldn't help but recall the ancestor who was covered in wounds and in a sorry state during the awakening ceremony. And the message on this line is only 4 words, to those who come after. Shao Knight's heart was pounding in his chest. It seems that the key to one's career realm lies within it. Shao Knight gently opened the envelope, only to see that there was a piece of letter paper with bloodstains on it, and the handwriting on it seemed to be written in charcoal ash. Those who come after. When you read this letter, it means you have traveled a path of your own. I'm glad you didn't die before level 50 or give up on this incredibly difficult path. There is a long road ahead. Forgive me if I cannot personally teach you the wonders of career advancement, but I will teach you some of the wonders of the fire value and the law of sacrifice. I'm sure you've already found out that you can strengthen some of these talent phrases and skills by using the fire seed value, but I'd like to tell you that this is far from being the full use of the fire seed value. Using this next ritual will allow you to fuse the acquired talent words by burning the fire value. Talent phrases can still be fused. A wave of shock and ecstasy immediately surged through Shao Knight's heart. Looking down, only a special formation seal was drawn on top of the letter paper, and Shao Knight, just by taking a glance, felt that this formation imprint was as if it had been engraved into his heart, and it seemed to be so familiar that he had grasped it in an instant. You have acquired the fire fusion ritual. By burning the fire seed value, you can fuse a portion of your words to advance into a new word. This is a huge find. It was like opening the door to a new world for Shao Knight, who had accumulated enough words in his body so far, from the lowest D order word, savage, focused, to the A-ranked, ghost fire toxin, spectral grievance, then to the S-ranked, photosynthesis recovery, ultrasonic solicitation. Although there are many talent phrases, in addition to some basic attribute bonus phrases, the Shao Knight, however, was unable to utilize all of them in the middle of a battle. After all, in the midst of a battle, the timing of a strike was limited, and one had to use the most appropriate and strongest natural skill. However, now through this ritual that has just been acquired, it will be possible to fuse some words into the progression. Shao Knight simply couldn't wait to try it out. However, the contents of the letter were not yet finished. Shao Knight flipped to the last page, only to see that a gift had actually been left at the end of the letter. Latter, I regret not being able to teach you some of these things myself, and I have left you a gift here, which I hope will help you on your next path. The scribbling stops here. The end of the envelope wasn't even signed, yet a gift was left behind for Shao Knight. A gift that Shao Knight was all too familiar with. All that was visible was a pulsating, ghostly blue payload. It was different from all the payfires Shao Knight had seen before, not only because of its color, but also because there seemed to be a bizarre eyeball in that burning bundle of payfires. The moment Shao Knight's finger touched the salary flame, the sacrifice ceremony opens automatically. Congratulations! The salary sacrifice of the spirit of falsehood has been successful. Has gained the talent phrase-breaking pupil, SSS rank. Shasta. The scene in front of Shao Knight's eyes seemed to become incomparably clear. The lines and dust on top of the broken walls in the distance could even be seen clearly, which was far beyond the normal range of vision. The next line of introduction also surfaced. The paranoid pupils, rank, SSS. Effect, the pupil of the spirit of delusion that travels between illusion and reality. When used, it can see through the talent words on the target, as well as hidden attributes and weaknesses. Bonus word, range of vision increased by 300%. Additional word, can see through the effects of illusions below legendary level. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but take a deep breath and, at this time, Shao Knight's heart no longer had the covetousness and envy towards other professions that could acquire new skills when they advanced. For him, this, paranoia-breaking pupil, was the best new skill. When used, you can see through the talent words that the target has on their body. This alone was enough to save Shao Knight too much effort in blindly sacrificing and killing monsters. From now on, Shao Knight could completely hunt monsters with targeted precision, thus obtaining the words he wanted. Not only that, this paranoia-breaking pupil also had the added benefit of increasing the range of vision by a full 3 times, as well as the effect of seeing through the weaknesses of illusionary targets. It was worthy of being a SSS rank talent phrase. It was by no means unintentional that godforsaken predecessor of his own had left for himself this payload of false spirits. Rather, it was intentional. It was because this predecessor had once walked the same path that he had left such a bundle of payload here for Shao Knight. Just by looking at the description of that spirit of delusion, one would know that this level of monster was far beyond Shao Knight's reach at this stage. Those who planted the trees before them will enjoy the coolness of the trees after them. Shao Knight bowed respectfully to the envelope in his hand. Next, this envelope with its scrawled handwriting burned itself out without flame, and gradually turned into ashes. Gone with the wind. Chapter 69, The clouds are deep. The capital is in the clouds. The scene in front of me gradually shifts and dissipates. When he opened his eyes again, Shao Knight had already reappeared in that splendid transfer hall. The radiance emanating from the teleportation array under his feet gradually disillusioned. Only that Magus, whose expression remained solemn as usual, nodded gently at Shao Knight. Congratulations, have completed the career promotion ceremony. Shao Knight turned around and only a line of words emerged from the cleric's head. Occupation, Shriner. Level, 150. Gift word, Divine Service, S rank. Divine Servant, a faithful believer chosen by the gods to carry the key link of communication with the gods. One who was favored by the gods. It was the effect of his own paradox-breaking pupil. While Shao Knight's heart was pounding, his face remained as normal as he saluted the Magus. I didn't expect that this paranoia-breaking pupil of his could even see through the attributes and words of a Magus who was as high as 150 levels. It was worthy of being an SSS-ranked phrase, directly erasing the invisible suppression of rank. Between thoughts, one of the recorders in the transfer hall then suddenly came up with a smile and shook hands with Shao Knight and said, "Congratulations, student Shao Knight, become the first of the current awakened in Shangjing City to complete the first turn." Even though the lights were not bright at this time, Shao Knight easily saw the name on the badge of this staff member of the transfer hall clearly. Name, Wang Song. Position, transfer recorder. This recorder named Wang Song seemed to be even more excited than Shao Knight himself, and said as he shook Shao Knight's hand, "I didn't expect the first turn to appear so soon. Student Shao Knight's future is unlimited." Facing this passionate and fiery Wang Song, Shao Knight also momentarily snorted and nodded his head, realizing that he was a bit overzealous. Wang Song suddenly scratched his head and said, "I'm sorry, this year is also my first time to serve in the transfer hall." Some excitement. By the way, did you know that this year, the officials of Shangjing City have a special reward for the first 30 professionals who are the first to complete the first turn? Before Wang Song could finish his words, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice coming from the contact in his ear. It was from his own top boss, Minister Lu. 2 whispers rang out over the contact. Then Wang Song's face turned a little shocked and strange. His eyes once again surveyed the Shao Knight in front of him, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he said, somewhat helplessly, "I'm sorry, Xiao Yusan. You can leave now. We'll let you know about the reward later." Shao Knight heard a hint of abnormality in his tone. However, he didn't dwell on it, but turned around and left the transfer hall. He still had to go to the returning cloud building for his appointment first. After leaving the transfer hall, pedestrians came and went on the street along the way, and Shao Knight did not hold back his curiosity to open the breaking delusion pupil. After all, the talent phrases attached to each of the pedestrians all fell into Shao Knight's eyes without missing a beat. Iron Wall, Class C. Seeing Through, C Scale. Precision, D Scale. Walking Like the Wind, B Rank. Thunder Elemental, Class D. An assortment of strange and bizarre phrases appeared over the heads of every. At this time, Shao Knight also realized that most of the talent phrases attached to these pedestrians were below B rank. It's rare to see even an A-rated entry, not to mention the S-class. After all, in this world, B and C-ranked professionals are the majority. The people standing above the top of the pyramid are ultimately a minority. As the streets became more and more lively, Shao Knight also walked to the center of the neighborhood. This is the most prosperous several streets in Shangjing City, where auctions, private employment agencies, and luxury clubs are all located. It's a playground for the rich. The most well-known and luxurious of them all is the returning cloud building, which is located in the middle of the neighborhood. The clouds are deep, and the capital is on the return to the cloud tower. This Guiyun building was the best restaurant in Shangjing City, and spending a few thousand dragon coins on a meal was nothing more than minimum spending. There's only what you can't think of, not what you can't eat here. Even those rare and exotic delicacies and favorites can't escape the mysterious and unpredictable source of goods here at the returning cloud building. Buy that girl $1,000 at most. Xiao Knight's mind was also silently pondering over it. This Gue Yunlu was also his first time here, but since he had promised someone Gu Shiryu, this promise still had to be honored. Although this Gue Yun house is expensive and luxurious, it is also absolutely value for money. Xiao Knight was greeted by a warm and courteous waiter as soon as he entered. Sir, are you here alone? The waitresses at the returning cloud building were all dressed in cheongsams, with a graceful and polite demeanor, and the smiles on their faces made people feel at home. Gentlemen, please help me find a quieter spot. Xiao Yi nodded his head and replied. Soon after, they were led to a window seat. This Guiyun building was located at the very center of Shanjing City, and all the floor positions by the windows were excellent places to view the scenery. By now it was twilight, the lights were on in every home in Shanjing City, and looking down from high above was like looking down on a brilliant, starry river. Returning cloud building, 11th floor. Xiao Knight sent a message to Gu Shiyu by pressing his contact. It didn't take more than a few seconds to receive a reply that, good drop, I'm done transferring too. Be right there, he. This girl has been in high spirits all the way to the, by taking care of Shiyu herself. Originally, she had thought that it would be extremely difficult for her to beat the transfer certificate by her own strength alone. Becoming the top 30 of the entire Shanjing City in this session of professionals to transfer is even more unthinkable. But I didn't expect to be blessed by today's misfortune and hit the transfer proof so quickly. At this time, Gu Shiyu hasn't arrived yet. The opposite side of Xiao Knight's table was empty. The eyes subconsciously continued to look forward and just happened to see that there were originally two people at the other table right next to him, but one of the young men checked out and hurried away. Only a middle-aged man in a tattered suit remains. Drinking alone and looking out the window. The tall figure looked a little forlorn, but his eyes were like those of an old wolf in its twilight years. This man is none other than Uncle Qin. It's ridiculous to say that he boasts that he's been a powerful man in this Shanjing City for half his life. Yet this most famous returning cloud building in Shanjing City was only his second visit. The last time, it was 30 years ago, when he had just made a name for himself and was spotted by the Polaris group. At that time, Qin Shan felt that he was a young man of great ambition and ambition. How could I have imagined that it would end up like this? Looking out of the window with a river of lights like stars, the scene is not what it was 30 years ago. Uncle Qin raised his glass and drank it down. At this point in his mind, he was no longer obsessed with how he had ended up where he was. For him, a man who had been in the jungle for half his life, all problems boiled down to nothing more than a lack of skill. Uncle Qin turned his head, happening to be eye to eye with Xiao Knight on the opposite table. Xiao Knight raised his cup far away with tea instead of wine. Although he was a stranger, Xiao Knight had an inexplicable respect for the middle-aged man in front of him. Uncle Qin similarly raised his glass. In the eyes of this strange teenager, he likewise discerned a lion-like look that left him all a little in awe. For a moment, Uncle Qin suddenly felt that perhaps what Madame had said was right. He's really getting old. A new generation is better than the old. Chapter 70, Hidden Killing Intent. Dimple Girl Gu Shiyu. Uncle Qin was holding one glass of wine after another. Today was the last time he would look out the window at the city of Shanjing, which was being lit up. Mulberry Hill is a barren, isolated ravine. If he didn't even have enough to eat, how would the young man have tried his best to come to Shanjing City to make a living? Over the decades, he actually rarely drank. Alcohol paralyzes his consciousness, and someone like him, who's on the edge of a knife, won't have the life to wake up again if he doesn't pay attention. But today, he wanted to have a good time and get drunk. Not for the group. Not for the group of brothers under his hand. Just for him to get drunk for once. The light in front of me was getting blurry, as if it were a dream bubble. It's time to go. Uncle Qin stood up, holding onto the table, and staggered toward the stairs. The car outside the city gates was ready, and he was leaving Shanjing City tonight. Wine doesn't make you drunk. A confused Uncle Qin, while walking down the stairs alone, was at another table far away on the same floor. Several people in unusual clothing also stood up quietly and followed him down the stairs. If it was placed in the usual Uncle Qin, he would have seen these tales with murderous intent long ago. But for today, the heart dead in sound, he was oblivious to this. However, this scene fell impartially in Xiao Knight's eyes. Those people are going to kill that middle-aged man. Xiao Knight keenly perceived that hidden killing intent, and with the breaking delusion pupil turned on, he could see clearly that the several people who got up immediately after the middle-aged man were all clear-colored professionals. Judging from the attributes, it should have been wearing a full set of light armor gear that only hidden under plain clothes. The talent phrases on each of them were extremely strong combat phrases, or killer phrases. Moreover, the level was quite high, and it was far from something Xiao Knight could get involved with nowadays. To care or not to care? Xiao Knight hesitated briefly before making an immediate decision. This kind of force that dared to kill people in the middle of Shanjing City in a dignified manner was by no means ordinary. He was merely here to eat at the returning cloud building. there was absolutely no need to cause trouble. But in spite of this, when the middle-aged man turned his head, Shao Knight still used his eyes to secretly glance in the direction of that group of killers. If that he was alert enough, he should be able to perceive his warning. But the middle-aged man, who was drunken and, without even looking back, he staggered down the stairs on his own. The message sent from the contact interrupted Shao Knight's thoughts, and it was none other than Gu Shiyu who sent it. Hey, I'm here. Where are you? Shao Knight? You're not going to stand me up, are you? Shao Knight stood up at once and looked around, only to see that in the other direction of the 11-story building, a petite figure was cocking her head and glancing around, sneaking one by one to catch a glimpse of the faces of the guests. Hey, turn your head, this way, Shao Knight said helplessly into the contact, only to see that Gu Shiyu's body turned around. Turning her head this time she saw Shao Knight, and immediately her face was happy, jumping and running over. Ha, still counting on you to keep your word. Gu Shiyu had already changed out of the heavy armor she was wearing and put on a small, goose yellow dress. The already petite figure adds some aura to the mix. Sorry to keep you waiting, but this girl went home to change her clothes. When Gu Shiyu smiled, the corners of her mouth even revealed 2 shallow dimples. To be honest, it was only through the light of this Guiyun building that Shao Knight got a good look at her for the first time. After all, when she was in the valley of that ghostly beast earlier, Gu Shiyu had been wearing a thick helmet, with a tightly fitted face armor that covered her face from being seen at all. Now that he looked closely, he only felt that this Gu Shiyu was quite durable, although it is not like Qin Yan Yan that a glance over is a big beauty in the crowd, but the girl's smile always makes you feel quite refreshed and meta. Here, order. Shao Knight immediately pushed the electronic menu over and said, 1,000 budget I won't pay for more. Humph, stingy guy. Gu Shiyu's nose was suddenly wrinkled, but she still couldn't stop the smile on her face. 1,000 is 1,000. I haven't come here to eat at the returning cloud building yet. He. Gu Shiyu blinked her eyes as she carefully patrolled the menu, but in her heart, she was also secretly calculating the price. By the way, how did your transfer turn out? Shao Knight, on the other hand, suddenly opened his mouth and asked. His own, divine outcast, profession could not be formally advanced through the first turn, which had likewise gained a considerable boost. He was curious about what those ordinary professions actually gained after a turn, only to see that the question was asked. That Gu Shiyu immediately straightened her back, and said with a face full of pride, that certainly worked out well. This girl is now a first-turn, Xian armor warrior, the first among the shield warrior professions in the entire Shangjing city to make the switch. No wonder, it's amazing. Shao Knight instantly raised a thumbs up in an extremely cooperative manner and then asked, any new skills gained? Well, Gu Shiyu scratched her head at once, then seemed to open her attribute panel and said, wait, let me see Shao Knight couldn't help but hold his forehead for a while. So this girl only remembered the success of the first turn, and didn't even look at what first turn skills were given? Well, it gives an A-ranked, Xian Armor Chi Formation, skill. Using it immediately gains an additional shield of 30% of maximum life value, and it slowly converts to life value. There's also a, Thorn Shield Counter, skill that seems to bounce back damage. The original, Xian Armor Shield, skill has also been strengthened, and now has a much higher damage immunity rate. Nice, not bad. Shao Knight instantly nodded in understanding. It seems that it's pretty much as he expected, that the other normal professions will gain new profession skills after the first turn, and previously exclusive skills will be further enhanced. This Gu Shiyu's profession was an A-rank Xian armor warrior, and her type was a front row profession where defense was greater than offense. These new skills gained after the first turn seem to be quite strong. Aha! Choose well. This girl will eat these dishes. After inspecting the entire electronic menu from start to finish in all its meticulous detail, Gu Shiyu finally made her choice with satisfaction, elegantly waving his hand at the waiter. He then pushed the electronic menu on the table to Shao Knight's side. He pays. Shao Knight looked down, just above the general ledger of the electronic menu. It was clearly written total, 1,000 dragon coins. Ahem. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but cough for a while. It's really complete. She's been trying to make up the numbers all day. Good man. You're fast at counting. On the opposite side, Gu Shiyu smiled cheekily without a care in the world. He. Waitress sister, is there any free tea first? Chapter 71, Siege Under the Dark Night. Underground Black Emperor. Uncle Qin didn't realize the tails following behind him until he was walking through an alley. The bus back to Sangsan is waiting outside the West City Gate. This narrow and deserted alley leading to the West City Gate is a road that Uncle Qin used to walk down on weekdays when he did dirty work for the group. Someone expected this. In a flash, Uncle Qin sobered up half of his wine. A pair of eyes once again showed that old wolf-like sharpness. You've been following me for half a day. Come out, Uncle Qin said with a sneer. There was a sudden rustling of feet behind not only from behind, but from all corners of the alley ahead. A dozen or so dark shadows were revealed. 2. Wrapped him up front and back. To come to so many people, you really look up to old me. Uncle Chin laughed in a self-deprecating manner. Yet those dark shadows that were coming around towards him step by step didn't dare to slack off a bit. They know exactly who they're targeting tonight. That's an old geezer who's been on the trail all his life. And if he doesn't watch out he'll be under his knife tonight. Oomph. It's a net of minions. Uncle Chin's gaze narrowed slightly as he chided. Where's your leader? You're here and you don't dare come out to meet him? After a moment of silence, a figure also slowly stepped out from the alley in front of them with a playful smile on his face and said, Uncle Chin is worthy of being an old man. He still can't hide it from you. Uncle Chin stared at the figure in front of him with austerity. And even though this alley was dimly lit, he still recognized it clearly. This man is none other than Liao Yuan. The group found itself a replacement. I would like to know if this is Madam's idea, or yours? Uncle Chin lit a cigarette without slowing down and asked. Only Liao Yuan grinned and, no comment. You can only blame Uncle Chin for knowing too much about the group. Uncle Chin, who heard these words, had a slightly austere gaze. He had already guessed that it would be the lady who wanted to kill him. For so many years, he had watched his wife step by step become the current decisive and unrelenting mistress of the bully group. The seal should be complete. Only the dead can't talk. This truth was still taught to her by Uncle Chin himself back then. I didn't expect to be rewarded on my own head, but it's really a lucky break. Shin Shuji couldn't help but smile in a self-deprecating manner. But then he heard that Liao Yuan turn his words around and suddenly said, but if you're willing to cooperate, Uncle Chin, I can save your life. Oh, Uncle Chin was a bit surprised and took a drag on his cigarette and asked, how does it fit in? I only saw that Liao Yuan's eyes revealed an unconcealed ambition, and said, word by word, I can save your life and make a fake death for you. In exchange, I want you to teach me all of the accumulations and doorways you've made over the past 40 years in this Shangjing city. Everyone knows that you, Qin Shan, are the underground Black Emperor of Shangjing City. Ha ha, underground Black Emperor? You're really lifting up old me. Uncle Qin grinned, then took a sharp drag on his cigarette, his eyes vainly austere and, but what if I don't? Only to see that Liao Yuan also instantly changed his face and said, Uncle Qin, don't refuse a toast. A life left behind is always good. There's nothing to lose if your life is lost. Uncle Qin coldly looked at Liao Yuan, who was standing under the dark shadow. This replacement for himself is even more ambitious than he was at first. He wants to use himself as a springboard to squeeze out every last ounce of value. According to his values for most of his life, following Liao Yuan's wishes and keeping alive was indeed better than anything else. But he didn't want to. Ha! Uncle Qin extinguished the cigarette in his hand, revealed a sardonic smile, and said, word for word, then I'll give you that first lesson today. The old man's doorway is all cut and dried. The lights are dimly lit in the middle of the alley. In an instant this middle-aged man who was like an old wolf but suddenly erupted with a burst of killing intent that made everyone chilled. Liao Yuan's pupils tightened violently. Qin Shan, it's not my fault then. Do it. A black shadow with a cold light stormed up in the middle of the alley. The two of them, Sha Knight and Gu Shiyu, parted ways at the returning cloud building after almost wolfing down the meal. This girl looked at her petite figure, but her appetite was not the least bit worse than Sha Knight's. Before leaving, he also fondly looked at the menu of the People's Returning Cloud House again and left a sentence for Sha Knight. Next time there's a good thing like this, remember to call me back. Yo! After leaving that sumptuous Returning Clouds building, Sha Knight also hit the road, step by step, from that bustling downtown area of Shangjing, back to his own dilapidated rental building with a remote location. The scene of the neighborhood changes a little, and the world of red lights and splendor gradually comes back to reality. Even the streetlights are not all in good shape in the middle of the alley in front of us. There are far more stray cats than pedestrians who break away under the flickering light. It was not yet midnight, yet the isolated neighborhood was almost devoid of pedestrians. However, Sha Knight had long since gotten used to the quietness of this place. There was still quite a distance from this piece of alleyway to Sha Knight's own rented house. In the dark light of the Sha Knight, who possessed the breaking delusion pupil, however, took in all of the surrounding scenery. The triple vision bonus allowed him to see clearly even at night. Suddenly, Sha Knight saw what appeared to be a silhouette lying in a hidden corner in front of him. The man's back was against the wall, covering the slight rise and fall of his abdomen, proving he was still alive. Underneath the body, where fresh blood had soaked a large portion of the ground, there's even a broken blade sticking out of his leg. Sha Knight's gaze was slightly austere, because he recognized the man. It was the middle-aged man from the returning cloud building who was sitting at the table across from him, drinking to himself. He was really attacked, but with a group of professionals like that joining forces to hunt him down, he actually survived? He was still alive, despite such severe injuries that could almost have killed him at any time. Sha Knight subconsciously and violently opened ultrasonic solicitation. An unnoticed ultrasonic wave instantly centered on itself, spreading out into the surrounding neighborhood. Today's ultrasonic claim enemies are sufficient to cover a fairly large area. Soon after, the results came back that there's no one in the neighborhood. That would mean that the middle-aged man had escaped from the group of professionals, even escaped a considerable safe distance. Shao Knight slowly walked forward, but saw that the middle-aged man's breath had already weakened. There was out breath, no in breath. Shao Knight no longer hesitated and pulled out a bottle of blood medicine from his backpack, and was just about to give it to him to drink. But then he saw the middle-aged man's eyes snap open and a pair of hands gripped Shao Knight's hand like an eagle's claw. The next second, however, Uncle Chin, whose eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, also recognized that the teenager in front of him was the same person he had met by chance in the returning cloud building. "It's you!" Shao Knight looked straight into his eyes and said, "Your injuries are too severe for blood medicine to save your life anymore. How am I going to help you?" Uncle Chin looked at this teenager who he had only met on one side, took a sharp breath, covered a fatal wound on his chest, and said, "Red Moon Hair Salon, send me there." Chapter 72 Red Moon Hair Salon. The Corpse Sewer. The Red Queen. In the middle of the old town at night, Shao Knight carried a person on his back like a dark shadow in the darkness of the night as he traveled through the large and small alleys. According to that middle-aged man, the Red Moon Hair Salon is located in the middle of another dilapidated old town. But to get there, you have to cross a busy neighborhood. Shao Knight didn't know who those people chasing him were, but crossing that neighborhood meant being exposed to the gazes of countless pedestrians. The chances of being discovered are never small. At this moment, the breath of this middle-aged man on his back was getting weaker and weaker, with only the still beating heart left to prove that he still had a breath. In this state, even if he was sent to the hospital in Shangjing City right now, he might not be able to save his life. Who in that Red Moon Salon could have saved his life? Shao Knight clenched his teeth, putting these stray thoughts to the back of my mind. Send the Buddha to the west. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. If there was a person in the middle of Shangjing City who could send this middle-aged man to that Red Moon Hair Salon under the gaze of so many eyes, that would only be Shao Knight, who possessed ultrasonic solstice. Shao Knight's footsteps slammed down, and while the water-evoking steps was opened, a burst of ultrasound that no one could hear spread quickly around the area. At this point, ultrasonic claiming is like a sonar that detects the enemy. As soon as he noticed any swiftly moving people around him, Shao Knight immediately changed direction. If anyone could look down from the air at this point on this patchwork of intricate alleyways, it would be realized that Shao Knight, who was carrying a person on his back, as if he had opened the eyes of God, weaving in and out of the layers of intersecting alleys, avoiding each one with precision. Finally, the only thing left in the way was the brightly lit street with countless pedestrians lingering and wandering. Shao Knight's ultrasonic solicitation had all but lost its effect in this situation. Shao Knight's gaze swept over the faces of the crowd of pedestrians nearby, and yet, there was no way to tell which of the many people were likely to be the pursuing killers. At this point, if he rushed through the streets with a person on his back, he would only look more suspicious and attract more attention. Shao Knight gently lowered the middle-aged man on his back and carried half of his body on his shoulders, saying, "Wake up, it's just a short walk across the street. There are eyes all around you. You need to get up and come with me." Uncle Chin desperately opened his trance-like eyes and saw the familiar street in front of him, and a flash of shock and hope flashed through his heart. He wondered how on earth the teenager had managed to break through the thicket in the middle of that alley with him on his back, but now as long as he can reach the Red Moon Hair Salon, his life will be saved. Good. Uncle Chin gritted his teeth and let out a low growl as the intense pain coming from his family's body, and stiffly stood up by holding onto Shao Knight's shoulders. Shao Knight held him up, step by step through the illuminated street as if no one else was there. 1 step, 2 steps, just a moment before he was about to step into the middle of the old town across the street. Suddenly, Shao Knight, who had opened his paranoia-breaking pupils, suddenly saw 2 people in civilian clothes rushing towards him among the crowd. A cold light flashed from the dagger hidden among the long sleeves. "Run!" Shao Knight violently carried the middle-aged man on his back as he rushed into this old city center. "Which way?" Shao Knight asked with a low growl. "It's a labyrinth of old buildings that are hundreds of years old. Alleys of all sizes even pass right through some of these dangerous houses." Uncle Chin on his back painstakingly raised his hand to point in a direction. The few killers on the street were close behind them, and Shao Knight's afterglow as soon as he turned his head was almost enough to see them. If they caught up with him, even his own life would be accounted for. Taking advantage of a dark corner ahead, Shao Knight violently opened, Ghost Shadow Split. A shadow identical to Shao Knight suddenly appeared out of thin air in the middle of the alley. Shao Knight, on the other hand, carried the middle-aged man on his back and ran in another direction. At this time, Shao Knight no longer cared to turn around to see if his move of the golden cicada shell had taken effect or not. Only a wave of energy could go forward. But the good news is, not far away, above an old 3-story building, a somewhat dated neon sign glows, Red Moon Hair Salon. Finally, Xiao Knight took 3 steps and violently rushed over. It was late at night, but the roll-up door of the Red Moon hair salon was only halfway down. Xiao Knight didn't bother knocking on the door, and with a short body, he drilled in with the middle-aged man on his back. Then he turned and pulled the roll-up door down with one hand. "Who are you?" A crisp gulp came from inside the room. Only to see that sitting by the counter was a girl with a clear face, looking about the same age as Xiao Knight himself, who was staring at Xiao Knight with a frown. "Help! He's dying!" Xiao Knight couldn't care less and put the middle-aged man on his back on top of a recliner, and hurriedly said, "He has 4 fatal stab wounds. Can you save him?" The girl came forward without the slightest fear, and when she saw the face of the middle-aged man who was looking at her, she also blushed and was shocked. "Uncle Chin, I can't save him. Only San Yang can save him." The girl covered her mouth with an exclamation of surprise, and rushed hastily back into the house. "San Yang, come out here." In a few moments, a woman in a red dress with a great demeanor hurriedly walked out, almost in her 30s, with a reddish flirtatiousness in her brows and eyes. The woman called San Yang's gaze swept over Xiao Knight's face with some surprise, and when it landed on the middle-aged man's face, but an extremely complicated look that, there was heartache in those eyes, and resentment, and an incredulous shock that, "March, fetch my needle and thread." The red-skirted woman took a deep breath and said to the girl next to her, her voice as smooth and seductive as silk. Xiao Knight retreated to the side in some surprise, making room. Needle and thread? That middle-aged man's injuries had already reached such a state. Even if he was stitched up now, what was the use? Breaking Delusion's pupil swept over the woman named Sun Yang, and a line instantly surfaced that read, "Occupation, body worker, talent, sewing corpse rejuvenation, SS rank." The girl hurriedly retrieved a set of needles and threads from the house, and Xiao Knight keenly saw that the needles and threads were by no means ordinary needles and threads, but a precious artifact. It was at least a Radiant Order artifact. "Sean, I told you that you would end up like this sooner or later if you followed that woman, but you just won't listen," the red-skirted woman said with some resentment in her voice. Next to him, Xiao Knight seemed to have heard quite a bit of gossip from this sentence, but stood obediently by the side as if he hadn't heard it. At this time, that red-skirted woman, however, turned her head to look at Xiao Knight and said in a charming and undeniable tone, "You don't recognize me? Everyone on the road calls me Red Sun Yang. It's a rough night out there, so you're staying with me here at Red Moon Hair Salon. Keep you safe." Chapter 73, Giving You $1 billion. Do you dare to take it? After Hong San Yang had received the needle vessel wrapped in silk from the young girl named September, the other jade hand split 2 fingers and quickly and precisely pulled out the stumpy blade that was stuck in Uncle Chin's leg. Fast as a stump. And it was the next action of Hong San Yang stitching up the wound that opened Xiao Knight's eyes. Several needles, as slender as hairs, passed between Hong San Yang's fingers and, the movement was so fast that even Xiao Knight couldn't see it. A wound on Uncle Chin's body was quickly stitched up and, with each stitch, Xiao Knight could see Uncle Chin's blood bar, steadily adding a sliver, and his rapidly draining life was slowed and stabilized by the whole thing just comes alive. Is this the sewing corpse back to life technique? The shock in Xiao Knight's heart overflowed. The so-called masters in the folk, previously, sewing corpse maker, this occupation Xiao Knight even heard of. Now it seems to really have the skill of heavenly craftsmanship. The girl by the side named September saw the shock on Xiao Knight's face and immediately laughed softly and said, "You're blinded, aren't you? San Yang's corpse sewing skills are hard to find for $1,000 a shot, so I'm counting today as an eye-opener for you." Hong San Yang gently glared at September, the sewing motion in her hand not stopping at all, and said, "I'm afraid I'll have to stay overnight to finish the stitches, so if this little brother is tired, he should go rest first. September, you go lead this guest upstairs." September instantly nodded her head in a docile manner, reached out and pulled over Xiao Knight's sleeve, and said with a shy smile, "This guest comes with me." This guest was talking about himself. Xiao Knight suddenly blushed for no reason. Since the person's master had given the word, there was no reason for him to wait here. Xiao Knight had carried that middle-aged man on his back to escape the heavy pursuit and sent him to this Red Moon hair salon, which was already considered to be benevolent. As for whether or not this middle-aged man could survive, it was really none of Xiao Knight's business. But for now, it looks like it should save a life. "Guest, this way please." With light footsteps, September guided Xiao Knight through a narrow staircase to the upper floor. The small 3-story building was also a bit old. A piece of wooden floor was old but clean and tidy. The girl named September gently opened one of the small rooms in the corridor and then said to Xiao Knight, "You can rest here tonight." Xiao Knight stretched his head and looked, only to see that it was very narrow in the middle of the room, almost only able to fit a single bed, and the wallpaper on the wall was painted with some sexy ladies, which was quite dated. Only when Xiao Knight reached out and turned on the light, the whole room was covered with a pink light. The whole atmosphere seemed a little weird. Xiao Knight froze for a moment, but did not say anything. The September beside him, however, took in his expression, covered her mouth with a light laugh, and said, "What? Never been to a place like this before?" Shaw Knight was stunned again by this question and scratched his head. He really hadn't been to this kind of place before. Under the pink light, that September's knitted brows looked extraordinarily seductive. She wasn't much older than Shaw Knight, but she favored a raised eyebrow and a gaze that tickled Shaw Knight so much that he didn't dare to look at her face. Raw melon seeds. September stared straight at Shaw Knight's face, and with a smile on her brow she suddenly stepped forward and said, "You can call me if you need." Yo! In the midst of the already narrow room, the girl named September took a step forward, and her entire body was almost pressed into Shaw Knight's arms. Shaw Knight subconsciously wanted to take a step back but leaned against the wall. An ethereal scent came from September's. September's face was close to her eyes, and Shaw Knight could almost feel the slight movement of her long eyelashes sweeping across them as she blinked. The girl's eyes were phoenix-tailed eyes with slightly upturned corners, and now she was looking at Xiao Yi with a full smile in her eyes, so beautiful that Xiao Yi could not help but hold her breath. "No, is there anywhere I can wash my hands and feet?" Shaw Knight calmed his breathing and said calmly, "Ha ha ha." The girl named September let out a silvery bell-like laugh at once, and lightly retreated a few steps away from the room. Without looking back, he reached out and pointed in the direction of the end of the corridor. "There's a bathroom there." Shaw Knight waited until the girl named September had gone downstairs before he came to the bathroom at the end of the corridor. Shaw Knight in the mirror. His clothes were already stained with a large amount of blood. There was also quite a bit of mud and dirt on the exposed spots on the ankles. Shaw Knight took his clothes and equipment off to the side and, turning on the shower, he delicately washed the blood and mud off his body and eased the nerves that had been strained all night. Shaw Knight had also heard some rumors about this part of the old city. This is the biggest piece of gray area in Shangjing. Not just the city's biggest underground black market is located here. Many unseemly items not put up for open trade, and even some wanted criminals stray here. Even the military had tried to completely eradicate this place many times, but in the end, it was all to no avail. Simply because the interests involved in this place were simply too great. Shaw Knight didn't know exactly who the middle-aged man he carried over tonight was, but it must be inseparable from those gray forces hiding behind the curtain. The Red Sanyang with her amazing tactics even made Shaw Knight re-establish his knowledge of this old city. Compare that to the powerful men of Shangjing City who are active under the sun, under the shadows on the other side. There are just as many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. After some cleaning, Shaw Knight returned to that one narrow room and turned off the lights. A night of shut-eye, not a deep sleep, but in a state where he could wake up at any time. From among the gaps in the doorway, the lights from downstairs filtered through and stayed on all night. Red Sanyang spent the entire night stitching out that middle-aged man's wounds. Until early the next morning, a light footstep came from the wooden staircase in the corridor, followed by a gentle knock on the door of Shaw Knight's room. A familiar voice rang out, from the girl named September. "Get up, Sanyang has something for you." Shaw Knight sat up, rearranged his clothes, and followed September downstairs. Only the blood-stained gauze was placed all over the floor of the first floor, and Hong Sanyang was gently rubbing her temples with her fingers, leaning against the counter. And the middle-aged man, who had been lying in a reclining chair, had awakened and, breathing is still a little weak, but has stabilized. The gazes of the middle-aged man and Red Sanyang looked in unison at Shaw Knight, who had come downstairs. Both of their gazes carried a hint of sharpness that, suddenly, the middle-aged man opened his mouth and asked Shaw Knight, "Little brother, do you know who I am?" Shaw Knight shook his head. Other than the one-sided encounter at the returning cloud building last night, Shaw Knight knew nothing about the middle-aged man in front of him. "My name is Qin Shan, and people on the road call me Uncle Qin." Uncle Qin couldn't suppress a cough, but there was a hint of deep meaning in his gaze as he looked at Shaw Knight, and then slowly opened his mouth and said, "You saved my life last night. As payment, I'll send you $1 billion. Do you dare to take it?" Chapter 74, Shaw Knight, the new underground Black Emperor of Shangjing City. 2 hours ago, Uncle Qin, who was in a coma, has gradually woken up, in a trance, looking at the familiar scene in front of him and the Red Sanyang, who was stitching up her wounds. Uncle Qin's heart couldn't help but surge with a long-lost sense of security. He knew he had saved his life, although he didn't know how on earth that teenager, whom he had only met on one side, had escaped from the heavy interception on his back, but in the end, it was survived. At this time, Uncle Qin did not dare to open his eyes. He was a little weak, even a little afraid of this woman in the red dress. He continued to squint and act like he was still unconscious. "Humph." Hong Sanyang snorted coldly, and the needle and thread in her hand was so hard that it hurt Uncle Qin's face straight away. "Squeak if you're awake. Don't pretend to be unconscious there." Uncle Qin hastily opened his eyes, smiled sarcastically, and called out to Sanyang. Hong Sanyang, however, did not raise her head, but the force on her hand was once again much heavier. "Ouch ouch ouch." It hurt, that Uncle Chin yelled, and said, in a sharp voice, Sun Yang, I'm well here with a wound on my body at least. Hong Sun Yang said with a face like frost. Don't worry, you won't die. Uncle Chin panicked and endured the pain on his body, compensating with a smile and said, I told you that when it comes to real medical skills, it's still you, Sun Yang. The hospital and those guys from the Illuminati are just a vanity. Hong Sun Yang, however, had long since stopped eating him. Her face changed, and she said in a deep voice, cut the crap. Who tried to kill you last night? What kind of person could hurt you like that? Uncle Chin's face was stunned, then it also became colder and colder, and he was silent for a moment before he spoke, saying, it's ma'am. Meh. Red Sun Yang suddenly revealed a cold smile and said, Mrs. It's been so long now, and you still call her Mrs. I told you earlier that Chenli is simply a wolfish demon. If you're around her, you'll be dead sooner or later. Uncle Chin didn't dare to speak, coughed a few times, and blushed and said, I just didn't expect things to come down to the wire, and she actually didn't even leave me a way out. No greater sorrow than the death of the heart. When Uncle Chin said this, there was an uncontrollable heart death on his entire face. Seeing his disheveled expression, Hong Sun Yang also swallowed the words that were about to be cursed in her mouth for a while, but in the end she couldn't help but sneer and say, what else could it be? That it wasn't you personally willing to work for her? Uncle Chin suddenly laughed in a self-deprecating manner, and it's both a laugh at yourself and a release. He himself has been working for the Polaroid Group since he was 14 years old, and a whole 42 years have passed since then. From the beginning of a small horseman with a knife charging, mixed to nowadays everyone has to honor the position of Uncle Chin. What's more, she had watched the girl who had been kind to her, step by step, from a girl who was at the mercy of others, to the position of the head of the bully group nowadays. He thought that Chenli wouldn't kill himself no matter what, but he was wrong. Chenli had even found a replacement for him to take over all of his operations and power in Shangjing City over the past 40 years. The reluctance in his heart gradually turned into indifference. That Liao Yuan was a talented man, and an ambitious one, far more ruthless than his own back then. But this time, Uncle Chin didn't want to follow their wishes. I'm going to turn over all my business. Uncle Chin suddenly opened his mouth and said, Red Sun Yang, who heard this, froze and asked, what do you mean? Uncle Chin smiled faintly and, people are getting old. It's time to retire. It's better to be forced to back down than to back down voluntarily. Not to mention the fact that the group has been trying to collect those cards from me for a long time. But this time, I'm not giving it to them. A trace of surprise appeared on Hong Sun Yang's face, and she frowned and asked, and who are you going to give it to? Those businesses of yours are more of a curse than a fortune. And besides, who can take them? Uncle Chin narrowed his eyes, his gaze austere, and said, what do you think of the kid who carried me here last night? 2 hours later, in return, I'll give you $1 billion. Do you dare to take it? Listening to the words that suddenly came out of Uncle Chin's mouth, Xiao Knight raised his eyebrows, his face full of consternation. Is this man crazy? But for the record, from the temperament of these two people, they were by no means crazy, nor did they look like they were joking. What is this? Skyfall or a playful trap? Xiao Knight's face twitched for half a day before he then slowly opened his mouth and asked, 1 billion dragon coins? This question, on the contrary, drew a burst of wanton laughter from Hong Sun Yang. In turn, Uncle Chin's face showed a hint of embarrassment and said, not $1 billion dragon dollars in cash. But then, Uncle Chin's face became serious, and his entire aura was suddenly like a different person. A split second caused Xiao Knight to once again recall the old wolf-like figure in the returning cloud building. I'm talking about $1 billion worth of assets and business. More than half of the gray business in the entire city of Shangjing, including this old town you're in now, is mine, Uncle Chin said, word for word. The tone of his voice was bland but carried with it an intimidating. Someone tried to kill me, tried to take these away from me, but I was reluctant to do what he wanted. But now even if I want to get this $1 billion business back, I'll have to cut it back with a knife and blood. Xiao Nightfall couldn't help but take a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, who the hell are you people? Uncle Chin's gaze was slightly austere as he said, my name is Qin Shan. I used to be the butler of the Chen family members of the Bully Group, and the underground Black Emperor in this old city. Xiao Knight's pupils tightened violently. He had thought that this middle-aged man's identity was absolutely extraordinary, and he had also thought that he was absolutely inseparable from those gray forces hidden behind him. But he didn't expect that this Qin Shan was actually someone from the Bully Group. It's more of a butler for the president's Chen family. Xiao Knight's expression didn't reveal any cracks. However, Uncle Qin, whose gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, still saw the strangeness in Xiao Knight's heart and pursued the question, you know me? Xiao Knight frankly shook his head. I don't know, Uncle Qin said with a playful smile at once. And do you know who killed me yesterday? Xiao Knight shook his head once again. Each of the attributes of the group of professionals in civilian clothes were extremely strong, and their identities were by no means ordinary. But I saw Uncle Chin say with a self-deprecating smile, "I won't hide it from you. The ones who tried to kill me yesterday were the people from the Poly group. You literally saved my life last night, so I'll be honest and tell you that the billion isn't that good. But I'll teach you how to take it from the Polaris group little by little. So don't you dare ask for it?" Uncle Chin's gaze stared straight at Shao Knight, as if he could see through him all over his body. Then slowly, he said, "Either way, you saved my life. If you're not willing to take the risk, I'll make it up to you in other ways. But if you're willing, I'll personally teach you to be the new underground Black Emperor of this Shanjing city." At this moment, Shao Knight's face didn't show the slightest hint of, but the heart was flooded. From the words of Uncle Chin, Shao Knight keenly pieced together an intricate and coincidental ins and outs that even he couldn't believe. Why would Uncle Chin, the chief executive of the Baoli group, be silenced by the Baoli group's people? Even if a cunning rabbit dies and a traitor cooks, there must be a reason. The only big thing that has happened recently in the Baoli group is that one big thing, the accidental death of the Baoli group's fourth young master. And this matter, on the other hand, had an inseparable relationship with Shao Knight no matter what, because the fourth young master of the Chen family, he's the one who killed him. Chapter 75, Good boy, if you dare to kill, you dare to bury. The butterfly effect. The cycle of karma. Shao Knight's heart tightened violently. In a sense, could it be that it was precisely because he had killed the fourth young master of that Baoli group in that Lulan general's tomb? That's what led to Uncle Chin in front of us being unloaded by the Baoli group. Down to this? And he himself coincidentally saved the life of this ping-ponged Uncle Chin in the middle of that alley last night. He himself had harmed him, yet he had saved him. Shao Knight could have sealed this secret in his heart, and Uncle Chin would never know that he had killed the Chen family's fourth young master. Uncle Chin used a billion-dollar business as a reward for saving his life, and promised to personally teach Shao Knight to become the new underground Black King of the city of Shanjing step by step. It's a sky-high temptation that no one can resist. But Shao Knight is on the contrary a screwed-up person. If these words had not been made clear, and this great fortune had been obtained by concealment and hypocrisy, Shao Knight always felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, and he wanted to take a gamble. Uncle Chin, you were hunted down and silenced by the Baoli group, ultimately because of the incident where the fourth young master of the Baoli group there was killed, right? Shao Knight said with a face as unassuming as one. Uncle Chin's face was stunned at his words, and his face smiled indifferently and said, "How did you learn about this matter?" "It seems that this matter has already spread amongst Shanjing City." Shao Knight took a sharp breath and said, "The fourth young master of the Baoli group, I killed him." Uncle Chin's pupils suddenly shrunk. "What did you say?" In an instant, the entire Red Moon hair salon was awfully quiet. Even Hong San Yang, who was next to her, clenched her fingers on the edge of the table, and her face straightened up as she looked at Shao Knight and said, "Little brother, don't dare to say that. The ones who killed the Chen family's oldest four were a group of Yuanjia village people." Since the words were already out of his mouth, Shao Knight became more and more calm and said, word by word, "The first level of the Lulan general's tomb copy, I killed him there." Uncle Chin, who was lying on the recliner, violently straightened up and stared at Shao Knight with an incredulous expression and said, "Impossible, how did you kill him?" Shao Knight spoke frankly and bluntly, "If he wants to kill me, I'll kill him." Seeing that Shao Knight's expression was by no means a playful one, the expression on Uncle Chin's face grew more and more austere as he pursued and asked, "In that Lulan general's tomb, I personally brought people to check all over. How did you destroy the corpse?" Shao Knight stretched out a finger, and the burning effect attached to the ghost flame toxin suddenly appeared on top of the finger, with a wisp of flame pulsing from the fingertip. Burning a body to ashes naturally doesn't leave the slightest trace. At this time, a trace of shock had surfaced on Uncle Chin's face, but he still asked with some disbelief, "You said you killed him on the first floor, but the people from the two major guilds, Black Eagle and Hegemony, clearly saw him when they were killing the bosses on the third floor. What do you make of this?" Shao Knight replied without the slightest pause, "Woe is me. He was already dead at that point, and I was the one who robbed the Hegemony and Black Eagle bosses and equipment on the third floor." Qin Shuji couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, and the injuries on his body caused him to stifle a fit of coughing. But after years of infesting the Jianghu, his thoughts were also turning rapidly as he frowned and stared at Shao Knight and asked, "What about that group of Yuanjia village people? Why are the 3 golden artifacts of the Chen family's oldest 4 on them?" Shao Knight continued to reply, "The golden cicada, the borrowed knife. Those 3 golden artifacts were delivered to the Yuan brothers by my own hand. Those jackals are insatiable and are natural scapegoats." Uncle Chin's eyes, which were like those of an old wolf, stared straight at Shao Knight as if he wanted to see through everything about him, and Shao Knight likewise looked him straight in the eye and 4 eyes. Just as when the two first met in the returning cloud building, the whole house of Red Moon Hair Salon became quiet and solemn once again. Suddenly, Uncle Chin grinned. He laughed, laughing louder and louder, laughing so hard he had tears in his eyes. Laughing, he had a coughing fit and even gasped a little. The culprit who caused himself to be abandoned by the group and reduced to this state was actually this kid who saved his life last night? However, at this moment, instead of holding a grudge, Uncle Chin had an incomparable pain in his heart. I didn't pick the wrong guy. Uncle Chin, while coming up for air a bit due to coughing, held his chest and exclaimed, "Good boy, good tactics." Next to her, Hong Sun Yang similarly laughed, smiling in a charming manner as she looked at Xiao Knight and said, "Chin Shan, this kid has much more balls than you did back then." Seeing this scene, Xiao Knight was a bit unsure and stood straight there, waiting until Uncle Chin finished laughing before he opened his mouth and asked, "Don't you hate me?" Uncle Chin shook his head and said with a straight face, "I, Chin Shan, have fallen to this point. The death of the Chen family's oldest four is the cause, but it is only one of the causes. The bully group has long since been unable to tolerate me, and even if it wasn't for this matter, they would have made a move against me sooner or later. As for that fourth young master of the Chen family, it's just a sick little thing, so kill it." Uncle Chin looked at the young man in front of him, but his eyes became more and more appreciative. He was much like himself back then when he had just arrived in Shangjing City, yet somehow different. It's like what Red Samson said, he has more balls than he did back then. "If you dare to kill, you dare to bury?" Uncle Chin asked, narrowing his eyes. "Since you've already guessed that I'm in this situation because of the death of the Chen family's fourth young master, why do you still want to say it?" Xiao Knight, on the other hand, replied frankly, "One size does not fit all. If you hide this matter and take your $1 billion reward, it's always not comfortable in your heart." "What an uncomfortable heart," Uncle Chin said with a big smile once again. At this time he suddenly realized exactly wherein this teenager was different from his own at the time. At first he got a lot of things he should not get. A youthful spirit has gradually been corroded turbid maggots. So what are you going to do now? Xiao Knight looked at Uncle Chin in front of him and opened his mouth to ask. I only saw that Uncle Chin and Hong Sanyan looked at each other and then his face changed as he looked at Xiao Knight and said in a deep voice, "I gave you two choices before, but now I've changed my mind. You don't have a choice. You have to take or leave this $1 billion business, because you are the heir that I, Qin Shan, personally chose, the new underground Black Emperor of Shangjing City. It's not that easy for the Polaris Group to take back all that I've accumulated over the past 40 years. Within a month, I want you to reach the second turn, rising to prominence among the dark forces throughout Old Town." Chapter 76, Suicide Leveling. Blackwater City. Reach the second turn within a month? When Uncle Chin, an old wolf, opened his mouth, he spoke without shock. A month? Xiao Knight also couldn't help but frown and said, it had taken nearly a month for himself to go from level 1 to level 50 in one turn. As you level up, the amount of experience required for each level increases dramatically. The experience value required to go from level 50 to level 100 for the second turn is at least dozens of times or more than reaching the first turn. How is it possible to do that in just 1 month? Even if you keep taking risks to challenge high-level copies, you may not be able to level up to 100 within a month. Unless it's those rich kids from prominent families who spend a lot of money to hire those higher-leveled professionals to take them over the level to pass the high-leveled copies and give them the last mending experience of the boss. What? Can't do it? Uncle Chin saw the shock in Xiao Knight's heart and said with a faint smile. He subconsciously wanted to draw a cigarette from among his pockets, but then he saw the murderous gaze of Hong Sanyang beside him. He let out a sarcastic laugh and took his hands back into his pockets again, turned his head and continued to Xiao Knight, saying, I know what you're thinking, but there's a different way for each to level up quickly. Those rich young masters can naturally pay to hire someone to take them to a rapid upgrade, but we who are on the point of a knife have our own path just the same. Uncle Chin's gaze suddenly contracted as he looked at Xiao Knight and slowly uttered a place that, Blackwater City. It's the only place that will allow you to reach level 100, turn 2, or even higher within a month. Xiao Knight's expression also became serious. Blackwater City? It was the name of a place he had never heard of. Xiao Knight prided himself on knowing all the large and small human city-states around Shangjing City, as well as all the major replica areas like the back of his hand. But whether it's from a textbook in the first high school, or from the canonical books in the library, Xiao Knight was certain that he had never turned up the name before. Blackwater City? What is that place? Xiao Knight asked straight out. On the side, Hong Sanyang gave a light laugh and opened her mouth to explain. It's normal that you don't know about Blackwater City. It's a place that can't be brought to the surface any more than an underground black market, because the source of 90% of the goods in the underground black market in Shangjing City comes from there. September, bring the map, Red Sanyang yelled, and the young girl named September answered with a clear voice. And, then not long afterward, a finely sealed map was removed. Red Sanyang spread the map out through the counter and one could only see that the map was densely packed, and each area was labeled with huge amounts of information with an extremely fine pen. With a slender finger, Hong San-yang gently made a point in one direction and said, "This is Blackwater City." Just a quick look up. Xiao Knight only felt as if his brain had exploded. He suddenly felt that the perceptions he had seen before were just the tip of the iceberg of this world. For where the red San-yang pointed with her finger, it's simply a highly contaminated area that fell long ago. According to the map in the textbook, it was an area where the level of danger had reached crimson, and all kinds of high-danger monsters had long since taken over. The humans who used to live there moved out hundreds of years ago. The military in Shangjing City had even blocked it off long ago and considered it the highest danger zone. Now you're telling me that in this area, which is almost the most dangerous area in the entire vicinity of Upper King City, a human city-state actually sits there? And it is the source of goods for the entire underground black market in Shangjing City. The shock in Xiao Knight's heart overflowed onto his face as his gaze stared straight at Blackwater City on the map. If there really was a human city-state here, then there were high-danger level monsters all around. It wasn't impossible to kill all those high-danger level monsters in a month's time and rise to level 100, but only if you're alive, because it's suicide practicing. However, a viciousness gradually surged up within Xiao Knight's gaze. For them humans at the bottom of the pyramid, to climb up the ladder one step at a time, you have to trade in your life at the tip of a knife. I'll go. Xiao Knight didn't hesitate any longer and said dryly. A trace of surprise appeared in Hong San-yang's eyes immediately as she glared at Xiao Knight and said, "Oh, you've got to think about that." While still glaring at Uncle Qin next to him, he said, "There's no need to listen to him in everything. Even when he was young, he didn't dare to go and break into Blackwater City at the first turn." Uncle Qin, on the other hand, stroked his chin somewhat unconvincingly and said, "I'm not letting this kid go to his death. The situation is different now after all. And the Blackwater City side isn't the same small colony that couldn't even survive the beast tide back then. Besides, there still are people on the Blackwater City side to take over." Xiao Knight would never turn back since he had made a decision. The next step is to do everything you can to learn all the information you can to do this. How am I going to get to Blackwater City? Xiao Knight looked at the map and suddenly asked. Blackwater City is located in that highly contaminated but has long been blocked by the military. Unusual people are not even allowed to approach, not to mention deep into the center of the region. Seeing that Xiao Knight had immediately begun planning, Uncle Qin also heatedly smiled with some relief and said, "Don't worry, those blockades in plain sight are literally full of holes for us. There are 4 routes alone that have our people picking them up, so as long as you go, I'll naturally arrange everything for you. The question is, when do you plan to leave?" By now it was light. An array of morning sun shone through the cracks in the windows of the Red Moon hair salon. Xiao Knight briefly pondered for a moment and said bluntly, "Today, yes." Uncle Qin also revealed sharpness in his eyes when he heard that, and straightened his body directly from the recliner and said, "I'll give you 1 day to prepare, and I'll be here at 10 o'clock this evening. When the time comes, I'll arrange for someone to take you there." Hong San-yang frowned and looked at Uncle Qin, then looked at Xiao Knight with some concern. The sun was shining on the side of this teenager's. Hong San-yang suddenly felt that this kid was exactly the same as Qin Shan, who first arrived in Shangjing City back then, with the same decisiveness and vigor that, just as bold and unafraid to die. Hong San-yang love couldn't help but sigh but nowadays the situation. Once Uncle Qin fell down, followed by the forces of all sides of the big siege, behind the tiger eyeing the bully group. What they do need is a new faucet. However, looking at that, Xiao Knight carefully looking at the map on the counter, seriously as if he wanted to memorize the entire map. The corners of Hong San-yang's mouth, however, couldn't help but curl up into an intoxicating arc. A generation of new men and women. This new faucet. Not bad. Chapter 77 Nye Xiaoyu's Gift. S-Class Skill Scroll. The night passes and the door to Red Moon Hair Salon opens again. The entire old town in the early morning has also been filled with a number of people wandering around in the middle of it. Breakfast store, handyman, grocery stand. At this time, Xiao Knight realized that this Shangjing is the gray area of the old city that everyone is afraid of. In fact, more but some poor people. Xiao Knight looked back. I only saw that Hong San-yang also hung the signboard of the Red Moon Hair Salon outside the door, lazily stretched her waist, and laughed at Xiao Knight and said, "See you tonight." Xiao Knight nodded and turned to leave. As Xiao Knight walked through alley after alley and returned to his one old rented house, only to see the entire living room configured with a somewhat cluttered pile of various documents and devices. But Nye Xiaoyu wasn't home. From the many and varied screens in the room, Xiao Yan saw that in addition to the research on the obsidian dragon cubs, Nye Xiaoyu was also working on quite a few other research projects at the same time. There were still quite a few research meetings to be held every day, so I guess I should be back in their military research base today as well. Xiao Knight immediately lay down on that worn-out sofa, wanting to soothe his nerves, which had been strained all night. So much happened last night, yet only just lying down. A teleportation formation, however, suddenly lit up in the middle of this narrow rented house. Immediately afterward, A ghostly black figure deftly drilled out from the middle of the teleportation array. It was the obsidian dragon cub. This little dragon cub was like as if it could sense that it was home, and after sniffing around, it wailed at Shao Knight. Good lord, this dragon cub is hungry again. Shao Knight sighed and helplessly got up from the sofa and walked towards the kitchen. However, on the refrigerator, he suddenly saw a note left for him by Xiaoyu. I'm back at the research base for a meeting. There have been some recent developments in the research on how to tame obsidian dragons. I'll let you know later. By the way, there's a good thing left for you. Afraid of burglars in your Thai rental house? Put it in the fridge for you, Xiaoyu. Shao Knight was immediately surprised and opened the refrigerator door to take a look. Just see right there in the refrigerated cabinet. A scroll emitting a purple glow was lying there peacefully, with a layer of frost already forming around it. Skill scrolls. Shao Knight was immediately taken aback. Apart from acquiring skills through awakening and transferring, the only way for a professional to acquire new skills is through skill scrolls. However, making skill scrolls was indeed not an easy task, and it required a specialized high-level branding master to work with them, and the higher the level of the skill, the more difficult it is to be made into a skill scroll that. Thus each skill scroll was worth hundreds of thousands of dragon coins or more, and this smart scroll sitting in the middle of the refrigerator was glowing purple, at least in S-rank skill. This Xiaoyu is really a magician. Where could she get this kind of thing? Shao Knight immediately hurriedly used both hands to carefully remove that skill scroll from the refrigerator. For a while there were some tears and laughter. What kind of person would hide something as precious as a skill scroll in the refrigerator? Let's just say she's taking the thief by surprise to find another way to protect herself from the thief. She favored it and left a note on the fridge. However, at the same time the attributes of the skill scroll in his hand appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Spirit Link, Equivalent Order, Order S. Introduction, Legendary Spirit Master Lin Suijia's famous skill, through the exercise of spirit harnessing means, and harnessed beasts to establish a soul link, so as to achieve the link of mind and spirit unity. Sure enough, it was an S-ranked means of harnessing the spirit. Shao Knight was suddenly secretly shocked. The value of this skill scroll in his hand was feared to have long exceeded 1,000,000 dragon coins. What exactly is Xiaoyu's position in the military's research institute? He can even get his hands on this kind of stuff. At the same time a line of hints appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Is it learning the skill, harnessing spirit link? At this time, that obsidian dragon cub was also curiously coming over, stretching its neck and gently sniffing the scroll of skills in Shao Knight's hand. Study. Shao Knight clicked OK without hesitation. On his trip to Blackwater City, the obsidian dragon cub that was in the summoning space was his biggest card. If a better link could be established, one person and one dragon fighting in tandem could definitely explode with a battle power that could not be underestimated, only to see that the scroll, which still had frost on it, suddenly activate, and a warm current immediately surged into his body from his own palm. At the same time, an extremely powerful spiritual force mixed with a huge amount of information surged into Shao Knight's mind. This is how skill scrolls are passed down. Only those high-level spellcasters were able to gather the complicated method of using skills in their spiritual power and save it, and then inscribe it on top of the scroll. Skill acquired, Spirit Link, S rank, only to see that this skill also immediately appeared in his skill bar. Shao Knight was instantly delighted in his heart. Experimentally using this spirit harnessing link on the obsidian dragon cub next to him that was looking at him curiously, only an extremely slender bridge of light projected from his own body and, converging on the obsidian dragon cub. Luring that obsidian dragon cub also curiously stretched out its claws to pick at the left and nibble on the right, but it nibbled on an empty one. Suddenly, however, a different picture appeared in Shao Knight's mind. However, the viewpoint of the screen is exactly this dilapidated rental house in front of you, yet the angle is quite a bit lower than you are. It was in disbelief, but then I saw the perspective suddenly turn, but a figure suddenly appeared in front of me. Surprisingly, it was Shao Knight himself. Hiss. Shao Knight instantly understood the wonderful use of this spirit harnessing link skill. Nowadays, Shao Knight could almost put himself in the obsidian dragon cub's shoes and listen to what the obsidian dragon cub heard. What a harnessed link! Shao Knight immediately keenly perceived the gold content of this skill. The biggest difficulty in establishing communication with harnessed animals is the inability to empathize with them. However, this spirit harnessing link directly breaks down this biggest barrier. From now on, Shao Knight could even see things through the obsidian dragon cub's perspective. It's just one more scouting stunt that, after all, dragon cubs can fly. However, immediately following the feeling of some dragon cubs in his mind fell into Shao Knight's mind. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Fine, fine. I'll make it for you right away. Shao Knight at once also took out the meat from the refrigerator, skillfully opened fire, burned oil, and fed the dragon. A familiar and incomparable operation process. At the end, Shao Knight deliberately fried several new steaks, wrapped them in plastic wrap and put them in the refrigerator. This is reserved for Xiaoyu and only needs to be simply heated. and above the door of the refrigerator. Xiao Knight also re-left a note for Nye Xiaoyu. I'm going out for a while, and I'll take note of any changes in the dragon cubs during that time and send them to you through the contact. Thanks for the skill scroll. In the fridge is some steak I fried for you. Warm it up and you can eat it, Xiao Knight. After one man and one dragon have eaten and drunk, Xiao Knight returned to his room and lay on his bed with his eyes closed. The obsidian dragon cub coiled obediently in the corner of the bed, its dark scales leaning against the side of Xiao Knight's leg, emitting a comforting coolness. Outside the rental house, the sun is setting and the shadows are slanting. The day passed by in a flash. When Xiao Knight opened his eyes again, it was already night. An anticipatory wariness welled up in his chest. The mouth can't help but whisper. Blackwater City, Chapter 78 S-Class Professional Undead Thief, September. Once night falls, the entire old town is immediately filled with a solemn atmosphere. All those unusual businesses close up early in the daytime. Those who cannot be put in the open store business but one by one. They have put up the signboard. Red Moon Hair Salon sign is still as bright as ever. Situated in the middle of a patch of dilapidated houses, a small 3-story building is very dazzling. Xiao Knight stood in front of the Red Moon Hair Salon, only to see that tonight's Red Moon Hair Salon is particularly lively in the middle of the Red Moon. The recliners on the first floor are crowded with many figures. There are more than 10 people. You're here? Come in. Red San Yang, who was leaning on her face with one hand on the counter, saw Xiao Knight outside the door at a glance and waved her hand at him, saying, Xiao Knight was not polite and stepped through the door. The moment he entered the door, he saw that the Red Moon Hair Salon had all the gazes on himself. There was no lack of some hostility and speculation in the eyes of the, and Xiao Knight's undaunted gaze swept across these people's faces as the breaking delusion pupil secretly opened, only to see that all of the group were also professionals. Judging from its attributes and talent phrases, it wasn't even the slightest bit worse than the group of killers that chased after Uncle Qin that night. Is this the man Master Qin has his eye on? The kid hasn't even grown any hair yet. A big man with a scar on his face suddenly opened his mouth in dissatisfaction and yelled, Ha! Another skinny man wrapped in a turban only showing a pair of narrow and thin eyes, also got up and looked up and down at Xiao Knight with an unkind gaze and laughed with a crooked mouth and said, The little looker is quite handsome. Could it be Master Qin's illegitimate son hidden outside? Red San Yang, who was crouched on the counter, watched the scene and smiled without saying a word. Suddenly a clear voice rang out from the house of, You people keep talking nonsense here, or I'll cut out your tongues, only to see that the speaker was none other than the girl named September, walking out of the house with a burst of brisk steps and a scowl on her face. Outside the scarred man once heard this. The face is also an instant change. Sardonic smile not to make a sound. Seems to be a little afraid of September. I only saw that September had changed her dress today, changing away from the casual long dress that Xiao Knight had seen yesterday. She put on a valiant leather armor outfit, with a dagger with a chilling light sticking out of her waist. This September turned out to be a professional as well. Looking at the equipment, it should be an assassin or a thief. Why? What are you looking at? September's gaze fell on Xiao Knight's face, but once again bloomed into a teasing smile just like last night's. Staring straight at Xiao Knight, his face burned for a while. I thought you wouldn't dare come tonight, but I didn't think you had the guts. Raw melon seeds. September let out a rant, causing another burst of laughter from the people in the room at Xiao Knight. Red San Yang, beside the counter, knocked lightly on the counter with her finger and said, Alright September, don't tease him. Uncle Qin will be here in a while. Then Red San Yang also walked to Xiao Knight's front and reached out to hand Xiao Knight an item, which was precisely the exhaustively labeled map that Xiao Knight had seen yesterday. The map is yours. Xiao Knight's eyes lit up. This was definitely an extremely useful gift. Hastily accepting with both hands, he said, Thank you, Red San Yang. Hong San Yang looked at Xiao Knight with a smile on her face and whispered in his ear, Did that September girl molest you again last night? Xiao Knight's cheeks instantly blushed. The dense scene from last night in the middle of that narrow room came back to his mind, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Hong San Yang, however, suddenly waved her hand and looked at Xiao Knight with a slightly deeper look and said, That girl has this fun-loving nature, but don't get me wrong. My Red Moon Hair Salon hasn't been in that kind of business since over 10 years ago. September is a good girl. This time when we go to Blackwater City, she'll go with you. Xiao Knight was immediately a bit surprised. September was almost the same age as himself, and should also be a professional who had just been awakened not long ago. This trip to Blackwater City is incredibly dangerous, and going on your own is not an option. And why did Red San Yang let September go to this place of dragons and tigers as well? Only Red San Yang seemed to have seen the doubts in Xiao Knight's heart and smiled, saying, You don't have to worry about her. September is an S-rank undead thief. It's not just those bright forces in Shangjing City that have dazzling descendants. We dark forces also have our own successors. Xiao Knight's heart immediately stirred up a wave. I didn't realize that September was an S-ranked professional. It seems that these underground forces are really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The entire city of Beijing is by no means the only reported Lin Shueming, Wang Biao and a few other S-class professionals. Xiao Knight's gaze was directed toward September, and he just happened to run into September's gaze being directed toward him as well. 4 eyes. The corners of September's mouth smiled slightly, but the pupils of one pair of eyes suddenly turned blood red within them. Scarlet pupils. Exactly what characterizes the undead. Sure enough, it's an S-rank profession, undead thief. Just then, an automobile roar sounded outside the Red Moon Hair Salon's premises. A tall figure appeared at the door in the Uncle Chin is here. It's Uncle Chin. In an instant, the group of people who were still sitting crookedly in the hair salon stood up respectfully one by one. Everyone's gazes carried a wave of respect from the bottom of their hearts when they looked at the tall figure in the doorway. Uncle Chin, are you alright? The scarred man rushed forward and worriedly surveyed Uncle Chin up and down. However, we only saw that Uncle Chin, who was still full of wounds and lying on the recliner last night, was standing steadily at this time. I don't know if it was Uncle Chin's powerful recovery power or the corpse stitcher Red Sanyang. Out of the way. Uncle Chin waved his hand. His gaze swept around the faces of the people in the room, and finally landed on Xiao Knight's face, nodding gently at him and saying, "There is no need for idle talk. Everyone get ready to go at once. Let's take the waterway to Blackwater City this time." The entire Red Moon Hair Salon was immediately in motion, and everyone except Red Sanyang quickly put on their equipment and weapons. Uncle Chin had brought over 3 SUVs this time, just enough to accommodate everyone. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, was arranged to sit next to Uncle Chin. Uncle Chin took out a cigarette from among his pockets and put it into his mouth, but did not light it, as if he was only trying to quench his thirst. Then turning his head to Xiao Knight, he said, "I will personally escort you out of the city. Then Scar and the others will escort you all the way to Blackwater City by water. Once we get there, September will lead you to our brothers who will meet us at Blackwater City. After that, it's all up to you. In a month's time, I'll send someone over to pick you up." Uncle Chin pressed down the window of the car, and waved his hand at the Red Sanyang, who was standing in front of the red hair salon, and said, "Sanyang, let's go." The car's engine ignited again. Taking advantage of the night, the line of caravans drove steadily towards the docks of Shangjing City. Chapter 79 Underground Tunnels. Thrilling Waterway. Shangjing City was a city on the river, and at one time the city had boasted numerous thriving docks. However, as more and more beast tides invaded, in order to ensure the safety of Shangjing City, the military had to blockade most of the docks, leaving only the last 2 docks connected to the canal. Uncle Chin is headed to one of these. The entire fleet of SUVs weaved through the alleys of Shangjing City, then but slammed into the underground. Going down the long passageway, there was a 4-way underground passageway in front of us. In the darkness of the tunnel, several tracks reflected the light of the headlights as they shone. There were even a lot of people walking around in each station. It was like an underground world. This is an abandoned subway line? This route was an eye-opener for Xiao Knight to watch. I didn't realize that these subway lines, which had long been abandoned for hundreds of years, had actually become underground tunnels that the dark forces were attracted to. That's right. Uncle Chin nodded and said, when these underground tunnels were built, they were built to the standards of air raid shelters, and they are still strong even after 100 years. But aren't there often unstable copies and high danger level monsters in the middle of this underground tunnel? Xiao Knight asked with some confusion. Only Uncle Chin turned his head and said with a hint of cunning in his gaze, "Guess who put that claim out? Without tricking the military and most of the people out of it, how can those of us hiding in the shadows take over these 4-way underground lines in a dignified manner?" Xiao Knight suddenly realized that Uncle Chin's group of forces hiding in the shadows were much smarter than they had imagined. About half an hour later, the fleet of SUVs drove through a dark underground tunnel and came back to the surface. A marina with starry lights is just around the corner. The 3 SUVs turned out their lights in unison, eased into a pathway leading inside the marina, and quietly passed through the barrier. Then it stopped next to a freighter. "Here we are. Get off," Uncle Chin whispered into the contact. The scarred face and the face-wrapped man hurriedly got out of the car with their men and cautiously walked towards the front. There seemed to be a few silhouettes standing beside the cargo ship ahead, the very people who had come to meet them. A few people talked, and Scarface waved his hand towards Uncle Chin from afar. "Get over there." Uncle Chin sat in the car and turned his head to Xiao Knight next to him and said, "After all, I couldn't help but light the cigarette in my hand, put it to my mouth, but didn't smoke it. And remember one thing when you get to Blackwater City. It's not just those high pollution level monsters outside the city that are dangerous. Be sure to watch out for other human professionals." Uncle Chin's eyes were complicated, but Xiao Knight understood what he meant. "I'll pick you up in a month." Xiao Knight rolled over and got out of the car. "See you in a month." With Scarface and Wrapped Face Man leading the way, Xiao Knight and September were taken on this cargo ship that was hidden in the darkness of the night. The space in the cargo ship was very narrow, leaving Shao Knight to live in only a small compartment less than a meter high. Sitting on the bed and not even straightening his waist, September lived next door to him, while the cramped cubicle was no better. It wasn't long before Shao Knight heard the partition sandwich between the two of them being gently knocked on, followed by the sound of September's voice. Shangguazi, after the ship passes the barrier in a while, let's go to the deck to see how suffocating it is here. Seeing that Shao Knight didn't reply, September thumped the partition again. Heard that, Shao Knight couldn't resist the voice and replied in a low voice that, and you don't squeak when you hear it? Don't call me Rawhide, my name is Shao Knight. Raw melon seeds, soon. Shao Knight sensed that this cargo ship he was on had begun to travel slowly, but he was a little worried about the barrier that September had spoken of. It was, after all, a naval blockade established by the military men. If they were found out, not to mention not being able to go to Blackwater City, I'm afraid that they would be directly imprisoned. But Shao Knight's worries proved to be somewhat redundant. Uncle Chin and the others had already made some connections, and the cargo ship didn't even slow down when it traveled near the barrier, passing through it smoothly. After another moment, there was another thud from the partition. Then came a sound like that impatient September voice of, Raw melon, let's go. Shao Knight rolled out of bed and slowly climbed up the dark cargo warehouse climbing ladder. September, on the other hand, had long since climbed to the top, turned her head to glare at him, and held out her hand, saying that, hurry up. The moment Shao Knight climbed out of the cargo hold, he smelled a fresh and refreshing river breeze. It was a world away from the cramped, dreary warehouse, only to see that the scarred face and the wrapped face man had also been on the deck long ago. September walked a few steps close to the parapet and took a deep breath of this fresh air. The moon is shining brightly in the night sky at this time, shining on top of this flowing and fluctuating river. It was like silver paint spilling down a river of stars. Shao Knight felt a rush of joy. September, however, quietly walked over and punched Shao Knight's waist, saying with a smile, how about a raw melon? It's not much more comfortable here than it was in your cargo hold. Shao Knight was undeniable. Suddenly, however, he heard a clamor from the deck in front of him, interspersed with the screams of a man. What's going on? Scarface on the deck let out a low roar, but the wraith-faced man beside him had already rushed forward like a stump. A scimitar with a cold glowing light at his waist, was already in his hand. So fast, Shao Knight was startled in his heart. Then he also became alert. His eyes opened the breaking delusion pupil, and looked towards the front of the deck, seeing that a number of shipwrights had gathered there, each with a weapon in his hand. Don't panic. The September beside him, however, spoke with a calm face, and while doing so, he also gripped the dagger at his waist in his hand. It should be the monster in the head of the river that got on board, but with Scarab and Flowerface around, nothing can go wrong. Let's go check it out too. Shao Knight was shocked in his heart. Due to their survival environment and the fact that no one hunts them, monsters living in the sea and rivers are often more powerful and dangerous than those on land. By now September had quietly leaned in and, Shao Knight, however, did not dare to slack off in the slightest and put on all of his equipment, holding the Tiger Fierce battle shield, and followed him over. The duo walked to the front of the deck and, only the scarred face was seen straddling a ferocious giant axe, blocking the front of the boatman. The face-wrapped man, on the other hand, was shielding a shipwright who was wailing incessantly, and who was already missing a leg from the lower half of his body, and in front of a crowd. A giant crab covered in thorns and as big as 2 cows was dominating the bow. A pair of narrow eyes looked cruelly at the crowd, while wielding 2 pincers like gate knives, tearing a blood-soaked leg apart bit by bit, and bringing it greedily to his mouth to chew on. The ghost-sickle giant crab, one of the most dangerous creatures of the sea tribe. The number of human professionals who die in their mouths each year is in the top 10 among all monsters. Chapter 80, Monster on Board. Highly dangerous ghost scythe crab. This mutated giant crab-like monster has a steel plate-like thorny shell and has few natural enemies underwater. If they're not hunted, they can grow in size almost indefinitely. In recent years, the world has been blessed with ghost sickle crabs that continue to set new size records, the largest of which is almost as big as a transport ship, and has already reached the Calamity class monster danger level. The ghost scythe giant crab that was currently perched on the bow of the ship had already exceeded the size of an ordinary monster. The 2 thick thorn pincers were up to 2 meters long, and even Scarface's giant axe that was more than 1 person high looked a bit small in front of him. Shao Knight, who had opened his delusion-breaking pupil, its series of attributes were clear to see. Anakama-sama, level 95. Talent phrase, thorny shell, bloodthirsty. Elite monsters that were as high as level 95 were far from being able to fight against the current Shao Knight. However, that Scarface standing at the bow of the boat was not afraid at all. The huge axe in his hand was raised high, and ruthlessly chopped on the pincers of that giant crab. It was rather like a one-man army, a 10,000-man army. Scarface's attributes also appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Occupation, Blood Berserker. Level, 115. Talent line, blood, rage, axe blade specialization. No wonder September said that with this Scarface and that face wrapper guy around, nothing could go wrong. Only to see that Scarface alone blocking the front, the huge axe in his hand waving like a gale. Every time that ghost sickle giant crab raised its pincers ferociously to try to guillotine his body, it was chopped back with the precision of that tiger's axe. Shao Knight had never seen a heavy weapon like a giant axe that could be wielded with such dexterity. The huge axe that was as long as a man even had a 2,000-pound implication in Scarface's hands. This would be his talent phrase, axe blade specialization. Scarface took a violent step forward and a giant axe turned defense into offense. It violently picked off the pincers of the ghost sickle giant crab and viciously slashed at the location of its head. In a split second, the ghost sickle crab's thorn-covered armor cracked open. The blade of the giant axe hacked into the crack, and Scarface gripped the axe handle with both hands and pried hard. The ghost sickle giant crab armor above a stream of green blood, straight to the pain of a burst of wild writhing. Huge, sharp-limbed feet cut a frightening gash across the bow of the ship. Suddenly, the ship, which was already rocked by the wind and waves, tilted to one side for a split second. The scarred face slipped, his body crooked to the side, and the huge axe in his hand actually almost came off. If this was on the ground, Scarface would have been able to single-handedly kill this ghost sickle giant crab with one man's strength, and yet it's on the water. At this time, the bright moon hanging high in the sky was covered by a burst of dark clouds at some point, and the originally calm and flowing river surface also got waves. The ship creaked and rocked, and Scarface kept stepping left and right to maintain his balance, but so it dared not allow him to easily wield the huge axe in his hand. On the contrary, the ghost sickle giant crab stabilized itself with its sharp limbs and feet by ruthlessly plunging into the middle of the deck of the ship's bow. The two huge pincers were like huge guillotines, guillotining towards Scarface. Scarface couldn't dodge in time, and despite blocking with the huge axe in his hand, he still took a solid hit. Huge wounds with bloody holes instantly surfaced on his arms. In an instant, the situation was critical. The man with the wrapped face who was guarding the broken-legged boatman there on the sidelines yelled sharply, "September, you take over." "Yes," September hastily answered, and rushed hastily over to the boatman, to stop the bleeding with potions and bandages. And the wrapped face man, on the other hand, rushed along the parapet on the side of the boat like a stump. The lightness of his stance was as if he would not be affected at all by the rocking ship. The two round moon scimitars had appeared in his hands at some point, and with a nimble leap, the wrapped face man landed behind the ghost scythe giant crab. The round moon scimitar transformed into a storm of sharp blades and slashed at the hind limbs of that ghost scythe giant crab. The moment helped Scarface out. At this time the other shipwrights above deck were assembled, and every man was armed with a bow and crossbow in his hand. A bow and arrow that. A rain of arrows shot at the shell of that ghost scythe giant crab. Although the damage was not high, it had the effect of slowing down its movements. The situation has stabilized again. At this rate, it shouldn't take long to drive away or exterminate the ghost sickle giant crab on the bow of this ship. Just then, someone among the shipwrights seemed to be an archer by profession, and a lighting arrow was shot towards the bow of the ship. The glowing light suddenly illuminated the entire body of the ghost sickle giant crab. Only the shell of the thorn was covered with a lurid pattern of bright red like a ghost's face. This scene was clearly seen by Shao Knight, who had opened his delusion-breaking pupil. Shao Knight, whose eyes were violently wide, hurriedly roared in a high voice, "Something's not right. The ghost face pattern on the back of this ghost scythe giant crab is bright red. Only male ghost sickle giant crabs in the rutting and mating period will have bright red stripes, and ghost sickle giant crabs during this period won't hunt alone. There must be another female crab nearby. Everyone be careful." Shao Knight's loud shout was audible to all the shipwrights above the entire deck, including that Scarface and wrapped face man, who were fighting soundly with the ghost sickle giant crab at the bow of the ship. "What's that kid talking about? He said there was another female crab nearby." "Really? It's not possible that he's bluffing, is it?" "I think so. What does a hairless child know?" There was a lot of talk among the boatmen, yet no one took Shao Knight's reminder seriously. Only September looked at him with an astonished face, and asked, somewhat incredulously, "What are you talking about? Is there really another ghost sickle giant crab nearby?" "Can't go wrong," Shao Knight said fiercely as soon as he clenched his teeth. Then the eyes were also looking quickly around the deck. When the moon was darkening on the side of the walking on the river, the entire boat was surrounded by pitch blackness, with visibility of no more than 2 meters. Shao Knight's eyes looked upward. Then he slung the Tiger Fierce battle shield onto his back and climbed straight up the mast to the highest lookout, setting up a searchlight from the lookout and searching the entire deck above the bright column of light from the lookout lamps instantly illuminated the entire ship. "There!" Shao Knight violently pointed at the stern of the ship and roared. The lookout light in his hand shone through the sails. Aft of the all that could be seen was a huge shadow creeping slowly down the stern of the ship towards the deck. 8 limbs and 2 pincers, casting down shadows as long as 2 or 3 meters, like ghosts and monsters is frightening. The shipwrights above decks were in a panic, and one by one they turned their bows and crossbows toward the stern of the ship. Yet none of them had the ability to stand in the way like Scarface. The sound of the ghost-sized giant crab's sharp limbs slicing above the deck caused everyone's livers to split. One head and one tail, like a demon god. However, Shao Knight, who was standing on the watchtower, looked even more chilly in his heart all the time. In the light of the searchlight, he saw that the belly of the female crab at the stern had flattened out, indicating that she had finished spawning. Shao Knight hurriedly turned the searchlight in his hand and shone it towards both sides of the cargo ship. See the dark shadows. A young crab the size of a man's head was densely picking its way up the hull of the ship, each one carrying a ghostly face on its shell. Crab monsters are extremely good at spawning, up to thousands or even tens of thousands at a time. Chapter 81, The Crab Plague. Shipwright's Horn. Searchlights. With the searchlight in Shao Knight's hand shining down on the ship, everyone on board had also witnessed the mind-numbing scene. A young crab crunches and scrambles to the boat. The armor on the back of each one had ghostly face-like lines growing on it. In the light of the lamp, it was like a group of harsh ghosts that demanded their lives. A number of boatmen were so frightened by the horror of the scene that they clasped their heads and lost their voices. And some people even directly sat paralyzed on the deck, and despair was already in their eyes. Most of these shipwrights were ordinary people, either living professions or extremely weak combat professions, and had come to work as shipwrights on this cargo ship merely to make a living. Where have you seen this before? That Scarface and Wrapped Face Man, who were fighting with the male crab at the bow of the boat, similarly saw this scalp-numbing scene. Mother stabbed a crab's nest. Scarface spat and cursed in a low voice. It's really letting that hairless kid get away with it. The two eyes of the shrouded man that were exposed carried horror, and his heart sank violently, saying that it was not good. The male crab on the bow hadn't even been tackled, when a much larger female crab climbed up from the stern. The surrounding area was even densely packed with one after another ghost-sickle juvenile crabs that were about to climb onto the deck. Once you let them climb up, it's all over. He and Scarface, two people, naturally have the power of self-preservation, but those boat workers can be a disaster. I'm afraid it won't be long before all the people will die in the mouth of the crab. Without a shipwright, this ship won't even make it to Blackwater City. The situation is simply critical. The deck was a mess, and the shipwrights were all on their own. One shipwright, who had already collapsed from fear, screamed and jumped right over the side of the ship, trying to abandon it and escape. Don't jump, Shao Knight hurriedly shouted, yet it was already too late. The light of the searchlight chased the boatman who had jumped ship over, only to see that the fluttering sound splashed a wave under the river surface. Countless young crabs floated up from the water, pouncing on the body of the boatman. Sharp pincers will be brutally divided into corpses. Sharp, miserable screams came from the gradual despair of all the shipwrights on deck. Just then, the searchlight high up on the ship's mast, however, shone violently in their faces, and the intense light illuminated them for a moment in a sort of trance. Shao Knight, standing on the watchtower, roared violently, "Everyone, don't panic, we can't die. Those newly hatched juvenile crabs are nothing more than level 10 monsters. Everyone on deck listen to my command. Take all the weapons you have at hand and guard the sides of the ship." September. Shao Knight gave a shout to September. September, who had also already been somewhat terrified and at a loss for words, understood his meaning in an instant, and drew the dagger that was stuck in her waist. A vicious wipe at a juvenile crab that had rushed onto the deck. The blade flashed. That one young crab let out a mournful cry and was directly split in half. September shouted back, hurriedly, "Everyone, don't panic, listen to Shao Knight's command. These crab cubs are just small monsters. We can kill them." When people are at their most flustered and overwhelmed, they often need someone to step up and tell them what to do in a straightforward manner. Shao Knight's words were like a searchlight in that dark night. It was as if hope had been rekindled. For a moment, in those muddled and despairing shipwrights, gripping their weapons in their hands, they rushed to the sides of the ship. It's better to fight than to wait to die. And September's figure rushed to the forefront, glowing with cold daggers. One by one rushed to the deck to slaughter all the young crabs. Splattered by the thick, fishy crab blood, he didn't care. September's hack-and-slash massacre had renewed the courage of these shipwrights. One by one, they guarded the edge of the deck, recklessly slamming and slashing with the weapons in their hands, slapping a young crab into the mud. Someone wailed out a heartfelt roar of rage that others sang the shipwrights' call to arms. Yo ho ho, you hoo hoo, through the waves and on the shoals. Shipwrights are all over the gallows. The shipwright's horn, handed down from the old ancestors, rings out in the night, invariably soothing the mind. Crisis on deck held, for the moment, yet a greater crisis has arrived. The figure of a huge ghost sickle female crab at the stern of the ship has slowly climbed onto the ship. The 8 sharp-limbed feet hooped the stern of the ship fiercely, and the miserable death of one of the scions on the deck sent it straight into a fury that. There was a hiss of nuisance from the mouthpiece of the 2 guillotine-like pincers waved, surprisingly straightening their upper bodies and crawling towards the center of the ship as if they were standing. Onekama-sama. Level 115. It was a higher grade than the one male crab on the bow, bigger in size too. The huge figure reflected on the hull of the ship, and each of those shipwrights on the deck shivered a little. If we let it rush onto the deck, we were afraid that it would be reduced to a buffet in a matter of moments. Knowing full well that he was the only combat profession on the deck, September didn't hesitate, gripping the dagger in her hand and charging forward with brazen fearlessness. As long as it takes, she had to step up. The face-wrapped man at the bow who saw this scene couldn't help but let out a sharp roar and, "September, don't you go over there." He knew that with an agile, brittle profession in September and facing such a large level gap that, there's no way to block that stern female crab. Once you take a hit, you may be killed. The thief profession was at a heavenly disadvantage in front of an Iron King's bastard monster like the ghost scythe giant crab, which had high offense and thick blood. Wrapped-face man wanted to rush to the stern of the ship, but it was too late. Now the only thing he could do was to settle the male crabs in the bow quickly with Scarface. A quick battle. The man with the wrapped face growled sharply. And, yes, Scarface also knew that the situation was grim, clenched his teeth and held a huge axe in both hands, violently chopping towards the male crab. A fight without life. By this time the September had stopped in front of the female crab in the stern, and, with the agile pace of the thief, striking first, the dagger in her hand had slashed viciously at the shell of the female crab's abdomen. However, a few painless damage bursts made her simply despair a bit. The dagger in his hand, which was only a foot long, couldn't even break through the thick armor of the female crab. A small, fast weapon like a dagger was simply an inherent disadvantage against this kind of thickly armored monster. The furious counterattack of the female crab had arrived, and as she watched her progeny on deck being massacred by the shipwrights, enraged, it was bound to roll any obstructionist into the ground. At this time, the wind and waves on the river, the boat once again rocked, September's original sensitive pace but unsteady on his feet, seeing that huge guillotine-like crab pincer killing head-on, but she had already dodged and, September, Scarface and shrouded man in the bow of the boat hissed at this. Suddenly, however, a figure leaped high from the lookout of the ship's mast, and with precision, blocked the September. A shield with a white tiger's ferocious pattern was lightning fast and precise, beckoning this strike from the ghost scythe giant crab. With a roar of gold and iron, the huge difference in rank smashed Shao Knight along with the tiger fierce battle shield in his hand, and he was slammed backward for several meters, yet it blocked the fatal blow for September. "Leave it to me here." Shao Knight's face didn't change, and he roared without turning his head back. "Let Scar and the others kill the male crabs first." Chapter 82, Feet Slip. Eat roasted crabs today. September's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Shao Knight, who was holding the tiger fierce battle shield in front of her. Even though that strike just now, Shao Knight had almost managed to block it perfectly. However, the huge difference in level and attributes still caused Shao Knight to be smashed back several meters by the ghost sickle giant crab like a kite with a broken string. "Give it to you? Are you crazy? How can you possibly? By yourself?" September hurriedly said, wanting to go forward and pull up Shao Knight. However, Shao Knight didn't wait for her to pull, and with a nimble flip up, he once again met her with the tiger fierce battle shield in hand. "You go get Scarface and the others to take care of the male crabs on the bow first," Shao Knight said without looking back. "Kill one first. We can't afford a war of attrition." September's eyes were appalled, but she knew that Shao Knight was right. The only ones on this freighter who can stand up to the ghost sickle giant crab are Scar and Stripes. At this time, however, both of them were in the bow of the boat. The distance from the bow to the stern is just over 50 meters, but in today's situation it is a life and death distance. Even if they were to spare one of them to come to the stern of the ship and hold off the more vicious female crab, it would be too late. It would be better to concentrate the power of the tip of the knife and kill the male crab first. "Good, I got it." September bit her lip hard and nodded her head. And, then a flash of blood color surfaced in her pupils once again, and her body's speed soared violently. September swung her dagger through the center of the ship and, while killing and passing the young crabs that had broken through the boatman's circle of defense, while shouting in a loud voice to the scarred duo at the bow of the boat, "Quick, kill the male crab first. Shao Knight, he won't last long on his own." When Scar and Wrapped Face Man heard that, they also turned their heads towards the stern of the ship, only to see that there was really only one person blocking the way. Shao Knight, holding the tiger fierce battle shield in his hand, he became the last barrier for those shipwrights on the deck. Mother asterisk 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 Isn't this kid messing around? Don't want to die. Scarface immediately cursed sharply. He and the face-wrapped man's mission on this trip was to escort Shao Knight to Blackwater City safely. If this kid dies in the middle of the road, how can he tell Uncle Chin? Scarface violently drew a delicate dagger from his waist and slashed at his own arm, a stream of blood flowing out at the same time that the entire man's muscles burst out in inches. This was his profession's special talent phrase, blood-burning battle frenzy. Get an instant burst of power and damage at the cost of burning a large chunk of your life value. Scarface was fighting for his life straight away. On the other hand, the man with the wrapped face also revealed a flash of ruthlessness, and the round moon scimitars in his hands were thrust together in pairs. His body violently rotated like a gyroscope, and his blade chopped towards the male crab like a gale. Under the duo's joint combat, that ghost scythe male crab's blood bar was also fading rapidly. Above deck, September turned her head worriedly, and only Shao Knight, who was holding the tiger fierce battle shield, was already only a few steps away from that female crab. Level 50, Xiao Yu. Against elite level monsters that were ranked as high as level 115. Even the addition of the exceedingly high number of talent words on Shao Knight was far from being able to make up for the difference in attributes. However, at this moment, Shao Knight was getting calmer and calmer, because what he's trying to do isn't actually killing this horrible ghost sickle giant crab. Rather, it's stalling enough, as long as they could delay a little longer, until the two of them, Scar and Wrapped Face Man, at the bow of the boat had killed the male crab and freed up their hands. The situation is solved. Shao Knight didn't even need to deal much damage. He only needed to attract hatred and survive the pincers of this furious female crab. The guillotine-like pincers of the ghost sickle female crab frantically killed towards Shao Knight. Shao Knight looked at it in his eyes. His feet calling water steps opened in vain. His body nimbly reversed toward the female crab's body side. In a flash, he flashed to the side of the female crab. Then his feet didn't dare to have the slightest pause, and his body flashed to the back of the female crab. He's jamming ghost sickle crab's vision blind spot. September on the deck instantly read Shao Knight's maneuver, and the horns of the 8 sharp limbs of this ghost sickle giant crab were ruthlessly inserted above the deck, although the body was stabilized from the rocking ship. And yet, they also immobilized themselves. That's its weakness. Only Shao Knight dodged to the back of the ghost sickle giant crab, and immediately switched out the King's Sword of Monarch authorization in his hand. Ghost Fire Toxin is violently activated, with burning and toxin effects stabbed viciously at the back of the ghost scythe giant crab. Although it failed to penetrate its armor, also failed to successfully attach burning and toxin effects due to the huge level gap. However, Shao Knight's maneuver was successful in attracting the hatred of the ghost sickle giant crab. The furious female crab averted her eyes from those of the shipwrights on the deck of the, spinning his huge, heavy body, trying to guillotine the uninvited guest behind him. However, because the previous limbs and feet have been deeply inserted into the deck, each move of a limb and sickle must first be pulled out of that deck. The advantages that had originally held its huge frame in place on the rocking ship. At this moment, it turned in vain and became the greatest disadvantage of this ghost sickle giant crab. In contrast, however, Shao Knight, who kept dodging and getting stuck in the dead center behind the ghost sickle giant crab, was incredibly flexible. The rocking ship had stained the decks above with water. The sharp limb feet of the ghost sickle giant crab continued to pierce the deck, and one of the limb feet slipped violently and lodged in the air, though unaffected by the support of its as many as 8 limbs and feet. But this scene was keenly seen in Shao Knight's eyes, suddenly shouting to September and the shipwrights on deck. Oil! Is there any oil? September snapped out of it, and her eyes immediately searched around the deck for the. One of the older shipwrights responded as well, hastily removing a bucket of oil used to lubricate landing gear bearings from the reserve box and handing it to September. September had wanted to throw it high up to Shao Knight. But seeing the female crab, which stood up almost as high as a story, with her teeth and claws open, stopping the whole air in its tracks, in a flash of inspiration, he bent down and slid the bucket of lubricating oil along the deck underneath the body of the ghost sickle giant crab. Shao Knight. Next, a barrel of engine oil was flung from the deck along the gap between the 8-limbed feet of the ghost sickle giant crab. Shao Knight watched carefully, and stepped on it, and then he gripped the sword of the King's Grant in his hand backwards and stabbed it through the fuel tank. The yellowish oil suddenly spread along the deck like in all directions. The already smooth and shiny deck became instantly oily. The ghost sickle giant crab's sharp limb feet stabbed at it and immediately slipped. The left half of his limb and foot were almost on the oil, and his whole body tipped over in an instant. Shao Knight took advantage of this opportunity to. Ghost Fire Toxin is activated again. In an instant, the left half of the oil-soaked body of the ghost sickle giant crab was set ablaze. 26. Burning damage is not much, if any, low though, but it instantly panicked this ghost sickle giant crab that lived in the water. Having never seen fire in its life, half of its body was scorched at this time, and its 8 limbs and feet stomped frantically, but instead all of them stepped in the oil, and its body burned with flames. The intense burning sensation, although not to be fatal, caused it to ignore Shao Knight beside it in a panic rage. And this scene also fell into the eyes of Scarface and Wrapped Face Man at the bow of the boat. Good boy. It's really him. Scarface couldn't help but let out a chorus of applause. Under the joint output of him and Wrapped Face Man, the bloodstain of this one male crab on the bow finally bottomed out. Scarface violently swung the huge axe in his hand and viciously cut the male crab's head into two halves. Then a glance was exchanged with the man with the wrapped face, and the two of them hastened to the stern to save the day. Mother asterisk 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 grilled crabs today. Chapter 83, The Face of the Wrapped Man. Arrival at Blackwater City. Shao Knight kid, hide far away. Let Master Blade show you his hand. Scarface hemmed and hawed, gripping his giant axe in both hands as he charged toward the stern of the ship. The heavy giant axe more than one person high was wheeled round by him, as if a full moon bloomed on the deck. Then a huge axe blade silhouette appeared out of thin air. It was 7 or 8 meters long, ruthlessly hacking towards the crab-tailed female crab. Shao Knight was also shaken by the tiger as he watched, and hurriedly ducked towards the cargo warehouse next to him, only to see that huge axe blade shadow ruthlessly chopping on the female crab's back shell. The female crab, who was already unsteady on her feet, was directly dislodged by this solid axe, and fell on her back on the deck. The armor with thorns on his back was even torn right through a large gash. 21689. Damage numbers as high as 20,000 exploded violently. Shao Knight was secretly surprised in his heart as he watched. This would be Scarface's big move. At this moment, that face-wrapped man's figure flickered, and at some point, he had already circled around to the back of the female crab. Kid, your job is done. Leave it to us brothers next, Scarface said to Shao Knight without looking back. Only the bandages wrapped halfway around his body there, including his head and face, suddenly came undone. The long bandage held in his hand was like a spirit, flung towards the female crab, instantly binding one of its crab pincers tightly. This bandage is actually a piece of equipment, or, should I say weapons? The destructive power of the ghost sickle giant crab that was bound to one of the crab pincers instantly dropped by half, but even if it struggled desperately, it was unable to tear off the bandage that was wrapped around it for a moment. Unwrapping the bandages around his face, the man with the wrapped face also finally revealed the true face of the mountain, only to see that a thin face unexpectedly when really people is the name of a face painted. Not painted on, exactly, but tattooed with the face of a Danish actor in the theater, as if to hide the lurid burns on his face. Shao Nightfall couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. What exactly had this person gone through? At this time a hand suddenly pulled Shao Knight into the cabin next to him, and it was none other than September, who had rushed over. Seeing Shao Knight's gaze staring straight at the face of the face-wrapped man, September spoke in a low voice and, Brother Stripes was carried back from the dead by Uncle Chin. I heard that he had offended someone he shouldn't have, and the whole family was burned to death by a Stormflame mage. Even Sun Yang couldn't sew his face, and then he had this face tattooed on his face and kept it wrapped. Shao Knight didn't say anything. Each and every one of these people is actually nothing more than a misery. The two of them were hiding in the middle of the cabin. I only saw that under the joint efforts of the scarred face and the man with the wrapped face, the vicious female crab at the stern of the ship could only be defeated in every way. The duo is pretty much in sync with each other. Scarface is the main attacker. The man with the face is the controller, obviously without scruples. It was only a matter of time before the duo with all their firepower took down this ghost sickle giant crab at the stern of the ship. You don't need yourself here. Shao Knight and September also followed the cargo hold to the top of the deck, helping the shipwrights clean up the young crabs that were still crawling onto the ship without knowing that they were dead. Without the threat of male and female giant crabs, these low-grade juvenile crabs, though still densely populated, seemed less frightening, and the boatmen, one and all, also steadied themselves, and held the sides of the boat steadily, and, Shao Knight in September is also more of a knife one, dry and clear. Finally, with Scarface's roar, the huge axe blade shadow split down at the stern of the ship. That female crab's huge body also collapsed with a bang, completely out of breath. The shipwrights on deck were waving their weapons and cheering their escape from the. Shao Knight's heart couldn't help but take a long, slow breath. At this time the bright moon in the sky once again drilled out of the dark clouds. The silver-like moonlight reappeared on the river. Everything was quiet again. Scarface stiffly removed the female crab's huge pincers, and yelled that he wanted to roast it for dinner. The man with the wrapped face seemed to be saying something in disgust. The bosun on deck, with a list in his hand, counted the boatmen, one by one, and the shipwrights whose names were read slowly raised their hands, but there wasn't much joy on their faces. This crab disaster killed 3 of their boatmen and seriously injured 1. Some of the shipwrights who survived were praying to the gods and thanking them for their blessings. Others were silently staring at the empty spot next to them in disbelief. By the time this voyage is over, the dead shipwrights will have a generous pension to their families. This is the life of the vast majority of ordinary people in this world. Shao Knight sat on the steps of the cargo hold and gazed out at the scene on the deck. September quietly sat down beside him and said, "It's almost time to get to Blackwater City at dawn." Shao Knight gently nodded in response. September looked at Shao Knight's side face and was likewise a bit out of her mind. She recalled the scene where Shao Knight calmly stood in front of her under the frenzied attack of the female crab. This man was somewhat like Uncle Chin, yet also somewhat different. Shao Knight suddenly turned his head, saw that out of breath looking at his September, and asked, "What's wrong?" September was caught off guard as she locked eyes with Shao Knight, and a scarlet flush suddenly surfaced on her cheeks as she hurriedly turned her head away. "Nothing, I'm going to take a nap." Then with light but somewhat flustered steps, he walked back to the cargo bay. Not a moment later, Scarface was carrying the crab pincer, which was over a meter long, in one hand, and a charcoal grill in the other, sitting on his butt on the deck near Shao Knight. It seemed like he had to roast that crab pincer and eat it, yet that grill should have been wet with coals when the ship stirred just now. Scarface how can not point? Anxious straight sigh, twisted his head to see sitting on the steps of the Shao Knight, eyes lit up and said, "Good boy, I remember didn't you just have a move that can light a fire? Quickly help me light this stove." Shao Knight was instantly helpless, and with a stretch of his hand, he turned on the ghost flame toxin, and with flames dancing on his fingertips, he said to Scarface, "This fire of mine is poisoned. Are you sure you want it?" Scarface immediately froze, looking at the wisp of flame in Shao Knight's hand that still seemed to have a hint of a bizarre green color in it. The moment he skimmed the surface, he said, "Ha, that's better." Shao Knight smiled and persuaded him, "I don't think you should bother. The meat of a mature ghost sickle giant crab is extremely faggy and sour. It's not tasty." Scarface glared at Shao Knight in disbelief. "Really? You kid, don't bluff me." Shao Knight nodded helplessly. Scarface hesitated for half a day, but still chose to believe Shao Knight. Cursing the huge crab pincer he was holding, walked to the bow of the boat, and angrily threw it into the river. Mother stinky crabs. No. By this time the sky in the east was already white with the color of a fish's belly. A few wisps of sunrise surged and fell on the river, and in the distance, the shadow of an imposing city-state slowly appeared. Blackwater City has arrived. Chapter 84 Nightingale Tavern. Talent Fusion. The morning sun is falling. The black-shadowed city-state that was like a mountain in front of him was getting closer and closer, and the originally calm river water reached here, but the flow rate was visibly and obviously faster. The shipwrights on the freighter even shut down their engines directly, but the ship continued to sail forward at an unabated speed, as if being pulled farther by a huge suction force. The morning fog is lifting. Unconsciously stood up from the deck above, the Shao Knight also finally saw this behemoth in front of him, only to see that is located in the river is actually a magnificent dam. The torrential river was cut off in a flash at this moment, and as the dam rose and fell like a mountain to release the water, the surrounding ships were naturally sucked along with the current. In the shadow of the dam, the river, which was already mixed with mud and sand as if it were ink. No wonder it's called Blackwater City. It's said that the dam is only a third of what it was in its heyday, and if it hadn't been destroyed by that one Calamity-class monster back then, it would only be more spectacular now. Stripes didn't know when he stood next to Shao Knight. At this time, he once again wrapped his entire face tightly, as if he was explaining to Shao Knight, as if he was talking to himself, and said, "But even if there's only one gate left, it's enough to supply the entire city with electricity." At this time September also came on deck, and looking at the dam before her, which was like a gigantic object, her face leaped with. Finally, the ships ahead had also converged into a long line, sailing bit by bit into the city-state, which was practically built on a dam. As the tributaries passed through the gates, the freighter docked alongside one of the piers. "Go away!" Scarface at the bow of the boat greeted Shao Knight's men and took the lead in jumping onto the shore. Mother her. It's still this solid ground that's comfortable to step on. Scar cursed in a low voice and stomped hard on the ground a few times before getting comfortable, then said to Wrapped Face Man, Stripes, where's our contact? Where is he?" "The Nightingale Tavern," the man with the wrapped face whispered and led the way. September, who was beside him, said quietly to Shao Knight, "Actually, it's Scar's first time coming to this Blackwater City, but Stripes isn't. He knows this Blackwater City better than he knows the old town. Let's just follow him." The path Stripes took was a small one, narrow and twisting in all directions, and he didn't meet many other people along the way. As the boisterous sounds gradually came from ahead, the path in front of them opened up, only to see Stripes lead them directly into the middle of Blackwater City's bazaar. It was only at this time that Shao Knight realized the gold content of the words Uncle Chin had said. 90% of the source of goods in the underground black market in Shangjing City came from here. As far as the eye could see, it was like a huge ghost market. The bazaar on the ground was crowded, and around it a small building was built with interconnecting self-built galleries, and galleries on top of galleries. The layers overlapped like a maze. The goods place like this in every store called Shao Knight's eyes wide open. Equipment and weapons that have not even been cleaned of blood. High-risk level alien beast cubs that have been strictly prohibited by the military. And even some humanoid monsters that have been held in cages. It's noisy, it's boisterous, but it's just mind-blowing. This is Blackwater City. The Nightingale Tavern, where Stripes led the way, was situated in the middle of a fairly quiet neighborhood. The new wave of neon lights nailed to a wooden plaque reads in 4 large letters, The Nightingale Tavern. The main body of the tavern appeared to be underground, with only an entrance built into the above-ground facade. Stripes and Scar walked ahead of them, following a staircase all the way down. This underground is really something else. Just the entrance hall is as wide as a factory building, and further in is exactly through a lot of long corridors, as if a complete underground shelter. Stripes went and said something to the guy at the counter. Soon a woman with purple-dyed hair came over and brought Shao Knight's few people to a suite at the far end of the deep corridor. You'll stay here today, and if you have anything to say to the people at the tavern, you're all on your own here. Flowerface explained to Shao Knight in September. Scar and I have some errands to run, so stay in your rooms and try not to go out. September quietly skimmed her mouth at Shao Knight, but still obediently carried her luggage into the suite, only to see that there were a total of 4 rooms in this suite. Although it was located underground, it was not too narrow, at least it was too much better than in that cabin. September opened the doors to all 4 rooms with a big grin straight away and then he picked the most satisfactory one for himself and pointed to the one next to him and said to Shao Knight, Raw melon, I'll take this room, you take the one inside. Shao Knight didn't care. These rooms were all located underground anyway. All of them had no windows. Walking in, he lay down on the bed and closed the door to the room. The night's thrilling water journey made Shao Knight's exhaustion surge up as soon as he lay down. The sound of pattering water rang out next door, as if September was taking a bath. Shao Knight sat down on the bed with his legs crossed, then opened his attribute panel and the experience from participating in killing the ghost sickle giant crab and hundreds of juvenile crabs on the deck last night had allowed Shao Knight's level to directly rise 4 levels in a row. And while disposing of the corpses, Shao Knight quietly sacrificed all of the payloads of the 2 ghost sickle giant crabs and the countless young crabs. Until now, Shao Knight's mind could still recall that wonderful beeping tone that ghost sickle giant crab salary flame sacrifice is successful. Fire value gained, 489 points. The corpses of those ghost-sized giant crabs on the deck added up to provide Shao Knight with nearly 500 points of fire value. It's just heavenly. Moreover, Shao Knight also managed to obtain one of that ghost sickle giant crab's talent phrases, Furious Dance. Rank A. Effect, the sharp barbed feet of the ghost scythe crab are one of their most powerful weapons, allowing it to move steadily on slopes of all angles of inclination. Additional effect, increase movement speed by 15%. Additional effect, immunity to most forced displacement effects while standing steadily. In the middle of the quiet room, Shao Knight suddenly turned on this Furious Dance, only to see that a fierce suction force seemed to converge above the feet and hands, and every step out was like a steady nail on the ground. Extremely solid. Shao Knight tentatively boarded on the wall and leapt so violently that he could even take several steps in a row on the vertical wall, and it also increases movement speed by 15%. Good skills. Shao Knight instantly remembered his other skill that increased his movement speed, Water Calling Step, which also had the added effect of being immune to most control skills. I wonder what it would be like to combine these 2 skills into one. Shao Knight met Uncle Chin the same night after he succeeded in his first turn, and was then also caught up in this series of changes. The talent phrase fusion technique that I learned from among that envelope left behind by my predecessor at the transformation ceremony. I have never had the time to use it yet. At this moment, Shao Knight's mind instantly moved. A single line came to mind. And, does it consume 100 fire points to fuse the phrase, Water Calling Steps with Furious Dance Steps? Chapter 85, Crazy Fusion. S-Rank Word Calling Tide Spirit Steps. Fusion. Shao Knight chose to fuse without hesitation. With the large wave of fire seed value that he had harvested on the deck last night, coupled with his previous hoard, Shao Knight had a full 900 points of fire seed value in his hands. If you don't use it now, when will you? Then a line of hints suddenly appeared in front of Shao Knight. After fusion, you will permanently lose your talent phrases, Water Calling Step, Raging Dance Step. Do you want to continue fusion? Keep fusing. Shao Knight nodded his head in certainty. If the old doesn't go, the new doesn't come. Then the 2 wisps of fire suddenly broke out from within their own bodies, as if they were 2 interlocking fire snakes, gradually mingling with each other. Gathered into a new and brighter fire. A line of hints suddenly surfaced that, talent fusion successful. Acquired the S-rank talent phrase, Tide Calling Spirit Steps. It worked. Shao Knight's heart rejoiced as he hurriedly clicked on the attribute panel. A new entry had been added to the column of talent entries, calling the Tide Spirit Steps. Rank S. Effect, summons the spirit of the tides and gains the power of spirituality. Upon activation, instantly increases movement speed by 50%. Additional words, when turned on, immune to most slowing effects, control effects. Additional words, when located in a water environment, the effect of the skill is increased by 100%. What a tide-calling spirit step. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but be overjoyed. I didn't expect that a B-ranked, water summoning steps, coupled with an A-ranked, furious dance steps, would actually fuse together to create an S-ranked talent skill. Not only does it directly stack the two original phrases of immunity to slowing effects, and immunity to control effects. What's more, it reinforces the movement speed boost right up to 50%. When stacked with the additional skill of the Black Moon Cloak that he had equipped, Black Moon Hour, that 30 seconds of additional 50% speed bonus, Xiao Knight's movement speed, who was already a force-sensitive stream, would reach a terrifying point, even to the point of completely crushing pure agility professions of the same level. The first time I fused a skill phrase, it came out excellent. It made Xiao Yenue couldn't help but have high expectations for the fusion of the other skills that would follow. Quietly examining the 20 or so talent entries in his attribute panel, when Xiao Knight used the word fusion technique, then it was also discovered that not any two phrases could be fused with each other. For example, the D-rank phrase, savagery, which increases the strength value by 100 points, cannot be fused with concentration, which increases the mental value by 100 points, because the two phrases have nothing to do with each other. However, the undead phrase that adds 100 points of poison resistance can be fused with the corrosion resistant phrase that adds 100 points of corrosion resistance. Because both of these increase resistance to attribute anomalies, and since both phrases are D rank, fusing them only consumes 40 points of fire value. Xiao Knight chose to fuse without hesitation. A new B-rank phrase, Steel Spirit, was obtained with it. Effects, Steel Body. Substantial resistance increase to both poisonous attributes and corrosive effects. Additional effect, Defense plus 500. Not only did it fuse and upgrade both phrases altogether, but it also shuffled out an additional effect of increased defense. 100 benefits and no harm. After figuring out the pattern of word fusion, Xiao Knight also quickly searched among the talent words. Suddenly, however, two words that had taken him somewhat by surprise actually showed that they could be fused. The Chrysalis of False Death, and the Ghostly Shadow Splitter, which are also A-ranked, respectively. These two phrases can actually be fused? Xiao Knight himself was a bit surprised. After all, from the word skill introduction, the effects and attributes of these two skills were simply unrelated. However, due to the fact that two skills that were both A-ranked would require a whopping 300 points of spark value to be consumed in order to fuse them into a single phrase, Xiao Knight instantly hesitated, because as it stands, these two phrases have been of great strategic importance. Anyone who casts it in battle can have an unexpected effect on the enemy. If once the fused skill was crooked, it would instead be a major weakening of one's battle power. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Knight ultimately chose to fuse. Take a gamble. Just bet that this fusion, which consumed a whopping 300 points of fire value, wouldn't come out with a waste skill. The moment after Xiao Knight made his choice, two strands of fire were drawn out of themselves and slowly mingled with each other. Finally, a prompt appeared in front of Xiao Knight's eyes. Talent phrase Ghost Shadow Divergence and phrase Chrysalis of False Death fused successfully. Gain SS rank talent phrase Substitute Mirror Image. Effects, instantly summons a mirror doppelganger within a certain range around it. The mirror image has a solid body and is identical to the host's appearance, and at the same time has 50% of the host's full attributes. Bonus word, the host may remotely manipulate a mirror image within the effective range and cause a single damage dealt to itself to be transferred onto the mirror double. Once only. SS rank talent word. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. This time it was considered to be a big profit. The two A-rank skills with strong strategic significance hadn't been expended in vain. As expected, this substitute mirror image directly gave the doppelganger an entity. It was no longer the false image of the previous empty shadow projection, and once it had an entity, there were far too many tactics that Xiao Knight was able to implement. A two-line operation, out of the blue, and there's an extreme additional phrase that allows the stand-in mirror image to take 1 damage for itself. It's literally a crushing gold medal for saving your life. Those 300 points of fire value consumed were so worth it. And just as Xiao Knight was overjoyed over the harvest of this fusion, suddenly, yet again, I saw a set of talent phrases that could be fused among the many phrases. A line of hints also appeared in front of Xiao Knight. Does it incorporate the talents Ghost Fire Toxin, Corpse Poison, and Ghost Grievance? Xiao Knight froze in his tracks. Is it actually possible to fuse multiple talent phrases at the same time? He himself had actually thought that Ghost Fire Toxin and Corpse Poison, two words with the same toxin effect, could be fused, but it didn't occur to me that the phrase Spectral Grievance could be fused together as well. This phrase was the phrase that he had acquired back when he had killed the chrysalis of the 1,000-foot soldier at General Lulan. The effect is that when it is turned on, The attack comes with that spectral grudge effect that ignores all of the target's physical defense and magic resistance. Inflicts a sustained true damage effect. The damage value is not high, but there is one thing that is very nasty. That is, that a specter effect cannot be undone by items such as antidote potions, unless it is undone by a purification skill such as a priest's holy light spell. Now these three talent phrases can actually be fused together, but it needed to consume a full whopping 500 points of fire value. It was almost all of the inventory left in Shao Knight's hands. This one can be said to have emptied the family's pockets directly. Although Shao Knight had a moment of flesh pain, he didn't hesitate in the slightest, scanning through some of the other talent phrases on his body, except for some of the most basic D-rank resistance type phrases that could still be fused. The rest of the higher order phrases such as photosynthesis recovery, ultrasonic solitaire, full moon sweep, and swift thunder burst were not able to fuse with each other for the time being. Simply just pike it. Shao Knight clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Fuse me." Chapter 86, Toxin Fusion. SS Class, Tarsus Poisonous Flame. 3 different wisps of fire instantly drilled out from Shao Knight's body. The one with the weird green light is Ghost Fire Toxin. The wisps of white smoke are necrotic poison, and from time to time, there are ghosts and spirits that pass through like skeletons and souls. The 3 fires symbolizing different talent phrases instantly intertwined and fused in front of Shao Knight's eyes, emitting a burst of crackling and sizzling burning sounds, seemingly engulfing and killing each other. Finally, the 3 rays of the payload intersected and fused together into an even more violent payload. Ghost Fire Toxin, Corpse Poison, and Ghost Grievance fused successfully. Has obtained the SS grade talent phrase, Tarsal Poisonous Inferno. Another SS rank phrase. Shao Knight couldn't help but hold his breath as he hurriedly went to check out this new talent phrase. After all, that Ghost Fire Toxin and Corpse Poison, these toxin effects, were a big help for him to get to where he was now. Just what kind of new talent phrase can be fused? The attributes of the new phrase were instantly revealed in the talent bar. Tarsal Toxicosis. Rank, SS. Effects, like a life-suppressing ghost, the poison of the Tarsus will not stop, and when it hits the target, it will cause the target to fall into a poisonous inflammation effect, dealing damage continuously every second. After stacking 10 layers, it turns to deal 1% of maximum blood damage per second. Additional effects, cannot be undone by normal antidote potions, cannot be undone by normal purification spells. Additional effect, after the target is caught in the Tarsal Poisonous Inferno state, the stun resistance gradually decreases, making it easier to hit the abnormal effect. Hiss. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This is the SS rank toxin that combines Ghost Fire Toxin, Corpse Poison, and Ghost Grievance. It can't be undone by normal means as long as it hits the target. That alone is dominating enough. Not to mention the fact that after stacking up to 10 layers, it turns directly into sustained poisoning at a percentage of max life every second. Fierce poison. Fierce poison. Even Shao Knight himself was a bit shocked by what he saw. In other words, as long as this Tarsal Poisonous Flame was stacked to 10 layers, then the target could only obediently wait for death, unless it's a higher level alchemical antidote potion and a divine level purification spell. However, who in the ordinary world would keep a bottle of alchemical antidote potion worth more than $100,000 in their backpack? Not to mention the sacred grade purification technique, which unusual priests could only possess if they had reached the 3rd turn or higher. This thing was simply Shao Knight's killer app. It was worthy of the name, Tarsus Poisonous Flame. As long as it stuck to it, it would be like a Tarsus that could never be escaped. Almost unbeatable at this stage. It's more of a desperate means to single-handedly kill boss-level monsters. Unless it was some epic level or higher boss-level monster that far exceeded Shao Knight's level, it would not be able to withstand this Tarsal Bone Poison Flame at all. Now that Shao Knight had come to this Blackwater city, it just so happened to be a big help for him to brush up his monsters and upgrade. Those 500 points of fire value were simply well spent. If it came nowadays, it also directly emptied out all of Shao Knight's hoarded fire value home base up to this point. The next step was not only to brush experience to level up, but sacrificing monsters to harvest fire values in large quantities was also imperative. Just as Shao Knight was carefully studying and attempting to use the newly fused few high-level words, the door of the room, but suddenly there came a knock at the door of the raw melon. Are you rested? Shao Knight, who had been disturbed in his thoughts, did not want to answer. Within seconds, however, the door to the room was actually opened from the outside. I saw that September leaning against the doorframe with a smile on her face, juggling a delicate lock-picking tool in her hand. She's an undead thief by trade, a profession born to find undead treasure for a living. The unique lock-picking technique that came with the talent phrase was top-notch even when looking at all thief-type professions. Shao Knight instantly looked helplessly at the September in front of him. Don't you think that's a bit rude? Opening someone's door without permission. September, however, justified his smile and said, Hee, hands are raw, take the lock on your door and practice. Shao Knight, hey, Don't be so cheap. September walked into Shao Knight's house with a big grin, her eyes swept around the house, and took a seat on the chair by the bed. Then with a wry smile at Shao Knight, he asked, "Aren't you curious as to what Scar and Brother Stripes are mysteriously doing?" Shao Knight shook his head and said frankly, "Not curious." He had come to this Blackwater city with only one mission, and that was to utilize all the conditions around him that he could, to rapidly level up within a month. The other things that Uncle Chin didn't say, then it had nothing to do with Shao Knight. However, he saw September blankly glancing at him, as if she had already expected this kind of reply from Shao Knight, and said to herself, "I heard that Uncle Chin sent Scar and the two of them to Blackwater City for another matter. It seems to be about a batch of goods. Someone was in Blackwater City and robbed a batch of goods that were supposed to be shipped to Uncle Chin, and now this batch of goods is nowhere to be found. I'm guessing Scar and the two of them are just going to look into this." Shao Knight heard every word clearly, but did not react in any way, with an attitude that had nothing to do with it. Looking at September's heart, she stood up and glared at Shao Knight and said, "Hey, aren't you curious what this shipment is?" Shao Knight shook his head once again and said, "Not curious, Uncle Chin, he has his own arrangements." September was instantly infuriated by Shao Knight's oily and salty appearance, and ruthlessly said, "Then stay in this house of yours." Shao Knight remained indifferent and closed his eyes. Instead, after thumping around the house a few times in anger, September still couldn't help but walk over to Shao Knight and said, "I heard Uncle Chin's conversation with Sun Yang the other day, and the shipment that was lost was a batch of high-grade alchemy potions. Do you understand high-grade alchemy potions? That's to be sent to the battlefield to save lives." Shao Knight finally opened his eyes and suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "If it's Uncle Chin's potion, why did you send it to the battlefield?" September froze for a moment and said, This I don't know. I only know that this batch of high-level alchemy potions is worth a lot of money. Even Uncle Chin, his old man, can't afford to sit back and watch this batch of goods being robbed." Upon hearing this, Shao Knight was once again resuming his previous state of resting his eyes with closed eyes and said indifferently, "In that case, it's even more out of your in my hands. Your mission for coming to this Blackwater City should be the same as mine, right? Both are to level up as quickly as possible within a month. Let Scarface and the others look into these idle matters." September frowned but could only ease it down again. The task that San Yang gave her before she left was indeed this, and San Yang, who knew her nature, had specifically instructed her to stay out of other things. September could only sigh and say, "What a loser. So what do you say? When are we going out of town to practice?" Shao Knight narrowed his eyes and pointed with a precise finger at the pair of maps that Hong San Yang had given him that were placed on the bed, saying, "There's a high-level contaminated area outside of Blackwater City that used to be a jade mine, and the monsters spread out in it are between level 50 and level 90. Tomorrow at dawn, it's off." Chapter 87, Dragons and Snakes, the terror of the highly contaminated zone. Until late at night, the duo of Scar and Stripes did not return. It wasn't exactly a quiet night at the Nightingale Tavern, but it was a safe one. There was a set of hidden gates between the suite area where Shao Knight and September were staying and the long corridor and hall outside. Once evening came, the tavern sent someone over to close the gates, isolating the suite area from the outside, and sent over a dinner for Shao Knight and September. The person delivering the food was still the same woman with dyed purple hair who had led the way for them during the day. September still wanted to set a set of words with her and ask Scar where the hell they'd gone. I didn't realize that this purple-haired woman was ignoring her and just reminding her that, try not to go out at night. Someone will open the inner gates in the morning, all for your safety. The night in the middle of the Nightingale Tavern passed quickly. Shao Knight also finally had a peaceful sleep, soothing his continuously tense body and nerves. It was just about midnight when I opened my eyes. Shao Knight reorganized the backpack he was carrying. For the sake of this trip to Blackwater City to practice, Shao Knight had spent a large sum of money to prepare a considerable amount of high-grade blood pills and other recovery potions, antidote potions, mother bugs, lighting bugs, and a series of auxiliary props that may be used are also prepared, just to cope with the various conditions that may occur in the high-level contaminated area. Everything is ready. Shao Knight gently knocked on September's door, and just as his finger was placed on it, the door to the room was opened from the inside, only to see that September, who had also put on her equipment long ago, was standing in front of the door with a smile on her face. A tight-fitting leather armor outfit looked valiant, and the eyes with a hint of red gave a dangerous yet charming aesthetic. Raw melon, when it comes to practicing, you're up quite early. September's footsteps were light as she walked past Shao Knight, a dagger with a chilling light playing a knife twist at her fingertips and reinserting it into the holster at her waist. Depart. There was a Blackwater City gate right near the Nightingale Tavern, and the tavern had even sent someone to show Shao Knight and September the way. At this time, although the sky is just slightly bright, but see, this Blackwater City has already had many traders began to busy. There were people in the morning color. The person leading the way was obviously a living map. leading Shao Knight in September all the way through the bazaar and houses familiarly, and soon arrived at the gates of Blackwater City. This is the northern gate of Blackwater City. After you go out there is a highly contaminated area. You two must be careful. The person leading the way had completed his task and instructed Shao Knight in September that only to see that this slightly crude city gate was like a makeshift defense measure that was rather shabby compared to the majestic gates and barriers of Shangjing City. Yet there were hundreds of guards manning the gates. Each had a different system of clothing, but each was in formation and held their defensive positions firmly in unison. Who are these guards? Shao Knight instantly asked. It doesn't look like they're from the same group of forces. September thought a little, and replied. I've heard Uncle Chin and the others say that the security of this Blackwater City defense is maintained by the major forces in the city joining forces, and that each force sends its own manpower to participate in the city's defense, because they all know in their hearts that once if Blackwater City is gone, everyone's business will be over. So just by virtue of the stakes involved, every power will do their best in city defense, not daring to slack off in the slightest. A shock also floated up in Shao Knight's heart for once. This Blackwater City, hidden behind all the major black forces, has managed to maintain the defense of a city all on the basis of profit. I'm afraid there must be someone high up behind it. When the guards of the various forces at the city gates saw Shao Knight in September, two such young professionals, yet they wanted to leave the city, all looked at them with a strange gaze, as if they were looking at dead people. Yet it was not stopped. Their mission was only to get in, not to get out. Not to mention that the number of dead people outside this Blackwater City every day was never low. Stepping outside the gates of Blackwater City, Shao Knight almost immediately sensed the difference between this highly polluted area and those ordinary leveling areas near Shangjing City. That's just too many monsters roaming around here. The number was literally dozens of times more than a normal practicing area, and the types are even more bizarre, with ordinary monsters mixed in with elite-level monsters. Just outside the city gates, less than 100 meters in front of us, there was a pack of hideous-looking mutant hyenas. Scarlet eyes stared unkindly at Shao Knight in September, yet they had just approached within 100-meter distance of the city gates when he was then shot on the spot by the guards at the city gates with several spells and arrow feathers. However, before they had time to catch their breath for a moment, another group of monsters from the other direction smelled the smell in the middle of Blackwater City and rushed towards the city gates. These guards don't have an easy job. Shao Knight couldn't help but glance at September as well. Both of their eyes were also taut, not daring to slack off any further. Once you stepped out of the city gates, it was like stepping into a tide of beasts, with monsters in every direction. If you're not careful, you might even fall prey to This is the advanced contamination zone. Shao Knight once again pulled out the map from his backpack to confirm the direction, then pointed towards an abandoned general road ahead, which was the direction of the Jade Mine. However, not to mention the Jade Quarry, at this moment, even traversing the open space in front of him that was filled with roaming monsters was not an easy task. Gotta kill it. Shao Knight held the Tiger Fierce battle shield in one hand, and the King's Sword of Monarch authorization in the other. His body status was pulled to full capacity, and he directly killed the monsters in the group, passing by the corpses of the pack of mutated hyenas that had been shot by the guards, and mending one that was not yet dead in passing, and incidentally sacrificed the payloads from their corpses. Mutant hyenas payload sacrifice is successful. Gained 50 points of fire value. A line of hints suddenly rang in Shao Knight's ears, immediately causing Shao Knight's heart to rejoice. The fire values given by these monsters in highly polluted areas were surprisingly much higher than normal monsters as well. Behind her, September was also not willing to lag behind, and she, who was an agile thief profession, quickly caught up with her dagger in hand. At this moment, in front of the two of them was a giant rhinoceros-type monster whose body was as huge as a small house. The veins under his skin burst like hot lava, and he smoked white smoke. The giant rhinoceros walked towards the duo one step at a time, the footprints left behind by each step burning with fire. There was also the body of a professional pierced through the horn that looked like a sharp knife in front of his forehead. Shao Knight, who had opened his delusion-breaking pupil, had the information of this behemoth appear before his eyes all of a sudden. Lava Rhinoceros, level 60 high pollution monster, blood, 30,000, talent word, lava armor, magma blood, bursting horns, chapter 88, lava giant rhinoceros, an unexpected new phrase, high pollution level monsters. Shao Nightfall couldn't help but whisper. This was the first time he had ever faced a high pollution level monster head-on in reality. According to the description in the textbooks of the first middle school, monsters of the high pollution class are different from ordinary monsters, with more obvious and destructive mutations throughout their bodies due to the high level of pollution. The lava giant rhinoceros in front of him was a living example. Not only did it become several times larger, but its skin was as hot as lava. The one rhinoceros horn in front of his forehead that was like a blade was even more chilling. However, At that moment, that lava giant rhinoceros threw back its head and threw down the corpse of that professional that was stuck in its horn. A pair of blood-red eyes immediately took the Shao Knight duo in front of them as their new target. Two thick breaths erupted from among his nostrils, and his four stout hooves stomped on the ground, poised to strike. Make the first move. I'll start the monster. Without hesitation, Shao Knight charged forward with the Junjun authorized king's sword in hand. A fiery hot wind blew across his face, and the closer he got to the surroundings of the lava giant rhinoceros, the temperature rose abruptly. When that lava giant rhinoceros saw Shao Knight charging towards him, it was as if it had been enraged. Rough air puffed out from within his nose, and with his head buried low, he rushed towards Shao Knight with his rhinoceros horn held high. The moment the two collided, Shao Knight suddenly turned on the evoking tide spirit steps. His body's speed became violently faster, and the Junjun authorized king's sword plunged into the ground. Turning a hard corner, he narrowly dodged the charge of the lava giant rhinoceros, and at the same time, the sword of the king of monarchs slashed at its leg in the process. 896. A damage number burst out. This giant rhinoceros-type monster was worthy of being a representative of high defense and blood thickness. Shao Knight's attack power that was originally as high as 1500 could only look to deal nearly 900 damage. But if you can break the defense, you can kill it. At that moment behind her, September also moved. Holding a chilly dagger in her hand, she took a light step and, while nimbly dodging the remainder of the lava giant rhinoceros charge, on the other hand, it was wrapped in a burst of blood-red darkness, and its figure suddenly appeared behind it in a flash. The dagger in his hand danced out a trail of blood, instantly dealing multiple damage. 351, 298, 344. The single damage is not high, but the attack speed is extremely fast. The output of this S-rank profession Undead Thief in September should definitely not be underestimated. That lava giant rhinoceros had a stabbing pain in the back of his ass, and his bloodstain had dropped by a hair. At once, she turned her head and glared fiercely at September, her hatred shifting to her. The lava giant rhinoceros turned its body around, and the rhinoceros horn in front of its forehead swept viciously towards September like a spear. September took several sharp steps back to avoid the. However, he saw the lava rhinoceros burying its head violently and charging towards September again, with a fierce momentum. Suddenly, however, seeing a flash of blood-colored red light on September's body, the whole person just suddenly disappeared from its field of vision. It was the skill unique to the assassin profession. Sneak. The lava giant rhinoceros that had suddenly lost its target instantly plunged headfirst, raising its head and blankly scanning the empty surroundings. However, between this one pull, Shao Knight behind it had also rushed to its back with the monarch-authorized king's sword in hand. A swift thunder burst directly dealt a bludgeoning damage. 2583. Ooh, what damage? A voice suddenly rang in Shao Knight's ears, only to see the figure of September, who was covered with the color of blood, slowly emerge beside him, eyes slightly surprised. He looked at the large blood bar that fell violently from that lava giant rhinoceros. Shao Knight didn't have the time to engage her in conversation. Taking advantage of that lava giant rhinoceros' clumsy turn, his feet deftly turned behind it once more. The king's sword of the king's grant in his hand stabbed out one after another, and several damages appeared once again. Not to be outdone, September's figure flashed and appeared on the other side of the lava giant rhinoceros, and the dagger in her hand slashed fiercely through the. A line of damage burst out from the body of the lava giant rhinoceros. The lava giant rhinoceros was furious, turning its entire body to charge across the room, but it was unable to do anything with the two extremely dexterous people. Shao Knight and September's figures dodged one after another, juggling around the lava rhinoceros in a playful manner. The hatred of the lava giant rhinoceros that drew them kept jumping between the two of them, but they couldn't touch either one of them. Only a constant fury of hissing. The blood bar, however, had been worn down to the bottom. Although it was the first time the duo had teamed up, they had already shown quite a tacit understanding. Seeing that the lava giant rhinoceros's bloodstain was only a sliver left, a flash of blood color flashed in September's pupils, and the corner of his mouth hooked up, so he wanted to go up and grab the last slice of mending experience. Where would Shao Knight let her? His footsteps slammed down, and the Junjun authorized king's sword in his hand stabbed out swiftly and thunderously, only to see that unbeatable lava giant rhinoceros hissing with a burst of anger, his eyes filled with hatred and unwillingness. A burst of heat erupted from his skin, and fiery red filaments of blood suddenly protruded. Suddenly, the paranoia-breaking pupil in Shao Knight's eyes clearly saw that a phrase, thermal molten self-explosion, had even suddenly appeared on that lava giant rhinoceros. Retreat! Shao Knight's quick eyes reached out and pulled September, who wanted to go up to make up for it, next to him. The crushing advantage of the strength attribute allowed Shao Knight to yank her back as soon as she, pulling her sharply backward. You raw melon, and you're playing hard to get. September's instantly widened her eyes and let out a yell of indignant dissatisfaction. before she could finish her sentence. However, he saw the lava rhinoceros, whose bloodstain was only a sliver left in front of him, explode behind him. There was a roar that went straight to her ears, and the entire massive body suddenly burst open, searing hot as blood along the river, splashing out in all directions, directly burning a huge crater out of its original location. Hiss! Such a gruesome picture of. Looking straight at September, she couldn't help but spit out her tongue and rubbed her somewhat dazed ears, turning her head to look at Shao Knight with palpitations and asked, "How did you know this guy had this trick?" She simply didn't dare to think, just now the distance if she was blown up. I'm afraid that she would be disabled without dying. At least she would have to go back to the Nightingale Tavern to recuperate for a few days. Shao Knight raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything, lightly pretending to be a wave. In fact, just now he had also discovered the sudden change in that lava giant rhinoceros in time. But for the fact that the breaking pupil had not directly discerned the sudden appearance of the words thermal fusion self-explosion, Shao Knight's reaction wouldn't have been so decisive. After all, such phrases as self-detonation usually only appear on a specific number of bug monsters, such as the sharpshooter wasp, the blast armor cricket, and other monsters that. I didn't expect that this lava giant rhinoceros body would suddenly change into a self-destruct phrase. Perhaps this was the special thing about high pollution level monsters. The damage of self-explosion can often cause amazing destructive power beyond the monster's original class. Looking at the huge pit in front of him that was more than a dozen meters wide, one would know how terrifying this move was just now. And what was even more ominous was the fact that this violent explosion drew all the monsters roaming around in unison. Rip who? Shao Knight instantly judged his bearing and twisted his head to run. Behind her, September hurried to follow. And, at this time, two white lights also surged out from the corpse of the lava giant rhinoceros in the huge pit, converging on Shao Knight and the two of them. Only Shao Knight's experience bar grew by a large amount visible to the naked eye. As expected of a high pollution level monster, the experience given was indeed several times more than that of a normal monster. And just as Shao Knight was running away, a ghostly payload of fire suddenly emerged from the blasted pit and drilled straight into Shao Knight's body. Then a prompt that made even Shao Knight somewhat unexpected suddenly rang in his ears. The lava rhinoceros fire is sacrificed. Gained the talent phrase, thermal fusion self-destruction, S rank. Ha! Chapter 89, Arachnophobia. The Black Spider. Thermal fusion self-destruct. Shao Nightfall couldn't help but cry and laugh a little. I didn't expect to actually explode this phrase. Glancing down at his talent bar, he saw that there was a new talent phrase lying in it quite plainly. Hot melt self-explosion. Rank, S. Effect, burns one's own bloodline, bursting out with the power of a magma-like hot explosion, inflicting 1000% of maximum life value explosion damage to a wide area, with an additional burning effect within the area. Additional wording, death upon self-detonation. Shao Knight was both helpless and somewhat amused for a moment. An explosion of 10 times the maximum life value is certainly very scary. However, this trick will kill you once you use it. What kind of life-ending skill is this? Suddenly, Shao Knight's mind, however, was suddenly struck by a flash of inspiration. Remembering his other phrase that he had just obtained through fusion, substitute mirror image, the summoned doppelganger has 50% of its own attributes, and at the same time can be remotely manipulated by Shao Knight and perform its own skills. That meant that the doppelganger could also use this thermite self-explosion skill, even if the doppelganger only had 50% of Shao Knight's attributes. After the damage was stacked, this thermal self-explosion would still have 500% of its maximum life value damage. That's pretty horrible damage and very unexpected. For a split second, Shao Knight's heart turned from sadness to joy as the tactics that the doppelganger could implement were once again one more. At this time, Shao Knight and September also quickly crossed that vast flat area, avoiding the situation of being surrounded by the monsters that had heard the sound. Passing through this abandoned highway in front of them was the destination of Shao Knight's duo this time, the Jade Mine. However, the density of monsters in highly polluted areas really wasn't comparable to those ordinary leveling areas. The highway in front of us alone was littered with a wandering high pollution level monster. Mutant coyotes, scavenging vultures, black-line sphinxes. It's not as if these high pollution level monsters blocking the road are in each other's way. In the distance, a scavenging vulture that kept circling low in the sky took on a black-striped sphinx hibernating on the side of the road. Suddenly, like a sharp arrow, he buried his head and swooped down, his two sharp claws violently probing out, wanting to grab that black-patterned human-faced spider to death. However, just as the carrion-eating vulture was about to grab the black-faced spider, it suddenly lost its strength as if it had been struck by lightning, and fell down in a crooked position. In an instant, he was entangled in the wings by the highly poisonous silk webs shot out by that black-veined sphinx spider, and was dragged down from the air. Not a moment later, there was a mournful scream. Shao Knight saw that the September beside him suddenly shivered, and his face was even a little white as he said, "Damn it! I'm scared of spiders. Why is this thing here?" I didn't realize that in September the girl was fearless, but she was arachnophobic. I'm afraid one of the worst off people in this world after the mutation is the arachnophobes. After all sorts of mutant spider-like monsters were dozens, if not more than 100 times larger than the previous clans. Many of the professionals who had successfully awakened had stayed away from those spider-like monsters. Then I'll clean it up for you, Shao Knight said indifferently. For him, all monsters are living, breathing experience and paycheck to paycheck, especially when he saw that there were quite a few corpses of other monsters lying beside that massive black-striped sphinx. It was a fortune. September froze as she looked at this Shao Knight who had already drawn his Junjun King sword and rushed up, frowning and saying, "Hey, you be careful." However, Shao Knight, who had opened his delusion-breaking pupil, already had the information of this black-tattooed sphinx spider floating in front of his eyes. Black sphinx spider, level 65 high pollution level monster, talent, poisonous silkscreen, compound eye vision, hallucinogenic magic, weakness, hair weak fire. Shao Knight's paranoia-breaking pupil directly gave a hint of a weakness, and at that moment Shao Knight also clearly saw the grayish-brown fluffy hairs that were all over the body of that black-striped sphinx spider. Having hair means weak fire. There was even a hint of trembling in Shao Knight's heart. The phrase, Tarsa's poisonous flame, that was newly fused out only yesterday finally had a chance to be tested. A wisp of flame glowing with an eerie light was immediately attached to the sword of the sovereign authorized king in his hand. Directly, a swift thunder burst, ruthlessly stabbed at that black tattoo sphinx spider's body. The dense fluff on the black-veined sphinx spider's body was instantly set ablaze. The target is in a state of poisonous inflammation. A single damage burst out at once. And, -153, -176, -173. Persistent burning and poisonous flames damage upwards of 100 points each. This black-striped sphinx spider was also furious as it threw aside the carcass of the carrion eater vulture that was at the edge of its mouth and turned around to spray bead silk towards Shao Knight. A sticky spider silk as thick as a thin rope shot towards Shao Knight. Once you get hit, you can imagine how difficult it can be. Then Shao Knight's steps under his feet were violently accelerated, and the tide-calling spirit steps directly opened, completely immune to the control effects of slowing and binding. Shao Knight's body turned around, and the king's sword of the monarch Grant in his hand made a smooth, full moon sweep to kill that black-striped sphinx spider, adding another layer of poisonous inflammation effect to it. Popped a high damage. By the way, -2864. The defense of the black-veined spider with only a layer of fluff on its body as defense could not compare to the thick-skinned lava rhinoceros. At this moment, the black-veined sphinx spider seemed to have some panic, and the flames burning on its body made it even more terrified. Suddenly the fluffy fur on its back trembled at extreme speed, only to see the black veins on its body that resembled a human face emit a somewhat dizzying wave. Vigilance surfaced in Shao Knight's heart. Instead, a line of prompts had floated up in front of his eyes. And, the target is immune to the hallucinogenic effect. So it is. A sudden realization dawned in Shao Knight's mind. This should be the special talent phrase that came with the black tattooed sphinx spider, hallucinogenic magic tattoo. I'm afraid that the scavenging vulture that swooped down from the sky just now was caught in its trick. It was a pity that one of the effects attached to Shao Knight's opening of the SSS rank, breaking delusion pupil, was immunity to hallucinogenic skills. This ferocious and unbeatable black-striped sphinx spider was simply restrained by Shao Knight in all aspects. The king's sword of the monarch Grant in Shao Knight's hand dealt one high damage after another. -2381, -2455. The tarsal poisonous flame hadn't even stacked enough for 10 layers, and this black-tattooed sphinx spider was dead in the water. Taking advantage of the fact that September had yet to come behind him, Shao Knight skillfully sacrificed all of the corpses of this black-tattooed sphinx spider, as well as the surrounding scavenging vultures and some other high-pollution level monsters. With a familiar beep, although he didn't obtain any new words, it allowed Shao Knight to harvest 350 points of fire value once again, and the fire value provided by these high pollutants and monsters was just bountiful. After the black-tattooed sphinx spider fell, September also covered her eyes and skipped all the way over. After the duo teamed up again to kill a few high-pollution level monsters that blocked the road, this abandoned highway came to an end. The only thing you can see in the valley before you, which is covered with traces of mining, is several huge pits and a series of artificially mined kills scattered throughout, large enough to give a glimpse of its former glory. The Jade Quarry has arrived. Chapter 90 First Exploration of the Jade Quarry. Faye's body is a stone ghost. However, what made Shao Knight feel a little weird was that compared to the dense wandering monsters on the highway just now, the jade mine in front of him was somewhat quiet in the middle of it. Not only did he not see any monsters wandering around in them, even near the mouths of the mines that were spread out and concentrated in large and small sizes, there was no sign of any monsters. Look out! Shao Knight immediately narrowed his gaze and opened his mouth to remind him. September, who was about to step forward with her dagger in her hand, retreated obediently to his side as soon as she heard this. After so many things, September now had incomparable faith in Shao Knight's acumen. What's wrong? What do you see again? September instantly also followed Shao Knight's gaze forward and asked curiously. Shao Knight, on the other hand, also bluntly stated his judgment. This jade mine belongs to a heavily polluted area, and the number of monsters in it should definitely not be considered a handful, but yet I haven't even seen a single one. This means that the monsters in it should be light-fearing and dark-tending monsters, so they should all be hiding in the mines during the day. Shao Knight turned his head to September and asked, "Do you have any light damage skills?" Only September scratched her brain and said, bitterly and helplessly, This really doesn't. I'm an undead thief. I also fear the light." Well, Shao Knight could only nod helplessly, which was true. September an undead thief, not by the light attribute skills to restrain is good. Let her have the light system skills is really difficult for her. What then? September asked, tilting her head to look at Xiao Yuya. Xiao also pulled out a tube of lighting bugs from his backpack and hung it on his waist, saying, "Come all the way. Let's go in first and take a look around." Shao Knight walked ahead with the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hand, and just after stepping into this mine, he felt a shade of coolness. Not the normal shade in the middle of a cave, but a chest-chilling chill. It seems that the monsters in this mine, I'm afraid, also have the ice attribute. Shao Knight did not dare to be careless and held up the Tiger Fierce battle shield as he explored the mine cave step by step. Only the entire mine was extremely quiet. Even the sound of water drops could be heard. The light from the illuminating bugs, though faint, triggered refractions in the walls of the mine. Upon closer inspection, one could only see that the walls of this cave were inlaid with a number of translucent jade stones, refracting a translucent light. It was only just a few dozen meters into the mine, and there was already such a high-purity jade mine around. No wonder the people at that time would build such a majestic one here. Raw melon seeds, watch out! Right in the middle of Shao Knight's thoughts, but behind him suddenly came the screams of September, only to see September's quick eyes and hands snapping forward. The dagger in her hand ruthlessly stabbed on top of the wall beside Shao Knight. A clanging sound of gold and stone clashing echoed in the middle of the mine. Shocked, Shao Knight also jerked back to look but there was nothing but a deep mark cut out by a dagger on the wall of the mine. What's going on? Shao Knight asked suspiciously, but he saw September, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, staring at the spot where he had just chiseled with his dagger, and said, "Ha, I clearly just saw an emerald-colored eye here." Shao Knight was instantly alert as well, squinting his eyes to scrutinize the layer of ore on the wall that was translucent with light, but there was nothing but a deep mark chiseled out by the dagger. You have to believe me." September instantly swore, "I really just saw a pair of eyes moving and staring at you." Shao Knight gently nodded and said, "I believe it, but if, as you say, there was indeed a monster among these walls just now it's gone. That means the monsters here can roam among the walls of the mine." Shao Knight's eyes also revealed a hint of austerity. With that, he quietly turned on ultrasonic solitaire. An unnoticed sound wave instantly dispersed in all directions, and in a confined environment like a mine, sound waves could reverberate and travel farther. A fast-moving target was soon scouted out. Only the path of the target's movement was being seen within these surrounding walls. "Sure enough, it's right in the middle of the wall," Shao Knight said in a shocked voice. However, when all the results of the ultrasonic solicitation of the enemy's probing returned, Shao Knight could not help but feel some numbness in his scalp, because the ultrasonic solitaire is capable of scoping out not just the monster, but the surrounding terrain. From the results of the sound wave detections, these surrounding walls were dotted with densely packed, four-way, capillary-like passages that had simply been hollowed out by something, and these tiny passages were only about 30 centimeters in diameter, absolutely incapable of accommodating a human to pass through. Clearly the work of the monsters in this mine. Just then, Shao Knight probed that a target was rapidly moving over toward September among the walls above his head, and immediately said in an urgent voice, "Watch your head," then raising the Tiger Fierce battle shield, like an umbrella protecting September's head. At the same time, a crisp sound of shattering jade resounded above the duo's heads. A baby-sized monster descended from the sky and grabbed on top of the Tiger Fierce battle shield, shaped like a winged, sharp-tongued ape, and glowing with emerald-colored luminescence. The sharp claws grew on his hands and feet, fiercely grasping on top of the Tiger Fierce battle shield. There was a mournful yelp on one side. Shao Knight's paranoia-breaking pupil immediately opened. A line of information also surfaced on the emerald-colored monster that suddenly emerged from the head of the Fiddler Goblin. Level 55 high pollution level monster. Blood 5000. Introduction. The first fey-bodied gargoyle appeared from a forgotten jade fetus in the middle of a jade mine, which has hatched endless heirs over the centuries, and these deep-as-emerald gargoyles have become the true masters of this mine. Do it! It doesn't have much blood. Shao Knight immediately let out a low roar and raised the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hand and fiercely smashed it towards the wall of the mine. The Fiddler Stone Goblin that had grabbed and attached itself to the shield was immediately knocked off and landed on the ground. The monster with wings on its back as if it was an escaping brat suddenly attacked ferociously towards Xiao Knight and the two of them again. September, who was next to it, was quick on her feet, and the dagger in her hand spun around in a circle and slashed at its abdomen. 1759. A blast of damage sprung up and this fiddlestick stone ghost's blood level wasn't high, and it instantly dropped a large chunk. The Junjun authorized king's sword in Xiao Knight's hand immediately stabbed upwards as well. Thunderbolt, also dealing a high amount of damage. The 1867. The fiddler stone ghost, whose blood count totaled only 5,000, was suddenly left with only a sliver of a blood bar, decapitated by September's direct patch. Two wisps of white light immediately surged into Xiao Knight and September's bodies, and the experience value grew by a small amount visible to the naked eye. September said, with an instant of delight, "This fiddler stone ghost isn't any good. Isn't this giving us experience for nothing?" However, Xiao Knight instinctively felt that things weren't that simple. At that moment, only a sparse sound could be heard coming from the depths of the mine. Then the sharp sound of sharp stones scratching through the wall rang out from the wall like a rainstorm. Xiao Knight, who had turned on ultrasonic enemy solicitation, immediately sensed that a huge number of enemies were coming towards this place in a steady stream. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Chapter 91, Is Xiao Knight crazy? Now that's what I call brushing monsters. This doesn't sound right, does it? September's face gradually changed, and she wisely turned her head and ran, but Xiao Knight caught him with a fierce grip on his arm. And, take it easy, wait and see. September instantly widened her eyes and looked at Xiao Knight like she was crazy, saying, You let go. You crazy person don't wanna harm me. Alone, a fiddler stone ghost doesn't do a lot of damage and doesn't have a lot of blood, though, but a group, that's a whole different story. Mosquitoes can still bite people to death. Not to mention the scalp-numbing sound of sharp stones scratching coming from the middle of this mine at this moment. I'm afraid there must be thousands of them. Raw melon seeds. I'll slip away first. One on many was never something the assassin profession excelled at, and September couldn't help but wriggle out of it and run. Yet power is likewise not something that the assassin profession specializes in. In September the arm that was firmly grasped by Xiao Knight was as if it was locked. It couldn't even move at all. Both feet slipped on the ground and didn't break free half as much. Oh, you crazy person. Don't drag me along if you want to die. September burst into tears and said. Xiao Knight, however, was unmoved. His mind was making quick calculations. The attack of that one Fey body stone goblin just now couldn't even break through his defense when he raised his tiger fierce battle shield. The width and height of the mine in front of us was only about 3 meters, and even if that Fey body gargoyle was able to fly at a low altitude, at most, it could only accommodate 6 or 7 fiddlesticks to attack at the same time, and if there were more, even if they were sensitive they would have to block each other and crowd together, instead of being able to attack. That means in the middle of this narrow mine, Xiao Knight only had to withstand the attacks of 6 or 7 Fey body stone ghosts at the same time. Under the joint attack, even if Xiao Knight had employed the tiger fierce battle shield to block, he would definitely suffer damage. However, don't forget that Xiao Knight's body had an S-rank phrase, photosynthesis recovery, with a 5x recovery effect bonus. It might not be impossible to block it as long as the recovery potion was taken consistently. As long as it can be blocked, this narrow mine is an excellent place to brush experience. That's why Xiao Knight tugged on that September who wanted to go for the best. After all, in order to speed up the speed of clearing the monsters, the output of her, an S-ranked undead thief, could definitely not be less either. All calculations are just theories, and to really see the results, you have to try them out yourself. Between pulls, the depths of the mine had already been flooded with a bit of emerald green fluorescence, and a Facier stone ghost came whistling towards Xiao Knight and the two of them like a swarm of bats that had been startled. September, who was already on edge, suddenly said with a bitter heart, "My life is over." Xiao Knight, however, held the tiger fierce battle shield steadily in front of him, and opened his blocking stance with full force. "I'll resist the damage. You do the output," Xiao Knight said through gritted teeth. September stared at him with wide eyes and instantly understood what he meant. He was trying to use this narrow mine as a brush point. Crazy. September bit her lip and cursed fiercely, but she could only dodge behind Xiao Knight in a flash, gripping the dagger in her hand, ready to output at any time. A fluttering of wings, mingled with smoke and dust, came from far and near. Then a force like a fist smashed onto the tiger fierce battle shield in Xiao Knight's hand. The sound of sharp claws scraping against metal rang out all at once. A damage that exceeded the blocking effect also burst out from Xiao Knight's body at once. 276, 315, 278. In an instant, Xiao Knight's blood bar dropped by nearly 1,000 points, but for Xiao Knight, whose blood bar was now over 10,000, it was only 1/10. "Carry on," Xiao Knight said in a ruthless voice, but he did not dare to slow down as he pulled out a bottle of blood medicine from among his backpack and bit into his mouth. a tilt of the head and a swig. Under the photosynthesis recovery enchantment, the fivefold recovery effect instantly replenished Shao Knight's blood bar. At the same time, Shao Knight re-equipped his other hand with the Junjun authorized king's sword and ruthlessly swung it forward. The sword was also instantly wreathed in a strange flame. The toxicitis of the Tarsus. At this time, Shao Knight also no longer had any reservations, and all of his battle words poured out. Beast blood boiling, round moon sweep, swift thunder burst. The sword of the King of Kings swings hard towards the fey-bodied stone goblin that grasps at the shield. Instantly a large swathe of damage numbers interspersed with bludgeons exploded out. 3166, 2581, 3089. Between dealing damage, a single blood returning effect popped out in the same way. Plus 861, plus 754. It was the bloodthirsty phrase attached to Shao Knight that brought about the blood-sucking effect that. The blood-drawing effect, which was originally only 5%, was also directly increased by 5 times with the addition of light and recovery. The recovery is quite impressive. Blood-sucking, plus a restorative potion to replenish the blood. This was also one of the reliances that Shao Knight was confident that he could carry off. This scene in front of him also caused September, who was hiding behind Shao Knight, to look dumbfounded. This guy is too hard. Could he really block the thousands of fey body stone ghosts that were pouring over? After the shock, September also regained her mind, and the dagger in her hand suddenly erupted in a burst of blood-colored light. The dagger, which was originally only a foot long, was lengthened out to a 3-foot-long vapors, and the range of the attack was drastically increased. It was her natural skill, soul-locking blood blade. September stood behind Shao Knight, the dagger in her hand accurately stabbing at a fey body stone goblin that was pickpocketing on top of Shao Knight's shield. One by one, high amounts of damage are similarly bursting out, and September's attack not only has an extremely high bludgeoning rate, but also has a bleeding effect attached to it. Even if the Facier stone goblin that she stabbed in its weak spot didn't die, it would bleed to death in a short period of time. Thumping and crashing, with the sound of a blade cutting through flesh and blood, it rang out in the middle of this narrow mine. Shao Knight's feet were almost ruthlessly inserted into the earth as he carried the attacks coming from above the Tiger Fierce battle shield with all his might. As the number of fey body stone ghosts that surged over increased, they also crowded forward and backward just as Shao Knight had expected, instead losing their advantage of being small and agile. Often, before the fey body stone ghosts that had just rushed over had the chance to launch an attack on Shao Knight, they were knocked askew by their kind behind them and squeezed headfirst on top of the Tiger Fierce battle shield. As more and more fiddlesticks crowded into the mine, the king's sword of the monarch authorization in Shao Knight's hand didn't even need to be aimed at, and only needed to be swung continuously to bring out a large swath of damage amongst the pile of monsters. The corpse of a Facier stone goblin fell to the floor of the mine like a kite with a broken string, constantly piling up mountains of, trampled on by a later fiddler stone ghost, who continues to die. A white light of experience flowed out from the corpses and merged into Shao Knight and September's bodies. Shao Knight watched with his own eyes as his experience bar continued to grow as far as the eye could see. Within a short span of 10 minutes, he had risen 2 levels in a row. Now that's what I call brushing. Chapter 92, Wildly Brushing Experience. Self-explosion tactics are showing their ugly face. Hoo-hoo, oh my god. This experience. The experience value at their fingertips caused Shao Knight and September's excitement to grow. Both of them are people who die for money. The experience value that came up for nothing just like a monstrous wave was simply like a wave of heavenly chance. September was even hiding peacefully behind Shao Knight, and the blood-colored dagger in her hand rose and fell with her hand. Shao Knight's afterglow saw the smile on the corner of her mouth that she simply couldn't stop, and the monarch-authorized king's sword in Shao Knight's hand likewise didn't stop reaping at all. With the ghost manification effect attached to the ghost man ring triggered, Shao Knight's attack speed became faster and faster, and it wasn't even much less than the September next to him who was originally an agility profession and held the most flexible dagger weapon. Suddenly, when the king's sword of the monarch authorization in Shao Knight's hand violently cleaved a fey body stone statue ghost, a golden-colored light suddenly surged out from the hilt of the monarch Grand King's sword. It's like a ripple that spreads out in all directions. The fey body stone statue ghost that was affected by this golden aura was even as if it had been struck by lightning, and its 2 shares trembled and the original fierce desire to attack also stopped, as if afraid of what froze on the spot. Shao Knight, who saw this scene, was instantly stunned. Then a prompt appeared. The target has received a shock effect and is in a state of fear. Shao Knight suddenly came to a realization. It turned out that it had triggered the weapon's incidental effect of the king's sword of the king's mandate royal might. When killing a target, there is a chance that the rest of the target's kind around the target will be put into a shock effect. It has been, due to the fact that the chances of triggering this king's majestic are just too low. Shao Knight had almost forgotten that the monarch Grand King's sword had such an additional effect. But now the fey body stone ghosts that were spreading out in front of him like a mountain or a sea were hitting all of this effect that had a very low chance of being effective. Shasta, All of the Fey body stone ghosts within dozens of meters in front of Shao Knight were shocked, trembling, and even some of them had already knelt down in front of Shao Knight's eyes. What's the situation? Next to her, September froze at the scene, too, and those Fey body gargoyles in front of them were just like demented. Some of them had even been trampled under the feet of their counterparts who came forward from behind, but they still did not dare to go forward in fear. Hit the weapon's additional effect, shock and awe, Shao Knight explained as he did so. On the other hand, he took the opportunity to take out a new set of blood pills in his backpack and, by the way, he polished the blade of the King's Sword of the King's Grant with a marching sharpening stone. Under such a high intensity of killing monsters, even the golden artifact's King's Sword of the King's Mandate was slashing a bit sluggishly, and on top of that Tiger Fierce battle shield held in his left hand, there was also a scratch mark left by the Fei Sure gargoyle. Shao Knight couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache as he watched. This Tiger Fierce battle shield was the first golden artifact that he had gotten his hands on, and it was definitely a great help to Shao Knight all the way to the present. Even though it was only a level 30 gold artifact shield, the attributes and additional effects were still able to beat it. It's just that with today's looming rush, there's only so much the old boy can do to top it off again, though it was only nearly an hour of killing monsters that, however, half of the blood pills carried in Shao Knight's backpack had already been consumed. Even though Shao Knight still had a high amount of blood absorption effects to restore his own blood, the blood pills were still being consumed at a rate that was beyond expectation. These Fey body stone ghosts that surged up one after another, despite the fact that some of them were even directly reduced to stepping stones under the feet of their own kind, were simply too late to launch an attack on Shao Knight. But with endless numbers stacked on top of each other, it was still a war of attrition. This was still after Shao Knight had awakened his profession. For the first time, I felt that the compartment of my backpack was too small, and the blood pills I carried were simply not enough. Shao Knight's backpack was a beginner's marching pack purchased from Shanjing City, with a total of 24 compartments, each of which could hold a set of 12 bottles of blood pills. In the past, when going down a copy, you often only need to consume 1 or 2 sets of blood pills, and the rest of the grid can still be empty for some of the equipment and materials that were popped out. But this time, when he came to this jade mine, Shao Knight was carrying 10 sets of blood pills and 5 sets of blue pills. Now it's all but half of it. In its place is a vast amount of experience. This hour or so of intense monster killing caused Shao Knight's level to directly rise 4 levels in a row to level 58. It is not to say that it is not effective. However, according to this rate of consumption, the most that could be done next was to hold out for less than an hour, and the blood pills in Shao Knight's backpack would be depleted. Once they ran out of blood pills, the recovery from bloodsucking alone would not be able to withstand the desperate charge of these Fei stone goblins. And just as Shao Knight was pouring down a bottle of blood-restoring pills, his backpack gradually became empty. Behind him, September was suddenly reaching out and handing over several sets of blood pills, saying, "Raw melon seeds, all for you. I can't use them anyway." Hiding behind Shao Knight, she barely received any frontal damage from the. Even some of the fish that missed the net and flew over from the side of Shao Knight's shield were mended by her quick eyes and hands, creating little threat. It's just a pity that I only have 5 sets of blood pills in my backpack. September Love couldn't help but smash her mouth in pity. As a thief profession, she usually needed to carry more things among her backpack than a normal profession. Lock-picking tools, trap tools, darts, extracting poisonous agents, and so on, a variety of props to take up a lot of the grid. It's okay, almost. Shao Knight nodded his head as he received the blood pills while looking at the Tiger Fierce battle shield that was already scarred on the surface. After consuming these sets of blood pills, it's time for us to hit the road. The more intense the monster kill, the faster the wear and tear on weapons and equipment. Even the gold-level Tiger Fierce battle shield couldn't withstand such intense consumption. When we get back to Blackwater City, we'll have to find a smith to do some equipment care and repair. Swiping and leveling has never really been a money-burning affair. Whether it was the consumption of equipment or potions, ordinary professionals simply couldn't afford the financial pressure. So it's actually an invisible limitation that the stronger and more expendable the pro gets, the stronger it gets. On the contrary, professionals who were not strong enough themselves and had no money to consume could only sit back and watch the gap get wider and wider. Almost another hour has passed and the 5 sets of blood pills Shao Knight had brought from September were also almost completely depleted. And in front of the eyes of the mine, in the middle of those who still don't want a life generally surging up Fey body stone ghosts, it seems that there is no trend to reduce. Withdraw. Come back tomorrow. Shao Knight gestured and held the last bottle of blood pills in his hand in his mouth, intending to retreat to the entrance of the mine while fighting, and September stepped right out of the way and stood next to the wall, a little worried, saying that, "You back away slowly. I'll cover you." However, he saw the corner of Shao Knight's mouth hook and said without looking back, "No need. You withdraw first. I have a move temple." seeing that one's good intentions are not appreciated by others. September Tun grunted angrily and didn't care about Shao Knight, turning around and retreating towards the cave entrance. When September is far away, Shao Knight tilted his head and poured down the last bottle of blood pill, directly opening the substitute mirror image. In an instant, a ghostly figure identical to Shao Knight appeared in the mine and had a solid body. Shao Knight withdrew violently and those fey body gargoyles around them immediately attacked towards the ghostly shadow as if they had gone mad. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shao Knight then maneuvered his double top forward while doing so. While turning on the tide calling spirit steps himself, he hurriedly ran towards the outside of the mine, almost at the mouth of the cave. Shao Knight's mind moved. The double who was far away among the depths of the mine suddenly erupted with a sizzling heat all over his body. Blood like magma seemed to be gushing out of his body. Then a dull explosion came from the depths of the mine. Shao Knight, who had lost his stand-in perspective, couldn't see the effects of that explosion, and only saw countless experienced white lights flying out from the depths of the mine, slowly converging on himself. This wave of the double's lava self-explosion killed at least 40 to 50 Fei-Shur goblins. A wisp of ethereal payload likewise came belatedly out of the mine. Chapter 93, Returning to Blackwater City. The Secret of the Jade Mine. Fiddler Ghoul's fire sacrifice succeeded. Fire value +5. Fiddler Stone Ghost salary. A line of hints appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes all of a sudden, and each Fiddler Stone Ghost salary flame was able to provide itself with 5 points of fire value. Shao Knight, who had already depleted his hoarded home base, reaped a large wave of fire value in just a few hours. The fire value in his hand also broke through 4 digits for the first time, amounting to more than 1,800 points. And the experience gained from that last wave of thermal fusion self-exploding dead Fey bodystone ghosts also allowed Shao Knight to eventually level up to level 59 full experience, with only a sliver of a gap left to level 60. However, what made Shao Knight a bit strange was that the salary flame, which had sacrificed so many Fiddler Stone ghosts, hadn't gained any words. In the past, even if the chances of popping out the words are not high, you can always sacrifice them by killing a few more. But there were almost hundreds of Fey bodystone ghosts killed in the middle of this jade mine today. So why hadn't they even gotten a single word? What kind of creatures are these fiddlesticks? Shao Knight had no time to ponder over this here. Taking advantage of the deterrent power left over from the thermal fusion self-explosion, hastily withdrawing from the mine, September was waiting outside, a small face full of anxiety, until she saw Shao Knight who had escaped from the mine. Then she put her heart down. Raw melon, are you okay? What was that explosion inside the cave just now? Was that the trick you were talking about? What a mess. Do you want to bury yourself in it? Shao Knight, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have it in mind." The self-detonation damage and range of the double mirror image just now was almost entirely within his calculations. The double mirror image only possesses 50% of Shao Knight's own full attributes. Moreover, just now, Shao Knight had already observed that the texture of those ores attached to the walls of these mines was extremely hard and seemed to have undergone a mutation. Even that all-out strike by September could only chisel out a shallow mark on the ore. The explosion damage from the mirror image doppelganger's self-destruction would not affect the solidity of the mine, but was just enough to blow up those Fei-Shur gargoyles with no more than 5,000 bloodstains. September skimmed her lips and shook her head hatefully as she said, "You crazy bastard." Shao Knight, on the other hand, suddenly handed her half a set of blood pills and said, "Take it." Just now, in the middle of the mine, Shao Knight didn't consume all of his blood pills, but left a group behind in case he encountered monsters that blocked his path on the way back. But it's a good thing we didn't run into too many wandering monsters on the way back. After the duo left the jade mine, they followed the abandoned highway they came from back to Blackwater City, only to see that at this time at the city gate guards have changed again, a batch of people, the same one each wearing a different system of clothing. However, they were all meticulously guarding their positions, and only after some close scrutiny and registration no less than that of Shangjing City did they let Shao Knight and September in. Having re-entered this human city-state built in the middle of a heavily contaminated area at this time, Shao Knight and September's hearts, however, couldn't help but feel a trace of security. It's like two worlds inside and outside the city. Outside the city, the high level of pollution can kill you if you're not careful. The city's Black Bazaar is nevertheless crowded and bustling. When the two of them returned to the suite in the middle of the Nightingale Tavern, they saw that Scarface, who had disappeared for a whole day, had actually returned. As Shao Knight and September pushed open the door to the suite of rooms, then he saw that Scarface was half naked, one arm covered with stab wounds, and was bandaging himself. He was alone, but the man with the wrapped face was nowhere to be seen. "Scarab, what's wrong with you?" Seeing this scene, September hurriedly ran up, took the medicine in Scar's hand, and bandaged him up. "And, how did you get so badly hurt? Where's Brother Stripes?" I only saw Scarface see the two of them, but he grinned and said, "It's okay, I don't care. On the contrary, you two look like you've gained quite a lot." Sha Knight took a look at the injury on Scar's arm. It should have been cut by someone. The stab wounds did not come from the same person, but they were not fatal. It meant that although the opponent's numbers were large, their occupation level was far inferior to Scar's. Scar should not have suffered a loss in this battle, September said, with both concern and some pride. We went to the Jade Mines today and rushed almost 6 levels in one day. Scar grinned a hefty grin and nodded, saying, not bad, don't worry about Stripes, he's got business out there and won't be back tonight. September asked, frowning, brother Scar, what kind of person injured you like this? Aren't there quite a few of our brothers in this Blackwater city? But Scarface shook his head, and said, obstinately, you two should not get involved in these matters. This Blackwater city has changed now. The fish and dragons are mixed up. It's not like before. And Uncle Chin said that your mission for this trip to Blackwater City is to upgrade. Not to mention that you two won't be able to help much before the second turn. September said, skittishly, Scar, how come your words are exactly the same as what that raw melon guy said? Sha Knight shrugged his shoulders and pulled out a piece of cloth on the side, wiping the blood on the King of Monarchs' sword delicately, only to see the blood of the fiddler body gargoyles that remained on it actually precipitated crystals one by one after it had dried up. A starry emerald glow reflected in the light of the house. Sha Knight suddenly frowned and opened his mouth to ask, brother Scar, whatever happened to the jade mine outside of this Blackwater city? Why did such a large mine just suddenly become abandoned? I should have known that even in this day and age, jadeite jade is still a valuable and rare commodity. Jade mine? Scarface, on the other hand, scratched his head and said with a bewildered expression, I'm not sure about this. It's also my first time coming to this Blackwater city, but Flowerface should know. He's an old man in this Blackwater city, so ask him when he comes back tomorrow. Sha Knight nodded and used the cotton cloth in his hand to collect the wiped-down crystals in his backpack. Scarface also grinned as he looked at the dusty, exhausted duo. What? This leveling isn't easy, is it? Tomorrow I'll have the lady who owns the Nightingale Tavern introduce you to an equipment smith, and rest and replenish your supplies. September heard this but her eyes lit up and asked, nosily, brother Scar, the owner of this Nightingale Tavern is a woman? Scar's eyes suddenly showed a trace of fascination, and with some emotion, he said, good, that's a hot-tempered one too. You should see her tomorrow. Just grab some rest and relaxation today. Sha Knight was just about to get up and go back to the house when a burst of signals came from the contact device he was carrying. It's not the contact that Qin Yanran gave him. Instead, it's that miniature classified contact from the military. A letter from Nye Xiaoyu, Chapter 94 Nye Xiaoyu's Military Secrets, the Deicide Program. Just then, someone from the Nightingale Tavern knocked on the door of the suite, seemingly calling Scarface for something, and September couldn't resist the loneliness of having to follow it out. Sha Knight was the only one left in the entire suite, and Sha Knight instantly walked back into his room and closed the door, carrying that micro-contact from the military in your ear. Nye Xiaoyu's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Mr. Sha Knight, where have you been? Only hearing this, Nye Xiaoyu's voice in the contact device was still a bit whimpering, seemingly eating something. In all probability it was the meat steak that he had left for her in the middle of the refrigerator. Took a trip out of town and went down for a leveling rush. Sha Knight replied softly, oh, leveling up is good. The higher the host's level rises, the strength of the contracted harnessed beasts will likewise rise. How's the dragon cub doing? Did you learn that skill scroll I left for you? Sha Knight secretly probed the surroundings of the suite with the ultrasonic sonic enemy, only to see that there was no one in the vicinity at this time. The spirit harnessing link was opened, and the mind was moved. A teleportation array manifested in the middle of the room. An obsidian dragon cub with a ghostly black scale armor rushed out with an excited wail, a pair of vertical pupils curiously surveying the new surroundings. Ever since learning the spirit harnessing link, the mind induction between Sha Knight and this obsidian dragon cub had gradually become much more fluid. At least now Sha Knight was able to call this little dragon cub out of the summoning space. Thanks for the gift, Sha Knight instantly said into the contact. Then he pulled out a large bag of dried meat from his luggage, and casually fed it to the obsidian dragon cub, saying, make do with what you've got. Now that you're outside, this is all you've got. That obsidian dragon cub is not half a bit of disdain. Neck stretched to catch steadily, big mouth bite that called a fragrance. Under the illumination of the dim light in the room, it was obvious that the obsidian dragon cub size had grown another round than before. From being only half an NPC at the beginning, now that he had raised his head high, he had almost surpassed Sha Knight. The color of the layer of ghostly black scales on his body seemed to become deeper and deeper as well. Xiaoyu Liang couldn't help but recall what Nye Xiaoyu had said. The scales there on this obsidian dragon's body that had a powerful defense seemed to be related to the laws of space. The dragon cub should have grown a bit more, Sha Knight reported to Nye Xiaoyu, while he turned out a soft ruler from among the luggage, carefully helping the dragon cub to measure his height and body length. Demanding rigor in everything, This point of Xiao Knight's was also something that Nie Xiaoyu appreciated immensely. After carefully reporting to Nie Xiaoyu about the growth of the dragon cubs, Nie Xiaoyu's side also stretched out with satisfaction, then suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "By the way, Xiao Knight, a few days ago, you already succeeded in your first turn, right? Did the transfer hall tell you about the unveiling conference in a month? This is an opportunity." The unveiling conference? Xiao Knight immediately froze. When he succeeded in his first turn, that transfer hall didn't tell him anything about the unveiling conference? What? Didn't they tell you? In the contact device, Nie Xiaoyu's voice seemed a bit puzzled as she said, "It's only logical that the top 30 people in the entire Shangjing city who succeeded in their first turn are qualified to directly participate in the list receiving assembly. I remember you should be in the top few, right?" Xiao Knight's brows immediately furrowed. It's not just the top few? He himself was the first turn of this class of professionals in the first place. He suddenly remembered the record clerk's strange face at the end when he was in the transfer hall, and the words that told him to go back and wait for the notification. Ha! Xiao Knight immediately let out a faint laugh, thinking that it must have been the people in that transfer hall who had learned that the profession he had awakened was nothing more than a whiteboard profession. So even though he was the first to complete the first turn, he didn't want to waste the qualification to participate in this list revealing conference on himself, which is why he let himself go back first and wait for the notice. What does the unveiling conference mean? Xiao Knight asked at once, only to hear Nie Xiaoyu's voice in the contact device also become somewhat indignant and serious. What? Those people in the transfer hall actually really didn't tell you about this? Even the military's rules dare to be ignored. These people really have a lot of guts. The unveiling conference is a talent selection conference organized by the military this year, and in a month's time it will test the strengths of this year's awakened and unveil a green list of the current awakened's potential. According to the rules set by the military, the top 30 professionals who are the first to complete the first turn will be directly qualified to participate in the unveiling conference. Nie Xiaoyu's tone resumed its usual majesty as she said sternly, "Don't worry, I'll definitely get back the quota for this unveiling conference for you. You're the one I've got my eye on, and no one can take the spot that's supposed to be yours." These domineering words immediately warmed Xiao Knight's heart. Not knowing if he had dipped into the light of this obsidian dragon cub, he immediately tore off another large piece of dried meat and fed it to the dragon cub. "Thanks a lot," Xiao Knight said in a sincere tone. Then the conversation turned and asked, "But what exactly does this potential green ranking mean, and is it of any use?" Xiao Knight was not a person who liked to show off his face. Being on the list for no reason, instead, would be met with too much attention, and would not be beneficial to his current self, who was in dire need of savage development. However, Nie Xiaoyu on the other side of the contact device was silent for a moment before she spoke. "The green list is related to the military's next plan. I can't disclose the specifics to you. I can only tell you that this green list is important. It's important to you, and to the obsidian dragon pups. Make sure you come back in a month's time to participate, and take as high a ranking as you can. Right now, all the professionals in this session of the entire Shangjing city are fully preparing for this list unveiling conference." Xiao Knight took a deep breath and spoke into the contact device. Yes, he believes Nie Xiaoyu's words, and in a month's time, it also happened to be the time when one should return from this Blackwater city. Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, thought that at the time of the unveiling of the list conference, these former old classmates, they will meet again. On the other hand, in that dilapidated rented house of Xiao Knight in Shangjing City, Nie Xiaoyu filled out the research file of the obsidian dragon cub carefully while following the data reported to her by Xiao Knight. On the other hand, he was directly grabbing the hot cutlet with his hands and eating it. His slender fingers were stained with oil on top, but he put it directly into his mouth with a shiver without caring about the image. Anyway, she's the only one in this rented house, and right there on the screen of the classified military terminal on her desk that she carries with her everywhere she goes, it's holding one of the most top-secret level plans for the entire northern military region of the Dragon Kingdom today. The same was also true of the subsequent confidential program related to the green ranking that she had just told Xiao Knight. The first page of the plan, scrutinized in 4 large, red-headed letters, the Deicide program. Chapter 95, The Old Man of Iron, White Tiger Fierce Shield. The origin. September returned to the suite in the late afternoon. As soon as he came back, he knocked on Xiao Knight's door with great gusto. "Shang Guazi, Brother Scar has found us a smith in Blackwater City. Let's go fix some gear together." Since it was business, Xiao Knight also quickly packed up his equipment and opened the door. "Where is the smith?" Xiao Knight also asked with some curiosity. September gave him a blank look and said, "Of course the smiths are in someone's workshop. It's hard to come over and repair your equipment in person, isn't it? Besides, there's no furnace here." It was so hard to let Xiao Knight eat his words for once. The corners of September's mouth simply couldn't contain their smiles as she reached out and pulled Xiao Knight and said, "Hurry up, Scarab is still waiting for us outside." Under Scar's leadership, Shao Knight and the two of them passed through the bustling black bazaar around them and arrived in a small alley. From a distance, we could hear a crisp ironing sound, and the sound of a bellows creaking. The small black lacquered building in front of us is the artisan workshop, only to see that in the middle of the workshop, there is a bare-shouldered old man with an old beard that is a bit white, showing strong arm muscles that did not match his age. He was delicately hammering a piece of iron at the wheel of a hammer. Master Lon. Scar took the lead in smilingly striking up a conversation with this master teacher, only to see that this old man of iron smithing is not raising his head, not even caring, until Scar opened his mouth and said that he was introduced by the owner's wife of the Nightingale Tavern. The old ironworker stopped his work, looked up and surveyed Scar, and coldly said, "Hit something, or fix something?" The attitude wasn't exactly cold, but it definitely wasn't warm either. Yet the mixed-up Scar didn't care a bit about that, grinning and handing over the axe he was holding, saying, "I'd like to trouble Master Lon to help me fix and repair this axe. I've got some curled edges from all the chopping I've been doing." Scar's huge axe was as tall as a man, but the old man ironworker picked it up with one hand and placed it steadily on the workbench. Shao Knight was also secretly surprised when he watched such a scene. The strength value of this old ironworker was definitely not low. A smith is a living profession with attributes that are often not comparable to combat professions. Not to mention that this scarab was no ordinary combat profession. Even he himself had to hold this giant axe in both hands when he fought that ghost-sized giant crab on the ship. And this old ironworker, who was already over 100 years old, easily took this huge axe with one hand? I only saw the old ironworker put Scar's huge axe on the workbench, and after carefully examining it, and then touching it with his upper hand, he opened his mouth and said, "Clouded steel, cold blade stone." Scar was suddenly wide-eyed and cackling, and, worthy of being Master Lon, he saw the casting material of my axe with a single glance. Instead, the old ironworker coldly said, "I do have cloud pattern steel here, but not cold blade stone. Go to the bazaar and buy some." Good. I'll get it right away." Scar hastily nodded his head and turned his ass to the marketplace, only to see that the old ironworker put Scar's axe to the side. Then his eyes looked at Shao Knight and September, and asked with cold eyes, "And, are you two here to fix your equipment too?" This strange-tempered old man looked at September with some fear, and immediately ducked behind Shao Knight, signaling Shao Knight to come first. And the scene just now had already allowed Shao Knight to see that this old man in front of him definitely had real skills. At that moment, he respectfully placed the king's sword of the monarch Grant and the tiger fierce battle shield on the workbench. Master Lon is in trouble. I saw this old man holding the hilt of the king's sword of Junjun, with one hand, and gently lifting the tip of the sword with the other finger, and examining it carefully, and, raising his eyebrows somewhat slightly, he said to himself, "This sword, it has some flavor of the ancient Lulan kingdom." A single sentence caused the respect in Shao Knight's heart to deepen even more. This Junjia king's sword was exactly what was brought out from the tomb of General Lulan, and this old ironworker even saw it with just a few glances. There is a break in the sword, but it's not serious, so I need to consume some fine iron to remelt and polish it a bit, only to see the old man of iron smithing gently put the king's sword of monarch Grant aside, then picked up the tiger fierce battle shield next to him. However, when his gaze landed on the unique white tiger pattern on the shield, his eyes suddenly became stern. Raising his head and staring straight into Shao Knight's eyes, he asked, "Where did you get that shield?" Shao Knight was also stunned. This tiger fierce battle shield was something he had exchanged from the armory in Shangjing City. But Shao Knight actually knew something about the provenance of this tiger fierce battle shield. That particular tiger pattern was precisely the symbol of a famous artisan family in White Tiger City. At that time, the reason why he had picked this tiger fierce battle shield in the armory was precisely because he had seen it. And in front of me this old man ironsmith is highly skilled, obviously also an old geezer, is bound to recognize the logo of this famous smith's family. I just don't know what kind of connection he has with that White Tiger City Smith family. Is it a grudge? Or is it a favor? This tiger stripe battle shield is something I got from the armory in Shangjing City. However, Shao Knight still answered frankly. After all, the means by which he had gotten this tiger fierce battle shield was also honorable, and there was nothing to hide. As for what ties this old ironworker had with that White Tiger City Smith family, it always had nothing to do with himself. Armory. But see this iron old man eyes out of focus staring at the tiger ferocious war shield for a long time. Mouth murmured, I didn't expect to see you here. This old ironworker seems to be talking to this shield? Shao Knight was also a little afraid to talk easily for a moment, while September behind him couldn't help but cricket softly in his ear. What a weird old man. Shao Knight turned around and frowned and glared at her, but she saw September spit out her tongue in defiance and then when you go back to it. But he saw that the old ironworker was lifting his head up and down to look at himself carefully. Instead of the previous coldness and hostility, there was a trace of gentleness in his gaze. A face that hadn't smiled for a long time opened its mouth somewhat stiffly and said to Shao Knight, Late born, do you know who built this shield? Shao Knight returned without thinking. The White Tiger Fierce pattern is the unique symbol of the famous artisan family of White Tiger City, and it was precisely because I saw this that I selected it from the armory of Shangjing City, only to see this old ironworker's eyes suddenly glaring. His face changed, and he asked Shao Knight in a deep voice, "Since you were born in Shangjing City, why have you come to this Blackwater City, where people and ghosts mingle, instead of staying well in Shangjing City?" Shao Knight raised one eyebrow and replied without thinking, "Blackwater City, Shangjing City, aren't they all human city-states?" "Ha!" The old ironworker grinned, but the smile on his face felt a little odd, and said, "Late born, this Tiger Fierce battle shield of yours was forged by the old man's own hand when he was young. More than 40 years have passed in a flash, and I didn't expect to see it in this Blackwater City today." Chapter 96, The Boss's Wife, Kim Chi-il, The Past of the Jade Mine. "Oh, young and wild and sharp, to make a shield, the corners all have to open a blade." That old man of iron smithing laughed strangely and said to Tiger Fierce Battle Shield, a statement like talking about the White Tiger Fierce shield, and like talking about his younger self at the time. However, Shao Knight, who heard this from the side, was in awe. "I didn't realize that my Tiger Fierce Battle Shield came from the hand of this old ironworker in front of me, and he was actually the clan member of that famous White Tiger City Smith family. But I don't know why I've come to this Blackwater City. Senior is actually a member of the White Tiger City Smith family?" With respect in his eyes, Shao Knight respectfully asked, only to see that the old man of the ironworker's face showed a complicated feeling, waved his hand and said with a self-deprecating smile, "It's the clan, but it's the sinners. That's just it. This White Tiger Fierce shield of yours will be placed here with me. I'll repolish and polish it for you and come back tomorrow to pick it up." Shao Knight's heart immediately rejoiced when he heard this. The craftsmanship of this Lan Senior is by no means ordinary. The White Tiger Fierce shield came from his hands, and what he said in his mouth about repolishing and polishing is to recast and upgrade this White Tiger Fierce shield. Skilled equipment smiths are able to upgrade and strengthen their equipment, or even advance it, by recasting it with substantially higher attributes. You've picked up a piece of heavenly pie, yourself. I didn't expect that the Tiger Fierce battle shield, which he had gotten from the armory in Shangjing City, would actually meet his builder in this Blackwater City. "Thank you, Elder." Shao Knight made a respectful salute, but the old ironworker waved his hand with some impatience and said, "That little girl over there, leave the equipment you're going to fix too. I owe that Nightingale Tavern's proprietress a favor, so you guys can just come by tomorrow and pick it up." September, who was beside him, at once carefully removed the dagger from his waist and placed it on the table in front of the old man of the ironworker's eyes, and softly said, "Thank you, old-timer." That eccentric old man of iron working was the one who waved his hand without lifting his head, meaning to send off the guest, and Shao Knight and September knew better than to stop being an eyesore here and quietly left. On the way back to the Nightingale Tavern, September was still skittishly sputtering that, "Shangguazi, do you think that weird old man will roll up and run away? That's a gold artifact dagger for this lady." Shao Knight, on the other hand, shook his head in amusement and said, "Don't worry, it won't." September blinked and asked defiantly, "And how do you know?" Shao Knight replied helplessly, "You see a thick layer of soot adhering to the wall beside the furnace in his workshop, which could never have been smoked in 10 days and half a month. It means that his workshop has been open in Blackwater City for at least a dozen years. How could a workshop that has been open for a dozen years roll up and run away for 1 or 2 gold artifacts?" September scratched her nose thoughtfully and said, "Well, what's soot? Why didn't I notice?" When the two of them returned to the Nightingale Tavern, they saw that the man with the wrapped face who had disappeared for almost 2 days had finally returned. He was sitting upright in a chair by the front counter of the tavern, climbing into a conversation about something with a woman at the counter. "Brother Stripes." September ran over with a burst of excitement at the sight of the wrapped man. "You're back, though. How was it? You're not hurt, are you?" I saw that the man with the wrapped face was still dressed in the same fierce and unapproachable outfit that had wrapped around his whole face, revealing only his 2 eyes. But to September, a hint of gentleness was revealed in the narrow eyes of the Tao of. "Don't worry, I'm not that rammer Scar, who has to go up to Mang when he's outnumbered." Wrapped face man also spat venomously at Scar, and then seeing Shao Knight, who was walking over immediately after September, he also nodded to him, and then got up and said, "To introduce to you, this is the owner of the Nightingale Tavern, Jean Kyer." I saw that the person who was sitting at the counter machine face to face with the man with the wrapped face was a woman with short, valiant hair. A few strands of fiery red picks among the blonde hair color looked extremely dazzling. His features were large and open, and his thick-faced face had a different kind of ink-chi. Jean Kyer was one of those energetic types in the crowd, a little younger than Hong Sanyang. At this moment, she was leaning on the counter, a pair of beautiful eyes looking straight at Shao Knight in September, and smiled warmly and said, "Yo, these two are the juniors picked by Uncle Chin and Sanyang? At least by the looks of it all they're quite handsome." Much better than you and that Scarface. September, on the other hand, also looked at Jean Kyer with both curiosity and excitement and said, "You are Sister Kyer? San Yang has always told me about you, saying that if I were only half as good as you, she would be so smooth that she could live a few more years. Ha ha ha." Once Jean Kyer heard this, then she gave a bright laugh. Her two eyes smiled into a crescent moon and said, "Is that what Sanyan told you? Back then, this sister of mine never praised me and scolded me fiercely." The face-wrapped man next to him then explained to Xiao Knight, "Miss Jean and San Yang are righteous sisters. By the way, I heard from Scar that you guys went to the jade mine today?" The man with the wrapped face asked with a sudden turn of phrase. September snatched the answer. "Yes, we rushed 6 or 7 levels directly in the middle of the mines of that jade quarry. If we hadn't run out of the blood medicines we brought with us," only to see some flickering within the face-wrapped man's gaze. He exchanged a glance with Jean Kyer and said, "Did you encounter any swarms of jade-like monsters there?" "Fiddlesticks." Xiao Knight nodded his head at once, then took out the cloth wrapped with fey-colored crystals from his backpack and spread it out on the counter, saying, "These are precipitated from their blood, and these monsters seem to be different from normal monsters." Brother Stripes, what exactly happened in that jade mine? It's obvious that this mine isn't far from Blackwater City, and it's perfectly fine to be drawn into the defense line, so why was it abandoned by the people here? I only saw the face-wrapped man staring at the crystals and the cloth with a torch-like gaze, and slowly opened his mouth to say, "Those are the right crystals. That jade mine has been shut down for a few hundred years, and I've only heard about it from the old men in the middle of Blackwater City. When that jade mine was in its heyday, there were also tens of thousands of workers who mined the jade deposits in an endless stream, but it wasn't until one year that all the workers there suddenly, for some reason, all fell ill with a massive disease. Emerald-colored crystals grew out of the blood of each worker, and the death was extremely miserable." Xiao Knight immediately frowned, and as soon as September heard this, she scrambled to stretch out her own white arm to look at the veins, and said, "Ha, then we're not going to catch this disease too, are we?" The man in the wrap smiled and said, "Don't worry, an awakened professional's body resistance is too much higher than that of an ordinary human, and it has been confirmed that it doesn't suffer from this disease." September took a long breath of relief and, Xiao Knight, on the other hand, pursued the question, "And has there been any subsequent investigation into what exactly caused this illness?" "I only heard the man with the wrapped face say slowly, it is said that at that time, Blackwater City had also sent a few professionals to investigate the depths of the jade mining cave, only that in that era, there weren't as many awakened professionals as there are now. Several times, 3 times the investigation also did not find out what the result is. Ordinary workers are shunned to the jade mine disease, have all fled here. Without laborers, this once glorious jade mine could only gradually fall into ruin. In the last few years, there have been some professionals who went to the jade mines to practice like you guys, but they could only be blocked by hordes of Feisher stone goblins on the outskirts of the mines, and no one has ever been able to go deeper in. Nowadays, no one knows what the depths of this jade mine are really like." September pouted at once and, "Brother Flower Face, originally we were planning to go back to this jade mine tomorrow." Hearing you say this, the man in the wrap smiled and said, "That jade mining city I actually went to explore once. If you guys only practiced on the outskirts of the mines, it would be a good place to kill monsters for impact. Just don't recklessly explore deeper into the mine." While Xiao Knight's heart was rapidly solicited. At that time, he was in the middle of that mine and realized that the texture of the jade ore there was extremely hard, and it had long been completely different from ordinary jade ore. In that case, it seems that there should be a source deep underground in that jade mine that triggered the entire vein to mutate, and also caused that disease plague in the first place. A source of this level had reached the quasi-cataclysmic level. I wonder if it's an object, or a monster. It would certainly be a great fortune if one could sacrifice it. Xiao Knight's heart cannot help but rise a thought. Chapter 97, A Big Gamble. SS-ranked word cicada shelling. Among Xiao Knight's many talent phrases, there was a phrase called homogenization. It was something Xiao Knight had gotten by chance from a monster called the crystal worm, when he was hitting level 50 in a wild copy in Shangjing City. The effect is to briefly gain a small portion of the target's attributes and traits when touching their body. However, the rank of this bar is only the lowest D rank, and the attributes and traits gained are only a very low few %, and the duration is also very short. It's an optional chicken scratch auxiliary phrase. So all this time, Xiao Knight had never used this talent phrase, much less thought about consuming the precious fire value to upgrade it. After all, the fire value consumed to strengthen the words from the lowest D rank one step at a time would be exponentially more and more. Xiao Knight's precious fire seed value naturally had to be used on the blade of a knife, but now Xiao Knight had nearly 2,000 points of fire value in his hands to squander. Assuming that one bizarre source deep within the jade quarry is what triggered that disease disaster hundreds of years ago, and the alienation of the ores therein, then the means by which it produced its effects was most likely an invisible radiation that caused the monsters. humans, and even the ore in the mine to be alienated. According to the man in the rap, awakened professionals are not affected in the periphery due to their own physical enhancement. But this is not necessarily the case if they go deeper into the depths of the mine. But what if Shao Knight used homogenization and stole the attributes and traits of the monster Fey Body Stone Ghost in that mine? These monsters that were originally birthed from the mineral veins were naturally not affected by them. If the homogenization of the D rank doesn't steal enough attributes and traits, what about the A order? Or the S order? Now that Shao Knight had a whopping 2,000 points of fire value in his hand, it was enough to strengthen this D rank phrase to S rank or even higher. Should we bet our entire house on this homogenized phrase? Shao Knight's heart instantly rose with this bold thought. He wanted to see what kind of existence this quasi-calamity level thing hidden deep underground in the Jade Quarry was. Anyway, if you guys are going to go back to the Jade Mines tomorrow to practice, you must be more careful. The wrapped face man gave a final command and got up to say goodbye to Jean Kyre as well, as if he had something else to do. Jean Kyre also waved her hand at Shao Knight and September and said, "You two should also go rest early. Practicing in a highly polluted area is not an easy task. Feel free to mention anything you need to the people at the tavern. We're all on our own here." After returning to the suite, Shao Knight went straight back to his house. The sound of running water next door was faintly audible, and September was a clean girl, even a bit of a neat freak. Just when no one was disturbing, Shao Knight directly opened the fire seed reinforcement ceremony, and with a thought, a line of prompts instantly appeared before his eyes. Does it consume 5 points of fire value to strengthen the talent phrase homogenization, D rank? Shao Knight no longer hesitated and chose OK. Try first which direction this homogenization will intensify. A wisp of kindling value surged out of his own body to linger, then dissipated into the air. A line of hints instantly surfaced in front of Shao Knight's eyes as well, consuming 5 points of fire value. The talent phrase homogenization, D rank, has been strengthened to strong homogenization, C rank. Shao Knight instantly took a deep breath and went to look at the words that had been strengthened once in detail. Strong homogenization, rank, C, effects, when touching the target's body. It can briefly acquire 15% of its attributes and traits for 10 minutes. Receiving a certain amount of damage will break the homogenization state, and fall into a weakened state after breaking it. The attributes and traits gained have been boosted to 15% from the previous cockamamie single digits, and the duration has grown as well. It's kind of a good start, too, but that's not enough. A line of hints suddenly appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes once again. Does it consume 18 points of fire value to strengthen the talent phrase strong homogenization, rank C? The consumed fire value had indeed increased quite a bit, but Shao Knight did not hesitate to choose to continue strengthening it. Soon after, the prompt of successful reinforcement appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes once again, consuming 18 points of fire value. The talent phrase strong homogenization, rank C, has been strengthened to strong homogenization, rank B. Strong homologation. Effect, when touching the target's body, gain 30% of its attributes and traits assimilated for a longer period of time. Can be removed at any time on its own, and will not enter a weakened state when removing the assimilation state on its own. Keep reinforcing, consuming 70 points of fire value. The talent phrase strong homogenization, B rank, has been strengthened to low rank transformation technique, A rank. Shao Knight's heart burst with joy. Sure enough, the talent words changed qualitatively when they were strengthened to a rank. From the words of the attribute assimilation category, it went straight to shape changing technique, low level shapeshifting, rank A. Effects, upon contact with a monster, it can briefly change shape to the target's appearance and size, and inherit 50% off its full attributes and traits, breaking the shapeshifting state after receiving a certain amount of damage. It is actually possible to change shape and appearance. In this way, the phrase, low-level shape-changing technique, has taken on a qualitatively different tactical significance. Even if this gamble on the Jade Quarry doesn't end up working out, the phrase will still be useful in the future. Shao Knight looked at the more than 1,000 points of fire seed value he still had left, and to gamble to the end, he simply went straight to stud. Keep reinforcing, consuming 270 points of fire value. The talent phrase, low-order transformation technique, A rank, has been strengthened to high-order transformation technique, S rank. The word has been strengthened to S rank. This next reinforcement was destined to directly empty almost all of Shao Knight's family fortune. Keep reinforcing. Sure enough, a prompt that made Shao Knight's flesh hurt from looking at it appeared in front of his eyes. Does it consume 1,100 points of fire value to strengthen the talent phrase high-order shape-changing technique, S rank? Shao Knight still chose to confirm with a clench of his teeth. Then a wisp of fire surged out of his body, like a burning hurricane in the house, and then the pieces dissipated into the air. Shao Knight's heart also surged with a sense of emptiness if nothing else. This wave can be said to have emptied the family's bottom, directly reinforcing all the way to the head, only to see a cue surface in front of one's eyes that the consuming 100 fire points The talent phrase, High Order Shape Changing Technique, S rank, has been strengthened to Golden Cicada Shelling, SS rank. Cicadas Escaping, rank, SS. Effects, Golden Cicada Shelling, the art of skillful creation. Without the need for contact, you can transform into the likeness of a target within your line of sight and inherit 100% of its full attributes and traits after a short spell channeling. Additional effect, the status will only be interrupted when fatal damage is inflicted, and can be removed at any time on its own, without any negative effects. Additional effect, the target of the change can be any species, including human professionals. Hiss. Looking at the introduction of this SS rank talent phrase, Golden Cicada Shell Removal, even Shao Knight himself couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. No contact whatsoever is required to take on the shape of the form, and can inherit 100% of the target's full attributes and traits, and the target can even be a human professional. The strategic significance of this skill is no less than substitute mirror image. It's simply a must-have technique for stealing the sky and killing people. Moreover, directly inheriting 100% of the target's attributes and traits was enough to allow Shao Knight to transform into a Fei-Shir stone ghost. It's time to explore the depths of that jade mine. Chapter 98 Recasting. Tiger War Shield Upper Mountain Tiger. Early the next morning, Shao Knight got up early as usual and reintegrated his equipment. Suddenly there was a knock at the door of the room that, not realizing that the September next door had risen earlier than he had, Shao Knight opened the door to the house. Then she saw her smilingly reaching out and raising a backpack, handing it to Xiao Yedao. Here, from Brother Stripes, a high-level marching storage bag, with several times more capacity than the crappy backpack we both had before. Shao Knight was instantly surprised and reached out to pick it up, only to see that this military green backpack was indeed much thicker and heavier than one's current backpack. The outside of the backpack was decorated with military green patterns, while the inside was lined with some spatial formations. There are 60 grids in all. This thing must be worth a lot. Knowing that the price of every extra compartment in the backpack can be much higher. How many dragon coins does this advanced marching bag cost? Shao Knight asked in a serious manner at once, but he saw September pat him on the shoulder and say, "Anne, Brother Scar gave it to me, so take it." That guy. I guess he'll have to go back to Uncle Chin for reimbursement. Shao Knight gently nodded, intending to turn around and personally find Scarab Brother himself to thank him. But nowadays this advanced marching bag with a capacity of 60 compartments is indeed a great help. Having more grids would allow you to take more medicine with you, instead of running out of supplies early and having to go back to Blackwater City. Go see if that weird old man fixed the equipment he gave us. September walked ahead with light feet, saying. Shao Knight, on the other hand, followed up and said seriously, Scar calls him Master Lan, don't call him a weird old man. Row. September, on the other hand, bristled, agreeing with her mouth but clearly not listening in her heart. When the two of them returned to the ironworker's workshop in the middle of the alley following the same path they took yesterday, only to see that the old man ironworker was still bare-chested, holding a sledgehammer in his hand and waving it vigorously, not afraid of the coolness of this early morning. You're here? When the old man ironworker saw Shao Knight and the September duo, he put down the work in his hands for the time being and wiped his hands with the clothes on his body. Then he took down the weapons that Xiao Yu and September had put here yesterday from a nearby shelf and handed them over. The guys and gals are all fixed up. See how it goes? September instantly took the one dagger she had, and looked it over carefully, and he only saw that the blade and the knife had been repolished to be as sharp as ever, and he nodded his head in joy at the same time. Master Lan worked hard. Shao Knight, on the other hand, took over his own king's sword of Junjun, only to see that some of the areas with slight wear and tear had been repolished to be as cold as a chilly light. Sure is good craftsmanship. It was only at this time that this old ironworker took out Shao Knight's Tiger Fierce battle shield from a vat filled with oil, after carefully rinsing it with cold water, and then using a clean linen cloth to wipe the residual oil on it clean. Then he reached out and handed it to Shao Knight, grinning. See if it's alright, my son? Shao Knight-tun was respectfully accepting the refreshed Tiger Fierce battle shield with both hands. When I entered my hand, I felt that it was much heavier and thicker than before. Looking more closely, I saw that the entire Tiger Fierce battle shield had been recast and polished. The original sharp, blade-like edges around them were melted into a ring of thick veins. A metal skeleton has been set into the face of a shield. The entire shield was thick and heavy like a flood bell, although it was a bit less of the original killing aura. Shao Knight held it in one hand and swung it in the air in a smooth manner, making several blocking motions. It just felt like the shield was a lot heavier than before, but it was much smoother. It also fit more closely with Shao Knight's strength value, which had surged forward long ago now. Equipped with this shield, it is like an unbreakable bell. It made Shao Knight's heart quite a bit more domineering than a million other people's, and at that moment the attributes of this improved version of the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hand surfaced in front of his eyes. Tiger Stripe War Shield Upper Mountain Tiger. Level, 75. Grade, Brilliant. Power requirement, 450 points. Defense, plus 2,800. Blocking effect, Extremely strong immunity. Attributes, Physique plus 150, Strength, plus 180, Blood plus 3,000, Winky Face. Additional effect, Immovable as a mountain, immunity to the vast majority of damage after a perfect block. Additional effect, Tiger's Momentum, each perfect block builds up a layer of momentum, and when counterattacking, it will consume all the built-up momentum, striking a terrifying Jedi counterattack. Such an overbearing attribute was both shocking and exciting to watch in Shao Knight's heart. Level 75 Radiator. Although the current Shao Knight's level is not enough to directly equip it to play 100% of its attributes, but it's also enough to crush large swaths of goldware. This Lan Master wear a simple self-repolished. It is simply a generous gift to yourself. A skeleton forged of basalt steel, a shield brim set in mountain-breaking stone. As the old man ironworker watched Shao Knight wield his shield with a tiger-like grip, a hint of appreciation was revealed in his eyes as well. Introducing his own work, saying, "A shield is a shield. What need is there for fancy blades for edges? Only the thickness of the cast is its true meaning." A smith's state of mind varies over the course of his life, and the weaponry he forges is likewise different. Especially those craftsmen with the highest level of skill tend to have a deeper and deeper understanding of weapons as the years of time accumulate. This Master Lan's recasting of the Tiger Fierce battle shield also contains his own life experience and precipitation of that lifetime of skill. Shao Knight even more deeply felt the heart and soul contained in this shield. It's even beyond the value that can be measured in money. "Thank you, Master Lan," Shao Knight said respectfully. "Master Lan is ingenious, so feel free to name your price for this shield, no matter how much it is. My juniors will definitely try their best to fulfill it." But he saw this old ironworker grinning and shaking his head, saying, "Forget the price." For the old man to be able to regain sight of what he forged when he was young in this Blackwater city is also considered to have some destiny with you. "Post boy, take a message for me as a credit." Shao Knight immediately straightened his face and washed his ears as he said, "Go ahead." Only to see this eccentric tempered hair already white Master Lan slowly raised his head and looked at the western sky that was not yet all lit up. "The," said with some despondency in his voice, "late born, if you have the chance to go to White Tiger City in the future, take a message for me with my clan. Let's just say that the unfilial son or grandson, Lan Qiyuan, is still alive and well, and I hope that the ancestor will not miss." Shao Knight was stunned at his words, then he nodded his head fiercely. "The late generation will definitely bring the words." Lan Qiyuan looked deeply at the young kid in front of him and, just like his state of mind last night when he recast this Tiger Fierce battle shield, he had drifted all his life, and in the end, he had lost his sharpness, but he had gained more thickness. But this kid is different from himself. Young but already dared to come to this Blackwater city to mix. The future is destined to be unlimited, as is the resculpted one of the uphill tigers on the shield. Chapter 99 Re-exploring the Jade Mines. The terrifying tiger counterattack. Shao Knight, do you think that weird old man is really from that famous Smith family clan in White Tiger City? After leaving from the ironworking workshop, September also asked curiously. "And, Master Lan," Shao Knight emphasized seriously. Fine, Master Lan, Master Lan." September's actually had more respect in her heart for this old ironsmith whose hair had turned gray. After all, not everyone had this mastery of repairing their dagger as good as new. If it wasn't true, how could he have asked me to bring such a message to the White Tiger City artisan family? Shao Knight nodded and said, in his mind, he also couldn't help repeating that name again, Lan Qiyuan. Although he didn't know why this skillful Master Lan stayed away from White Tiger City and came to this fishy Blackwater City, but I'm sure there must be something he's struggling with of his own. White Tiger City, along with Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu, were the four main cities of the Dragon Kingdom. Both the size of the city-state and its strategic significance were far above the secondary city of Shangjing. These four main cities are the true lifeblood of the Dragon Kingdom. The strength and number of professionals that mingled in the main city was also far more dozens of times more than that of Shangjing City, and it was likewise the location of the headquarters of the four major guilds of the Dragon Kingdom. It was there that one could truly meet the top professionals in the Dragon Kingdom. For ordinary people, only professionals whose strength had reached the second turn or above were qualified to travel to the four main cities. To fulfill Grandmaster Lan's mandate, he himself must likewise raise his rank and strength as quickly as possible. After getting their equipment and weapons, Shao Knight and September also followed the same path as yesterday and explored the Jade Mine again. With the experience of the last time, the duo who had prepared double the medicine and supplies this time was even more confident. Shangguazi, let's at least charge another 10 levels today. The dagger in September's hand pulled the blade in a flowery manner and said with a leap of joy, I've prepared a whole 20 sets of blood pills today, so I'll pack you as a human shield to top it off for a day. Shao Knight blankly glanced at her without any good sense of humor. He, a force-sensitive output stream warrior, should have been a top roaming position, but he could only be a turtle shell front row. It can't be helped. Who made September a brittle, blood-thin thief? At this moment, Shao Knight's mind emotionally couldn't help but surface a silhouette Shin armor warrior Gushiyu. If only the girl who likes to wear all that heavy armor gear was here. That girl who specialized in defense was all resistant to injuries and should not be any worse than Shao Knight. But at this time in Shangjing City, she should also be fully preparing for the unveiling of the list in a month's time. Familiar abandoned highways, the Jade Quarry, which is exactly as quiet as it was yesterday, and the several deep mine shafts. Shao Knight and the two of them, one in front of the other, skillfully formed a formation and advanced into the mine. Nowadays, Shao Knight's level was only 59 levels full of experience, but his strength had already reached the requirements for using the Tiger Stripe Battle Shield Upper Mountain Tiger. When equipped, it was also enough to utilize 80% of its defense and attributes. Compared to before, Shao Knight's defense had now come to a high of 3,588 points, and the blood value finally broke through the 10,000 mark, reaching almost 12,000. Nowadays, even if Shao Knight was compared to a group of heavily armored front row professions, he definitely wasn't half bad. Feeling this heavier shield in his hand, Shao Knight also couldn't help but feel a steady sense of security in his heart as he continued to push forward. It didn't take long. The familiar sharp sound of sharp stone claws rubbing against the cave wall then resounded once again in the mine. An emerald-colored figure surged from the depths of the mine. Fiddler Body Stone Ghost, or should I say a swarm of Fiddler Stone Ghosts. Coming, Shao Knight immediately spoke in a deep voice, raising the Tiger Stripe Battle Shield Upper Mountain Tiger in his hand and steadily blocking at the front. With the first Fiddler Stone Goblin pouncing on there was a sudden thumping sensation from the shield in his hand, far more slight than yesterday but far too slight. The additional effect, immovable as a mountain, was immediately activated, directly blocking more than 90% of the damage. A double-digit damage just surfaced painlessly on Shao Knight's body. 59. This was the terrifying defense of a level 75 radiant artifact. At the same time, a prompt surfaced in front of Shao Knight's eyes. A layer of tiger power has been accumulated. The next blocking counterattack will increase damage and attack range by 10%. Tiger power actually boosts the attack range. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but feel joy in his heart and said, "Kill." His right hand drew the King's Sword of Monarch Grant, but he did not launch a direct attack. Instead, he concentrated on blocking with the shield in his left hand. Under the dim lighting bug light, Shao Knight kept adjusting the angle of his shield left and right with precision, striving for perfection with every block. Behind us, however, September has already begun its journey to the harvest. The dagger in his hand instantly erupted with blood-colored light, hiding behind Shao Knight and accurately stabbing on top of the weak point of one of the Facier Stone Goblins. 3199, 3081, 1 by 1. The bludgeoning weakness damage has increased again from yesterday. As the mournful screams of the fiddlesticks echoed through the mine, a loud scuffling sound once again came from the depths of the mine. An even greater number of Fiddler Stone Ghosts than yesterday swarmed out densely. Shao Knight didn't even need too much deliberate blocking. A force that crashed on top of the shield came from the accumulated tiger power had instantly arrived at the 18th floor. Shao Knight saw the right time, and after another perfect block, the King's Sword of the Monarch Grant in his right hand violently slashed forward. Blocking counterattack, instantly consuming all of the accumulated tiger power, only to see the Monarch granting King's Sword in his hand violently glowing with a gigantic shadow. Unstoppable, it slashed forward. A tiger's roar echoed through the narrow mines. A huge shadow slashed down, and a Fey Body Stone Goblin was instantly turned into rubble and ashes. 5000, 5000, 5000. A flurry of damage numbers surfaced in front of his eyes, accumulating a full 18 tiers of tiger power in one strike, directly killing all of the dozen or so Fey Body Stone Ghosts within the range of the attack that had a blood level of no more than 5,000 in seconds. The damage has even spilled over. Raw melon, what kind of damage are you doing? It wasn't just September beside her who had looked on in awe that. Even Shao Knight himself was a bit confused. Such a terrifying piece of ranged damage was actually dealt by himself. This, tiger power, was really a killer way to fight back in a desperate situation. A channel of experience surged from above the corpse of the Facier Stone Ghost and converged on the Shao Knight and September duo. Shao Knight's level had also finally broken through level 60. Chapter 100, Deep in the Mines. The strange phenomenon of jadeization. The immovable formation of the Shao Knight duo advanced in the middle of the mine without retreating. With tiger power, a large range counter move with explosive damage. The duo's output efficiency was another tier higher than yesterday. In just under an hour, the corpses of Fiddler Stone Ghosts piled up at his feet seemed to have caught up with the results of yesterday's battle. The duo's levels, on the other hand, had once again risen 2 levels in a row. Shao Knight clearly felt that after reaching level 60, the experience required for each level up was again too much higher than before. The experience of these several hundred Facier stone ghosts had already allowed them to level up by 6 or 7 levels when placed yesterday, but today it was only a mere 2 levels. Without realizing it, the sharp, piercing sound of sharp stones sharpening the walls of the cave in the middle of the mine gradually became much lighter, as the swarm of fiddler stone ghosts in front of us grew thinner and thinner. The duo realized that dense group of Facier stone ghosts that looked like a river of carp had actually been killed by them, with the dagger in September's hand viciously nailing the last noisy fey-bodied gargoyle. The whole mine was finally quiet in the middle of all of the fiddlesticks were reduced to corpses. That's the end of the kill? September also had some incredulity and looked up at Shao Knight and asked, "How many levels are you?" Shao Knight glanced at his attribute panel. His level had just reached level 65, over half of his experience, and replied, "I'm level 65. September nodded and said, "Me too. I thought I'd be able to level up to 70 today. How come I'm done killing these fiddler stone ghosts?" September, while still looking somewhat unwillingly into the depths of the mine, on the other hand, his face revealed a kind of wry smile as he came to Shao Knight's ear and said, "Shangguazi, should we go deeper into the mine to take a look?" Shao Knight was instantly stunned. This was to his liking. He had consumed more than 1,000 points of fire value yesterday to strengthen the golden cicada shell, in order to be able to go down into the depths of the mine today to find out what was going on. Only he didn't think this September was going to be there? Shao Knight immediately frowned and said, "Didn't Stripes tell us not to go deeper into the mine? Have you forgotten about the workers who contracted the bad disease? It's highly likely that there's bizarre radiation inside the depths of this mine, and even professionals may not be unaffected." But he saw September narrow her eyes and said with a provocative smile, saying, "What? You're scared?" Shao Knight skimmed his mouth and frankly said, "I do have a skill that should be immune to the effects of the depths of this mine, but what about you? If you go down there rashly, you might get killed." But then I saw September's brow smile and say, He, who are you looking down on? Shangguazi, show me." Only September's pair of pupils suddenly turned blood red and, immediately afterward the neck, which was exposed to the outside of the outfit, also suddenly turned an eerie white color, with veins and veins rooted in it. Just like a dead undead. The corner of September's mouth tickled, and she laughed. "And this skill is called Undead Carapace, and it's the exclusive natural skill of this lady's profession. When turned on, it can immunize the vast majority of abnormal statuses for living beings." Shao Knight narrowed his eyes and looked at her carefully up and down, and his heart was also secretly surprised for a while. He had to admit that he had still somewhat underestimated this S-ranked professional undead thief of September. The gold content of an S-ranked profession is still not to be underestimated, and the strength of some unique talent words is definitely not bad. Undead body, as the name implies, being is undead, naturally can immunize against some of the abnormal states of living beings, and the radiation in this mine is naturally the same. "Okay, then let's explore deeper into the mine." Shao Knight nodded his head and said in a deep voice. His original plan was to let September be the receiver outside the mine, and go in alone to explore the depths of the mine. Nowadays, having such an S-ranked companion like September around to look out for each other was also definitely a good thing. September's one eye also revealed a desire to explore. Just like what Red Sun Yang had said, in the point of being bold, September was actually very similar to Shao Knight. The duo used the weapons in their hands to pave a path through the piles of fiddlerstone ghost corpses. Follow the mine deeper. As of now, Shao Knight hadn't sensed any abnormalities. It was just that the deeper he went into the mine, the more he felt a bone-chilling shade. Ultrasound's solitary enemy, darkly open. The complicated mine terrain ahead also appeared in Shao Knight's mind. Suddenly, September, who was walking in front of him, turned his head strangely to look at Shao Knight and asked in a somewhat bewildered manner, "Raw melon, did you feel a fluctuation? It's echoing back and forth in the middle of this mine." Shao Knight froze, and before he could say anything, but September had turned her head once more, and said to herself that, "Strange, why does it seem to be gone again?" Shao Knight's heart was immediately somewhat secretly surprised as well. This S-ranked ultrasonic sojourner of his own would have been detected by September, who was also an S-ranked professional. In front of her, it should be that her 5 senses had also become sharper after turning on her undead body. It seemed that every S-rank profession had their own unique natural skills, and it was categorically impossible to have any underestimation. And it was time for this S-rank scrying skill, ultrasonic enemy solicitation, that he was so proud of to be advanced once more. From yesterday's reinforcement process, strengthening a talent phrase of S-rank to SS rank would consume at least 1,000 points of fire value. However, when he himself killed that Fey body stone goblin today, he had similarly harvested a large wave of fire value no less than what he had harvested yesterday. When the time comes, just use it on top of this, ultrasonic solitaire. I wonder what kind of surprise I'll bring to myself by strengthening this, ultrasonic solitaire, to SS rank. between thoughts. However, they saw that the originally narrow mine cave in front of them was gradually opening up, and a wide underground space suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Ha! September, who was walking in front of her, uttered a startled exclamation of surprise, and Shao Knight, who had opened his delusion-breaking pupil at the back, could see it just as clearly. Just see this one huge underground space, which was originally supposed to be a transit station in this one mine. There were a number of abandoned railroad cars scattered throughout, and a rusty giant elevator. Hundreds of years have passed and these mechanical facilities have long since lost their effectiveness. And yet the weird thing is, these materials are originally steel casting mechanical equipment, lighting bugs that dim light shines, but reflected a piece of emerald-colored light. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but walk up and take a closer look at it. It was surprising to see that these steel frames had been jaded. What on earth is it that even steel is capable of being alienated into this form? Xiao Nightfall couldn't help but frown. Inch by inch of rust in front of him, all that steel had turned into emerald green emerald-colored or that blended in with the rust. And at this point, on the other side, September suddenly exclaimed in a low voice that, Xiao Knight, look, there's a man there. No, it should be a corpse. Chapter 101 Miner's Notes. Strange disease, crystallized man. Xiao Knight followed September's gaze and saw that right there in the rusty giant elevator operation room, a vaguely humanoid corpse was revealing half of its body. September, too, was bold enough to climb straight up in 3 or 2 steps, and, flicking the corpse with the dagger in his hand, exclaimed in alarm that, Raw melon, come and see. This seems to be a staff member who was once in the middle of this mine. Xiao Knight instantly walked over in a hurry, only to see a set of standardized clothing that was already about to decay hanging above this corpse, and for a moment it could be recognized that it should be work clothes, underneath the overalls. However, the man's body was extremely grotesque. According to this jade mine closed for hundreds of years, the corpses in the depths of this mine should have long since decayed into white bones, but the corpses still have the appearance of human beings. September gently picked the corpse's arm with the dagger in her hand, only to see the epidermal skin, which had already been air-dried, immediately fall off inch by inch, revealing the white bones and dried flesh inside. Under the dim light, there was actually a fake-colored jade radiance, and the rotting flesh and white bones underneath the epidermis were surprisingly jadeized. Ah! September couldn't help but let out a gasp of. The two of them glanced at each other, and a hint of shock appeared in each other's eyes. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and uttered a sentence that creeped September out even more. This man, it looks like he committed suicide. What did you say? September was startled when she sniffed and Xiao Knight gently picked apart the rotting clothes covering that corpse with the King of Monarchs sword in his hand, only to see a horrifying wound faintly visible above that person's abdomen. There are several open wounds not only on the abdomen, but also on the chest, lungs, and even kidneys just on the legs and neck. And right next to this corpse, a decayed dagger was also found, also jadeized. Xiao Knight was filled with horror as he watched, and September murmured, full of fear, how much pain did this man suffer during his lifetime to end his life by piercing every part of his body in such a way? In fact, both of them had a hint of a hidden answer in their hearts. Xiao Knight raised the king's sword of the monarch Grant in his hand and gently slashed through the half-jade rotting flesh on the corpse's chest. Only see the chest cavity has long been covered with a sharp fey-color crystals, as if 10,000 needles through the heart. September turned her face away at once and, such a miserable state of death would make one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, suddenly found a notebook with a corner exposed underneath the man's corpse. Offended, Xiao Knight spoke softly to the corpse, reaching down and pulling the notebook out. Only to see that the paper has long been yellowed and broken, and the handwriting inside has become blurred with the wear and tear of the years. Xiao Knight carefully flipped it open, only to see that the contents of the notebook were not much. Most of them were some work journals. Only the most recent pages have scribbled an alarming handwriting on them. Someone started coughing up blood again yesterday. Gone. Everyone fled. Everyone is afraid of catching this strange disease, but I can't leave. Damn company yet. Shui Yang, he also got that strange disease. Last night I saw him. With my own eyes it was so scary. Why doesn't the protective suit work? The handwriting became more and more scribbled, and the last page of the notebook was left with a single line. Help! I don't want to be a monster. Xiao Knight had mixed feelings in his heart for a while. According to the man with the wrapped face, it was hundreds of years ago when this jade mine went wrong. That time was also the beginning of the era of the Great Awakening of the professions, and many strange things that mankind simply could not understand or explain were suddenly occurring all over the world. Copies, monsters, pollution, one after another began to appear. It was a time of disaster for mankind. The first professionals to awaken were few and far between, and ordinary humans were as defenseless against all manner of monstrosities. More humans died in those days than at any other time. This jade mine is a living example. But today, It's time to solve the mystery here. Shao Knight re-equipped his left hand with the Tiger Strike Battle Shield Upper Mountain Tiger. The monster described in this notebook made Shao Knight very concerned, and the owner who left these notes personally ended his own life with a dagger before he was reduced to this miserable corpse of death in front of him. But what if he hadn't killed himself in the first place? And what kind of monster will it become? September. Be more careful on the road ahead. Shao Knight immediately opened his mouth and reminded him. September was flabbergasted, too. But right at this moment, only another sound of sharp stones rubbing against the cave wall could be heard from the depths of the mine ahead, but not raucous. It seemed heavy and slow. Fiddlesticks? September came off guard at once. And Shao Knight, however, shook his head. The ultrasonic enemy solicitation had already given feedback that there was only one enemy amongst the depths of the mine in front of him. Unlike the sensitive fiddlesticks that could fly low in the air, that thing moved extremely slowly. I'm afraid it's not an elite monster. It's a boss. High pollution level bosses are definitely not that good. The old formation. Shao Knight spoke in a low voice and raised his shield to protect September's front. Fortunately, this is not the narrow mine, but a relatively wide underground platform, so there is also some space to pull. The slow scuffling sound is getting closer and a huge figure gradually appeared in the middle of the platform. Only to see that it was a tall and grotesque humanoid monster, with both hands and feet elongated as if they were apes and monkeys, and as tall as 3 meters. And what made Shao Knight tense up even more was that this humanoid monster's body was wrapped in an extremely thick layer of fey-colored crystals, like armor with spikes. Shao Knight's paranoia-breaking pupil directly opened, and a line of words immediately appeared before his eyes. Fiddler Crystallized Man. Level 70 High Pollution Level Quasi-Boss. Words, crystallized skin, tainted pods, gravel storm. This would be the monster that the owner of that note was talking about. Polluted Jade's End becomes such a horrible look. Shao Knight's eyes flinched as he raised his shield in front of him. The face of that huge crystallized man was similarly wrapped in a thick layer of crystals, with no eyes or features at all, and the faceless giant face looked more and more bizarre. Suddenly, it had somehow detected the presence of Shao Knight and September. He violently rushed towards Shao Knight and September, his ape-like wild running posture causing his heartbeat to stutter. Boom! The tiger-striped battle shield in the hands of Shao Knight, who was watching carefully, accurately aimed at it. In an instant, I felt a huge force coming through me, and my whole body was shaken backward. 958. Even though he had managed to block, he was still dealt nearly 1,000 points of damage. This crystallized man was no less than a high pollution level quasi-boss. However, at the same time, Shao Knight had already accumulated a layer of tiger strength. Without thinking, he launched a blocking counterattack straight into the. Shao Knight wanted to see just how much weight this crystallized person had. The King's Sword of the Monarch authorization in his right hand carried a layer of tiger momentum and slashed down directly in his face. The blade of the sword cut into the skin of this crystallized man, but there was a crunch. A damage number that made Shao Knight's eyes widen burst out at once. 77. How can it be? Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but be alarmed. With his current attack power of nearly 2,000 points, how could he have only dealt a double-digit damage with a layer of Tiger Potential's bonus stacked on top of it? At the same time, the figure of September behind him suddenly swept out and, the dagger with a blood-colored glow in his hand ruthlessly stabbed at the crystallized man's chest. A damage number burst out. 2-65. What? September's eyes widened even then. Chapter 102 Weird Crystalline Layer. Shao Knight can't suppress the fire. What's going on here? September's whole body is confused, because according to the numbers of the damage, the blow he had just dealt had also struck a bludgeoning blow. Blitz only just hit for 65 points of damage? The two boasted that they are also the best among the awakened in the same session. Whether it is equipment or their own professional strength, not dare to say far ahead is definitely the top of the class. Yet up comes one person with one slash, and the damage doesn't go over 100 in droves? At this moment, the counterattack of that fey color crystalline person also came extremely fast. A pair of long, slender, ape-like arms with crystallized spikes hugged fiercely towards September. It was also good that September reacted quickly and dodged narrowly. Look out! Shao Knight held the tiger stripe battle shield and once again blocked in front of her. In his eyes, however, he had already seen a hint of what was going on. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for both of them to only deal double-digit damage. I'm afraid it's because of the effect of the talent phrase, crystalline skin, that came with that fey-colored crystalline man. Shao Knight opened his paranoia-breaking pupil and looked again, only to see that the thick layer of fey-colored crystals on the crystallized man's body was like a natural protective layer, wrapping the entire body tightly. Not even a single weakness was revealed. A line of prompts also surfaced directly in front of his eyes. The target is in a crystallized state, and its defense is greatly increased. Just how high is this guy's defense? Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but frown and forbid. At this time, the blood bar on that fey color crystalline person was also revealed. only to see that its total blood count wasn't high, just over 20,000. However, the damage dealt by those 2 slashes from Shao Knight in September just now was simply as if it was a drizzle, and there was no visible decrease in the blood bar at all. At this moment, that fey-colored crystalline man once again flung up his long arms like an ape and grabbed towards Shao Knight. Shao Knight raised the tiger stripe battle shield in his hand and blocked it with precision once again, and with this tremendous force, he took a step backward, while the king's sword of the king's authorization in his hand surged forward in a sudden thrust. Unbelievingly, Shao Knight directly struck a swift thunder burst. The king's sword of the king's grant viciously stabbed at the chest of that fey-colored crystalline man, only to see a painless number pop up again. The -105. Good lord, even Thunderbolt can only do a measly 100 damage? This time, Shao Knight was completely convinced, and while deftly taking several steps backward, he drank out a bottle of blood medicine and poured it into his mouth. It was a good thing that this fey-colored crystalline man's attacking moves were incomparably fierce, but his speed was not fast. September, who is an agile professional, can easily avoid it by walking around, and the tiger stripe battle shield in Shao Knight's hand could also block substantial damage after it was recast and strengthened. September made a dexterous dodge, circled around to the crystallized man's back, and the dagger in his hand was also disbelievingly danced out again in a harsh manner. Several damage numbers burst out at once as well. -44, -51, -47, Mom-ye. Hitting out at the damage. September himself simply didn't have the eyes to see, and couldn't help but mutter that how can this be fought? Isn't this pure iron bastard? In fact, the blood bar of this fey crystalline man wasn't exactly thick, but the defense was on the ridiculously high side. Shao Knight was also holding back a burst of fire that he couldn't suppress. In this is not narrow but also absolutely cannot be considered broad underground platform. The two people one after another around this fey color crystalline people constantly dodged that ape general bizarre attack. Although he hadn't encountered any fatal crisis for the time being, it wasn't a good idea to go on like this. The duo's normal attacks couldn't do more than 100 damage at all. It was like scraping the bottom of the barrel. Although 20,000 bloodstains didn't sound like much, at this moment it was like a heavenly rift. Shao Knight bullied his way forward, and the king's sword of the monarch grant in his hand suddenly wrapped around a trace of bizarre flames, ruthlessly slashing at the body of this fey-colored crystalline man. Toxicitis of the Tarsus. However, an expected prompt appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. The target is immune, and the tarsal poison effect has failed to attach. I'm sure even my own Tarsus poisonous bone inflammation can't do it. This fey-color crystalline man has long been not a living creature. The fey stone crystals all over his body are not afraid of fire. It is simply a fire poison is not invasive. Such thick armor-based monsters like the Iron King's bastard often needed blunt weapons like giant hammers to deal better damage effects. However, Shao Knight and September were both blade weapons, which were just restrained by the thick crystallized layer. A blunt instrument? Shao Knight was suddenly struck by an idea, and shouted to September from afar, "Hey, get out of the way." September was still a little puzzled, but withdrew hastily to the corner of the platform, muttering that, "Raw melon, what's your trick again?" However, he only saw Shao Knight's gaze locked onto that fey-colored crystalline person. Suddenly, Shao Knight's own body, however, glowed with a layer of light golden light, and his entire figure suddenly changed by inches. The arms and legs gradually lengthened and grew a thick layer of fey-colored crystals. It was none other than the new phrase that Shao Knight had spent over 1,000 points of fire seed value to bet heavily on, golden cicada shell. Since you don't have a blunt instrument in your hand, you'll become one yourself. After all, is there a better blunt instrument than the body of this fey-colored crystalline man? A line of hints suddenly appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Has taken the form of a fey-colored crystalline man. And since his level is lower than the target, the inherited attribute effect is 83%. Inherited blood, 18,721. Inherited defense, 12,889. Inherited attack power, 2,791. Inherited agility value, 230. Succession. A strange sensation came over my body and Shao Knight only felt that his perspective had also suddenly become higher. And when he looked down, he saw that his hands and feet had become as slender as the crystallized man, and were wrapped in a thick layer of fey-colored crystals. Looking at his own defense attribute again, it had reached nearly 13,000. This was still only inheriting 83% of the attribute's effect, indicating that the actual defense of that Fei Jing man had already reached 15,000, far beyond the monsters at this stage of the game by a tier. No wonder it couldn't break its defense at all. Unbeknownst to him, this scene fell in the eyes of the September next to him, but it looked incredibly bizarre and numbing. September's immediately let out a sharp shriek and stammered, reaching out and pointing at Shao Knight. "Shao Knight, how did you become that thing too? Did you catch the disease?" Then I only saw September hastily looking down at her own body, and with a sobbing voice she said, "Done. Oh, I'm going to look like this ghost too. At that moment, an even weirder scene appeared. Only to see that the fey-colored crystalline man that Shao Knight had turned into suddenly raised an arm and waved it at September. His intention was to remind some September that he had not mutated, but because at this time, Shao Knight's entire face was also wrapped in thick fey-colored crystals, he could not speak at all. Yet this scenario was even more horrifying to September. September froze for a moment, then suddenly he let out a loud cry, turned his head and ran towards the outside of the mine, running and crying, "Wow, Shao Knight, you become a ghost. Don't come to me, wow." Shao Knight, Chapter 103, Fist for Fist. The way to break the crystallized layer. Shao Knight also couldn't wait to care about that September. The fey-colored crystalline man in front of him had already rushed towards Fierce himself once again without a care in the world. At this time, Shao Knight's entire face was also covered with a thick layer of fey-color crystals, and he can only see an approximate shadow in front of his eyes, which should be the perspective of that fey-color crystal person, only to see an ape-like silhouette with slender limbs pouncing towards him like the wind. Shao Knight instinctively wanted to dodge, but suddenly realized that his entire body was heavy from being filled with cement, and even jumping a step backward was quite slow. It's too late. Shao Knight directly swung his equally slender crystalline arm and ruthlessly smashed it towards the fey-colored crystalline man that pounced over. Bodies that were also both covered in fey-colored crystals collided with each other, immediately smashing a burst of fey-colored powder and forming a smoke in the air. This time, however, Shao Knight, was not knocked backward by the move, but rather, he and the fey-colored crystalline man were shocked backward for a while in unison, despite only having 83% of the opponent's attributes. At this point, Shao Knight already had the capital to trade punches with it. Shasta. Two damage numbers exploded on each other's bodies at the same time. The -591, -481, do unto others as they would have done unto them. Sure enough, it dealt effective damage. Even the damage number that Shao Knight exploded on that fey-color crystalline man was the higher one instead. That's because it was its face that Shao Knight swung his fist at, and it was his own bladder that was bruised. By returning blood for blood in this way, there might not be no chance of killing it. Shao Knight came to life for a moment and, re-entrenched, one arm shielding his chest, the other hand was storing power behind his back, and he stepped forward violently with a swinging punch, straight into the crystallized man's face. -891. The heavy punch smashed the fey-colored crystalline man crooked backwards, seemingly a little confused by the punch, but then it was a strange cry that came out from somewhere in the body, and like a violent rage, it repounced towards Shao Knight. Yet these few short strokes down, Shao Knight, however, had already somewhat gradually familiarized himself with this heavy yet incomparably sturdy body, although his own whole body's attributes were only 83% of his opponent's. But Shao Knight's fighting skills had undergone 1,000 refinements in the holographic simulation class, and had dominated the No. 1 middle school for 3 long years as the No. 1 in the heavenly ranking. That fey-colored crystalline person once again hugged towards Shao Knight like an ape. However, he saw Shao Knight directly dodge it with a low head, and then he hammered on its face again with a vicious uppercut from the top down. It was hammered straight to the point that it fell backward on its back. At the same time, he saw a piece of the fey-color crystalline man's face being smashed down with a piece of fey-color debris. Out of nowhere, Shao Yi suddenly saw that its face, which was covered with fey-colored crystals, seemed to have been hammered to the point that a piece of it was missing, revealing the flesh inside. This was precisely because Shao Knight had thrown 3 punches in succession, all of which had hit its face. The crystalline layer can be broken. Such a thought suddenly appeared in Shao Knight's mind, provided that it was done with high enough damage to instill the same point. To corroborate his suspicions, Shao Knight directly ventured forward to chase after him, ruthlessly smashing into the gaping hole in the face of that fey-colored crystalline man. With the feedback of a solid punch to the flesh, a huge number spiked out at once. -3211. Fruity. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but roar out in excitement. Yet in that mouth wrapped in fey-colored crystals only a whimpering strange sound could come out. As long as the surface crystalline layer was broken, that Fei Jing man's defense would immediately drop drastically. However, before Shao Knight had time to get excited, he clearly saw that the crystalline layer that was originally missing a piece of the fey-colored crystalline human face was growing full at an extremely fast speed that was visible to the naked eye. What? The crystalline layer actually recovers on its own? Shao Knight was instantly anxious and surged forward, wanting to take advantage of its illness. Yet with that extremely slow and heavy movement of the body, it takes seconds to even throw a punch. If only September were still around, with the agility and explosive output of her S-rank profession Undead Thief, enough to just decapitate that crystalline layer before it grew well. And just then, a blood-red tinged blade suddenly attacked from behind Shao Knight and violently chopped through the gaping hole in the fey crystalline man's face that hadn't had time to grow back. Then like a swallow returning, it flew back behind Shao Knight. A big damage number burst out on the face of that fey color crystalline man all of a sudden. 3871. Shao Knight instantly twisted his head to look, but then I saw that September surprisingly go and come back. A pair of eyes were still glaring at Shao Knight with vigilance, and there was still some redness in their orbits as they suddenly opened their mouths and said, "Hey, nod your head if you're Xiaoyu." Shao Knight instantly nodded his head hastily, yet the hard crystallized layer covering his neck actually caused him to be unable to lower his neck. Shao Knight simply directly bent over and gave a bow. Okay, got it," September said at once, somewhat breathlessly, and though there was still some incredulity and alarm on her face, Shao Knight, however, hastily stretched out a hand and pointed at the crystallized layer that was rapidly growing closed on the fey-colored crystallized human face. September instantly understood what he meant, and her face chilled with awe. The dagger in her hand once again blossomed into a burst of blood-colored light, spun around, and was held in her hand backwards. Then the figure flashed, like a blood-red residual shadow. He suddenly swept towards the fey-colored crystalline man. This was the first time Shao Knight had seen September on fire, only to see her stride with dexterity and swiftness. She fiercely stepped on the ground and leapt up high like a cheetah on the hunt. The dagger that was held in the opposite hand was accurately stabbed on the face of that fey-colored crystallized person. 3681. That's not all. Falling from the air, September used the dagger in her hand to stab the fey-colored crystalline man in the chest, and with a borrowed force, her body spun out once again. Several blood-red rays of light in succession bloomed like lotus blossoms on the face of the fiddler-colored crystalline man. 3191, 2985, 3381. 3 explosive damage in a flash, emptying all of that fey-color crystalline man's blood bars. This was the explosion of the S-rank thief profession, as the heavy body of the fey-colored crystalline man slammed to the ground, raising a cloud of debris. September landed lightly. 2. Turn around and turn back. Shao Knight raised his stiff arm to give her a thumbs up. Chapter 104, The Can Opener Duo. Kill the crystallized man. As Shao Knight lifted the golden cicada shell removal, stayed on his own. The thick fey-colored crystalline layer all over his body peeled off layer by layer and dissipated into the air. The original ape-like elongated limbs had also reverted back to their normal human appearance. Looking at this bizarre scene, a hint of caution once again appeared on the face of September next to her, saying, "Oi, raw melon, what the hell is going on with you? Why do you change into a crystallized person 1 minute and then a human being the next?" Shao Knight moved his stiff facial muscles before opening his mouth to explain. "It's a skill of mine that allows me to briefly transform into the form of a monster." September was silent for a moment and said, "Something like a high-level shape-shifting technique?" Shao Knight nodded and said, "Pretty much." Then September suddenly stormed up and violently punched Shao Knight's back waist, gritting her teeth and saying, "Then why didn't you say so? It's costing me." Shao Knight at once somewhat helplessly all said, "I wanted to talk to you after I transformed, but I didn't realize that after I transformed, my face was also wrapped in a thick crystalline layer and I couldn't speak." This wave is indeed Shao Knight's own pot. September instantly hated the fact that she had simply made a fool of herself. Looking at September's reddened eyes, which seemed to show traces of crying, Shao Knight also asked with some guilt and curiosity, "And what did you just figure out there?" The corner of September's face twitched as she said, "What I was thinking was that even if I ran away, I'd come back to collect your body, take a little scrap of clothing or something, and go back so I could at least make a grave for you." Shao Knight was silent for a moment and said, "I can't thank you enough." "You're welcome." At this moment, on the corpse of the fallen fey-colored crystalline man in the distance, the thick layer of crystalline layer also suddenly and gradually began to peel away, revealing a somewhat dried-up human form. On top of the human body was a set of coveralls identical to the one worn by the previous corpse. Sure enough, these fey-colored crystalline people and the corpse that had left the notes behind were all once staff members in the middle of a jade mine. In that case, I'm afraid that if we continue to explore deeper into the mines, we should still be able to encounter quite a few fey-color crystallized people. However, at this moment, 2 white empirical rays of light also surged out from on top of the crystallized man's corpse and pulled on Shao Knight and September's bodies. The duo's experience bars immediately grew by a large margin that was visible to the naked eye. September, who had made up the last cut, even had a flash on her body and directly ascended a level. "Hey, I got an upgrade." Just now also indignant with resentment of the September. At this moment, the corner of the mouth is also turned sad to happy, joyful. This fey-color crystalline people give experience is surprisingly so rich? Shao Knight was also shocked in his heart. His original experience bar that was only over half of level 65 had directly risen by a full 1/3. At this efficiency, every 3 fey-color crystallites killed would be able to move up a level. Not bad for a level 70 high pollution level quasi-boss. Further into the depths of the mine, there should be quite a few more of the same fey-colored crystallized people. By dousing the same place with high enough damage, you'll be able to temporarily break through the thick crystalline layer on its body. Shao Knight's eyes instantly lit up as he explained to September. As long as we break that crystalline layer, the defense inside will be greatly reduced, and the two of us can even directly kill it in seconds when we join forces. Upon hearing these words, September's somewhat reddened eyes suddenly brightened up anew as well. In fact, when she struck out just now, she had also vaguely understood this, and immediately and eagerly asked, "How do you instill damage? How did you just break it?" Blade weapons were not very destructive to crystalline layers, something the duo had already tried long ago. Shao Knight recalled that he had just smashed it open raw with that same fist that was covered in crystalline layers, so he mused and said, "When I turned into a crystallized man, I had the same layer of crystallized skin, and I could break it by exchanging my fist for a fist. The cooldown for me to transform once is half an hour, but as long as I don't take fatal damage, the transformation can last forever." September understood him at once, and said, with a gleam in her eyes, "So it is. Don't worry, Shangguazi, with me here, you can't die." The two exchanged a silent look. The other understood each other's point of view. As long as Shao Knight transformed into a crystallized man and destroyed the crystallized layer of that fey crystallized man, September would be able to utilize his explosive output means to directly kill it in seconds. And if Shao Knight didn't suffer any fatal injuries, he could always maintain the state of a crystallized human. In this way, as long as they didn't encounter crystallites that appeared in hordes, they could keep replicating this one routine and harvest that huge amount of experience from the crystallites. When all was said and done, after the pair had rested in place for half an hour, the golden cicada has finished cooling down. Shao Knight directly turned into that strange man with elongated limbs wrapped in crystallized layers once again. September, who witnessed the whole scene this time, was watching curiously from the side while propping her face up with her hands, seemingly judging something, and if anything, she said to Shao Knight, saying, "Here, spin around for me to see if the backside is just like the crystallized man." Shao Knight thought nothing of directly turning around but I didn't want to make that September guffaw and scold joyfully. He is ugly. Shao Knight. The two continued to explore deeper into the mine. It is only after leaving this underground platform that one enters once more into the narrow cavern of the mine. It didn't take long before a heavy, slow footstep was heard again. September took a deft step and went ahead and explored there. Not a moment later, he turned back with a happy face and gestured to Shao Knight, saying, "Just one crystallized man. Kill it." Shao Knight instantly assumed a direct stance, moved his stiff body, and then with a violent burst of heavy assisted running. The fey-colored crystals from the depths of the mine had just shown their heads. Then he was punched in the face by a kindred spirit that looked exactly like himself. The bodies, also wrapped in thick crystalline layers, clashed, and a burst of fey-colored debris was smashed out. Without waiting for the fey-colored crystalline man to react, Shao Knight stepped forward and threw another punch. This heavy body had been gradually adapted by him, and 3 consecutive punches were thrown, all of them hitting the face of the fey-colored crystalline man. As a puff of fiddler-colored smoke of debris burst through the air, once again, a gaping hole was chiseled in the face of that fey-color crystalline man. Shao Knight tacitly moved his body to the side and a figure with a blood-colored glow suddenly flashed behind him, and the dagger in September's hand raged across the crystallized man's face like a death lotus. A couple high-damage bursts in quick succession. The fey-colored crystalline man collapsed with a loud bang. Only a sound of heavy stones touching each other, and the booming sound of bodies landing on the ground could be heard echoing through the mine. A similar scene suddenly played out in the depths of the mine. I don't remember how many of the fiddlesticks they killed with this can opener routine, but I don't know how many of the fiddlesticks they killed. September, who had once again gone up to explore and lead the monsters, suddenly froze at the mine ahead, as if she had seen something that had startled her. Woohoo! Shao Knight wanted to open his mouth and ask what was going on, but was so wrapped up in the crystalline layers of his face that he could not speak at all, and could only step forward slowly with his heavy body to take a look at just a glance. Even Shao Knight couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, only to see that the mine in front of them led to an underground pit sinkhole that was huge enough to be several thousand meters wide, and in that subterranean crater, one by one, the fey body crystallized people, numbering in the hundreds and thousands, were surrounding the center in unison, in a kneeling position. One movement. Chapter 105. High-ranking crystallized believers. Booby trap plan. Such a bizarre scene was a sight to behold, and the two of them felt a pang in their hearts. So many fey-color crystallized people. September Love couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva and lowered his voice to Shao Knight and said, "Raw melon, why don't we pull out?" Sun Yang said, "If you can't fight, run, there's no shame." It wasn't as if the idea of walking away was not floating in Shao Knight's mind. After all, the duo's open the can routine was fine against a fey-colored crystallized man alone. It would be troublesome if they took on multiple crystallites at the same time and didn't break through their crystalline layer in the first place. Not to mention the fact that there were hundreds and thousands of fey-colored crystalline people in this huge underground hollow in front of them. Moreover, the two of them had come all the way down the mine and had already killed more than 24 fey-colored crystallized people, and Shao Knight's level had also risen to level 71. So this wave of jade mine trips had already been considered to be quite rewarding. Wait a minute. Shao Knight, who had lifted the golden cicada shell, however, suddenly said in a low voice, "These fey-colored crystalline people seem to be sleeping?" With his paradox-breaking pupils opened, his eyesight was several times higher than September's, and he was able to see clearly even in the middle of this dark mine, only to see that the circle and circle of fey-colored crystalline people kneeling around the center were all as motionless as stone statues, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep. What the hell are they doing? And what exactly was that thing in the center? Being knelt to by thousands of fey-colored crystalline people? Because the distance is too far away. Even Shao Knight, who has opened his delusion-breaking pupil, can only see a dark blur in the center. Slumber? Septemberton pursed her lips, and with a twinkle in her eye, said, "You mean we can lure these sleeping crystallized people over and kill them one by one?" Shao Knight didn't nod his head, but he didn't shake it either. The idea was just too risky. Who can guarantee that only one crystallized person will be awakened at a time? While it's true that these crystallized people gathered around each other are still a not-so-close distance away from each other, in case one stone stirred up 1,000 layers of birds, and all of these hundreds of crystallized people were awakened, it would be a disaster. But if the plan works, this number of nearly 1,000 crystallized people that could be walking around with one huge experience pack, kill them all and conservatively get straight to level 80 or even 90. September's eyes with a touch of red were also gradually flickering. Obviously in her heart she also couldn't let go of the high amount of experience of these fey-colored crystallized people. "Want to give it a try?" September said with a leap of faith in her voice. "I'll sneak over there, steal a knife from behind and run. It shouldn't be too much of a commotion." The thief profession, by nature, is a connoisseur of opening monsters. Shao Knight instantly glanced back at the strip of mine that the duo had come from, and all those wandering crystallites along the way had already been cleared away by the duo. Once the September lure failed, the duo could also just retreat the same way. The narrow mines were instead easier to get out of, and those fey-colored crystalline people, even if they were numerous, would crowd together and trip over each other like those gargoyles from earlier. "It's worth a try. Feasible," Shao Knight immediately whispered, resupplying his status. Returning to the middle of the previous mine to find a corner where it would be easier to cast, he said to September, "Careful, one at a time, try to see if it works first." Septemberton was also careful to directly turn on his sneak, and disappeared into the air with his blood-colored figure. Shao Knight nervously looked ahead of him in the middle of the pit depression, only to see that soon, a blood-colored light suddenly appeared out of the air and stabbed behind the outermost and closest fey-color crystalline person. -19, an extremely low damage number burst out. Obviously September had also stayed his hand. Only to see that the dagger instantly cut a mark on the crystallized man's back. Then a slight fluctuation flooded from the crystallized man's body. Sure enough, it woke it up successfully. This scene watched from afar, Shao Knight couldn't help but hold his breath in nervousness, only to see the fey-colored crystalline person who was awakened by September slowly stand up, and there was a clicking sound from the joints encased in a thick layer of crystals, and she turned her head to look at September, who was behind her, with that faceless, eerie giant face. Then in an instant, he launched himself at September. However, these movements did not wake up the other fey-colored crystallites around, just this one crystallite. "It works!" September instantly blushed, then turned and slipped away. Running all the way towards the corner of the mine where he had agreed with Shao Knight. The fey-colored crystalline man behind him likewise chased after him with great strides. Shao Knight immediately unleashed golden cicada shell removal and reformed into that humanoid monster wrapped in thick crystals, renewed fists and hunkered down in the corner. It only waited for September's figure to appear before slamming into her back. Flesh wrapped in crystallized layers meets flesh. Shao Knight, however, clearly felt that this attack did not directly hammer the crystallized man into a crooked past, as it had done earlier. Rather, it was like hitting an overwhelming wall. Nope, this fey-colored crystalline man was of a higher level than those crystalline men that had wandered into the mines earlier. 759. As expected, Shao Knight's damage from this punch was also much lower, and the attributes of the fey-colored crystalline man that chased after him appeared. Fiddler color crystallized believers. Level, 75 high pollution level quasi-boss. Blood, 30,000. Sure enough, the level went up another 5 levels, but now the arrow is in the air. Shao Knight, who had already mastered this meal of a body more and more skillfully, swung his fists left and right one after another, smashing hard against the crystallized believer's face. A gust of fey-colored rubble smoke exploded, obscuring Shao Knight's already unclear vision. Suddenly September beside him gave a shriek of, "Shao Knight, watch out for the right side." Shao Knight heard it in his ears, and his body reacted swiftly, viciously sidestepping a step to the left. He then saw a fey-colored crystalline longsword swinging out from the smoke, slashing violently at the place where he had just stood. This crystallized believer actually has a weapon? Shao Knight's heart flinched, and when the smoke cleared, he saw that the crystallized longsword had actually grown out of its hand. The original slender arm actually extended into a sharp sword wrapped in fey-colored crystals. Mutant monster. This crystallized believer really isn't that simple. The attributes of Shao Knight, who had now transformed into an ordinary crystallized person, were not superior, and now the other party had a weapon in their hands. The only advantage now was Shao Knight's own fighting skills. That crystallized believer's arm turned into a crystallized longsword, and while the range of the attack was drastically increased, but it also became much less dexterous in the middle of this narrow mine. Shao Knight used a rather risky move with his heart in his mouth. Ambidextrous hold. Vaulting his upper body low, he saw an opening, and rushed straight into the arms of the crystallized devotee. The whole bladder slammed into its chest. In this way, the 2-meter-long crystallized sword arm was instead unable to attack Shao Knight, who was already close to it. Shao Knight held it tightly with one hand and the other hand did an uppercut and slammed it in the jaw with several consecutive punches. 816, 759, 1136, as patch after patch of fiddler-colored rubble smoke exploded. A gaping hole was finally smashed open at the jaw of that crystallized believer. It's now September, who had long ago become more and more acquainted with each other, flashed out directly from behind Shao Knight's back, stepped on Shao Knight's back and leaped high into the air. The dagger in his hand's blood-colored light emerged, and a round of blood-colored lotus flowers reappeared. 4661, 3981, 3996. High amounts of explosive damage immediately exploded on that crystalline believer's head. The crystallized believer hissed with a burst of fury and struggled all over. Then Shao Knight held it in a deadly embrace and didn't move a muscle. September is not a round of high burst output while you have the chance. 4517, 3955. Even if the crystalline believer's bloodline was as high as 30,000, after breaking through the defensive crystalline layer, it was likewise as if it was paper mache. This is the Achilles heel of such monsters. September retracted her sword back to her waist and lightly fell off of Shao Knight. The crystallized believer also slowly collapsed from Shao Knight's arms and turned into a piece of crystallized debris. Immediately afterward, the two white lights merged into Shao Knight and September's bodies. The duo's experience bars grew by a large chunk in unison. This crystallized devotee had become trickier, but it also gave twice as much experience value as a normal crystallized man. Shao Knight and September glanced at each other. It works. Booby trap program. Commence. Chapter 106. The culprit of everything. The Chalcedony's creepy fetus. September's figure passed through the mine again and again. One after another. The fey-colored crystalline believers in the pit trap were successfully lured to the corner of the mine. What awaited it was a ferocious kind that was also covered in fey-colored crystals. The booby traps are going very well, and Shao Knight had discovered one thing. Among those pitfalls, the closer to the center, the higher the attributes of the fey-color crystal believers. At first the outermost of those fiddlesticks crystallized people were only level 75. The further back you go, the higher the level of these fey-color crystalline believers. Level 78, 81. Almost after killing nearly 50 fey-color crystalline believers, the level of this fey crystalline devotee that September had once again lured over had actually reached level 85. Even though Shao Knight would use golden cicada shell removal to change form into the latest killed fey-color crystalline devotee every half hour after the cooldown had passed to improve his attributes, yet he still felt a hint of a sense of being suppressed in terms of attributes in front of this crystalline devotee. Martyrs of Fey. Level 85 high pollution level quasi-boss. Blood 50,000. Talent word, crystallized skin. Featherstone sword body. Featherstone shield. A line of information surfaced in front of Shao Knight's eyes, and sure enough, this crystallized person's level had increased again, and even his name had become different. Martyrs of Fey. The level was clearly already one step higher than the believers, and upon being successfully lured into the mine by September, this fey-colored martyr, who had just received a punch from Shao Knight's one arm had already manifested a crystallized sword, and the other arm had actually manifested into a crystallized shield. Hey, that's a first. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but secretly sigh a sentence, but in his heart, he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Having used a shield sword as a weapon himself, he knew only too well how much of a defense boost an additional shield would provide. However, the experience from earlier when the duo had successfully executed the booby trap tactic to kill nearly 50 fey-color devotees had also allowed Shao Knight's level to soar all the way from level 71 to level 79. The increase in level allowed the attribute inheritance percentage when he cast Golden Cicada Shell to incarnate as a crystallized man to increase drastically as well. As a result of replacing the phantom form of the newest, fiddler crystalline devotee, Shao Knight could now also perform the skill of transforming his arm into a crystallized greatsword. The moment that Fey-colored martyr reacted to the crystalline greatsword that was transformed into his right arm was accurately stabbed towards the face of that Fey martyr. In an instant, a smoke burst of Fey-colored debris and this sword directly stabbed a crack out of that Fey martyr's face. Shao Knight smoothly tried to catch another sword. However, it was not expected that the movements of this Fey-colored martyr were too much faster than those crystalline believers before them. The crystallized shield that his left hand transformed into immediately protected in front of him. It seemed that not only had this Fey martyr's attributes increased drastically, but even his battle sense had also improved quite a bit. Surprisingly, at this point, he was posing in a standard defensive counterattack. It's just a pity that his opponent was Shao Knight, someone who was incredibly familiar with the shield sword stream combat moves. Only Shao Knight raised his leg and kicked, directly kicking at the center of the crystalline shield raised by the Fei-Shur martyr. That's right, the most practical way to crack your opponent's shield raised defense is to just kick them hard. The crystalline shield that the Fei-Shur martyr's left arm manifested was not a giant shield that could stand on the ground after all, but rather a small shield. Being kicked by this violent kick from Shao Knight, his entire body stumbled and directly staggered backward. In a flash, the center door opened wide. All of this was within Shao Knight's prediction. Shao Knight immediately bullied his way forward, and the crystallized greatsword that was illuminated in his right hand violently slammed another sword. Specializing in hitting the unsteady standing fiddlesticks martyrs, a gradually crumbling gaping hole was suddenly visible in its face. Behind him, September saw the moment and rushed up like a bloody storm, the dagger in her hand stabbing the gap with precision. 4136, 4758. A few huge damage bursts came out in a flash, and the Fey-colored martyr hastily tried to shield his weak spot. However, with Shao Knight at its side to assist it, not to mention protecting its weak points, it was directly slashed by sword after sword, making it unable to stand at all. After the duo teamed up for another round of output, this Fey body martyr also finally collapsed with a bang, transforming into a burst of Fey-colored fragments that gradually dissipated. A strand of experience bars merged into the duo's body. Shao Knight's level had also finally arrived at level 80. The high intensity of killing monsters for up to a day in a row had long since made both of them feel a touch of fatigue, but this exhaustion had been overshadowed by excitement in return for the high experience value, and only now did it gradually become apparent. Shao Knight instantly lifted the golden cicada shell removal, stayed on his own, moved his stiff bones and knuckles, and said, "It's almost ready. Wait, if it drags on into the night, there'll be trouble on the way back." Aha! September nodded back, but her face was a little hesitant, as if there was something she wanted to say. "What's wrong?" Shao Knight saw the difference on her face and asked. However, I saw a rhinus appear in a pair of beautiful eyes of September, and said, "Shangguazi, in fact, this last Fey martyr just now is already the last layer of crystallized people in that pit trap, and it's only a few steps away from the very center. I didn't have time to look when I was in a hurry just now when I was luring the monsters. Do you want to see what exactly is surrounded by this crystallized people at the center?" Shao Knight's curiosity was immediately aroused upon hearing this as well. In fact, he had long been somewhat suspicious of the bizarre image of a group of Fey-colored crystalline people making a pilgrimage in the middle of that pit depression. Those crystallized people seemed to be performing some kind of ritual. These crystallized people who were originally employees among the jade quarries in life, after death not only became this grotesque appearance, but also one by one became what believers? Martyrs. It's really a bit weird. Shao Knight and the two of them quietly walked to the end of the mine at once, and looked far into the pit sinkhole, only to see that the original circle of crystallites that had surrounded several circles, the side close to the mine was almost half cleared by the duo's booby trap tactics. Another huge gaping hole came out, right through the center. "Instead, we can indeed go and have a look." Shao Knight nodded and said, September's profession was already a thief, and her sneaking skill would allow her to lean over unnoticed. Shao Knight, who possessed the tide-calling spirit steps, also had a notably low movement speed, so even if there were any accidents, he should be able to escape in time. "Go!" September's eyes lit up at once, and with a flash of blood-colored light all over her body, she entered the midst of her sneaking state and took the lead in slipping down the mine. Shao Knight also followed closely behind. Having turned on the tide-calling spirit steps, he was still a bit unaccustomed to this speed that was too much more flexible than the crystallized man for a while. The two moved gingerly, tiptoeing step by step down the gap toward the center of the. Along the way, the changes in the appearance of the kneeling crystalline devotees also proved Shao Knight's judgment once again. The further away from the center the crystallized person is, the higher the level, and the much taller Fey-colored martyr they ended up killing was the innermost circle. There were only 5 Fey martyrs in all, and now there was one less. kneeling in unison around the center of the. At this moment, Shao Knight's body also suddenly felt a penetrating shade. September? Shao Knight was just about to open his mouth to remind, but Yu's figure had appeared in the very center of the room a few paces away, and was standing straight up, startled. And, Shao Knight, this seems to be a fetus? These words immediately caused Shao Knight's body to feel like a pinprick, only to feel a wave of creepiness. Hurrying 2 steps over to take a look, I saw that what September had said was true. At the very center of this group of crystalline people kneeling, was a piece of crystal clear, as if it was the purest in the world, like a chrysalis, tightly connected to an entire underground vein of jade, as if the source of the, and in the chalcedony, an extremely young fetus not yet fully formed into human form is gestating in it, so bizarrely ineffable, and with even a hint of divinity, that the image of the two of them were both shocked on the spot. Nearly a couple hundred years have passed. This huge vein of jade actually spawned a fetus? What would this one fetus be if it hatched? Monster? People? Or is it a god? However, Shao Knight instinctively felt that it was not a good thing for the fetus in this chalcedony to hatch out. If the birth of a god needs to be greeted with tens of thousands of human lives infected with a strange disease, so what's the difference between this god and a monster? Shao Knight immediately opened his paradox-breaking pupil. The eyes penetrated the layer of crystalline chalcedony that, suddenly, but in the belly of this fetus, he saw something he knew all too well. It was a slightly throbbing emerald-colored payload. The chalcedony wrapped beyond the fetus was crystalline and glowing, and by killing it, Shao Knight could sacrifice this strand of emerald-colored payload. A payload birthed from such a big battle must be extraordinary. Just as the hesitant thoughts in Shao Knight's heart were beating rapidly, suddenly, September beside him, however, violently let out a burst of violent coughing, and even directly coughed up a mouthful of blood. September was suddenly filled with horror and, slowly stretching out his blood-stained hand, only to see a fey-colored crystal precipitate out of the bright red blood on her hand. Chapter 107, Sacrificing the Trickster Fetus. The crippled godhead finally. September, how are you doing? Shao Knight snapped his heart tight and hurriedly went forward to support September. Seeing that by now September's face had turned white, desperately trying to suppress her coughing for fear of awakening the crystallized martyrs around her. But within the blood that was coughed up, there was already a clear presence of a fey-colored crystal that was exactly the same as the one in the bodies of those miners. When exactly did September, who had her undead body turned on, also contract this strange disease? But why is he or she not any different? Shao Knight's mind quickly recalled the situation where they had killed their way over from the depths of the mine. Suddenly, Shao Knight seemed to have some understanding. From the moment he walked into this pit trap, he felt that the shade here was several times more severe than in the mine. The closer you are to the fetus in the chalcedony at the center of this, the worse the impact you will suffer. September had come to this pit trap time and time again to lure monsters, and the effects she had suffered had long since exceeded her undead body's resistance. And the reason why Shao Knight wasn't affected was because he was illusion ally formed into a crystallized person for most of the time. Golden cicada shell removal allowed Shao Knight to inherit all of the target's attributes and traits during his illusionary form, which was why he was immune to the vast majority of the effects. Go! I'll carry you out. Shao Knight had carried September on his back in a flash, and with the strong physical qualities of their professional, as long as you get out of this influence as soon as possible, you should be able to recover gradually. It's too late. However, September, who was being carried on Shao Knight's body, suddenly weakly reached out and pointed to the front, her eyes despairing as she said, "Raw guacamole, you have to go. You have to live." Shao Knight followed the direction of September's finger and looked, but I saw that those outermost crystallized believers were actually startled at some point. One by one, they gradually stood up, a shower of facial debris falling from their bodies. Some of the crystallized people who had awakened first had slowly turned their heads towards Shao Knight and September at the center. Then with heavy steps he rushed forward. The situation changed dramatically in a flash. Once the exit of the mine was blocked by these crystallized believers, it was a dead end. September suddenly struggled to get down from Shao Knight, and an obstinacy appeared in her face as she said, "Neither one of the two people who carried me on their backs will survive. I'll stay here and help attract their attention. You run! Hurry!" Shao Knight looked at September's eyes full of astonishment but he saw September's weak, pale face suddenly smile at him as if she had been in the narrow cubicle of the Red Moon hair salon that day. "Raw melon, I'm the one who had to get bent out of shape to go down into the depths of this mine. You go. I don't blame you. You have to live." Shao Knight snapped his head up and opened his paranoia-breaking pupil to look around sharply. The mind is racing. They definitely didn't wake up any of the crystallites when they went down into this pit trap. What's more, even if any taboos were violated, The first place to awaken would be to start with these fey-colored martyrs around us. And how exactly were these peripheral crystallized believers awakened? There were also no signs of any formations underneath the duo's feet, and there were even no man-made traces here at all. And on the contrary, those peripheral crystalline devotees were as intent on surrounding the two of them as if they were intent on surrounding Shao Knight, even trying to block the exit of the mine. It's like being bossed around. It was as if Shao Knight's mind had been struck hard by a bolt of lightning, and a thought appeared out of nowhere. It's you! Shao Knight turned around violently, his gaze blazing at the fetus hidden in the chalcedony at the very center. If the fetus that's about to hatch in this chalcedony is the culprit that caused the whole jade quarry to change, those are the only ones who can control those crystallized believers kneeling on the periphery anymore. Now it's too late to run out of the mine with September. The only way to get rid of the weird influence on September in this vein as soon as possible. It's killing this chalcedony fetus. Sacrifice the emerald-colored payload in its belly. Once the salary is consecrated, any influence left in the world dissipates and goes away. For a split second, a series of consequences surfaced in Shao Knight's mind. Once the fetus in this chalcedony dies, all those weird influences that permeate the entire jade quarry will disappear. The cave walls and machinery that had long ago been jadeized might likewise disappear. And in that case, will the mine, which is already full of holes, collapse? One by one, the possible consequences flashed rapidly through Shao Knight's mind. But looking at the frail, obstinate face of September before me, Shao Knight's mind, however, had only one thought. He didn't want her to die. So Shao Knight equipped himself with the king's sword of the king's grant. Both hands were clasped, aiming fiercely at the fetus in the chalcedony at the center of that. Shasta. There was a tremor throughout the mine. Those fey-colored believers who had surrounded them from the periphery seemed to sense a wave of fear and rush towards Shao Knight even more crazily. One by one, those fey-colored martyrs beside them also emitted tremors, as if they were awakening dramatically. However, Shao Knight, who saw this scene, revealed a cold smile. He knew he'd made the right bet. The fetus in that chalcedony was afraid. The king's sword of the monarch authorization in his hand violently pierced through the layer of crystalline chalcedony. Scarcely suffering any obstruction, it pierced through the weird fetus of the. Then a ray of emerald-colored lighted payload swayed in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Sacrifice the payload. The ritual of sacrifice, which had been performed countless times before, was skillfully unleashed. The wisp of emerald-colored payload suddenly followed the tip of the monarch-granting king's sword and drifted out into the air, turning into bits of ash around Shao Knight's body. A mournful sound with extreme resignation whistled through the ears of the. It stung Shao Knight's ears with a buzzing sound. Then a lurid crack quickly erupted in the ground around them. There was also a sharp tearing sound from the ore overhead, and the shaking of the. One collapsing boulder after another fell. The thing Shao Knight was most worried about still happened. Without the jadeization to support it, the mine hole that had long been corroded and full of holes finally collapsed. Before the entire wall of the cave above his head came crashing down, Shao Knight quickly picked up September beside him and rushed to a giant alcove in front of him. The sound of the collapse buried everything. The whole mine was plunged into darkness. And a familiar voice, however, sounded in Shao Knight's ears. Successful sacrifice of the chalcedony troll's payload. The crippled godhead has received a subtle patch. Chapter 108, Mine Collapse. Claustrophobic underground space. Everything in front of me turned dark. Collapsing sound. Sinking sound. Large chunks of boulders smashed down, falling apart, broken sound. In Shao Knight, two people's surroundings constantly resounded, stirring up the dust debris in the sky. September leaned into Shao Knight's arms and coughed again. Shao Knight took off the black moon cloak on his body and covered a curtain for her. The two were temporarily hiding in an alcove in the cave wall. At the moment of crisis, in that flash of lightning, Shao Knight saw that the degree of jadeization here was the slightest, and once that weird jadeization influence disappeared, he might still be able to hold out for a while. However, the collapse of this mine was still beyond Shao Knight's prediction. The sound of caving in all around them went on for hours before it gradually stopped. The two of them should be almost at the deepest part of the mine now. The long-decayed structure of the mine came down on all of it, the rubble burying almost everything. The air around them was getting thinner as well, but thankfully it wasn't completely cut off, suggesting that there must still be a slight gap between the collapse of the entire mine. That's the only good news in a desperate situation. And the sound of the collapse that was like thunder just now shook the already weakened September into a fitful sleep. It's extremely small in this alcove right now. It was so small that it reminded Shao Knight of the cargo hold of the one freighter he had traveled on when he was heading to Blackwater City, and he couldn't even fully stand up. Shao Knight could only hold the unconscious September in his arms as well. As the rubble collapsed around them and the sliding sounds gradually ceased, everything seemed quieter and quieter in the darkness. Shao Knight's mind was also thinking quickly. By this time he had felt that a penetrating shade on his body had gradually dispersed. It means that the eerie influence here is also dissipating. In this way, with the strong physique of a September professional, he should also be able to recover slowly. It may take a few days, but at least it won't be fatal. The question before Shao Knight now is, how should I escape from this mine, which was buried like a tomb? At this point it's pitch black and you can't see your fingers. However, Shao Knight didn't dare to easily turn on the ultrasonic solicitation of enemies anymore. Amongst those structurally solid environments, ultrasonic waves could be used to recklessly survey the terrain for enemies. But now in this shaky mine that has already collapsed once, Shao Knight's ultrasonic enemy claim will most likely trigger another collapse. How exactly do I get out? Shao Knight slowed his mind and forced himself to calm down. The air around them was thin, but not thin enough to suffocate a professional. Both he and September were carrying enough dry food and water for at least 5 or 6 days in their backpacks. It doesn't starve or die of thirst in a short period of time. Shao Knight removed the contact device he was carrying and gently tapped it. Yet there was no signal at all. These caves containing various ores are inherently prone to signal isolation. The military contact that Nie Xiaoyu had given him had some extremely weak signals, but it wasn't enough to send a distress message at all. However, this jade mine is not far from Blackwater City. The news that the entire mine had suddenly collapsed shouldn't take long to reach Blackwater City. When the time comes, Scarface, who knew that he and September had come to practice in this jade mine, saw that the two of them were late in going back, should come looking for the duo. But even if they rushed to the jade mine, facing the collapsed scene that was like a ruin, it was like finding a needle in a haystack. It's still up to you to get out. Having thought through the desperate situation that faces us today, instead, Shao Knight was getting calmer and calmer. Nowadays the first thing to ensure was sufficient physical strength and a stable mindset. Otherwise, claustrophobia alone is enough to kill a person. Shao Knight pulled out a tube of lighting bugs from his backpack, and following the faint light, he carefully examined the situation that the two of them were currently in, only to see a huge piece of ore fall from the sky, just covering this one alcove next to it, hitching up a narrow space that was still stable. After carefully checking the surroundings around him, Shao Knight, then he directly reached out and smashed this tube of illuminating bugs in his hand, only to see those tiny glowing bugs suddenly flying and scattering in the middle of space. Then gradually flying in slowly towards a gap next to the. Shao Knight leaned down and brought his nose over to sniff, only to realize that there was indeed a flow of air in the crevice. Insects have the most sensitive senses, and this gap would be the direction that the air is coming through. If you want to get out, you'll have to start with this crack. It's better to have direction than no direction at all. Shao Knight took the Tiger Stripe battle shield out of his backpack and used it as a support to steadily jam it under that huge piece of ore as an insurance policy. Shao Knight, who had done all this instantly, also felt a fatigue surging through his heart. After simply eating some dry food and water, he slowly fell asleep against the cave wall behind him. Shao Knight's eyes were still dark when he opened them, but according to the time on the contact, it was already early the next morning. If Scar and the others returned to the Nightingale Tavern, they should have realized that the duo had not returned yesterday. The news of the jade mine collapse should have also reached Blackwater City, and by this evening at the latest, Scar and the others should have arrived here. But even if they arrived here, they might not be able to find the two of them buried deep in the ground anytime soon, due to the darkness before us. Shao Knight, whose day and night had become completely indistinguishable, retook out a tube of lighting bugs and stood next to it, started studying the tiny, yet air-flowing slit in the side. Shao Knight had a lot of skills on him, but on the contrary, none of them could be used right now. Any brute force maneuver may result in a second collapse. Shao Knight had to carefully dig forward along the crevice, trying to find a path to the outside, while stabilizing the conditions of this piece of resting place. However, this approach is destined to be difficult and ineffective. September woke up the next day near nightfall. After a day and a night's rest, September's originally pale face had gained more than a hint of redness. The first reaction to waking up was a violent coughing fit, but no more coughing up blood. In the dim light of the illuminating bugs, September blinked her eyes obediently and looked at Shao Knight, who was huddled together with herself, and softly opened her mouth to ask that. Raw melon, where are we? Shao Knight, on the other hand, gently picked up the tube of illuminating insects and shone it on September's face, carefully scrutinizing the. When September was given this fierce stare from such a close distance by Shao Knight, her cheeks instantly floated up with another flash of scarlet, and she softly said, "What are you looking at me like that for?" Shao Knight, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows and asked, "How does it feel?" September took a deep breath, followed by a coughing fit, and seemed a little out of breath, but said, with some surprise, well, raw melon seeds, I feel much better. The pang of biting pain in my chest seems to have dissipated for the most part. Shao Knight was also instantly relieved. Sure enough, as long as the effects of that weird jadeization were eliminated, with the strong physique of the September professionals, they would begin to slowly recover and heal themselves. But how did we get here? Where is this place? Why is it pitch black? Looking at the narrow and dark space around him, September instantly asked with some curiosity. And Shao Knight pondered for a moment, but still told her about this tragic reality. The entire jade mine has collapsed, and we're now crushed deep in the mine. The good news is that there's still some thin oxygen here, and we both still have some dry food and water in our packs. The bad news is that it will only last 4 or 5 days, and you'll have to dig your way out if you want to get out. But once there's a little more movement, there's a risk of triggering another collapse. One of September's little faces turned little by little from joy to sorrow, and then summed up by saying, in a sly way, that means, we're both buried alive. Shao Knight, Chapter 109, Epic Rank Words, Glazed Realm. After waking up in September, the two people's posture changed from September leaning on Shao Knight's arms to sitting cross-legged with their backs to each other. Raw melon. I didn't think that this young lady would actually die here with you in the end. Shao Knight was speechless for a while, so he simply ignored her as well. Concentrate on going next to that one gap with a chunk of gravel at hand to support it, so as to prevent it from collapsing when you excavate. Unexpectedly, in the midst of this darkened alcove, September seemed to have opened up a box of words, and chattered away in a ghostly manner. And, I can't believe there's not even a body collector or a coffin at the end of death. Sun Yang said that one must have a good coffin when one dies so that one can have a good reincarnation in the afterlife. Ugh, I wonder if this place has good feng shui. Shao Knight couldn't help but open his mouth and interject. With the Blackwater City's long river at its back and a natural jade vein neighboring it, this place has pretty good feng shui. September came to her feet at that, and twisted her head to say, "Hey, Raw Melon, do you still know about this?" Shao Knight shook her head and gave him a blank look. "I'm talking nonsense. It's so heavy with yin chi. Maybe you'll have to turn into a zombie after you die." September winced violently, and bared her teeth. I don't want to turn into a monster similar to those crystallized people. Sangwichan, if I die first, you must collect my corpse. Shao Knight immediately looked at her helplessly and said, "It's only this big in total. How do you want me to collect your body? I mean, can't you think of something better? Some way to get out of here?" September immediately spat out her tongue and looked at Shao Knight with a crooked face and said, "I'm just preparing myself in advance. But then again, is it the light? Or am I just seeing things? Raw Melon, how did your hands turn emerald colored?" September this came out of the cold. It immediately made Shao Knight's heart startled, and he snapped his head down to look at it, only to see that under the dim fluorescent light of the lighting bug, Shao Knight's hands that were supporting the gap were unexpectedly a somewhat strange emerald color, just as the Chalcedony trickster tire is exactly the same. Shao Knight's mind was in a state of awe. Could it be that the bizarre influence underneath this mine had not disappeared? However, he clearly could no longer feel that strange shade, and September's body was recovering as far as the eye could see. Is it this lighting bug light? Shao Knight immediately stretched out a finger and opened the Tarsus poisonous flame, and a wisp of ethereal fire was immediately ignited on top of his finger. The light from the flames illuminated the entire subterranean alcove of the. Shao Knight could see it clearly. It definitely wasn't the light, but the fact that one of his own hands had somehow turned that weird emerald color. Hiss! Behind her, September couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise as well. Raw Melon, what's going on? Shao Knight, however, gently moved his fingers and did not feel any stiffness or discomfort. His own body was similarly uncharacteristic. Why is that? However, she saw September suddenly stretch out a finger, pointing it at the crevice that Shao Knight had just stroked, and said in a shocked voice that, "Raw melon seeds, look, the place you touched has also turned emerald-colored jadeized." Shao Knight stretched out lit the flame of the finger to come over, only to see just their own stroke. Those pieces of broken stone child has that a gap. Actually do not know when the same show a touch of emerald-colored jadeization. Could it be that the jadeization ability of that Chalcedony trickster had transferred to himself? A thought that was a bit alarming to himself immediately surfaced in Shao Knight's mind. However, when this situation happened to Xiao Yi himself was conversely not too surprised, because this kind of thing of obtaining a monster's ability phrase had been done countless times by Shao Knight over the days. Could it be that when he sacrificed that Chalcedony trickster tire, he gained a talent phrase? Shao Knight hurriedly opened his attribute panel. After the mine collapsed, although Shao Knight heard that prompt of a successful salary flame sacrifice, but not even bothering to go up and look, he hugged September and hid in the alcove. Shao Knight had just opened the attribute panel. Then he saw that at the talent bar there, a new emerald-colored phrase was indeed lying peacefully. Glass World, Rank, Epic, Introduction of the essence of the underground jade vein, the chalcedony of the extreme gas nurtured from the chrysanthemum, born with all the things around the life form of jade crystallization of the ability. Effects, when turned on, the host can transform his body into glazing and jadeized objects within a certain range around him, forming an impenetrable glazed realm that is completely immune to any damage for a sustained period of time. Additional effect, the host can jade the surrounding living and non-living entities by touching them, thus pulling them into the Lioli realm and enjoying the same immunity to damage effect bonus as the host. The more targets jadeized, the shorter the duration of the immunity damage of the Lioli realm. Additional effect, current maximum range, 10 meters in circumference, can be advanced with the host's strength. Epic talent phrases. Shao Knight's heart was ecstatic for a split second. It was the first truly epic word of its own that went beyond the SSS rank. Although there was only one level difference between the epic and SSS levels, everyone knew that these were simply two completely different levels. Only those talent word skills that were powerful enough to be remembered by human history were eligible to be evaluated as epic. And any epic skill is far better than 10 SSS rank skills. But now this emerald-colored phrase was lying in Shao Knight's talent bar. Glazed Realm. Once turned on, you are immune to any damage for the duration. It can even pull surrounding companions and inanimate objects along with it into the invulnerable state of the Glazed Realm. An undercurrent that truly spans the gap in battle power. Even if one encountered a professional far beyond one's level at this stage, one would be completely able to withstand any killer moves from the other party. That's how strong epic skills are. More importantly, this skill also allowed the Shao Knight duo, who were buried in the depths of the mine, to finally have a way to break through and survive. Raw melon, what are you giggling about there? September, who was on the side, couldn't help but frown when she looked at Shao Knight's dementedly smiling appearance and said. Then she, who had also similarly opened her attribute panel, suddenly let out a cry of surprise as well. Ha, how did I get to level 87? And Shao Knight, who heard this, also glanced at his level, only to see that he had actually risen to level 90 at some point. So it is. Shao Knight instantly awakened to the fact that originally, before the accident that occurred when he entered this pit trap, both ended up at level 80 when they killed crystallized believers through booby-trapping tactics. I didn't expect that killing this Chalcedony-Guile fetus would actually directly give the duo a tsunami of experience. Make September 7 levels in a row. Straight up, Shao Knight had even gained more experience value because he had personally mended that Chalcedony-Guile tire, and his level had directly soared to level 90. Not only that, Shao Knight's mind instantly recalled the hint he had heard earlier. The crippled godhead has received a subtle patch. When he looked down, he only saw the only blood-red special phrase in his talent bar, crippled godhead. I don't know when there was even a hint of brilliant guilt color. Chapter 110, Escape from Life. See the light through the clouds. The crippled godhead receives a subtle compliment? What exactly does this tip mean? The godhead is gradually restored and complete. And what changes for yourself? But soon, Shao Knight was then shocked to find out where the changes in his body had occurred. He suddenly realized that all the attributes on his entire attribute panel had all been raised by a large margin. These boosts weren't brought on by leveling up to 90. They were suddenly raised. Shao Knight seemed to suddenly understand something. The subtle complement of the crippled godhead was surprisingly elevated in one's entire professional strength. In other words, Shao Knight's profession, God Abandoner, had become stronger. In fact, the gap between different levels of professions is mainly reflected in the growth potential of their respective attributes. For example, Shao Knight's occupation at the beginning, God Abandoner, was nothing more than a whiteboard occupation that was inferior to a D-rank occupation. If it wasn't for the fact that the lowest occupational rating was D rank, Shao Knight wouldn't even be considered D rank. Thus Shao Knight had almost no growth in his other attribute values other than the 5 free attribute points he gained with each level. And in contrast, the attribute growth potential of S-rank professionals is much higher than that of other professionals. Every time a S-ranked professional moves up a level, not only will they gain free attribute points, their full attributes will grow by a considerable amount. Even the corresponding specialized attributes of this profession can grow up to tens of points per level. For example, agility, which corresponds to the assassin-thief class of professions, spirit value corresponding to the mage class occupation, warrior, tank class occupation corresponding to the strength, physical. This was the reason why the gap in strength between S-ranked professionals and those of other equal ranks would widen as they rose in rank. But now, with the crippled godhead having been replenished, Shao Knight's profession, God Abandoner, was no longer the blank slate profession with no semblance of growth attributes. Thus in the instant that the Chalcedony trickster tire was sacrificed, all of those attribute growths that Shao Knight had been missing in these 90 levels were made up. Knight of Shao, occupation, outcast, rank, 90, blood, 17540, magic, 5430, attack, 4781, defense, 4310, physique, 855, strength, 915, agility, 961, spirit, 631. Initial talent, crippled godhead. Talents, glazed boundary, epic rank. Pupil of delusion, SSS rank. Tarsus poisonous inflammation, SS rank. Skills, tidal wave spiritual steps, S rank. Substitute mirror image, SS rank. Sentinel link, S rank. Thermal fusion self-destruct, S rank. Shao Knight predicted that his current occupational strength had exceeded at least A rank. It's not even remotely close to an S-rank career. This mutilated godhead had only received a subtle compliment, and it had brought about such a terrifying advancement in occupational strength. In the future, surpassing the S rank, or even the SSS rank would only be a matter of time. It's only after 1,000 sacrifices to this deadly Chalcedony trickster tire that it's been finally patched up. Then how should Shao Knight search for the godhead completion way next? A silhouette of a person suddenly appeared in Shao Knight's mind. I'm sure that my own predecessor, who was also a divine outcast, should know something about it. Now that Shao Knight's level has come to level 90, it's not too far from the second turn of level 100. Should see you again soon, at the transfer ceremony. I don't know if I'll be able to meet that senior in person this time, or if it's just another letter left behind. Raw melon, what are you giggling about again? September toned her eyebrows and said, even if we rise to level 100, if we can't get out, won't the two of us still have to suffocate in here? September's words roused Shao Knight from his thoughts. Shao Knight slowed down his emotions, then the corner of his mouth hooked and smiled at September and, I'm happy, of course, because there's a way out. September snapped upright, and asked, with a brow of delight, that, really, what way? Shao Knight didn't say anything, but directly pressed his hand against the slit in the middle of the narrow alcove. Glazed Realm, directly launched. In an instant, all the places Shao Knight's fingers touched changed into jade-colored jadeized ore. Crystalline, but indestructible. Raw melon, how did you get this trick too? September instantly hurriedly touched Shao Knight's forehead with her hand and said, you wouldn't have contracted a strange disease as well, would you? Shao Knight, on the other hand, shook his head and said, don't worry, I'm fine. I'll tell you the exact reason later when I get a chance. September froze in her tracks. She's not a stupid person. September's exquisite mind was not even worse than Red Sanyang's. Earlier in that pit trap before fainting, she witnessed the Shao Knight in order to save her. A sword will be that Chalcedony trick tire stabbed through. The influence of that Chalcedony trickster tire must have somehow transferred to Shao Knight. A wave of mixed emotions came up in September's heart, and, at once heartbroken, guilty, and touched, yet also with an indescribable emotion of, who is a young girl who is not in love? It's only September when she's at her age. Raw melon seeds. September turned her head suddenly, and murmured something that, Shao Knight, who was only focusing on casting the glazed boundary, however, did not notice September's change in mood. He only felt his hands become as cold as icebergs. The places touched also immediately turned into jadeized ore. He was rapidly figuring out how to precisely control this glazed world. The description of this glazed realm in the talent bar was very detailed, and the larger the life form and range pulled into the glazed state, the shorter the duration of glazing would be. Then in turn, as long as Shao Knight was able to keep the range of glazing to a minimum, it would be able to last for a longer period of time. Shao Knight raised his hands and slowly touched around the gap that was permeated with flowing air. Slowly, all of the half-man high or around this crevice was turned into jade. As long as we can turn these surrounding stone walls used as support into impenetrable jade, then when you break the seam, it won't cause a collapse. After Shao Knight's gaze examined the jade-reinforced stone wall in front of him once more, then he directly equipped the king's sword of the king's grant, gently plunging into that gap of flowing air, carefully prying from side to side. A piece of debris fell at once. However, due to the fact that those stone walls supporting the surrounding area had turned to jade, it really didn't cause any overall collapse. Behind him, September, who was watching this scene, instantly had her eyes light up and understood Shao Knight's good intentions. Let me help you. September-tan also pulled out his goldware dagger and plunged it into that one crevice. Digging carefully, a gap was slowly chiseled into a hole. Shao Knight drilled over with a lighting bug in his hand to take a look, only to see that the front was indeed a gap formed by one large boulder after another stacked on top of each other. It was through these gaps that the air flowed in. Shao Knight bent down and climbed in at once. September slowly followed suit behind her, using some rocks in the process to reblock the gap she had just made, just in case the glazing fails and then causes another collapse. There's still darkness ahead. Some of the gaps between the boulders were wide enough for a person to crawl through, while others were too narrow to allow a person to pass through at all. It was necessary to use the glazed realm to jade the surrounding supports again before chiseling the passages one by one. The instinct to survive made the two of them, Shao Knight and September, tirelessly open up mountains and chisel rocks when they encountered them along the way. If you come across a wider, solid space that can accommodate your body, stop and use it as a rest stop. After 3 whole days and 3 nights of this, as Shao Knight chiseled through the blockage of a huge boulder once again with the Junjun King's sword in his hand, a ghostly ray of moonlight ahead suddenly shone straight in the faces of the two. In an instant, both Shao Knight and September could not help but squint their eyes, wanting to reach out and touch this moonlight that had no substance at all. The raw melon seeds were finally out. September's voice was a little hoarse with excitement and Shao Knight gently nodded without saying anything, but was suddenly hugged tightly by September, pressing her cheek against his neck, ahead of the Tiger's Mountain, to clear the clouds and fog to see the light. Chapter 111, Moonlit Night, Ghouls, Temporary Camp. Splitting straight through the last collapsed boulder that stood in the way, a breath of fresh air finally hit his face and, after coming out of this collapsed ruin, it was only then that the Shao Knight duo realized just how big of a trip they had made, only to see that the entire jade mine originally built in this mountain, along with a full half of the surrounding mountains have all collapsed into a huge sinkhole, all sorts of ruins and debris mixed together, like a whirlpool completely drowning this underground mine that was already full of holes. A round bright moon was in the sky, a bit more round than what Shao Knight and his duo had seen on the deck of the cargo ship the night they came to Blackwater City. The two of them had been trapped under this mine for 3 or 4 days. During that time, there was no way of knowing whether Scarface and the others had come to see him or not, but the duo escaped with their lives after all. September's face was stained with a lot of dust and mud, but the uncontrollable smile on her face looked different under the moonlight. Shao Knight. September Tun smiled and called Shao Knight's name. Shao Knight turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" September but guffawed. "It's okay. Just calling you. He. At this moment, Shao Knight was judging the direction where the two of them were now based on the nearby scenery. The duo should be on the east side of the jade quarry at this point, but since the entire jade mining plant has collapsed into a giant pit, the abandoned roads that were left behind have naturally long since ceased to exist. To return to Blackwater City, you have to take a big detour around the wilderness. Shao Knight briefly determined the direction and reached out to point to the west and said, "After circling this mountain for almost 20 kilometers or so, we should be able to return to Blackwater City." September said with a good-natured nod. Great. Shao Knight's face, on the other hand, once again showed a trace of worry, and his face changed as he said, "But now there's another problem." September was also stunned to see him in this state and asked, "What's wrong?" Shao Knight turned his head and swept his gaze around the black and wild mountain road, took a deep breath and said, "It's nighttime, and we're in a dangerous, highly contaminated area." September sniffed before realizing the problem. Nighttime in highly contaminated areas is far more dangerous than daytime. Even though they weren't too far away from Blackwater City now, this section of the night road was definitely not that easy to travel. Highly contaminated zones will have more high danger level monsters appearing at night, even lord level bosses that are out hunting. Once they encountered even one of them, the already exhausted duo was afraid that they wouldn't even be able to escape. What then? September instantly sucked in a breath of cool air, her gaze even somewhat subconsciously looking toward the piece of rubble at her feet. "Why don't we hide back again and wait until daylight to come out again?" Shao Knight, however, shook his head with a serious face and said, "No way. These ruins are still in danger of collapsing again. Not to mention the commotion we just made. I'm afraid we've already attracted the monsters roaming around." Just then, as if in response to what Shao Knight had said, a sparse and fragmented sound came out from the nearby wild forest. One by one, eyes that emitted light as if they were ghostly fires moved swiftly through them. No good. Seeing this scene, Shao Knight immediately changed his face, reaching out and violently pulling September, directly fleeing in another direction. At the same time, September was keenly aware of the figures hidden in the wild forest. She had never seen Shao Knight so flustered before, and at once, her entire body immediately tensed up as well, asking as she fled, "Shao Knight, what exactly are those?" Only to hear Shao Knight utter a name without looking back. "Ghouls." In a flash, September's face also changed dramatically. Ghoul, a highly polluted elite monster with a level of over 100. Nocturnal species that hunt in groups and have a high desire to attack all living things, moving extremely swiftly and fatally, like a bloodbath wherever they go. One of the most dangerous types of monsters for human professionals. Shao Knight's mind instantly and rapidly surfaced the information about this monster. On the well-marked map that Hong Sanyang had given him, Shao Knight had once seen some dangerous activity ranges of ghouls marked out in some of the highly polluted areas around Blackwater City. But it wasn't in the vicinity of this jade mine to be. Why did the ghouls come here? To come here so close to a human city-state? Could it be that they were attracted by the commotion here at the jade quarry? But at this point Shao Knight already can't think about the reason for it. Once the ghouls lock the prey, they will work as a team to quickly encircle and surround it. The Shao Knight duo had to escape close enough to Blackwater City before they were taken as prey by the ghouls and pray that they didn't dare to come too close to human activity. The two of them, that figure weaving swiftly through the wild forest. Behind them the new red ghostly flame followed, as if testing and trailing. Blackwater City is still too far away. It was only just approaching midnight, and there was still a whole night to go before daybreak. Just out of the ruins and into the tiger's mouth. Just when Shao Knight was all a bit desperate and ready to turn back and let go of the fight. But suddenly, he saw that the light of a little campfire had appeared among the distant hills. There seems to be a makeshift camp for human professionals up ahead. Shao Knight immediately rejoiced and said, sometimes when some powerful squads of human professionals were out in the field on bounty missions and couldn't make it back to the middle of the main city in time, they would set up a temporary camp in a suitable place nearby, and a bonfire was lit to illuminate the direction for the other professionals who had not been able to return to the main city in time. A campfire means there are people in the camp, and there should be quite a few professionals. Shao Knight instantly tensed his nerves, and the tide-calling spirit steps and black moon time on his body suddenly turned on, and his movement speed instantly skyrocketed. And September, whose body had gradually recovered most of the way, similarly displayed the high sensitivity of her profession as a thief. The two quickly fled towards that makeshift camp. That campfire in front of me is getting closer and closer. The soporific sounds and a ghostly flame close behind them also faded away at some point. The ghouls have retreated. They really didn't dare to get tough with hordes of human professionals yet. It was a makeshift camp based on an abandoned church, surrounded by a defensive line of piled-up stone walls and fences. A roaring bonfire was lit in each of the four corners of the camp. The camp is even more crowded. There should be at least 24 professionals, as much as a journeyman archer guarding the camp's main gate keenly spotted Shao Knight's duo who were approaching. A lighting arrow was shot from far away, illuminating Shao Knight and September's side. Where did that come from? The vigilant archer shouted at once that the Shao Knight, on the other hand, also shouted back. We are professionals in Blackwater City who got lost in the wild forest and didn't have time to go back to the city. I only saw the archer turn around and say something to the professionals in the camp, then waved at Shao Knight and the two of them from afar, and drank, and, come on in, move fast. Chapter 112, No place to find a foot in the iron shoes. Shao Knight and September immediately hurried into this makeshift camp, only to see that the one archer who stood on guard on the high platform earlier also lightly jumped down and opened a simple defense door covered with iron thorns from the inner side of the camp. Looking closer, I saw that the archer was a man with a rather thin frame that, however, the traces left by those beast claws on his body equipment proved that he was definitely an old geezer who had been mixing in the wilderness for a long time, and the longbow in his hand was even a good bow. The thin man said as he waved his hand sharply at the Shao Knight duo, hurry up, it's not going to be peaceful around here tonight. Shao Knight and September were just about to walk into this makeshift camp, but unexpectedly a man with a crossbody suddenly blocked the door. Bald, with a big bladder and a face that was squished into a mass of flesh, the man narrowed his eyes very hard and looked Shao Knight and September up and down, and said in a stern voice, wait. Only the bald man twisted his head to glare at the skinny man and said fiercely, how do you let in everyone? Where can you fit that many people in a campground? Shao Knight noticed that these two people were not wearing the same style of clothes, so he was afraid that they were not the same group of people. As expected, the thin man was not at all accustomed to him, and frowning, he opened his mouth and disliked him back. And, why don't we let them in? Temporary camps are supposed to be open to all human professionals, and that's been the rule since the beginning of time. What's more, why do you need to decide what will or won't fit in this camp? That bald man immediately showed a fierce look on his face, staring fiercely at that thin man, yet somewhat fearful of that bow and arrow in his hand. Could only turn around and spit hard on the ground, cursing that, damn, what a Tyrol. Shao Knight also pressed on without even looking at him, pulling September into this makeshift camp, and spoke to the thin man, saying, thanks a lot. The thin man then waved his hand. His eyes glanced at the dusty Shao Knight and September, and said, it's just a little thing, come on in, find a place to rest, you'll be safe until morning. Then he retraced his steps back to the one high platform, his eyes alert in the wild forest surrounding the camp. Shao Knight's gaze glanced around the makeshift camp. I saw that there were more than 20 people in this not-so-big camp. There were two groups of them each wearing the same system of clothing, one of which was the same as the skinny man, with a symbol of a flowing shield embroidered on the front of his chest, supposedly from the same guild. Some were on guard in the other direction of the camp, while others were cooking some soup by the campfire. The other group, on the other hand, was wearing the same uniform as the bald man, and carried the markings of a black viper above their sleeves. This group of people were all occupying the only main room in the abandoned church that still had a roof, and quite a few of them were staring at the new arrivals, Shao Knight and September, with unfavorable gazes. Especially that bald man was even staring fiercely at Shao Knight without even hiding his gaze. Something seemed to be whispered and cursed under his breath. Shao Knight directly opened his paradox-breaking pupil, only to see that the bald man was a level 95 berserker, while his companions who were hogging the church were also basically all between level 90 and 80. Basically all of them were combat professions. The other group, that is, the skinny man's companions, were a bit lower leveled, and there were even quite a few level 50 to 60 people among them, with only the skinny man being a level 108 archer. The thin man's group seemed to be a group of traders with a mix of combat professions and life professions. Shao Knight and September found a spot located on the outskirts of the temporary campsite near the campfire. farther away from the bald man's group. The two of them sat on the ground around the campfire, and Shao Knight also took out some portable cooking tools and poured the water left in the backpack into them, along with some dried meat. Borrow a campfire and cook a simple bowl of soup. After being buried in the ruins deep in that mine for 3 or 4 days. At this time, this bowl of hot soup food was better than anything else for the Shao Knight duo. September even drank it in one gulp and wiped her mouth with her cuff without any elegance, raising a thumb to Shao Knight with satisfaction. Not bad. Raw melon seed. I didn't realize you had it in you? Shao Knight, on the other hand, skimmed his mouth, thinking that this girl is really not eaten anything good. And at that moment the thin man, who had previously seemed to have been replaced by his companion in the class, came up to his party and chatted a few words. Then he slowly walked over towards the Shao Knight duo and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. You guys aren't hurt in any way, are you? I have a healer among my party, so if you need her you can have her check you guys out. Shao Knight, on the other hand, shook his head and said, No, thank you for what just happened. I only saw the thin man smile and say, it's just a small matter, not enough to worry about. This makeshift camp was originally left behind by those who came before us, and we've only come in ahead of you. Any professional who can't make it back to the main city in time has the right to come in and take refuge. My name is Yufeng. I am the leader of this merchant team, the thin man said at once, as he introduced himself, and Shao Knight replied frankly, my name is Shao Knight. The two of us are professionals from Blackwater City who came out to practice. That Yufeng immediately looked at the wretched appearance of the two of them covered in dust and smiled, saying, I can see that. But for the two of you to dare to practice near this Blackwater City at your age, you've got some guts. But next time remember to get back to the city in time before nightfall. These makeshift camps in the wilderness aren't foolproof after all. Speaking here, Yufeng also quietly glanced with his eyes at the bald man and his party who were occupying the middle of the church, and lowered his voice, saying, watch out for that crowd. I've been walking merchants around this Blackwater City for 7 or 8 years, and I've never seen these faces before. Shao Knight instantly nodded in understanding. After Yufeng said those words, he also rejoined their group. Shao Knight's gaze was quietly sizing up the group of bald men who were occupying the church in a dignified manner. That black viper symbol on the sleeves of their clothes, Shao Knight was sure that he had never seen it in Shangjing City before, so I'm afraid that it should refer to the forces coming from outside the city. Shao Knight's gaze intentionally swept around the abandoned church. Suddenly his eyes flickered and, the eye fell on a bare haystack outside the church. Just see that as it was piled up tightly stacked haystack. And bald man, that group of people although lying and sitting in 7 falls, but are all intentionally or unintentionally guard that haystack. Shao Knight, what's wrong? September saw the change in Shao Knight's face and pretended to have no intention of leaning over to ask in a low voice. Shao Knight, on the other hand, lowered his voice and said, September, do you still remember the mission that Scarface and Flowerface and the others came on in the middle of this Blackwater City? September stumbled and whispered, you mean the batch of potions that Uncle Chin lost? Shao Knight unobtrusively winked at September and September followed his gaze and only the corner of the haystack that had been guarded by a line of bald men in an abandoned church, revealing a hint of glistening metallic skin with a layer of cold frosty air attached to it. Seems to be some sort of portable cryogenic storage tank. Chapter 113, 9 out of 10. The Dark Side of the World. September's eyes flickered, and Love couldn't help but stare slightly at then immediately turning his head as if nothing had happened, he whispered to Shao Knight and said, are you saying that the batch of potions that Uncle Chin lost is here? Shao Knight nodded his head and said, yes. Although Shao Knight didn't know exactly what kind of potions Uncle Chin had thrown in that batch, it was obvious that only some high-grade special potions needed to be put into a low-temperature environment for preservation. If it was just a batch of ordinary potions, Uncle Chin wouldn't have sent the Scarface duo here to go through all the trouble. Shao Knight then used his afterglow to survey the bald group of people who were hogging the church and said, look at the group's clothes are covered in dust. The tools for cooking and the floor beds are messily placed around, and the campfire and dirty stains on the ground indicate that they definitely haven't been in the middle of this makeshift camp for more than a day or two. That bald guy didn't want to let us in before, also playing on the idea that he was afraid of crowds. What kind of person would stay in the middle of this makeshift camp for a few days, but not want to return to Blackwater City, which is not that far away? September's face also changed, and she whispered, according to you, I'm afraid it's 9 out of 10. No wonder Brother Scar and the others searched in Blackwater City for several days without finding anything. I didn't realize that this batch of potions had been hidden by them in a makeshift camp outside the city. September tapped the contact in her hand lightly and, I don't know if it was due to the fact that they had collapsed the entire jade mine, but the signal all around them had disappeared, and the contact still didn't work properly. Looks like we'll just have to wait until daylight. Shao Knight looked up at the night and said, regardless of whether this thing hidden among the haystacks by the bald man's group was the missing batch of potions, as long as they could wait until dawn, the two of them returned to Blackwater City to inform Scar and the others, and they would find out by checking it out. However, Shao Knight was vaguely worried. Once it was daytime. I'm afraid that they and the traders but not so easy to leave here when the camp. If the batch of potions that Uncle Chin lost is really in their hands, then in order to avoid the news from leaking out, they're also sure to do things like kill people to silence them. If we're going to do it, it must be at first light. The only person that the bald man's group feared was Yufeng, the leader of the other group, and most of the others were living professions with no combat power. On the contrary, the bald man's group was solidly all combat professions. They had a crushing advantage in terms of numbers, and once the battle really started, Yufeng and the others were afraid that they would be at a disadvantage. September. In a while when it's almost dawn you'll first leave the camp early and go back to Blackwater City. Shao Knight suddenly opened his mouth and said, while his eyes glanced around the fence surrounding this makeshift camp, only to see that there was a not-so-small gap right in the middle of the fence near the two of them, so that September's slender figure could totally slip out. September, on the other hand, frowned when she heard this. Raw melon, what does that mean? She, who had a delicate mind, also guessed the worry in Shao Knight's heart at once, and said in a low voice, "You're afraid they'll turn on us?" Shao Knight nodded and said, "Fear not, fear not. When it's almost dawn you'll go back to Blackwater City first and inform Scar and the others about the situation here." September, on the other hand, shook her head doggedly and said, "No way, if we want to leave, it's the two of us who should go together. Isn't it more dangerous to leave you here alone?" Shao Knight shook his head. "Don't worry, what that group is afraid of is news leaking out. As long as I don't leave this makeshift camp, they aren't going to directly tear their faces off and make a move against me. What's more, there's always someone left here to keep an eye on them." A hint of worry once again appeared in September's gaze, and hesitantly said that. But, Shao Knight, however, interrupted her and said, "And the fact that this group was able to snatch that shipment from Uncle Chin means they have reinforcements outside. If we wait until their people come and move the goods ahead of time, we'll be in trouble." September could only bite her lip and nod, knowing he was right. Yes, the rest of the night, Shao Knight and September took turns standing guard, relying on each other to rest, grasping every second to recover the nerves and body that had been strained for days. Toward the approaching dawn, Shao Knight quietly gestured to September, then pulled out a blanket from among his backpack and covered her body. In a flash, September's figure suddenly went into a sneaking state that, and covered underneath the blanket were several ordinary pieces of equipment arranged in the shape of a man, as if he were resting in a huddled position. After this is done, Shao Knight stretched out as if no one else was there, covering the human form behind him with his own body, creating the illusion that September was still asleep in the middle of the blanket. September, on the other hand, had long since quietly left through the gaping hole in the top of the fence. It's only just getting light. Shao Knight then saw that the bald man and his party were not only intentionally or unintentionally sweeping towards this side. It seemed that after seeing that both of them were still obediently in the middle of the camp, they looked at that Yufeng and his group again. Will they take the lead or not? There was also a hint of nervousness in Shao Knight's heart, right at this moment, only to see that bald man also walked out from the middle of the church, his gaze fiercely staring at that Yufeng, whistling provocatively. Yufeng, which was turning his head to give him a cold look, then simply ignored him, wiping the bow and arrow in his hand, quietly waiting for the dawn to come. They were a group of traders and would leave this makeshift camp at dawn. Yufeng was not willing to start a conflict with the bald man's group. However, he saw that the bald man actually walked straight towards him and, along the way, he grumpily stepped right over the blankets the vendors had spread on the ground and kicked down some of the propped-up cooking tools as he went along. "Hey, the one with the bow and arrow." A sardonic smile appeared on the bald man's face all of a sudden, provoking him to say, "Weren't you cocky last night? If it weren't for the fact that you're an archer who's still useful at night, I'd have chopped you up long ago." Such a grandiose provocation caused Yufeng's face to change, although he was able to keep his composure. As a leader, it was a dishonorable thing to lose face in front of his own people. "What do you want?" Yufeng coldly stared at him and said. Only the bald man grinned, showing 2 rows of miserable white teeth, and said, "Not doing anything, just want to see what kind of cargo you're carrying. Let the brothers open their eyes too." The bald man said, and then aimed his gaze at the cargo boxes beside a few living profession vendors, with a greedy look in his eyes that wasn't hidden in the slightest. Xiao Yueliang, who saw the scene, couldn't help but frown. Last night this bald man still had a lot of scorn for Yufeng. Why do you have the nerve to be so arrogant at first light? Unless their reinforcements are already coming. As it happened, as the sky gradually illuminated the surrounding landscape, on that abandoned highway leading to Blackwater City outside the makeshift camp, there also appeared a group of figures that, it's coming towards this makeshift camp. Chapter 114, Camp Bloodbath. Blend in. Yufeng, the leader of that merchant, also sensed a wave of strangeness, and his face was violently cold. Bending his bow and arrow directly at the bald man, he said, in a fierce voice, We are all professionals who have taken refuge in temporary camps like this, and at first light we'll go our separate ways. Do you want to take advantage of the fire? Yu Feng's action instantly put the entire team of traders on alert one by one. There was a flurry of waking up their still sleeping companions, and every one of them took out the weapons in their hands. However, this picture of momentum did not scare off the bald man at all, only to see him grinning and laughing. Robbery? I not only want your goods today, but also your lives. Blame it on you guys for not being smart enough to break into this makeshift camp last night. Hell no, you had to break in. Brothers, do it. Only to see this bald man give an order. A single weapon-wielding combat profession rushed out from the church at once. It seems that they had made plans last night to strike at first light. Yu Feng's face instantly became colder and colder, saying, "Wells, don't interfere with rivers among the temporary camps. You are breaking the rules of Blackwater City. You will be punished by heaven." The bald man, however, bared his teeth as if he had heard some great joke. What kind of crap rules? I'm the biggest in heaven and earth. Give it to me. Yu Feng violently bent his bow. A row of shooting star arrows landed in front of the bald man. The sharp rain of arrows immediately shot rows of openings in the ground. Let's see which one of you dares. Yu Feng knew deep down that he was pretty much the only fighting force amongst this group of traders, but he was not the least bit intimidated after years of breaking into the world. That bald man looked at the precise row of arrows in front of him, and a trace of scorn once again appeared in his gaze. With a fierce face, he violently drew a ringed floor machete and chopped off the arrow in front of him, saying, "You're ruthless enough, but I'd like to see how many people you can protect." In an instant, the two groups were suddenly engaged. As for a berserker profession holding a hammer, it also rushed towards Shao Knight with a fierce light in its eyes, a greenish-colored face, obviously a ruthless character who traveled between the blades of the sword, turned to Shao Knight and said, "Little brat, I'll take you first today." Seeing this, Yu Feng immediately reminded Shao Knight anxiously, "Little brother, you two come over here. These people are a pack of jackals." Now that Yu Feng is still thinking of protecting Shao Knight and the two of them together, which is really a chivalrous character. However, Shao Knight did not move at this time. If he did, he would reveal the fact that September had already escaped. The paranoia-breaking pupil opens directly, only to see that the level of this berserker rushing towards him in front of him was the same as his own, which happened to be level 90, just in time to use him as a test case. In the temporary camp, a messy battle is on the horizon. Yu Feng couldn't care less about Shao Knight. Life and death had their destiny. He could only protect his companion. Bending his bow in his hand and shooting his arrows, the rigid arrows intimidated every one of the bald man's men. Some of the old geezers among the traders' ranks also immediately took out their weapons and formed a defensive front. Under the control of Yu Feng's arrow feathers, the situation was actually stabilized for a moment. A set of consecutive arrows shot that the leading bald man couldn't fend off in a hurry, and several huge damage numbers burst out from his body. The bald man's heart was hardened, and he swung his sword and slashed violently at a nearby life profession vendor. With a low growl, ********, they're all losers, cut me to death. The people under his command also avoided Yu Feng and rushed to kill the vendors of the life profession. Swords and bloodshed. Son of a, come at me if you can. Yu Feng instantly killed his eyes. A set of continuous arrows directly shot on one of the bald man's men. A huge damage number instantly and directly ended that person's blood bar. However, at this time, Yu Feng was no longer able to control the scene. Only the traders who were closer to him relied on the weapons in their hands and piled up a hard line of battle. As for those companions who were too far away from Yu Feng, quite a few of them had already died tragically under the knives of the bald man and the others, while the rest had their necks held with knives and became captives. You goddamn dog thieves. Yu Feng's eyes were blood red from killing, and he already had the thought of fighting to the death. Yet a footstep outside the makeshift camp at that moment was more desperate, only to see a group of professionals wearing the same standardized clothes as the bald man, with a black viper tattooed on their sleeves killing towards the makeshift camp. Once inside the camp's gates, then without saying a word, they swung their swords and slashed at them. The traitors! Yu Feng then realized that what this group of people were actually after wasn't their goods. They were basically killing people to get rid of them. Instantly attacked from the back, this group of vendors who were mostly life professions almost immediately collapsed in their defense. Some of the vendors were already covered in blood, crying out in pain and begging for forgiveness. Leader, let's not fight anymore. We can't beat them. If we keep fighting, everyone is going to die. Yu Feng was a bit unwilling, gritting his teeth and asking fiercely, "Who exactly are you people?" The bald man narrowed his eyes and laughed up at the sky. "I'm the one you can't afford to mess with." Only Yu Feng suddenly put down the bow in his hand, lowered his head and said through clenched teeth, "Please, my lords, raise your hands high. Spare our lives. We are all small traders who came to Blackwater City to beg for food. If you guys want it, this batch of goods in our hands will all be given to you. Money, equipment, As long as you all big masters look at it all despite take it. Only beg to be able to leave these brothers of mine alive. Yufeng is the leader of this group of traitors. He knew that if he kept on killing, it wouldn't be long before all his companions would die here. All he could do was lower his head and beg for mercy from these jackals. Even if he prayed for the non-existent shred of sympathy in their hearts, he had to do it. Not everyone is like him and would rather die in battle. As soon as the bald man heard this, he immediately laughed and rushed over and ruthlessly snatched the longbow from his hand, kicked Yufeng's body and cursed, saying, "Soft bones, weren't you quite the bully last night?" Yufeng's face was stomped hard on the ground, but he didn't dare to put up the slightest resistance. But he had no choice. If this would allow his fellow traitors to live, so what if he was insulted even more? At that moment a voice suddenly said, "Enough, bald head. The boss has ordered that business is important. Tie these people up first." The man who spoke was the leader of the later group of men bearing the mark of the Black Viper. And as soon as the bald man heard this there was a trace of indignation on his face, but it seemed that he did not dare to disobey the words of this man, and viciously kicked at Yufeng's body again, saying, "What are you waiting for? Tie them all up and wait until night to slaughter them." A group of people swarmed around and bundled Yufeng and the group of traitors in the middle of the church. No one noticed. The Shao Knight duo in the corner in the middle of the camp suddenly disappeared, leaving only a blanket wrapped around two bloodied corpses, which were left outside the camp's fence, and a level 90 berserker with a black viper marking on his sleeve blended into the bald man's group as if nothing had happened. Chapter 115, The Significant High-Grade Purification Potion. This berserker was none other than Shao Knight, who had turned on the golden cicada shell. In the midst of a flurry of confusion in the party, no one noticed, and no one would have thought that the level 90 berserker would be silently killed by Shao Knight. The battle was over very quickly, and berserkers were a heresy amongst the melee professions, with higher output and bursts than other warrior professions, which also made their defenses far lower than normal warrior professions as well. So when that berserker raised the hammer in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it against Shao Knight exploded with maximum damage output in a split second. Beast blood boiling, Tarsus poisonous inferno, thunderous stab. That berserker was just a C-ranked profession, and the highest piece of equipment all over his body was just a silver artifact. With his equipment, attributes, and skills completely crushed, Shao Knight resolved the battle in just a few minutes. That ferocious berserker didn't even have a chance to react before his blood bar was already corroded by the tarsal poisonous flames. This person could not even send out a cry for help when the tip of Shao Knight's sword was stuck in his throat. Then Shao Knight opened the golden cicada shell removal and transformed into the exact same appearance of this berserk warrior. Wrapped his body, along with the humanoid outfit he had just used as a pretend September, in a bloodstained blanket and threw it over the fence of the makeshift camp. When it's done, no one even noticed the rapidly ending battle taking place in the corner of the makeshift camp. Even that bald man had never taken Shao Knight's duo as a threat. Two little dolls that came out to practice in Blackwater City were just that. So if they killed them, they killed them. Wrapping the body in a bloodstained blanket and throwing it outside the walls of the makeshift camp was even less likely to raise any eyebrows. In this way, Shao Knight managed to blend in amongst the bald man's men, and followed a group of people to the interior of that one abandoned church. "Don't just stand there. Be quick," the bald man gave an order, and a group of men immediately hurried up and stripped away the haystack. Shao Knight also numbly mixed in, only to see that after moving these haystacks covered on the outside, what was hidden inside was indeed a portable cryogenic storage box. There were 5 storage boxes in total, placed side by side as if they were a large coffin, with a hint of cold air emanating from the outside. At this time, the leader of the later a moment of people also walked into the church. This person is a tall, thin, eagle-nosed gaze on these cryogenic storage tanks swept a glance. Then he gave the bald man a wink, signaling him to open it. A fawning smile appeared on the bald man's face immediately, and he hurriedly said to his men, "Open up, show brotherine. I'm not saying you don't trust me." A group of henchmen immediately opened all 5 cryogenic storage containers in unison. Shao Knight, who was already standing on the sidelines, took advantage of the situation and squinted to take a look at only to see that these storage boxes were indeed filled with rows and rows of finely preserved potions. One by one, they were placed in crystallized test tubes in the middle of the chilly cryogenic storage box. It was a liquid potion with a hint of a ghostly blue color, with some light golden sediment in it. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. High-order purification potion. This was an extremely precious alchemy potion, an antidote to poison to be exact, and it solves not normal toxin effects, but is used to specifically deal with disaster-level contamination. It's not just some monsters that get contaminated, resulting in even more horrific alienation. In some high-pollution level areas, even human professionals may be affected by the pollution. The flesh is corroded and festered until death, or even reduced to the dead corpse soul, like the battlefield front. No wonder September said the potion was supposed to be sent to the battlefield. Now at the forefront of the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom is an area where the pollution is beyond the highest levels ever recorded. In that case, the significance of this batch of high-grade purification potions was more than just valuable. It was simply worth a fortune. After seeing that Hawkish Nose checking the goods in all the storage boxes, he nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Put on a brighter tone for me. Someone is already checking the whereabouts of this batch of potions in Blackwater City, and at noon today, the higher-ups will send someone over to transfer this batch of potions. There must not be a single mistake." The bald man immediately said with a continuous compensatory smile, "Don't worry, Brother Ian, the matter is covered by the brothers." Then he respectfully invited that Hawkish Nose out, and with a wave of his hand to the men behind him, gesture them to put the potion back together and keep a close eye on it. Shao Knight, who had transformed into the appearance of a berserker, also consciously stayed in the middle of this church to guard this batch of potions. Noon, and then another group of people will come and move the potion, and I wonder if September and Scar will make it here before then? Previously, Shao Knight had already used his delusion-breaking pupil to probe the occupation of this Hawk Nose. It was an assassin with a rank of 118 and the highest combatant among the group. A head-on confrontation is too risky, and just then, a miserable scream was suddenly heard, only to see two of that bald henchmen racking a life professional female traitor and yanking her hard into the middle of this abandoned church. The female traitor is a 30-year-old woman of good looks, covered in defensive equipment, has been stripped down, leaving some close-fitting clothes. In the constant resistance is revealed a touch of spring. It was self-evident what these two bald men wanted to do. The other guards in the midst of the church at once uttered a beastly cry, and it seemed even more desperate against the backdrop of the woman's miserable pleas for help. The walls of this abandoned church were broken in quite a few places, but there was still a cover. Those outside the camp couldn't see what was happening inside. Shao Knight's gaze suddenly swept through this church, only to see that besides himself, together with the two beasts that came in after them, there were a total of 4 guards inside, and all 4 of them were around level 80. The equipment on the body is not even a piece of silver, as much as some bronze even good. Killable. Shao Knight now didn't know when September and Scar would be able to arrive. Once it gets to noon, and the followers that Hawkeye was talking about arrive to divert the potion. With just Shao Knight alone, it's simply impossible to stop it. Unless Shao Knight quietly released that tied-up Euphome in his group and teamed up to assassinate some of them first. Let's start with the 4 people inside this abandoned church. Shao Knight had transformed into that berserker, and was also holding the sledgehammer that originally belonged to that person in his hand, stealthily to a corner in the midst of the church, and looking down as if inspecting something in general. Then beckoning to another guard in the church to come and see that. "What's wrong, Tatsu?" The man immediately walked into the corner with a suspicious face and looked down at the ground where Shao Knight was pointing at. Shao Knight's other hand, however, was already equipped with his own King's Sword of Junjun, with a plopping sound of a blade entering the body. Thunderbolt. A huge damage burst out at once in the back of this person's heart. 7879. After going through the divine character completion, Shao Knight's attributes had increased substantially, and his basic attack had already reached nearly 5,000 points. With the addition of the swift thunder burst, it even directly dealt nearly 8,000 damage. A hint of panic and disbelief appeared in that person's gaze, yet one of Shao Knight's hands directly covered his mouth. The King's Sword of Monarch Grant in his hand made 2 more consecutive swords, easily reaping the last of the man's bloodstains. Shao Knight reached out to support his body and gently lowered it without making a single sound, then poked his head out, waving his hand again at the other guard in the church who was watching the scene with a lustful smile. Chapter 116. Overwhelming means. Savior Shao Knight. 2 corpses lay silent at the corner of the church. The other 2 beasts in the church did not realize that the woman's last desperate struggle made them more excited. In a flash, Shao Knight had already quietly arrived behind them, only to see that the woman who was ruthlessly pressed by the 2 of them underneath the body of the clothes have almost been stripped bare, full of despair and struggling, but has run out of gas. 1 on 2. In order to settle the fight as quickly as possible, Shao Knight lifted the state of golden cicada shell removal, and a layer of dazzling flames immediately ignited above the King's Sword of the King's authorization. The woman who was being held down was suddenly dumbfounded as she looked at this Shao Knight who suddenly appeared behind the 2 beasts. Shao Knight strikes decisively. A round moon sweep slashed precisely on the exposed bodies of these 2 beasts. To give vent to their lust, these 2 beasts stripped off their gear and, without the defense of their equipment, the blades of the King's Sword of the Monarch's sword pierced right through their bodies as if they were nothing. 7583, 9451. 2 high amounts of damage burst out, one of which was still a brittle agility profession. Taking off a piece of equipment made his originally low resistance even more directly killed by Shao Knight with a sword, and the other one instantly turned his head with his face heated. only to see that Xiao Knight with a murderous look on his face was already close at hand. The shock caused his face, which was still slightly flushed, to turn pale in an instant. With another sword, Xiao Knight completely resolved his remaining bloodstain and sacrificed the two men's payloads in the process. Shoo! Xiao Knight made a gesture to the woman who was still in a state of shock, and the woman also recognized the teenager in front of her at that moment. It was one of the two young men who were let in by their leader Yufeng last night. Xiao Knight turned around and gave a wary look outside the church. Seeing that at this time no one had yet noticed the strange changes that had taken place inside, Xiao Knight hid the bodies of these two people left behind into the haystacks, and peeled off a piece of clothing and handed it to the stunned woman. "Where are the rest tied up?" Xiao Knight instantly asked in a low voice. I saw the woman shivering and wrapping her clothes around herself hand over hand, yet her whole face was still a kind of stupefaction, and she froze for a long time before reaching out and pointing to the back of the church and saying, "Back, back, Leader Yufeng, they are all locked up in the back of the church." Xiao Knight said to the woman with a gentle nod, "You hide here and don't move. I'll find a chance to get them out." Good, good. The woman's meltdown doesn't seem to have slowed down yet. Xiao Knight simply went forward and hid her in a corner, and covered her with another handful of haystacks. There is a dilapidated back door to the rear of this hole-in-the-wall abandoned church. Looking back along the broken hole in the door, I saw that Yufeng and the others were indeed tied solidly to the rear fence with chains. There were a number of spikes on the fence, and every one of them was pierced with bloody holes in his body, and wailed with agonized faces. And, yet in the middle of this backyard, the bald man had left only one person to guard it. Xiao Knight opened his paradox-breaking pupils and looked, only to see that this person was a level 90 shield warrior profession. At the moment, he was leisurely leaning against the wall and smoking a cigarette. A large shield in his hand was leaning against the side. Sending a shield warrior to guard a captive? The bald man's group was really nothing more than a bunch of rabble. Xiao Knight slowly opened the back door and the footsteps were light as they groped toward the man. That tied-up Yufeng's gaze flickered and he instantly saw Xiao Knight. Seeing that Xiao Knight was still alive, Yufeng's eyes were first stunned for a moment, and then a life-saving hope suddenly emerged. Xiao Knight struck very quickly. The king's sword of the king's grant with tarsal poisonous flame stabbed straight towards that shield warrior. In an instant, a damage burst number came out, -6523. However, Xiao Knight was somewhat surprised that this sword, which contained the damage bonus of Swift Thunder Burst, only managed to knock out a quarter of the shield warrior's blood. Could it be that this shield warrior's blood level had actually exceeded 20,000? It meant that he had at least one piece of gold level equipment on him, or at least an A-ranked professional. That shield warrior had a sharp pain on his body, and when he turned his head and saw Xiao Knight, he subconsciously went to grab his shield with a shocked expression on his face. Unexpectedly, he was kicked off the shield by Xiao Knight, who had stepped forward first. It's you. The shield warrior immediately showed fear, but Xiao Knight did not give him a chance to react, and stabbed another sword towards his face. Instantly, another layer of tarsal poisonous flame was attached to him. The dual effects of burning and toxin flared up on him at once, and the shield warrior, who was already moving clumsily, moved even more slowly under the effect of the toxin. Xiao Knight wandered around him at a playful pace, attached layer after layer of tarsus to him. -178, -235. The effects of poisonous inferno stacked up layer by layer. Even his bloodstain of up to 20,000 simply couldn't carry such a double burn. That shield warrior tried to let out a wail before dying unwillingly, attracting the attention of their peers. However, Xiao Knight directly inserted a sword into his mouth. Xiao Knight had practiced this move countless times long ago when he was killing crystallized people in the depths of the mines. After violently harvesting the last sliver of blood, Xiao Knight smoothly sacrificed the fire on that corpse. A prompt instantly rang in Xiao Knight's ears. Human professional's salary sacrifice successful. I have acquired the talent phrase Iron Body, a rank. I can't believe I popped the word. Xiao Knight was astonished for a moment in his heart, but at this moment, he could not be bothered to look at it in detail. Sprinting to that Yufeng's side, Junjuan Wang Jian's hand rose up and chopped off the chain that was tied to him. Little brother, how do you? Yufeng's face was suddenly filled with both shock and joy at being saved. He didn't expect Xiao Knight to actually be alive. What's more, he didn't expect that the shield warrior guard just now to be killed by such a harsh means by Xiao Knight. Who is this young-looking teenager? Xiao Knight handed Yufeng the dagger that he had stripped from the corpse in the middle of the previous church and said, "It's too late to go into detail. Let your people out first." Yufeng instantly also had a scowl on his face, and hurriedly turned back to his companions and gave them a shushing gesture. The two teamed up and quickly freed all of the group tied to the fence. Little brother, thanks a lot. Yufeng arched his hand at Xiao Knight with a sincere expression on his face and said with great joy, saying, "There is nothing Yufeng can do to repay the favor of saving his life." Xiao Knight, on the other hand, said in a deep voice, "It's not that simple. Let's escape from this camp first." Just then, instead, There was a sudden, cursing shriek from the middle of that abandoned church that, it seemed that the bald man's people had noticed the difference. Chapter 117, Yufeng's backstabbing. The plan falls through. Not good. They should have sensed it. Xiao Knight's face immediately changed, and he said in a deep voice to Yufeng, "They're outnumbered. We have to join forces." Speaking, the only thing that could be heard was the dilapidated back door of the abandoned church being kicked in. The bald man with the machete in his hand, however, had already ferociously led a group of people to rush into the middle of the backyard, looking at Xiao Knight as well as Yufeng and the others who were rescued by him. There was also a moment of shock on the bald man's face. Then he spat and cursed, and, "Damn, you little brat actually didn't die. Almost let them all go. You really can't stop half the time. Since you're tired of living, don't blame Grandpa for my ruthlessness. Slaughter all these brats for me." Xiao Knight instantly equipped the Tiger Stripe Battle Shield Upper Mountain Tiger directly in top the front. Without looking back, he said to Yufeng and the others, "Find your weapons, I'll take the top." Xiao Knight had already observed it last night. Although Yufeng's group of traders had a majority of life-oriented professions, the distribution of professions was quite complete, with not only healers, but also several healing auxiliary professions. As long as we have them at the back treating Xiao Knight, who was holding the Tiger Stripe Battle Shield, would be able to hold the front row, allowing Yufeng, the archer, to output at the back, only to see that bald head take the lead in wielding a machete and slashing towards Xiao Knight. There was also a layer of black aura on top of the machete, which was obviously an offensive skill of a not-solo level. However, Xiao Knight was taking half a step back. He wanted to buy Yufeng and those people enough time to equip themselves with weapons. Seeing the right moment, Xiao Knight violently stepped forward, and the Tiger Stripe Battle Shield in his hand accurately blocked the blade. Perfect blocking. Not only was no harm done, it also directly shocked the bald man's body to stumble. At the same time, Xiao Knight had accumulated a layer of tiger momentum on his body, and the Junjun authorized King's sword in his right hand instantly counterattacked and knocked this layer of tiger momentum out. Only the target was not the bald man, but a henchman who rushed over next to him. In a flash, an extended shadow of a sword slashed out and, cutting off half of the man's bloodstains straight away. 8547. The huge damage caused the several people who surrounded up in front of them, including the bald man with fear in their eyes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Knight directly landed another full moon sweep. The sword of the King of Monarchs danced out a storm of sword blades like a full moon. Instantly, he forced the few people around him back. Still not well? Xiao Knight couldn't help but shout out loud, but there was a hint of dissimilarity in his heart. With that Yufeng's experience as an old man, finding his weapon and organizing the team to reorganize, it definitely wouldn't take this long. At this time, however, he saw that the bald man in front of him had a pair of narrow eyes but suddenly revealed a hint of mockery as he looked behind Xiao Knight. A sneer escaped his lips, as if he were watching a joke, and said, "Ha, little brat, those companions of yours are afraid they won't be able to care about you." Xiao Knight abruptly twisted his head to look at I only saw that Yufeng's group had already equipped themselves with their weapons long ago. Yufeng even set up his longbow in his hand and stored up a powerful arrow skill. Only instead of the bald man's group, he was aiming at the fence wall of the makeshift camp behind him. Xiao Knight saw his intentions in a flash. He tried to break through the wall to escape, while Xiao Yu was fending off the bald man's group in front. Yufeng tried to escape from the back with his companions. "I'm sorry, brother Xiao Knight." Yufeng's face carried a strange firmness as he shouted at Xiao Knight without looking back. "I'm the leader and I have to keep my men alive." Xiao Knight's eyes flinched and he was silent for a moment before saying, "You have a woman on your team still in the middle of the church, and you don't even care if she dies?" Yufeng's face was suddenly stunned. Then he clenched his teeth and said, "It's better for one to die than for them all to die here." Yufeng hissed. The longbow in his hand suddenly let out a roar, and an arrow skill like a fiery dragon whistled out. The fence of the makeshift camp could not withstand it, and was blown through a gap large enough for one man to pass through. A group of traders immediately fish out and fled towards the outside. Yufeng also followed. Before leaving, he looked back at Xiao Knight with a complicated gaze. There was guilt in his eyes, but it was more of a firmness in his choice. "You're a good leader." Xiao Knight spoke to him coldly and, then he turned around violently, and his Tiger Stripe Battle Shield steadily blocked a few of the bald man's men who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack. Yufeng's reneging caused Xiao Knight's entire plan to instantly fall through. Now the situation immediately changed drastically. Xiao Knight alone had to take on the siege of 7 or 8 people including the bald man. The bald man gave a wrinkled laugh and said, "Ha ha ha ha, you little brat aren't quite ballsy? I'd like to see how you still have balls now that you're left alone." Without the threat of the archer Yufeng at his back, the bald man's face turned vicious, and the machete in his hand once again erupted with a black light as he swung towards Xiao Knight. "Son of a, kill this little brat for me." The surrounding group of henchmen had also taken the opportunity to surround the group, which were mostly melee professions. All sorts of weapons came toward Shao Knight at one time, chopping and stabbing. Shao Knight calmly used the Tiger Stripe battle shield in his hand to brazenly block the bald man's slashes from the front. With that, he stepped in a precise position to avoid the flanking attack, and backhanded a blocking counterattack, slashing at a leather-armored enemy to his side. 8869. Blocking counterattacks coupled with the damage bonus from Tiger Potential instantly killed off most of that leather-armored professional's blood bar. Then Shao Knight violently took a step forward and, it was closely followed by a swift thunder burst. The sword of the King of Monarchs pierced right through that leather armor lineage professional. 5423. Deeply surrounded by many people, but came up to kill one person first with ruthlessness. Such a scene also caused the bald man to be furious, directly spitting at the corpse of the leather armor-clad professional and cursing, "The damn, what a loser." Immediately afterward, the Junjun authorized King's sword in Shao Knight's hand was yet again draped with a demonic poisonous inflammation. The full moon sweep has cooled down, and the blade burning with tarsal poisonous flames swings. Instantly, a circle of people around them were attached to the Tarsus poisonous flame status. The poisonous flames with a toxin effect attached to them immediately erupted on their bodies. A series of sustained damage and stun effects caused by toxins burned them off guard. While we're at it, Shao Knight once again surged forward, catching one of the professionals in the act of walking dawn. The King's sword of the King of Monarchs swung out with awe, wreaking havoc on his body as much as it could. 6187. 7156. A few damage numbers popped out in a flash. Shao Knight killed one more person. The bald man, with narrowed eyes, growled and, together, in an instant, several long knives all swung down on top of Shao Knight's Tiger Strike battle shield. Even though Shao Knight had tried his best to perfectly block a number of attacks, however, there were still quite a few attacks from different directions and angles that landed on Shao Knight's body. 2811. 1877. 2414. A single damage number exploded out of the Shao Knight's blood bar was also instantly knocked down by nearly half. That bald man's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and in a vicious voice, he said, "Little brat, I'm all set to see what waves you can make all by yourself." Swords and knives that were glowing with cold light, like a killing formation, came towards Shao Knight. Shao Knight's hand held up the Tiger Stripe battle shield and violently retreated a step backward, pulling away some space. Looking at the bald man and all, Shao Knight suddenly let out a cold laugh, a call from the heart. A teleportation formation glowing with an ethereal light suddenly surfaced by Shao Knight's side. Shasta, a dark and swift figure violently drilled out from the teleportation array, like a life-sapping ghostly shadow, stormily wreaking havoc in the group of bald men. Oh, I'm never alone. Chapter 118, The Dragon Plague. Retribution. Black shadows flashed and sharp claws tore through the bloody chest. One by one, huge damage ripped through the bald man's group. 9816, 9133, 9817. In just a blink of an eye, this black shadow tore three of his men apart. Fear and bewilderment surfaced in their eyes, yet when the group looked back to see the dark shadow of the horror was magnified several times more, only to see that it was a dragon with ghostly black scales, a swift and deadly body, and a pair of vertical pupils in its eyes were looking at them as if they were looking at prey. Dragons! Dragon plague! How can? A wail of horror resounded through the crowd of dragon plague, a human term for the dragon biological species with fear and awe. Because every untamed dragon race is inherently a calamity-level monster. Wherever it goes, it's a disaster of bodies and bones. At this time, the obsidian dragon cub had once again doubled in size compared to before, raising its head to a height of 3 or 4 meters. Contracted Fey grows rapidly with the host's strength. Shao Knight's crippled godhead has been mended. It also allowed this obsidian dragon cub to gain amazing growth as well. Dragons? How can there be dragons here? The bald man also froze instantly, even though he had just witnessed Shao Knight opening a piece of the teleportation array. However, he hadn't even thought about the fact that this dragon would be Shao Knight's contracted harnessed beast. The dragon race, an extremely noble race, but its nobility was fought down by the strength of destruction. The killing scene just now was also the first time Shao Knight had witnessed the wildly exposed side of the obsidian dragon cub. As a dragon, the tyranny that could not be hidden in his bones exploded in an instant. It's almost like a black shadow that's claiming a life. Weaving swiftly through the crowd, a pair of sharp claws was the sharpest blade, piercing through their chests with precision. Obsidian dragons are the swiftest of the dragon race. This, coupled with the terrifying defense from the powerful magic immune scales, made them the sharpest pointy knives of the dragon race. The obsidian dragon cub's pair of vertical pupils looked ferociously at the bald man and his group beside him. Then it snorted at Shao Knight, and 2 columns of black smoke emerged from its nostrils, as if it was inviting credit in general, and as if it was protecting its master. Harness link. Shao Knight immediately turned on this special skill directly. In an instant, a heart-to-heart mind connection appeared in Shao Knight's mind. and a picture that the obsidian dragon had seen was similarly shared within Xiao Knight's mind. Double line operation. Kill. With the dragon cub slaying his way through the bald man's band of henchmen, Xiao Knight held the tiger stripe battle shield in his hand and violently took a step forward, stabbing his sword at the bald man's throat. That bald man was still reeling from the shock of being up close and personal with a dragon species, caught off guard by Xiao Knight killing. The machete in his hand hurriedly crossed over but was simply too late to block. The Xiao Knight's swift thunder burst had once again cooled down. The king's sword of the sovereign authorized king thunderously stabbed out, aiming straight for the bald man's forehead. A blast of damage exploded out in a flash and 9853. The bald man's blood bars suddenly plummeted, and for a moment, his face was terrified, and in a panic, he had already lost his bearings. Hastily, he reached out and yanked a nearby henchman to his feet to block the knife for him. Xiao Knight's ensuing sword stabbed the henchman directly through the 7691. The sword did not have a blast, yet it still harvested the man's blood bar. Mother asterisk. Nobody panic. The bald man, under the fear, also clenched his teeth violently and roared, stabilizing his mind. And, it's just a juvenile dragon race, cut it down for me. The bald man greeted and the machete in his hand slashed towards Xiao Knight. However, it was firmly blocked by Xiao Knight's tiger stripe battle shield. A layer of tiger potential is ready to be released. Xiao Knight did not intend to wait for the tiger's momentum to build up any longer, and the king's sword of Junjun instantly launched a block counterattack. Use one layer if you have one. Straightly chopped. That bald man simply could not resist, and stepped back. The bald man knew that if he continued like this, he was bound to die in the hands of this young doll in front of him. At that moment, his heart crossed and he violently held the machete with both hands, not retreating but advancing towards Xiao Knight's lower road. The machete was shrouded in a dark aura of playing the path of blood for blood. This was one of his killing moves. The A rank skill, Pan Mountain Avalanche Star, has the nearby effect of breaking shield beckoning. It was also his fight to the death. However, as this life-fighting slash with a black aura swung in, Xiao Knight's gaze flickered, but he could see the end of it. Instead of using his shield to parry, he deftly retreated backward one after another, withdrawing a large distance in several steps. Meanwhile, a softly spoken word came out of his mouth. Dragon's breath. In a flash, the obsidian dragon cub in the middle of the crowd violently spread its wings and hovered in the air. The neck back to build up strength. A sea of fire that covered a full 30 to 40 meters suddenly erupted. A heat wave of hot breath covered the entire crowd. A hot and incomparable aura came from behind that bald male protagonist, yet it was already too late to dodge. In his haste, he saw a mocking smile on Xiao Knight's face. Then huge burning damage exploded from the bald man and his group of men. 15639, 19637, 17561. That's Dragon's Breath. The dragon race species has a unique means of scorching spit that deals high amounts of burning damage while also ignoring burning resistance. Always on the edge was also affected by the wave. Xiao Knight also had to raise the hand of the tiger stripe or shield to resist this hot pouncing breath. After the monstrous sea of fire is extinguished, the bald man's men had long since died, burned to a black, dried. Only the bald guy has a sliver of blood left. Just at that critical moment just now, he pulled one of his men on top of him to fend off. However, before he could even get up, Xiao Knight's king's sword of the monarch authorization had already landed on his neck. Don't kill me. The bald man had lost all his battle and hideousness by this time, and all that was left of his ugly face was a plea that, I'm just doing a job for someone too. Before he died, he couldn't figure out why he had run into Xiao Knight, the god of murder. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from the distance behind Xiao Knight. Stop it. Xiao Knight turned his head to take a look. Only it was the same hawkish nose that I had seen earlier. Only that this hawk nose and his band of henchmen had actually come from the back of the makeshift camp. A group of men with blood still dripping from the weapons in their hands. Xiao Knight, who saw the scene, couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. It turns out that just now, when they realized the strange situation in the church, they immediately split into two. The bald man came after him from the church with his men. An eagle hook nose was leading the men straight around back to chase the one that got away. Unfortunately, that you phone calculations to the extreme, but still did not escape the fate of a line of people to be silenced. If he hadn't turned his back on Xiao Yi at that time and stayed to stand on the same side as Xiao Yi, he at least wouldn't have died so quickly. When Hawk Hook Nose saw the obsidian dragon in front of him, his eyes also showed astonishment, but it was quickly replaced by greed. A hoarse laugh escaped his lips. A dragon species? I didn't realize there was such a fortune here. Ha! This is much more golden than that batch of potions. The bald man who was stepped on the ground by Xiao Knight was like seeing a savior when he saw the hawk hook nose and shouted excitedly, Brother Ian, save me! Only the hawkish nose gave him a cold look, which seemed as if he were looking at a useless waste, and cursed that useless fool. If it weren't for orders from above, I wouldn't bother saving you. The hawk-hooked nose then raised his head, and a pair of eyes looked at Shao Knight as if they were threatening and said, "Kid, let him go. Give me that dragon cub in your hand again, and I'll be merciful and spare your life today." Shao Knight didn't say anything. In front of Hawkeye, the king's sword of the king's grant in his hand suddenly pierced through the bald man's neck. Chapter 119, Human-Dragon Coordination. Massacre the scout team. Bald head is dead. The blade of the king's sword of the monarch's grant went straight through his entire neck. Blood spurted out. Dead as a doornail. Before he died, he was still staring with narrowed eyes. His eyes were full of reluctance. He couldn't believe to his death that Shao Knight actually dared to kill himself in front of Hawk-Hook Nose. And I can't believe the hawkish nose. Seeing this scene, that face, which was already long and narrow, was so gloomy that it was about to come out of the ground. Though even in his eyes Baldhead was nothing more than a dumbass punk. But as the same person who works for the higher-ups, his colleague died in front of his eyes, and if the higher-ups knew about it, he himself would likewise have no good consequences. "Kid, you're ruthless. I'm going to kill you alive," Hawkeye said fiercely, revealing 2 layers of ghastly white teeth. Held in his hand was a dagger with a not-so-long chain wrapped around his wrist at the end of it. Hawk-Hook Nose flung the dagger with chains and gestured with his left hand, and a group of his subordinates scattered in all directions and surrounded towards Shao Knight. Shao Knight also noticed an unusual point at this time. This Hawk Nose is an assassin himself, and his men are all agile assassins. It looks like this should be a scouting party. It wasn't easy to fight one against many, not to mention all the assassins who could sneak around. That Hawk-Hook Nose immediately revealed a cold smile and said, "That dragon breed contracted beast of yours is only a hatchling, isn't it? What a pity. If it was a full-grown body today, even if I were given 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to make a move. But since it's a hatchling, don't blame me for not being polite. That dragon cub of yours can be sold for $1 billion. Kill this brat for me, but don't hurt my precious dragon." With a command from Hawk-Hook Nose, almost all of the henchmen surrounding Shao Knight entered a sneaking state and their figures disappeared into thin air. Any professional facing so many assassins who can sneak around will be numb and not know how to deal with them. But except for Shao Knight held the Tiger Stripe battle shield to protect his entire body on the left side, and the king's sword of the monarch grant in his right hand waited for the opportunity to strike. Through the mind of the harnessed spirit link, the obsidian dragon cub was made to stand back to back with himself, guarding his rear. 1 second, 2 seconds. Shao Knight had already practiced countless times against assassin professionals in the sneaking state in his holographic fighting simulation class. He knew that these assassins' favorite tactic after entering the sneak state was to first come up with a wave of testing, and they would never directly risk exposing their position by launching an attack. According to Shao Knight's experience, all the attacks in the first 15 seconds were tests, and Shao Knight's kill move is saved for 15 seconds later, silently counting in his heart. As expected, a sudden sound of a blade breaking through the air sounded behind Shao Knight's left side. The Tiger Stripe battle shield violently reversed its direction and easily blocked it, only to see that it was indeed a flying dagger, a throwing skill rather than a real person's position. Followed by the sound of breaking air coming from all directions. Shao Knight held a battle shield and blocked most of them with great difficulty. There were still quite a few blades stabbing at his body, dealing out hundreds of damage one by one. However, the damage of these long-range throwing skills was already in Shao Knight's plan. These throwing injuries don't hurt at all. Some of the ones that hit the dragon cub's ghostly black scales didn't even make a spark. Silence fell once more around the 15 seconds that Shao Knight had silently counted in his mind had just arrived as well. He knew that the next thing to come was the group of assassins' real killing move. Ultrasonic solitary enemy, slammed on. In an instant, an unnoticed ultrasonic wave spread out to the surroundings with Shao Knight as the center. One location in the sneak state was instantly probed. Left front, 2, right side, 1, left rear, 2, right after, 1. Shao Knight made a precise judgment in a split second, and these locations were reported to the Dragon Cub by Shao Knight through the Imperial Spirit Link. In the blink of an eye, a man and a dragon moved. The king's sword of the monarch authorized king, which was draped with tarsal bone poison flame in Shao Knight's hand, violently stabbed forward. A precise stab of blood in the middle of the air. A dazed figure was instantly exposed, and was then hit directly in the throat by Shao Knight with a swift thunderous thrust. 8719. Blast damage directly seconds 1. Shao Knight said in a cold voice. Then his body violently dodged to the side, and his right hand swept a full moon across the room, sweeping out all of the 2 silhouettes on the left as well. The effect of tarsal poisonous inflammation spread over their bodies all of a sudden, burned them into 2 flaming men. The tiger's momentum accumulated from the previous tiger-patterned battle shield block directly erupted. Shao Knight slashed down with his sword. A huge shadowy sword blade with a tiger's roar instantly cleaved one to death and crippled one person. 2. Shao Knight once again counted in a cold voice, and at this time, The assassins who presumed to attack from behind Shao Knight's back ended up in an even more miserable state. Having given a clear indication of the bearings, the obsidian dragon pup directly smashed an assassin whose equipment was at best all bronze with a single claw. A sweep of the tail was like the passage of a gale, and the tremendous force threw the thieves in the remaining two directions directly into the air. Two huge amounts of damage burst out on them all at once. The 7819-12556. One of them couldn't dodge in time, and was directly cut off by the blade-like tail thorns at the end of the obsidian dragon's tail. Straight up one life. This is the dragon race's powerful strength and physical weaponry. 4. Shao Knight faintly counted. That hawk hook nose swarmed a total of 6 of his subordinates, and in an instant, 4 of them were directly done away with by Shao Knight and Dragon Pup's joint efforts. The remaining 2 are either dead or crippled. Seeing the scene in front of him, a viciousness and scorn appeared on the narrow face of the hawk hook nose. He finally figured out why that waste of a man, bald head, had folded so easily in the hands of this teenager in front of him. This juvenile dragon race had already had a fighting understanding with this boy, and was by no means a dragon cub with empty brute strength and dragon breath. And the thing that made his palms sweat slightly the most was that he still couldn't see exactly how the teenager had judged the positions of his subordinates who had fallen into a sneaking state. Once an assassin's profession is seen to be proudly sneaking around, then he instantly lost all his advantages, like a lamb to the slaughter. Being an assassin by trade, he knew this only too well. Eagle Nose, however, is not willing to just fold here. Whether it was the batch of potions that the higher-ups had given him a death order to escort, or this valuable dragon cub in front of him, he was not willing to do so. Lust overcomes reason, not to mention the fact that he was already an unapologetic outlaw. Hawkeye put his hand behind his back and gestured to his 5 remaining men that it was a gesture that their scouting party had agreed upon. It means everyone kills from one point and breaks through head-on, even if they were able to be seen by this kid in front of them sneaking around, and all of them struck from one direction together. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to stop them. What's more, this time, Hawkeye was planning to hit the head himself as the first blade. Shasta, Hawksbane, along with all of his remaining minions behind him, all went into a stalking state of. A blade that disappeared into the air swept towards Shao Knight. There's no trial and error. Coming up is killing you. Shao Knight's eyes flinched, keenly sensing that this attack was definitely extraordinary. And, Ultrasonic Solitaire is still on cooldown. There's only one way out right now. Eagle's Nose is fast and furious. It was so fast that Shao Knight even felt the sudden surge of killing intent in the air. However, just as the dagger with chains in his hand had already swung towards Shao Knight, but the Shao Knight in front of him suddenly turned into 2 identical people. Substitute mirror image. Chapter 120, Split Gaming. Lava Self-Explosion. The 2 figures similarly held a tiger-striped battle shield in their left hands and the King's Sword of the Monarch Grant in their right hands. Identical looks, movements, even those blood stains on the weapons. Split? Hawkeye snapped and stopped himself hard and, throughout the air, all of those stalking figures also all stagnated, and everyone was dumbfounded. Which one is the real one? After all, Hawk Hook Nose was an old geezer who had fought for most of his life, and a pair of eyes keenly stared at the position where Shao Knight originally stood, silently marking in his heart the one that came out after must be a fake body. However, at this moment, the 2 Shao Knights moved. Only 2 identical figures stepped back in unison behind the obsidian dragon cub. At the same time the obsidian dragon cub violently spread its wings and ferociously lunged forward. A pair of sharp claws waved ferociously into the air in front of him, forcing those figures in the midst of sneaking to panic and dodge, including Hawk Nose. And the 2 Shao Knights took the opportunity to stride deftly, dazzlingly and constantly interchanging positions. Hawk Hook Nose is but a low ducking between, and then look up to see. But see that those 2 Shao Knight already do not know how many times to change the position. Damn little. Hawkish Love couldn't help but curse in his mind. At this point, he had also long been unable to distinguish which was the real body and which was the fake body. However, that obsidian dragon cub's pair of tail spikes flung out violently, but unintentionally threw out a stalking wolfish figure. 7814. The huge damage directly caused this hawk-nosed henchman's blood bar to be greatly crippled. The 2 Shao Knights suddenly rushed forward in unison and, one left and one right of the King's Sword of the Monarch Grant directly stabbed the assassin who had shown his form. Obsidian Dragon Cub is again ferocious to go forward and make up a claw. That eagle-hooked nose of the henchman died extremely miserable. Such a scene. Even Eagle-hooked Nose looked shocked in his heart. A 3-line operation? This is impossible. Hawkeye quietly backed away from the crowd and secretly hibernating and watching. He didn't believe that the young pup in front of him was able to operate on 3 fronts at the same time without revealing a single crack. At this moment, Shao Knight's entire attention was highly concentrated, and his nerves were even more taut. 3 images appeared in his mind at the same time. The main body, the doppelganger, the obsidian dragon. Shao Knight maneuvered 3 bodies at the same time and had to face the remaining enemies who were still in a sneaking state, not knowing when they would strike, as well as one of the biggest threats Hawk knows. The doppelganger only had 50% of the body's attributes, so once it struck out alone or took damage alone, it would surely be seen by this old foe. Shao Knight had to make sure that every strike was made by both the main body and the doppelganger at the same time. Shasta, another assassin who was sneaking in the shadows, couldn't hold back, and a blood-colored dagger suddenly appeared out of the air and stabbed Shao Knight in the back. This person was actually very smart, and the position of his strike just happened to be stuck in the dead center of Shao Knight's line of sight. Yet he could never have imagined that. Shao Knight had another perspective in his head, that of the obsidian dragon who had established mind communication through the Imperial Spirit Link. Just when he thinks he's about to get it, the 2 Shao Knights suddenly turned back in unison, and the Junji Wang sword accurately stabbed his chest, even as the wounds were all in one place. The damage stacked together was more than 10,000 points. Kill another person. Waste. Seeing the scene in front of him, Hook Nose, who was lurking in the shadows, was furious and anxious. A little doll that he thought had his hands on him had already killed almost half of his men right in front of him. If it drags on like this, I'm afraid that my group will be finished dying one by one. All of you together. Even if it's a diversion. Break one for me first. Who dares not go on? I'll chop him up later. Hawknose gave the deadly order over the contact, and at the same time moved his feet darkly. Even if he had to fight for the lives of a few more of his men, as long as he was able to break this little brat's detachment, he was certain that he would be able to directly strike at Shao Knight. But at this point, Shao Knight's ultrasonic solitaire, however, had already cooled down. An unnoticed ultrasonic wave once again spread out in the surroundings with Shao Knight at the center. Instantly scoped out those enemies lurking in the shadows around them, only to see that this time, they seemed to attack towards Shao Knight in unison as if they did not want to die. It seemed to want to fight to the death to break one of Shao Knight's doppelgangers. Seeing this, a plan instantly surfaced in Shao Knight's mind. The 2 Shao Knights, who had been standing together in a single movement, suddenly separated. One raised his tiger stripe battle shield and brazenly fended it off. The other put away his shield and fled behind him in a huff. Little brat, trying to escape? Seeing this scene, Hook Nose instantly flinched as he subconsciously turned his gaze toward Shao Knight, who was fleeing toward the rear, and was just about to give orders in his contact device. But suddenly it stops. No, it's not that simple. This little brat has a very delicate mind. I'm afraid that the one that stays in place is the real one, and the one that escapes is just a decoy. Turn back. Kill that one for me. Stay where you are. The corners of the Hook Nose's mouth revealed a vicious smile, and with a flash of his figure, he took the lead in killing towards the Shao Knight who stayed in place. Seeing that one by one, the enemies lurking in the shadows surrounded towards the Shao Knight who stayed in the same place, fleeing toward the back that Shao Knight, but the corner of his mouth revealed an imperceptible smile. With a smooth hand, the summoning space where the obsidian dragon cub was once again retrieved. His steps accelerated violently and he dug into the broken wall of the church. Meanwhile, the dagger with chains in the hand of the Hook Nose had already stabbed at the back of that Shao Knight who stayed in place. Suddenly, that Shao Knight, however, turned around violently and smiled evilly at him. Bad. It's on the way. There was a sudden pang of panic in the heart of Eagle's Nose, and he turned to flee. And, however, a hot aura violently erupted from his back, only to see the blood vessels underneath the Shao Knight's skin suddenly explode. The reddish veins were as if they were filled with magma, and the entire silhouette instantly exploded. Lava self-destructs, deals 1000% of max life damage over a wide area. Although the double only had 50% of Shao Knight's full attributes, the current Shao Knight's main body had a full 17,000 chi in blood. Translated, that's up to about 80,000 additional blast damage with Lava Scorch. For the group of leather armor-based assassin professions, including Hook Nose, it was like a life-sapping Hades. A thick cloud of smoke exploded immediately in the backyard of the makeshift camp. The Shasta, flesh, blood, body parts, and pieces of leather and armor were scattered in all directions. This was also the first time Shao Knight had witnessed the effects of this splitter self-detonation tactic of his own. Let's just say he was satisfied. Chapter 121, It's all over. Scampering Eagle Nose. The moment this tactic surfaced in Shao Knight's mind, Shao Knight realized that this was a game. The doppelganger and the main body. With the confusion already in place, which one will Hawk Nose choose? Shao Knight knew that Hook Nose was an old and spicy foe. Simple cleverness doesn't fool him. The only person who can fool him is himself. I have to say it's a risky, big gamble, because if he gave that Hook Nose some more time, he might be able to recognize Shao Knight's scheme. But everything had just happened so fast, and Hawkeye had to make a judgment call in just a few seconds. So just as Shao Knight expected, the Hawks took the bait. The diversionary self-destruct tactic was successfully implemented. The huge range of lava self-explosion ripples through Eagle Hook and all of his men. Xiao Yu, who had retrieved the obsidian dragon cub back into the summoning space in time, instead hid behind the wall of the abandoned church. The rolling smoke gradually cleared and Shao Knight vigilantly held his tiger stripe battle shield and eyed the front. He knew that a man who was able to crawl around on the tip of a knife might not necessarily not have his own means of preserving his life. The power of this lava self-explosion has far exceeded the bloodstains of those brittle professions though. But is it really possible to blow up that hot nose along with it? Shao Knight smoothly fished out a bottle of recovery potion from his backpack and poured it into his mouth. Examining his present state of affairs, the two major cards, the self-destruct tactic, and the obsidian dragon cub had been exhausted. Things were going to be tricky if they hadn't been able to kill that hawksnout yet. Even if there was only that hawk nose left, the other party was, after all, an assassin with a level as high as 118, and his combat experience was incomparably more veteran. At this moment, Shao Knight still had one last move left in his hand, Glazed Realm. It's also the last card to save your life. The smoke is clearing. Shao Knight opened his paranoia-breaking pupil, only to see that the backyard of this makeshift camp was directly blown out into a large pit. The starry lava was still emitting a scorching heat that those thieves who had surrounded the doppelganger had already been blown into body parts long ago, and not even a single intact body could be seen. But among them, there was no sign of Eagle Hook Nose, and the dagger with the chain in his hand. Shao Knight's eyes immediately flashed. The nerves of his body were taut, and he watched vigilantly for any breeze around him. Suddenly a voice came from the roof of the church above Shao Knight's head. Ha! What a tricky little pup! Shao Knight snapped his head up and looked, only to see the ragged roof of the abandoned church, where the hawkish nose had somehow managed to hide in was gazing condescendingly at Shao Knight with a shadowy face. His equipment was also stained with burn marks and soot, and he was currently holding a bottle of recovery potion in his hand and pouring it into his mouth. I don't know that in the flash of light just now. What kind of trick did this hawk nose use to get out of the range of that huge explosion? But it was obvious that he was also in an extremely wretched state at this time. Little pups, a burst of jealousy, hatred, and greed mixed together erupted from the eyes of that hawk-hooked nose, and he said fiercely, I really underestimated you, having such means and heart at such a young age. If we let you develop, I really don't know how strong you'll be. It's just a shame that you don't have a future. After Hawk-Hook Nose said that, his figure suddenly unleashed. His body was like a swooping falcon coming towards Shao Knight, and the dagger in his hand cut through a cracking sound. Today, he must obliterate Shao Knight here. Shao Knight was watching carefully. He gripped the tiger stripe battle shield tightly in his hand, and was even ready to unleash the glazed boundary at any time to defend against this Hawk-Hook Nose's deadly killing move. And then just then, a huge familiar giant axe silhouette suddenly appeared behind Hawk-Hook Nose's back. Slash him hard in the back. Perceived behind the back of this a killing intent of the Hawk-Hook Nose cannot care about Shao Knight. Panic to the side of the wolf flashed away. A familiar voice rang out from behind the hawks. In Tong, with your reputation, what are you doing bullying these half-grown dolls? If you're capable, have some fun with your grandpa Scar. Shao Knight looked behind Hawk-Hook Nose and I only saw a man holding a huge axe in both hands standing upright, grinning mockingly at Hawk-Hook Nose. It was Scarface, and beside him, the man with the wrapped face and the scimitar in his hand, Kim Chai-il, owner of the Nightingale Tavern, as well as a delicate figure that anxiously stood on tiptoe towards Shao Knight to look at him. It wasn't until she saw that Shao Knight was still alive that her face finally revealed a touch of sweet smile in September. They finally made it. Shao Knight's moment of relief was like a weight off his shoulders, finally letting out a sigh of relief. And at this moment, when he saw Scar and the others, Hawk Nose's face turned white for a moment, without even a minute's hesitation. Turn your head and run. The fear of death can make a person burst out with maximum escape speed, and Hawknose fled in one direction like a stump. Where to run? The huge axe in Scarface's hand swung in a circle, viciously blocking his retreat. However, that eagle-hooked figure turned around sharply and fled in another direction. That's what he's all about. Power Scar can't keep up with his speed. After all, Hawk-Hook Nose succeeded in his scheme, and his figure flickered as he fled towards the outside of the camp. However, I didn't want a white shadow to suddenly launch itself and go after him closely. It was the unsmiling face-wrapped man. Also an agility-based profession. Wrapped face man's speed was in no way inferior or even superior to Eagle Hook Nose. Seeing this, Shao Knight immediately put away his tiger stripe battle shield and was about to chase after him as well. But Scar reached out and stopped him, grinning and saying, "Don't worry, leave it to him. If we can't even catch this In Tong fellow, flower face, he simply shouldn't come back." The Nightingale Tavern's proprietress, Jean Kyer, also said with a nod of her head, "That In Tong guy was Stripe's underdog a few years back." At this time, Scarface also saw the tragic scene in the backyard of this makeshift camp, and immediately said with a shocked expression, "Good boy, did you do all of this?" Shao Knight's tensed nerves finally relaxed. and the fatigue and injuries on his body surged up that instant. The man leaned helplessly against the worn wall of the church. A figure instantly rushed over lightly and helped Shao Knight up. The watery gaze that was both heartbroken and somewhat resentful swept over the wounds on Shao Knight's body, and she couldn't help but rant and scold. Raw melon seeds, what are you doing alone? Had I known, I wouldn't have gone. Shao Knight, on the other hand, said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, don't worry, I'm not fine. September instantly pulled out some medicines from within her backpack and delicately helped Shao Knight wipe the blood stains from her body, asking with some concern, we saw the bodies of the traitors on the way here, including that leader Yufeng. What exactly happened? Shao Knight sighed with a complicated expression on his face and asked, are they all dead? September nodded in silence and, a word to the wise, Shao Knight said with a self-deprecating smile, I released them, and I wanted to join forces with them to deal with the bald ones, but I didn't realize that they were only thinking about their own survival. September's face suddenly changed at the words, and she said in a cold voice that, they turned their backs on you and fled on their own? Shao Knight nodded his head, but then I saw September's face go cold, and she said fiercely, then they deserve to die. I thought that Yufeng is still a person who knows the righteousness. I did not expect that it is also this kind of villain. Shao Knight didn't speak again. People are complicated. It's impossible to judge on one side alone. Scar hurriedly rushed into the middle of the church and opened the 5 cryogenic storage boxes. Then his face rejoiced and said, found it. All 5 boxes of potions are here. The smiling Scar came over and patted Shao Knight's shoulder, grinning broadly and said, good boy, I owe you a big favor this time. And Jean Kyer, who had walked into the middle of the church with Scar to search, suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Then a woman with disheveled clothes and a shocked face was helped out from inside. From Yufeng's mouth, Xiao Yi learned that the woman's name was Ear. Of the entire team of traitors, she was now the only one left alive. Chapter 122 Moment of Reckoning. Viper Mercenaries. You're in cahoots with the traitors, aren't you? When September saw this woman, a hint of coldness appeared in her eyes, and one of her hands had already touched the dagger at her waist. She wasn't an ordinary girl. Having been raised by the Red Sanyang since she was a child, September wasn't squeamish about things like killing people. The fact that Yufeng had turned his back on Shao Knight with a group of traitors made her hate the house, and her gaze glared at the woman with a chill. The woman, who was already in a trance, suddenly had her legs trembling again and, September. Shao Knight stopped the September road. Forget it, she's just a poor person who's been abandoned. This woman, after having endured such indignities, and having recovered her life with great difficulty, and having been abandoned by her companions, now that she is the only one in the caravan who has survived, and everyone around her who traveled with her is dead, I'm afraid she won't be able to come out of it for quite some time to come, or even for the rest of her life. Scar gestured to the man under his hand and, the group swarmed at once, carefully searching the entire makeshift camp, including the abandoned, crumbling church building. Scar and Jean Kyer have brought quite a few people with them this time. They all seem to be manpower from the Nightingale Tavern, but each of them was a combat professional of a not-so-low level, and with a fairly complete distribution of occupations. It's a complete group of warriors not to be underestimated. Under Jean Kyer's command, a group of people carefully carried the 5 cryogenic storage boxes out of the church. Shao Knight suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said to Scar, Scar, I heard that Hawknose talking about how at 12 noon they had another batch of people coming over to pick up the shipment, and it seemed like they were going to move this batch of potions. Don't worry, I got it. Scar nodded at his words, then grinned at Shao Knight and said, good boy, don't worry, you've done enough, we'll take care of the rest. I only saw Scar hem and haw, and then said, I'm afraid that the batch of people that Intong spoke of to receive them won't necessarily be able to come either. Shao Knight was stunned when he heard this, only to hear September explaining next to him, in the last few days, Brother Scar and Brother Stripes and they have also found out some clues in Blackwater City, and those vipers, who have mixed into the city our people have already begun to liquidate them. So that's how it was. Shao Knight instantly remembered that black vipers mark on the sleeves of the group of bald and hawk-nosed men. Brother Scar, what exactly is the origin of this group of people? Shao Knight immediately opened his mouth and asked. Yufeng, the leader of the traitors, had said that the group were all fresh faces from the vicinity of Blackwater City. Scar, on the other hand, also reached out and kicked away a corpse next to him, and his eyes fell on the black viper markings on his sleeve, and he said, this group is not a force in Blackwater City, or even from our northwest region. If it wasn't for the fact that a few years ago, Flower Face had a connection with them, I'm afraid that no one in the entire Blackwater City would recognize them. Scar reached out and ripped off the black viper mark from the corpse, and with a vicious smile on his lips, here. The name of this group is called the Poison Viper Mercenaries, a group that used to hang out on the border. Just pay the money and take whatever job they can get. Their reputation has been rotten for a long time. I didn't expect to actually meet them in this Blackwater city nowadays. Shao Knight keenly extracted the keywords from the words in Scar's mouth, and immediately pursued the question. Are you saying that this group of people are also nothing more than minions? And that someone hired them behind the scenes to rob Uncle Chin of this batch of goods? Scar also nodded with a serious face and said, there's still a good deal of investigation to be done behind this group of people. What kind of person actually dares to put their mind on Uncle Chin? Shao Knight also felt that this matter wasn't that simple. Earlier, September had said that this batch of high-grade alchemy potions was to be sent to the battlefield, and that's exactly where this Viper mercenary was previously operating on the border. It's hard not to think that there won't be a relationship during this period. Alright, take inventory of everything, and get rid of all the bodies here. Scar commanded his brothers under his hand to completely destroy the entire makeshift camp, while, on the other hand, he also looked at Shao Knight and September somewhat helplessly and said, you two little dolls too. How can you make such a big commotion in the Jade Quarry? Flowerface and I have been in a mad rush these past few days. Even if we can't find this batch of goods, we can't lose you too. If anything happens to you two here in Blackwater City, Uncle Chin and Sanyang won't peel my skin off when we get back. Shao Knight and September immediately looked at each other in disbelief. Apparently it had happened suddenly, and September hadn't had time to say anything to Scar about what had happened to the two of them in the middle of the Jade Quarry. And at that moment that Jean Kyer who came over also asked with a curious and scrutinizing look, that jade mine collapse was really caused by you two? It's been spreading all over inside Blackwater City in the last few days. This jade mine has been standing around for hundreds of years. I didn't expect it to collapse now, and there's quite a few rumors that a big beast tide is coming. Jean Kyer frowned with one hand and rubbed hard on Shao Knight and September's head, saying, I can't for the life of me figure out how you two little dolls made so much noise. September instantly said, with a good-natured tongue out, this thing is not to blame for us. We went to explore the depths of the mine. Whoever thought we would meet that kind of strange things? September made a wink at Shao Knight, then said perfunctorily to Jean Kyer, this is a long story. I'll tell you more about it when we get back. Anyway, we were both buried in there for 3 whole days and 3 nights. Upon hearing this, even a big grinning Scar's face showed a trace of fear and said, hey, didn't Flowerface explain to the two of you that it's fine to practice on the outskirts of the jade mines and never go deeper into the mines? You guys are so good. You almost buried yourselves in it. Little dolls nowadays are so rebellious one after another. Jean Kyer, however, shook her head and cursed with a laugh. Scar, don't you look at who brought them up? Can a kid who grows up with our gang learn? Scar's face was suddenly deflated, and he muttered something that, what happened to us back then? Jean Kyer, on the other hand, also turned her face to Shao Knight and September and said, alright, you two also hurry back to Blackwater City with us. Wash the dust and mud on your bodies properly and recuperate. Since this batch of goods has been found, let Scar accompany you guys to practice in these next days. By the way, keep a good eye on you two little ancestors. Don't cause any more trouble for me. When the time comes, I'll have to send you two back to San Young and Uncle Chin with your whole whiskers and tails. Chapter 123, Unexpected Joy. Assassin's Specialized Word. While Scar and Jean Kyer were leading the men to load the 5 portable cryogenic storage containers onto the transport vehicle, Shao Knight, on the other hand, once again returned to the pile of corpses in the makeshift camp, and in the name of helping to dispose of the corpses, he quietly sacrificed all of the payloads of those bald and hawk-nosed men one by one. A wild goose is a wild goose, even if it's a bundle of paychecks. A bundle of payloads quietly converged on Shao Knight's body without showing any traces, and a line of hints also rang in Shao Knight's ears. The human professional's payload offering is successful. Fire value plus 80. Human careerist salary. The fire values given by these high-level professionals were even more than those given by high-pollution-level monsters, plus the payloads of those fey-bodied gargoyles as well as the crystallized people that had been killed earlier in the depths of the jade mines. Shao Knight snapped and realized that at this moment, the fire value in his hand had reached nearly 10,000. It could be called the richest since awakening the profession, and it was thought that a significant portion of the fire value should be contributed by that Chalcedony trickster tire as well. While Shao Knight was beginning to think about how to use this large batch of fire seed values, instead, there was a sudden cue in his ear that the talent phrase sneak, B rank, has been acquired. Out of the word up, Shao Knight's heart snapped. Most of that Hawk-Nose's henchmen were some assassins and thief-type professions. I didn't expect the accumulation of quantity to finally sacrifice this specialized skill of the assassin profession. Sneaking, skill. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the granddaddy skill on which the assassin thief profession relies. Although it was only a B rank skill, Shao Knight could use the fire value to strengthen and upgrade it. Although the fire value of human professional sacrifices is high, the burst rate of words is a bit touchy, sometimes even lower than monsters. I didn't expect to actually let Shao Knight hit the big time today. Speaking of which, thanks to that whole team of assassin professionals that Hawksbane brought with him. Moreover, Shao Knight had previously exploded an A-rank phrase named Iron Body from one of the bald man's henchmen, which could simply be described as an unexpected gain. Shao Knight hadn't had time to go inside the talent bar to take a closer look before he heard September already calling out to herself in front of the car. Raw melon, go away. What are you still doing there? Coming. Shao Knight walked 2 steps tighter and followed. I'll go into more detail about the words when I get back to the Nightingale Tavern. The road back to Blackwater City was very smooth, and there was no encounter with the group of poisonous viper mercenaries who had come to meet the group that Eagle Hook Nose had spoken of earlier, with Scar and Jean Kyre's 2 great masters in attendance. Even the attitude of the guards in front of Blackwater City's gates had a little more respect. Scar had a cigarette in his mouth, leaning against the window of the car and posing for a large spectrum, but Shao Knight feel that this should mostly be dipped in the light of the human Nightingale Tavern boss Lady Jean Kyre. At the city gates, however, a number of hordes of professionals were seen, bustling just the opposite of them. Shao Nightfall couldn't help but ask Jean Kyre, where are these people going? I didn't see so many people here the other day, only to see Jean Kyre glaring at him and scolding him with an unkind smile. It's not because of you 2 troublemakers? Having blown up that jade mine, many people now think that a new copy has appeared there and are planning to go for a wave of gold. Shao Knight was suddenly speechless. September, however, looked out the window with a smile on her face at the professionals who were rushing around, and enjoyed that. Then they're going to have to step in the air. That place at the Jade Quarry is probably nothing but dirt scum left now. Finally back in that suite at the Nightingale Tavern once more. At this moment, Shao Knight suddenly felt that this suite, which was located underground and didn't even have a window, was actually so beautiful. September, who had previously returned to Blackwater City first, but also simply couldn't afford to take a shower, had just entered the door and plunged headlong into the middle of the bathroom, his mouth yelling, raw melon seeds, don't take it from me. Shao Knight shook his head helplessly, and could only sit on the chair in his room first with all the dust, closing the door, and checking his talent bar in passing. Just 2 brand new words that were lying there peacefully. Iron Body, rank A, description, a body of steel and experience, born with a physique that is far superior to that of others. Effect, passive effect, maximum life value increased by 20%. It turns out to be a passive phrase. Shao Knight suddenly came to a realization. No wonder when he was assassinating that shield warrior who was guarding the backyard alone, he felt that that person's life value was ridiculously high. It turned out that he was carrying this phrase on his body, and the bonus effect of this iron carapace was increased according to a percentage, which meant that he could continuously increase the bonus effect as his attributes improved. It's kind of a growth talent in a sense. Shao Knight right-clicked on his attribute panel, only to see that, as expected, the original blood bar that was only around 17,000 had now broken through the 20,000 mark. That was a surprise. Immediately after, Shao Knight also tapped on that long-awaited assassin specialization talent entry. Sneaking, rank B, description, a gift from the God of Shadows for his loyal affiliates. By manipulating the power of the shadows and submerging his entire body in the shadows, effect immediately enters the sneaking state after opening. The figure cannot be detected by the naked eye where it is located. The duration of 5 minutes. After receiving any damage, the sneaking state will be removed immediately. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Sure enough, it was pretty much what Shao Knight had thought. The B ranks, sneak, was just like what was written in the textbooks. One of the skills that the assassin profession relied on the most. Whether it's scouting, fleeing, or raiding, it gives them a head start. The drawbacks are obvious. However, as soon as any damage is taken, it immediately removes the sneak status. Therefore, whether it was a mage's large-range damage skills or an archer's skills such as rain of arrows, they were able to directly break their sneak status through prejudgment. In particular, archers with the seeing class skill, illuminating arrow, are also the nemesis of thieves and assassins. However, with the higher the occupation level, the harder their sneak status would be to detect and break. For example, the first strong assassin foe Shao Knight encountered after awakening his profession, the perverted murderous Chen family's 4th young master in that ancient Lulan general's tomb. If Shao Knight's memory was good, he was an A-ranked assassin, and his sneak skill came with an additional effect that forced him into the sneak state again after breaking the sneak state, strong concealment. At this time, Shao Knight couldn't help but look forward to what effect this B-rank, sneak, in his hand would have after spending the fire value to strengthen it. A line of tonal cues appeared in front of you. Does it consume 50 points of fire value to strengthen the talent phrase, sneak, B-rank? Shao Knight, who had nearly 10,000 points of fire seed value in hand, didn't hesitate for a second and directly chose OK. Reinforce. Chapter 124, Self-Selected Enhanced Branches? Spore? Void. A bundle of fire immediately emerged from Shao Knight's body, then dazzled, burned, and dissipated around him. Immediately afterward, a line of hints surfaced in front of Shao Knight's eyes, consumed 50 points of spark value. Talent phrase, sneaking, B rank, has been strengthened to a higher rank sneaking technique, A rank. Shao Knight instantly went to look at it carefully. High-level sneaking technique. Rank, A. Introduction, a high-level sneaking technique that only seasoned thieves can master, possessing a more stealthy sneaking state, and at the same time being less likely to be broken and probed. Effects, immediately enter the sneaking state after opening, immune to low-level probing skills, and will only break the sneaking state after receiving a certain amount of damage. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooling time, 7 minutes. Equivalent to an all-around enhanced sneak. The sneak state was also more stable, and would only be broken after a certain amount of damage, not so much so that the sneak state would be broken by a single wipe from a mage professional's wide-range damage skill, but that's not enough. Based on Shao Knight's previous experience of using the fire seed value to strengthen the talent phrase, the word's rank doesn't change qualitatively until it reaches at least S rank, and what Shao Knight wanted was by no means the high-rank sneaking technique. That stopped here. At once, he decisively chose to continue strengthening. Does it consume 450 points of fire value to strengthen the talent phrase high-order sneaking, a rank? Shao Knight didn't hesitate, and based on previous experience, the fire value consumed for each advancement of a word above S rank increases almost tenfold or so. To strengthen a word with strength is to consume a lot of fire value, and this assassin profession specialization phrase clearly consumed more fire value than a normal phrase. Keep reinforcing. A wisp of burning fire once again emerged from within Shao Knight's body, burning and dissipating around Shao Knight. Consumed 450 points of spark value. Talent phrase, high stalking technique, a rank, has been strengthened to shadow stalking technique, S rank. Shadow stalking, rank, S. Introduction, some gifted thieves are able to understand the way of the shadow, applying the method of sneaking, and these people are able to obtain the favor of the god of shadow, and obtain the shelter of the shadow. Effects, immediately enters shadow sneak state when turned on. Movement speed increased by 30%. Immune to scrying skills other than light. Higher immunity to ranged damage. Duration, 30 minutes. Additional effect, when in a shadowy environment, the effect and duration of the movement speed boost is increased by an additional 50%. Cooling time, 5 minutes. Shao Knight was also secretly surprised in his heart as he looked at the line of still descriptions in front of him. Sure enough, an S-ranked phrase is a qualitative change. As long as you don't break the sneak state, you'll be able to last up to 30 minutes. When in a shadowy environment, it is as flexible as a fish out of water. Shao Knight's initial estimation was that this shadow sneak technique should have about the same effect as September's Undead Thief's profession exclusive sneak skill. With this skill, Shao Knight could even completely use some of the thief-type profession's fighting styles. The question before Shao Knight now was whether or not to continue strengthening it any further, because on the immediate queue for shadow stalking technique to advance again, it would require a full 350 points of spark value to be consumed. It was equivalent to directly emptying half of Shao Knight's family fortune. But based on the strength of those SS-ranked words before Shao Knight's, another obvious qualitative change from the S to the SS order. That's just it. If we're going to gamble, let's gamble to the end. Shao Knight instantly clenched his teeth and made a choice. He was originally in the Force-sensitive school. As such, the skill sneak was not just something that could be used for scouting or running for Shao Knight either. Shao Knight could completely use this thief's occupational specialization skill to accomplish some single-point blasting strong killing tactics. For example, when facing the situation of being surrounded by a pair of many people in the temporary camp again, Shao Knight would not be completely passive in fronting one against many. Keep reinforcing. Shao Knight's words had just fallen. A wisp of fire value immediately surged out from Shao Knight's body, dazzling in the entire room like fireworks, and then the piece dissipated into ashes. Suddenly, a hint that Shao Knight had never seen before appeared in front of his eyes. Please choose the reinforcement direction for the phrase. Shadow stalking technique, S rank. 1. Active spore, SS rank. Feeds active spores with flesh, wrapping the body in active spores and thus changing it into a camouflage that blends in with the environment, allowing unlimited concealment at any time until the spores are depleted. The spores multiply and replenish over time. 2. Void concealment, SS rank. The best of the best amongst the thieving professions of the ages have continued to explore the power of the void, by hiding in the void, to briefly enter the state of void concealment, unable to be probed or detected. Shao Knight froze for an instant. This was the first time that the direction of enhancement of a talent phrase was directly chosen by himself. Could it be due to the reason that one's crippled godhead had been slightly replenished? The two directions of reinforcement in front of him also caused Shao Knight to fall into hesitation. The first one, raising active spores, with one's own flesh. Although it sounds a little headache-inducing and uncomfortable, but the fact that the spores can be hidden an unlimited number of times before they are consumed is tantamount to saying that there is no cooldown time. After killing a person by breaking out of stealth directly, you can fall back into stealth again, in the middle of a one-on-many battlefield, especially in a chaotic situation. It is simply a divine skill that is like a fish out of water. However, the second, void concealment, likewise, made it impossible for Shao Knight to choose between them. Unable to be probed, undetectable in a state of total void concealment. Although it has been labeled as having a short duration, it is a great way to use the term sneak to its fullest potential. It just sounds like it makes you feel safe and secure. And as far as Shao Knight knows, the word void involved a high-level spell or even a rule. A mysterious power that many of the Dragon Kingdom's mage profession mavens were subconsciously exploring. Now this mysterious power has fallen in front of Shao Knight's eyes and is within reach. After a brief hesitation, Shao Knight instantly made a choice. I'm going to go with 2 void concealment. A line of words instantly surfaced before Shao Knight's eyes. Consumed 4, 350 points of spark value. Talent phrase, Shadow Stalking Technique, S rank, has been strengthened to Void Concealment, SS rank. Void Concealment, rank, SS. Introduction, the skill comprehended by a thief forerunner who was the first to touch the barrier of the void. The wonderful use of hiding in the void had allowed him to escape from death many times in the siege of the top professionals. Effect, tear through the void barrier when turned on and hide in the void, during which time you are completely immune to probing skills and cannot be detected. Duration, 5 minutes. Additional effect, after each use, you may gain 1 void leap, which allows you to instantly move to any location within the vicinity. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Chapter 125 SS rank quality change. Spectral grievance. Shao Knight, who had seen all the skill descriptions, finally let out a sigh of relief. The bet is right. This was the SS rank sneaking skill, Void Concealment. The duration of the sneak state was a bit shorter than the other skills, but it was still a full 5 minutes. While within these 5 minutes, Shao Knight was in a void state that was completely undetectable and undetectable. 5 minutes was enough time for Shao Knight to deal with most situations that could be called dead ends, not to mention the fact that it comes with a void leap effect. It could directly leap to any location within the surrounding range. And this was the first displacement skill that Shao Knight had exploded. Previously, although Shao Knight had skills like Calling Tide Spirit Steps that drastically increased his movement speed, he didn't really have any displacement skills in the true sense of the word. At most, there was only a Savage Charge that had exploded from the Ghost Clawed Bear in the Tower of Trials, which was barely a semi-displacement skill, but the displacement speed was too slow and it was too easy to be seen through when dealing with human professionals. Right now, this Void Leap was also a means for Shao Knight to make an additional surprise attack. The fire value of nearly 10,000 points in his hand had directly consumed half of the sneak phrase in a split second. It could be seen that the more skills other professionals specialized in, the more fire value they would have to consume in order to strengthen them. However, Shao Knight did not have the slightest bit of regret, because during the 3 years of high school, one of the top 3 occupations in the career plan Shao Knight made for himself was the assassin occupation. Back then, Shao Knight had done a lot of preparation and tactical learning for the assassin profession. Nowadays, although he wasn't able to truly become an assassin, with this, Void Concealment, how could he be considered half an assassin? Looking at the more than 4,500 fire values still remaining in his hand, Shao Knight actually had a rough usage plan in his mind already. The first was Ultrasonic Solicitation, a probing skill that Shao Knight used almost the most frequently, when he was almost detected by September, who was also an S-ranked professional. In that Jade Plaza underground mine, Shao Knight then realized that it was time to need to advance the scrying department skill. Bald Man, Hawkish Nosing Tong, will meet enemies in the future will only become more powerful and stronger. Once he or she is detected by the other party while using a probing system skill, it would be extremely likely that they would be tricked into doing so, and there would even be higher order skills that would directly find out where Shao Knight's own location was. Ultrasound Solitary Enemy, word progression is imperative. Shao Knight's mind moved, and a line of hints instantly appeared before his eyes. Does it consume 440 fire points to strengthen the talent phrase Ultrasonic Solitary Enemy, S rank? Since Ultrasonic Solitaire was originally an S rank phrase, the consumed fire value came directly to thousands of points. For this phrase, Shao Knight did not hesitate in the slightest and directly chose to strengthen it. He was curious as to what other promotions were possible with this ultrasonic sojourn. When this phrase was first used, it was exploded by Shao Knight from the body of the corpse poison bat, and it was strengthened from the A-ranked Sonic Probe to the S-ranked Ultrasonic Solicitation, and it had almost been strengthened to the limit in terms of Sonic-type skills. What direction will the promotion go in if it is further strengthened? With a wisp of fire once again surging out of Shao Knight's body, the answer also finally appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Consumed 440 points of spark value. Talent phrase, Ultrasonic Solicitation, S rank, has been strengthened to Spectral Grievance, SS rank. The result of the reinforcement instantly made Shao Knight freeze. From the name, these two phrases were also too different, right? Shouldn't have gotten the probing skill out of the way, right? Shao Knight hurriedly went to check it out in detail. Ghosts Complaining. Rank, SS. Description, wandering between heaven and earth. Immortal ghosts. Their thick grievances can only be eliminated by entangling the target to the point of going up in smoke. Effect, releasing ghosts into the surrounding area. The ghosts with strong grudges will automatically search for all targets in the surrounding area and entangle them with a mark of grudges, marking the trajectory of their activities for the next period of time. Additional effect, can mark targets in sneak and stealth state. Additional effect, targets marked by grudge are undetectable except by holy light spells, but are removed by purification spells. In an instant, Shao Knight suddenly came to a sudden realization. Advancing from the S rank to the SS rank was indeed a qualitative change. The original effect of using ultrasound to probe the target was directly sublimated into a specter. That's a tricky one to hear about this apparition. After marking a target, it is possible to mark the trajectory of its activity for the next period of time, which is much more accurate than the results of previous probing through ultrasound. The location Shao Knight had previously obtained through ultrasonic probing was a one-time occurrence, so if the target was moving too fast, the results obtained from probing would not be accurate. Moreover, the target of the grudge mark could only be cleared through the purification spell, which was equivalent to saying that unless there was a priest in the opponent's team and the grudge mark was discovered in time, it would be directly monitored by Shao Knight throughout the entirety of the game for quite some time. These 2,000 or so points of fire value spent could be said to be too worth it, coupled with the fact that Shao Knight's void concealment was completely immune to probing. In this way, together with this spectral grievance enemy claiming effect, it's almost as if I'm the only one allowed to sneak, and you're not. With the two working together, Shao Knight was simply a descending blow to the current stage of the thief profession. Shao Knight couldn't help but use spectral grievance once directly in the middle of the room. I only saw that with a subtle mournful scream. Countless ghosts that only Shao Knight could see instantly spread out to the surrounding four walls. It went right through the wall. Shasta. Through the vapors that penetrate back after the attachment of the ghostly grudge, Shao Knight vaguely saw a lazy figure through the wall and the very same September that was taking a bath? Shao Knight was instantly and violently shocked. He then realized that the original ghostly resentment would return the surrounding scene to Shao Knight's mind the moment it attached to the target. That dense scene just now made Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but have his heart thumping, and a wave of emptiness surged through his heart. I can't believe how tall and slender September is. Ahem. Shao Knight shook his head and threw away those distracting thoughts in his mind. After checking, he still had about 3,000 fire values left in his hand, just barely enough to promote a word to SS rank prime again. In fact, in addition to the ultrasound solicitation of enemies, Shao Knight actually had another phrase in his mind that he had wanted to strengthen for a long time. That was the skill that he had been the first to strengthen through the fire seed value, Beast Blood Boiling. Chapter 126, Gambling Wasted? Outrageous Mad 8 Form? Beast's Blood Boiling. Rank A. Effects, a natural skill possessed by the high-ranking bloodline orc race, which increases damage and attack speed by 50% after activation. At the end of the effect, it falls into a short-lived weak state, and its defense is reduced by 30%. Bonus, killing the target extends the duration. For Xiao Yu, it was a high-output skill that had helped him defeat the high-blooded, undying tree spirit, as well as quite a few bosses. But due to the fact that the duplicates and monsters that Shao Knight has been facing lately are all of a high danger level, while unsure of what kind of situation he would face next, Shao Knight didn't dare to gamble on this weak state that reduced his defense by 30%. For example, while in the underground mines of that jade quarry, once there wasn't enough resting gap to get through the weakened state in the following situation, the defense was directly reduced by 30%, which would put Shao Knight in a very risky situation. But now that Shao Knight had accumulated enough fire seed values in his hands, totally taking a gamble on this beast human monster's unique talent phrase, as long as the negative weakened status can be removed. This skill is a qualitative change. With a thought, a line of hints immediately appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Does it consume 300 points of fire value to strengthen the talent phrase Beast Blood Boiling? Rank? As expected, the fire value needed to strengthen and advance was different for each different phrase. But, predictably, in addition to other professions specializing in talent phrases that require a significant amount of fire value beyond the normal phrases, the higher the fire value consumed to advance the other words, the more powerful the strengthened words will be. The fire value needed to strengthen this, Beast Blood Boiling, to S rank was already higher than quite a few of Shao Knight's other phrases. It seemed that this, Beast Blood Boiling, S enhancement prospects were quite good. Shao Knight directly chose to confirm. After the familiar wisps of fire once again surged from within Shao Knight's body, the result of the strengthening also appeared before Shao Knight's eyes, consuming 300 points of spark value. The talent phrase, Beast Blood Boiling, a rank, has been strengthened to Mat 8 form, S rank. 8 form. Rank, S. Description: the orc monster inspires the primitive Wild 8 bloodline in his body, and his body expands and changes into the Wild 8 form, erupting into a terrifying destructive force. Effects: after activation, the body changes into the form of a mad ape, and the attributes of strength, physique, and vitality are increased by 200%, and the damage is increased by a great deal of devastation. Additional effect, the mad ape form causes the body to expand beyond normal human size, and the defense is greatly strengthened. However, due to the form mutation, it is impossible to use weapons, as well as other skills, while transformed. In an instant, Shao Knight experienced the process of turning his mind from great joy to great sorrow. When he saw that almost all of his attributes had increased significantly by 200%, a wave of ecstasy washed over his entire heart. This isn't the form of a mad ape? It's like King Kong form. However, when Shao Knight saw that he couldn't use weapons and other skills when transforming, he instantly froze, unable to use weapons and skills, and having to use only their most primitive arms and legs as weapons. Wouldn't that be like going from a human to a giant ape boss? Although the destructive power and defense had been strengthened drastically, it was tantamount to a drastic weakening for Shao Knight. Even this mad ape form is like a clown to him. Shao Knight's own greatest advantage was that he possessed a large number of diverse natural skills. The pairings between individual words and skills can bring together a myriad of tactics. Nowadays, all skill sets are discarded because of one skill? That's just stupid. I wasted Shao Knight immediately burst into tears. After strengthening and fusing talent words for so long, I finally screwed up and destroyed one. This, mad ape form, even if it's an S-rank phrase, Shao Knight was also destined not to use it at all. Even in the next copy of the Time to Brush Monsters, Shao Knight simply do not dare to think that if their own this set of form was seen by September, will be that girl jokes into what kind of. What's next? Is it a good idea to spend more than the fire value to keep reinforcing the bet once more? Or do you stop there and keep those fires as a backup for later? The scales in Shao Knight's heart began to shake all of a sudden. Yet a wave of resignation and suffocation still took the heavier side of the. Shao Knight decided to gamble to the end. Spell it out. The big deal is that we'll have to work a little harder to get the fire value back later. Shao Knight gritted his teeth and directly chose to continue strengthening. Does it consume 3,000 fire points to strengthen the talent phrase, mad ape form, S rank? The entire 3,000 points of fire value was not much more or less, and after reinforcing this wave, Shao Knight only had some bits left in his hand. Confirmed. Shao Knight didn't change his face. His heart didn't skip a beat. The whole thing is extremely peaceful. Even if this enhancement is ruined, life always goes on. In an instant, huge amounts of fire emerged from Shao Knight's body, dazzling throughout the room. Shao Knight simply closed his eyes not to look at this scene, until a familiar voice rang in his ears. Consuming 3,000 points of fire value. The talent phrase, Berserk Ape Form, S rank, has been strengthened to the Savage Bloodline, SS rank. Savage Bloodline? Shao Knight snapped his eyes open and, hurriedly, he opened his talent bar page and, only a new SS rank word was lying there peacefully. Savage Bloodline. Rank, SS. Introduction. Only some extremely rare orc monsters will contain this rare ancient savage bloodline, containing extremely terrifying power. When the bloodline is activated, it's like going back to the barbaric era when the orcs used to dominate the entire planet. Effect. When savage bloodline is activated, it drastically increases physical attack damage by 75% and attack speed by 75%. Duration decreases with the constant depletion of rage value. Additional effect. Attacks have a tearing effect, continuously inflicting bleeding damage when hitting the target. Additional effect. Rage. Gain rage value after activating the savage bloodline. Killing targets and receiving damage will accumulate rage value. When the rage value reaches the peak, you will gain a high rate of bludgeoning chance. Hiss. Shao Nightfall couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. After double-checking the description of the word's effect, it was only after confirming that there was no additional effect of changing into any other kind of orc form that he finally put his heart down. However, immediately afterward, a wave of ecstasy also surged in Shao Knight's heart, because he knows that, unlike the historical trajectory of the human race, the orc race's moment of glory instead came thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. During the barbaric period, the strength of the ancestors of the orc race in that period was extremely terrifying, and they were the true masters of this planet. However, as the wheel of history rolls on, the bloodline of the orc race has continued to become thinner and weaker. Some rare orc monsters with the phenomenon of ancestor return are occasionally able to possess the bloodline of some ancestors from the barbaric period, and their strength will far exceed that of other kind. Now that this valuable phrase had appeared on Shao Knight's body, when opened, it directly and dramatically increases physical attack damage and attack speed, equating to a direct increase in output by a full 3 times, while the duration decreases with the rage level. Killing the target also builds up the rage level and peaks the rage level to gain an additional chance of a bludgeoning attack. No doubt about it. Savage Bloodline was the strongest move on Shao Knight at this stage. Just when Shao Knight was still immersed in ecstasy, in the middle of the suite, but suddenly the voices of Scar and Jean Kyers talking rang out. It seems to be the flowery-faced one who went after Yin Tong. the hawk-nosed one. It's back already. Chapter 127, Dark Waves, The Great Reckoning of Blackwater City. When Shao Knight opened the door to his room, only to see September next door similarly ghostly poking out a head, a pair of eyes flickering, just about to write curiosity and gossip on her face. The duo also happened to see Scar and Jean Kyer with serious faces as they were heading out of the suite. Is Stripes back yet? September asked curiously to Scar at once. And, well, did you catch the guy yet? Only Scar nodded, then waved his hand to Shao Knight and September to signal them to go back to their room, and said impatiently, the man has been recaptured, and there's nothing for you two to do next, so stay in your rooms and get some rest. September said, indignantly, at once. What do you mean there's nothing for us? If it wasn't for us you'd have found that shipment, you'd have found that hawksnout? But she saw Jean Kyer turn her head and smile at September with a deep meaning on her face, saying, all right, little September. It's not that we won't let you two get over it, but we'll just leave some of the dirty hands to us, and it's not time for you to get your hands dirty yet. September's face froze when she heard this and understood something at once, and snapped, oh, got it. Shao Knight also heard another layer of deep meaning from it, only to see that September made a wink at him from afar. It wasn't until after Scar and Kim Chi-il had left the suite that the September, however, slipped directly and quietly into the middle of Shao Knight's room, the whole person wearing a light pajamas with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. Entering the door, he skimmed his mouth at Shao Knight, then suddenly said with a smile, Shang Guazi, do you still not understand what Jean Kyer just said? Xiao Yu politely averted her gaze from September's, nodding cooperatively so as not to spoil her fun. September but got up and favored to sit in front of Shao Knight's eyes. His face changed, and he said in a serious manner, since Flowerface has already captured that guy, it's only natural to start with him and follow the trail to find out the mastermind behind them. So Scar and Jean Kyer should have gone to interrogate that Yin Tong. Raw melon seeds, I don't suppose you'd expect that? Sister Jean Kyer is famous for her ruthless torture methods. September's face darted and slanted as she said this. In fact, these words were not something Shao Knight was unprepared for. The Nightingale Tavern is able to stand in this Blackwater City, and the people in the tavern are all combat professionals with outstanding strength. If she didn't have some tricks up her sleeve, how could Jean Kyer become the boss lady of this Nightingale Tavern? That day, September relied on Shao Knight's room and gossiped with him all night. Kim Chyer, however, that day about that hawk-nosed Yin Tong. No matter how much Shao Knight and September questioned, Scarface didn't answer at all, only to know that when Scar and Stripes returned to the suite again, both of their faces were somewhat unexpectedly heavy. After that, he had never seen or heard of the name Yin Tong the Hawk-Nose again. The next few days, Shao Knight had rested peacefully in the middle of the Nightingale Tavern for a full 3 days, soothed the nerves that had been taut after escaping from that jade mine and encountering the Eagle Nose and his party in the temporary camp. During this period of time, Shao Knight was also in the middle of the room constantly experimenting with those words he had newly acquired. There was even a time when he turned on void concealment and quietly touched the cellar of the Nightingale Tavern that was not open to the public. Unexpectedly there, Shao Knight saw the hawk-nosed Yin Tong once again. Only by then he had been reduced to a corpse, to be precise, a corpse that had been tortured to the point of not being human at all. There are other mind-numbing instruments of torture in the cellar. Perhaps this is the true face of Blackwater City, hidden beneath the bustle of the day. Gloom, pain, and killing. This is what Blackwater City, and the people who live here, really look like. And Shao Knight realized that he didn't know when, but he had also changed quietly? It was probably from the time when Shao Knight saw Yin Tong's corpse in that cellar. The first thought that came to mind was to see if the payload above the limb was still there, and if it could be sacrificed by myself. Unfortunately, the payload in the corpse of Yin Tong, who had been dead for several days, had long since dissipated, and Shao Knight had long since stopped being the same Shao Knight from a month ago. After 3 days had passed, until the Shao Knight duo had recuperated their hearts and minds, and all their states had been fully restored. It was only under Jean Kyer's arrangement that Scar personally led Shao Knight in September to practice near Blackwater City, since the duo had already exceeded their unplanned progress in leveling in just 10 days. September's level had come to 87. Shao Knight had even risen to level 90. There is simply more than enough time left to complete the leveling program. Coupled with the fact that Scarface himself was leading the group, the efficiency of leveling was once again increased. Shao Knight also experienced for the first time the feeling of being carried by a high-level professional. Scar brought the two of them to some high-risk copies that were above level 100. Even though Scar himself would share some of the experience, he tended to leave some of the last/filler experience for elite monsters and bosses to Shao Knight in September. In this way, with a week to go before the planned 1 month, Shao Knight had already surpassed the level 100 goal early. However, Shao Knight did not slacken off on this, and continued to get up early and return late every day to sweep the nearby high pollution level areas. With such a desperate look on his face, Looking at Scar and Stripes, they were both convinced that the September is even more full of incomprehension, but also refused to give in. Every day with a dark circle under the eyes also want to go with Shao Knight to practice. Finally, when there was only one day left before the month of, Shao Knight's level was also fixed at 107. Perhaps it was because he hadn't returned to the transfer hall in Shangjing City to complete the second turn. After the level came to 100 or more, the experience needed for each level up was like a rift in the sky. But this time of burying your head in the sand and rushing through the ranks. However, it also allowed Shao Knight to harvest a large amount of new higher order words. The outfit is also brand new. Just on the last day, when Shao Knight was in his room coordinating the harvests of recent days, but suddenly a clamor was heard outside the suite, and it seemed that there was some unusual commotion throughout the Nightingale Tavern. Not just the Nightingale Tavern. Shao Knight keenly perceived that recently the entire Blackwater City seems to have some dark current. It seems that something big is going to happen. Regarding this issue, the Nightingale Tavern's boss lady in front of the counter, Jean Kyer, seemed to be slightly intoxicated, and with a charming smile she looked at Shao Knight and personally mixed a cup of wine for Shao Knight and said, "Want to know what happened? Oh, because some days ago, Scar and Stripes that have released the news. Now the entire Blackwater City knows. Sheen Shan is coming back. The once king of Blackwater City is coming back. The real liquidation is about to begin. All those whose hands have been stained with that batch of goods will have to die. There are some people in this Blackwater City who are afraid that they won't be able to sit still." Chapter 128, The Wind and the Rain. 1 month has passed. Uncle Chin is coming to Blackwater City. Shao Knight knew from the beginning that Uncle Chin had asked Scar and Stripes to bring themselves to this Blackwater City, and definitely not just letting themselves practice leveling in the highly polluted area here. He must still have his agenda. Now it seems that the source of this major black market nestled in the middle of a highly contaminated area is really a mixed bag of fish and dragons, with all kinds of forces intertwined. Who exactly is the person behind the scenes in this Blackwater City? And who was really behind the poisonous viper mercenaries who snatched that batch of potions? And why was Uncle Chin the former king of this Blackwater City? Now that he's back in this Blackwater City, what's he up to? Shao Knight's mind couldn't help but float up many questions, which had nowhere to find answers. But there's no doubt, the day Uncle Chin returned to this Blackwater City, he was bound to stir up the deep water of Blackwater City again. During this last period, September, who has always been curious and lively, has instead become much better behaved, and is preoccupied with leveling. Perhaps it was because she had learned that Red Sanyang would be coming to Blackwater City with Uncle Chin, while September's level was still a long way behind Shao Knight, which made her somewhat vaguely anxious. On the contrary, the man with the wrapped face, who had been a dragon for some time, had suddenly become idle recently. Shao Knight often saw him sitting alone at the counter of the Night Camp Tavern. There is only one glass of wine on the table, but it often goes on all day. A strange and appalling dress, coupled with his uninviting aura. Ordinary people also simply do not dare to go to talk to him. Only the boss's wife, Jean Kyer, saw that he was lonely and occasionally went over to strike up a conversation. Even at this point, the man with the wrapped face tends to just nod his head gently, echoing a few short words. On the last day, as Shao Knight sat beside him at the counter, however, he did not expect this face-wrapped man to turn his head to look at Shao Knight, and a pair of eyes on his bandage-wrapped face revealed a hint of reprieve. It actually took the initiative to open its mouth to Shao Knight and said, "It's the last day. Want me to take you out for a spin?" Shao Knight's heart was suddenly astonished. He did not expect that this always cold and aloof wrapped face man would even extend an invitation to himself. Shao Knight didn't have any extra arrangements today, so he immediately nodded and said, "Good." Who knew that the face-wrapped man said that he was turning around? Then he really did take Shao Knight on a quick stroll through the bustling bazaar in the entire Blackwater City. Many times even when Shao Knight saw some goods and vendors of interest, the face-wrapped man didn't make any stops. Shao Knight could only give up and follow closely. However, between loitering, Shao Knight was also keenly aware of those anomalies in the entire Blackwater City bazaar. Many of the area's vendors have closed their doors in large swaths. The entire bazaar of Blackwater City was as if it was suddenly divided into distinct areas. Each area has a different set of traders. Some of them have faces as worried as dark clouds. Some, however, appear to be somewhat wildly excited. And the contrast is particularly striking. The man with the wrapped face, who had been muffled at the side, but suddenly opened his mouth and said, "The ones that are closed, packed up and ready to run, are on the wrong side of the fence." Shao Knight's eyes narrowed as he carefully pondered the meaning of the wrapped face man's words. "Oh," only to hear the wrapped face man sneered and said, "They are very smart. Today is the last time for them to stay. After today is not gone. When Uncle Chin comes back, you won't be able to leave. They still think that the current faucet of Blackwater City can bail them out? It's simply whimsical." Shao Knight was shocked in his heart, but he also happened to take this opportunity to ask the face-wrapped man, "Stripes, what does the faucet mean?" only to hear the face-wrapped man explain in a nonchalant tone. With so many forces in Blackwater City, there is always a support head to be elected. The dragon head is the head of the largest force, which is elected every few years, and is equivalent to the person in charge of this Blackwater City. And Uncle Chin Uncle Chin is the previous dragon head in this Blackwater City, and the one who ascended to the position of dragon head in the shortest time possible. But that was all more than 20 years ago, and for more than 20 years now, the leader of Blackwater City has been the same man, whom the Taoists call Father. When Uncle Chin returns to this Blackwater City, the first thing he'll do is go find him. A cold smile appeared in one of the face-wrapped man's eyes, and then his gaze was fixed firmly on one of the neighborhoods ahead of him in the. Shao Knight followed his gaze. I saw some black market equipment dealers in that neighborhood, yet what they had on the stand today was not some blood-stained equipment weapon. Instead, bowls of steaming congee were set out, as well as a number of buns and noodles and other hot food. Someone was standing around yelling what appeared to be a free handout. A black market equipment dealer who's turned to charity gruel? Shao Knight looked puzzled for a while. What puzzled him even more, however, was that not far from these stalls, which gave out free hot food, and there stood some dirty, hungry orphans. Each of these orphans had a yellowish face, and their eyes involuntarily looked toward the hot food distributed free of charge in front of the stalls of those equipment vendors. Yet not a single person reached for it? Shao Knight took a closer look. It wasn't longing that filled the eyes of the orphans as they looked at the hot food. Instead, there was a sense of determination and hatred. An older orphan suddenly led the way, shouting, "It's the softies that go for your food. Uncle Chin is coming back. We're not going to eat your food." "Right, we're not eating." In a flash, one orphan threw the stones in his hand at the hot food set out by the outfitters. Shao Knight was deeply shocked by this scene. "Oh," said the man with the wrapped face, speaking coldly at his side, and shaking his head mockingly. "Now you know about the fake benevolence and come up with this do-gooder act?" This group of people to the good Blackwater City stirred into today's this kind of rotten appearance. Uncle Chin years set down the rules have also become a whisper. They now know afraid. Shao Knight, this pupil suddenly tightened. And not just because of the amount of information he heard in those words from the man in the wrap. All the more so because he saw that one sign which these vendors, who gave kanji under false pretenses of benevolence, carried with them. Those were signs that Shao Knight was all too familiar with. Red River Chamber of Commerce, Fountain Forge Court, Iden Protective Gear. These could be one and all well-known chambers of commerce that had a reputation in Shangjing City. I didn't realize that the backstabbing was done here in Blackwater City. Uncle Chin came back this time to kick them all out of Blackwater City, the man with the wrapped face said in a cold voice. Then suddenly he whistled loudly at the group of orphans in front of him. And the group of orphans turned around at the sound of the voice. And all of a sudden, they were overjoyed and ran towards the man with the wrapped face. A call of stripes, stripes. And the wrapped-faced man turned his head and waved his hand at Shao Knight, saying, "Let's go, let's eat." That day Shao Knight and Flower Face, along with a group of orphans, had a hot meal at an open-air food stall. I can see it's not the first time these orphans have followed Flower Face to dinner. They looked at the whole face of Flower Face, which was grotesquely bandaged with bandages, and instead of being half afraid, they were immensely intimate. Shao Knight didn't know whether Stripes had taken himself to Blackwater City that day to take a stroll, whether it was with deeper meaning, or by chance. And he didn't have time to think this through in any detail, for it was in the early hours of the next morning after that day, when it was not even light yet. A convoy drove up to the gates of Blackwater City and, Uncle Chin, this former leader of Blackwater City, it's back again. Chapter 129 Uncle Chin returns. Reorganize the old river and mountains. Blackwater City, an unknown human city-state built in the middle of a highly contaminated area. It's filled with forces and people who can only hide in the shadows, doing some unseemly business. Shao Knight was curious to know that for a city-state like this one, what does leading mean exactly? So early that morning, for the first time, Shao Knight saw just how much influence a person could have on a city-state. As Uncle Chin's convoy drove through the gates of Blackwater City, those sentries guarding the city gates stood aside respectfully one by one. The weapons in their hands were all stowed in their sheaths, and none of them dared to show the slightest hint of sharpness. The convoy pulls into the city's main street. At this time, the sky was still not yet bright, but almost all of the people in the entire Blackwater City had come out. Everyone was bustling around the sides of the street, eyeing the line of motorcades that drove through the center of the, scrambling, stretching their heads on tiptoe. The darkness was full of shadows, but no one made the slightest sound or commotion. The whole street was awfully quiet, and, until the convoy slowed to a halt, the figure of a tall middle-aged man pushed open the door of the car and stepped down. Walking at the front of the convoy, he didn't wave to the people around him didn't even look at it, just walked forward with his eyes as one. But in an instant the whole street erupted in deafening shouts of, Dragon Head, tap, gradually degenerating from an initial mess into a neatly organized shout. A number of figures in the caravan have also stepped down and, staying close to Uncle Chin's side, Xiaonite saw that one of the figures right next to Uncle Chin was none other than Hong Sanyang. There were also a few more people around that Xiaonite had never seen before. One of them, an extremely stout and tall man, and a crippled old man on crutches were extremely eye-catching. The old man was on crutches, but his gait had not dropped at all. Every time Uncle Chin walks through a street, then there would be countless people behind him, joining the procession, and the whole procession became more and more vocal. Xiaonite thought to himself that flowery face was really right. The first thing Uncle Chin did when he returned to this Blackwater City was to go to the priest, the leading man of Blackwater City today. Uncle Chin is at the front of the line, like the edge of a sword. The entire procession walked through a patchwork of neighborhoods, with deafening cheers and wild roars from the crowd behind them. Suddenly, he smashed one of the store stalls to smithereens. It wasn't a chaotic smash and burn, but a precise selection of one or several of the stores from among the rows of stores as if they had a target. Some stores were smashed to pieces on both sides around the next door, but the stores that were in between were unharmed. Xiaonite, who saw the scene, suddenly realized in his heart that all these stores that were smashed were marked Scar. Stripes, and the people under his hand had already checked the bottom of these stores. What stores should be trashed and what stores shouldn't be trashed. Uncle Chin knows it all in his heart. That's the real great reckoning. Xiaonite couldn't help but think of the words that Jean Kyer had said once again: all those who had that batch of goods on their hands had to die. At this time Xiaonite heart feelings cannot help but think, Uncle Chin lost that batch of goods. In the end, is really valuable? Or is that just Uncle Chin deliberately threw out the lure to lure these people mixed in the Blackwater City to reveal their true colors? As the crowd passed the Nightingale Tavern, Scar, Stripes, Jean Kyer and a bunch of other brothers also pulled Xiaonite in September to join the team. Those of them at the front of the line. Of course, following closely behind Uncle Chin, a group of people were like sharp swords heading straight for the very center of Blackwater City. That Blackwater City is now the place where the leading priest himself lives, only that it was an exceedingly opulent church, with walls and golden roofs brilliant as if made of pure gold. All of the skylights were inlaid with emerald gems that radiated with an unmistakable glow as the first rays of the morning sun shone down. However, this church was surrounded by an extremely high fence wall, and the chaotic Blackwater City in the outside world, even though it was like two worlds. By now the crowd had completely surrounded the church. The church was quiet, not a single figure. Not to mention that the so-called dragon head priest, Scar, was the first to step forward, cleaving the gate of the enclosure with an axe, and opening his mouth with a loud roar of. The crowd behind them all of a sudden swarmed in, the group boiling like a hound, bound to find out the priest hiding in it. Flower Face, who was behind Xiaonite, suddenly cursed in a low voice with a laugh. Scar, that simpleton is a dog. As long as Uncle Chin is around, he dares to go and take a bite out of even the King of Heaven. Only to see that the leading Scarface was the first to kick down the door of the church and rush in. With a scuffle and smoke swirling up 10 minutes later, Scar rushed back from the middle of the church with an indignant look on his face and said to Uncle Chin, Uncle Chin, there's no one. That priest ran away a long time ago. Uncle Chin didn't say anything. Grab a torch and torch this magnificent church yourself. With a rolling puff of smoke igniting, cheer after cheer erupted throughout Blackwater City. The priest has fled. This Blackwater City is no longer under his control. Uncle Chin is back. From now on, Uncle Chin is the new dragon head. Uncle Chin used it in such a way that High Profile announced his return to the entire Blackwater City. Xiaonite wondered what Uncle Chin, who had been the leader of this place more than 20 years ago, had actually done to be able to make this mixed city-state hold his name close to its heart for more than 20 years. Even the priest who had been the leader of Blackwater City for 20 years didn't even dare to show his face and fled without a trace. It was only later that I learned from Stripes that all the rules in this Blackwater City were set by the previous dragon heads, and Uncle Chin only set down one rule after he became the dragon head back then: closed and locked. No forces outside of Blackwater City were allowed to enter the bazaar here. It said that during the years when Uncle Chin was the dragon head, the entire Blackwater City was like a real human city-state. Everyone abides by the rules, and no one will starve to death. Then Uncle Chin left. The priest on stage broke that rule, and so one by one, outside forces surprised themselves by discovering this unknown sanctuary of cleansing. They have extended their hands into this Blackwater City, completely reducing it to a dark and filthy place. The priest made a fortune and Blackwater City became the mess it is now. There was another rule in Blackwater City that was set by a former dragon head. That was the goods in the hands of the previous leaders, which were absolutely protected in Blackwater City and were not allowed to be touched by anyone. Once this rule is broken, everyone is entitled to kill the current leader and make a new one. So a couple months ago, a batch of high-grade purification potions of great value had quietly arrived in Blackwater City. immediately set off a monstrous wave, attracting the eyes of all forces scrambling. Chapter 130, Twilight Wolves Seeking Home? It's the wolves returning to the mountains. The chaos and revelry in the city of Blackwater that day lasted from early morning until nightfall. It wasn't until late at night that Shao Knight met Uncle Chin once again in the Nightingale Tavern. Red San Yang, the crippled old man, and the extremely stout man were also there. Several people followed Uncle Chin directly down to the cellar of the Nightingale Tavern. Scarface and Stripes they followed them in. During this 1-month period in Blackwater City, Shao Knight and September were not allowed to enter the cellar. However, this time, the boss's wife, Jean Kyer, waved at the two of them, signaling for them to follow them down. In this secret cellar, deep in the lowest level of the Nightingale Tavern, Shao Knight once again saw a corpse that, it was a body covered in holy white robes, but with a patch of blood on its chest and a crucifix cast in gold around its neck. Shao Knight couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air at once. Could this body be? Jean Kyer, who was next to her, smiled faintly and directly stated the question in Shao Knight's heart. Yes, that's the priest. 2 days ago, Stripes killed him. It's really cheap for this old thing to die like this. Shao Knight instantly snapped out of it in a flash. It turns out that before Uncle Chin led the men to burn down that church at the center of Blackwater City today, he knew that the priest was dead. That church is simply an empty church inside. Burning it was merely informing a signal in front of the entire Blackwater City. He, Chin Shan, is back. So actually, everything is in Uncle Chin's plan. Seamless and foolproof. Shao Knight looked at the figure of Uncle Chin who was standing beside the priest's corpse. I only feel that the old, meticulous, and bold series of words are put on Uncle Chin's body. All of them seem to be somewhat far from enough. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but recall once again the figure that was drinking alone and despondent like an old wolf when they first met in the returning cloud building. Maybe from then on, the plan for all of this was already floating around in his head. I've come to Blackwater City. It's not even called Twilight Wolves Seeking Home. Instead, we're repacking the old mountains. At this point, all those who could enter the cellar were Uncle Chin's own people that he could trust. Stripes took out several contract-like papers from a locked safe next to him and handed them to Uncle Chin. These are the ones recovered from that old thing's church. Uncle Chin's face remained unchanged as he looked down to check the contents of the contract and didn't say anything. But Shao Knight, who was standing in the distance, saw a familiar logo on top of those contracts, Polaroid Group. It was the same Polaroid Group that had once made Uncle Chin do half of his dirty work for it, but now instead wanted to take back everything that Uncle Chin owned. I wonder if they will regret letting go of this Uncle Chin, who was like an old dog in their eyes, but now re-emerging as a returning head wolf. The fangs that had been let go were about to be turned back on themselves. That Bali group wants to reach out to Blackwater City, the root place of Uncle Chin's rise to power. So the first place Uncle Chin wants to take back is this Blackwater City. Just as the night was fading and a new day was approaching, Uncle Chin arrived in the suite where Shao Knight lived, followed by Red Sanyang and the lanky man, as well as the crippled old man. Uncle Chin sat down on the sofa and instinctively tried to light a cigarette in his hand, but stopped halfway alive. Shao Knight noticed that on top of his fingernails, the thick layer of smoky yellow was gone. Uncle Chin quit smoking. You're doing great. Uncle Chin's gaze was fixed on Shao Knight as he nodded and said. This was also the first thing he said to Shao Knight after arriving in Blackwater City. Scar says he can find that shipment, and it's thanks to you, too. Shao Knight, however, was not greedy for credit and said, it's just luck to meet in the middle of a temporary camp. Uncle Chin, however, suddenly grinned and said, luck? That's not what Stripes told me about you. 107 levels in a month. You can't do this by luck alone. Then Uncle Chin, however, turned his gaze to the face of September next to him, smiled and said, I heard that you and September even made a scene at the Jade Quarry? September immediately changed her face, carefully looked at Uncle Chin and Hong San-Yang in front of her, and lowered her voice to say, that was also unintentionally caused. Who would have thought that all centuries-old mine could collapse? Uncle Chin didn't say anything, but next to her, Hong San-Yang glared fiercely at September and reproached that. Still being stubborn? What did I tell you in the beginning? You must be careful in everything. I also want you to lead Shao Knight properly, but you're good. Someone else who just joined the industry is more like you. September instantly bowed her head and dared not speak. And Shao Knight, who was on the sidelines, however, saw it clearly. The love is deep and the responsibility is great. Hong San-Yang was treating September as her own daughter. Uncle Chin also waved his hand, and said to Hong San-Yang as if he was flirting with her, don't you know this girl's temper? It's almost exactly like when you were young. Hong San-Yang's eyebrows crossed and she turned her head to pluck out Uncle Chin. Next, Uncle Chin's face, however, also changed in vain, and his entire aura once again returned to the same majesty and depth that had been in the daytime. Reaching out and pointing at the lanky man and the crippled old man, he introduced himself to Shao Knight and said, Wang Laojiu, Master M.O. Shao Knight instantly also nodded his head in a proper manner. He knew that the fact that Uncle Qin was able to bring the two of them here meant that the two of them were definitely life and death friends as well. Only to see that the burly man named Wang Laojiu not say a word, only staring at Shao Knight with wide eyes, carefully looking at him. It seemed to memorize Shao Knight's appearance, and that Master Mo was taking out the pipe in his mouth, grinning as he gazed up and down at Shao Knight and said, "Kid's quite a character. No wonder it's gotten into your head." Uncle Qin immediately laughed aloud at his words, then stared at Shao Knight with a torch-like gaze and said, "Good boy, remember our agreement? Since you've already managed to be able to rush to level 100 turn 2 within a month, then it's time for me to fulfill my promise next. This Blackwater City was my roots, and now it's also your back. It's time to take back all those discs in Shangjing City, one by one." Xiao Yi still remembered what Uncle Qin had said. He wanted to support Shao Knight to become the new underground Black Emperor of Shangjing City, but after all, Shangjing City is not like this Blackwater City, which is a military city that does not tolerate wanton slashing and chaos. Only Uncle Qin seemed to see the confusion in Shao Knight's eyes and said, word by word, Shangjing City is not Blackwater City. There are more rules and forces there, but there are rules for white and rules for black. 20 years ago, if there were entanglements between powers, they could only be resolved by one method, gambling on treasures. Each power selects a professional they see as their bet, and then each bet professional fights in an underground black boxing ring, and whoever lives, wins. But now, instead of using these black fighters that don't make it to the top, there's a new natural betting stake in the city of Upper Beijing this year. That's the one organized by their military itself, the Unveiling Conference. Chapter 131, The List Revealing Conference. Unprecedented bets. At that time, someone will open a huge betting board for this list unveiling conference, and all the underground forces in Shangjing City will participate. Uncle Qin said with a gaze as sharp as a hawk's. This time's treasure betting conference will be of an unprecedented scale. You don't need to bother with the off-site tactics, leave everything else to me. You just need to remember that for every game you win, we get one power resource back. If you can win at the end of that list unveiling conference, we'll be able to reclaim at least half of the underground forces in the entire Shangjing City. Shao Knight froze in his tracks. Unveiling Conference. It wasn't the first time he'd heard the term. To be precise, the first time should be from the mouth of Nie Xiaoyu in the contact device. However, he did not expect that the unveiling conference organized by the military would involve so many interests involved behind the scenes. Even the many underground forces of Shangjing City are betting on this conference? Uncle Qin's words were clear. The unveiling conference is a betting conference of unprecedented scale, in which all the underground forces are going to participate, and Uncle Qin's treasure was pressed into Shao Knight's body. On the side, September then suddenly asked in a low voice to Hong Sanyang, but how can Sanyang guarantee that all those underground forces will participate in this bet? Red Sanyang, on the other hand, revealed a meaningful smile and said, the treasure betting conference is an opportunity to turn the tables, and no underground force will be willing to let go of this chance to rise to the top in a single step. Even if some people want to keep their heads above water, we'll find a way to make it so that he'll have to gamble everything to get involved. That's what we've got. Shao Knight's heart fluttered. Good means, even if you don't want to participate at all, and you don't want to bet on this, Uncle Qin and Sanyang and the others will also use all sorts of tactics to force you to go ahead and bet everything you have on this one. This is Uncle Qin's plan. At this moment, however, Uncle Qin suddenly gestured to Master Mo, who was behind him, only to see that Master Mo beside him immediately took out a slender box and handed it to Shao Knight, saying, this is Uncle Qin's first gift to you. Those of us in the underground business don't have much else, but we definitely have a lot of equipment and weapons, so don't let people think we're cheap. Shao Knight received the slender box with both hands and opened it. What was seen lying inside was a long gun that was black and silver in color. The body of the gun was as black as the night, with some murderous sparkling lines attached to it. The tip of the gun was made of star-breaking stone, black and translucent with a hint of obsidian gold. Shao Knight directly reached out and took it out. Only the attributes of this lance also appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes all of a sudden. Killing Star. Grade, Brilliant. Level Requirement, 105. Introduction. Xianshi Yaojin is not connected to the things, but the heavens and earth creation. Born in a place, by an unknown craftsman by chance to learn. Take out this material forging and polishing into a long gun. Killing intent overriding. The potential to kill like a star. Attack power, plus 7,900. Attributes, strength plus 550, agility plus 700, spirit plus 450, winky face. Additional effect, star intent strike rate increased to 35%. Additional effect, broken star spike when hitting a weak point. It gains additional physical penetration, dealing higher true damage. What a radiant wear lance. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but rejoice greatly. The level 50 gold artifact King's Sword of the Monarch grant in his own original hand after this month's intense onslaught. It had already been bruised and battered, and its attributes had long since failed to keep up with Xiao Knight's current level, up to level 105 Radiant Artifact Lance. Just this sample rank weapon alone would be worth at least tens of millions of dollars when placed inside the Shangjing City auction. What's more, this Killing Star was an extreme quality even amongst the Radiant artifacts. The additional attributes and words are all output genres. It can be described as rigid to the core. Thank you, Uncle Chin. The joy on Xiao Knight's face overflowed as he respectfully thanked Uncle Chin and said, while Uncle Chin was staring at the equipment that Xiao Knight was wearing with his old eyes, he said, "You're not so bad in this outfit with your wrist guards and chest armor. The others are simply not up to par. When we return to Shangjing City, let Master Mo find you a new set to change into." Then at the unveiling conference, "We can't afford to lose out on equipment." Xiao Knight was immediately startled in his heart. This Uncle Chin's vision was extremely precise. This set of equipment on his body nowadays, except for the wrist guards and chest armor which were new equipment, exploded in the later stage when he followed Scar and practiced together. One is a level 90 gold artifact, phosphorus pattern wrist guard. One is a level 100 gold artifact, Dragonite chest armor, aside. The rest of the gear is either old gear from when he was level 50, or some cobbled together silverware, bronzeware, and so on, all for the sake of immediate combat power during the leveling period. Xiao Knight had wanted to make plans after returning to Shangjing City again. For his part, Master Mo also scrutinized the equipment on Xiao Knight and said, "There are still a few good things inside the West City District's treasury. Kid, come with me to pick them out then." Xiao Knight thanked him first. "Thank you, Master Mo." After giving the Killing Star to Xiao Knight, Uncle Chin and Scar's group then hurriedly left the Nightingale Tavern once again without even a moment's rest. The hearts and minds of Blackwater City have been stabilized. Uncle Chin's arrival completely announced the change of ownership of the entire Blackwater City. Yet the next thing was the more tedious step. Forces and traders, large and small, to be resettled and planned. Those hostile forces left behind in Blackwater City must also be removed. Furthermore, this big move of Uncle Chin's strong entry into the city had directly removed all the stores planted in Blackwater City by all the outside forces. This move was also undoubtedly a direct declaration of war against those outside forces. I'm afraid that for quite a long time to come, this Blackwater City will not be too peaceful, and Uncle Chin would naturally sit in Blackwater City himself, supervising and coordinating all affairs. The ones who went ahead and sent Xiao Knight in September back to Shangjing City were Scar and Master Mo. Then the secrecy and caution that prevailed when this Blackwater City was. The way back was unbelievably smooth, and there was no need to even avoid anyone's eyes. A fleet of cars then sent Xiao Knight and his duo back to the city of Shangjing. The convoy drove all the way into the city gates, and then drove straight to the part of the old town where Red Moon Hair Salon was located. Xiao Knight was shocked to find that this old city around him had completely changed its appearance. It was as much a blockade as it was divided from the rest of the neighborhood. One by one, the people guarding outside were all Uncle Chin and Red Sanyang's men. It seems that during the course of the month, Uncle Chin and Sanyang and the others had not been idle, and had taken back quite a few of the forces they had at hand already, such as this part of the old city. Sanyang's original statement was this: the old town and a few neighborhoods next to it have been completely cleared out. Even the military wouldn't dare to go in easily. Just stay over there in peace when you guys get back. Chapter 132. Nye Xiaoyu is shocked. Obsidian Dragon's growth. After re-entering the real human city-state of Shangjing City, looking at the familiar and bright scenery around him, Xiao Knight suddenly felt that his month in Blackwater City was like a somewhat unrealistic dream. After a brief farewell to September, Xiao Knight also had to go back to his shabby rental house first. Nye Xiaoyu is still there waiting for him, waiting for the Obsidian Dragon Cub in his summoning space, to be precise. Although during the month-long period in Blackwater City, Xiao Knight would remotely transmit some of the Obsidian Dragon Cub's growth data to her through the contact device. But seeing is believing. Moreover, Nye Xiaoyu was even a bit unable to believe it, because according to the data that Xiao Knight had sent back, the growth speed of this Dragon Cub was a bit too fast. In just 1 month, the progress of the Dragon Cub's growth after following Xiao Knight was almost more than the year he spent at the research base. How is that possible? That was why Nye Xiaoyu insisted that she must meet with Xiao Knight on the first day he returned to Shangjing City Central. After leaving the old city center, Xiao Knight followed that alleyway back to the shabby little rental house where he had lived for 3 years. Despite the fact that it was a dilapidated building in front of us that barely had many people living in it, it was still way better than most of the buildings in Blackwater City. In comparison, it's a haven for unauthorized and dangerous buildings. Xiao Knight followed the hallway back to his house door and gently knocked on the door. Not even a second has passed. Nye Xiaoyu then quickly rushed over and opened the door, still in that familiar research outfit, with some slightly disheveled hair coiled behind her head using a pen as a hairpin. On the delicate face, a pair of eyes was staring at Xiao Knight with excitement and impatience. Then a hand pulled him into the house and closed the door. Hurry, hurry! Nye Xiaoyu's gaze impatiently searched Xiao Knight's body, saying, quickly release the dragon cub for me. Xiao Knight's line of sight swept around the room and froze for a split second. I just saw that my dilapidated rental house, which I had lived in for 3 years, had become somewhat unrecognizable. The living room, which was originally homely with only a broken sofa, was now replaced with many exquisite pieces of furniture, and even some of the walls, which had been covered with cracks for a long time, had been repainted. The original rickety support columns were even reinforced with steel plates. Air conditioner, large refrigerator, electric stove and stove. Wait, Xiao Knight instinctively wanted to push the door out to see if he had gone to the wrong door, but Nie Xiaoyu pulled back and explained, "Oh, you mean the furniture? It was all some inexhaustible research money, so simply I let them come here and improve their living conditions." Xiao Knight immediately had a black line. "I'm afraid that just these pieces of furniture with a brand name would be enough to buy out this rental house. Sister yo, can't you rent me a better house somewhere else if you have the money to spare?" Nie Xiaoyu was stunned, then scratched his head and said, "Seems like it, haha. I kinda like it here though, peace and quiet." "Nonsense. Not many people live in this neighborhood. Of course it's quiet." Xiao Duan couldn't help but spit out the words, while still feeling a little emotional about how well-funded this sister's research actually is. "Ha, cut the crap and release the dragon cub. Let me take a look." Nie Xiaoyu's gaze became fiery once again and Xiao Knight stopped babbling, and with a thought, a familiar teleportation array immediately surfaced in the dilapidated rental house. Then a spectral black scale figure deftly and excitedly burrowed out. It was that obsidian dragon cub, yet the size was 3 or 4 times bigger than it had been a month ago, especially in this cramped rental house. "It seems to grow even more." The dragon cub sniffed curiously around, seemingly aware of being back in his old haunts, and lazily opened his wings and stretched his back, yet the tips of the wings had touched both walls of the living room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing this scene, Nie Xiaoyu's eyes widened, and she even couldn't help but open her mouth and burst out a foul mouth. An incredulous face revealed a fiery desire for research in her eyes, and hurriedly taking out the measuring instrument he carried with him, first roughly measured the dragon cub's present-day size. "The wings are 3.5 meters wide. No, it should be 4 meters or even longer when stretched out. The length of the body is about 3.5 meters, and the distance between the head and the tail is..." Nie Xiaoyu measured and chattered with her mouth as she did so. Knowing that she had once again entered her state of oblivious research frenzy, Xiao Knight simply retreated to a side corner and set aside some of the luggage he was carrying, then only saw that Nie Xiaoyu even put his eyes lying on the body of the dragon cub to observe the dark scales, while carefully sitting down to record. Almost an hour or so later, it was only then that Nie Xiaoyu finally ended her measurements of the dragon cub with satisfaction. Looking at the single piece of data derived from the record board, Nie Xiaoyu finally came up with a result that was the fact that this dragon cub had achieved a growth progress that could be considered terrifying within this short month. This rate of growth surpassed the records of almost all their programs at the research site. Normal growth in its natural state simply cannot achieve such a rate of, unless it was because his host had gotten a substantial advance in strength during the month. "Xiao Knight, what exactly have you done during this month?" Nie Xiaoyu emotionally couldn't help but turn her gaze with a desire for research towards Xiao Knight and opened her mouth to ask, "How many levels are you now?" Xiao Knight, who was packing up his things, casually replied, 107 levels. What? In a flash, Nie Xiaoyu, who was listening, couldn't help but burst out once again. His eyes glanced over the equipment on Xiao Knight's body that had already been mostly replaced, and then asked incredulously, "Bragging, right? In just a month's time, you're already going to turn 2? Xiao Knight replied frankly, "Pretty much. There hasn't been a second turn ceremony yet." Unexpectedly, when he turned his head, he collided with Nie Xiaoyu's gaze that carried a great desire for research. Nie Xiaoyu stepped forward and carefully observed the changes on Xiao Knight's body. As the chief of the Military Research Institute, Nie Xiaoyu's vision was extremely poisonous, and she keenly perceived the changes in Xiao Knight's body. Those newly changed equipment on Xiao Knight's body were definitely not ordinary low-grade equipment. His strength nowadays is definitely far superior to that little kid who had just awakened his profession a month ago. And not only the strength, Nie Xiaoyu seems to perceive that the entire temperament of the Xiao Knight in front of him has changed somewhat, and seems to have become more mature, just like a warrior who has gone to war. Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but frown as she blurted out the words that, "It seems like you've been through a lot during this month, but this is just right. I've already reclaimed your participation in the unveiling conference for you. Those few people from the transfer hall who dared to treat the military's rules as nothing have all been dismissed. You must remember, this list revealing assembly is very important. The higher your final ranking, the better." Chapter 133 Rules, Race System, Odds List, Unveiling Conference. Sure enough, it was the unveiling conference again. From the point of view that Nie Xiaoyu, who was a senior researcher of the military, had attached such importance to this matter, This unveiling conference was indeed extraordinary. Xiao Knight asked tentatively, what exactly is the military's intention in organizing this unveiling conference? Is there some special equipment reward? Only to see that Nie Xiaoyu blankly glanced at Xiao Yan and said, this unveiling assembly is only for the newest awakened of this year's session, which is equivalent to discharging a potential list from among all the newcomers. As for the rewards and whatnot you're thinking of, I can only tell you that compared to the rewards of this unveiling conference, equipment rewards and whatnot are nothing at all. Well, it's impossible for me to reveal too much about the specifics to you. I can only tell you that this list revealing conference is closely related to a subsequent classified program of the military. Whether or not you can get on this train of flying colors depends on the ranking you achieve at the end. Nie Xiaoyu looked at the growth data of the obsidian dragon cub that she had just obtained with great interest while also looking meaningfully at Xiao Knight and said, but personally, I do hope you get a good ranking. After all, you are bound to this obsidian dragon. And the faster you grow, the faster the dragon cub grows. But there's not much I can do to help you. And there's even less to think about in terms of opening back doors and things. Xiao Knight immediately scratched his head. Speaking of which, he actually owed this Nie Xiaoyu a favor. Back then, those people in the transfer hall had deliberately erased the quota Xiao Knight should have obtained to directly participate in the list revealing conference. Or Nie Xiaoyu had claimed it back for him. Thanks for the quota. Xiao Knight immediately thanked Nie Xiaoyu and said, that's not necessary. But he saw Nie Xiaoyu say without lifting her head, that quota originally belonged to you. And those guys in the transfer hall actually wanted to enrich themselves by reselling the quota. The next thing you know, you'll be waiting to reflect inside the jail. Not to mention that spot just advances you straight to the group stage. Nie Xiaoyu glanced up at Xiao Yan and said, with your current strength, even if you participate in the auditions, you can easily stand out and qualify to enter into the group stage. After all, if you're a level 107 second turner, you shouldn't be able to find a few in the entire Xinjiang city, right? Xiao Knight's gaze flickered and he asked at once, what does the audition, group stage mean again? Only to see Nie Xiaoyu glaring at Xiao Yan somewhat incredulously, she said, you wouldn't still be unaware of the rules of this list revealing competition, would you? Where the hell have you been during this month? Isolation? Xiao Knight immediately scratched his head in some embarrassment. In fact, as soon as he returned to Xinjiang city, he realized that the entire street was almost littered with publicity about this list unveiling competition. The streets are also abuzz with talk of this contest. This unveiling competition has just become a hot event for all the people to participate in. However, Xiao Knight, who had just returned from Blackwater City, did not have time to study the rules of this list revealing competition in detail. Nie Xiaoyu's pair of delicate hands quickly struck on the keyboard, and then a large sheet of the rules of the unveiling competition was placed on the screen. Here, see for yourself. Just see the rules written clearly on it. All of this year's newly awakened professionals are eligible to participate in the auditions for this unveiling conference. After passing the auditions, the professionals are then entered into randomly assigned group matches. The group stage is based on a points system. Each professional will face off against other opponents within their group, with the winner accumulating 1 point and the loser deducting 1. The final point leader will be selected from the group to enter the main round of the real unveiling conference. That is, the elimination rounds. All the professionals who made it out of the group stage play an extremely brutal one-like elimination tournament system until the winners and rankings are finally decided. There are 2 tournaments in the unveiling contest. In addition to the one-on-one individual pro tournaments, there are also 5-on-5 team tournaments. Advancement continues to be the same as the individual competition with auditions, group and elimination rounds, and finals. Nie Xiaoyu, on the other hand, continued to explain from the side. There is no conflict between the individual and team events, and every player can sign up for both. But this team tournament, to put it bluntly, is for those top guilds, and the final champion should mostly be decided among the 4 major guilds. So it is. Xiao Knight gently nodded his head. The opening day of both the individual and team competitions is just 5 days away. Within these 5 days, the most crucial thing for Xiao Knight was to receive and complete the transfer task in time to reach the true second turn. The second turn is a threshold that, completing the transmutation ceremony will have a qualitative change on the strength of the whole person. And on top of that, Xiao Knight had to go to an appointment. It was also outside the door of my own dilapidated rental house a month ago. The girl named Qin Yanran had once initiated a guild invitation to herself. Now that the 1-month period had passed, it was time for Xiao Knight to fulfill his promise. I wonder what happened to the new guild created by that girl with an obstinate and tough nature. But no matter what, Xiao Knight would join her guild as promised. The individual tournament, which was played for himself and Uncle Qin and the others. As for the team competition, Xiao Knight would likewise do his best for the promise he had made. One more thing. Nie Xiaoyu suddenly gazed with a hint of a playful smile as she looked at Xiao Knight and said, There's a girl who's come to see you a total of 7 times in the days you've been away from the rental house. Wandered downstairs and looked around 15 times. Look at the appearance. It's still a little beauty. You kid can't fail people. Shao Knight was suddenly stunned. Qin Yanran was the only one who knew that she lived in this shabby rental house. A month and 7 days have actually passed since that original appointment. And in the end it was actually myself who failed to keep the appointment. And ever since the jade mine next to that Blackwater city collapsed, the contact signals in the entire city of Blackwater are in a state of blockage. Only this classified military contact that Nie Xiaoyu had given to Shao Knight could occasionally receive signals. Qin Yanran gave himself that contact device. Cannot receive or send any message. Bad. Shao Knight couldn't help but stand up violently as a wave of weakness surged through his heart. Having stood up the beautiful boss for so long, he wasn't going to be fired, was he? That's 50,000 dragon coins a month. Right. There's another interesting thing. This is the odds list voted by the people of Shangjing City. From this it can also roughly reflect the strength of the contestants this time around. Nie Xiaoyu gently tapped the keyboard. Then the screen then also showed a contestant odds list, biting her nails inside. TSK. Shangjing City, but it's been a long time since it's been this lively. Chapter 134, the dark horses are out in full force. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, odds charts? Shao Knight instantly probed over to take a look. Directly that was made to be a big fluctuating web page in real time. The top 10 of the odds for the participants of this unveiling conference were clearly marked out in red with the largest font. Zhang Fan Yang, occupation, Yang Yanwalker, S-rank, guild, Beacon. Gasang Dralma, occupation, Cold Domain Hunter, S-rank, guild, None. What Tackle Dragon, occupation, Beast Spirit Ancestor Witch, rank S, guild, None. Lin Shueming, profession, Frost Swordsman, S-rank, guild, Hegemony. Xing Qingshan, occupation, Warrior, B rank, guild, None. Tang Sichuan, occupation, Thunder Prison Mage, S-rank, guild, Beacon. Wang Biao, profession, Discordant Dragon Martial Monk, S-rank, guild, Black Eagle. Si Mi, occupation, Whitebone Priest, S-rank, guild, Flowing Clouds Pavilion. Wang Chuxian, occupation, Holy Shield Knight, rank A, guild, None. Liao Yuan, occupation, Soul Lock Envoy, rank A, guild, None. What? Without looking, Shao Knight's heart was suddenly stunned. I didn't realize that a good chunk of the top 10 on this odds leaderboard were never before seen names. The S-ranked professional Wang Biao was actually only ranked 7th? Qin Yanyan was even somehow unable to even get into the top 10? Only Lin Shueming was also ranked 4th. 3 local S-class professionals from Shangjing City actually didn't even make it into the top 3? The top 3 names, Zhang Fan Yang, Gasang Dralma, and What Tackle Dragon, are 3 names Shao Knight has never even heard of. Especially for the first place, Zhang Fan Yang's odds have become fractured. He has the lowest odds. That means in the minds of the people of Shangjing City, he has the best chance of winning the title. Almost a sure thing. What is this Zhang Fan Yang? Shao Knight couldn't help but open his mouth and ask at once, only to see Nie Xiaoyu gently tapping her temple with the pencil in her hand. She said, he was originally a professional from one of the affiliated counties in Shangjing City, who was scooped up by the Beacon Guild and made a big fuss the other day. On the first day of Zhang Fan Yang's arrival in Shangjing City, he placed a war order on the top 3 on the original odds list. Lin Shueming, Wang Biao and others. Then 3 fights in a row in the fighting arena. All 3 wins. Since then, Zhang Fan Yang's odds have held steady. Shao Nightfall couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Had Lin Shueming and Wang Biao all lost to this professional named Zhang Fan Yang? Although during his 3 years in high school, Shao Knight had also won over these 2 people countless times and had never even lost. But it was for this reason that he also knew Lin Shueming and Wang Biao's character better in his heart. With their current status as the guild's key cultivation seeds, it was absolutely impossible for them to be half-hearted when it came to such matters of honor and reputation. That would only mean that Zhang Fan Yang is a solid dark horse. Yang Walker. Shao Knight softly recited the name of this occupation. Looks like the next step is to find some intel to research what genre of profession this is. This Zhang Fan Yang was destined to be a strong enemy for Shao Knight in the list revealing conference. Shao Knight's gaze followed the names on the leaderboard all the way down. Xing Qingshan, Si Mimi, Liao Yuan. And one of the names fell into Shao Knight's eyes. Xing Qingshan, simply because behind his name was clearly labeled this person's occupation, which was only a B-rank warrior. It was particularly eye-catching among the professions that were almost all S-rank in the top 10 on the leaderboard. Yet his ranking wasn't low, and he was even ranked 5th, ahead of Wang Biao. Xing Qingshan. Shao Knight pronounced the name with some surprise. You mean Xing Qingshan? Ha? I didn't realize that Nie Xiaoyu, who was next to me, suddenly took over, and said with a flat face but with a hint of confidence, Xing Qingshan is a participant sent by our military. This man is strong. Don't you see that his occupation is only a B-rank occupation? His fighting skills are a rare genius of 100 years that has been personally recognized by the Commander-in-Chief. Shao Knight instantly silently memorized the name. It wasn't as if there weren't some low-ranked professionals who had nevertheless established dazzling feats throughout the history of the Dragon Kingdom. The army always produces some talents that are so powerful that they can be described as terrifying. That's pretty much it. Nie Xiaoyu's eyes smiled into a curved moon as she looked at Xiaoyan and said, by the time the group stage kicks off, I'm sure it won't be long before your name should be on this odds list as well. I'm quite curious as to how far you can go in this list revealing assembly. Shao Knight narrowed his eyes. To be honest, when he saw each and every name on the list, there was a long overdue surge of extreme desire to win in his heart. That is the desire to compete that has been gradually buried by reality since I graduated from the first high school. But now when this list appeared in front of Shao Knight once again, the feeling of the once proud son of heaven who had suppressed the first middle school for 3 long years once again surged into Shao Knight's heart. A person who is used to winning cannot accept any defeat. Next up is the team tournament oddsmakers. Nie Xiaoyu tapped lightly with her finger, and another list appeared on the screen once more. First place, Beacon. Second place, Hegemony. Third place, Black Hawk. Fourth place, Streaming Cloud Pavilion. Seeing only the 4 major guilds firmly occupying the top 4 spots, and one of them, the Beacon Guild, is a solid favorite with breakneck odds. This list isn't really much of a surprise anymore, Nie Xiaoyu said as she stretched out her finger to point at the Beacon Guild on the leaderboards. 2 of the top 10 on the individual list are from the Beacon Guild, Zhang Fan Yang and Tang Si Chuan, so the champion of this group tournament should more than likely be pocketed by the Beacon Guild. Nie Xiaoyu turned her head curiously to Shao Knight and asked, say, are you in the guild? Shao Knight nodded at once. Nie Xiaoyu immediately became interested and curiously asked after him, oh, which one is it? Is it one of the 4 major guilds? With you there might be some variation in this list. Well, Shao Knight, on the other hand, at this time, lowered his head and silently opened his contact device that had been closed for a long time. To be honest, he still didn't know what Qin Yanran's guild was actually called. Sure enough, as soon as I opened the contact, dozens of messages popped up. Some of these voice messages play automatically. Qin Yanyan's familiar voice rang out all of a sudden. Mr. Shao Knight, are you still busy these days? Did you go to a distant copy to practice? Please reply when you receive it. Mr. Shao Knight, where have you been? The 1-month deadline is about to expire. Mr. Shao Knight, when will you be back? Oh, Mr. Shao Knight, something couldn't have happened to you, could it? Hurry up and reply me. Shao Knight, student Shao Knight. Shangjing City is going to hold a list unveiling conference. Will you come and participate with me? You're not forgetting our agreement, are you? A voice message suddenly rang out in the rental house, and it could be heard that Qin Yanran's emotions varied from one to another. There's anxious, concerned, and sultry, and with the more backward news, Qin Yanyan's mood was getting a little lower. Nie Xiaoyu, who had heard these voice messages with her own ears next to her, immediately looked at Shao Knight with a meaningful and ambiguous gaze. TSK, you scum. Shao Knight, Chapter 135, Qin Yanran's pining. Flawed lineup, late at night, in Shangjing City, in the middle of the Qin group's holographic simulated battlefield, with the sound of a piece of mechanical light screeching to a halt. A line of red big failure 2 words, gradually surfaced in the simulation of the battlefield. Qin Yanyan removed the data reading device she was carrying, biting her lip and speaking to a couple of his teammates standing behind him who were also armed with data reading devices. He said, Deputy T, you go down first, switch to the double priest healing formation, and we'll try again. Qin Yanyan's face was a bit lost, but she quickly adjusted her emotions once again, and commanded her teammates in the middle of the simulation field. This time it was a command error on my part. I misjudged the damage of the opponent's output. We can definitely do it again. Qin Yanyan's words were spoken forcefully, yet the entirety of the brand new simulated battle arena was silent. Only the Deputy T, who had just been stripping off the reading device he was wearing with a look of relief, while the rest of them had a look of loss and exhaustion on their faces. The girl with a mage profession wearing cloth robes standing right next to Qin Yanran frowned even more, looking at Qin Yanran with both heartache and some concern. Finally, he couldn't help but say, as soon as he removed the reading device from his body and dropped it on the floor, Huma, don't bother, don't you understand? You've commanded well enough, everyone has done their best, but the problem is with the lineup. Our front row can't even hold up against the opponent's output, and the output advantage of the 2 of us can't be utilized at all. The girl who spoke was Qin Yanran's best girlfriend. The name is in Lemon. More so, it was the only other S-ranked professional sound domain mage in the entire guild besides Qin Yanyan. The double S-rank output formed by her and Qin Yanyan was supposed to be the greatest advantage. Yet because there was simply no front row in the guild that could hold up against the opposing team's firepower, so the whole team becomes a glass cannon. Empty firepower that shatters at the touch of a button. Qin Yanyan was also a bit dumbfounded in a pair of eyes, and said, somewhat unwillingly, Anne, let's try again. This time we'll use dual healing professions with the front row and see if we can hold our own. And Lemon, however, shook her head again and looked at the already exhausted main T in the middle of the group and said, forget it, Huma, whether it's a double front row, one healer, or a single front row, double healer lineup, we've tried it countless times. A B-ranked shield warrior is already the best front row our entire guild can find. And Lemon took off the data reading device she was wearing and came over to him, pouting, gently rubbing Qin Yanran's delicate cheeks, both heartbroken and somewhat indignant. She said, I think we'd better not waste time on the team competition. We're both stuck at level 98. How long has it been 99? The unveiling conference will only have 5 days left. If we delay like this, the two of us won't even be able to complete the second turn. By then it's going to be a no-go for even the individual competition. Qin Yanran also sighed softly and, she knew An Lemon was right. Neither herself, nor An Lemon, the duo had any problems, tactically or operationally, with the lack of a front row that can hold up is a fatal flaw in their lineup. And it's simply not solvable today. A newly created guild is the one that will face the situation of having no talent available, even if they relied on the financial power of the Qin clan group, coupled with the appealing appeal of Qin Yanyan, an S-ranked professional. They simply couldn't compete with those veteran guilds of the 4 major guilds. However, any a rank or above professional would not choose their new guild, which had just been established, for the sake of their future. All the talent, only pick up what people pick up left over. Even if Qin Yanyan had also pulled in Lemon, her best friend who was also an S-class professional, from White Tiger City, but lacking a front row, they couldn't even put together a lineup that would be solid enough to kill off the knockout rounds. What's more, with the predicament that the Qin clan is now facing, there are destined to be quite a few business chores that Qin Yanyan needs to learn and solve. Qin Yanyan simply had 2 big heads, and she was even a bit of a nervous wreck now that she was distracted. And Lemon saw this haggard look of her best friend. Her heart ached and she was a little angry. Walking straight forward to pull Qin Yanyan out of the simulated fighting arena, he chided. And, Qin Yanran, you didn't sleep all night yesterday again, did you? You quickly go back to me and get some rest. Everyone else is recuperating, and you're here with a broken heart. And Lemon said, anxious and helpless, why don't you go back and rest, and I'll take the guys and practice some more overtime. All right? A few other teammates beside him chimed in with concern. Yeah, President, you should go back and rest. Don't we have to take the group on a copy tomorrow? Get back in there. President, Qin Yanyan instantly tapped her head. Her recent exertion had caused her mind to go into a bit of a trance. I almost forgot about the fact that I have to take the group to push copies tomorrow. Line. Qin Yanran finally bit her lip and nodded her head once. Pushing for a copy was a risky thing to do. One had to adjust their state before doing so. Go, hurry. And Lemon had a burst of cajoling and coaxing. It was only then that Qin Yanran was stuffed into the Qin group's car and sent her home, back in the middle of this brand new simulated fighting arena. And Lemon was also looking around at her teammates with some helplessness. 2 B-rank shield warrior professions, a B-rank Hallowist support profession, a B-rank assassin profession, and an A-rank priest healing profession. This was the most reliable battle force they could find among their guild. 5 participants are required for the team competition. And no matter how they line up or plan new plays, they can't put together a lineup that can actually play. Alas, and Lemon Love couldn't help but sigh, and she knew in her heart that it wasn't a matter of tactics at all. It was simply a matter of strength. The front row couldn't take the top, and even if she and Qin Yanran, the 2 S-ranked output professions, pulled even more, there was no chance of output at all. Alright, it's getting late, so let's all go back and rest early. And Lemon simply waved her hand and told everyone to get right off work. Looking at the look of relief on the face of that one exhausted teammate, and Lemon shook her head helplessly. It's also hard for them. Who let them stall Qin Yanran such a harsh president? One by one, guildmates were packing up and leaving, one after the other. The area of the Qin's group building, which was specially divided for Qin Yanran to use as a guild base, also gradually darkened. One by one, the lights were turned off, just as An Lemon was about to pack up and get off work as well. Suddenly, instead, a polite knock was heard on the door of, and Lemon raised her eyes and, only a figure was seen standing in front of the door of the guild base. Was looking up at the neon sign that had just been put up, on top of their guild base, a large sword that hangs high above the ground. This person was none other than Shao Knight. Chapter 136, The High-Hanging Sword. Sudden accident. Shao Knight searched through the recent news section and learned the name and address of the guild that Qin Yanran had established. In fact, the main reason was that he was really embarrassed to ask Qin Yanyan directly through the contact device. It's really heartbreaking, the guild that Qin Yanyan created wasn't named after the Qin group, but was called Hanging Sword, a sword of judgment that hangs high over the heads of the world. Shao Knight searched for the address and arrived at the guild's base, tilting his head and looking up at the giant neon sign above his head. The sword hung in the air with a chilling killing intent. I wonder who the design of this logo is from. It was already late at night, but Shao Knight saw that there were still people in the middle of this guild base, so he gently knocked on the door. Only a girl in a goose yellow dress stepped out and, looking at Shao Knight, and then looking at the sky that was already late at night, he asked with some doubt, "You are?" The girl is none other than Lemon. There was something both puzzling and impatient in her mind at this point. "And, what kind of person? Come to knock on the door in the middle of the night? Sister, it is hard for me to get off work. Hello?" Shao Knight immediately politely hit the chair and said, "I'm here to report. I'm also from our Hanging Sword Guild. And before that, Ms. Qin Yanran, had invited me." Shao Knight hesitated for a moment, but still added a once that, after all, he was the one who broke the contract in the first place, so what if they don't want them now? Shao Knight did his best to put on a harmless smile, however, and Lemon instantly raised her guard and frowned as she sized up Shao Knight and said, "What kind of person reports in the middle of the night? And Huma invited you? I think you're Huma's perverted suitor." Shao Knight was stunned and hurriedly pointed to the light still on inside and explained, "I didn't see that there were still people inside, so I came over to ask. I was really invited by Qin Yanran." Before the words are out of my mouth, however, she saw Lemon frowning as she looked at Shao Knight, and the more she looked, the more skeptical she became. Eyes narrowed. Interrogatingly, he asked, "You said you were invited to join the guild by Huma, so tell me, what is our guild motto? What is the purpose? What was the original purpose of the establishment?" And Lemon's barrage of questions instantly and directly dried Shao Knight out. Shao Knight stared blankly, his mind quickly pondered, and he tentatively replied, "The sword hangs high, judging all the evils of the world?" "Wrong." And Lemon immediately skimmed his lips and replied. Then he was stunned, and his brain reacted, "But your sentence sounds quite good. Where did you copy it from?" "Shao Knight, I made it up now." And Lemon, the two of them were at once speechless, and there was some initial look of mutual displeasure in each other's eyes. Shao Knight immediately twisted his head and left. "Simply come back tomorrow during the day. At least find someone with a normal brain, right?" And yet, just then, but suddenly, a figure was seen rushing out of the guild base in a hurry. It was actually a liaison officer with a liaison device clamped to his ear. Each guild would have some people specialized in coordinating and liaising operations inside the base. Only when this liaison saw Lemon in the doorway, he took a long breath and said, "Great, Sister and Lemon, you haven't left yet. Something's happened to the team led by Ji Chen. It seems that mutated monsters have appeared inside the replica. Someone in the squad just sent a distress message. It seems like Ji Chen and the others are stuck in the middle of the copy and can't get out." "What?" And Lemon's face instantly changed and she hurriedly said, "When did they go in? Isn't it not Ji Chen's turn for them to go out of the city for a mission today?" I only saw the liaison officer's face anxious as he explained. "It's a new copy that suddenly appeared in the city of Shangjing this morning, right in the northern city center. Ji Chen privately led the team there, wanting to take a scouting bounty. The result." And Lemon was suddenly angry and anxious and said, "This Ji Chen, always acting privately." The liaison asked worriedly, "Sister and Lemon, what should we do now? Should we notify the president of her?" And Lemon's heart was anxious. At this point in time, Qin Yanran estimated that he had just arrived home and had not yet had time to rest for a few moments. Don't tell Huma, let her rest for a while. I'll bring someone there. You quickly help me notify the team members around the northern city area to gather by that newly appeared copy." At this time, Shao Knight, who was standing by the side and being ignored, but suddenly spoke in a deep voice. "Emerging copies tend to be unstable states, and threat levels are even more uncertain. In this situation now, the military should be notified in time, and the military should arrange for the rescue of the people." And Lemon immediately glanced impatiently at Shao Knight next to her and said, "It's too late, since mutated monsters have appeared in the replica. By the time the military has evacuated the surrounding residents before going down to rescue them, it will be too late." After saying that, and Lemon even casually mocked that, "Didn't you say you were invited to join the guild by Huma? Then why don't you come with me to the rescue?" I didn't expect Shao Knight to nod his head in a serious manner. Yes, this time it was in Lemon's turn to freeze for a moment. She didn't expect this person in front of her to actually agree. Rescuing someone from a copy can be an extremely dangerous endeavor, especially if you don't know the true nature of the situation. Was he really invited to join the guild by Huma herself? And Lemon's heart still somewhat refused to believe it, and at once frowned and said, "Then go." Shao Knight had a habit of carrying all of his equipment with him at all times, even when he was in Shangjing City. Any consumed potions and supplies on their person, even if one consumes a minuscule amount, are replenished as soon as there is any to spare, be in tip-top shape at all times. So when he nodded his head to go with Lemon to the rescue, he was already prepared to fight for any unexpected situation. The new copies that appear, while not always of a high danger level, are often the most difficult to gauge and predict. That's why the officials of Xinjiang City would provide a large bounty specifically for those professionals who were the first batch to enter the replicas to explore. This bounty, however, was not easy to earn, because there are too many unstable factors in the newly appeared copies. It's not just the monsters in them that cause casualties. Sometimes some unheard of traps, teleportation formations, and some even more unfathomable rule powers caused even more horrific casualties. The first group of professionals to enter the midst of the replica tends to have the highest casualty rate. The two were in a hurry to get to the northern part of the city on their way to. Xiao Knight asked to Lemon, "Where is the exact location of the copy?" Only to see Lemon holding the contact in her ear with one hand and listening intently, while reporting a coordinate to Xiao Knight. The entrance to the replica is in E. Cantonment Building, North City, Underground Parking Lot. Chapter 137, Space-Based Replica. Ruins of the Fishman Race. Underground Parking Lot? Xiao Knight's face suddenly became serious and his footsteps suddenly stalled, saying, "Could it be a space-based copy?" Most of the copies that appear in the world fall into two categories. One is of the real territory type. It's a contaminated area formed by the erosion of real areas in reality, such as those northern wastelands of the city around Xinjiang, the Gale Cemetery, etc. The second is a space-based copy that suddenly appears in an area that. This kind of copy would often only appear as an unstable entrance, just like a teleportation array, and the professional who went in to explore would be directly transported to another space. And space-based copies are the trickiest, because of its instability. Many copies cannot accurately predict when it will turn on and off. Once the replica closes early, the professionals who haven't had a chance to get out will be locked up in the replica space forever. But so far, the fastest documented closure of a copy of the space is also after 3 or 4 days. Since that copy of the space in this underground parking lot only appeared this morning, the odds are that it won't close too soon. After the two of them followed the instructions and arrived at the underground parking lot of Guanyin Mansion Area E in the North City District, only to see that the scene in front of him really confirmed Xiao Knight's suspicions. It was an ever-creeping spatial rift the size of a soccer goal. The entire dark underground garage was illuminated by the eerily glowing spatial rift that shimmered and dazzled. Judging from the size of the cracks, the scale of the space inside this space-type replica should be of a small to medium size, and looking at how much the cracks are twisting, the current state should still be stabilized. Xiao Knight gave his judgment in an instant. Lemon, who was next to her, was stunned after hearing this. The man seemed much more professional than he thought. This knowledge that space-type copies can be predicted by the size of the cracks in their interiors. In fact, she knew some of it, but could not do it at all to dare to give such a confident judgment result. This guy isn't bluffing, is he? And Lemon instantly looked at Xiao Knight with confidence and skepticism. However, Xiao Knight had already equipped a shield in his left hand and was checking the potions and items in the portable bar of his backpack. She had been using her contact to reach out to the guild members around her. To be honest, she didn't believe in this person who suddenly came to her door in the middle of the night, and she didn't hold out a lot of hope that but now it looks like this guy is pretty decent? After Xiao Knight finished checking his equipment and props all over his body, he said to Lemon with a serious expression on his face, "From the level of contamination of the cracks one can only roughly judge the danger level of this space copy. So I would suggest that before we go in, it would be wise to inform the military of our intention to go in and rescue them, and likewise your president." Xiao Knight's undeniable tone of voice. Instead, Lemon hesitated a little, and stammered, asking, "Is it?" And Xiao Knight's eyes, which were always as firm as the general. Jean and Lemon also opened the contactor channel and said to the liaison in the middle of the guild base, "We have reached the entrance to the replica and are going in to rescue it. Notify the military to report this matter. And in addition, tell Qin Yanran about this matter as well." After this is done, without hesitating in the slightest, Xiao Knight directly raised his Tiger Strike battle shield and walked into the replica rift. "Hey, wait for me." It was a bit of a rush to see Lemon. This guy who so far doesn't even know his name just walked in, regardless of whether he was invited to join the guild by Huma or not. In case something happened to him, it would be his own responsibility anyways, and Lemon hurried after him as well. The moment he stepped into this spatial rift, an extremely blinding bright light suddenly appeared before his eyes. It made Xiao Knight instinctively cover his eyes with his hands and had to directly open his paradox-breaking pupil to resist the effects of the glare, only to see that this copy was really already another space in the middle of it. Contrary to that late-night dark underground garage, it was actually a daylight scene here. The surrounding area, on the other hand, was an ancient, primitive ruin, surrounded by broken walls, the corners of which had been smoothed out by the wind and sand. The humid winds that hit my face yet had a salty smell that seemed to be offshore areas. Can't even tell what kind of sight this used to be? Not far away the corpses of several monsters were lying straight on the ground. But it was a species of deep-sea fish with arms and legs as slender as those of a human. Yet the face was a lurid species of deep-sea fish with a hideous, horrifying face and a neck filled with a gill. Fish people? Shao Knight frowned. And at this time, a reckless figure also suddenly appeared behind him and directly crashed into Shao Knight's back. It was that Lemon who had chased after him. Hiss! The sudden glare also illuminated and Lemon couldn't help but cover her eyes. And it took a few moments before she could adjust to the light in front of her eyes. The sight before her was at once a little astonishing even to her. And the sentiment could not help but murmur that what exactly is this place? How come there is still a sea? Could it be the border of the Western Sea? Shao Knight, on the other hand, replied seriously. Spatial-type replicas in the midst are affected by irregular stances, and it is impossible to use the rules and common sense of reality to determine orientation. So there's no way to tell exactly where this is. And Lemon's heart was suddenly slightly surprised, but she still said with a stiff upper lip, I know that too. Why do I need you to say it? However, at that moment, her gaze also fell on the bodies of the dead fishmen monsters around her. He looked around a bit anxiously, and then tapped the contact on his ear, but he couldn't receive any half signal. The ripples of the replica cracks are cyclical, so after entering a replica, it is sometimes impossible to receive a signal from the contactor. Shao Knight's voice came again, but heard in Lemon a burst of indignation. Obviously these things she had also seen in the textbooks, but how could she not think of it? So what do you think we should do now? How do I get to them without a contact signal? And Lemon asked, defiantly at once. However, she saw Shao Knight suddenly look at her with a somewhat skeptical gaze, and then said, word by word, looking for footprints, of course. And Lemon froze again, and Love couldn't help but blush a little. Aha! Why is it that following this person around always makes you seem like a cutie pie? Yikes! However, he saw that Shao Knight had already stepped forward and set aside some messy debris. I only saw that the ground, which had been piled up thickly by the sand market, there are some messy footprints. There should be almost 4 or 5 of them, and they have been following the path that stretches deeper into the ruins. Go! Shao Knight instantly raised his tiger stripe battle shield and accelerated his steps to walk in front of him. Just now, he used his paradox-breaking pupil to detect the attributes of these fishman monsters. It was found that all of these monsters were level 90 or above. Instead, the name of these fishman monsters was just Fishman Scout, which meant that there must be more elite monsters or even high-level bosses in the back. If those people rush into the depths to explore, I'm afraid I'm in a bad way at this point. Chapter 138, Critical Moment. The Savior comes. Shao Knight walks very fast, so fast that Lemon was even a bit unable to keep up with him. However, whenever Lemon somewhat questioned whether he was on the wrong path, Shao Knight would come up with some clues that convinced her. Some of them are freshly cut marks from the broken wall. Some of them are discarded empty potion bottles. Some of them are ashes left over from magical combustion. Is this person's awakened profession a detective? And Lemon Love couldn't help but spit out in her mind that, unbeknownst to him, each and every one of these minutiae left behind after the battle was incomparably important in Shao Knight's eyes. It is also through these subtle traces that Shao Knight keenly realized that the footsteps left behind by that line of squads were becoming more and more disorganized. There were more and more potion bottles discarded on the floor. And it means that their situation is getting more and more dangerous. Finally, after burrowing through a messy jumble of rocks, there was at last a clamor of battle ahead, and some anxious shouts, it's Ji-chan and the others. And Lemon immediately heard it, and with a happy face, she hurriedly searched in the direction of the sound. Shao Knight also chased after him, and with his current agility value he easily surpassed Lemon, who was a mage profession. Drilling through this last patch of rocky forest, the scene before us opens up and, only to see that a squad of professionals was being surrounded by a group of vicious fishman monsters in the center of the room. Unlike the corpses of those fishman scouts that Shao Knight had seen before, these fishmen monsters were much taller and more ferocious, and held strange-looking iron weapons in their scaly arms. There were 5 of them in that squad of professionals. Only 2 melee shield-wielding professionals were shielding the remaining 3 members of the team, one in front of the other. The state of affairs at this point is extremely tragic. It was obvious that a female professional who was protected in the center was seriously injured, and was collapsing on the ground, with one hand covering the wound on her abdomen with all her strength. The other hand, however, was still wielding the staff, outputting a steady stream of output at the fishman monster in front of him. However, the one fishman monster around them far outnumbered them. It was only a matter of time before we broke through their formation. The screams and cries of despair had come faintly to the Ji-chin, Ing, and Lemon couldn't help but cry out anxiously. While charging towards them, he lightly waved his staff in his hand. All that could be seen was an invisible sonic boom exploding at the staff in her hand. Then an arrow that was barely visible to the naked eye swept violently towards the fishmen monsters that surrounded the team of professionals. It penetrated the abdomen of one of the fishmen monsters in a flash, and as it raised flakes of blood, it exploded with a high amount of damage. The-9863. So much damage. Shao Knight, who had opened his paranoia-breaking pupil, could see it clearly. It seemed like an invisible sonic boom arrow, although it had already been obvious from Lemon's cloth-robed outfit that she was a mage profession. I didn't realize that her means of output would be so peculiar, and the damage is quite impressive. Just a little reckless. This was because if it was according to Shao Knight's plan, it was natural for him to quietly feel his way over first and launch a sneak attack from behind these fishman monsters. But it was understandable that she was eager to save the day, and Lemon's shout and the sudden launch of the attack immediately attracted all the fishmen monsters around that area. And that squad of professionals had likewise discovered the arriving rescuers. One by one, the faces of the professionals also showed the joy of escaping to life, and some also hurriedly waved at Lemon, shouting with a sobbing voice, "The Sister and Lemon, you guys are finally here. Saved. Sister and Lemon is here." At the same time, the forensic evidence in Lemon's hand then waved a circular seal once again. Only to see a circle of invisible sonic booms burst out around the team of professionals all of a sudden. Instantly, all those fishman monsters surrounding them were shaken back a distance. Another sonic boom skill, and it's a forced knockback type control skill. Shao Knight saw it for what it was. In his heart, however, he could not help but be a little impressed by this somewhat reckless girl. Although this girl was a bit reckless as a person, her skill manipulation was incredibly precise. That skill just happened to get stuck around the pro squad. Both knocked back the monsters around them and didn't hurt their teammates. It was only in the midst of that small group of professionals that one of the leading warrior professions yelled back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he led the group to break out of the encirclement of the fish-human monsters and broke out towards Lemon's side. "Hurry! Get over here!" And Lemon stood on the platform of the jumbled forest and shouted impatiently. This was an elevated platform, and as long as the pair of professionals could rush here they were halfway to safety. But it's not that simple. Only to see huge bubbles suddenly rise up from the surrounding beaches. Then a hideous-faced fish, a human monster burrowed out from the middle of the sea, emitting an eerie and ear-piercing cry, and chased towards the team of professionals. It's simply a place to brush up on monsters, or maybe it's the lair of the fish-human monster. The densely packed monsters had cut off the escape path of the professional squad. Suddenly a huge weapon shaped like a harpoon was thrown like a siege crossbow. In an instant, it shot over the warrior-type profession at the tail end of the group that was responsible for breaking the back, and just by rippling into one of his arms, it erupted with a damage that broke 10,000, instantly emptying his blood bar almost completely. The giant harpoon was not stopped in its momentum, however, and narrowly grazed the corner of an already wounded cloth-robed female professional in the center of the group. It exploded in a puff of smoke on the ground. All of them looked back with trepidation, and, only to see a giant beast fishman with a figure several times larger than the normal fishman monster suddenly appear above the beach not far away. Elite level boss. The throwing weapon shaped like a harpoon was thrown by it just now. What made the professional squad feel most desperate was that this strange weapon had 4 or 5 more on the back of the behemoth fishman. Only with a grimace it once again took a harpoon off its back without slowing down and make a gesture to aim at the pro squad. "Watch out!" Seeing this scene, and Lemon instantly screamed in urgency. Yet as a mage, there was nothing she could do. Just then, suddenly she saw a figure beside her, jumping violently off the high platform of the shield in hand. He charged towards the squad of professionals. "It's him!" And Lemon froze, jumping off the high platform by himself. Wasn't he looking for death? However, he saw that Shao Knight's speed was extremely fast, obviously a warrior heavy armor type profession with a shield in hand, but dexterous feet like an assassin, dodging one fishman monster after another that blocked the path along the way with some finely tuned maneuvering. Almost within a few breaths, he rushed into the line of the pros squad. Blocked the last of the severely injured warrior professionals. Meanwhile, the giant harpoon of the fishman behemoth that was like a siege crossbow was once again thrown like thunder. Only Shao Knight raised his tiger stripe battle shield brazenly, and his gaze was bitterly cold as he looked directly at the harpoon that flew in at high speed. A perfect block with uncanny precision. Shasta. The whole person was knocked backward a few steps by this huge force and, however, under the successful defense, a damage number that burst out. But it made the entire team of professionals as well as Lemon on top of the high platform slam their eyes wide open. 958. How is that possible? That harpoon that could break through even the walls of a city. To hit a man like him and only manage to knock out 900 drops of blood? In a flash. There was only one word that came to Lemon's mind. The top front row. Chapter 139, Perfect Blocking. What does it mean to be a top front row? Is it a case of seeing eye to eye? There was some disbelief in Lemon's mind that, because she recognized the warrior professional that this squad of professionals had left behind to break the back of the last. That warrior professional's name was Yuan. His profession was a B-rank melee profession, and his equipment was quite good, and he was likewise one of the front-row alternatives that they were preparing to form a team for the team competition. However, when that giant harpoon that was like a siege crossbow had just hit Yuan, it had exploded with a damage of over 10,000, and even nearly killed him in seconds. Yet the same giant harpoon shot at the man only exploded for over 900 points of damage? It didn't even break his shield stand? What a high defense that is! What a high power value! And Lemon Love couldn't help but widen her eyes and look fiercely at Shao Knight, who was brazenly guarding the tail end of the group with a tiger-striped battle shield. Only Shao Knight held a bottle of recovery potion in his mouth and tilted his head to pour it down, cautiously and quickly restoring that small strip of blood that had just been knocked out of his body. Then handing a bottle of potion to Yuan, the warrior professional beside him who had just suffered a heavy blow. Only one of his arms had been bloodied, and the shield in his hand had been shaken away. The whole man tumbled to the ground with his blood-stained precarious, his face full of fear, his spirit even a little trance. Hey, how's it going? Can you walk? Shao Knight's voice snapped him out of his trance. Yuan looked at this stranger who suddenly appeared beside him in a trance, instinctively wanting to reach out his hand and take the recovery potion that Xiao Yi handed him. Yet as soon as he reached out he witnessed his own bloody arm with all the bones turned out. Yuan face stunned let out a miserable scream. The whole person is a little desperate collapsed on the ground. Cannot stop screaming that. My hand! My hand! Shao Knight sighed softly when he saw this. He could only quickly put his shield away and shoved the bottle of recovery potion directly into his mouth, gagging his screams. And just then, that one elite level boss, the fishman behemoth, let out a strange cry and removed another giant harpoon from its back. This time it was close enough for Shao Knight to see it clearly. The scales on this fishman beast had faded, and its two thick arms were muscular, clearly an alienated monster. Again, the giant harpoon that was like a siege crossbow tore through the air with a cracking sound and swept towards Shao Knight. Shao Knight did not dare to be careless. One hand was once again equipped with the tiger-striped battle shield, and he stepped steadily. It collided hard with the giant harpoon that sped by, a sound of gold and iron clashing. Shao Knight once again blocked this heaven-destroying harpoon. At the same time, a damage burst on the body again. 988. Another one that didn't do over 1,000 damage. For once, Lemon could see clearly that not only was this person's own defense value terrifyingly high, his skill at blocking using a shield was also perfect. That was an absolutely perfect block just now. So strong. Who the hell is this guy? When did the city of Shangjing get this kind of person? This man is definitely the top front row of this class of awakened. Nope, it's the front ceiling. However, before the shock in Lemon's head could turn around, the situation became critical once again. Seeing that the behemoth fishman had failed to achieve any effect with his two casts, he let out a strange cry from his mouth, and surprisingly, he held a harpoon in both hands and rushed towards the professional squad. That huge size, the speed of the charge was extremely fast. Watch out! And Lemon Love couldn't help but cry out urgently that, the staff in his hand waved quietly in the air, as if storing up a spell of some sort. Shao Knight's gaze flinched as he looked at the giant beast fishman rushing towards his group and gripped the tiger-striped battle shield in his hand tightly, then calling out to the line of professionals behind him. He can't walk. Will one of you help him? It was only after this reminder from Shao Knight that those professionals who were all scared out of their wits finally came to their senses. An archer professional hurriedly turned back and set up the Yuan who had collapsed on the ground, together with the mage female professional who had been seriously injured earlier. There were two injured people in the entire group, supporting each other, and the speed of movement became even slower. However, some more fishman monsters had already appeared around them, surrounding them in swarms. Suddenly, but he heard that far behind him on the high platform and Lemon shouted out, "Quick, cover your ears!" Only to see that after hearing this, all 5 people of this one professional team covered their ears in unison as if they had been trained to do so, and that archer was even more anxious as he glared at Shao Knight. Shao Knight, who saw this scene, was somewhat bewildered. After all, the behemoth fishman behind him was close at hand. Electricity. Shao Knight chose to believe in Lemon, put down the tiger-striped battle shield in his hand, and covered his ears tightly with both hands. Next, a sonic boom as high as the thunder in the 9 heavens, with the staff in Lemon's hand as the center. It was like a tsunami raging all around. Everywhere you go, a single fishman monster's ear exploded in blood in unison, and each one was shocked to the spot in a terrified and trance-like state, including that one behemoth fishman boss. Even Shao Knight, who had already tightly covered his ears, felt a rumbling and muffled sound in his entire brain. Good strong group control skills. Shao Knight initially estimated that the range of this skill had already exceeded 300 to 400 meters in a circle. all of the fishman monsters fell into a trance, and a significant damage value exploded from each monster's head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shao Knight snapped up and shouted to the few professionals beside him, "Run!" However, Shao Knight opened his mouth, but he couldn't hear himself shouting out at all. This small group of professionals still had a bit of a trance on their faces, despite having covered their ears. It seemed that their physique attributes were far lower than Shao Knight's, so this enemy-unfriendly, wide-range sonic boom skill also caused this team of professionals to temporarily enter a stun state. Shao Knight simply carried that injured Yuan directly on his body, yanked the last archer with his other hand, and ran wildly towards the high platform wherein Lemon was. This was because he knew that there was another guy on the scene whose physique attribute was feared to be absolutely not low either. It was that elite-level boss, the giant beast fishman. Along the way, those remaining 3 occupiers who gradually came to their senses fled after Shao Knight. A heavy vibration suddenly came from behind him, and Shao Knight didn't need to turn around to know who was chasing after him. Hurry! Hurry! Before we get to the high table, Shao Knight pushed the severely injured Yuan up, and Lemon also reached out and pulled him up, and the remaining few professionals quickly began to climb as well. Yet it was too late. That behemoth fishman boss had already chased after him in a frenzy of rage. Shao Knight suddenly drew back, and the tiger stripe battle shield in his hand precisely protected the last professional who was climbing the high platform. In his right hand, he took out his lance, Killing Star. A swift and thunderous thrust, accurately stabbed between the gills of the behemoth fishman's neck. The weakness damage. Additional effect, Starbreaker stab triggered successfully. 15988. Chapter 140, able to carry and fight. This is called the ceiling. That damage just now. And Lemon looked at the violent handshaking, almost through the warrior Yuan, who had just pulled up. Down again. How much? 15,000. A few other professionals who were climbing the high platform with their backs turned to Shao Knight did not see that the button Lemon, who was standing on top of the high platform, could see it clearly. That guy stabbed this behemoth fishman boss for 15,000 damage in one shot. Now and Lemon is not only a bit skeptical of her own eyes, but even a bit skeptical of her own brain. A heavy armor type front row profession with a shield in hand dealt 15,000 damage in one move? Does that make sense? And at this moment, the behemoth fishman who had been stabbed in his gills by a shot suffered a burst of pain and violently let out a shrill scream, and the giant harpoon in his hand fiercely stabbed towards Shao Knight. However, when he saw Shao Knight take half a step back, the tiger stripe battle shield met it with precision. Another perfect block. The Killing Star, in his right hand backhanded and stabbed up again, blocking counterattack. The tiger power, that had already accumulated 3 layers long ago was struck out in one go. Another one that breaks 10,000 damage. 14989. Shao Knight himself had long since become unaccustomed to this damage value. After all, after equipping the radiant artifact, Killing Star, one's basic attack power had already broken through the 10,000 mark, and coupled with the addition of the skill effect, hitting a damage value of nearly 15,000 was nothing to be surprised about. Moreover, this wasn't even Shao Knight's full output form. After opening his current move, Savage Bloodline, Shao Knight's output could even double again. However, this damage figure fell in the eyes of Lemon on the high platform, but it directly turned her entire worldview upside down. A heavily armored front row profession and yet still have such a high output? This damage was not even close to that of the 2 S-ranked dedicated output professions. Myself and Qin Yen. This guy can simply carry and fight. What do you mean by top front row? It's called the top front row. As the saying goes, the defense of a team's front row professions determines the lower limit of the team, while the output ability of the front row professions determines the upper limit of a team. The higher the output of the front row professions, the more hate they can pull. It's the professions in the back row that can output with impunity without fear of hate disengagement. At this moment, and Lemon's eyes were looking at Shao Knight a little differently. Such a front row that could be called a ceiling level. Later on, even if he was cheating, he would have to cheat him into the guild. At this moment, under the high platform, only Shao Knight was left alone, and the damage of those 2 shots of Shao Knight's that broke 10,000 in the party had already knocked out the blood bar of this behemoth fishman in front of him. Mutant Fish Vanguard. Level, 110 Elite Boss. Blood Volume, 800,000. Sure enough, it was an elite level boss, with 800,000 bloodstains to say the least. Let Shao Knight fire away and he should be able to take it down in almost 10 minutes. However, this time, the main purpose of entering into this space copy was to save people. The condition of the 2 seriously injured professionals was not clear, and they had to be sent outside the replica first. Shao Knight fiercely drew himself out and attacked the legs of the behemoth fishman, which had not yet fully evolved. With a full moon sweep, another over 10,000 damage spiked out and hit the behemoth fishman with a stumble. While we're at it, Shao Knight put the Tiger Stripe battle shield on his back and nimbly climbed onto the high platform. The high platforms were able to hold back these fishman monsters whose lower limbs had not yet fully evolved for quite some time. Retreat! Shao Knight glanced back after climbing up the high platform, only to see that the beach below the high platform had been covered with swarms and swarms of densely packed fishman monsters. Follow the beach line to look deeper, only to see the back of that shallow beach in the middle of the hidden and quite a few and strange half-exposed underwater buildings. This is simply a fish people country. The scale of this space-based copy exceeded Shao Knight's prediction, and the beach in front of him was just the tip of the iceberg. Go! Run for the exit! Shao Knight opened his mouth and shouted. A few professionals immediately picked up the two injured men in twos and threes and hurriedly fled in the direction they came from. However, Lemon, who was walking at the front of the group to lead the way, suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked at the front in some panic. The messy rock forest in front of us was like a huge labyrinth. Obviously, she and Shao Knight had just walked out of this chaotic rock forest, and now when she turned around, she had already forgotten how to go back? And right in front of us was a three-way intersection. I forgot which way the road should go, and Lemon subconsciously cast her eyes on Shao Knight, who was at the end of the line. It was only Shao Knight who did not say anything and hurriedly took 2 steps to the front of the group with the Tiger Stripe battle shield on his back. At the rocky edge of one of these 3 intersections, stooped down and picked up an empty potion bottle. Go this way. Shao Knight reached out and pointed, obediently walking to the forefront of the group to lead the way. Behind her, and Lemon froze as she watched It turned out that he had already used those empty potion bottles that he had casually thrown down on the way as markers to mark the way he had come. The shrill hiss of the fishman monster behind him came again. The group of people hurriedly passed through the messy stone forest following Shao Knight and returned to the abandoned ruins where the copy had begun. In the middle of the ruins, a huge void crack was writhing and seemed to have widened a bit more than when it came. The few professionals who were seriously injured also showed their joy of escaping from death when they saw this. Saved. When Shao Knight and Lemon escaped the copy space with a group of professionals and re-entered the underground parking lot of Guanyin Mansion. Only to see that some people from the military had already rushed here and blocked off the entrance to this copy space. And quite a few members of the Hanging Sword Guild who lived nearby also rushed over. Seeing Lemon and a group of professionals who had escaped to life suddenly waved their hands excitedly. Sister and Lemon, you guys finally came out. 2 seriously injured professionals were sent to the nearest hospital. The rest of the people, although each body have injuries but not serious, simple bandage was left here by the military. Later to ask about some of the information about this copy of the space in the middle of the intelligence, Shao Knight sat quietly on the sidelines, waiting for the people from the military to come over and ask questions in a while. And Lemon came over quietly, biting her lip as she asked, "So you're really a professional that Huma personally invited to join the guild?" Shao Knight nodded and raised his eyebrows. Of course it's true. At this point, Lemon had long since lost any doubt in her mind. In its place, it used a fiery gaze to ruthlessly look up and down at Shao Knight, and then stretched out a hand to Shao Knight, saying, "My name is Lemon, and as in quiet, Lemon as in lemon. Welcome to the Hanging Sword Guild." Shao Knight similarly extended his hand and gently shook it, saying, "My name is Shao Knight. So what exactly is our guild motto?" Only to see Lemon lazily sitting next to Shao Knight, the corner of her mouth hooked with a smile and said, "There's no such thing as a pressure session training. I'm bluffing." Shao Knight and Lemon pouted indignantly. "What's wrong? Huma, she hasn't had a chance to think of it yet, and she won't be allowed to use the club training I came up with. So what's the motto you came up with? 1,000 generations to unite the world. What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, I feel fine." Chapter 141, Goodbye Qin Yanran, Smile and Indifference. It didn't take long for a military man to walk over towards Shao Knight and Lemon with a recording device in his hand, saluting Shao Knight and saying, "You're the professionals who went in just now, right? I heard that mutated monsters were found inside, and that the scale within the replica has changed?" Shao Knight also stood up and returned a serious salute, saying, "Yes, based on preliminary observations, the space within this copy has the makings of becoming a medium or even large-sized copy, and the danger level has reached at least S-class." Only to see that the soldier carefully recorded Shao Knight's words, then his face was also hair serious, saying, "An S-rank copy of appearing in a residential area is not a good sign. Just this morning, when this replica was first discovered, it was still judged to be no more than a small replica of level B based on the level of contamination. I didn't expect it to change so quickly." Shao Knight also frowned. Growing copies of space? Going back to look at the replica crack still floating in the air in the middle of that underground garage, practicing this space-based replica's entrance seemed to have expanded a few more points than when they first came here. In the middle of the replica is an ancient Lin Hai relic. The monsters inside are some mutated fishman race class. I wonder if this kind of monster is recorded in your database. Shao Knight immediately and earnestly reported what he had seen and heard in it. And that military recorder. after recording all of Xiao Knight's words, also shook Xiao Knight's hand in a friendly manner and said, "Thank you for the intel. This is important to us and I will report all of this intel, and issue an investigation mission to the Bounty Association with a rank of S or higher." "You're welcome." Xiao Knight nodded his head and said. This military recorder was very responsible and took the situation reported by Xiao Knight very seriously. And just at that moment, a hasty and beautiful figure also appeared in the underground garage. It was the one who had immediately rushed over after receiving the news from the liaison, the official president of the Hanging Sword Guild, Qin Yanran. Qin Yanyan at this time a body of equipment has already been dressed properly, apparently has been ready to rush into the copy of the rescue of people. When he saw Lemon in front of him and the three professionals who had been rescued and were not seriously injured, he said. It was only then that Qin Yanran finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked Lemon that, "What about Yuan and Luangying? How are the two of them?" And Lemon, however, gently stroked Qin Yanran's back and said, "Don't worry, the two of them have already been sent to the hospital, and although they are not badly injured, their lives are not in danger. But this time thanks to that mysterious guy you invited. Yan, if you have such a powerful front row candidate, take it out earlier. Why do we still have to soak in the simulated fighting arena every day?" Looking at that strange-faced Lemon, Qin Yanran, however, was puzzled and bewildered as she asked, "What mystery guy?" Only to see Lemon nudging towards Xiao Knight who was reporting with the military and said, "No, that's the guy. Didn't you invite him yourself?" Qin Yanran looked back, only to see that Xiao Knight, who had already finished reporting with the military's recorder, also happened to turn around, 4 eyes, looking at Qin Yanran in front of him, whose pretty face yet carried a hint of haggardness. Xiao Knight waved his hand in greeting somewhat awkwardly. However, she saw Qin Yanran's face go from dumbfounded to surprised, and then that originally haggard face but suddenly surged with an uncontrollable smile, like a flash of fireworks that suddenly bloomed in this dark basement. "Mr. Xiao Knight?" Qin Yanran rushed towards Xiao Knight with light footsteps, staring carefully at Xiao Knight's face as she opened her mouth and asked, "Where do you go these days?" Xiao Knight couldn't help but scratch his head sheepishly, and then replied, "One by one. A while ago, I went to a highly contaminated area far away to practice, and then there was some accident there, and the signal from the contact broke, so I couldn't receive messages." "Oh who?" Qin Yanran nodded gently, but a pair of eyes with a smile never moved away from Xiao Knight's face as she asked softly, "So, then you weren't hurt, were you? I've heard that the highly contaminated areas are full of monsters with extremely high danger levels there." "I'm fine, just got delayed a bit and came back late." Xiao Knight immediately replied somewhat apologetically, "Say yes to a month." Before Xiao Knight could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Qin Yanran, who said, "Never mind." At this moment, behind them, and Lemon and the other three professionals who stayed here also came over. "President," there was a kind of joy on the faces of the two professionals who had escaped with their lives that, while one of the lightly injured warrior professions had a hint of weakness and remorse on his face, he lowered his head and didn't say a word. Qin Yanyan turned her head and looked at the injuries on these three people, then sighed and said, "It's okay." The only time she looked at the warrior professional with a lowered head, Qin Yanyan, but a hint of exasperation appeared on her face as she chided and said, "Ji Chen, it's not your turn to go out on a mission today. Who told you to bring a guild member to pick up a copy in private?" It turned out that this warrior professional was the leader of this squad, Ji Xia, only to see Ji Xia with the same remorse on her face, lowering her head and snapping her tongue. "I'm sorry, Chairman, I didn't realize that there would be a mutation in the middle of that copy. The bounty for the new duplicate investigation missions that have appeared will be a bit more generous than the others, and the team will want to make more money." Hearing these words, Qin Yanyan instantly frowned, biting her lip, wanting to speak. However, at this time, Xiao Knight had also understood the whole thing from these three words. "Ha!" Xiao Knight suddenly let out a laugh, looked straight at that Ji Chen, and said in a cold voice, "So you're the one who incited the rest of the team to go with you into this new copy where the danger level is uncertain?" Ji Chen froze in his tracks. The same thing, in Xiao Knight's words, was an act of a completely different nature. "You?" Ji Chen stared straight at Xiao Knight, wanting to explain but unable to say anything. Unexpectedly, Xiao Knight turned his gaze to Qin Yanran and said in a deep voice, "This is the guild you built? How dare a handler be allowed to wantonly take your members to the next copy of an unknown danger level without your consent? Then wouldn't you be an empty shell as president?" Xiao Knight's words, word for word. At once, Qin Yanran froze as she stared blankly at Xiao Knight, her pretty face frozen as if she had been struck by lightning. Next to her, and Lemon also froze, and hastily reached out and pulled Xiao Knight, saying softly, "Hey, why did you say that about Yuma?" Xiao Knight, however, turned around indifferently and walked straight away from Qin Yanran, saying, "If it's such a guild that has no rules and systems, and even the president doesn't have any authority, you'd better not invite me to join again." and I'm not interested in playing house with a guild that can't get very far at all. Chapter 142, No Rules, No Way. Wait. Qin Yanran suddenly opened her mouth and called out to Xiao Knight. A pair of eyes were slightly reddened as they looked at Xiao Knight and said obstinately, "That's not what my guild looks like. You can't just skim the surface of everything without looking inside. It's too rash for you to dismiss my entire guild just through a single incident, isn't it, Xiao Knight schoolmate?" And Lemon, who was next to her, immediately glared at Xiao Knight indignantly and said, "Exactly. You have no idea how much Huma has given to this guild. In less than a month's time, the Hanging Sword Guild started from zero and climbed 138 places on the guild rankings in Shangjing City. Huma hasn't gotten much sleep in a month." Xiao Knight stopped but didn't look at Lemon, but said, without looking back, "Only the failures keep emphasizing what they paid for, the successes only need results." Qin Yanyan was instantly a bit annoyed. Her beautiful eyes crossed and she said, "If Mr. Xiao Knight has been so reasonable, why would he still break the contract? According to our agreement, you were the first person I invited to join the guild and be the vice president of the Hanging Sword Guild. At that time, Mr. Xiao Knight also agreed to it." Xiao Knight turned around at that moment, still with that same indifferent attitude, and said, "If I'm the vice president, then things are even easier." Xiao Knight turned his gaze coldly at Ji Chen and said, "From now on, immediate expulsion from the guild." In an instant, Ji Chen's face froze, and the two fellow professionals beside him froze, looked at each other, and immediately begged for mercy for Ji Chen. "President, all of us have come out alive now, so let's forget about this matter." "Yes, Ji Chen, he also means well. Yuan's sister is sick. Recently the family is in urgent need of money." However, Xiao Knight raised his eyebrows and swept a glance at the two of them, and said indifferently, "I'm afraid you two misunderstood me. I mean not just him, all 5 of you are fired." Only to see that the faces of these two professionals also suddenly changed, turning pale in an instant. "What?" And Lemon, who was at the side, immediately also looked at Qin Yanran in disbelief and said, "This is too much of a mess, and they're not the leaders?" However, he heard Xiao Knight say in a cold voice, "To listen to the flings of others without the permission of the president. I'm afraid that this kind of team member doesn't even have you as the president in their eyes either, much less consider yourself part of the guild." And Lemon was dumbfounded. "I only saw that these two professionals were also in a hurry and couldn't say anything, and that Ji Chen's face is a face of shock and guilt." Straight look at Xiao Knight. This suddenly appeared vice president. Just now, in the middle of that copy, they had all seen Xiao Knight's terrifying strength with their own eyes. For the guild, one such powerful professional was enough to top 100 of them. What's more, there seems to have been an extraordinary relationship between him and Chairman Qin Yanran long ago. How the president will take it is not at all self-evident. "President." Ji Chen suddenly covered his wound and violently stood up straight, bowing deeply to Qin Yanyan, his body crouching with his head on the verge of touching the ground. "This accident tonight is all because of me. It's all because I urged them to come down with me on this copy. I, Ji Chen, am willing to take all the responsibility. President, please fire me. Please don't fire the 4 of them." Qin Yanran's face was as cold as frost at this moment. Xiao Knight's words just now were like a loud thunderstorm echoing in her mind. "I've been working hard this month with all my energy, but have I forgotten the original purpose of creating this guild? For a guild to go far, a strict charter system is a must. Ji Chen, if my memory serves me well, this isn't the first time you've taken a guild member on a private copy, is it?" Qin Yanran said coldly, "I already warned you last time, but instead of learning from your mistakes, you once again put my guild members in a dangerous situation. No rules. From today onwards, you will no longer be a member of my Hanging Sword Guild." Ji Chen's head was buried low, and his entire figure looked incomparably forlorn, nodding his head and saying, "I know. I'm sorry, President." Ji Chen held the wound on his body and limped away towards the far side of the garage. The remaining 2 professionals looked at the departing Ji Chen with complicated gazes. "I wouldn't feel sorry for him if I were you guys." Xiao Knight frowned and said to these 2 remaining professionals, "I won't even forgive him for bringing you into that dangerous copy without any examination. He didn't even think about your lives." The 2 professionals similarly bowed their heads, assuming that the same dismissal awaited them. No doubt. However, at this time, Qin Yanran took over and said, "Your teammates Yuan and Lu Ying are still lying on the hospital bed. According to the rules, the guild is not responsible for any injuries you sustained by entering the copy privately without permission, but I'll pay for their medical bills, and you can remain in the guild until they're both healed. However, you will not be allowed to go on missions for 3 months, and a full year's bonus will be deducted. As for whether or not you can still stay in the guild, it's time to discuss. Are you willing?" The 2 professionals suddenly looked up with a burst of joy on their faces and nodded their heads in unison, saying that, "I do. Thank you, President." "Alright." Qin Yanran waved her hand and said softly, "Go back and bandage your wounds." Watching those 2 professionals leave with gratitude but full of joy, And Lemon, who stood on the sidelines and witnessed the whole process, however, felt that something was wrong, and so on. That's not true. These two were here just now, singing in unison. Is one singing the red face and the other the white face? Hey hey hey, you two. And Lemon instantly blinked her eyes and looked at Xiao Knight, then at Qin Yanran. These two clearly didn't even have any communication, yet they were so in tune with each other, only to see the corner of Qin Yanran's mouth suddenly hooked. Looking at Xiao Knight with a smile, she said, "Ha, isn't student Xiao Knight leaving the Hanging Sword Guild?" Xiao Knight said calmly without blushing or jumping, "That won't do. We had a deal. 50,000 dragon coins a month. But President Qin, when did I become vice president?" Only to see Qin Yanyan, however, take out a Hanging Sword Guild badge from within the backpack she was carrying and reached out to hand it to Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight received it and took a look, only to see a line of numbers engraved on the back of the badge that was carved with a finely detailed hanging sword. No, 0002. Xiao Knight instantly smiled knowingly. Say, can the vice president get a raise? Qin Yanran, on the other hand, said with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth as her beautiful eyes crossed, depends on your performance, but we'll have to dock your performance for a month first. Ah, and Lemon on the side looked dumbfounded, and waited until the two were shoulder to shoulder both walking away a bit before reacting. The underground garage was filled with the sound of laughter and jokes. Could you Qin Yanran, didn't you say that 0002 is your uncle? You still have him as vice president? Cut it off. Qin Yanran, Chapter 143, Never Fought a Battle So Rich. This strange tacit understanding between Xiao Knight and Qin Yanran was probably established when they were in the first middle school, although the two of them hardly ever spoke a word in the middle of the school, and did not have any interactions with each other. But there is one place where the two meet from time to time. That's in the dueling arena of a mixed martial arts simulation class. On top of every year's dueling melee examination, the extremely well-connected rich second-generation Wang Biao would secretly gather a group of students in an attempt to eliminate Xiao Knight as well as other competitors such as Qin Yanran in advance. However, often with a single-eye gesture, Xiao Knight and Qin Yanran, who were not accustomed to ganging up on each other, would tacitly and intentionally join forces in secret, picking out those students that Wang Biao had taken great pains to enlist one by one from the dueling arena. After leaving that cracked copy of space in the underground parking garage, returning home, Qin Yanyan finally slept the first good night's sleep in this month. She broke down and buried her head and slept until sunrise the next day. However, Xiao Knight did not return to his shabby rental house after leaving the underground garage. Instead, we came to the old town. Late at night the old town is more active than ever, with a tarp-covered truck taking advantage of the time to move in and out. One by one, the bright and dark sentries in the surrounding alleys also quickly discovered Xiao Knight. The guards confirmed Xiao Knight's identity to Master Mo through the contact device before letting him in. It was still the same familiar Red Moon hair salon, except that the person sitting on the counter at this time was not Red Sanyang, but Master Mo. The walking stick in Master Mo's hand was put aside, and that old-school general clothes looked a little out of place under this pink decoration of the Red Moon hair salon. Xiao Knight is here. Sit. Master Mo seemed to be looking at some kind of message, and looked up at Xiao Knight, signaling him to sit down on his heels. Xiao Knight sneaked a glance, only to see that Master Mo was looking at nothing else but the odds list of the unveiling conference. Interesting. This year's list unveiling conference is somewhat interesting. Master Mo looked at each name on that odds list, and the unlit pipe in his mouth wiggled as he said, "What exactly does Master Mo mean by interesting?" Xiao Knight instantly asked curiously. I only saw Master Mo pointing out the information of those affiliated guilds at the back of the leaderboard to Xiao Knight to see, then grinned and said, "You see, of the top 10 on this odds list, there are actually 5 people who don't belong to a guild. Everyone in Shangjing City knows about powerful dolls, so how can there be no guilds rushing to take them?" Xiao Knight was suddenly stunned. In fact, when he initially saw this list of the top 10 in the odds ranking, he also had such a question. How could this kind of talent that could be in the top 10 of the odds list not have a guild to which it belonged? "So what do you think is going on, Master Mo?" Xiao Knight asked, conformably. "I only saw Master Mo smashing the pipe in his mouth, reaching out and pointing to the names on the odds leaderboard one by one, saying, of the top 10 on this odds list, Xing Qingshan in 5th place is a military doll, so naturally he doesn't belong to a guild." Xiao Knight was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that Master Mo's news was so sensitive that even the people sent by Xing Qingshan's military already knew about it. Master Mo continued, "And the 2nd place finisher, Gezandroma, is from the Clerk clan and is justifiably unaffiliated with a guild. But that 3rd-ranked Hua Tulong, 9th-ranked Wang Chuxian, and 10th-ranked Lia Yuan don't have any guilds they belong to. Makes no sense." Xiao Knight instantly frowned as well and asked, "What do the clerics mean?" Master Mo restuffed his pipe with tobacco, and explained, without a moment's hesitation, "The Kale were originally a nomadic people in the western part of the Dragon Kingdom, and because their original territory was polluted, they gradually couldn't live any longer before migrating to the vicinity of Shangjing City. The clerics have always been self-contained and do not participate in any inter-guild dealings. I also heard long ago from the people on the road that the Kale tribe has produced a powerful girl doll this year by the name of Gasang Dralma. Shao Knight Brat. If you run into her in that list unveiling assembly, you must not be careless. Shao Knight instantly nodded cautiously and memorized this Tibetan characteristic name in his mind, but he saw Master Mo's face suddenly become serious, and said, I've already sent people to check out the details of the remaining few who don't belong to a guild, but there's one person you must be careful to watch out for, and that's this Liao Yuan who's ranked 10th on the odds list. Master Mo's face was very grave as he continued, this person was specially explained by Uncle Qin for me to remind you that this Liao Yuan is not an ordinary person. He is the person that Bali Group is looking at. Originally, according to the age, is a few years older than all of you awakened people in this session, but I don't know what means I used, but I waited until this year to participate in the awakening ceremony. You must be careful with this Liao Yuan. Shao Knight's eyes narrowed as he stared intently at the last line of the top 10 on that odds list. 10th place, Liao Yuan. Occupation, Soul Locking Envoy. Occupation level, a rank. Master Mo suddenly picked up the cane at his side and stood up, saying, okay, forget everything else for a moment. I found you a new cloak. Come and look at it. Shao Knight was instantly delighted in his heart and hurriedly followed. The cloak that Master Mo was talking about would be a new outfit that was found for him. I only saw that although Master Mo was on a crutch and walked a little crookedly, his steps were incredibly steady, even slightly faster than normal people, and he walked up the stairs without a hitch. Shao Knight followed Master Mo to the second floor of this Red Moon hair salon, only to see a room in which a whole lot of various kinds of equipment were laid out, from helmets, chest armor, leg armor, to daggers, short crossbows, and a host of other sidearms. There was an entire field of over 100 pieces of equipment, and the least of them were gold artifacts. There was no shortage of sparkling weapons with a chilling light in them. For a while, even Shao Knight himself was a bit picky, but I heard Master Mo smash his pipe next to him and say, in order to make a name for yourself at this unveiling conference, you should prepare at least 2 to 3 sets of equipment, in order to deal with different opponents. Shao Knight froze as he watched all of a sudden. It wasn't that he didn't know that when going up against opponents of different professions, it was only natural to switch to targeted equipment in order to gain an advantage. Against mages, you have to stack magic resistance equipment. Stack your output against a tanky blood bull. He just never thought he'd be able to fight such a rich battle. Shao Knight had thought that he would be able to match a set of gold level or above equipment to just barely cope with all situations. He didn't realize that Uncle Qin and Master Mo had prepared him far more adequately than he had imagined. The value of the weapons and equipment above the gold level in this place in front of us is simply incalculable. Only Shao Knight also discovered something strange. Many of these pieces of equipment carried some marks, even blood, on them. Master Mo took a drag on his pipe and grinned. And, Shao Knight boy can't be too much. In our line of work, naturally, all the equipment in our hands is stripped from corpses, so we don't have any new ones for you to use. Chapter 144 Gathering Wool. Re-exploring the Fishman's Nest. A night of sleeplessness. Shao Knight had picked out a main battle set with the assistance of Master Mo, as well as 3 alternate sets that were specifically designed to deal with mage professions, and various other professions. Ginger is still hot. Master Mo's occasional pointers from the side regularly opened up quite a few new ideas for Shao Knight. For example, in Shao Knight's subconscious mind, the logical thing to do against a mage profession was to stack the legal resistance to the highest level. However, Master Mo had given Shao Knight guidance to match a set of equipment that came with 2 displacement skills with additional effects. Although the magic resistance of this set of equipment wasn't really high, but coupled with a Void Leap displacement skill that Shao Knight himself already had, there are 3 whole displacement effects in total. With 3 displacements, no mage at this stage can avoid it, Master Mo said, tapping the ashes on the ground with the pipe in his hand. A profession like a mage can just declare the match over as soon as they get close. Shao Knight, whose thoughts had opened up, immediately said yes in succession, and Love can't help but wonder what exactly Master Mo used to do. As for Master Mo, when asked about his previous experience by Shao Knight, he grinned and didn't answer. In addition to this selection of sets of equipment, Shao Knight also picked away a short crossbow from Master Mo as a secondary backup weapon. Rank 90 gold artifacts. Since Shao Knight himself did not have a specialization talent for crossbow weapons, the damage wasn't exactly high, but it made up for the fact that Shao Knight himself did not have a means of long-range attack. When he was leaving, Shao Knight carefully counted, and surprisingly picked up as many as 24 pieces of equipment from Master Mo in total, clearly level 90 or higher gold artifacts, and there were even 2 valuable radiant artifacts. Shao Knight was full of joy as he loaded these equipments into his backpack and took them away, only to see that the Ink Master heartbroken mouth a twitch. Black goods equipment is his business chain. These are from his goods picked out of the sharp goods. Master Mo smoked his pipe and explained to Shao Knight again and again. Shao Knight boy, these cloaks are all borrowed from you, and when the fight is over, they will have to be returned in the future. Shao Knight nodded his head as he smiled and said, got it, Master Mo. When Master Mo saw how readily he agreed, he got a little embarrassed again, and muttered in a low voice, but it doesn't matter if you like to keep a few. When he returned to his dingy rental house with a backpack full of gear, for the first time, Xiaoyi felt how right Xiaoyu was in redecorating and reinforcing the entire room and adding a security door. Couldn't help but look once more at one of the golden equipments in his backpack. Shao Knight simply leaned against his backpack and laid down on the sofa, resting briefly for a while. It didn't take long to be woken up by a message from the contact. As soon as he opened it, Qin Yanran's voice rang out. Hey, when does Vice President Shao plan to work today? A warm reminder that there's a free breakfast in the guild base before 9 a.m. Oh, Shao Knight snapped his eyes open. The free breakfast must be gripped. I have long heard that Qin's group is quite good to their own staff welfare. Had to check it out today. 15 minutes later, in the middle of the restaurant in the Qin group building, Shao Knight took a plate and carefully took a portion of each item from that wide array of breakfast items. Finally, he sat down opposite Qin Yanran with 3 or 4 plates. At that exact moment, and Lemon also typed a breakfast and walked over. Looking at the table Shao Knight in front of it, every plate is placed like a small mountain. The love cannot help but open his mouth to yell, "Oh oi, you're a starving ghost. Huma, this guy is literally pulling the wool over your family's eyes." Qin Yanran, however, looked at Shao Knight with a smiling face and said, "It's okay, just weed. Eat more, eat more. Is it enough, Mr. Shao Knight? Which one do you like? Why don't I ask the chef to add another one?" Burying his head to savor the Shao Knight suddenly froze, looked up at the smiling eyes moving Qin Yanran. The love cannot help but violently choked a mouthful. This girl was smiling so happily, definitely didn't have any good intentions. Shao Knight patted his chest and asked in a vigilant manner, "President Qin, is our guild having any activities today?" I only saw the smile on Qin Yanran's face intensify and said, "Of course, the guild has long set an S-ranked copy that we're going to push today. And Lemon and I are only a hair's breadth of experience away from level 100, so we'll have to hurry up with our second turn while there's still 5 days left until that unveiling conference." Vice President Shao rushed to report at this time, so he must have the fate of the guild at heart. Today's copy is bound to allow the Vice President to show off his skills and establish his reputation in the hearts of the guild members in one fell swoop. Shao Knight stroked his chest. The agreement of the January date, he had defaulted on it for so long. It's only right to contribute to the guild and make up for some of it. I just didn't expect that Qin Yanyan, who was the only daughter of the Qin group and was sitting on countless resources, was still stuck before the door bar of level 100 today. It could be seen that during this 1-month period, Qin Yanyan had indeed devoted her body and mind to the guild. Shao Knight replied with a nod of his head, "No problem. Which copy is the guild set to go to?" Only to see Qin Yanyan's face also straighten up, took out a terminal device at hand and said, "The proof of transfer for the second turn of a professional at level 100 requires killing a dangerous S-rank boss at level 100 or above. And Lemon and I are just one step away from level 100, so we plan to go straight to challenge an S-rank or above copy. Leveling and beating the proof of transfer are done together." Shao Knight was eating a piece of cheesecake with a spoon while at the same time nodding his head and saying, "No problem. I just happen to need to type my transfer certificate as well, so it's a perfect way to save money by completing it together." And Lemon asked with some curiosity at once, "Shao Knight, what's your current level?" Shao Knight casually replied, "Class of 107. But she saw on Lemon's eyes widen at once, exchanged a look with Qin Yanran, and exclaimed in astonishment that, 107 levels? Oh my god, didn't they say that after level 100, every level up requires 10 times or more experience than level 90? How did you guy rush to level 107? It's even higher than Zheng Fan Yang on the odds list." Shao Knight, on the other hand, replied indifferently, "Highly polluted area. The monsters over there will give more experience." Once Lemon heard this, then she couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva and looked at the Shao Knight in front of her with a strange gaze. This guy is still a pervert, making light of high-level contaminated areas? Who in their right mind would run there to practice? And at this time, Shao Knight had also finished fixing the breakfast in front of him and wiped his mouth with a paper napkin and said, "But I do have an idea for this danger level S or higher copy. Maybe even earn some more investigation bounty." Qin Yanran understood Shao Knight's meaning in an instant and opened her mouth. "You mean, the space-type replica that appeared in the underground parking lot of Guanyin Mansion only yesterday?" "That's right." Shao Knight narrowed his eyes. Before leaving from the space copy of the, Shao Knight had turned around and looked out over the entire coastal shoal. The patch of half-exposed underwater structures, the strange ancient totems, the mutated fishman monsters, everything says, There's a lot of digging to be done in this copy. Chapter 145, Grievance. A punch to the face. What doesn't think? You went into that copy yesterday too. Shin Yenran turned her gaze to An Lemon next to her and asked. And Lemon said after some serious contemplation with her face in her hands, the strength of the fishman monsters in that copy is indeed not low. Yesterday, but if we arrived a little later, I'm afraid that Ji Chen and the 5 of them would have to be destroyed in a group. But Dash and Lemon, however, suddenly changed her words and made a wink at Xiao Knight, saying, since we now have a top front row in our hands, it might not be impossible to give it a try. Top front row? Shin Yenran glanced at Xiao Knight in surprise, but with a hint of a smile in her eyes, she said, Yo, it seems that our Vice President Zhao's strength has improved rapidly this month. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, was not the least bit bashful as he waved his hand and said, after all, how can you take money from people without some power? President Qin, tell me, what is the current situation of our Hanging Sword Guild? Qin Yenran's eyes smiled like a curved moon when she heard Xiao Knight say our guild. Then she took out the terminal at hand and said, all the members of the Hanging Sword Guild now total 455, of which 322 are combat professionals, and all of them are above level 70. There are 105 professionals above level 80 and 23 above level 90, including me and An Lemon. The ones who are going down with us today are the top 30 elite members with the highest ranks. You'll see them after we gather in a while. Xiao Knight nodded his head. A team copy action of around 30 people is also the most common team size used by guilds in the profession. The number of people is neither too large nor too small. It avoids causing troubles in command and scheduling, yet it can also concentrate the top combatants in the guild to attack some high-risk level copies and bosses. The top 30 people among a guild also tended to symbolize the guild's highest combat power, but even with 30 people, it takes no small amount of understanding in terms of output and teamwork. But at this point, Qin Yenyan, who had majored in team command during her time at the first middle school, should do well. Half an hour later, the top 30 people of the entire Hanging Sword Guild had gathered in front of the base's door. Xiao Knight delicately swept from beginning to end of the, only to see that the occupation distribution of these 30 people was very balanced. The front row warriors, mages, archers and other output professions, healing professions, assassin professions each accounted for a part of them. The equipment on everyone is considered top-notch. It could be seen that these 30 people were indeed the elites that Qin Yanyan had spent a lot of effort to create. Before we go down to the copies, an announcement for everyone. At this time, Qin Yanyan had also changed into one of her professional equipment. Qin Yanyan's profession was an S-rank bloodline hunter, belonging to the light armor profession. A tight-fitting leather armor wrapped around her valiant body, and a bone skeleton longbow on her back emitting eerie coldness should be her main weapon. Qin Yanyan stood in front of the entire group, her face sullen and the entire person instantly exuded the powerful aura of the soul heir of the Qin group as well. Student Xiao Knight is the vice president of our Hanging Sword Guild. This matter was set in stone at the beginning of the guild's establishment. Due to some delays, that's why it's only now that Xiao Knight's classmates are meeting with you all. A gaze immediately looked toward Xiao Knight, who was standing beside Qin Yenran. There is curiosity, questioning, and naturally a few hints of defiance in the eyes. Parachuting in a vice president is often difficult to convince the public. However, Xiao Knight did not care and greeted everyone with a smile. Qin Yenran also smiled faintly and did not explain. She knew that there was no need for her to worry. Soon, these 30 people would see how strong Xiao Knight was. After getting ready to go, the 30-member team marched in unison towards the underground garage of Guanyin Mansion Z. As we approached the entrance to that space-type replica, but I saw that there were already quite a few other teams of professionals gathered here. It seemed that they were far more than just the Hanging Sword Guild who wanted to take the first investigation bounty, and when she saw one of the guilds, Qin Yanyan's face vaguely revealed a hint of gloom. Xiao Knight, who was standing next to her, keenly sensed the change in her mood. Taking advantage of the time when Qin Yanran went to report with the military personnel in front of the entrance of the replica, Xiao Knight quietly asked An Lemon beside him, "What's the origin of that group of professionals in blue and white uniforms?" And Lemon swept her eyes along with Xiao Knight's gaze, and her face instantly became cloudy as well, and with a burst of gnashing of teeth, she said, "Those are the professionals from the South Coast Group. I didn't expect them to come." This South Bank group was originally a rival family to the Yin family's business, relying on the fact that their group's professionals guild was established early, and hadn't suppressed us much when we were leading the team to practice in the wilderness before. The leveling area outside of Shangjing City is obviously so big, yet you run into them everywhere you go. I think they're simply doing it on purpose. Because of things like overrunning the leveling area and robbing bosses, our Hanging Sword Guild hasn't had many conflicts with them. Who was all pissed off? Xiao Knight's gaze was slightly austere, and he already had a number in his heart. It was only that the leading professional of that South Coast Group guild was a warrior professional holding a lance, and at that moment, that person's gaze was also intentionally or unintentionally looking towards this side. Just one night yesterday, the news of the new copy in the underground parking lot of the Guanyin building had already spread. Since it was a copy, anyone was qualified to go in and explore. It seemed that today, in the middle of this copy, it was destined to meet up with this group of South Bank Group's professionals. As the president of the Hanging Sword Guild and the sole heir of the Qin clan group, Qin Yanyan had no way to personally tear her face off in many cases. But it's not the same with Xiao Knight. It was time for him, the vice president who had disappeared for a month and then suddenly appeared, to find an opportunity to shine his sword. After about 10 more minutes, the military personnel guarding the replica's entrance rift gestured and withdrew the blockade around the entrance. Squad after squad of professionals from the surrounding area suddenly swarmed in, wanting to compete for this generous investigation bounty. In addition to the lure of unseen treasure chests amongst the newly emerged copies is equally tantalizing. Depart! Qin Yanyan gave an order and led the Hanging Sword Guild to break into this replica rift. At this moment, Xiao Knight also noticed that this spatial crack had expanded quite a bit more than last night. After entering the crack in the space replica, a strong light shone through, and there was that familiar picture of an abandoned ruin facing the sea in front of him again. Only last night those still left next to the body of a few fishmen scouts, but now has become a Mori white bone. Xiao Knight and Lemon, who had already been here once, instantly acted as leaders. Soon enough, he found the messy rocky forest that he had visited yesterday, and prepared to retrace his old steps and explore the entire Linhai ruins from that direction. A group of more than 30 people worked feverishly toward the chaotic rock forest. Qin Yanran's gaze, however, landed at the back of the group, only to see that not far from the end of the Hanging Sword Guild's team, a few thief professionals wearing blue and white standardized clothing were furtively surveying towards this side, seemingly wanting to quietly follow them. A trace of worry suddenly appeared in Qin Yanyan's brows and eyes. At this time, however, he saw Xiao Knight stride past her, turned around and also followed her gaze toward the end of the line, and said in a deep voice, "The one punch that hits opens the door and saves 100 punches. Don't worry, President Qin." Chapter 146, Terrorizing Xiao Knight. Not at the same level. Strange. Yesterday when I came to this chaotic stone forest, I didn't think it was so big here. It's like a maze. And Lemon, who walked at the front of the group to lead the way, didn't make it more than a few steps before she was confused. Yesterday, she was eager to save people in this messy forest, plus the sound of a fight in front of her guided her direction, so she was able to go all the way through the messy forest. Now that the surroundings were quiet, and Lemon suddenly lost her direction. Right at this moment, Xiao Knight, who came from the tail end of the group together with Qin Yanran, was walking at the front of the group as if nothing had happened, reaching out and pointing to the fork in the road on the left, saying, "This way, follow me." And Lemon stuttered and asked, surprised, "Not, how did you remember the way?" Only Xiao Knight tapped his brain lightly with his fingers and said without turning his head back, "With my brain, of course." Familiar tone, familiar words. However, at this time, and Lemon looked at Xiao Knight's back dazed, but did not have half a bit of unconvinced, and then quietly asked Qin Yanran, who was next to her, "Huma, how much do you pay this guy a month?" Qin Yanran also quietly stretched out a hand and whispered, 50,000 dragon coins, he, worth it. And Lemon silently gave Qin Yanran a thumbs up, and whispered, "Bull, worthy of being the eldest daughter of the Qin group. This guy is like a living map. Keep it down quick so he doesn't hear." Under Xiao Knight's leadership, the group quickly traversed through this maze-like messy stone forest. The familiar shallows were once again in sight. Beneath the high platforms of the chaotic stone forest, a single fishman monster wielding a strange iron weapon is wandering among them. Qin Yanran's face was also taut, and she gestured and said, "Everyone in team formation. Front row professions prepare to get off the high platform." Only to see that the warrior-type front row professions among these 30 professionals all of a sudden stepped forward and topped at the front of the line. Taking the lead, he jumped off the high platform and formed a shield line in the shallows, clearing a space, and this piece of commotion instantly attracted quite a number of surrounding fishman monsters, and a fierce-looking fishman instantly let out a strange cry with a weapon in hand and rushed over towards the side. Output professions ready. Qin Yanran raised one hand and, only to see the mage and archer-type long-range output professions among the team taking advantage of the high platforms and getting ready to output, as that one single fishman monster gradually rushed to the front of the warrior professions under the high stage. Qin Yanran waved her hand violently. A stream of spell arrows immediately fell like rain, interspersed with all sorts of elemental effects of flames, lightning, and, instantly, a single damage number exploded on the bodies of these fishman monsters. The -6513, -3519, -4561. The damage numbers are high and low, but the overall output is quite good. Under a few rounds of output, the first wave of fishmen monsters rushing to the front of the formation have already been emptied of their bloodstains, letting out a mournful screams have collapsed. The front row of warriors under the high platform advanced forward in unison, while the rest of the mages and other output professions jumped off the platform right after them. The priest profession staffs at the back waved, and a holy healing beam fell over the front row warriors, instantly replenishing their depleted blood levels. The professions worked well with each other and had obviously practiced many times earlier. The whole team's formation is also gradually pulling away above the shallows. And this commotion has once again attracted more fishman monsters hovering around. A huge bubble rises from the surface of the sea. Then a familiar huge figure appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes once again. Mutant monster, behemoth fishman vanguard, still the same huge, stout body, with several strangely shaped steel harpoons on its back, and a pair of fierce fish eyes sweeping over the. With that, he slowly reached behind his back and removed a giant harpoon, hurling it violently in this direction. Mutant monster, look out! And Lemon hurriedly opened her mouth and reminded. She had already seen the destructive power of this giant harpoon that was like a siege crossbow last night. Immediately afterward, her gaze also turned to Xiao Yi, but she saw that at this moment, Xiao Yi did not make any movements and did not seem to intend to make a move. Shao Knight's gaze was firmly fixed on those warrior professionals in the front row. Judging from their equipment, these people were considerably stronger than that squad of professionals last night, and were not to be crushed in a single blow. Only to see each of these front row warriors raise their shields in strict formation, forming a shield wall that, one of the tallest warriors was named Tang Wei, and was also the front row profession with the highest defense attribute in the Hanging Sword Guild. In the past, for large and small quests to get down to a copy, Tang Wei was the first choice of the entire guild to be the main titan. However, today, the suddenly parachuted vice president had caused a sense of crisis to surface in Tang Wei's heart, because from the equipment, this vice president was likewise a warrior profession. Tang Wei suddenly clenched his teeth, determined to put on a good show in front of the president. Then with a fierce roar, he raised his shield with both hands to the forefront, with a cracking sound coming in. The giant harpoon came like a thunderbolt and viciously stabbed on top of the shield wall formed by a group of people. In a flash, it stirred up a roiling cloud of smoke and, in the smoke, Tang Wei, who was at the front, was immediately shaken back like a kite with broken strings. A few of the surrounding front rows were also shaken and scattered. A high damage number exploded on Tang Wei's head, -15374. Although it wasn't fatal, it had directly knocked out a large portion of his blood bar. What damage? Tang Wei immediately face shocked, heart a burst of fear. The hands of the shield was even directly shaken, flying a few meters away. More importantly, however, at this point their front row formation was broken through. The two nearby fishmen monsters took advantage of the situation and then charged into the formation, breaking through the defensive wall of the front row of warriors. These vicious fishmen monsters were only a few steps away from the brittle mage professionals among the group. Tang Wei wanted to rush up to the top, but it was too late. Critical. However, a figure rushed out from the ranks, holding a shield with a white tiger pattern, steadily blocking in front of the mage professionals. The two fishmen monsters that rushed into the formation were immediately isolated by him. Under the bombardment of a spell and arrows, the two fishmen monsters were quickly reduced to corpses. At the same time, however, another terrifying air-breaking sound came from far and near. As soon as Tang Wei raised his head, he saw the giant harpoon, which was like a life-suppressing llama, once again whistling towards the formation. Hey, get out of the way. Tang Wei hastily opened his mouth and roared. However, he saw the figure beside him advancing instead of retreating, holding the white tiger patterned shield, and fiercely took a step to the front of the entire team. A deafening sound of gold and iron. The figure actually slid backward just half a step violently. That giant harpoon, like an ordinary life-saving llama, was just blocked by him, as a painless damage number exploded over his head. -756. It was at this point that Tang Wei truly realized that himself and this parachuted Vice President Xiao are simply not on the same level. Chapter 147, Vice President Xiao. There's a surprise? Xiao Knight felt that huge jolt of power coming from his hands. After begging for a full set of gold artifacts from Master Mo last night, his own defense power all over his body had once again come to a new level. Xiao Knight raised his shield forward with one hand, while with the other, he picked up the shield that had been sent flying on the ground and threw it to Tang Wei. Follow. Tang Wei instinctively caught the shield with both hands, but a face that was filled with astonishment stared at Xiao Knight. He still can't believe his eyes a little. The giant harpoon that had knocked off 15,000 of his own damage had only knocked off a few hundred drops of his blood? How is that possible? The corners of Tang Wei's mouth twitched slightly as he asked, somewhat incredulously, was that a perfect block you just made? Xiao Knight nodded his head in a cloudy manner and said, aha. However, he did not want this soft sound to be like a thunderbolt in Tang Wei's heart. Perfect blocking. But while all shield combat is a professional dream maneuvering skill, it's hard to do even in a close one-on-one situation. not to mention the long-range throwing technique that came like a thunderbolt. Deng Wei couldn't imagine what kind of reaction and skill it took to make a perfect block. How on earth did you do that? Deng Wei asked, somewhat reluctantly. However, he saw Xiao Knight say a word without looking back. Practice more and you can too. Tong Wei fell silent, but unbeknownst to him, Xiao Knight's words were not half false. The skill of blocking, he practiced for 3 whole years, day and night, tirelessly, and Teng Wei was far from the only one who was shocked at this time. The few front row fighters around them, including the few mage professionals who had just been almost rushed into the face of the fishman monster. In an instant, he was impressed with this parachuted-in Vice President Xiao. One of the mage profession girls who had just been scared out of her wits couldn't help but blurt out, "Whoa, Vice President Xiao is so handsome." The staffs in the hands of several priest girls waved, and a healing white light all landed on Xiao Knight's body. The healing effect overflowed instantly, yet there were several more white lights that kept flashing up. The surrounding several professional blood strips have not yet replenished. The warriors have eyeballed Xiao Knight. However, among the entire team, the one who couldn't stop smiling in her eyes was President Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran joyfully called up the calculator on her handheld contact, silently calculating the Deng Wei's defense has reached over 7,000, right? Calculating like this, the defense on our Vice President Xiao is at least over 10,000. Looking at this calculating and thieving Qin Yanran, and Lemon then raised her eyebrows and said, "That's not even the sickest yet. You'll find out later." Qin Yanran's pair of peach blossom eyes were full of smiles as she stared at Xiao Knight, who was on top of the team at the very front, and joyfully said, "Vice President Xiao, what other surprises do you have that I don't know about yet? Yen Ya, you look like a dim-witted king now. There." Xiao Knight's arrival instantly filled in the gaps for the entire front row of the team, and within a short period of time, it revitalized the front row with several front row fighters. The few surrounding fishman monsters were also cleared in an instant. That distant mutant fishman vanguard's pair of thick arms slowly reached behind him, wanting to repeat the trick once more. However, this time Xiao Knight did not intend to give him a chance, and the calling tide spirit steps under his feet directly opened. The entire person's speed instantly soared, directly killing towards that mutant fishman vanguard. Qin Yanyan, who saw this scene, decisively ordered that everyone follow quickly with Vice President Xiao as the arrow, only to see that Xiao Knight had already rushed to the front of that mutant fishman vanguard at that moment. However, his right hand was quickly equipped with the killing star, lance, and he came up with a swift thunder burst. It stabbed hard at the arm of the mutant fishman vanguard, hard enough to interrupt its movements. A high number burst out, 2-17569, and Lemon behind him couldn't help but stare at the love. How did it feel that just one night had passed and this guy's damage had gone up another notch? While Qin Yanran, who was next to her, was similarly wide-eyed, with a pair of beautiful eyes staring tightly at Xiao Knight, her mouth astonished as she said, "What a high output." Xiao Knight Qin Yanran and Lemon instantly glanced at each other, each instantly understanding the other's meaning. The higher the output of a front row profession means the more hate he can attract from monsters. In the past, as the front row professions among the ranks have been shortchanged, so even though both Qin Yanyan and Lime are S-ranked output professions, they are always unable to let go of their output in order to avoid hate detachment. But now Xiao Knight's arrival had completely unlocked this shackle for the two of them. That's why I say this guy is a top front rower. And Lemon pouted. The staff in his hand was also quietly waved, and a sonic boom arrow full of force was instantly shot towards the mutant fishman vanguard, and Qin Yanyan also took down that one white bone longbow from her back, bending her bow end. Each arrow feather was covered with a blood-colored pattern the moment she held it in her hand. Invisible sonic arrows, and an arrow entwined with a spiral pattern of blood. It flew past Xiao Knight's body and fiercely shot at the body of that mutant fishman vanguard. Immediately exploded with 2 huge damage that, -7593, -9563. Even Xiao Knight could not help but feel a chill down his spine as he looked at Qin Yanran and Lemon from afar, and said in the middle of the team channel, "Hey, you two shoot straight." Xiao Knight could see that. The arrows with blood-colored patterns, almost every single one of them shot precisely towards the vitals on the fishman's body. They must have come from Qin Yanyan's hand. And that left one, right one, the sonic boom arrows that are unorganized and sometimes almost hit Xiao Knight, needless to say, are the work of Lemon. Yet the output of the duo was by no means low. Xiao Knight, who was near his eyes, could see clearly that the blood-patterned arrow feathers shot by Qin Yanran were not ordinary bows and arrows. Instead, each arrow comes with a high amount of piercing bleed damage. The thick skin of this mutant fishman pioneer couldn't even resist it at all. And Lemon's sonic boom arrow was even more of a weird kind of damage that was somewhere between physical and spells. Each hit this mutant fishman vanguard with a brief moment of dizziness. The output of the two of them combined accounted for almost half of the output of the entire team. But of course it was with Xiao Knight's output excluded. With Xiao Knight at the forefront, not taking a step back. The whole team went on a rampage of bombardment, but in just 3 or 4 minutes, the blood level of this mutant fishman vanguard bottomed out in vain. With a mournful wail, transformed into a bruised corpse, and a white light of experience flowed out from on top of the corpse of this fishman vanguard, sinking into everyone in the team. The experience value after being divided down was not much for Shao Knight nowadays though, but for those in the group who were still stuck in the 90s it was quite substantial. Shao Knight saw a number of people in the group with a flash of white light on their bodies, and even directly leveled up, and at that moment, Shao Knight, who was the closest, also clearly saw an ethereal payload slowly emerge from the corpse of that fishman vanguard. Shao Knight immediately took 3 steps and walked up, sacrificing the bundle of payload as if nothing had happened. I didn't realize that just after the sacrifice, Then and Lemon, who had followed along with the group for a while with sharp eyes, came over and asked curiously, "Shao Knight, what are you doing?" Shao Knight was so shocked that he was suddenly the Shadow Emperor, rummaging through the corpse of that fishman vanguard. "Oh, I'll see if I popped any gear." Shao Knight's hand pretended to reach underneath the corpse of that fishman vanguard. "I didn't expect to actually touch 2 pieces of equipment. Hey, there really is." Chapter 148, I have a plan. To bring the evil to the east. Successfully pushed away the first mutant-level boss that I encountered when I entered this copy. It's a huge boost to the morale of the whole team. More importantly, exploding equipment. When Shao Knight raised the 2 pieces of equipment that he had fished out from amongst the corpse of that fishman vanguard in his hands, everyone in the entire guild erupted in cheers. Hoo-hoo! Exploding equipment. Great! I wonder what profession's equipment is popping out this time. The first boss came out with equipment. This is an open door. For a split second even Shao Knight was infected by the joyful atmosphere, reaching out for his equipment, his gaze inquiringly looking toward Qin Yanran. "How do you split this equipment?" Qin Yanran, on the other hand, smiled and explained to Shao Knight, "The rule of the Hanging Sword Guild is first come first served. The equipment that pops out is chosen first by the person of this profession who has contributed the most to this quest, according to their profession, but after choosing a piece of equipment, the next time they get it again they start with the second person, and so on in turn." Shao Knight nodded his head at once and said, "Reasonable." Then he looked at the 2 pieces of equipment that had exploded in his hands. I only saw that one of them was a level 100 silverware leg armor, sea stone leg protectors. The other was Patient Flowing Light's 95 level gold artifact staff, Healing of the Sea, which from the name should be exclusive to the priest profession. Qin Yanran immediately turned her gaze toward Shao Knight and said, "The first one is a heavy armor professional equipment. You should be the first to choose it in all reason." Shao Knight shook his head without hesitation and said, "I give up." The one Shao Knight had on him was a level 95 gold weapon with an extreme word attached that he had gleaned from Master M.O. This level 100 silverware leg armor was naturally unreadable. Seeing that Shao Knight did not want it, Deng Wei's face on the side was suddenly overjoyed and he hastily raised his hand, saying, "President, I want it." Deng Wei was a front-row heavy armor system profession, the first choice other than Shao Knight deservedly. Qin Yanyan instantly gave this leg armor to him. The few other heavy-armored warriors didn't have any objections either. Instead they were full of anticipation, because they knew it would be their turn to pop out the equipment again next. And Tang Wei was even more filled with joy as he spoke to Shao Knight. "Bro, thanks a lot." No, it's the vice president." Shao Knight, on the other hand, said without a care in the world, "It doesn't matter, calling a brother is fine." And next, after determining that the level 95 gold stage staff named Seas Healing was indeed a piece of equipment that increased the healing effect, it was also immediately given to a priest girl named Yu Qing among the team. The whole party set off once more. Not much farther. He saw one huge bubble after another rise again above the shallows next to him. One grim-faced fishman monster after another emerged from the sea. Unlike those fishman mongrels from before, the lower limbs of these fishman monsters seemed to be a bit more fully evolved, and they moved faster on land. However, with the entire team maintaining a neat and tidy formation, these fishmen monsters simply couldn't break through the defense line of the front row of warriors. One by one, they could only be slaughtered by a rain of spells and arrows. Yet as the party pushed on down the beach, the number of monsters roaming around in front of them also increased. And once again, the mutant fishman vanguard appeared. Not one, but a whole 7 or 8. Each mutant fishman vanguard had that giant harpoon on its back, and looking at it, there was a surge of fear in the eyes of several warrior professions, including Tang Wei. Shao Knight, however, nodded to Qin Yanran. "Don't panic, lure them over one by one and kill them." Qin Yanran commanded calmly at once. "And I'll start the monster." On the other hand, he took out an unusual arrow feather from his back and hitched it to his bow. The white bone longbow was drawn into a full moon. There are 2 general methods of opening monsters when the team clears them. The first was for the assassin profession with a higher agility attribute to go forward alone to open up the monsters and lure them over one by one. The second was for the long-range professions in the team to use higher attack range skills to draw the monsters in. Qin Yanyan is obviously the second one. The white bone longbow in his hand vibrated violently, emitting a clanging sound of the bowstring. A blood-colored feathered arrow suddenly cut through the sky like a meteor. It arced through the air, hitting the mutant fishman vanguard closest to them with unparalleled precision. 5963. Despite being so far apart, it still hurt unabated. It could be seen that this was also one of Qin Yanyan's tricks of the trade. There was a stinging pain in the body of that mutant fishman pioneer, and his hideous pair of fish eyes looked around, and instantly spotted the culprit. A pair of noses with no nasal bones spewed out a burst of thick air as they ferociously rushed towards Qin Yanran. Qin Yanyan once again bent her bow and arrows, 2 rapid fire shots, pulling the hatred completely solid. As that mutant fishman vanguard rushed over in a furious manner, Shao Knight held the tiger stripe battle shield and precisely blocked its path of travel. Kill! Qin Yanyan gave a command with an airy voice. Dang Wei and a few other melee professions also surrounded behind Shao Knight. The mages, archers and other output professions in the team were on fire. Round after round of damage numbers exploded on this fishman vanguard's body. 3468, 5692, 2346. In a matter of minutes, another fishman vanguard was slaughtered. Next is naturally the same old trick. Qin Yanyan bent her bow and arrow to attract monsters from a long distance, and then by Shao Knight directly on top of the front. The crowd set fire to kill, removing one mutant fishman pioneer after another. And for the first time, Shao Knight also enjoyed being taken care of by many priest professionals. Often, the blood stain on his body had just been knocked down by a small amount, and then a few white healing spells flashed over immediately. Shao Knight's blood bar had even been in a full-blooded state. Looking around, Tang Wei and a few other warrior professionals were envious and jealous. Without realizing it, the group had advanced nearly a kilometer farther up the coast. Qin Yanran, on the other hand, would habitually look back at the tail end of the line from time to time. Shao Knight knew that she was worried if she would be tailed by that South Coast group's professionals. President, I have a plan. Shao Knight suddenly opened his mouth to Qin Yanran and said. Qin Yanyan was stunned, then asked curiously, "Oh, what's Vice President Zhao's brilliant idea?" Only Shao Knight's eyes looked toward the 1 or 2 mutant fishman vanguards that once again emerged from the depths of the beach not far away. There seems to be more world underwater on this beach, with an endless stream of various monsters and mutant fishman pioneers. Even behind one of the paths that the line had cleared over, a number of monsters had burrowed out at some point. Shao Knight said to Qin Yanran while secretly counting the number of that single mutant fishman vanguard that appeared on the beach. Woe is me. Chapter 149, so outrageous. I love it. The evils of the world are drawn to the east? How? Qin Yanran instantly blinked her eyes and asked Shao Knight. And at that moment, in the shallows next to the team, as the tide went down, there was a platform half exposed to the sea just 100 meters or so ahead. You take the team to that platform first. I'll take it from here. Shao Knight said at once. Qin Yanran was still a bit bewildered, but she saw that Shao Knight had already begun to act. After putting away the tiger stripe battle shield, Shao Knight's entire speed seemed to skyrocket once again. Nimbly, he swept towards the nearest mutant fishman vanguard. And Lemon, who was next to her, asked, at once anxious and puzzled, "What's he trying to do, Shao Knight?" Qin Yanran also bit her lip and commanded with a gesture that, "Bring the team to the platform first." A group of more than 30 people came to this platform that surfaced only after the tide had gone out. I saw some weird totems all over the place like an altar. Qin Yanyan stood at the edge of the altar, looking into the distance, only to see that Shao Knight above the shallows had already taken deft steps and circled around to the back of a mutant fishman vanguard. The lance in his hand suddenly stabbed violently. Ha! Qin Yanran was stunned. The line of people around them all let out a gasp of surprise in unison and, what exactly does he want? Vice President Shao? To single out the fishman vanguard? This is too dangerous. Captain, should we go down and help? Qin Yanran also couldn't help but frown, and there was some worry in her beautiful eyes, only to see that Shao Knight, after stabbing the mutant fishman vanguard in the buttocks with a single shot, turn your head and run. The mutant fishman vanguard immediately let out a furious hiss, and after a pair of fish eyes scanned the area they spotted the culprit. Taking furious steps, he closely chased after Shao Knight. Is he trying to lure monsters? Qin Yanyan instantly saw the clues. Only Shao Knight was seen in the front, with the mutant fishman vanguard in the back, and the two figures initiated a chase on top of the shallow beach. Yet that's not all. Shao Knight's figure, which had originally run straight out, made a sharp turn and went straight through to another group of fishman monsters. With deft steps and precision, he dodged the attacks of a single fishman monster and swept towards another mutant fishman vanguard in the middle of the monster tide. No way! He, and Lemon burst out with a gasp of, only to see that Shao Knight raise the lance in his hand and aim another stab at the back of that mutant fishman vanguard. bursting out with an over 10,000 damage at the same time. Once again, it managed to attract the hatred of the second mutant fishman vanguard. Then once again, he turned his head and ran. The entire crowd of Qin Yen ran above the platform were all dumbstruck, as if they had watched a thrilling chase drama. Every now and then an exclamation of surprise and emotion is uttered. Only to see Shao Knight repeating his old trick, like a dexterous swimming fish passing through the tide of fishman monsters that surrounded him, one after another, one by one. The hatred of the mutant fishman vanguard among them was all drawn to them. In just a few short minutes, there were a full dozen mutant fishman vanguards chasing over behind Shao Knight. A giant harpoon was hurled towards Shao Knight like a siege crossbow. However, every time, they could be precisely dodged by Shao Knight's dexterous walking position. Shao Knight led this group of mutant fishman pioneers behind him and swept straight toward the high platform at the entrance of that chaotic stone forest. Hiss! At this time, Qin Yenran, who was on top of that high platform, also finally saw Shao Knight's intentions. He wanted to lure all of these mutant fishman pioneers near the high platforms of Diamond Grove. These terrifying mutant fishman pioneers were like an anti-aircraft gun. Several fishman vanguards threw that offensive crossbow-like giant harpoon together, and no one could resist it. As long as those people from the South Coast group wanted to tail them with ill intentions, they could only stop at the high platform of this chaotic stone forest. Soon, however, Qin Yenran then realized that she had still underestimated Shao Knight's ruthless moves. This was because Shao Knight still didn't stop after luring the group of mutant fishman vanguards that were following closely behind him to the vicinity of the chaotic stone forest. Instead, he swept forward until he was clinging to the edge of the one high platform in the chaotic forest. This one raised platform is a protruding piece of bulge with a slanted view blind below the raised platform. Shao Knight was trying to lure all these fishman vanguards there all the time. This would make it just about impossible for those standing on top of the high platform in the rocky forest to see the fishman vanguard hiding in the blind spot of the view at their feet. However, once they jumped off the high platform, they were greeted by a dozen giant harpoons like siege crossbows. Wow, go! What an evil mind, wow! And Lemon Love couldn't help but look at both eyes and said, I love it. This time it's going to be a good drink for those South Bank Group professionals who like to come after them. Qin Yenran couldn't help but shake her head, but the corners of her mouth couldn't stop smiling. However, a pair of beautiful eyes looked at Shao Knight from afar, and there was a sudden pang of worry in her heart. Lead so deep, Shao Knight how he himself should escape? As an archer branch profession, Qin Yenyan had a passive bonus, and her range of vision was much farther than an ordinary person, only to see that Shao Knight, who had already taken the lead to enter the dead center under the high platform, the figure suddenly flickered and directly disappeared from her sight. The surrounding mutant fishman pioneers who had been led to the dead center under the high platform by Shao Knight immediately lost their hate targets, and each looked around blankly. Next, Shao Knight's figure, however, had once again appeared on top of the high platform in that chaotic stone forest. With a board in his hand from somewhere, he busied himself and set it up on a high platform in the messy forest. After a few minutes, Shao Knight's figure disappeared from Qin Yenran's sight once again, and by the time he reappeared, he was already in front of her eyes. Oh! Qin Yenran was immediately startled, blinking her eyes as she carefully surveyed the Shao Knight in front of her, and asked with some incredulity, Do you have sneaking skills, other than the sneaking skill specialized in the assassin profession? Qin Yenyan couldn't think of any other way to instantly escape from the dozen or so mutant fishman vanguards without a sound. However, Qin Yenyan herself had a passive skill that allowed her to detect sneaking around, but just now she clearly felt nothing. At this time, Lemon, who had already watched with a grin, rushed up with gusto and gave Shao Knight a punch, saying, Shao Knight, but it's too much for you. That's a sinister move too. Sister, I love it. Qin Yenran, who had been interrupted, also asked curiously, Shao Knight, what exactly did you just do on top of that high platform? Shao Knight's eyes narrowed as he replied, I put up a wooden sign there with a line on it. Qin Yenran and Lemon asked in unison at once, What's the word? Shao Knight replied calmly, Danger ahead. Stay away. Chapter 150, Weird Road. Alter. The tide rises and falls. Put. And Lemon instantly did not hold back, and smiled with a wide-eyed smile. Shao Knight, you're too bad. The best way to entice there is a person to do something is to tell them never to do it. Shao Knight immediately said innocently with a spread of his hands. What? I warned them plainly. Qin Yenran was also happy and laughed, saying, That's right, if it was any other ordinary professional, they would be careful when they see this line of markings, but if it's those professionals with ulterior motives from the South Coast Group, they'll definitely think it's a trick we're playing on purpose. Prefer to jump. Vice President Shao has good tactics. Ha ha. The whole team was filled with an atmosphere of joy that a great revenge was about to be avenged. This suddenly parachuted Vice President Shao seemed to have activated the style and atmosphere of the entire team as soon as he arrived. And yet, there were two paths in front of Shao Knight's group at this time. The first path is to continue exploring ahead along the coastline. The second one was to explore the underwater ruins deeper into the sea by following the huge platform in front of him. What does Vice President Xiao have to say? Qin Yanran instantly asked. Out of habit. Xiao Knight took a closer look at the platform covered with ancient totems that he was on, and there seemed to be an artificial ladder going down the platform towards the sea. Only half of the path was underwater and seemed to connect to another underwater structure. The tide seems to be going out all the time, and the sea level should be getting lower next. Xiao Knight said after some contemplation. I suggest that we can go this way. The further we go into the sea, the higher the probability of higher level bosses appearing. Don't forget the purpose of our trip. The quest requirement for the transfer proof is a boss with a threat level of 100 or higher that reaches S rank. Qin Yanran also nodded her head once and said, that's what I thought. For our operation on this trip, there's no need to explore the entire copy. Our goal is to kill a threat level S boss. Everyone rest for 10 minutes for now and move on in 10 minutes. Qin Yanran gave an order. However, all the guild members did not rest on the spot. Instead, they all gathered around the edge of the high platform in unison, each with an expectant face looking in the direction of that chaotic stone forest. Xiao Knight, who saw this scene, was also amused and asked in Lemon that, it seems like the beam between our Hanging Sword Guild and that South Bank group isn't small. And Lemon, on the other hand, blushed darkly and said, not really. Previously, when practicing in the leveling area around Shangjing City, it almost caused a human life. If it wasn't for, Qin Yanran's gaze swept in, but Lemon, who had opened her mouth, hurriedly closed it. Xiao Knight instantly understood a few things as well and stopped asking questions. After a short break, with Xiao Knight holding the tiger stripe battle shield at the head, he walked at the front of the group. The entire group continued to follow the path that emerged from the sea on the raised platform as they explored the depths. At this time, the few front row warriors beside him looked at Xiao Knight differently, practically looking after him. That Deng Wei, on the other hand, was even more mindful of Xiao Knight's favor of letting him have his equipment, and was beside him with a mouthful of Vice President Xiao, holding his shield and willingly becoming Xiao Knight's second in command, all the way, only to see that the totems on both sides of this road emerging from the sea were also getting denser and denser. Xiao Knight had also gotten down on his back to go over it in detail. It was found to be an extremely ancient script, and I'm afraid it wasn't even human either. Some of them are hieroglyphics, while others are a bewildering jumble of. Only from some of the carvings interspersed with the text can you tell that this seems to be a place where the ancient aborigines who lived here used to perform some kind of ceremony, and the road goes all the way to the depths of the sea. The further Xiao Knight walked along this road, the more cautious he became in his heart, and his steps gradually became slower. Xiao Knight, what's wrong? Qin Yanyan, who was following Xiao Knight, sensed his abnormality and immediately opened her mouth to ask. Only Xiao Knight suddenly walked to the edge of this road and looked down, saying, we're nearly a kilometer toward the center of the sea now, and if the tide hadn't gone out, this place would be out of shallow water by now. I was wondering what the road was actually used for. Qin Yanran also looked to the edges on both sides along with Xiao Knight's gaze, pondering and not speaking. Unexpectedly, and Lemon behind her suddenly interjected. As soon as he opened his mouth, he called Xiao Knight's heart aghast. Such a long way, rather like an altar. Xiao Knight was stunned and hurriedly asked after him, and Lemon, what did you say? Only and Lemon replied, somewhat innocently, an altar. Ha, I've seen quite a few pictures of these over at the Mage Professionals Association, all built up a long way, but some are on the side of cliffs and some are in volcanoes. Those original awakened believed that by offering sacrifices to the gods that inhabited these places, they would be able to increase their mana. Every mage professional should know this, right? Xiao Knight immediately looked at Qin Yanran in dismay. Both this weird road to the center of the sea and in Lemon's claim. It doesn't sound like anything good is going to happen if this road continues on. And what is at the end of the path of sacrifice? For whom exactly did those people build this half-hidden structure below sea level in the first place? Perhaps the only way to get answers is to keep going forward. Xiao Knight raised his guard and raised the tiger stripe battle shield in his hand as he continued to lead the way forward. The sea level around us seemed to be going downward all the time, and the tide kept receding, not knowing when it would come up. However, this road in front of us seems to have no end at all. Gradually, there were a number of people among the group who were a bit puzzled and complained that why haven't we reached the head yet? It didn't feel like it was much farther when I was watching from the beach earlier. Did it? That's right. Why do I feel like we've gone a few kilometers already? Chairman, isn't there anything at all up ahead? Why don't we go back? Seeing that Deng Wei, who was beside him, was covered in sweat under his helmet, Xiao Knight immediately pulled out a towel from his backpack and gave it to him. Deng Wei, on the other hand, waved his hand repeatedly and directly wiped the sweat on his head fiercely with his hand, and laughed at Xiao Knight in a self-deprecating manner and said, No, we're a roughneck. It's strange to say the least. I didn't even sweat this much when I ran long distance in school before, and I only sweat this much during exams. Hey, when I get mentally nervous during exams, sweat pours down from my head in huge puddles. However, he saw Xiao Knight staring at him with a strange expression on his face, and his mouth suddenly chanted, "Nervous? Spirit." This dang for the body stout physique would have been beyond normal, not to mention that after awakening the professional again substantially strengthened. How is it possible to be sweating profusely after only walking this distance? Unless there's something weird around here that indirectly affects the spirit of Dengfor. Could it be an illusion? Xiao Knight was shocked by this thought of his own as it sent a sharp chill down his spine and directly opened the breaking delusion pupil. The moment it opens, a cold sweat broke out from Xiao Ye's back all of a sudden, only to see the scenery before them suddenly change, and the path they were walking on was not a straight one at all. Instead, it's a circle that keeps going round and round. No wonder it simply never went anywhere, because everything was an illusion. Those weird runes we encountered along the way are the formation traps that make up this illusionary realm. They'd been hit from the moment they set foot on the path. Right in the center of the circle, on the surface of the sea, there was a huge, ancient octopus whose body was shedding inches and inches of skin. Floating, on the head of the giant octopus was an ebony eye the size of a wheel. At this moment, he was staring at Xiao Knight's group with unblinking eyes. Chapter 151, Lord Level Monsters. Guild Promotion Voucher. Lemon. Xiao Knight snapped his mouth open and shouted. For a moment it startled Lemon, who was next to her, and asked, bewildered, what's wrong? From the blank expressions on Lemon's and Qin Yanran's faces, Xiao Knight realized that the scene they saw in front of them should be completely different from his own. That one huge eye on the head of that old, no longer able giant octopus seemed to turn around and stared straight at Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight felt a sudden sense of ill will in his heart and hurriedly said to Lemon, Lemon, next you do what I say and don't ask why. Quickly use that skill you once used yesterday with the wide-range sound wave. Control the power to half. Hurry. And Lemon's face was even more puzzled, anxiously explaining, but that move of mine will damage my teammates as well. Xiao Knight, however, interrupted her sharply, looking her in the eyes and saying, Lemon, do you trust me? Hurry. And Lemon froze for a moment, biting her lip as the staff in her hand began to guide only to see her raise her staff high in the air and draw that complicated nodding seal that Xiao Knight had once seen yesterday. Chanting complete, a violent sonic boom immediately centered on the staff and in Lemon's hand and scattered in all directions. In an instant all the members of the labor union, including Qin Yanran, all covered their ears at the sharp sound. Each one of them even exploded with a decent amount of damage. After the violent sonic boom, the aftermath is fading. The faces of the crowd gradually changed from disbelief to bewilderment, then shock as they saw the situation they were now in. The circular building at the foot of the ancient giant octopus that's floating in the center of that circle. Everyone finally really saw the true colors in front of them. And Lemon erupted into a shrill shriek, looking at the horrible and weird giant octopus where are we? What is that monster? As for Qin Yanran, after a short period of shock and bewilderment, she also instantly saw the current situation clearly, and asked Xiao Knight Xiao Knight, what is all this about? Only to see Xiao Knight also reply as if he was facing an enemy. Remember what Lemon said about the altar? This whole bridge is actually a giant altar, and we who walk on it are the sacrifices in it. The object of the sacrifice, the giant octopus. Xiao Knight's heart is also a burst of fear. If it is not the broken pupil, I'm afraid that now they are still walking all the way forward. I'm afraid that the consequences are unimaginable. Everyone wake up and quickly replenish your status. After waking up, Qin Yanyan instantly commanded calmly, one by one. The priestly professions cast purification spells on each of them. Cast it on yourselves first. Qin Yanyan's approach was quite prudent. The purification technique could remove all curses and other affecting effects from the body, so that they don't fall for any other tricks besides the illusion. Xiao Knight, this old octopus should be the boss of this area, right? Xiao Knight's face, however, had a trace of unprecedented seriousness on it, because of his paranoia-breaking pupil that used to be able to see through a monster's information and even the words attached to their body. While looking at this old octopus, he could only see a little bit of information in it. Deep sea touch, aging, level, 130 Lord level, blood volume, 3 million, word, unknown? It's a level 130 Lord class monster, Xiao Knight immediately said with some consternation. Lord level. Qin Yanyan's face was suddenly startled. Lord class monsters are monsters that are far above the normal danger level. Monsters that could be evaluated as Lord class were often the king of an area. Every Lord level monster almost required the top guilds to put their best foot forward, and it even required the military to send in their armies to be able to wipe them out. Qin Yanran's gaze immediately looked at Xiao Knight anxiously. As long as Xiao Knight gave a nod, she immediately ordered a full retreat. However, Xiao Knight suddenly opened his mouth and said, wait, although this old octopus was once a Lord level monster, it is now in the aging stage. We can try, in case we can kill it. Qin Yanran was a bit hesitant. As the president of the labor union, she should rightly consider the safety of all members as her first priority, but she trusted Xiao Knight's judgment. Qin Yanran went on to say the words that Xiao Knight hadn't said before. If we can kill it, the credentials of killing a lord-level monster will be enough to raise our guild rating another level. Every guild, since its inception, was one that would constantly improve its guild rating through battle results and strength overviews, from D rank to the highest S rank, and the 4 top guilds recognized above the S rank. The Hanging Sword Guild is now rated B. The elevation to this rating in just 1 month's time was entirely piled up by Qin Yanyan's desperate and painstaking efforts as well as the resources of the Qin group. And the battle record of killing a lord-level monster was enough to raise the Hanging Sword Guild's rating another level to A rank. Not only would the guild's ranking increase dramatically, it also possessed the qualifications to take on higher bounty missions, and to continue expanding. Qin Yanran's heart was moved. It was a chance she had to take. Missing this opportunity, and then wanting to rely on other aspects to slowly raise the guild's rating to speed. I'm afraid that it would still take at least a year to be able to raise it to a rank. Fight! Qin Yanyan suddenly gave an order. Equipping the longbow on her back with a clench of her silver teeth, she turned her head to the 30 elites of the Hanging Sword Guild behind her and said, "This old octopus is a lord-level monster, but is in the aging stage. It's an opportunity for us. As long as we can kill this lord-class boss, Hanging Swords Guild rating will be directly promoted to A class. The opportunity is right in front of us. I, Qin Yanyan, don't want to let it go. Do you guys?" Qin Yanyan's resounding voice quickly boosted the momentum of the entire Hanging Sword Guild's players. There is an unmistakable resilience in this woman's president, not to mention an ambition that is alive and well. This president will always gain the most followers. Qin Yanran turned her head, her gaze extremely trusting as she looked into Xiao Knight's eyes and said, "This next battle will be commanded by Vice President Xiao Knight. Everyone is at your disposal, including me." Xiao Knight's eyes also became austere as he tightly gripped the Tiger Strike battle shield in his hand, and swiftly arranged it in a clear and organized manner. All players line up around the ring bridge. The melee professions spread out and protect the output professions behind them. Place a priest healing profession among every 5. I'll be the one to attract the most hate, and the others will be ready to output according to my command. Xiao Knight raised the killing star in his hand and slowly pointed it at the ancient giant octopus on the surface of the sea in the center. Kill. Chapter 152 Morale Rises. Terrifying severed limb damage. That lord-class monster named Deep Sea Touch was floating on the surface of the sea in the center of this circular building, so there's no need to turn on the monsters, either. The 30 people among the group quickly followed Xiao Knight's command and lined up around the circular bridge, as Qin Yanyan's white bone longbow in her hand suddenly shot out a blood-colored arrow in the air, and the starting gun for everyone's output. In an instant, a spell interspersed with a rain of arrows blasted towards the ancient octopus on the surface of that central sea. It quickly exploded on it with a damage number that, -569, -699, -963, -2198. The defense of a level 130 lord-class monster was truly terrifying. A channel spells bombarded up. The damage hit out of the surprisingly flush are not able to over 1,000. The only one breaks through the 2,000 damages from Xiao Knight beside the Qin Yanran. This lord-level monster has such high defense. Qin Yanran couldn't help but frown and, at this point all of them are standing on top of this one ring of buildings. Output naturally becomes a matter for all long-range professions such as archers and mages. On the other hand, the few melee professions led by Xiao Knight could only hold up their shields and guard the edge of the bridge. However, Xiao Knight did not dare to slack off in the slightest. This old octopus named Deep Sea Touch, that had lived for an unknown number of years, was able to reach the level of a lord-level monster. And aside from that extremely bizarre mental illusion attack, there must be quite a few more scary tactics, like those 8 tentacles hidden at the bottom of the ocean that you can't see exactly how long they are, only to see those spells and arrows bombarding this one ancient octopus, blasting its skin, which had already aged like the bark of an old tree, once again to the point of peeling off pieces. Only this octopus head floating on the surface of the sea seemed to be extremely slow to react, and only after a long time did it finally reveal a hint of pain and fury. A huge piece of pitch black, night-like eyes suddenly turned in the middle, staring menacingly at these human professionals around them. Careful, there's a chance it's a mental attack. Xiao Knight instantly and hurriedly shouted out a reminder. All priest professions put a purification spell on themselves first. One by one, the priests who were protected at the back obeyed the order at once, waving a bit of divine light from the staffs in their hands and pointing them at their own bodies. Instead, one of them was a purification technique, light that landed directly on Xiao Knight's head. Xiao Knight twisted his head in surprise and, only to see that it was Yu Qing, the priest girl who had taken that level 95 gold artifact staff earlier. This priest girl then swung the staff in her hand and cast a purification spell on President Qin Yanran once again. Multiple uses of purification in a short period of time? This sister was able to rank number 1 amongst the guilds for priests, so she really did have some skills, and at this moment, Sha Knight also felt a sense of relief in his body, yet the people around him didn't show anything different. Just then, the head of the giant ancient octopus in the center of that deep sea violently shrunk, and the entire surface of the sea instantly surged with a wave of dark currents. Sha Knight instantly shouted with vigilance, "All front row professions stand ready to defend. That old octopus is going to attack." As soon as the words fell, only a wave rose up to the sky. 8 tentacles as thick as a human's torso violently drilled up from the middle of the sea, viciously curling towards the crowd standing on the circular bridge. However, with Sha Knight's reminder just now, every melee profession blocking the edge of the ring bridge steadily raised their shields in their hands, protecting the mages, archers, and other brittle professions behind them. The huge tentacle slammed into the shield. A huge amount of damage exploded on these front row professions. The 5863-4536. However, the priest professionals who had already been placed behind the various front row fighters began healing at once. The tender green glow of the healing spell filled the heads of the crowd. The blood bars of all the front row warriors were recovering rapidly, and the tiger pattern battle shield in Sha Knight's hand naturally steadily protected Qin Yanran and in line beside him. Looking at the huge tentacle that slapped on the shield, he only saw crack lines erupting from the skin and suckers on top of the fruitfully aged tentacle. Sha Knight shouted with a sudden flash of light. Melee professionals take advantage of the opportunity to output on the tentacles. Having said that, Sha Knight, who knew that this opportunity was unavailable, was even more fired up. Savage Bloodline, directly opened. The killing star of his right hand along with the accumulated layer of tiger power violently stabbed on top of this huge and aging tentacle. The sharp tip of the killing star suddenly plunged straight into the tentacle without encountering much obstruction. A huge damage number burst out instantly. The -25637 poked a whole tentacle through and through. The surrounding melee professionals also followed Sha Knight's example and raised the melee weapons in their hands, ruthlessly slashing at the outstretched tentacles. One by one, damage numbers popped out on these tentacles. The warriors who had been stifled watching the output of the long-range professionals for half a day finally released the suppressed anger in their hearts at this moment. Mother *************** You're the old octopus who tried to eat me. Dang Wei swung his greatsword in his hand and chopped hard on the tentacles while cursing that. What other illusions are there? Let's see if I don't cut your hands off. With melee professionals on board, the entire team's output went up a whole lot more at once. The ancient giant octopus in the center of the sea surface burst into pain and let out an odd wailing sound, trying to retract all of its tentacles. Unexpectedly, however, the one tentacle that reached out in front of Sha Knight was directly pierced through by the lance, killing star, in Sha Knight's hand, nailing it to the bridge. It was the only tentacle left on the entire bridge that couldn't shrink down. Sha Knight commanded immediately. Everyone focused their fire on outputting this one tentacle. In an instant, a concentrated bombardment of spell arrows hit the tentacle, which was pinned to the bridge. Even Dang Wei, who was next to him, rushed over and slashed in indignation. As each damage number exploded, the skin on top of this thick tentacle began to fall off in bursts, and then it was actually directly blown off into two. The broken section is still nailed to the bridge deck. The ancient giant octopus let out a furious wail all of a sudden and, only to see a huge damage number explode on its body. -286391. A full 280,000 damage. This is the amputation effect. That deep-sea touch S blood bar that was up to 3 million dropped significantly in an instant. Combined with the damage blasted out by the team members earlier, it had almost knocked out nearly 1/6 of its blood bar. In an instant, everyone saw the hope of killing this lord-level monster. The whole team was instantly energized. Chapter 153, Major Crisis. An old octopus, only to see that the ancient giant octopus at the surface of the sea in the center fiercely received all the tentacles of the remaining 7 into the depths of the seawater. The one huge deep black eye on his head stared tightly at Sha Knight, and actually seemed to be a bit scornful of him. Don't stop with the output professions. Use all your best recovery potions on me. Taking advantage of this surge of morale, Qin Yanyan loudly motivated her teammates to. Good steel is used on the edge of the sword. The highest grade recovery potion dispensed to you is for this time. Don't give me the sheesh. This line of 30 people were all the top elites of the Hanging Sword Guild, so Qin Yanyan had also spent a large amount of resources on them, and each of them had been assigned a batch of the best high-level recovery potions that could be purchased on the market for use at critical times. Qin Yanran gave an order. Many mage professions whose mana bars were about to run out had pulled out bottles of high-grade recovery potions from their backpacks and poured them down. The priest professions led by Yu Qing were likewise rapidly recovering their mana in order to prepare to withstand the next fierce attack of this deep-sea touch. Sha Knight looked down at his backpack, and for a moment, he was still a little ashamed. Due to the fact that he had photosynthetic recovery, a phrase with a 5-fold recovery effect bonus. Shao Knight had always bought the cheapest low-rank recovery potions. However, up until now after entering the copy, Shao Knight, who was the focus of the priest profession girls, had almost always been in a full-blooded state. But nonetheless, just in case of an accident, Shao Knight still directly held a bottle of potion in his mouth. And Lemon, who was on the side, glanced at the recovery potion that Shao Knight was holding in his mouth and said with a look of disbelief, "Still using a low-rank recovery potion when you're over level 100? Shao Knight, you're too stingy." Shao Knight nuzzled his mouth, not bothering to explain to her. The recovery effect of a bottle of low-level recovery potion is 2,000 life points. After the 5-fold addition of photosynthesis recovery, it was just exactly the same as a high-tier recovery potion that could restore 10,000 points of life value. Except that there was just one less item of the subsequent effect of slowly and continuously restoring life value. And just then, suddenly, I saw the entire head of the ancient giant octopus at the surface of the sea in the center shrink violently into the seawater. Then a ripple suddenly rose from the sea, sending out towards the crowd on the surrounding circular bridge. Mental attack? Shao Knight raised his guard in a flash and commanded in a loud voice that, "Everyone be careful. Front row warrior professions replenish their status and protect their surrounding teammates." Shao Knight himself was continuously opening his paradox-breaking pupil and staring closely at the ancient octopus in the center of the sea. Only the next second, the huge 7 stout tentacles suddenly broke through the water once more, and only this time it was not from the inner side of the circular bridge, but from the sea around to the outer side. It slammed toward the crowd on the bridge. All front row fighters prepare for defense. Shao Knight watched carefully and hastily reversed his direction, holding up the tiger stripe battle shield in his hand to block the outside of the circular bridge. Suddenly, however, Shao Knight, noticed that he was actually the only one who moved. All the other front row warriors, including the nearby Deng Wei, were still holding their shields as if they were on the inside of the circular bridge. Yet clearly those 7 huge tentacles had quietly reached out of the water on the outside of the circular bridge. "How do you?" Shao Knight snapped out of it in an instant. All of them, except for himself, were once again caught in the illusion. To Tang Wei and the other front row warrior professions, it looked like the 7 thick tentacles were sticking out from the inner side of the circular bridge. So one by one, they tensed their faces and raised their shields against the empty interior. Bad. Shao Knight was immediately shocked in his heart. This old octopus has become a spirit. Electricity. Shao Knight roared out violently. All front row professions listened to my command immediately. Close your eyes, turn around and defend your backs. Other professionals get down on the ground and take cover. This sudden command from Shao Knight immediately caused those front row professional warriors to fall into a trance. One by one, people tend not to question their eyes at all. However, perhaps it was Shao Knight's previous performance and those crucial commands that had created an image of a sufficiently authoritative vice president in the minds of many of the players. After a brief moment of bewilderment, there were actually quite a number of front row professionals who chose to believe Shao Knight's words, and they turned around to aim their shields at the outer side of the empty circular bridge in their line of sight. The other output class professionals, on the other hand, fell down on their backs on the circular bridge. Next second, the huge 7 thick tentacles slapped down hard from the outside of the circular bridge towards the inside. The few front row professionals who managed to react in time instantly took great credit, and the shields turned in their hands just managed to block the wave of attacks. And there were a few who didn't have time to turn around at the front row careers through the gaping hole that revealed, but due to the other mages, archers, and other output professionals getting down in time, they narrowly escaped the unexpected wave of attacks. Shao Knight, what's going on? Even Qin Yanyan and Enlime, who were next to them, were directly pressed down by Shao Knight, narrowly avoiding this attack. Priestly profession, purification. Shao Knight hurriedly shouted in a loud voice. A purification spell instantly manifested above the circle bridge. The chaotic crowds were all stunned and looked at the thick tentacles in the seawater that gradually retracted on the outside of the circular bridge. The crew on the circle bridge was in a sorry state, and many of them were hurt by the waves, but it was not fatal. Weird. How did these tentacles suddenly appear back there? Deng Wei immediately exclaimed with a startled look on his face that, at this time the heart is more love cannot help but a burst of fear. If not just he clenched his teeth and chose to believe Shao Knight. The consequences are simply unthinkable. This old octopus hasn't known how many centuries it's been alive. It's long since become a spirit. Shao Knight's face also revealed an unprecedented amount of caution. Lord-level monsters really weren't that simple to take down. At this moment, he saw that the one huge eye on the head of that ancient giant octopus seemed to be staring at himself intentionally or unintentionally. Just now you all fell for the illusion once again. Shao Knight immediately explained in a loud voice. That old octopus purposely showed you that its tentacles were sticking out from the inside, when in fact they were coming around our backs from the middle of the sea. Having heard Shao Knight's explanation, Qin Yanran and Lemon immediately also had a chill down their spine. If Shao Knight hadn't just realized in time and given the order for the front row to turn around straight away, I'm afraid that this move is enough to deal a heavy blow to their entire team. A creature like an octopus used to be the most intelligent species besides humans, not to mention the old octopus in front of him that had lived for an unknown number of centuries. Shao Knight said in a deep voice while locking eyes with the old octopus at the center of that sea. In a moment, all front row professions follow my command. Don't believe your eyes. Trust me. Chapter 154, precise to the man's command. Opportunity. Yes, Tang Wei said with a loud roar through clenched teeth at once. I'll just close my eyes in a moment. I'll do whatever Vice President Shao commands. Although the other few front row warriors were still a bit distraught, when they heard Tang Wei take the lead like this and shouted, one by one, they also raised their shields and roared. You can command all you want, Vice President. We all believe in you. Shao Knight nodded, and his face grew more and more grave. He didn't dare to think that if he didn't have that pair of paradox-breaking pupils, what would happen to the entire team now? Shao Knight arrived at the edge of the circular bridge with his tiger stripe battle shield in his hand, against that ancient octopus floating in the center of the sea, only to see the huge patch of eyes like an ancient well staring intently at one's. Shao Knight knew it was thinking, Lord-class monsters have really gone out of the range of intelligence of ordinary monsters, and it was also the first monster Shao Knight had encountered since his awakening that could be called a gaming opponent. This move had already been seen by Shao Knight. What kind of attack will it unleash next? Where exactly was that weird phantom attack coming from? Was it sound waves, or was it that one giant eye on its head? Qin Yanran, can you shoot it in the eye at this distance? Shao Knight instantly asked Qin Yanran, who was next to him, but I didn't want Qin Yanyan to frown and shake her head, saying, can shoot is can shoot, but I've just tried. For some reason, whether it's a skill or a normal attack, the arrows that are shot out will be blocked by an invisible wall as long as they're around its eyes. With that, Qin Yanran drew out an arrow feather from her back, bent her bow and stored her strength aiming to shoot at the eyes of that ancient octopus, only to see an arrow with a blood-colored glow break through the air. However, just before it was about to hit that one huge eye, the arrow fell straight into the sea as if it had suddenly lost its strength. Look, this blood spike arrow of mine can normally shoot through even steel armor, and now it's. Qin Yanyan immediately said with eyes full of worry. Shao Knight, are you suspecting that the old octopus's mental attack came from within its eyes? Shao Knight was silent, secretly pondering in his heart, and yet, just then, the old octopus in the center of that sea surface, however, moved once more, its giant head slowly sinking into the sea surface once more. Everybody look out, Shao Knight instantly reminded in a loud voice, his paranoia breaking pupil vigilantly watching the circle towards the inner and outer sides. All of them were like enemies. Tang Wei beside him even directly closed his eyes and waited to listen to Shao Knight's command, only to see another slow ripple spreading around with that old octopus head as the center. Another mental illusion attack. Shao Knight was watching carefully. Only a sound of breaking water suddenly rang out, and the thick 7 tentacles surfaced once more. Only this time, some of the tentacles are on the inside of the circular bridge, while others are on the outside. Mixed attacks inside and out. In unison, they slapped towards the crowd on the circular bridge. This was its ploy, and it was as if it could understand what Shao Knight was saying. Both sides were attacking at the same time. In this way, even though those front row warriors closed their eyes and completely obeyed Shao Knight's orders to go inward or outward, they could only block one side of the attack. Shao Knight's pupils shrunk in an instant. What a tricky monster! It was truly a bit scary that a monster could be smart to such an extent. And at this moment, all the front row professions including Deng Wei were tightly closing their eyes, waiting for Shao Knight's command. Shao Knight's gaze was awe-inspiring as he drew in a sharp breath and shouted out in a loud voice. Li Yuan Liang, Zhang Wei, Wang Jidong, Chen Ku, maintain your defensive positions and don't move. Dan Wei, Chen Xianwu, Wan Shan, immediately turn around and defend your backs. Shao Knight's command was directly accurate to the person, so these front row fighters whose names he had named immediately began to move. Some were immovable, raising their shields in defense of the inside. Some quickly turned and aimed their shields at the outside of the circular bridge. All the tentacles were accurately righted. Next second, the thick tentacles slammed down furiously on the crowd on the circular bridge. But one by one, they hit the iron like shields. These front row fighters who entered a defensive stance, although one by one their heads exploded with huge damage, yet they were quickly healed by the surrounding priest professions. Everyone, full output. Shao Knight instantly raised the Killing Star in his hand and struck it with a swift thunder burst. The long spear, Killing Star, was suddenly covered in strange flames as well. Give this old octopus a taste of tarsal poison flame as well. While we're at it, everyone on the entire circle bridge was on fire with a frantic output at the tentacle closest to them. Qin Yanyan, who was at the side, never stopped with the white bone longbow in her hand, and asked Shao Knight in astonishment as she did so, Shao Knight, how did you know each and every one of their names? Shao Knight, on the other hand, said without looking back, as vice president, I did my homework. The corner of Qin Yanran's mouth couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile as the white bone longbow in her hand once again erupted into a stream of blood-colored arrows shooting towards the ancient octopus in the center of that sea. Ha! Qin Yanran suddenly exclaimed with eye, only to see that one of the arrows directed at its eyes, though once more suffering from obstruction, was not a little nearer than the last time. It had even been almost enough to reach its eyes. Shao Knight, its mental defense seems to be weakening, and Shao Knight saw this scene keenly. As expected those 3 times earlier when he used the illusion's wide-range attack, this ancient octopus's own exertion was quite large. This guy is a monster in the aging stage now, after all. And under the crazy firepower output of the crowd on the ring bridge, the skin above the body of the old octopus in the center of the sea also cracked and shattered once again, and the damage dealt by the crowd also unconsciously increased a lot. 1536, 1756, 1253. The damage that had failed to break 1,000 just moments ago now all came to 4 digits one by one. Everyone step up, this old octopus isn't going to make it. And Lemon yelled excitedly at once. The staff in his hand swung swiftly, and an invisible sonic boom arrow exploded in the head of that ancient octopus. With the persistent output of the crowd, this Lord-level monster, Deep Sea Touch S blood bar, which was as high as 3 million, was also finally pressed down to less than half, and it's rapidly cutting down, at a rate visible to the naked eye. Compared to the high fighting spirit of the crowd on the circular bridge, the ancient octopus in the center of the sea was like a lingering disease, unable to launch another attack for a long time. The blood bar drops lower and lower. Killing this one Lord-level monster was just around the corner. See, however, at this moment, behind the distant shallows but suddenly erupted a commotion interspersed with a few mournful screams. Shao Knight and Qin Yanran turned around in unison to take a look, only to see that the direction of that burst of movement was precisely that high platform in the chaotic stone forest. The South Coast Group's professionals really did follow them with their thieving hearts. Qin Yanyan's face immediately revealed a trace of deep concern. Right now killing this Lord-level ancient octopus was imminent. If that group of South Shore Group's professionals sought out the group at this time, they would inevitably take advantage of the opportunity to make trouble out of it. However, Shao Knight, whose face was always calm as one, suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Don't worry, you just lead the team in output, leave the rest to me." Chapter 155. I told you it's dangerous ahead. Half an hour ago, in the middle of a rocky forest, there was a pang of exhaustion on each of the faces of the professionals of the South Coast Group. Lu Hui was the leader of this group of South Coast Group professionals, and at this moment, he was even more full of anxiety. Although as soon as they entered the middle of this copy, they sent someone to feel out the direction that the Hanging Sword Guild was exploring, and had been quietly following them. But who would have guessed that? This messy stone forest was like a huge labyrinth. Seeing that the group of Hanging Sword Guild's people had just walked into this rocky forest, and all of a sudden they were out of sight, anxious Lu Hui led the team like a headless fly around the entire messy stone forest for most of the day before finally walking out and arriving near this high platform. Lu Hui first sent the assassin profession among his team to scout ahead, and in the meantime, he went to look for the Hanging Sword Guild. He himself sat down on his butt on the ground and rested for a few moments. Chen Hai, the vice captain next to him, took this opportunity to cautiously come over and asked, "Brother Tiger, do we have to go and spend time with that Hanging Sword Guild? This is a new copy. I see many teams have found treasure chests." Lu Hui instantly blanked Chen Hai and said without a trace of anger, "You think I want to? This is all a mission from the top. Can't you see that Mr. Lee of our South Coast Group wants to acquire that Qin Group? If we let the Qin family girl really make this guild up, revitalizing the Qin Group's already dead situation, won't Mr. Lee's wanting to acquire the matter be completely yellow?" Chen Hai scratched his head and said, "Understood. So let's just let us go and drag the Qin family's girl's leg. He. But that Qin family girl is really a beauty embryo." Lu Hui looked at him with a cold snort and said, "Nonsense, but the Qin family's girl is not your turn to think about. Or do you think Mr. Lee is doing this for the Qin family's scattered enterprises alone?" Chen Hai immediately said with a continuous compensatory smile, "I see, Tiger, I get it. Hey." And right at this moment, the thief professional that Lu Hui sent out to poke around also finally came back, only to see that thief report to Lu Hui with some suspicion. "Brother Tiger, there really are some monster corpses in the shallows under the high platform in front of us. That Hanging Sword Guild most likely went this way." But Lu Hui was overjoyed at his words, and hurriedly stood up and asked, "But what? I knew they were headed this way. Tell the brothers to get ready to move." Only to see the thief professional say with an odd face, "But there's a wooden sign on the raised platform in front of it, and I know if they left it with a line on it." Lu Hui instantly raised his eyebrows and asked, "What word?" "Say something about danger ahead. Stay away." "Bah!" Lu Hui immediately spat directly on the ground and said with a sardonic smile, also ahead of the danger, that Hanging Sword Guild can still kindly remind us not? If it wasn't for Mr. Lee explaining not to get anyone killed, I would have ed them earlier. Brothers, follow me. Lu Hui immediately took the lead and led the group of professionals from the South Coast group to that high platform. Lowering his head, he took a look at the board that had been stuck in the raised platform and the line of writing on it. Ha! Dangerous? Lu Hui suddenly sneered, and kicked that wooden board to pieces. With a direct boost, the leader jumped downward toward the high platform. Behind him, the Vice Captain Chen Hai's eyes were even more glazed over, and he yelled right after him, Brothers, jump after Tiger. Half an hour later, brothers missing 4, Lu Hui and Chen Hai, on the other hand, finally escaped from the surroundings of the mutant fishman vanguard with their men. Gray and panicked, after finally escaping the hate distance of that mutant fishman vanguard, listening to the wails of the team members behind him who were each screaming in agony. Lu Hui's face turned blue and he didn't say a word. Chen Hai, on the other hand, while tilting his head and pouring down another bottle of recovery potion, suddenly reached out and pointed at a movement on the surface of the sea, and hurriedly said, Brother Tiger, look, there seems to be someone there on the sea. Could it be the Hanging Sword Guild in them? Lu Hui fiercely stood up, a pair of eyes with a shadowy look toward the sea, and coldly said, Damn it, it's most likely those cubs from the Hanging Sword Guild. God damn it, they've set up a trap for me here. Brothers, give chase, as a silhouette gradually appeared above the nearby shallows. Sha Knight and Qin Yanran's eyes also became wary, and at this time, that one ancient giant octopus located in the center of the sea surface only had less than 1/10 of its blood remaining, and as the blood bar got lower and lower, this ancient giant octopus seemed to be getting weaker and weaker, not even able to launch another large attack. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for them to successfully kill this army of Lord-level bosses. Deep Sea Touch. However, just at this time, the silhouette of the man in the blue and white uniform appeared on the shore. Sure enough, it's that South Bank Group's people. They're still chasing after us. It's really shady. Qin Yanyan was suddenly furious and clenched her silver teeth, saying, and Shao Knight narrowed his eyes and said, that group of people's lives are also tough enough to actually be able to break out of the hands of that group of mutant fishmen vanguards? Qin Yanran, on the other hand, said with some concern, the strength of this group of South Coast Group's professionals isn't bad, and their company has spent a large amount of resources on these people. The leader's name is Lu Tigerwing, and his occupation is an A-ranked heavy armor knight, all extremely thick in blood and not bad in damage. And just as the words were spoken, that South Shore Group's professionals were also getting closer and closer, and were even about to leave the shallows and walk onto the circular bridge that the crowd was on. The leader, Lu Hui, narrowed his eyes and looked intently at the situation in front of him. Suddenly, Lu Hui's eyes revealed a brilliant grin and said, I didn't expect it, so they're fighting a boss. Looks like we came just in time. Let them work for us for half a day, and let our brothers take this dish. Brothers, copy. A group of professionals from the South Coast Group immediately took out their weapons one by one without saying a word. With greed in his eyes, he looked at the Hanging Sword Guild that was expediting the harvesting of the last sliver of that ancient giant octopus bloodline. Chen Hai was even more excited and said, Brother Tiger, looking at this battle, this boss is definitely not ordinary. It can definitely pop out good stuff. That Lu Hui was also overjoyed at his words, and stepped forward to shout at Qin Yanyan in a loud voice. Yanyan's sister, Brother Tiger, I see that you guys can't hold out any longer. Let's give you a hand, shall we? Ha ha ha. Listening to the bursts of laughter and unintentional whistling coming from the South Shore group of professionals at the edge of that shoal, Qin Yanyan's pretty face immediately revealed a trace of coldness, turning the white bone longbow in her hand to shoot that Lu Hui. However, Shao Knight reached out and stopped him. This one ancient giant octopus in front of me had only a fraction of its flow left, and there must be no surprises at this last minute. As I said, you take the team and continue to output. Leave the rest to me, Shao Knight said in a deep voice. Then there was a sudden withdrawal from the group, and a walk to the point where the loop bridge meets the shallows. Looking at Lu Hui and the rest of the South Coast Group professionals, who had an unkind look on their faces, the lance, killing star, in Shao Knight's hand directly drew a boundary line on the wall, cutting off the circular bridge from that shoal. Then Shao Knight looked at the wretched Lu Hui and a group of South Coast Group professionals with a hint of a playful smile on his face and said, It's all about the danger ahead. You guys still have to come over? Chapter 156, One Man, One Gun, No One Can Defeat You. Shao Knight's words were like a fuse that ignited Lu Hui in an instant. Lu Hui immediately jumped up and down and cursed. Kid, did you put up that one sign in the Chaos Forest? Shao Knight, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and laughed. Not bad, but didn't I warn you of the danger ahead? Look at you guys all messed up. What? Didn't you see the sign? It's fine if Shao Knight doesn't say it, but once he mentions that sign, Lu Hui then gasped and smiled miserably and said, he, those monsters hiding under the high platforms of the chaotic stone forest were also lured there on purpose by you guys, right? Xiao Knight, however, innocently shrugged his shoulders and said, hey, don't say anything without proof, but I was kind enough to put up a sign to remind you. The fire in Lu Hui's eyes was about to burn out, and he violently spat and said, something that doesn't know how to die. Even Qin Yanran can't protect you today. When Lu Hui said this, that Chen Hai on the side was immediately like a hound dog that had gotten its orders, and violently rushed over, the long knife in his hand slashing towards Xiao Knight's neck. Xiao Knight's paranoia-breaking pupil is on, only to see that this Chen Hai was a level 93 berserker, and there was even a gold artifact interspersed amongst his equipment. Where did the little bastard come from? I'll take your life, Chen Hai cursed out of his mouth, and a layer of flame was also draped over that large sword in his hand, obviously moving to kill as well. Unexpectedly, Xiao Knight's body violently flashed, but directly let him this knife cut a blank. The long knife with fire breath slashed on the ground and stirred up a cloud of smoke and dust. With Xiao Knight's current agility attribute value, it was far from being comparable to an ordinary berserker. And the next second, the killing star, lance in Xiao Knight's hand viciously stabbed at the back of that Chen Hai's heart. In an instant, a huge damage exploded above Chen Hai's head. The -13693, directly exceeding 10,000 damage. It instantly crippled that Chen Hai's blood bar with a single blow. Xiao Knight wore this equipment today, the very same set of main battle equipment that he had picked from Master Mo. This is for the unveiling of the list of the General Assembly and prepared. This time the next copy of the special early wear up to get used to the habit. Nowadays, Xiao Knight's terrifying attributes were simply not something that someone of Chen Hai's level could battle with. The killing star, lance directly poked Chen Hai's back, looking at the tip of the spear stabbing out of his chest, and his own instantly disappearing bloodstain. Chen Hai's originally hideous face turned white in an instant. Chen Hai, who had a face of shock and disbelief, suddenly let out a miserable scream, and hurriedly tried to flee back. However, he was directly pressed to the ground by Xiao Knight, and the tip of the killing star's gun that glowed with a cold light was aimed at the back of his neck, and it all happened in a matter of seconds. This precise and ruthless maneuver by Xiao Knight instantly shocked Lu Hui and the crowd of professionals from the South Central Coast group in front of him. Chen Hai's blood bar still had a sliver left, but with his professional's physical strength coming in, he could always recover as long as he was healed in time. But as long as the tip of the gun in Xiao Knight's hand slid down 1 centimeter again, then Chen Hai was going to die on the spot. Xiao Knight's face carried a hint of a cold color. One foot stepped on Chen Hai's body, while the other pointed with its toe to a line he had just drawn on the ground with killing star, word for word. This time, I'll remind you again, this line whichever one of you comes over here, dies. Shasta. Lu Hui and a group of professionals from the South Coast group looked at each other with shock and fear on each of their faces. Only that Chen Hai is still wailing uncontrollably. Tiger, help me, Tiger. Lu Hui suddenly gulped a mouthful of saliva, and a pair of eyes stared fiercely at Xiao Knight Road. You dare to kill? When Xiao Knight heard these words, an amused expression appeared on his face. If these words were asked before Xiao Yi traveled to Blackwater City, perhaps Xiao Yi would have hesitated. But after returning from that place full of filth, this question had already been answered in Xiao Knight's mind. Why don't you try? Xiao Knight violently kicked Chen Hai, who was stepping under his feet, to that Lu Hui's body and said playfully, I'm a man of rules. This guy came over before I said that, so leave him alive. From now on, any of you who want to give it a try, just come across the line. Chen Hai hurriedly climbed up from the ground in a sorry state, pouring in recovery potions while covering his wounds and shouting, Where's the priest? Where's the priest? Quickly give me healing spells. Lu Hui was so angry that he kicked him hard from behind and cursed, and waste, get your ass to the back of the line. Chen Hai heard this, but it was as if he was relieved and hurriedly fled as well, running to the very back of the group. At this point, however, looking at Xiao Knight, who stood behind the line holding a long spear, after all, not a single professional from the South Coast group dared to take a step forward. Even Lu Hui's heart was also a burst of fear. The strength of this lapdog of his, Chen Hai, he was clear about it. However, just now, he hadn't even looked clearly, and that Chen Hai had already become a prisoner under Xiao Knight's gun. When did the Hanging Sword Guild come to this number? Who the hell are you, kid? Lu Hui instantly glared at Xiao Yi somewhat unwillingly and asked. Only Xiao Knight reached out and pointed to the Hanging Sword Guild's logo that was pinned to his chest and spoke. My humble self, Vice President of the Hanging Sword Guild. Ha! A sardonic smile suddenly appeared on Lu Hui's face. Suddenly equipped with a long spear, his footsteps snapped, and he stabbed towards Xiao Knight, yelling, Everyone in the South Coast group come together for me. A group of people can't get past this kid alone? No one will want to do it again when we get back. With Lu Hui at the head, The surrounding group of South Coast Group's professionals followed him and rushed up despite a slight hesitation. After all, they all have to live off the South Coast Group's paychecks. Lu Hui stabbed towards Xiao Knight with a gun, wearing a heavy armor, but his speed was unusually light. Apparently he also had a special talent phrase. Xiao Knight's gaze snapped cold as he watched carefully. His left hand was quickly equipped with a tiger stripe battle shield, blocking this Lu Hui's shot with unparalleled precision. Perfect blocking. 769. This fierce sneak attack shot by Lu Hui managed to deal a few hundred points of damage on Xiao Knight. Lu Hui's face was shocked. However, Xiao Knight's blocking counterattack with a layer of tiger power had already killed towards him. Same with guns. Lu Hui he similarly had a shield in his hand. However, it was simply too late to block Xiao Knight's powerful counterattack. Killing Star pivoted right through the shield like a thunderbolt and stabbed into his forehead. 15637. Huge damage exploded on Lu Huing's head, but it was evident that this heavily armored Lu Huing's blood bar was much thicker than Chen Hai's just now. At the same time, several of the surrounding South Coast Group's professionals rushed across the line and surrounded and killed towards Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight, however, took half a step back. A roundhouse sweep. The killing star lance sliced through a round moon-like blanket of shots in the circumference of the depths, knocking back several South Coast Group professionals in an instant. A huge damage burst out on them. The 13691 16974 15613. But that's not all. Xiao Knight directly stood up and stepped forward, the lance in his hand directly stabbing at a brittle archer profession that was just about to hastily dodge backward. Thunderbolt. One shot. That archer was scared out of his wits, and did not even dare to look at how much of his blood bar was still there, and directly rolled over in a sorry state and crawled to the back. Xiao Knight turned the tip of his gun and aimed it once again at that closest Lu Hui. However, Lu Hui's face was horrified on the spot, and he turned his head and ran towards the line, not even bothering to throw his shield at his feet. One man, one gun, killed a team of South Shore pros that no one dared to cross the line. Chapter 157, Wolves in the Flock. Killed a deep sea touch. The vice president he alone blocked those professionals of the South Bank Group? Oh my gosh, the vice president, he's so good. Quite a few people from the Hanging Sword Guild nervously stole glances at Xiao Knight on top of that shallow beach. Seeing Xiao Knight's scene of being a one-man army, all of them have been shouting with excitement. In fact, Qin Yanyan had also been quietly following the battle situation on Xiao Knight's side, and she knew that Lu Hui, the leader of the South Coast Group professionals, was not a good character to deal with. It was not until he saw Xiao Knight holding the lance in his hand in a bored manner, standing behind the line that group of hunters from the South Shore Group actually didn't have a single person who dared to come forward when. It was only then that Qin Yanran finally breathed a sigh of relief and, suddenly it seemed to her that her worry had been a little superfluous, for he had said to leave the rest to him. Then he must be able to do it. Everyone grab the output and take this boss, and then go support the vice president. Qin Yanyan's gaze chilled as the white bone longbow in her hand once again let out a zhang sound, shouting out in a loud voice. In an instant, the morale of the entire Hanging Sword Guild rose once again. Countless spells and arrows wrapped in various elements such as flames and lightning exploded like a torrential downpour on the head of the ancient giant octopus floating in the middle of the sea. The bloodline of this Lord-level boss, Deep Sea Touch, finally bottomed out little by little, as the battle on Qin Yanran's side drew to a close. The situation on Xiao Knight's side was instead more leisurely. That Lu Huing, a team of South Coast Group's professionals, stood outside the line in fear and reluctance, staring viciously at Xiao Knight. Yet not a single person dared to step forward. Holding the killing star lance in his hand, Xiao Knight looked back at Qin Yanran's side, and then looked back at Lu Hui's group in front of him. The line of demarcation drawn with the Yi killing star at his feet was a bit blurred by the flurry of fighting that had just taken place though. However, none of that Lu Hui's group dared to approach. As Xiao Knight's gaze lowered to that line of demarcation, the group also hurriedly and nervously looked at the line at their feet, fearing they were too close. The corner of Xiao Knight's mouth hooked, and suddenly one foot violently stepped outside the line. That Lu Hui and his party immediately retreated several steps in a hurry and panic, and looked up at Xiao Knight with some indignation. You. Lu Hui held his mouth unwillingly for half a day, but he didn't dare to hold back a word. However, he saw Xiao Knight suddenly put his foot back again and gave them a look in a bored manner and said, "Come on, enter and don't dare to enter. What are you doing here? In a while, when our guild members finish fighting the boss and free up their hands, won't they clean up your nest in a row?" That Lu Hui's face immediately showed a trace of stifled anger, but the team of professionals brought under his command were all a little bit trembling in both strands. A bunch of people together can't even get past one person. When so many people from other guilds freed up their hands, wouldn't it be a matter of time before they clean them up? Tiger, why don't we just go ahead? Someone's voice trembled as they said it, and at once a sea of people agreed. Lu Hui's face turned blue, but he suddenly felt that Xiao Knight had a point, so he clenched his teeth and said, Withdraw. Damn it, there's no fear of being burned when you've left the Green Hills. As soon as the words fell, the professionals of the South Coast Group for a while suddenly turned their heads and slipped away. Especially that Vice Captain Shanghai slipped the fastest. Angry Lu Hui in the back straight cursing. Having sent off this group of uninvited guests, Sha Knight's face also became calmer and calmer. He knew in his heart that, just a moment ago, he was almost about to kill that South Coast Group archer. By that time the lance in his hand, Killing Star, had already poked the man in the back. With just a little bit of force, the thin, paper-like leather armor of the archer professionals could not stop the Killing Star that came with Swift Thunder Burst. Bonus damage could directly take his life. However, right at the last moment, Sha Knight suddenly withdrew his force, which allowed the rolling archer to retrieve a life. This is a copy of the one in the middle of Shangjing City, and Sha Knight almost killed someone in the middle of this copy, despite the fact that there are all sorts of surprises in the copy that go beyond the laws and rules. But after all, there were so many people present just now, and there were even Qin Yanran and the others behind them. A complex emotion suddenly welled up in Sha Knight's heart. After he himself came back from a trip to escape death in that Blackwater city, he was like a different person. But after all, this was the military-ruled Shangjing City, not the place in Blackwater City where no one cared if they killed someone. Even those professionals from the South Coast Group just now are just people who get paid to support their families. Sha Knight had learned from Lemon's mouth that the Hanging Sword Guild had so many conflicts and grudges with this group of South Bank Group's professionals, yet they only almost caused a death. If this had happened to Blackwater City, or to Uncle Qin and the others, I'm afraid that it would have long since been something that could not be solved by a single human life. Today's Sha Knight is like a wolf that has returned to the flock. And just then, a sound of cheering pulled Sha Knight back from his thoughts. Sha Knight turned around and, only to see that Qin Yanran's side had finally completely killed that Lord-level boss, Deep Sea Touch. An empirical white light surfaced from the sea and merged into the crowd of. At once, the upgrades on countless people lit up. One of the strands of white light also surged over towards Sha Knight from afar, and Sha Knight's experience bar rose by a large margin that was visible to the naked eye. It seemed that the experience given by this Lord-level boss was truly generous. Qin Yanyan was even more excited as she waved her hand from afar towards Sha Knight and said to Sha Knight through the contact device, "It worked! A Lord-class monster voucher. Now the Hanging Sword Guild can be directly promoted to an A-rated guild." Sha Knight took the contact by his collar in his hand and laughed in a low voice. "Congratulations! President Qin has worked hard," Qin Yanran said with a guffawing smile at Sha Knight from afar. Vice President Xiao is the one who is working hard, fighting bosses in the front and blocking foreign enemies in the back. Whose generals are these that are so brave? I have General Xiao. The great cause can be achieved. Wow. Sha Knight couldn't help but be amused and put away the contact device. But he saw that in Lemon, who stood high on the edge of the platform, reach out violently and point to a few flashes of light in the center of the sea, and excitedly exclaimed, "Quickly look! Exploding equipment! Exploding equipment!" Excitement once again exploded amongst the entire Hanging Sword Guild's ranks. "President, I'll fish!" That Tang Wei even threw the shield in his hand, and with a jerk, he plunged directly into the sea. Excitedly holding up an armful of gear, he exclaimed excitedly that the President, wealthy, a whole 7 or 8 pieces of equipment, golden ware, no, radiant ware, it's a radiant ware. Chapter 158 Radiant Grade, Ring of the Sea Heart Inferno. A piece of flowing and colorful equipment was placed on the ground in a row, and Deng Wei and quite a few of his team members were still salvaging the water several times, not letting go of any piece of fish that had slipped through the net. Even though this Deep Sea Touch was in the aging stage, it was still a solid Lord-class boss. A boss has popped out more than a dozen pieces of equipment. From the appearance alone, it was enough to determine that there were at least 3 radiant artifacts among them, which could be said to be of great value, and Qin Yanyan, who was the president, was even more joyful, and with a wave of her hand, said, "Old rules, members of each profession pick in order of contribution, and the next piece of equipment that has been picked is not allowed to participate. After picking, all members who didn't obtain equipment will be compensated by the guild with special bonuses." With these words, the various members of the Hanging Sword Guild present once again boiled over. Even those members who had no hope of being able to collect the equipment were equally elated. It was evident that as the guild president, Qin Yanyan had always been generous in her outbursts. Even Sha Knight couldn't help but move over to take a look. The 3 radiant artifacts seen were an elegantly shaped staff, a silver white cloak, and a ring with a crimson glow. As Qin Yanyan picked up her staff to check the Lemon beside him was already watching with bated breath. As the undoubted #1 mage output position in the entire guild, there was naturally no question about the belonging of this staff. Radiant artifact, streaming wind staff, and Lemon will pick it first. Do you have any objections? Qin Yanyan immediately said in a serious manner, and it was obvious that Lemon's prestige was quite high amongst the entire Hanging Sword Guild. as all the mage professions shook their heads. Give it to Sister and Lime. She's our team's #1 output, so it won't go to waste if she takes it. Yeah, agreed. In the midst of a flurry of assenting voices, and Lemon, on the other hand, also hemmed and hawed with a wide-eyed grin. Ha ha, yen, then I'm welcome. The next sight of the silver-white cloak was a radiant artifact that had drastically increased its hit rate and bludgeon rate, almost tailor-made for Qin Yanyan's archer profession. Ben is the guild president, but also the first place in the bow and arrow profession output. Qin Yanyan to get this silver-white radiant wear cloak is even more unopposed. Next that last radiant wear ring. Qin Yanran, on the other hand, also spoke in a deep voice. According to our rules, all jewelry-type equipment will be picked in order by everyone together according to the contribution value of this mission, regardless of profession. That's why I suggest that Vice President Xiao pick this ring first. Before Qin Yanran finished speaking, Tang Wei directly raised his hands in approval and said, I agree. To be able to take down this army of Lord-class bosses, the Vice President should take the first credit. If it weren't for his crucial command, we're afraid we'd have suffered heavy losses. Right, Vice President Xiao will choose first. The crowd all of a sudden agreed. In the thrilling boss battle just now, Xiao Knight's decisive and alternative command had left a deep impression in everyone's mind. Not to mention the fact that he had just blocked the South Shore Group professionals from messing up from the rear with the power of one person. In reason, this radiant grade ring should be given to Xiao Knight's hand. Xiao Knight hesitated in his heart for a moment. To be honest, it wasn't that he hadn't thought about giving this opportunity away. After all, he had suddenly parachuted in a month late, and hadn't even been a part of the guild's growth during that month. However, when Qin Yanyan handed that one brilliant grade ring to Xiao Knight's hand, the attributes of the ring also immediately appeared in front of his eyes. The Ring of the Sea of Heartburn. Grade, Brilliant. Level requirement, 105. Introduction, made from the volcanic rock deep under the sea. Fused with the effect of the sea's demon fire. For the fire attribute damage is greatly increased. Attributes, Strength plus 750, Spirit plus 750, Agility plus 750. Additional effect, Demon Inferno Burn, wherein all burning damage effects are increased by 100%. It had to be said that Xiao Knight's heart was moved. It was supposed to be a ring with the highest bonuses for the fire mage profession. However, Xiao Knight also favored some of a crushing talent skill, Tarsa's Poisonous Flame. After the fire fusion before, the toxin effect and the burning effect were combined into one. So, Tarsa's Poisonous Inferno could fully enjoy the bonuses of this ring. The effect is increased by 100% with Tarsal Poisonous Inferno. That would smell so good. Qin Yanran could see the hesitation on Xiao Knight's face and immediately smiled and said, Want it? You can take it if you want it. And in all reason, you should take this ring of the Radiant class. Xiao Knight instantly stopped hesitating and nodded his head once and said, Then I won't be modest. I'll take this Radiant grade ring. The people of the Hanging Sword Guild were even more in a flurry of agreement. And Qin Yanyan's face was also wearing a hint of a smile. In fact, she had hoped that Xiao Knight would be able to accept this ring. There was give and take with each other to better integrate him into the guild. Otherwise, with this terrifying strength of Xiao Knight, the members of the guild would even wonder if they had paid to temporarily invite over. Xiao Knight directly equipped this Ring of Sea Heart Inferno, and his body's attributes once again increased by quite a bit. In addition to the powerful additional effect of Demon Inflammation Burn, the high bonuses of the three attributes were definitely worthy of this brilliant grade ring. After taking the ring, Xiao Knight also naturally stopped participating in the selection of the other equipment to follow, and retreated to the side with an lemon, looking at each and every guild member in front of him cheerfully picking out the next piece of equipment in order. A lively and rewarding atmosphere couldn't help but permeate, and Lemon was still joyfully holding the staff in her hand, which she had only just gotten, and couldn't stop looking at it. This Radiant level staff is different. I didn't realize this old octopus was so generous. This is great. The transfer certificate and the guild's advancement credentials are all in hand, plus these equipments are simply 3 birds with 1 stone. And Lemon couldn't help but look curiously at the quiet Xiao Knight next to her and said, That being said, I really have to thank you for this, and now, Yen, she can finally put her heart down as well. Say, will you be joining us in the team competition of the unveiling conference? And Lemon still can't believe it now. They had searched so hard for the front row for so long, and now a ceiling level warrior had fallen straight from the sky. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, simply nodded his head once. Will do. Individual and team competitions would have been in his plans. The unveiling conference is just around the corner. Now there's only one last thing left to do. That was to head to the transfer hall in Shangjing City to complete the second turn. Finally, I'm going to see that senpai who always gets himself all messed up. Once again. I wonder what guidance he will leave behind for himself this time. Chapter 159, SS Rank Lyrics. Abyssal Pupil. One piece of equipment that burst out was distributed in turn. and the person who received it was naturally filled with joy. The rest of the members who didn't get the equipment were not lost, and there was a generous bonus waiting for them. Dan Wei, on the other hand, jumped into the water once more and said, "Chairman, I'll go check again to see if there's any missing equipment. By the way, cut the vouchers of this Deep Sea Touch. The so-called monster's credentials are, in fact, some characteristic parts of the monster's corpse that are cut off. When you go back and bring it to the bounty hall, not only can you exchange it again for a sum of money, but there will be a special appraiser who will issue you an official voucher with this part." And President Qin Yenran was a girl after all. So in the past, the job of cutting up monster corpses was done by Deng Wei on his behalf. At this time, Xiao Knight, however, hurriedly said, "Dan Wei, I'll go with you." Tang for all were waving their hands in a hurry and said, "Vice President, leave this small matter to me. No need for you to take the trouble. It's faster to come together." However, Xiao Knight directly plunged into the water with a jerk without any further ado. In fact, Xiao Knight wasn't afraid that there was still equipment left out. He had long seen that although Tang Wei was big-headed, he was thick and thin when it mattered. Xiao Knight's true purpose was the payload on the corpse of that Deep Sea Touch, a Lord-level boss, and likewise the most powerful one Xiao Knight has encountered since his awakening. The payload left on its corpse was absolutely extraordinary. Xiao Knight directly jumped into the sea. Although this is a shallow beach, but it is still more than 10 meters deep. The light faded beneath the surface of the sea, and, at this time can only vaguely glimpse that the Deep Sea Touch, the whole picture, only to see this one ancient giant octopus body, 7 tentacles in the seabed stretched out enough to dozens of meters long. If it wasn't in its aging stage now, but in its prime, I'm afraid it would definitely be a dominant party. And in the middle of the sea floor, a bundle of payloads is swaying like water plants. And, Xiao Knight's speed is very fast. Before Tang Wei could follow, he directly sacrificed all of these payloads. A prompt instantly rang in Xiao Knight's ears. Deep Sea Touch's salary fire sacrifice is successful. Spark value plus 3,750 points. Has gained the talent phrase Abyssal Pupil, SS rank, out of the word up, and its SS rank. Xiao Knight was instantly delighted, thinking that this Lord-level boss was honestly not deceiving me. Yet now is not the time to scrutinize the phrase. Behind him, Deng Wei had also swum down, dagger in hand. Xiao Knight no longer dawdle. Equipped with the Killing Star, directly this ancient giant octopus head, as well as several huge tentacles on the suction cups cut down, used as a prey credentials. After obtaining multiple body part vouchers, Qin Yanyan also decided not to continue on, but directly chose to return the same way to leave this copy. The Hanging Sword Guild's purpose for this trip has been achieved. Both the transfer certificate and the guild advancement vouchers provided by that one Lord-class boss had already been obtained, not to mention a bunch of valuable equipment. This batch of equipment was enough to raise the battle power of the Hanging Sword Guild's elite echelon by another considerable amount. After leaving that replica in the underground parking lot of the Guanyin building, Qin Yanyan, on the other hand, took an lemon on the hoof to get the certificate of advancement for the Hanging Sword Guild. It was evident that the Hanging Sword Guild was more important to her than even her own transfer, and after saying goodbye to the gang, Xiao Knight, on the other hand, went straight to the transfer hall. The credentials from killing the Deep Sea Touch were enough to complete the transfer quest and qualify for the second turn. Upon arriving once again at the familiar gilded halls of the transference, Xiao Knight realized that almost all of those staff members around him had been changed. It seemed that Nie Xiaoyu was right. The previous batch of personnel who wanted to enrich themselves by taking advantage of the transfer qualifications were probably all inside the prison nowadays. Nowadays, there are a lot more people from the military in this transfer hall, and everything seems to be more organized. After one of the staff members carefully registered Xiao Knight, he was brought to one of the teleportation arrays. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but take a deep breath, only to see the scene in front of me once again spinning and blurring at a rapid pace. With a familiar trance appearing before his eyes, the scene around him changed once more in vain. Xiao Knight opened his eyes again and, only to see that this was no longer the dilapidated, still burning remains of the last temple that had been. Rather, it's a very different picture. Himself as if he had come to the top of a high cliff, and the clouds around him seemed to touch, and it seems that someone has built a huge altar here, and I wonder what is being offered. Seniors? Xiao Knight cautiously shouted out. It only felt that his voice was like a drop of water falling into the sea in this altar that stood on top of a cliff, and there was no half response at all. It seems that this time, that senior still hasn't shown up. Xiao Knight slowly walked toward the front, only to see that right in the center of that altar, a tombstone that was being worshipped was actually split into two, and just messily shattered on the ground. Could this have come from the hand of his own predecessor? Reminiscing about the last scene I saw, temple, altar, both of these buildings seem to be vaguely related to one thing, the gods. Could it be that this is all the place where that predecessor of his own once slaughtered the gods? Xiaoyue Liang couldn't help but feel a violent tremor in his heart. Going to look more closely towards the top of that tombstone, I only saw that the writing on it had been erased, and on the cut of the tombstone, lines of familiar and messy script that seemed to have been inscribed in passing. It was none other than his own predecessor. No doubt. Later, if you can read this line, it means you are still alive. This path is like life with its highs and lows and uncertain future. I wonder how far you've come now. Move on. On the altar in front of you is the gift I left for you. It's still in the same scrawled script. It's still that familiar tone of voice that, there's a few typos and smears between the lines. 2. Xiao Knight's mind couldn't help but conjure up the image of that senior in front of the stone monument, racking his brain trying to leave behind some profound-sounding words. The scribbling ended up with just these lines. But that predecessor of his had a saying that was true, that the road was as high and as low as life. Last time in that one temple, that senior seemed to have gone through a gruesome battle, and even if he had won in the end, he was still in a sorry state. And now atop this towering cliff, that senior seemed to have easily decimated the gods here, and was described as being incredibly bold. Xiao Knight continued to walk forward along the altar. Only the edge of the cliff was indeed left with a payload that was swaying languidly. What was even more shocking to Xiao Knight was the scene of scenery in front of him. A bird's-eye view down from the edge of this altar. Amidst the cascading peaks is forest after forest of golden-colored deciduous leaves, like a sea of mountains. This magnificent scene at a glance, the feelings cannot help but make people's hearts open. Xiao Knight sat down cross-legged on the edge of the. It also seemed to comprehend a few moments of this senior's intent to purposely leave the payload here. I'm sure the one who once preceded us stopped here to get a bird's-eye view of this magnificent landscape. Chapter 160, Black Sword Ruling Envoy's Salary. Annihilation Shop. After sitting quietly and gazing at the scenery in front of him for a long time, Xiao Knight slowly got up and, reaching out to touch the payload that the unknown predecessor left for himself. Only see this strand attached with a little black payload seems to have a little black knife like smoke like fog. Seems to be real not real. The moment his fingers touched the salary flame, this strand of salary flame with a black aura dissipated in spots on Xiao Knight's body. A line of hints suddenly surfaced in front of one's eyes. The Black Blade Ruler's salary sacrifice successful. Has acquired the talent phrase Annihilation/Epic Level. Xiao Knight's heart trembled. Aside from the Lucid Realm, his second epic level phrase had finally appeared, only to see his talent phrase bar was lying peacefully in a black misty word. The Annihilation Shop. Rank, Epic. Introduction. The Black Sword Judge who guards the ancient altar all his life has the necessary killing skill. Wherever the long sword cuts, all the guilty people should be turned into black mist like annihilation. Effect. The weapon in your hand transforms into a black blade of judgment, swinging an annihilating blow into a wide area, dealing 300% of your attack power in real damage. Additional effect. The Blade of Annihilation cannot be blocked and is destined to deliver a fated death to the guilty. Cooling time, 10 minutes. What an annihilation shop. Xiaoyue Liang couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart, even though he already held in his hands the Savage Bloodline, a great means of maneuver that could skyrocket the output damage. However, there has been a lack of a truly crushing killer in terms of pure output skills. Thunderbolt and Full Moon Sweep can only be used as regular outputs. At critical moments, high damage type skills that can end the whole battle with a single blow are often needed. Now this, Annihilation Slash, just made up for the last shortcoming on his body. Thank you, Elder. Xiao Knight respectfully thanked the magnificent scenery in front of him. The breaking delusion pupil that this senior had left behind for himself last time was undoubtedly a great help to Xiao Knight on his way forward, and had even saved Xiao Knight's life. Now he had left himself with Annihilation Slash, a high output type skill. In this way, even if he was unable to obtain a true transformation ceremony like ordinary professionals, Xiao Knight's battle power increase was not weaker than theirs in the slightest. After leaving the transfer hall, walking on the streets of Shangjing City, Xiao Knight truly realized the extent of the list revealing conference, the National Carnival of the War. Now that we're getting closer to the unveiling of the list, the large bulletin after large bulletin has been posted out on the streets, marking the schedule for the group stage, the knockout stage and eventually the final. There was even a photo of the support of those contestants who were in the top 10 of the payout charts, plastered on the walls of store after store. Groups of fervent supporters raised their flags and have taken to the streets to start cheering wildly. Above these flags, Xiao Knight also saw a few familiar names: Zhang Fan Yang, Hua Tulong, Lin Xueming. Each of them is backed not only by these rabid supporters of Upper Kyoto City, but also by a conglomerate brand of. It's like what Uncle Chin said. Behind this unveiling conference, it is essentially a commercial carnival and a game between dark forces. These guys at the top of the oddsmakers list, as long as they can win every battle, the group behind them will soar with it, and the dark forces that have placed their treasure on them will take advantage of this excuse to take over their rivals' territory and business in a big way. Uncle Chin once said, over the years, each of those dark forces behind Shangjing City had been suppressed for too long. The conflicts between the various forces under the Muddy Waters have long been irreconcilable to the extent that therefore all the forces have agreed to take advantage of this list-revealing conference too. The players that each power bets on represent themselves. The outcome of each showdown determines the change of ownership of countless businesses and territories. The real owner of the city, the military, has somehow acquiesced to the actions of these underground forces. Thus, a scene that was the first of its kind in hundreds of years appeared in the city of Xinjiang. All the underground black forces came forward to maintain the order of the competition. Everything about it pushed the unveiling to an unprecedented scale of national revelry. Shao Knight, who was walking on the street, suddenly received a contact message as well. As soon as I opened it, I heard Qin Yanran's excited voice. Shao Knight, the guild advancement certificate has been obtained. Once the public notice period is over, the Hanging Sword Guild will be an A-ranked guild. From the tone of voice, it was possible to hear Qin Yanran's excitement. Congratulations! Shao Knight immediately smiled and said, all along, from the creation of the Hanging Sword Guild, Qin Yanyan's body had been burdened with an enormous pressure. Now that Hanging Sword has advanced into an A-ranked guild in a month's time, it's also a perfect way to paint a picture of what she's been working on for so long. Actually, this time it's thanks to you. Thank you, Shao Knight. Qin Yanran's sincere voice came from the contact device. You're welcome, Shao Knight then said with a smile. Taking money from others to help others. President Qin, I just don't know when my salary of 50,000 dragon coins will arrive? Qin Yanyan was instantly amused and said, in a few days, when the guild side distributes it uniformly. It won't take more than a few days. Vice President Shao, by the way, I heard from Lemon that you'll be teaming up with us for the team competition of the unveiling conference? Shao Knight replied at once. Of course, as member number 0002 of the Hanging Sword Guild. This kind of thing is simply incumbent upon me. He. Qin Yanran's laughter came from the contact device all of a sudden, joyfully saying, with you joining us, the Hanging Sword Guild might really take off in this ranking reveal conference. Don't be late for tomorrow's team match simulation at the base. Got it, Shao Knight replied at once. Qin Yanyan was indeed an unapologetically oppressive president, and this already had her schedule for tomorrow all planned out. But there are only a few short days left before the unveiling of the list. When the time comes, the individual and team competitions are interspersed and synchronized, and since we've decided to participate in the team competition, we should really familiarize ourselves with our teammates in advance. 2. Establish some of the most basic understanding and tactics with each other. The team match was for 5 participants, and among the team, besides Shao Knight, Qin Yanyan and Lemon naturally held 2 positions firmly. There were still 2 positions left, and Shao Knight wasn't sure who exactly Qin Yanran would send to fill them, but there should be that priest girl Yu Qing who operates quite well, right? Just in time to check it out tomorrow and dabble in another early morning meal at Shin's group. Chapter 161, Fusion, Pupil of the Abyss plus Pupil of Delusion. When he returned to his shabby little rental house, he saw that Nie Xiaoyu was unprecedentedly not at home. It seemed to have gone back to the military's research base to hold some kind of meeting, and with the unveiling conference coming up, Nie Xiaoyu's side also seemed to have gotten busier. After simply washing up, Shao Knight, who was lying on the bed, immediately opened his talent bar panel. Today, in addition to the annihilation shop that he obtained from above the transformation ceremony, Shao Knight had another unexpected gain. It was the talent phrase from the payload of the ancient giant octopus, the Lord-level boss in the copy of the underground parking lot, Pupil of the Abyss. From the name, it should be another spirit department phrase, only the Shao Knight at that time hadn't had time to look at it. Just happened to check it out a bit now. Abyssal Pupil, rank, SS. Description, the terrifying eyes of an ancient creature that floats beneath the abyss. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Effect, when the abyssal pupil is turned on, when the host is targeted by a damaging skill, it will be alerted and the enemy will be clearly marked in the field of vision. Additional effect, when the abyssal pupil is turned on, the host briefly gains an omnidirectional angle of vision. Cooldown, none, but it rapidly drains mana when it's turned on. Shao Knight was stunned. A passive defense counter-type phrase. It's the same as saying that when it's turned on, it's like an automatic warning feature. Once you are targeted by an enemy with a skill, you will get an alert. Hiss. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but think about it carefully. That's a pretty good skill, and it also gains all-around vision for a short time after it's turned on. It was the fact that it would rapidly consume mana after it was turned on that was a bit overwhelming for Shao Knight. Shao Knight was originally a Force and Sensitivity Stream edition. A heavy armor system equipment added more attributes as also the physique. The spirit value was the weakest shortcoming amongst all of Shao Knight's attributes, and thus Shao Knight's mana cap wasn't very high either. What's more, Shao Knight also had a Breaking Delusions Pupil skill in his hand, which would likewise rapidly consume mana once it was turned on. 2 pupil techniques open at the same time. Shao Knight's not-so-good mana bar was bound to be unable to suffer, but if it wasn't possible to open it in real time, wouldn't this abyssal pupil be like a chicken rib? Unless, a bold thought immediately surfaced in Shao Knight's mind. A thought summoned the fire panel straight out of the, since abyssal pupil and breaking pupil were both pupil arts, in all likelihood, it should be possible to fuse and advance them by consuming fire. Fittingly, as soon as the fusion page was opened, a line of hints floated directly in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Does it consume 500 fire points to fuse the words, abyssal pupil with breaking pupil? Shao Knight took a deep breath all of a sudden. Broken pupil was originally an SSS ranked phrase, and abyssal pupil was also an SS ranked phrase, and fusing the two actually required the direct consumption of up to 10,000 points of spark value. However, it was good that Shao Knight had also saved up quite a bit of his family's money during the last period of time he spent leveling up in that Blackwater city. Nowadays, the hand is not too much, not too little, just has 40,000 fire value. Fusion. Shao Knight no longer hesitated and directly chose fusion. Only the next second, countless embers surged out from Shao Knight's body and filled the entire room as if it was a storm of embers. The fires keep devouring each other and fusing. After the flakes finally dissipated, a prompt also appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Talent fusion successful. Epic rank talent word pupil of judgment has been acquired. It's done. Shao Knight suddenly swung his fist violently in excitement. The third epic phrase. Epic ranked words can be considered another qualitative change compared to SSS ranked words. Those 20,000 plus points of fire were well spent. Pupil of judgment. Rank, epic. Introduction. Look straight into the eyes of all illusory sins, and all immortality will come to naught at the time of the judgment of fate. Effect. When opened, it can see through all illusory illusions and will gain insight into the weaknesses in the target's body, marking it as a body of judgment. Additional effect, body of judgment. When the host's attack hits a target with the body of judgment mark, the first attack will deal a 100% bludgeon. Additional effect, source of sin. When the host is targeted by a high-intensity damage type skill, it will ring the bell of sin and automatically mark it as a body of judgment. Shao Knight couldn't help but be secretly shocked in his heart as he watched the situation. This was the terrifying effect of an epic skill, almost fusing all the advantages of the pupil of breaking delusion and the pupil of the abyss, and attaching an effect of marking the target and causing damage that was 100% bludgeon. It was important to realize that this effect could be stacked with other damage type skills on Shao Knight. For example, Annihilation Chop. Imagine how terrifying a 100% bludgeoning Annihilation Chop would be. What if you add in the high damage bonus of having the Savage Bloodline turned on? Shao Knight's heart emotionally couldn't help but surge with a wave of trembling. He was a bit impatient to try out where exactly his highest amount of one burst of damage was capped these days. After equipping himself currently with the Yi Killing Star and a set of extreme equipment he had begged from Master Mo, the base attack power came directly to 15,000. How much damage can a single Annihilation Slash deal after that series of bonuses are stacked? Can you break 100,000? Shao Knight couldn't help but grow more and more excited about this next ranking reveal conference. Early the next morning, just as the day was dawning, the Qin Yanyan's voice message then rang in Shao Knight's contact on time. Vice President Shao, go to work. Late deduction of wages yo. Shao Knight climbed up from the bed with a jolt of energy, washed his face and rushed to the Qin Group's building. When he arrived, he only saw that several of the guild's top elite members had already arrived. It seemed that the members of the Hanging Sword Guild were still executing adequately, and it was also the first time Shao Knight had seen a holographic simulation fighting arena of such a large scale. All the equipment was available, and the venue was dozens of times bigger than the one he had in the first middle school. Qin Yanran explained to Xiaoyu while biting the slices of bread in her hand. This is where we usually simulate 5-on-5 team games. The opponent's data is taken from the top 20 teams' data from the last unveiling conference. It's just that we've trained before and we've only been able to hit 15th no matter how hard we tried. Any team further up the field, no amount of switching up our lineups and tactics will help. But with you joining us today, I'm sure things will be completely different. Chapter 162, A Wild Push. A great killer in a regimental battle. The top 20 teams from the last unveiling? Shao Knight came to be interested in a split second. It was important to know that this list revealing conference was not held every year, and the last time it was held was 7 years ago. The most famous thing about that conference was that it produced nearly 10 powerful professionals who had grown up to become Dragon Kingdom merit levels in the later stages of the conference. Dragon Slayer Yang Wu, City Breaking Hammer Wang Tianxua, Meteor Mage Qi Fei. Since you have stored the data of so many professionals in your terminals? Shao Knight asked with both surprise and curiosity. Qin Yanran, on the other hand, bit the corner of her mouth and replied, the data is just the attributes and skills of those predecessors when they participated in the last unveiling conference and learned their tactics and coordination in depth. In reality, The simulated battle power is naturally no match for the on-the-spot reactions of those seniors themselves. Dang, it'll serve as some test of our team's strength too. Xiao Knight nodded. His eyes narrowed as he said, got it, come straight to it. Qin Yanran was surprised for a moment and said, is this straight up? Don't we need to familiarize each other with our skills? Xiao Knight, however, had already begun to put on the terminal equipment and said, familiarize yourself as you fight. Qin Yanyan suddenly froze, and at that moment, he looked at Xiao Knight, who was wearing the entire set of equipment that he had put on. It's like seeing the unstoppable sky-high kid from the first high school again. Qin Yanyan suddenly stuffed all the slices of bread in her hand into her mouth, and with a wave of her hand, whimpered that, come, Lemon, Yu Qing, ready. The few people who were pointed out by Qin Yanran immediately walked above the simulation field, in order to complement Xiao Knight, a top front row that can carry and fight. The lineup that Qin Yanran had ordered this time was that of Xiao Knight, herself, Lemon, and two priest sisters such as Yu Qing, dual healing professions. On the one hand, they protected the brittle skin, while on the other hand, they were fully healing Xiao Knight in order to unleash the highest impact of Xiao Knight's battle power. The five men quickly walked out into the middle of the brand new simulation field. The opponent was none other than Qin Yanran's team that had been bottlenecked in the 15th place of the previous list revealing conference before them. Ready, 5, 4, 1, start. Shasta. The 5 Xiao Knights then entered a brand new simulation of a fighting arena, and the projections of the 5 people across from them similarly appeared before their eyes. The opponent's lineup was an all-output no-heal lineup of 2 warriors, 2 mages, and 1 archer. The moment the countdown ends, the 2 warriors charged towards Xiao Knight in unison, and the long-range outputs of the archers and mages were likewise all aimed at his head alone. Xiao Knight understood in an instant why Qin Yanran and their previous formation had been unable to pass this hurdle. In the face of this kind of all-output lineup comes up and directly collects firepower to kill the front row's tactics. Once the only front row profession can't hold up, the opposing lineup is dead if they can break in. There are no additional solutions. However, nowadays, the person at the forefront of the team had become Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight, who was holding a tiger stripe battle shield, directly and easily blocked the charging attack of a warrior. Then he relied on his flexible positioning to dodge half of the opponent's long-range spell attacks. Against the 5 men on the opposite side of the road who were focusing on point-blank kills, Xiao Knight's blood level hadn't even dropped a quarter of the way down. However, even the killing star lance in his hand backhanded a blocking counterattack, backhanding one of the opposing fighters who had rushed in front of him and crippled him. Qin Yanyan saw the opportunity to pull the white bone longbow in her hand directly to full output, killing it back. Yu Qing and the other healing profession in the team were even quicker to bring Xiao Knight's blood bar up to full. At this time, Xiao Knight, however, had already launched a direct countercharge, calling the Tide Spirit Steps, is directly opened. A speed-soaring Xiao Knight directly bypassed the opponent's only remaining warrior profession, and kills among the opponent's crispy output positions. The killing star lance raged like a gale. Xiao Knight was simply like entering no man's land, killing 3 brittle skins in a row. That only one remaining warrior profession was also killed by Qin Yanyan and Lemon's joint fire set. And all this happened in just half a minute. A big line of victory has appeared in the new simulation battlefield. There was silence throughout the battlefield, and Qin Yanran and Lemon were so wide-eyed that they hadn't even reacted yet that this is over? And Lemon was instantly a little teary-eyed. They practiced day in and day out, racking their brains to come up with various combinations and formations, but they couldn't get past the bottleneck. It was directly dropped by Xiao Knight in half a minute. The Xiao Knight just now not only directly resisted the first wave of the opponent's concentrated firepoint kill, even the 3 brittle professions at the back were killed by Xiao Knight alone. Above the stats, and Lemon almost didn't even mix in an assist. This guy is too fierce. And Lemon Love couldn't help but say, indignantly, Xiao Knight's fierce. It seems that she, the Hallowed Hanging Sword Guild's #1 mage, doesn't even have a chance to perform. While Qin Yanran was shocked, the smile at the corner of her mouth was even more restrained. Even though she had already seen it once in the middle of a copy, Xiao Knight's toughness was still far beyond her expectations. At this time, Xiao Knight, however, had already entered the state, and impatiently leaped into action, saying, quick, next group. Qin Yanran gestured at the operator and the 14th ranked lineup from the last unveiling conference suddenly appeared on the mock battlefield. One morning, the Hanging Sword Guild with Xiao Knight joining them was like passing through no man's land. From the 15th place team all the way to the 3rd place, even a large part of the battle did not even need to cooperate at all, totally crushing on all fronts, both offensively and defensively. It wasn't until they killed the 5th place team that they finally met some resistance. However, Xiao Knight's tactical comprehension was simply too high. Many of the tactics that Qin Yanran and Lime and the others had trained countless times were often immediately understood by Xiao Knight as soon as they were spoken, and were even executed better than they had anticipated. A winning streak and never a loss. It wasn't until they encountered the team that ranked third in the last unveiled list conference that the Hanging Sword Guild finally lost once. The reason was that this team on the opposite side was actually 5 assassin professions. This pressurized and unorthodox style of play caused Xiao Knight to be somewhat unable to adapt for a moment. Even if Xiao Knight could rely on the effective, spectral grievance, to scout out the location of these assassins and chase after them to kill them. But often, by the time Xiao Knight had killed 2 of the assassins, the 4 brittle professions, including Qin Yanran and Lemon, had also been killed by the other assassins. The battlefield was suddenly a 3-on-1 stalemate. Everyone on the team that ranked third in the last unveiling ranking conference wasn't bad, and one of the strongest assassins was a now long-famous Dragon Kingdom assassin expert. All kinds of sneak-type dirty tricks are played with a lot of familiarity. Even Xiao Knight had fallen for his trick the first time he met him. Lunch break. Qin Yanran and Lemon were simply unable to hide the excitement in their hearts. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, did not say a word, and had been pondering this question in his mind while he was eating. How exactly do you play a lineup of 5 assassins? The fact that this oddball lineup was able to finish in the top 3 in the last unveiling conference shows that it's completely relevant. It was not impossible to encounter this session of the unveiling conference. However, the biggest problem encountered in the middle of the battle is that Xiao Knight is unable to combine the 2 tasks of chasing and killing and protecting the back row, unless can add another front row warrior in charge of defense among the team. Xiao Knight suddenly opened his mouth to Qin Yanran and said, "Our lineup needs to change. For me, the 2 healing professions are a bit redundant. If we can add another person among the lineup who is specialized in protecting your 2 outputs, even with a 5 assassin formation, there's still a fight to be had." Qin Yanran was stunned and said, "Remove a priest and add a front row? But the unveiling is tomorrow. Where are we going to find another front row that can carry the day?" Xiao Knight, however, tapped his head as a figure came to mind. "I do have a candidate. If the price is high, she's guaranteed to come." Chapter 163, Goodbye Gushiyu, the plight of the wealthy. Who? Qin Yanran instantly asked curiously. Lemon, on the other hand, skimmed her lips even more and said, "Come on, Yen, you didn't shop all over the talent market in Shangjing City long ago, not to mention that the list receiving conference is tomorrow. Even if there are talents, they've been scooped up long ago. How could it wait until now?" Xiao Knight, on the other hand, put down the chopsticks in his hands, tapped on the contact list of his liaison, and sent a message to one of the names. "Have you eaten?" It didn't take more than a few seconds for a reply to come back. Eaten, but could eat again. Where and when?" Xiao Knight instantly replied with a hook at the corner of his mouth. "See you in 10 minutes at the Lu Ji Noodle House downstairs of the returning cloud building." 10 minutes later, Lu's Noodle Shop. Xiao Knight saw a petite figure running towards here in a hurry from afar. It was none other than Gu Shiyu, who he hadn't seen for a long time. In fact, the last time they met at the Bounty Association, Xiao Knight had vaguely sensed that there was also something unspoken behind this girl's back. She's not like Xiaoyu. At that time, Xiao Knight was topped with a whiteboard profession that wasn't even as good as a D-rank profession, so naturally none of the guilds were willing to take it on the bright side. But she, Gu Shiyu, was a solid A-rank heavy armor profession. Putting it in any guild would be a front-row meat and potatoes rush to get it. However, at that time, she was on her own and ran to the Bounty Guild to form a wild team, which is why she was abducted with Xiao Knight by a group of brothers from the Yuan family village. Judging from the time we spent together in the back, this girl is also a person who is short of money. Obviously short of money and powerful. But you don't join any guilds and become a casual who takes wild jobs? Unless she has her own struggles behind her. Hey, Xiao Knight? Gu Shiyu's petite figure immediately jumped and sat down in front of Xiao Knight with a hint of surprise on her face. One hand, however, was already reaching for the menu on the table. I haven't seen you for so long. Why did Boss Xiao suddenly think of me? Is there another big job? After not seeing her for a month, the equipment on the Gu Shiyu in front of her was once again brand new. It was still a thick, heavy armor, but the bright, ghostly metal looked to be of quite good quality, and it should still be a set. It seemed that although Gu Shiyu was a loose cannon, her growth hadn't fallen off in the past month. Only that expression of wealth with dimples remained unchanged, and while talking, his eyes had begun to stare at the menu. Boss, let's start with a wonton noodle and 2 big glasses of coconut milk. Xiao Knight immediately waved his hand at the boss and said, 1 glass will do. I'll pass. Gu Shiyu, however, hurriedly stopped it. Oy vey, both cups are mine. The corner of Xiao Knight's mouth twitched. This girl looked petite and her appetite was simply like a gold-devouring beast. Hiss. Watching as Gu Shiyu drank a large cup of coconut juice in one gulp straight through the straw, and stuck the straw into another cup. Xiao Knight finally interjected and asked, where is Boss Gu high on wine now? Only Gu Shiyu said, while stopping the straw in her mouth reluctantly. No units, still a loose cannon. Xiao Knight was immediately delighted in his heart and hurriedly said, that's a good feeling, got a big job for you, do it or not. As soon as Gu Shiyu heard this, her eyes instantly lit up, and she couldn't even care about the coconut juice in her mouth, and hurriedly asked, dry, what's the job, what's the pay? Xiao Knight, on the other hand, said nonchalantly, you know about the unveiling of the list tomorrow, don't you? However, when Gu Shiyu heard this, her face suddenly said in a strange manner, list revealing conference? But I've already taken on a job for the unveiling conference, helping a Chamber of Commerce play team matches and paying 2,000 dragon coins a match. Xiao Knight was stunned, and there was some slight surprise in his heart. What surprised him wasn't that Gu Shiyu had already been scooped up by someone else to fight the unveiling conference. Rather, the commission offered to her is too low, isn't it? 2,000 dragon coins? Gu Shiyu was at least a dignified A-rank heavy armor profession. According to the price in the market, how could the appearance fee for a match be tens of thousands? 2,000 dragon coins? Xiao Knight immediately frowned. Your appearance fee is too low, isn't it? Only Gu Shiyu's face also showed a trace of discomfort, and she lowered her head and said, hey, make as much as you can. Isn't that what we do as businessmen? Xiao Knight keenly sensed that there must be something wrong in this. If there weren't some difficulties behind the scenes, how could a fortune hunter like Gu Shiyu not know the market price? But now if she were to ask directly, Gu Shiyu would definitely not say anything. Xiao Knight asked with a sudden sigh, which Chamber of Commerce did you sign with? What is the penalty for breach of contract? Gu Shiyu, on the other hand, stammered and said, it's not the matter of liquidated damages. Since you promised people, you have to keep your word. Xiao Knight frowned. It's one thing to be trustworthy. They're obviously holding you back when they put the price so low for you. Which Chamber of Commerce has such a black heart? Gu Shiyu hesitated for a moment before she whispered, South Coast Group. Xiao Knight instantly raised an eyebrow. It's still a real enemy of the enemy. Xiao Knight suddenly stood up and said to Gu Shiyu, wait here for a moment and I'll ask if I can help you with this. Boss, serve her another coconut milk. A few minutes later, Xiao Knight, who had re-entered the Hanging Sword Guild's base, placed the information about Gu Shiyu's current body's attributes in front of Qin Yanran, a rank A Xian armor warrior profession. Qin Yanran was both surprised and flooded with a burning love of talent in her beautiful eyes. This kind of all-around profession specializing in defense was cultivated to be not even worse than an S-rank profession, and the South Bank Group gave her an appearance fee of 2,000 dragon coins for one match? Qin Yanyan immediately said indignantly as well, where is this a deduction? It's simply black labor. And at that moment the hurried and Lemon came into the office, holding a document in her hand, her face grim, and said, check it out. Gu Shiyu's father both used to be employees of the South Bank Group, and then there was an accident at the factory. Her father was seriously injured, and up until now he's been in a coma, and has been living in a sanatorium under the name of the South Bank Group. In order to pay for a large amount of astronomical convalescence fees, Gu Shiyu signed a contract with the South Bank Group that doesn't allow her to participate in any professional guilds and can only work for the South Bank Group. Xiao Knight's face was terrifyingly calm as he asked, since her father had an accident in the middle of the South Coast Group's plant, shouldn't the South Coast Group be responsible for the convalescence fee and also have to pay a large sum of compensation? How come it's turned around and Gu Shiyu has to carry the debt? Only Qin Yanran, a pretty face with a cold color, said indignantly, the South Coast Group has quite a few black forces working for them under their hands. Black can be described as white, and this kind of thing has long since not been the first time they've done this. And then, Qin Yanran also stood up and said to Xiao Knight with a hesitant expression, I'm sorry, Xiao Knight, in this matter, I'm afraid even I can't do anything about it. And there's no problem with whatever the amount of liquidated damages is, but nowadays the relationship between the Qin Group and the South Bank Group is exactly the time when the water is deep and hot. If at this time I open my mouth to ask them for a person, the South Bank Group will surely open a sky-high price that I can't afford. Xiao Knight also sighed softly. He understood Qin Yanyan's words. With the hostile relationship between the Hanging Sword Guild and the South Bank Group, if Qin Yanyan opened her mouth to ask for someone at this time, the other party would only hold Gu Shiyu as a handle titer in their hands. You just said that the South Coast Group has a lot of black power under their hands, right? Xiao Knight suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Only Qin Yanran nodded and replied, that's right, the South Coast Group actually started out doing this, and even those businesses they have in their hands now, all of them are not clean even if you look into them carefully. Xiao Knight's gaze gradually turned austere. Since it's black power, it's going to be solved by black power methods. Xiao Knight instantly dialed a name in the contact. Hey, is Master Mo old man there? Chapter 164 Master Mo strikes. Benefits and sacrifices. Xiao Knight boy? Ahem. The sound of Master Mo's side smoking a pipe and coughing while doing so came at once from the other side of the contactor. What's going on? Aren't you competing in a team competition with that girl from the Chin group? Xiao Knight was stunned and surprised. Master Mo, you know all about it? Only to hear Master Mo on the other side of the contact seem to be choking again, coughing as he did so. Xiao Dal, you also don't think blindly. Master Mo is not spying on you. Oh, it's just that you've been running over to the Chin group for the past 2 days. Old man, I at least have some eyes. And that girl doll of Chin's group is also a famous beauty. You kid. Ahem. Xiao Knight burst into a coughing fit and hurriedly stood up with the contact and walked to the side. Master Mo, what is your old man talking about? Master Mo over there also finally stopped coughing, and his voice sank as he asked, Hey, say, what's the matter with you boys? Xiao Knight's face also became serious. Then one by one will be that about Gu Shiyu's things, informed the Ink Master. I only heard Master Mo on the other side of the contactor say, after a moment of silence, the South Coast group? They do have some dealings with us, but what time is it now? The entire underground forces of Shangjing City are in the midst of a major reshuffle, and the usual soft meat has now become hardcore stubble. You boys sure know how to pick your moments to give me a hard time. Xiao Knight's face also darkened, thinking that even if this matter was put into the hands of the dark forces, it would definitely be a tricky matter. A few moments later, however, Master Mo on the other side of the contact device, however, spoke up, but it's not like there's no way to talk about it, so here's the deal. In an hour, you wait for my message. After saying that, Master Mo hung up the contact. Xiao Knight's heart was also a little uncertain. Turning his head, he saw Qin Yanran's gaze, and only Qin Yanran's face also carried a hint of helplessness as she said to Xiao Knight, Why don't we invite that Gu Shiyu inside our guild's base first? The visitor is a guest. Come in first. This is the Hanging Sword Guild's base. Xiao Knight pushed open the door and said. Gu Shiyu obediently followed behind Xiao Knight and carefully walked into this guild base that was located in the middle of the Qin group's building, just to see that the decoration of the place could not be said to be opulent, but it was definitely bright and exquisite. Simulated fighting arena, lounge area, restaurant, entertainment area. One by one, members with the Hanging Sword Guild logo traveled to and fro. Some of them are leisurely talking and laughing. Some are hastily assembled in teams with their tasks. Everyone has something to do, and there's a sense of belonging on everyone's face. Gu Shiyu, who was following behind Xiao Knight, had surprise and curiosity on her face, and her eyes were practically infatuated. Start at the door and leave no stone unturned, until Xiao Knight brought her to a corner by the window in the rest area. You can see almost half of Shangjing City from here. Looking at Gu Shiyu, who was standing by the window and staring blankly out of it, Xiao Knight immediately opened his mouth and asked, How's it going? The Hanging Sword Guild is okay, right? Gu Shiyu's gaze still hadn't moved from the scene outside the window, and she just murmured, lost in thought. That's great. Xiao Knight couldn't help but be silent as well. As an A-ranked professional, she should have easily obtained all of this, yet she couldn't even grasp her own destiny. A sound of footsteps came from behind her, only to see Qin Yanran standing at the door with 3 cups of coffee in her hands, and her gaze was also somewhat unforgiving as she looked at Gu Shiyu, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Then with an inquiring gaze, he looked at Xiao Yu. This is the girl, right? Xiao Knight nodded, and just then, the message that instantly came from Xiao Knight's contact, it was none other than Master Mo. Xiao Knight glanced at Gu Shiyu, who was still standing dumbfounded by the floor-to-ceiling window, and quietly walked to the side before opening the contact device. Master Mo's voice came out all of a sudden. It's done. Construction site in the north neighborhood of the city. You come over here now and bring the girl named Gu Shiyu with you. Xiao Knight suddenly jerked his head up in surprise and said, Thank you, Master Mo. The construction site in the north neighborhood of the city is some distance from the Qin Group's building. Qin Yanran sent a car from the Qin Group to take the two there and insisted on following along. Upon arrival at the destination, I saw that it was a piece of wasteland still waiting for construction, but a lot of building materials and equipment had already been placed in it, and a few cars parked in a flatter area of the wasteland. Master Mo was right there. On the other hand, the opposite side was obviously the people from the South Bank Group. Among them there was also a familiar face to Xiao Knight, Lu Hui, who had once had a beam in the middle of the copy. This time, however, Lu Hui was clearly not the one leading the way, but instead stood fawningly like a follower beside a man in a suit wearing glasses. Master Mo waved at Xiao Knight from afar. You two stay in the car. I'm going over there. Xiao Knight explained to Qin Yanran and Gu Shiyu, and immediately got out of the car and walked over. I only saw that Master Mo also stood beside a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, aged about 40 or 50 years old. It looked like it had a great deal of gravitas, and it was talking to Master Mo about something with a smile on its face. On the other hand, the South Coast Group's group on the other side was not so relaxed, especially Lu Hui, who saw Xiao Knight. A pair of shaded eyes stared viciously at Xiao Knight. Master Mo. Xiao Knight walked up to him and respectfully said. Only the middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit's gaze carefully surveyed Xiao Knight's body. which seemed to have an indefinable meaning. Master Mo waved his hand at Shao Knight. Then with a stern look on his face, he said to that group of people from the South Coast group, "Since everyone is here, let's do as promised. People and contracts, send them over." The leading spectacled suit man on the opposite side instantly smiled, and his gaze similarly sized up Shao Knight's body, saying, "Master Mo is so bold, then I'll cut the crap. I've brought you both the people and the contract, then this piece of land will be our South Coast groups from now on." With a grim look on his face, Master Mo waved his hand without a word. Shao Knight, who heard these words from the side, but his heart was violently shocked. In order to make this happen, Master Mo actually sacrificed this entire construction site? Master Mo. This is Master Mo. However, shook his head meaningfully at Shao Knight and said, "If you want to thank me, thank Uncle Chin. My old man can't make such a big deal." Contractual swaps between the two parties, only to see that Lu Hui holding a paper contract in his hand. He glared fiercely at Shao Knight and sent it over, and from that other South Coast group vehicle, a man lying on a stretcher bed was wheeled down. Not far from the car, Gu Shiyu's shriek rang out at once, "Dad!" Then a petite figure suddenly pushed open the door of the car in a panic and rushed over to the Qin Yenran, who was in the car, also hurriedly followed. Gu Shiyu madly rushed to the stretcher bed, somewhat at a loss for words, and next to him, the middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit waved his hand and, only to see several paramedics in white coats immediately coming down from an ambulance behind them, taking over the man on that stretcher bed and saying to Gu Shiyu, "Don't worry about this young lady, let's examine the patient first." And just then, Qin Yen, who was closely chasing over, suddenly froze as well, only to see her gaze dully looking at the middle-aged man in a Chinese mountain suit standing beside Master Mo, and blurted out, "Dad, what are you doing here?" Chapter 165, Deception, Outrage, and Feud. "Dad?" Shao Knight instantly froze as well. This middle-aged man in a Chinese mountain suit was actually Qin Yanyan's father, the current head of the Qin group. How do such characters get invited over? Only to see Master Mo reveal a sophisticated smile as he quietly nodded at Shao Knight. "Huma?" And the middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit looked at Qin Yanran with a soft gaze and slowly smiled and said, "I was told there was a patient here, and I came to pick him up and take him to our Qin Medical Center for convalescence." This middle-aged man spoke in a cloudy manner, but it was obvious that it was by no means that simple. How could the head of the Qin group personally come to pick up a patient? Although Qin Yanran was a bit puzzled, she was intelligent enough not to ask more questions, only to see that the middle-aged man but once again turned his head to look at Shao Knight, his gaze carrying a hint of deep meaning as he asked Qin Yanran, "Yener, is this your vice president of the Hanging Sword Guild?" Qin Yanyan's face floated up a scarlet red in an instant, and she said in a somewhat flustered manner, His name is Shao Knight." Shao Knight suddenly realized that his back had been pushed hard by Master Mo, and he could not help but take a step forward, and hastily said, "Hello, Chairman Qin." However, he saw that the middle-aged man's gaze suddenly turned sharp as he carefully measured Shao Knight from head to toe. Then but softer and softer, with a hint of a smile, he said, "Just call Uncle Qin, Yener's labor union. Going forward, I'll ask you for more help." Shao Knight, however, replied frankly, "Ms. Yen Qin is always on top of things and acts boldly. I'm just doing what I have to do." That middle-aged man looked at Shao Knight with another appreciation in his eyes, rubbed Qin Yanran's head and said, "Qin does have a good daughter." And just then, only to see that the several medical practitioners in white coats who had originally done the initial examination for Gu Shiyu's father had also finished their work. The leader, an older healer, took off his mask and walked over, respectfully addressing Qin Yanran's father, saying, "Chairman, it's been checked. The patient's condition is a bit unstable, but if further surgical treatment can be performed in time, along with our high-level healers, we should be able to awaken consciousness, but it would have been nice to have it delivered earlier." The healer had not finished his words, only to see Gu Shiyu with a stunned look on one of her faces. She asked incredulously, "Doctor, are you saying that my dad he can still wake up?" Only the older healer nodded and said, "The treatment option of awakening consciousness is difficult but not unfeasible, and many hospitals can do this treatment if they can get it to a hospital early enough." Gu Shiyu's face gradually changed from stunned. It turned into a fury. The entire person was suddenly like a small beast that had gone berserk, violently charging towards that group of people from the South Coast group. "Lu Hui, you asterisk. You lied to me. My dad he can still be cured. You guys have been lying to me." Shao Knight snapped out and tightly stopped this Gu Shiyu, who was like a small beast, only to see Gu Shiyu a pair of eyes red, tearful clenched silver teeth, constantly struggling in Shao Knight's arms. "My dad he can still be cured. You guys lied to me. I'm going to kill you." That group of professionals from the South Shore group stood firmly in front of the man in the glasses suit and escorted him to the car. The last to get on the car, Lu Hui, was even more caricatured, far from looking at Gu Shiyu. "Gu Shiyu, Xiao Knight tightly held Gu Shiyu in his arms and whispered, "Word by word, I promise you, this revenge will be avenged. But not today." Gu Shiyu buried her head tightly in Xiao Ye's arms and bawled her eyes out. The cries made the surroundings seem quieter and tears soaked Xiao Knight's shoulders. Xiao Knight repeated it again, word for word, "It will be reported." Behind her, Qin Yanyan's pretty face was also full of frost, gritting her teeth and staring at the vehicles of the South Coast group that had gone away, not saying a word. "All right, Yen'er." Qin Yanran's father came forward at once and said, "Send the patient to our Qin group's nursing home as soon as possible. This Ms. Gu, in the name of the Qin group, I assure you that I will do my best to save your father." Gu Shiyu accompanied her father and rode in the ambulance of the Qin group, and Qin Yan went back with his father. The only people left in the entire construction area were Xiao Knight and Master Mo. "All right, Xiao kid, stop looking." Master Mo at once took his pipe out of his pocket again and put it in his mouth, and, looking around, said, "This land will not be ours from now on." Xiao Knight was stunned when he heard this, and his heart was somewhat complicated. He didn't think that Uncle Qin and the others would actually make such a great sacrifice for a single request of his. "Xiao kid, do you know how much time and effort Uncle Qin spent on this land for it?" Master Mo, with his pipe still unlit in his mouth, took a dry drag, raised his eyebrows and said, "But when I reported this matter of the South Coast Group's lion's share to Uncle Qin, he only said 2 words, 'Give it to him.'" Master Mo walked over and gently patted Xiao Knight's shoulder and said, "Although Uncle Qin is a righteous man, he has never been so generous, so don't let Uncle Qin down." Then Master Mo also looked at the distant ambulance, sighed, and said, "Those who can be saved for good, prefer not to be saved. The South Coast Group is just to hang on to his valuable daughter. Such dirty tricks are not uncommon in our kind, and you'll see more of them next." Seeing that Xiao Knight was somewhat stunned, Master Mo, however, biting his pipe, grinned, and, "But don't worry, Uncle Qin never does that. We don't play these troublesome tricks." Then comparing a finger across his neck, he said, "We need to be more direct in what we do, and if we can kill them, we can just kill them." Then Master Mo used the cane in his hand to viciously carve a cross into the ground, and in a cold voice he said, "What belongs to us, we will get back sooner or later too, and the enemy of an enemy is a friend." Uncle Qin has actually been wanting to get in touch with the Qin group. This time, by taking this opportunity from you, it just happened to allow us to hook up with the Qin group instead. Master Mo's face suddenly showed a hint of a sophisticated smile and said, "Never mind, let's not talk about it. Tomorrow is the official tournament of the list revealing conference. How are you preparing? After all, the group you've been assigned to is notorious for being the group of death." Xiao Knight was stunned. "I've been busy with Gu Shiyu's business today, except for the simulated fights. I can't believe I even forgot about this thing where the grouping situation is already out of the way." When Master Mo saw Xiao Knight's expression, he was furious and directly raised the walking stick in his hand to knock Xiao Knight's ass, and said fiercely, "You're a kid, what's with the paranoia? An unveiling conference. There are 5 contestants in the top 20 on the odds list alone in that group you've been assigned to. It's the most watched death panel of tomorrow's tournament." Chapter 166, The Mysterious Guest in the Private Room. Each team of 50 people in the group stage will be randomly assigned opponents to each other for 10 matches, with 1 point accrued for a win and 1 point deducted for a loss. In the end, according to the points ranking, only the top 4 in each group can go out. While Master Mo smoked his pipe with hatred, he was again at pains to say to Xiao Knight, "You have 5 of the top 20 players on the oddsmakers list alone in your group, but only 4 spots on the line. That means one of the top 20 participants on that odds list is destined to stop in the group stage tomorrow. Every major media outlet in the entire Xinjiang city has started warming up to your group of death early. Why don't you take this kid seriously?" Xiao Knight's expression was also serious at this time. A 50-in-4 group stage is hellishly difficult just for the format alone, not to mention the fact that there are 5 others among the opponents who are in the top 20 of oddsmakers. Master Mo, hold your horses. Xiao Knight instantly opened the page on the contact while saying, "I'll start by looking at which 5 opponents are on the odds list for tomorrow." Before Xiao Knight finished speaking, he heard Master Mo spit and said, "Don't look at it, you kid. I've memorized it all for you." Master Mo, those 5 guys are Wang Fingyan in 19th on the odds list, Fan Wei in 15th, Zhou Bo in 11th, and Hua Tackle Dragon in 3rd and Kelsang Droma in 2nd. Hua Tackle Dragon, Gasang Droma. Xiao Knight immediately narrowed his eyes and said, "So 2 of the top 3 on the odds list have been placed in this group. No wonder it's called the death panel." Seeing Xiao Knight's expression, instead of being half nervous and worried, there was a hint of hidden wariness. Master Mo also showed a trace of appreciation in his eyes all of a sudden. It seems that this kid is indeed a character. Without further ado, tomorrow is the unveiling conference. I'll take you to a place. With a wave of his hand, Master Mo signaled Xiao Knight to follow him to the car. The convoy drove out of that empty construction zone and drove all the way to the parking lot of a building in the downtown area of Shangjing. Xiao Knight followed behind Master Mo and rode the elevator all the way to the negative third floor. The moment the elevator doors opened, only to see this scene of lights in front of us was like a giant casino. It was clearly daytime, but this place was like a late-night carnival. Countless large screens were filled with real-time scrolling odds of each and every contestant. Beneath the big screen was a crowd of people with wide, red eyes and tickets clenched in their hands. It's not just some ordinary retailer. Each and every famous and prestigious group, chamber of commerce, and even some black forces in the city of Shangjing were all present here in a dignified manner. One odds-on contestant is their dice, and the stakes in their hands added up to enough to cover half of Shangjing City. See? Master Mo grinned instantly. The battlefield here is even more exciting than tomorrow's dueling arena. Come with me, take you to someone. Although Master Mo was holding a cane in his hand, he was still as fit as a fiddle as he weaved his way through the crowd until he reached the deep VIP area. It's one closed-off chamber, and it's so much quieter with the door closed than it is outside. Xiao Knight followed behind Master Mo and walked until he reached the end of the corridor in a heavily guarded VIP room. Only after confirming his identity did the two heavily guarded guards open the door for Master Mo. One could only see that within this VIP room was a huge suite. The decoration was magnificent to the extreme, just like a top-class presidential suite. The only difference is that the walls of the room have a huge screen showing the odds list in real time. There was but one person in the middle of the large room, and that was a girl sitting on a luxurious sofa. The girl was dressed in a costume of exotic features. Her hair was braided and coiled up in a valiant braid, and her all-over skin was a pure wheat color. Eyes as sharp as eagles on the prairie staring at Master Mo and Xiao Knight, who entered the door. Xiao Knight boy, let me introduce you. Master Mo grinned instantly. This girl is Gezandroma. Xiao Knight's heart was suddenly startled. Gezandroma? Second on the odds list, second only to Zhang Fanyang's presence? However, Master Mo's next words caused even more consternation in Xiao Knight's heart. I only saw that Master Mo put his hand into his pocket and touched his pipe, but then he held it back and turned his head and said to Xiao Knight with a smile, saying, "This list unveiling conference, Chroma is also ours." Xiao Knight froze and couldn't help but look at Master Mo with a skeptical gaze. Xiao Knight also remembered that Master Mo himself had said that this Gesang Drama was a member of the Kale tribe, and had always refrained from joining in guilds and forces. So how come it's ours now? Only to see a meaningful smile on Master Mo's face, he came over and whispered to Xiao Knight, saying, "It's all business, and even more isolated tribes always need material things to survive. Not to mention that Uncle Qin also had a relationship with this Kale tribe when he was young." At this time, we only saw that Kelsang Drolma suddenly stood up from the sofa, put her hands together and made a salute to Master Mo, saying, "Hello, Master Mo, Master Mo." On the other hand, hastily and similarly returned the salute with folded hands and said, smilingly, "Zhuo Ma, Master Mo will introduce you. This kid is called Xiao Knight, and he's also one of our own in this ranking reveal conference." Xiao Knight immediately put his hands together and performed a salute, following their example. "Hello." However, she did not want that Kelsang Drolma's eagle-like gaze to look at Xiao Knight, but she frowned slightly and did not return the salute. Turning his head proudly to Master Mo, he said, "Master Mo, I don't understand. Since Mr. Qin wants to bet on the treasure, it's enough to have Chroma alone. Why do we need anyone else?" Kelsang Drolma's Chinese was spoken very fluently and clearly, without the slightest regard for Xiao Knight, who was close at hand. Master Mo instantly blushed with embarrassment and said with a snort, "Hey, we're all on our own. There's no need to be so clear-cut. Both of you were handpicked by Uncle Qin, and I still hope that you can take care of each other at the unveiling conference, so as not to let Uncle Qin's plans fall through." For some reason, Gesang Drolma's eyes were somewhat hostile when she looked at Xiao Knight and said in a loud voice, "Please don't worry, Master Mo. Zhuo Ma won't let Mr. Qin down." These words were ostensibly directed at Master Mo, but in reality, they were like a demonstration against Xiao Knight. Eyeing Master Mo's quiet wink to himself, Xiao Knight immediately spread his hands and opened his mouth without changing his face and heart and said, "Miss Zhuo Ma don't mind. I'm a relative of Uncle Qin, just dabbling in the light of the relationship." Master Mo immediately echoed at his words. Yes, this kid is a relation. I hope Miss Zhuo Ma will take care of him." Unexpectedly, once Gesang Drolma heard this, she looked at Xiao Knight with a hint of easing in her eyes and said to Xiao Knight, "So you're a relative of Mr. Qin. We're playing in the same group tomorrow, so if you meet me, I'll let one game point go to you and send you out of the tournament." Xiao Knight looked at her with a light gaze and said without being condescending, "Thank you, Miss Chroma, for your kindness. That won't be necessary. Just go out on your own merit." Chapter 167 The Fortune Code. Stud bets on me. After leaving that VIP lounge, Master Mo, on the other hand, said to Xiao Knight, "Xiao Knight brat, you shouldn't be offended either. In fact, Uncle Chin's treasure is only pressed on you alone, and the Gasang drama of the clan of Kale is just another bargaining chip. This monstrous gamble in Shangjing City. If you want to get into the game, you can't just have one chip in your hand. The following day, the entire city of Shangjing was awakened by loud parades, shouts and cheers. The unveiling of the conference officially kicked off. Families and thousands of people spontaneously traveled from all urban areas of Shangjing City to the giant fighting arena that opened in the city center. The crowd on the street is like a converging dragon, rubbing shoulders and crowding. The giant fighting arena in the center of the city, which had been sealed up and under construction for a full month, had also finally revealed its true colors. There were 16 fighting arenas, as neatly arranged as an octagonal array. The surrounding spectator stands and other various facilities are all ready for this national carnival competition. Day 1 is the group stage of the individual battles. A total of 16 teams were divided into 16 simultaneous matches. One media outlet had even crowded in front of the fighting arena where they had stomped. Obviously, depending on the outcome of the different groupings, each group receives very different levels of attention. The arena that has been almost completely taken over by the media is naturally the much anticipated group of death. It was also the group Shao Knight was in. A line of signs about the death squad has been pulled up outside this fighting ring. Cameras like long guns were trained on the still unopened fighting arena. One media outlet after another has flocked to the greetings to all in the audience. As you can see, I'm here in front of this much anticipated death squad gauntlet. Perhaps it's fate that among the top 20 contestants in the odds list of this unveiling conference, there are actually a full 5 contestants in this group, and with only 4 places in a group to get out of the tournament. Who will actually get out of the tournament? And who will stop? I'm going to be broadcasting the results of this death panel for you in real time. Suddenly, a deafening cheer resounded among the onlookers. All eyes were gathered at the entrance of the dueling arena where the contestants were. Wait a minute, here come the contestants from the group of death. A media outlet climaxed directly afterward. Turning the camera in its hand toward that side, we see that the second and third place finishers on this odds and ends list, Kelsang Drama and Hua Tackle Dragon, have entered the ring, being the top 3 players on the odds list of this list receiving conference. I wonder if they have a chance to meet each other directly in the group stage. If the duo matches up, it's going to be a fantastic match that all viewers are going to be in for a treat. Next up on the oddsmakers list is Zhou Bo in 11th place, Fan Wei in 15th place, and Wang Thingyan in 19th place. But the presence of these players, I believe, is not good news for the other players in the same group. Competitors enter through a special passageway located in the middle of the fighting arena. Shao Knight, along with this group of 50 participants, entered the middle of the fighting arena together, only to see that Gasang Drama and Hua Tulon, who were at the front of the line, had just appeared on the stage, and immediately triggered a sensation once again. A surrounding family of media all flocked up and surrounded the duo. In comparison, even Zhou Bo, a player who was ranked 10th on the queue list going backward, looked a bit silent around him, not to mention those contestants like Shao Knight who were simply silent and unknown. Beside them was the only interviewer who was like an ant colony, while they were incredibly empty, not even a single person around them. However, Shao Knight fell at ease, leaning quietly to the side and surveying the 16 giant fighting arenas in front of him. Each of the giant fighting arenas had separated rings between them again, apparently to synchronize the matches as quickly as possible. Everyone has to play 10 games in the middle of the group stage. Randomly assigned opponents, 5 games per day, played over 2 days. Before the official start of the unveiling conference matches, everyone didn't know which of the opponents in the group they would be matched with. Shao Knight instantly silently observed these 50 contestants around himself, except for the 5 people in the top 20 of the odds list who had already been surrounded by the media. The others were indeed as mediocre as himself. It seems that the odds list in SJC is still quite objective, and it's basically hard for any other dark horses to reappear, except for Shao Knight himself. And just then, without wanting to suddenly have a microphone sticking out of his mouth, Shao Knight turned his head and saw that it was actually a young reporter in professional attire. This student, can I interview you? Song Wei was a reporter for a small TV station, and compared to those headline media outlets in Shangjing City, she was lucky to be able to squeeze herself into the middle of this fighting arena. And yet just now she was riveted trying to squeeze in an interview with the top 20 players on that odds list. But it was hard to move an inch at all, and I had just squeezed in 2 layers before I was squeezed out again. The unveiling of the list will soon begin, and one does not even have a little interview material in hand. Song Wei is anxious and helpless, but also can only break the pot, catch the nearest one of the contestants to interview this student. Can I interview you? Song Wei instantly held up the microphone and extended it to Shao Knight's mouth with a professional smile. Shao Knight turned his head and looked. Song Wei was seen holding the microphone in one hand and the camera in the other, so it could be said that she was wearing several hats. In order to facilitate filming, she simply turned the camera upside down and set it to selfie mode. shining herself and Xiao Knight all in the live camera. Xiao Knight saw that there were only a mere 30 or so people in her live room. "Class, can you say hello to the viewers of my live stream?" Songwei instantly smiled brightly and said to Xiao Knight that deadpan was her greatest advantage in entering this profession. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, just cooperated and waved his hand. Songwei immediately threw out an extremely topical and pointed question. "I'd like to ask my classmates, what are your feelings right now after being unfortunately assigned to this group of death? What do you have to say about the fact that you have to play with the top 20 contestants on the odds list, with almost zero chance of advancing? Will it just be a group game as a life experience? What was your original desired goal for your participation in the unveiling conference?" In the face of Songwei's series of occupationally sharp questions, Xiao Knight, however, shrugged his shoulders and replied, "The goal? Finish first in the group. Oh, don't be too discouraged. Class, I know." Almost subconsciously, Songwei offered the words of comfort she had long thought of, yet she only reacted halfway through her words. What did this man just say? First place in the group. What kind of grandstanding is he talking about? Songwei immediately frowned, but in her heart there was a vague glimmer of hope. Could it be that this student was also a dark horse? At once, both eyes glowing, the microphone was handed to Xiao Knight's mouth another point closer. This student, may I ask where you are on the odds list? Wait, let me see." Xiao Knight scratched his head and pulled out his contact to check his name, only to see that the odds behind your name are 0? Songwei, who has long been secretly measuring, suddenly had a head of black lines. The odds are 0 outside the top 500 on the list. Is this student being funny? However, at this time, the bell for the imminent start of the list revealing assembly had already rung. Songwei I could only helplessly ask Xiao Knight in the end. "This student, the unveiling assembly is about to begin. Is there anything else you would like to say to everyone?" Only Xiao Knight looked at the tightly packed 30 or so people in the middle of Songwei's live broadcast. Suddenly, with a serious face, he said, "Right, tell everyone a wealth code. My name is Xiao Knight. Bet on me to come out first in my group. Press as many as you can." Songwei was stunned for a moment, and hastily turned the camera, saying, This contestant is obviously a bit too mentally intense, haha, don't mind it. The unveiling of the list is about to begin. Everyone." An imposing chime suddenly echoed throughout the vast expanse of 16 giant fighting arenas. The unveiling of the conference officially kicked off. Chapter 168, The First Battle. A shot that shocks the world. Contestants Lin Jiabao and Chen Yang head to the first dueling stage. Contestants Lin Guan and Fan Wei head to the second dueling stage. Contestants. A clear and neutral voice suddenly resounded in this giant dueling arena that Xiao Knight was in. There are a total of 8 dueling platforms separated from each other in this giant dueling arena. 8 tables are used for dueling at the same time, and once a duel is decided, the next group of players is immediately replaced. Soon after, Xiao Knight heard his name. The contestants Xiao Knight, Yan Bing head to the 8th dueling stage. Go away. Xiao Knight instantly got up from the wall he was leaning against and gave a slight nod to Songwei, who was still maneuvering the camera with her hands beside her. "Classmate, is it your turn already? Go for it." Songwei, on the other hand, said to Xiao Knight while her hands were busy. "Thanks." Xiao Knight gave a slight nod and walked towards the 8th dueling stage. Songwei suddenly froze. For some reason, looking at Xiao Knight's departing back, it actually felt as if his entire aura was as if he had changed into a different person. The dueling stage was almost 100 meters square, flat and wide, without any obstacles. No matter what profession could perform their own unique fighting tactics. Xiao Knight and his opponent, who had stepped onto the dueling stage, were both fitted with a disposable bracelet protector. This bracelet gauntlet will immediately explode into a large, one-time shield when the wearer's blood bar is lowered to a certain decimation line. Being hit with the shield value is the basis for determining victory or defeat, and likewise protects the life of the contestant. Dueling stage number 8, this duel is between Yan Bing of the Golden Gate Chamber of Commerce versus Xiao Knight of the Hanging Sword Guild. The examiner on the dueling stage was a military man, pronouncing meticulously. After the duel begins, the match is considered to be over when either participant's blood bar is the first to reach the decimation line, signaled by being hit with a shield value, voluntarily forfeiting and admitting defeat, or leaving the dueling stage with all of your body is likewise considered the end of the match. The duel will last for 10 minutes. If a winner is not distinguished within 10 minutes, the one with the highest percentage of blood value will be the winner. I hereby declare the duel officially open. Xiao Knight held the killing star, lance in one hand, only to see that his opponent named Yan Bing standing opposite him was likewise a warrior covered in a heavy armor system profession, and the weapon in his hand was a chain hammer with spikes. The words of the examiner had just fallen. Xiao Knight was just about to clench his hands into fists and make a salute at the other party. But I don't want that. Yan Bing actually did not say a word. Roar. The hand of the chain hammer thrown like a whirlwind towards their own then rushed over. So on martial. Xiao Knight frowned as he held the killing star in one hand, and his footsteps quickly began to move, only to see that Yan Bing's charging speed was quite violent, and the chain hammer in his hand was even more powerful as it smashed towards himself. The chain hammer is a special weapon this weapon, which consists of an extremely lethal hammerhead combined with a chain. The most restrained are ordinary sword-like weapons, including guns and clubs, because against a weapon like this, you simply can't block with a normal stance. Even if you rack the chains, you can't stop the hammerhead's downward momentum. However, various weapons were mutually exclusive, and the simplest and most useful way to deal with a chain hammer was a shield. However, Xiao Knight did not intend to use the Tiger Stripe battle shield at this moment, as any duel would be recorded in its entirety. By the time Xiao Knight fought in the later stages of the elimination rounds, every one of his duel records would be studied by his opponents. That's why Xiao Knight's playing style and undercard had to be played one by one. What's more, the duel had only just begun, and for Xiao Knight, it was just the right time to take this opportunity to warm up. As he watched, the powerful chain hammer in Yan Bing's hand danced towards him, and this strike was obviously with a skill damage bonus effect. Xiao Knight's footsteps turned in vain, and his body violently turned in the other direction, precisely and lightly dodged the blow. Not even any skills were used. It was all about positioning and anticipation. With this dodge, even the unsmiling examiner in the dueling arena's eyes lit up as he watched. The opponent Yan Bing is even more stunned. His own here in the inevitable blow, actually round a blank? However, the chain hammer with spikes in his hand that reacted extremely quickly once again reversed its direction and swept towards Xiao Knight's lower disc. A burst of blood aura erupted above the spiked chain hammer once again, directly followed by another damage-type skill. Let you hide. There was a hint of exasperation on Yan Bing's face, and he said in a fierce voice. However, Xiao Knight's steps did not want to fly backward, narrowly dodging the blow again. 2 skills in a row. How could they all be dodged by Xiao Knight simply by virtue of his walking position? Yan Bing's face panicked for a split second, realizing that in this dueling arena, where there is a time limit, skills are the cards in one's hand. Once the skill that was put out hit empty without gaining effect, it was bound to be at a disadvantage for the rest of the cooldown. Yan Bing suddenly clenched his teeth and, his own tactics had been based on a recklessness, and now he would have to be reckless to the end. A battle cry violently erupted from the sky. The speed of the entire person then skyrocketed, and the strength attributes seemed to have increased drastically, as the chain hammer in his hand was wielded in a tigerish manner, chasing after Xiao Knight straight away. I'll see how long you can hide? Xiao Knight watched carefully and didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. The eagle fights the rabbit, but it does its best. The fierce chain hammer in Yan Bing's hand smashed down towards Xiao Knight's face. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, has been relying on delicate positioning to dodge. On the entire dueling stage, it looked like it was that Yan Bing who had been chasing after Xiao Knight to kill him. However, the examiner next to him secretly shook his head, as he had already seen the clues. Although the contestant named Xiao Knight had been dodging all along and had not even struck a single blow, in reality, every step he took was exquisite. He is not just pulling away to escape, but as a magnificent dance step. Around the Yan Bing circumference is only a step away from the distance rolling around. However, the chain hammer, which already had an advantageous range of attack, did not even touch him for a moment. In terms of combat skills, this participant named Xiao Knight was considered to be a pure fire, completely crushing his opponent on more than one level. On the contrary, that Yan Bing the whole person has fallen into a state of annoyance. Not only their own attack without a pattern, but has revealed a lot of cracks. It's already obvious which one is going to win. The pen in the examiner's hand had been placed there in the winner's column on the paper. And yet, according to the rules of this duel, time was not up, but the results could not be announced. Watching the 10 minutes pass by bit, the examiner also looked at Xiao Knight on the dueling stage with interest. When exactly is this kid going to strike? If they didn't make another move, when the time was consumed and both sides' blood bars were full, then only a draw could be awarded. Does this kid really only know how to dodge? The examiner couldn't help but frown slightly, and just as the hourglass in his hand, with only the last few grains of sand left to fall slowly, the Xiao Knight on the dueling stage, however, suddenly struck out. With a precise angle, the killing star lanced ruthlessly and incomparably penetrated above that Yan Bing's chest, and a damage number popped up. The examiner bowed his head at once, and the pen in his hand completed the half-written name of Xiao Knight. In his heart, however, there was some impatience. The kid had really hit on the idea of stealing a slice of damage before time ran out. Although it was a bit tricky, it was also a way to utilize one's advantage over dodging, and there wasn't much of a win when it was all said and done. The next second, however, suddenly a crisp, shattering sound rang out across the dueling stage, and the examiner's head snapped up and, only to see the disposable bracelet protector on Yan Bing's wrist suddenly shatter. A dense layer of shielding light enveloped Yan Bing's body, The examiner's expression at this moment was suddenly as dismayed as Yin Bing's on that dueling platform. One shot. Hit the chopping block line? Chapter 169, Oolong's second battle. Strange opponent. What? The examiner sprang to his feet and stared furiously toward the dueling platform. However, he saw that Xiao Knight had already put the long spear away in his hand and made a slight salute to that Yin Bing. Turning to himself again, he gave a salute and turned to walk off the stage. The other participant on the dueling stage, Yin Bing, was filled with shock at this time, as stiff as a statue on the stage. The examiner was similarly stunned and did not react until the overflowing ink from the fountain pen in his hand dipped out behind Xiao Knight's name. Wiping the ink from his fingers, the examiner couldn't help but recite the name once more. Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight had just dealt a full 28,000 damage with that shot. The reason for that was because that shot, Swift Thunder Burst, had accurately and unerringly stabbed at a weak spot on Yin Bing's body. The set of heavy armor-type equipment on Yin Bing was not a set, but rather a patchwork. The gap between his chest armor was the biggest weakness on his body, and Xiao Knight, who had been pulling for a long time, had already seen through this. And that shot Xiao Knight had just made also happened to hit the word attached to the star-slaying, lance, star-breaking spike. Adds an additional armor-piercing effect and bludgeoning chance when hitting a weak point, so a bunch of damage stacked up. With a single shot, Xiao Knight knocked that Yin Bing's blood bar below the decimation line and directly knocked out the shield of that disposable protection bracelet. The entire duel with Yin Bing was actually treated as nothing more than a warm-up by Xiao Knight. It had been too long since he had fought on top of a dueling stage like this, so Xiao Knight was going to gradually warm up his condition. Prepare yourself to meet 5 of the top 20 on that odds list, so the next time they faced each other, Xiao Knight would fight in a different way. He was going to try to take his opponent's damage hard in order to get a more accurate idea of the damage these contestants were doing. It didn't take long. Once again, Xiao Knight's name was called once more on the radio station. It's still dueling ring number 8. Contestants Xiao Knight, Yan Zhe, proceed to dueling stage number 8. Xiao Knight answered the voice and walked onto the dueling stage again, only to see that his opponent this time, Yan Zhe, was an assassin profession wearing a leather armor system. Xiao Knight once again had the martial virtue to salute his opponent with his lance in his hand. Only this time, the assassin on the opposite side, Yan Zhe, was also somewhat flustered as he returned a salute to Xiao Knight. However, that Yan Zhe's entire body was hard. Even the hand holding the dagger I was shaking slightly involuntarily, seemingly quite tense. New to the dueling arena for the first time? Xiao Knight raised an eyebrow, and in his heart, he immediately made a slight guess. And at this moment, the examiner of this 8th final stage once again saw the familiar face of Xiao Knight. The mind can't help but be a little more concerned that his eyes were intentionally or unintentionally fixed on Xiao Knight, wanting to see clearly just how deep the water was for this brat. I hereby declare the duel officially open. As the examiner's words fell, Xiao Knight immediately gripped the killing star, lance in his hand and prepared for battle. But I didn't want that opposite Yan Zai's whole person but suddenly froze. A face obviously white with tension, actually stood there dumbly staring at Xiao Knight one by one. Not moving? Xiao Knight couldn't help but frown as well. Assassin professions that did not immediately use the sneak skill at the very beginning to create a head start for themselves were losing their biggest point of head start. The two froze wide-eyed for a few seconds before Xiao Knight finally couldn't help but open his mouth and said, aren't you going to sneak? I only saw that Yen was as if he had awakened with a sudden start, and slapped his head and said, oh yeah. Stalking, sneak, first sneak, then, backstab, then, smother. A sound of chanting immediately caused Xiao Knight to be dumbfounded by what he heard. Is this guy memorizing the assassin profession's combos? But well at this time, the figure of Yan Zhe on the opposite side finally slowly dives into the shadow. Xiao Knight instantly gripped the killing star, lance with both hands as he gazed vigilantly at his surroundings. He didn't intend to use spectral grievance, a skill that specialized in restraining sneaky units, to directly find out his opponent. Rather, he wanted to take the opportunity to warm up his anticipation and reaction skills. And yet, just then, a dagger was suddenly thrown far from the void, and the direction of the strike was just behind Xiao Knight's left side. The dagger flew straight at Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight instinctively swung his lance to block it down, but the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch in a speechless manner. Clumsy, too clumsy. Obviously this dagger thrown by his opponent was nothing more than a feint. That next real attack must have come from his right front. Xiao Knight even heard the footsteps that failed to hide not far to the right front. What's the deal with the opposition this time around? However, Xiao Knight, who had already seen through it long ago, didn't dodge, but peeked at the right front with his afterimage and waited peacefully. As it happens, in the next second, a dagger stabbed out from the void in front of the right side and stuck straight onto Xiao Knight's right arm. A damage number instantly emerged from Xiao Knight's body. 2196. Xiao Nightfall couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, just by looking at the damage numbers. This Yan Zai's damage was okay, and his equipment shouldn't be too bad, and that was exactly what Shao Knight was aiming for, as he intended to harden his opponent's damage in order to more accurately predict it. However, this scene fell into the eyes of the examiner next to him, but he couldn't help but make his brows furrow to the sky. Obviously, in the last matchup, this kid named Shao Knight displayed evasive skills that were comparable to the ceiling, but this one came up and took a stabbing? What's going on here? Obviously, even he had seen that thief professional's clumsy feint just now. There was no way that Shao Knight wouldn't be able to see it before. The examiner couldn't help but strike the warning bell in his hand and say, in a hushed voice, "Let me remind you once again that fake matches are prohibited above the dueling arena. Those who are discovered will be directly removed from the qualification to participate in the list-revealing conference." Aside from playing a fake match, he really couldn't figure out how Shao Knight could have taken that stab just now. These words immediately scared Shao Knight. Was his acting a bit fake? And just then, Yen, who was beside him, struck a blow and chanted inside his mouth, "The backstab," to be followed by stifle. The dagger in his hand suddenly emitted a yellowish glow that, only to see that Yen Zhe turned the dagger's hilt upside down and was about to knock towards Shao Knight's head with his backhand. No more acting. Shao Knight instantly had a jolt of energy and drew to the side to dodge the killing star. Lance in his hand directly blocked his opponent's stifling stick skill. Then with a backhanded shot, he stabbed straight at Yen Zhe's throat. 9681. Shao Knight's shot was still retracted, but it still nearly emptied the blood bar of that leather armor system's brittle leather profession Yen Zhe, just a hair's breadth away from the cut line that would decide the game. Looking at it from a close distance, I could only see that Yen was in a state of panic, and his forehead was covered with bean-sized beads of sweat, while his mouth was still chanting, "Don't panic if you get caught. Use the leg mixing technique." That Yen Zhe's leg violently flashed red light and kicked towards Shao Knight, and his mouth shouted, "Leg mixing technique." However, he did not want Shao Knight, who had already reacted, to sweep the killing star, lance in his hand, but instead directly flipped him over on the ground, and then the tip of the killing star, lance pointed directly onto his throat. Shao Knight hadn't even poked this shot down yet. The examiner beside the dueling platform, however, had already impatiently rung the warning bell in advance, apparently having seen enough of this clumsy duel long ago. "I declare the game over." While the examiner frowned and filled Shao Knight's name into the winner's column again, a dark curse escaped his lips. What the hell is this? Shao Knight was also a bit confused as he performed a salute to that Yen Zhe. However, the moment he heard the end of the match, that Yen Zhe's entire body felt relieved. The originally tense and white face also instantly then put on a smile of long relief and hurriedly returned a salute to Shao Knight as well, as the two walked off the dueling stage together. Only to see that Yen Zhe was suddenly a bit curious and asked Shao Knight, "Bro, how did you see that I was just going to use the stifle stick and leg mixing technique?" Shao Knight immediately felt that this question was more or less insulting, and the corners of his mouth twitched while he replied, Didn't you shout it out yourself?" Yen then scratched his head at once, and asked, with clear eyes, "Shouldn't I shout it out? Do you see me shouting out?" "No." Chapter 170, The Fifth Battle. Scar watches the battle. It was only after coming down to the stage that Shao Knight realized that this Yen was simply a complete nerd, whose lifelong ambition was to study the habits and characteristics of all sorts of strange and bizarre monsters. It's simply clueless about combat. It was good that he was from a good family, but he just didn't expect to awaken an A-rank assassin profession by mistake during the awakening ceremony. That's why he was hard hired by his family to take him leveling and forced him to let him participate in this unveiling conference. That's why the oops just happened. Even though he was a not so strong a rank assassin profession, all the combos could only even be memorized by rote. Maybe it's just the way things are. Some people tried desperately to awaken a combat profession but were not allowed to. Some people get an A-rank career easily, but they don't feel the slightest interest in fighting. Soon after, 2 more matches were called with Shao Knight's name on the announcement, yet still not in any of the top 5 on that odds list. He Wang of the Flowing Fire Guild, respectively, and a loose cannon named Lu Siwei. One is a mage and one is a shield warrior. With the lessons learned from the previous match, Shao Knight didn't drag his feet for too long in either of these next 2 matches despite trying to eat some of the opponent's skill damage. After figuring out the opponent's details, he directly and cleanly resolved the fight, still not using any skills. So much for having played 4 games. From the Yen Bing we met at the beginning, to Lu Siwei at the end, Shao Knight predicted that their levels would be around level 90 at most, and they hadn't even touched the threshold of the second turn at all. A professional of this level would only be a warm-up for him. It seemed that if they really wanted Shao Knight to put up a real fight, they could only wait until they encountered one of the 5 people in the top 20 of that odds list. Just then, Shao Knight, whose turn was temporarily empty, suddenly heard cheer after cheer and applause erupt from the 2 dueling platforms in the distance. There was even some hysterical screaming, only to see that there was exactly the dueling stage where Gasang Dralma, the second place finisher on the odds list, and Hua Tulong, the third place finisher, were located. These two are also surrounded by the most overcrowded crowd of followers and onlookers in the media. There were even more of them who wanted to see the two of them bump into each other and put on a finals-level fight straight out of the group stage. So far, however, it seems that none of the 5 guys in the top 20 on this oddsmakers list have met each other. Suddenly, a familiar voice then also suddenly rang out from behind Xiao Knight. "Hey, classmate." Xiao Knight twisted his head to look, only to witness that it was Song Wei, the small reporter who had a previous encounter. At this time, Song Wei had some wrinkles on her professional clothes, and apparently had also experienced a lot of peer crowding. And from the depressed expression on her face, it was also clear that she should have failed to squeeze past her peers and simply come out for a drink and a rest. "How are you doing? How many games have you played?" Song Wei kindly handed Xiao Knight a bottle of water and asked. In her opinion, this nervous and somewhat babbling classmate and herself, a small reporter, are simply the same. Both of them fantasize that they can make a splash in this unveiling conference. However, reality will educate them ruthlessly. "Thanks." When Xiao Knight received the water, he saw that the camera in Song Wei's hand was still on, only that the number of viewers displayed inside the live broadcast room was only a dozen or so left. "It's been 4 games. Xiao Knight replied at once. "Ooh, how many wins?" A comforting smile appeared on Song Wei's face, and before Xiao Yi could reply, she continued, "Hey, there's actually no need to care too much about winning or losing. Losing is losing. Since we've already played 4 games, there's 1 more to go, so we can go home and rest today." Xiao Knight smiled faintly and said, "Yeah, 1 more fight and we're off for the day." Song Wei looked at the pitiful number of people in their own live room. Today this day is equal to say that it is again busy for nothing. Simply clicked off the live broadcast, sighed and said, "Ugh, it's good to be off work. I just wonder who your next opponent will be. Your name is Xiao Knight, right? He. There's still 1 match left. I'll go cheer you on." Right at this moment, Xiao Knight's name was suddenly called once again in the broadcast. "Contestant Xiao Knight, Joe Wrestling heads to the 8th final stage." Xiao Knight immediately got up at his words, but she saw Song Wei beside her suddenly filled with consternation, and said in a shocked voice, "Zhou Bo? Mr. Xiao Knight, your next opponent is Zhou Bo He." Xiao Knight nodded and casually moved his muscles. Song Wei snapped to her feet, and looking at Xiao Knight's nonchalant appearance, she instantly became anxious and said, You don't know Joe Wrestling? He's a top 20 player on the odds list." Xiao Knight nodded once again and said, "I know." He had already learned the name yesterday from Master Mo's mouth. The 11th place on the contestants' odds list, Zhou Bo. Occupation was Blood Frenzy Bladesman, and seemed to be from the same place as Hua Tackle Dragon, and was also a dark horse. Song Wei's eyes instantly grew wider and wider as she said to Xiao Knight, "This Joe Wrestling is no ordinary top 20. His current odds ranking has been rising all the time, and many people are saying that he is the one player who has the most hope to kill his way into the top 10. However, Xiao Knight had already turned around and walked towards the 8th dueling stage. Behind her, Song Wei's face suddenly revealed a trace of delight, hastily reopening the camera in her hand to follow her. While the rest of the major media outlets are still surrounding Gasang Drama and Hua Tackle Dragon, you can always squeeze yourself into the front row this time, right? That's currently the 11th ranked weekly wrestler on the real-time odds charts, so it's always good to add a point of traffic to one's live stream. I didn't realize that this Xiao Knight student was really a blessing to myself. Go for it, Xiao Knight student, but don't force it later," Song Wei immediately said with some excitement and concern. "It's this familiar dueling platform number 8. Again." Only before walking onto the stage, Xiao Knight suddenly saw a familiar face in the audience next to him. It was a stout man, but with a frightful scar on his face. It was grinning broadly as it sat in the first row of the audience and gave Xiao Knight a thumbs up from afar. Scar. Xiao Knight was immediately delighted in his heart, not expecting him to actually come, but Scar showed up here. It should be a hint to Xiao Knight as well. It meant that there should be someone behind this next duel of Xiao Knights who would bet on it. Xiao Knight immediately held the killing star in his hand and slowly walked onto the dueling stage. A real fight. Finally, Chapter 171 Bloodsword. Stunned, playing the pig and eating the tiger. Xiao Knight walked onto the dueling stage with his long spear, killing star, in hand and gave a slight salute to the examiner. The examiner also nodded slightly at Xiao Knight. It's the familiar kid again, but this time he's up against Zhou Bo, who is ranked 11th on the oddsmakers list. He's also a little curious as to whether the dark horse, who always turns heads, will still be able to go dark when he takes on the real power players on the oddsmakers list. This duel is between Hanging Sword Guild Xiao Knight and Zhou Wrestling. The examiner's voice rang out over the radio at once. However, at this time, Xiao Knight was still the only person above the dueling stage, and his opponent, Zhou Bo, had not yet appeared on the stage after a long time. Xiao Knight was not in a hurry. holding the killing star in his hands as he quietly stood on the stage and waited. And the examiner frowned, and again shouted over the radio that please ask contestant Jobo to quickly go to dueling stage number 8. At this time, the dueling stage, which had been silent for a day, was finally surrounded by layers and layers of spectators. These people were all rushing towards Jobo, and many of them were holding some flags and banners with Jobo's portrait in their hands. Apparently Jobo already has quite a loyal following. His popularity, which had already been rising up the oddsmakers charts, has recently reached its peak. A lot of people are even betting on him, counting on him to break into the top 10 of the oddsmakers. Jobo, Jobo, go weekly wrestling. The chants and cheers were deafening. However, the Jobo they were talking about was slow to show up, until the voice of the examiner once more sounded, somewhat anxiously, in the midst of the broadcast. Will contestant Jobo quickly? It was only then that a voice rang out from underneath the final stage. Coming, don't rush it, only to see a star-studded figure surrounded by fans, mostly female fans, walking towards the dueling stage with a disdainful look on his face. The fans around him then spontaneously made way for him until he slowly made his way to the dueling stage. 11th in the oddsmakers, Blood Frenzy Bladesman, Joe Wrestling, only to see that it was a man who wasn't really tall, with yellowish black skin, wearing a dazzling red-colored outfit. The body's equipment was somewhere between armor and leather armor, clearly following a flexible path of a light armor system. The two gilded machetes glowing with cold light were not put into the backpack, but were carried openly behind his back. His brow bone was prominent, and his eyes, though somewhat narrow, glowed with an eagle-like sharpness. Just by looking at his face, he does look like a man who would be liked by women. Shaw Knight held the killing star in his hand and slowly saluted him, but I didn't expect that Jobo just gave him a contemptuous look, and with one hand pulled out a gilt machete from behind his back, and with an offended movement the knife pointed at Shaw Knight, saying, "Last game of the day, don't hold me up, and don't say I'm bullying you, nobody. I'm only going to use one sword in my left hand for this duel." The words. An excited shout went up from among the spectators around the dueling stage. Jobo, Jobo. Shaw Knight, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows with a somewhat strange expression, and immediately and painfully said, "Yeah," since his opponent had this particular request, then of course he himself had to fulfill this desire of his to pretend. The examiner on the sidelines rang the warning bell at once, and said in a deep voice that I declare, the duel has officially begun. The moment the bell had not yet dissipated, the steps of that Jobo's feet immediately moved. Only seeing his eyes narrowed, he held the gilt machete in his left hand in a reverse grip and swept towards Shaw Knight, stepping around in a circular arc. The steps were tight and thin, but the movements were not slow at all. Shaw Knight looked on. Then he realized that this Joe Wrestling was really not on the same level as those players before. Slashing weapons are different from stabbing weapons in that the only way to maximize their slashing advantage is to walk in an arc, and the smaller the step the more able to improvise. This week wrestling can rush to the 11th place on the odds list. Relying on the profession is by no means only the level of rank. Wrestling skills also absolutely belong to the top. That's what you call a rivalry. Shaw Knight held the killing star, lance with both hands, his feet stepping forward and backward, but he was still. The weekly wrestling came quickly. The gilded machete in his left hand slashed towards Shaw Knight like a bolt of lightning. It was only at close range that he saw that the gilt machete's blade was covered with a lurid bloodletting groove. This slash definitely hits with a bloodletting effect. However, Shaw Knight's gaze was awe-inspiring, but he managed to avoid it, and the killing star, lance in his hand, stabbed out violently. An inch long, an inch strong. Shaw Knight's advantage lay in the fact that the attack distance of killing star was far longer. If that Jobo had to make that cut, he would have to take a bullet in his own abdomen first. Shasta. Jobo's pupils shrunk violently. Looking at this shot that was stabbing at his abdomen at an extremely tricky angle, Jobo violently turned his body to dodge it, and at the same time, he also gave up the first strike of this slash. Is this kid blind? There was a hint of surprise in Jobo's gaze, and then there was some regret. He should not have retracted his sword just now. Even if he had spared taking that shot and both sides exchanged blood, Jobo was especially confident in his damage. The aspiring forehand slash was easily deflected by his opponent. This caused a trace of annoyance to rise in Jobo's heart. With a turn of his body, the gilt machete in his hand was like a storm that once again raged toward Shaw Knight. Jobo came up for the kill, wanting to settle the fight straight away. The speed at which one blade slashed out loved like a stump. This is the move that the Blood Frenzy knife clerk Jobo relied on to become famous, Blood Knife Frenzied Shadow. With an attack speed that is far superior to that of the opponent, it instantly explodes with high amounts of continuous damage. The fierce clash of gold and iron between swords and spears quickly resounded on the dueling stage. Those Jobo's supporters around the dueling stage saw this iconic scene and immediately climaxed as well, frantically shouting Jobo's name. Jobo, Jobo. Yet in just a few seconds, Jobo, who was on the dueling stage, then realized that something was wrong. The dozen or so knives that he had swung out continuously like a storm actually did not even hit the other party, either blocked by the tip of the gun, or pulled away by the precision of his opponent's stance. The opponent was like an extremely oily viper, utilizing the attack distance advantage of the lance to the extreme. He himself even came close to taking a shot in return. Blocking between weapons is dependent on the strength values of the opposing sides. One of the attacks he swung out was blocked one after another, and Zhou Bo was appalled to find that his palms actually had a hint of numbness. Zhou Bo, who felt bad, the gilt machete in his hand violently erupted with a blood-colored light and swung forward, and drew backward with the reverse momentum of this force, only to see that his wide range of a killing move, bending moonkill, was once again narrowly dodged by the opponent. To be precise, the opponent jerked backward and stood at the boundary of the damage range of the bending moonkill move with unparalleled precision. Monkeyed again? After all, if it wasn't masked, then this person's control of damage distance was just too terrifying, right? A trace of sweat couldn't help but emerge between Zhou Bo's forehead, and a trace of golden light appeared in his narrow eyes as he looked at Xiao Knight and said, "Who the hell are you? Dare to play pretend with me?" At this time, the entire audience around the dueling stage also gradually quieted down, and everyone seemed to have detected something strange. That is, it doesn't seem like this duel is going to end in a crushing victory for their crazy following Chippo. That stormy attack by Zhou Bo just now didn't seem to have any effect. Many of the audience's gazes couldn't help but rest on Xiao Knight as well. Who is this seemingly mediocre contestant with a lance in his hand? At this time, Song Wei, who finally squeezed into the first row under the final stage after fighting for her life, was even more shocked. From the looks of the battle so far, this duel doesn't seem to be as one-sided as everyone expected. Zhou Bo's trademark stormy attack had appeared, and even used a killing move. However, the participant named Xiao Knight did not receive heavy injuries like his usual opponents, and was even directly forced to the decapitation line. He hasn't even used a skill yet? At this point, Song Wei herself hadn't realized that. On the screen of the camera, which the occupationally instinctive hand had raised to the number of viewers in the live room is going up by leaps and bounds, and at this time, more so that the audience issued a sigh and exclaimed a scene occurred, only to see that the weak wrestle actually public renegade slowly pulled out another gilt machete on the back of Chapter 172, The End. An even bigger dark horse is born. What? Zhou Bo is going to use dual swords? Didn't you say that you only use one sword in your left hand, but this time your opponent is so strong? Who on earth is on the other side? It actually forced Zhou Wrestling to use his double blades. The audience under the competition stage erupted into a gasp of surprise, with one or two sighs mixed in. After all, the arrogant statement of using only a knife in the left hand just now was said by Zhou Bo himself, but with such a short time of less than 2 minutes, but then eating his words in public, it will always be a bit unconvincing, and Zhou Bo's face on the dueling stage was a shade of iron, where he didn't realize that he was in danger of drawing boos for himself by going back on his word in public. But how did the spectators surrounding the dueling stage know the pressure he was now facing? The guy with the lance on the other side of the room had that unobtrusive look about him. It simply made a pea-sized cold sweat break out on Zhou Bo's forehead. He had just come up with 70% of his strength, and had even exposed his killing move, yet the opposite side didn't even use a single skill yet. The practice of breaking one's word in public is somewhat humiliating, though, but it's better than losing yourself on this dueling stage, right? It's only the group stage, and he's been gaining momentum on the oddsmakers list lately, so if he loses to a nobody on the other side today, it's all over. Couldn't care less. Zhou Bo's face instantly showed a touch of ruthlessness, and the gilt machete held in the reverse of his left hand was exchanged to his right hand, and with the second machete drawn again in his right hand in a scissor-like manner, he said in a fierce voice, "And, aren't you good at blocking? One blade you can block, 2 blades, I'll see how you can block." The dual swords in Zhou Bo's hands suddenly accelerated, and the dual swords danced wildly like swimming dragons as they attacked towards Xiao Knight. It's a double knife. The 2 blades in each hand swung in tandem with each other, not just attacking twice as often as they had just done. The shadows of the swords were more able to change constantly between them, and the offense was mixed with the defense. Attacking and defending as one. The shadow of the sword was like the wind, and the speed of that Zhou Bo's feet even skyrocketed in vain. In an instant, the biting blade was already running towards Xiao Knight's face. Xiao Knight was watching carefully. This kind of attack that was as fast as a shadow had long since been impossible to parry with ordinary moves. Even if he could block a knife, the knife in Zhou Bo's other hand would be like a tarsal maggot sticking directly to the situation. Once you let him get close, you will get into the rhythm of his attacks, only to see Xiao Knight fiercely spamming 2 hard slashes of damage at the cost of pulling back a step and pulling away. The backhand was a round moon sweep. Like a round moon, the gun bewilderment suddenly slashed out, forcing that Zhou Bo to take a step back to avoid it. However, at this moment, A wave of elation surged on Jobo's face. Elation not that he had just finally hacked out damage, but that Shao Knight had finally used a skill. Oh, you finally used a skill. Shao Knight casually struck a skill, but it finally gave Jobo's heart an extra boost. Using a skill meant that the opponent had also been pushed to a certain extent by himself, and not to the extent that Jobo simply couldn't see through Shao Knight's depths like he had just done. Jobo immediately let out a fierce laugh and bent down his entire body like a wild dragon as he swept towards Shao Knight. Come on, I'll see how long you can hide. The remnants of the twin swords were interspersed with a blood-colored glow. This time Jobo directly moved his biggest killing move. As long as he could settle the fight as soon as possible, one can then still continue the reputation and momentum of the Dark Horse. But the sooner the better. Jobo snapped with a roar, and his own blood bar suddenly dropped by half directly for no reason. Yet the entire person's attack speed suddenly doubled again. This was his greatest killer weapon, Blood Ritual Mad Blade. Gain extreme attack speed and damage at the cost of burning half of your life value. Jobo is looking to finish the fight straight away. However, unbeknownst to them, at this moment, Shao Knight had also finally had enough fun. Fang had already tested the amount of damage this weekly fight would do, and Jobo's characteristics of this double blade stream's playing style had already been figured out by Shao Knight. In that case, then it's about time this duel could be brought to an end. Shao Knight fiercely gripped the killing star in his hand, and the veins within his muscles burst by inches. Savage bloodline, directly opened. In an instant a force filled with wildness surged directly into Shao Knight's body. The shadow of the Yi killing star, gun in Shao Knight's hand also suddenly skyrocketed in speed. Meanwhile, a new attribute bar appeared in front of Shao Knight's eyes, anger value. The shadow of the gun and that Jobo's double blades rolled together like a storm. The sound of gold and iron clashing was like thunder. It's a duel between speeds. The moves between the two sides had even exceeded their ability to react. It's all about muscle memory and instinct to launch a deadly attack on your opponent. Between the shadow of the sword and the spear, the anger value in front of Shao Knight's eyes then continued to skyrocket. Jobo's guilt machete with several terrifying blood grooves suddenly broke through Shao Knight's gun munch. It landed before Shao Knight's circumference. Several successive damage numbers burst out in a flash. The -3816, -4166, -3566. Winning. A look of hideous joy appeared on Jobo's face. Yet at the same time, instead, he saw the corner of the Shao Knight's mouth suddenly reveal a dangerous smile to him. Jobo jolted his body and, only to see that while his machete was still on the other man's, the lance in his opponent's hand, which was like ordinary blackness, also suddenly stabbed 3 bloody holes in his own body. The -15369, -17596, -16488. 3 shots, 3 damage, all blitzed. Then Jobo heard a crisp shattering sound coming from his wrist. Then a dense shield violently erupted from his own body. No, this can't be. Jobo violently broke out into a hysterical roar, and hastened to the ground to pick up the pieces of the bracelet that had broken on the floor. I didn't lose. There must be something wrong with this bracelet. It's impossible to lose to him. There was silence under the entire dueling platform, and those who were originally waving posters in their hands that took away Jobo's name also froze one by one. Jobo actually lost? Even the examiner was a little startled, and froze for a moment before hastily ringing the warning bell. I declare, this duel is over. The winner is from the Hanging Sword Guild, Shao Knight. And it wasn't until the staff from the military on the sidelines stepped forward to force Jobo off the stage that Jobo was still unwillingly clutching those pieces of bracelets in his death grip, unable to stop himself from roaring in anger. It must be the bracelet. It's your problem. Song Wei, who was standing in the first row under the dueling stage, hadn't reacted yet. Mr. You won? Winning opponents or weekly battles? The big dark horse of the week wrestling for 11th place on the oddsmakers list? An even bigger dark horse is born. However, the camera in her hand happened to have recorded it all. When Song Wei hurriedly lowered her head to check the camera, she couldn't help but freeze again, only to see that her live room, which originally had only a dozen or so people, had long since soared to several 100,000, and it's still coming in huge numbers. Everyone is posting a question that, who the hell is the one who won the weekly fight? Chapter 173, Song Wei. This heavenly riches. Shasta. A thought couldn't help but surface in Song Wei's mind. This heaven-breaking wealth has finally come to me. Within just a few seconds, Song Wei immediately adjusted her state and put on a professional smile on her face, setting the camera to just the right angle that would capture himself and Xiaoyu together. Hello, everyone in the live broadcast room. Welcome to Morning Sun Media's live studio. I'm reporter Song Wei. I'm sure everyone should have seen just now that a contestant named Shao Knight unexpectedly defeated Jobo, who was ranked 11th on the odds list, and all of this is by no means coincidental or accidental. Another dark horse of this ranking revealing conference has been born. His name is Songwei hadn't finished the commentary that quickly surfaced in her head, but suddenly she was pushed to the side by the crowd, only to see that rows and rows of media carrying long guns and short cannons had all crowded over. The flashlights were like the night sky, flashing in unison in the direction of Shao Knight's descent from the stage. Hey, don't crowd around. I took this seat first. Songwei was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. The traffic and opportunities that had been hard to come by were once again seized by those big media outlets. But how could she compete with them when she was only one person and didn't even have a photographer around? Hey, don't push. You guys be reasonable, okay? However, the surrounding peers were simply ignoring it, forcefully pushing the rows of cameras over, in turn squeezing Songwei, who was originally staying under the stage, to the side. This player, I'm a reporter from Red Wave News in Shangjing City. Can I interview you? Your name is Shao Knight, is it? Mr. Shao Knight, you have just defeated Joe Wrestling, who is ranked 11th on the odds list. May I ask if you think it was luck or strength? This player, one by one. The reporters wearing professional uniforms with trademark smiles on their faces hurriedly extended the microphones in their hands to Shao Knight, who was walking down the stage. However, Shao Knight did not answer any of their questions, but instead used his gaze to search through the crowd until he saw Songwei, who had been squeezed into the far corner. Excuse me, move over. Shao Knight immediately peeled away from the crowd and walked straight towards Songwei, only to see that Songwei's eyes were already reddened, and she was still continuously trying to raise the camera high towards Shao Knight in the crowd. At this time, he saw that Shao Knight even set aside the crowd and walked towards himself, greeting the camera lens in his hand. The surrounding circle of media were all flustered when they saw that Shao Knight's friend who had walked over to him was actually a fellow small reporter. That reporter from Red Wave News was even more unwilling to chase after him again, handing the microphone in his hand to Shao Knight's mouth, saying, "Player Shao Knight, we have millions of viewers watching on Red Wave News live channel. I wonder if you want to accept our interview first." Red Wave News is the headliner among the many media outlets in the upper capital city. Shao Knight also knew this, but at this moment, he suddenly shook his head at them and said, "I'm sorry, but I already have an interview scheduled with Morningstar Media." One of the journalists from the surrounding media were stunned for a moment. They had never even heard of this peer named Morning Sun Media. But I saw that at this time, Shao Knight had already walked up to Songwei and rushed to the camera in her hand and said, "We're done with the 5 games for today, so we can call it a day." Songwei's eyes, which were already somewhat red, suddenly revealed a hint of a surprised smile. With that, he immediately adjusted his state again, and gently handed the somewhat worn microphone in his hand to Shao Knight's face. "It looks like our Shao Knight player has finished playing off duty today as well. The viewers in the live broadcast room are all eager to get to know you. Let's interview player Shao Knight about how he feels right now." Songwei quietly glanced at the number of people in the live broadcast room, only to see that it is still growing as fast as a rocket. While the entire interview ended, the number of people in Songwei's live broadcast room ended up staying at over 1,200,000. If it wasn't for a man with a scar on his face suddenly coming beside Shao Knight and calling him away, Songwei even wanted to carry the camera and follow him home. And the whole interview process is very smooth. Shao Knight is very cooperative but also know how to talk skills. In the face of the audience in the live broadcast room asking strange and gossipy questions one by one, Shao Knight appeared to have answered, but in reality, he didn't say anything, but he wasn't impolite. It simply made Songwei, a reporter, sigh a little to herself. When it was time to leave, Songwei sincerely said a word of thanks to Shao Knight. "Thank you, Mr. Shao Knight. Honestly, I don't even know how to thank you. You literally saved my job." However, Shao Knight waved his hand and said, "You're welcome, see you tomorrow." Reporter Song. Songwei's eyes were suddenly filled with a bright light of joy again. "I'll definitely see you tomorrow." Scar received Shao Knight all the way to his car. His looks and aura that carried its own murderous and uninviting aura forced many of the surrounding spectators who wanted to surge up to get close to Shao Knight to retreat sardonically. "You kid, you're on fire this time." Scarred Love couldn't help but grin back, and what Shao Knight was more interested in at this time was another question. That is, this match of his own. Is there any Uncle Chin's bet behind it or not? "Brother Scar, did Uncle Chin send you?" Shao Knight asked tentatively at once. I only saw Scar looking at Shao Knight with deep meaning in his eyes, then grinned and said, "Are you trying to ask if Uncle Chin is betting behind this match? I'll tell you the truth, even though it's not quite the big head this time, you just won back half the street for Uncle Chin." Scars grinned, a smile on his face that he simply couldn't suppress, and said, "You kid is considered to have given Uncle Chin a solid opening. By all rights, we have to throw you a celebration party. But Master M.O. says there's no rush today, not until after all the group games are played tomorrow." Shao Knight instantly nodded as well. The match had only been played for 5 matches after all. "Today we only met one player in the top 20 of the oddsmakers. Who might we meet tomorrow?" Scar drove his car and pulled Shao Knight all the way again to the treasure betting extravaganza located underground that Shao Knight had been to yesterday. Once again, I came to this paper-drunk place, only to see that everything about the scene was the same as yesterday, and it even seemed crazier. And Shao Knight realized that his name had actually made it onto the odds leaderboard, from being a few hundred names away. A jump to no more or no less than 10th place on the oddsmakers list. Chapter 174, Odds Soar. One bet to change one's life. Master MO is waiting for you at the same old place as yesterday, so go ahead and go over there. I've got some things to do. Scar grinned that big grin, while pushing Shao Knight into the VIP area inside. He himself ran to the place where the betting code was in a huff. The guards in the VIP area also watched him walk into the corridor with a curious gaze after confirming his identity with Shao Knight. Shao Knight vaguely felt that he had made a name for himself in the eyes of these people. After all, in the middle of this underground hall, all the battles on the dueling platforms were broadcast live in real time at all times. A dark horse like himself, who suddenly went from a few hundred places away to the top 10, was the meat and potatoes in their eyes who could change his life in one bet. Even in the middle of the corridor of this VIP hall, each and every one of the richly dressed guests walking head-on could not help but stare closely at Shao Knight's face. Shao Knight pushed the door and walked into the suite of the VIP hall that he had once entered yesterday. Instead, he saw that Master MO was not inside, but only a young girl in a foreign dress, Gesang Dralma. Shao Knight raised an eyebrow before he could greet her, but then he saw this Kelsang Dralma suddenly open his mouth to himself and say, "I admit that I somewhat underestimated you yesterday. I didn't expect you to be able to win against Joe Bo." This girl from the Klur tribe really did speak with the same straight face. Just luck. Shao Knight humbled himself and walked over to take a look at but seeing that the big screen in front of that Gesang Dralma was playing the video footage of the duel between herself and that Joe wrestling. The screen just happened to be playing the scene where Shao Knight ended up exchanging blood with that weekly fight and won the match. Gesang Dralma was staring straight at the screen when she suddenly spoke up and said, "I've watched this video 4 times now. Actually, those last 3 slashes of Joe wrestling, you could have completely blocked them, right?" Shao Knight was instantly stunned. This Gesang Dralma was indeed an extremely intelligent girl. The last 3 stabs of Chopper's fight, Shao Knight was completely capable of blocking it and defeating it in a more stable way, even without injury. It was only then that Shao Knight intentionally adopted this blood-for-blood style of play to end the match at the fastest speed possible. "Why?" Gesang Dralma instantly turned her head, a pair of beautiful eyes with very foreign characteristics staring tightly at Shao Knight and asked, and there was no other emotion mixed in her gaze, simply a desire to know why. "Hidden striker." Shao Knight gently sat down on the sofa and replied in a light and frank manner. The reason why he deliberately took those 3 slashes was that he didn't want his fighting style to be easily studied by other opponents. Sometimes tricky, sometimes clumsy. It's what makes it more elusive. Gesang Dralma savored the 2 words Shao Knight said and said with a gentle nod of her head, "It seems I still underestimated you. Your goal should be even further than I thought. You're strong, but it's far from enough. The only true masters on the odds list are those 2 people, Hua Tackle Dragon and Zhang Fan Young. If you meet Hua too long tomorrow, you're no match." Gesang Dralma's straightforward words made Shao Knight momentarily unable to distinguish whether she was kindly reminding him or deliberately pressing him. And just then, the door to the VIP lounge was opened from the outside, and Master Mo's figure on crutches suddenly appeared in the suite. "Well done, Shao Knight kid. Ink Master people have not arrived sound first." Adore saw that the sofa Gesang Dralma is also a stunned road. "Yo, MS, Chroma is here too? Didn't you go to your father's place?" Kelsang Dralma stood up at once and greeted Master MO respectfully, saying, "Good day Master MO. Droma is ready to go over there." Then it was dry, too, and he got up and left the suite directly. Shao Knight at this time is somewhat puzzled. If it is not the arrangement of the MO Master, it is difficult to not this Gesang Dralma also specially come to this private room to wait for their own trip. "Master MO, sit down." Shao Knight instantly got up as well and said, "Fine, Master MO." On the other hand, waved his hand in a hurry, leaning on his crutches cheerfully toward the sofa, and the pipe in his hand were directly thrown on the table, saying, "Boy Shao, you fought a beautiful battle. Scar should have told you all about it, right?" After the end of the first day, there were only 4 of you left in this death squad that kept a clean record as well. It's what too long, Miss Juama, Fanwei and you respectively. Now your odds can be said to be all the way up in the green. You don't know, when you beat Joe Bo in the afternoon, the whole hall outside blew up. Master Mo's whole face was flushed when he said this, and it was evident that he was quite excited. Shao Knight, on the other hand, took the opportunity to ask, "Master MO, I only beat an 11th ranked Shupo. How did I go straight up to 10th place?" Only Master MO narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Hey, this Chow Wrestling isn't the only one of the top guys on the odds list to have capsized today. Besides, those odds makers run into each other and it's not uncommon for the rankings to change a bit in real time." Shao Knight instantly nodded thoughtfully, before actually throwing out the question he wanted to ask even more next. "Master MO, Do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing that I've gone straight to the top 10 on the odds list? Wouldn't that mean that more people would know about me, and wouldn't be able to do anything about the betting instead? But he saw that Master Mo's face had also become serious, and he once more took up the pipe on the table, saying, "Hey, it's the opposite. The old man tells you that the higher you are on the odds list is rather a good thing for us, though the more people who know your details, the smaller the multiplier for betting on a win. But it's only when you're among the top few on the odds list that you're really in that big game. Some cats and dogs don't qualify for the game." Master Mo also smiled in a sophisticated manner and said to Shao Knight, "So Shao kid, you just charge forward and leave the rest to the old man." And at that moment, the door to the VIP lounge was once again opened from the outside. Only to see that the full face of the Scar is finally back, the belt bag and the bulging, grinning mouth simply cannot stop smiling. "Master Mo, you're here." Master Mo instantly frowned and glared at that Scarface, immediately poking his little mind, saying, "Scar, did your boy go to bed too?" Only Scar grinned a hefty grin and, "Isn't that a surefire deal? I've known for a long time that Brother Shao couldn't lose at all, and it's not just me either. Stripes, they all bet in September." But I saw a trace of strangeness also suddenly appear on the face of Master Mo, who suddenly took out a ticket from among his pockets, and handed it to Scar, saying, "Go on, change out the money for me too." Scar was startled. "Ha, Master Mo, your old man has bet too." The corners of Shao Knight's mouth couldn't help but twitch at once. "No, why don't you guys do this without me?" Shao Kid is not to be blamed. There are rules in the field. You can't bet on yourself. Chapter 175, Consecutive Abstentions. Hua Tulong's Tactics. When the first rays of sunlight once again tore through the night color that shrouded the sky over Shangjing City, the entire city seemed to be boiling once again. The second day of the unveiling conference was even crazier than the first. An expression of frenzy even surfaced on the faces of all the onlookers. Just yesterday in one short day, large tracts of business stores have changed owners. Some people hit rock bottom overnight. Just someone who took off overnight. Song Wei is one of them. Overnight, from a small, suffering intern reporter, he was transformed into the head of Morningstar Media, not only equipped with a specialized follow photographer, makeup artist, props team, even a special car for her. Song Wei until now are a bit incredulous. Even their own last night all night to rush the interview script has some stumbling memorization cannot come out. But none of the group of leaders in that conference room dared to reprimand her, because yesterday Shao Knight had left a message for her live broadcast. "See you tomorrow." The same even more drastic and huge change naturally happened to Shao Knight. Shao Knight, who had just walked into the giant dueling arena. It then instantly triggered a loud cheer and scream among the onlookers. "Shao Knight! Shao Knight!" The area around the waiting area had been surrounded by people for a long time. In just one night, some people in the audience have even held up huge photos and banners of Shao Knight. That's how the top 10 star players on the oddsmakers are treated. It had to be said that Shao Knight was even a bit unaccustomed to it. But fortunately, due to Shao Knight's special instructions, the guards next to the competition stage only let in one reporter, Song Wei. The two looked at each other at the changes that had taken place in each other's lives over the course of the night, and Love couldn't help but chuckle a little. Song Wei Love couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, I didn't bring a photographer in, just wanted to say cheers." Shao Knight gave a slight nod and said, "Thanks." The second half of the group stage began with the announcement of the muffled voice in the broadcast. Shao Knight waited quietly in the waiting area for his name to be called. The voice on the radio was quick to call him. 2. Contestants Shao Knight, Li Chen head to the 8th fighting stage. However, just as Shao Knight was preparing to head to the fighting stage, a sentence was once again proclaimed over the radio that, due to the participant Li Chen's inability to go on the field being considered as a forfeit, the opponent Shao Knight automatically wins this duel. Will the next group of contestants please proceed to the fighting podium? Shao Knight was suddenly stunned. Did the opponent just forfeit? Only to see that on the big screen where the match was announced, Shao Knight had indeed been directly announced as the winner. His opponent, the player named Li Chen, on the other hand, had two words labeled after his name, forfeit. Shao Knight also couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. After all, from the point of view of his own performance on the dueling stage yesterday, it wasn't as if he was showing how terrifyingly oppressive he was. Far from exaggerated, opponents will just forfeit, right? Shao Knight also had no choice but to quietly sit down in the waiting area once again. However, soon after, Shao Knight's name once again rang out amongst the broadcasts. Contestants Wang Ji and Shao Knight head to the 6th fighting stage. However, this time, before Shao Knight even had time to get up from his seat, the announcement was made once again in the broadcast that, due to participant Wang Ji abstaining, opponent Shao Knight automatically wins this duel. Abstaining again? Shao Knightfall couldn't help but frown. Should it be so exaggerated? When Shao Knight's name was called for the third time in the broadcast, it was likewise declared Shao Knight's victory directly once again. Due to participant Qin Ziliang abstaining, opponent Xiao Knight automatically wins this match. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but narrow his eyes. You've won 3 of your own 5 matches today, without even being on the stage. If this keeps up, won't it just end the group stage? Xiao Knight instinctively felt that there was something wrong with things. If anything, one opponent would abstain because Xiao Knight didn't really want to fight him due to his dark horse performance yesterday. That can't be 3 opponents in a row forfeiting, unless someone is deliberately screwing themselves. And just at this moment, but saw a figure rushed into the waiting area in a hurry. It was the reporter Song Wei, the Xiao Knight classmate, student Xiao Knight. Only a burst of anxiety was seen on Song Wei's face as she looked around, searching for Xiao Knight's figure. Here, Xiao Knight instantly waved his hand at her and she then saw her hurriedly running towards Xiao Knight and said with an extremely ugly face, "Has Mr. Xiao Knight heard about this? Many of the contestants in the group have abstained. I've got a tip from a fellow journalist that it seems someone is behind the pressure to deliberately force them to forfeit. Originally a group of 50 participants. Now there are only 20 or so participants left, and all the others have abstained." Xiao Knight's face was also startled as he asked, "Why? Who did it?" Only Song Wei's face showed a look of deep concern, biting her lip and saying, "It seems like Hua Tulong and the others did it. They're trying to deliberately force all the other contestants to forfeit so that Hua Tackle Dragon can encounter you more easily. Zhou Wrestling, whom you won yesterday, and Hua Tackle Dragon are from the same township. Hua Tackle Dragon wants to get back for Zhou Wrestling, and since your group is supposed to be a death group, there's almost no chance of getting out of the tournament even if you stay in it, so a lot of people have been threatened by them to just forfeit." Xiao Knight took a deep breath at once, and his face turned colder and colder as he said, "So it is. It looks like he's become someone's target today." However, Song Wei suddenly reached out and tugged on Xiao Knight's sleeve, saying worriedly, "You don't know. Hua Tackle Dragon struck very hard today, completely different from yesterday. All the contestants who didn't forfeit their rights were all seriously injured by him once they ran into him, and they were even carried down." Xiao Nightfall couldn't help but laugh amusingly. "It seems like this Hua Tackle Dragon really wants to meet me." When Song Wei saw Xiao Knight's appearance, she said with some urgency, "Student Xiao Knight, you've won 8 matches now, so you really can't just admit defeat later on if it's a real run-in with him. Winning 8 games is enough points to get you out of the lineup and into the later elimination rounds. Don't ever go on stage to fight Hua Tackle Dragon." And just at that moment, in the broadcast, Xiao Knight's name was called once again, as if by fate. Contestants Xiao Knight, Hua Tulong head to dueling stage number 8. Song Wei's heart sank violently, but she saw that Xiao Knight had already stood up and slowly walked towards the 8th dueling stage, and left behind the words that, "Remember what I said to the people in your broadcast yesterday? Bet on me to finish first in my group, as much as you can, packed to win." Chapter 176, Stunned. He's going to fight hard against Hua Tackle Dragon. When Xiao Knight walked out of the waiting area, he happened to see a participant being carried off the dueling stage. The man was lying on a stretcher making constant screams of agony. Arms and legs seemed to be broken. Despite the fact that the surrounding military healers and healing professions were all on the sidelines repairing his injuries, they still couldn't stop the miserable cries, and in sharp contrast to the screams, on the other hand, it was the mountainous cheers and shouts next to the 8th dueling platform not far away. Hua Tulong, Hua Tailong. These were Hua Tackle Dragon's supporters, and both their numbers and fervor were at an unprecedented level. It far exceeded any player Xiao Knight had seen before. Among them, there were some spectators who held banners with Xiao Knight's name in their hands. However, they looked somewhat pitiful in front of that overwhelming number. On dueling platform number 8 in front of us, Hua Tackle Dragon was standing in the center of the dueling stage, arms raised high enjoying the cheers and shouts of those supporters around him. It was a boy with dark skin, who seemed to have experienced a lot of wind and sun, and should be a bit older than Xiao Knight. The equipment worn all over his body was not heavy armor or cloth robes, but a strange set of leather armor that had a variety of animal skins spliced into it. With a head of harsh short hair, convex cheekbones, thin and light eyebrows, and a pair of eyes with a ferocious light exposed, he stared straight at Xiao Knight, who slowly walked onto the dueling stage. Hua Tulong could not see any joy or anger on his face, and his eyes sized up Xiao Knight before he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "You're Xiao Knight? I didn't think you'd have the guts to stand up on the stage." Xiao Knight's hand held the killing star lance in one hand, and the corner of his mouth hooked as he said, "Didn't you go to a lot of trouble to meet me?" That Hua Tulong suddenly grinned widely. His 2 rows of miserable white teeth were as horrifying as the teeth of a beast, and then looked at Xiao Knight as if he were looking at his prey, and said fiercely, "Do you know how much you cost me yesterday when you won the weekly fight?" Xiao Knight raised his eyebrows. This Hua Tulong was straightforward. It seemed that he and Zhou Bo were also bound to have a large force behind them. It must be that Xiao Knight's win over Zhou Bo yesterday must have caused that power behind them to lose a lot of business. Otherwise, this Hua Tulong wouldn't have gone to such great lengths just to meet Xiao Knight on the dueling stage today. "Ha! Hua Tulong suddenly smiled miserably at Shao Knight and said, "In fact, how much business Joe Wrestling lost yesterday is a small matter. And today, Lousy is not trying to recover for him. What's important is that I have to prove to the bosses behind us that betting on us and losing can always be won back. So since you walked onto this dueling stage today, don't think you can go down in one piece." Shao Knight instantly understood the meaning of this Hua Tulong's words. This Hua Tackle Dragon had painstakingly forced more than half of the other players to abstain today, and it wasn't for the sake of avenging Zhoubo's death. Rather, the bosses behind them have opened another big plate, wanting to use this duel to win back all those that he lost yesterday on Zhoubo. There is no such thing as fellowship. All Hua Tulong cares about is profit. Such level-headed enemies are often the most frightening. It was still the same examiner standing at the edge of the field on dueling platform number 8. Between one and the other, Shao Knight's face had become somewhat familiar to him. He had witnessed this nameless kid, who had won 5 games in a row yesterday, jumped to 10th place on the odds list, and now standing in front of the title favorites. Hua Tackle. How could the examiner not have counted in his heart the scene of a large portion of today's contestants abstaining from voting? Nowadays, he couldn't help but sweat for Shao Knight, took a deep breath, and ruthlessly rang the warning bell. This duel is between Hua Tackle Dragon and Shao Knight. I now declare the match officially open. The moment the crisp sound of the warning bells gradually fell, the entire audience around the dueling stage also instantly quieted down. Everyone held their breath and stared at the duo on the dueling stage. Shao Knight gripped the killing star lance tightly, and likewise did not slack off in the slightest. Hua Tackle Dragon. Third on the odds list. Occupation, Beast Spirit Ancestor Witch. Last night, Kelsang Drolma's words gave Shao Knight a wake-up call. That's why Shao Knight likewise studied the duel footage of Hua Tackle Dragon's first day of competition. Beast Spirit Ancestor is a profession similar to a Western Druid or something like that, and is supposed to be able to instantly gain a substantial increase in attributes and damage by summoning a beast spirit. Yet his 5-game tape from yesterday is hardly a reference. That's because all 5 fights were one-hit wonders for Hua Tackle. Hua Tackle Dragon had only used one skill yesterday, summoning a gigantic berserker beast spirit to attach itself to his body, with its strength and damage greatly strengthened and rigid to the extreme. Yet today, at the moment the warning bells dispersed, Hua Tulong on the dueling stage, however, smiled evilly at Shao Knight and clenched his hands violently. A heart-stopping wolf howl suddenly erupted on the dueling stage, and then a huge frost wolf silhouette with black and gray fur appeared behind him. Wolf Spirit. As if he had anticipated that Shao Knight would have studied the way he played yesterday. As soon as he came up, Hua Tackle Dragon summoned the Wolf Spirit, which he had never used before. The giant wolf's shadow was tightly attached to his body, following him like a shadow. The weapon in Hua Tackle Dragon's hand was a fist blade that glowed with a cold light, the sharp wolf claw silhouette fusing with the blade as one. The entire person was like a hungry wolf on the hunt, violently running wildly towards Shao Knight, very fast and furious. Shao Knight looked at it in his eyes, and at that moment, he no longer had any intention of hiding his moves, and under his feet, the evoking tide spirit steps directly opened. The entire person's speed also suddenly skyrocketed. Then Shao Knight's figure did not retreat backward to pull back, but instead recoiled forward. Straight away, he swept towards that Hua Tackle Dragon. The crowd around the dueling stage erupted into a chorus of gasps and boos. What? He actually wants to fight Hua Tulong hard. Is this Shao Knight crazy? Isn't this looking for death? It looks like the match is going to be ended by another move from Hua Tackle Dragon. Song Wei on the sidelines was even more anxious as she watched. Just now in the match, she witnessed what happened to the last contestant who took Hua Tackle Dragon's attack head-on. Shao Knight, what on earth are you thinking? And just then, the two extremely fast silhouettes on the empty dueling stage had collided together fiercely. The claws of the giant wolf spirit vapors that it slashed violently against the killing star in Shao Knight's hand. In an instant, a thunderous boom erupted in the dueling arena. The two figures exploded backwards in unison. All looked at the scene before them in amazement, for they realized with dismay that that contestant named Shao Knight was surprisingly not the least bit disadvantaged. Chapter 177, Teasing. Joker. Fury. The fist blade clashed with the killing star lance. Blood for blood. Shao Knight and Hua Tackle Dragon's figures flashed backwards in unison, and their bodies exploded with damage numbers after blocking each other almost simultaneously. 3871, 3678. No one is left behind, and judging from the percentage of their blood bars falling, Shao Knight's total blood value was on par with that Hua Escape Dragon's. What's going on here? That Shao Knight's name actually ate Hua Tackle Dragon's forehand attack hard? And it doesn't drop any more blood than Hua Tackle Dragon. What exactly is this man's occupation? The spectators around the final stage couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Long before this match today, there were already quite a few people who had noticed Shao Knight, the dark horse that came out of nowhere yesterday. There were even quite a few people who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to place their bets on Shao Knight and carefully studied the videos of all 5 of Shao Knight's matches yesterday. In the first match against Yenbing, Shao Knight showed unparalleled evasion techniques. In the second, third, and fifth matches against Joe Wrestling, everyone thought that Shao Knight was a dark horse whose combat skills were greater than his own attributes. However, it wasn't until he saw the scene where Shao Knight had just eaten Hua Tackle Dragon's Wolf Spirit Charge hard. It took all of them a moment to realize that this incipiently hideous Shao Knight had more than just skill. The duo on top of the dueling stage were on the verge of a fight. After pulling away from each other, Shao Knight and that Hua Tackle Dragon quickly and coincidentally began to walk along the center of the dueling platform. Hua Tackle Dragon looked at the strip of blood that had been knocked off his body, but a trace of fervor appeared on his face, and with a wolf spirit shadow attached to his body, his eyes were as scarlet as blood, and he stared fiercely at Shao Knight Road. I see. It seems that Jobo's loss to you yesterday wasn't an accident at all. But it's better this way. The stronger you are, the more you can prove my worth. The blades of Hua Tulong's fists among his hands rubbed against each other, striking out a trail of sparks that. Then the figure surged once again and charged violently towards Shao Knight. Hua Tulong, who had a wolf spirit shadow attached to his body, had a speed that wasn't even the slightest bit weaker than a top-tier assassin profession. So if he kept trying to pull away, he would fall into a situation where he would be chased by him. Shao Knight, who had already seen this point, once again advanced instead of retreating. The killing star in his hand directly drew a crescent-like arc, predicting the direction of his attack. Full moon sweep. The tip of the killing star's spear instantly sealed off all of Hua Tackle Dragon's advancing space. However, he saw that Hua Tackle Dragon violently stopping his steps alive, pairing his fists, and the beast spirit shadow on his body suddenly changed. The giant wolf silhouette transformed into a wild bear with a huge body in a split second, and Hua Tackle Dragon's muscles rippled with it, instantly erupting in a burst of aura. Leaping up high, the fist blades on top of both fists slammed over towards Shao Knight from top to bottom, and behind him, that crazy bear void similarly straightened its body up high and raised that thick bear claw. Mad bear dunking. What a change of pace. Shao Knight's pupils suddenly tightened. This Hua Tackle Dragon was truly extraordinary. How can you accomplish such a change in a flash of lightning? The huge bear claw suddenly slapped down on the dueling arena. The rigid force really smashed a big crater on the floor of the dueling arena, even covering a distance of several meters around. In an instant, debris and smoke flew in all directions. However, Shao Knight's figure was suddenly missing from the dueling arena. Where's the hideout? Hua Tackle Dragon roared loudly with a frenzied face, his eyes scanning the dueling platforms around him, but his face did not have the slightest bit of panic. Instead, he was even more excited and frenzied. At this moment, he was like a humanoid rabid bear. The fist blades above his hands could drive a huge bear claw shadow with every swing, frantically sweeping the surrounding area in an attempt to force Shao Knight out. Just for a moment there, Shao Knight keenly realized that this strike must not be carried hard. Then he decisively and directly opened the 2 displacement effects attached to the equipment that Master Mo personally picked out for him, and directly escaped from Hua Tackle Dragon's attack range. Stalking? I'll see where you can dive. At this time, Hua Tulong above the dueling platform subconsciously thought that Shao Knight had entered a sneaking state. At once, like a completely mad bear, both fists ruthlessly swept through every corner of the dueling platform. Even the rigid fist wind attached to those fists was like a gale that scraped people. However, the spectators below the dueling stage were awfully quiet at the moment, because Hua Tulong on the stage was confused by the authorities, but they on the stage could see clearly. Shao Knight had simply been hiding behind Hua Tackle Dragon, while taking dexterous footsteps to deadlock Hua Tailong's blind spot in his field of vision. He watched carefully, and once Hua Tailong turned, he immediately changed his orientation. It was clear that Shao Knight had been right behind Hua Tulong, but Hua Tulong was unable to discover it. At this point in time, in the eyes of these offstage spectators, Hua Tulong was like a living clown, being teased around. At last, from the strange blush on the faces of the audience on the stage, Hua Tulong also finally realized what was going on, and a burst of annoyance erupted on his face as he violently twisted his head to look back, and Shao Knight's teasing instantly ignited the last vestige of sanity in his heart. Damn cub. I didn't want to waste you in the first place. Hua Tackle Dragon violently dispersed the bulky mad bear void attached to his body, turned his head to stare violently at Shao Knight behind him, and said with his eyes wide open, "You brought this on yourself." A burst of killing intent emanated from within Hua Tulong's fierce eyes. Each contestant carries a disposable shield bracelet though, which instantly bursts into a high shield to protect the contestant's life when his or her blood level touches the decimation line. However, as long as the amount of damage is higher than this shield, you can simply break the shield and kill your opponent outright. This was, after all, on top of a dueling stage, and any accidents were justified. And even if he killed his opponent, it was just a momentary lapse, even if the military settles the score afterward. they won't be able to award anything. Not to mention the fact that killing your opponent outright is not an amazingly great gimmick. A scowl gradually appeared on What Tackled Dragon's face. The failure of Joe wrestling in yesterday had already cost himself too much. Today, his own performance of being teased like a clown just now. Even if he won, he would likewise be reduced to the laughingstock of everyone. And those forces behind him might once again be even more disappointed in him. There was only one way to break this, and that was to kill Shao Knight directly on the stage. Huffing and puffing, What Tackled Dragon suddenly let out a long breath. Yet what came out of his nostrils was a sparking hot breath. Next second, a beast spirit shadow was once again summoned upon him. Only this time, it was actually a huge lava earth dragon with scales all over its body. Chapter 178 Squasali. Rest in peace. The entire area around the dueling arena erupted in a roaring cry of surprise. This was followed by even more impassioned shouts. What too long? What tai long? Even Shao Knight, who was above the dueling platform, was a bit surprised. What Tackle? Named Tackle. In fact, it really has the skill of summoning dragon spirits. Only when the shadow of that huge lava earth dragon appeared on What Tackled Dragon's body, his entire body also changed. His body was actually covered with a path of earth-colored scales, and a layer of hot lava breath was shrouded around him. The fist blades in both fists were even directly erupting with scorching fire. The lava earth dragon, the low-rank hybrid dragon race species, even though it was at the lowest rank tier amongst the dragon race, was already a monster existence that could be called a party lord level. The spectators on the sidelines erupted in consternation. What Tackled Dragon was actually able to summon a dragon spirit? I've heard that in order to summon a beast spirit, you have to kill a monster before you can refine its soul. Could it be that What Tackled Dragon has already killed an earth dragon? But it's a lord level monster. I think this one can be declared over. No one can win against What Tackled Dragon who has summoned the dragon spirit. However, this surrounding sound of shock and applauding did not affect Shao Knight, who was standing on the dueling arena, in the slightest. Instead of having half a bit of fear, Shao Knight was somewhat curious as he surveyed the huge silhouette of a lava earth dragon in front of him. Is this a low-level dragon? Looking at the size of that lava earth dragon silhouette, it should be an adult body. However, unbeknownst to Shao Knight, there was a real high-grade dragon, the obsidian dragon, sleeping peacefully in his summoning space at the moment. In that moment, Shao Knight was even a little tempted to summon the dragon cub straight out and let it fight with its own cousin who was a little bit blood-related, but I'm afraid that would be a bit too much of a bully. In the midst of his thoughts, he only saw What Tu Long's aura on the opposite side of the dueling arena suddenly skyrocket with him. The entire person was fused into one with the shadow of a huge lava earth dragon on his body, and a scorching hot fire aura even enveloped around his body, drying out the entire dueling stage. Even every step reveals a deep brand of lava beneath the feet of the What Tackled Dragon. However, looked at Shao Knight as if he were looking at a dead man, and with a sardonic smile, he spoke a vernacular language of their clan to Shao Knight. Squasali. Next, only to see What Tackled Dragon's mouth open violently and the whole jaw seemed to be cracking open. A violent and fiery lava spit erupted violently from his mouth, instantly enveloping almost the entire dueling stage. Lava spit, an attack unique to the dragon race. The starting point is the epic rank damage skill. It had to be said that even Shao Knight had not expected that this What Tackled Dragon would be able to inherit its abilities to this extent after summoning the Lava Earth Dragon Beast Spirit. For the participating professionals at this stage, it's a downward spiral. Even with Shao Knight's current attributes, he would definitely not be able to carry the lava-spitting breath that enveloped the entire dueling stage. Shao Knight understood in a flash what Gasang Drolma had said to herself last night. There were only two true masters in this list unveiling conference, one was Zheng Fanyang and the other was What Tu Long. On the output of this strongest move alone, this killer move by What Tackle is a first. The scorching hot lava spit in the sky instantly roared like a storm. The examiner standing next to the dueling stage rose violently, his eyes horrified. He had realized that the situation was out of control. What Tackled Dragon's move was clearly aimed at killing Shao Knight. He tried to call off the duel, but it was too late. The lava spit that covered the sky like a storm raged across the entire dueling stage, and one by one, all the spectators on the sidelines were on their feet. Shock and disbelief filled everyone's faces. What? Is this kind of terrifying level of damaging skill actually something that the young professionals of this class can hit? Lava spit. Isn't this an epic level skill? Where is What Tackled Dragon's opponent? Is it already dead? What Tackled Dragon deserves to be the favorite to win this rankings receiving conference. A burning, choking smell spread across the entire final stage at once. A cloud of smoke enveloped the dueling platform. And that What Tackled Dragon also like exhaustion like lying on the ground. The body of the lava earth dragon's shadow also gradually dissipate. Obviously this time the lava spit also directly emptied all of his vitality. At the same time, a huge bolt of searing damage erupted from his own body. 27855. This move of hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging himself 800 times made his blood bar all over his body only a sliver away from the decapitation line. Some of the surrounding waiting military healers were ready to rush onto the final stage, but a hot breath on that stage forced them not to dare to go up an inch. The examiner's face stiffened, and one hand was already pressing on the warning bell, intending to declare the end of this duel. And yet, just then, only to see a cold aura like a meteor flash by in the midst of the black smoke that filled the sky of the dueling platform. Then a long black spear violently cut through the smoke and harshly stabbed at Hua Tulong, who was so exhausted that he fell to the ground. What? Even the examiner couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise, and at that moment, all the surrounding spectators couldn't help but stare in awe, mesmerized at the scene in front of them that was simply unbelievable. Shao Knight, he's not dead yet. It's not even down yet. That disposable gauntlet on his hand hadn't even shattered. The shield hadn't been knocked out, and that meant the match wasn't over yet. The black smoke that filled the sky finally slowly dispersed, only to see Shao Knight on that dueling stage stand up bravely. The killing star, lance in his hand, landed on top of Hua Tulong's throat. Hua Tackle Dragon was slumping to the ground in exhaustion, looking up at Shao Knight with eyes full of horror. How can? Hua Tackle Dragon's voice was as hoarse as a knife at the moment, and his entire chin was exposed to lurid burn marks. It seemed that the lava spit just now had done just as much damage to himself. Only see Shao Knight at the moment above the entire body. Is a piece of glazed fey color light gradually dissipate. That lava spit just now. Even the current Shao Knight simply couldn't rely on his body's attributes to resist it. So Shao Knight used one of the bottom cards in his hand, Glazed Realm. Plunge your body into glazed jade. Immune to all damage for a short period of time. Only then did he eat that monstrous sea of fire like strike hard. In this way, the entire dueling stage's proximity also suddenly reversed in two poles. This terrifying move of lava spit failed to kill Shao Knight, and that has been completely exhausted to have to lie on the ground. Hua Tackle Dragon obviously no longer have the power to fight. The tip of Shao Knight's killing star gun slowly pressed against Hua Tulong's throat, speaking softly to him. Vasaliku. Hua Tulong's pupils suddenly tightened. You hear me? The phrase Skuwasari that Hua Tackle Dragon had said to Shao Knight earlier was a vernacular that their people spoke when they bid farewell to the departed. It means rest in peace. And this Vasaliku that Shao Knight returned to him was another vernacular phrase. It means good morning. Last night, while researching Hua Tackle Dragon, Shao Knight happened to jot down this one and only one of their clan's vernacular words from his profile. But now that it was spoken in front of Hua Tulong, it was like a great mockery. The sound of the examiner ringing the warning bell sounded. A nearby medic from the military rushed onto the dueling stage and carried Hua Tulong, who was still a bit bleary-eyed, down. At the same time, the examiner's voice, which was all a little trembling, rang out. The winner of this duel is Shao Knight. Shasta. The whole room was in an uproar. Chapter 179, first in the group. We're out of the tournament with 10 wins. The voice of the chief examiner announcing Shao Knight's victory echoed throughout the dueling arena, and yet a suffocating silence ensued. Immediately afterward, there was a full house of clamor. Some of those supporters of Hua Tackle Dragon directly smashed the banners and name tags in their hands and shouted loudly and angrily. Others were filled with a vacant disorientation, clearly betting on this one. There were also those who wept bitterly with their hands on their heads, still unwilling to believe the result. Only those few supporters of Shao Knight were shouting frantically at the moment. One of the figures was even holding up a large sign in his hand, standing on his seat and waving it vigorously. Shao Knight! Shao Knight! It even directly attracted Shao Knight's attention on the dueling stage. Shao Knight looked over at first glance but felt that his face was very familiar, only to see that it was a man in his 40s wearing glasses, looking weak and should not be a professional. And Shao Knight was certain that he had never seen this man before. But somehow at this moment this man was as mad as a madman, crying and laughing as he waved the flag in his hand frantically. He had just become Shao Knight's #1 fan. Win! Song Wei's eyes, which had been painted with delicate eye makeup, were wide open beneath the dueling stage, incredulously looking at that one image on the dueling stage. Shao Knight held his spear in both hands and gave a salute to the examiner, then slowly walked towards the dueling stage. His opponent, Hua Tulong, on the other hand, was carried down by a group of healers, accompanied by the large screen in the very center of the dueling arena. The two words Shao Knight were steadily written on the position of the victor of this duel. It was only then that Song Wei finally reacted and, winning, he won. Song Weichi couldn't help but jump straight up in joy. It was the cameraman beside him who politely reminded him that there were now well over 3 million viewers in the live broadcast. It was only then that Song Wei quickly adjusted her emotions. Yet as things stood now, she still felt that all of this had happened as if it was a dream. Yesterday, I was just an intern reporter who couldn't even make it to the top. A short day had passed and his name and picture had even been placed next to the partners in the firm. And all of this was just his own mindless interview with a player named Xiao Knight yesterday before the group stage. Song Wei's eyes anxiously searched for Xiao Knight among the crowd, wanting to be the first to congratulate him. However, Xiao Knight was seen honestly returning to the players' waiting area, as he had already played 9 games in the group stage, with the last one remaining. However, by now the audience outside the waiting area had exploded. All the people present witnessed the birth of a group of real dark horses, and Huo Jinlong, who was originally ranked 3rd on the odds list, was pulled down directly. A new star named Xiao Knight is slowly rising, and his name quickly soared up the odds list, even directly replacing the original Huatackle Dragon's position, ranking as high as 3rd on the list. Soon, as his name was read out again in the broadcast, Xiao Knight's final matchup finally came. However, Xiao Knight had only just stepped onto the dueling stage with the Yi Killing Star in his hand. However, the opponent of the last match, after coming up and bowing deeply to Xiao Knight, he even directly admitted defeat. Xiao Knight, thank you. I choose to admit defeat. Xiao Knight was stunned. It was only with a wave of woe on the face of that adversary, and a kind of exultation at having his revenge avenged, that he indignantly explained that it was because of my friend's unwillingness to just abstain that he had his arm directly broken by Hua Tulong on stage. That damn Hua Tulong. He didn't deserve to win in the first place. Xiao Knight came to a realization and raised the Yi Killing Star in his hand, gently returning the salute. Up to this point, with the voice of the examiner announcing victory once again, Xiao Knight's 10 matches in the group stage were all finished, winning all 10 matches. Of the 50 in the group stage, Kelsang Droma, who was 2nd on the oddsmakers list, and Fan Wei, who was 15th on the oddsmakers list, likewise won all 10 of their matches since they weren't matched up with each other. However, Xiao Knight's name was written in front of the two of them. The reason was simple. Defeating Huatackle Dragon's all-conquering record naturally carried more gold than the two of them. The moment the final results of the group stage were put on the big screen, the entire dueling arena once again boiled over. A bundle of gazes all coincidentally gathered on Xiao Knight, the dark horse that had suddenly appeared. There was even a considerable portion of Hua Tulong's supporters who directly turned against him on the battlefield, turning their heads and joining the camp in support of Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight! Xiao Knight! Deafening cries enveloped the entire dueling arena. Song Wei, who was standing at the front of the crowd of media, saw the scene and felt that it was all like a dream. And Xiao Knight, who had finished the match and walked out of the dueling stage, also walked straight to Song Wei, smiled faintly at her, and said, "How about, big reporter Song, remember what I said? The fortune code." Song Wei immediately cried and laughed a little, shook her head helplessly and said, "Remember is remember, but at that time there were only about 30 people in my live room. Where would anyone really believe that you said that?" Song Wei was very sure that even if there were 3 million people in her live room at that time yesterday, absolutely none of them would believe that Xiao Knight, that nobody, could win all of his group's first place and get out of the tournament. The two of them smiled at once and Xiao Knight was just joking around and casually asked, "What's next for you? Will you continue to do interviews after the group stage is played?" Only to see Song Wei nodding even more resolutely, smiling and saying, "Of course, the company has given a death order inside. From now on I'll be your full-time reporter, tracking and interviewing Mr. Xiao Knight throughout the whole process until the unveiling conference is completely over." Xiao Knight instantly nodded his head. Multiple reporter friends wasn't a bad thing. Song Wei, on the other hand, suddenly reached out to cover the camera and asked quietly, "But student Xiao Knight, can you really beat the final champion?" The corner of Xiao Knight's mouth hooked and said, "That's hard to say. Why don't you try betting on me?" Hiss. 2 mornings ago, Shen Jiadong, who was in his 40s, stood on top of the rooftop in a state of disorientation, and was debating whether or not to leap down. In his hand was the last of the money that had been left just after his store had been sold, yet the money is more than 10 times what he owes, a lifetime of hard work, and in the end it's all for naught. Instead, they have taken on endless debt. Maybe it's all fate. Shin Jiadong stood on top of the rooftop and looked down. In the entire city of Shangjing was like a New Year's Eve revelry. However, all this hustle and bustle was out of place with him, and it was at this point that he decided to open up the only niche media broadcast he tuned into one last time, and say goodbye to the struggling little reporter that, as soon as he opened the contact, Song Wei's voice rang out on the live broadcast. "This student, the unveiling assembly is about to begin. Is there anything else you would like to say to everyone?" And the young contestant who appeared in the middle of the camera was saying, with a serious look on his face, "By the way, tell everyone a wealth code. My name is Xiao Knight." Chapter 180, Dark Horse of the Team Race, Combination Technique. After the group stage of the individual battle, the next interspersed with the team battle of the lineup. Due to Xiao Knight, a dark horse that came out of nowhere, a large number of spectators also bet their eyes on Hanging Sword, a new guild that had only just been established this year. Xiao Knight, Qin Yanran, An Lemon, Gu Shiyu, and Yu Qing were the final list of participants for the Hanging Sword Guild. As the five stood on the dueling platform, an unprecedented scale of spectators surged around the entire dueling stage, shouting Shao Knight's name like a mountainous roar. Shao Knight! Shao Knight! Among them, Shao Knight once again saw the middle-aged man with glasses who stood in the first row of the audience stage, struggling to wave the flag in his hand. This person seems to have become the head of Shao Knight's supporters, leading a group of people behind him to shout slogans in a neat manner. This scene looked at Qin Yanran and Lemon, and the others were also a burst of emotion and sighing. TSK, TSK, most of them are running towards Shao Knight alone. Qin Yanran even smiled and said, Vice President Zhao's reputation is now much bigger. It's almost as if he has the demeanor of a highly accomplished master. The corners of Shao Knight's mouth suddenly twitched as he said, President Qin is too kind. The dueling stage for team battles was several times larger than the venue for individual battles. The wide field has been added with a variety of terrains and obstacles to test the cooperation between the teams. Soon, the Hanging Sword Guild also welcomed their first opponent in the team battle. The opponents were a team of professionals under the name of Yongshun Chamber of Commerce, and the entire team had a fairly clear distribution of professions: dual front rows, dual mages and a priest. After the examiner at the side of the dueling platform announced the start of the match, both sides also began to move in an instant. After the previous bout of rehearsals, Shao Knight and the others were executing their tactics more and more tacitly. A ranked Xian armor warrior Gu Shiyu perfectly integrated into the team and became the strongest front row of the first course. On the other hand, Shao Knight, who had been liberated from his front row position, became a free swinger and charged straight into his opponent's formation with his killing star lance in hand the moment the match began. Seeing Shao Knight rushing towards them, the five people from the opposite team were instantly like enemies. The two front row warriors dared not move an inch to stand in front of the back row output professions. One of the mages seemed to be the leader of this team, and even more hastily and loudly commanded, Hold him off for me. Let him charge us and we're done for. A spell skill was instantly shot head-on at Shao Knight. However, Shao Knight rushed straight to the front of the opponent's formation without the slightest fear. Just as Shao Knight rushed to the two front row warriors of his opponents, the staff in Lemon's hand behind her suddenly swung, and a ring sonic boom that had been chanted for a long time violently exploded in the middle of the opposite formation. In an instant, it pushed the two front row fighters outward, ripping right through the. Shao Knight's speed suddenly surged, and he took the opportunity to charge directly into the opponent's formation. The killing star lance in his hand raged like a storm. A high amount of damage immediately exploded on the opposite side's brittle skin professions. 18663, 19563, 17636. Almost there, it harvested the entire back row of the opposite lineup. This is a combo between Shao Knight and Lemon. One was responsible for drawing the opposite side's firepower and attention, while the other took the opportunity to chant hard control skills to topple the opponent's formation. As long as Shao Knight's great killer rushed to the opponent's formation, it would basically be the end of the game. The two front row professions left behind would be harvested by Qin Yanyan in an unhurried manner. This first team battle is literally exactly as they simulated it. It took less than 2 minutes to settle the fight straight away. The examiner then also declared the Hanging Sword Guild's victory and went straight into the waiting area. There are a lot fewer teams signed up for team battles than individual battles. In addition to some famous and prestigious professional unions, it was the professionals under the names of those well-known groups and chambers of commerce in Shangjing City. So the group stage of the team battle only requires 5 games to advance to the knockout stage. And with the addition of Shao Knight and Gu Shiyu, the Hanging Sword Guild had just become another dark horse in the team battle. In the next group stage, often, when Shao Knight rushed towards the front of the opponent's camp with the Yi Killing Star lance in his hand, he would immediately attract the attention of everyone on the opposite side as if they were on the verge of an enemy. And next, on the other hand, it was the firepower output of the dual S ranks of Qin Yanyan and Lemon. Even if it's a hard dunk of damage, it's still enough to kill the opposite front row, one by one, steadily nibbling away at it, which also met a team of desperate opponents. There are several warriors who are advancing, charging straight into Hanging Sword's camp, with the idea that since he couldn't block Shao Knight, he would swap with Hanging Sword to steal home and rob and kill the opposite side's brittle skin. However, when those warriors deliberately avoided Shao Knight and burst into the Hanging Sword Guild's back row, he saw that there was another Xian armor warrior with a petite figure but wearing heavy armor-type equipment all over his body, inching in front of Qin Yanyan and Lemon. A few unbelieving warriors brazenly rushed up, yet the damage that the weapons and skills in their hands dealt to Gu Shiyu's body caused them to feel despair once again. After Qin Yanyan had wasted no time in giving Gu Shiyu a new outfit, Gu Shiyu's defense attributes now weren't even that much lower than Xiao Yu's, and she was simply a solid iron bastard. The next thing that happened to them, who failed to burst into front of the output professions in the back row, was that they were strangled by Qin Yanyan and in line one by one. The front row warriors couldn't kill Qin Yanran or Enlime. Instead, his own back row was quickly harvested by Shao Knight. The only result that greeted them was the end of the game. Throughout the 2 days of team battle group matches, Hanging Sword Guild had easily won 5 consecutive victories without much effort, and directly came out first in the group again. Even the Hanging Sword Guild's name was directly green on the odds list, ranking 5th, just behind the 4 major guilds. Qin Yanyan was all smiles and smiles throughout the group stage. After confirming the qualification of getting through the elimination match, it is a big hand, directly invited the whole guild to eat a luxury night dinner, above the lively guild potluck. In order to avoid too much socializing, Shao Knight simply found a secluded corner and quietly watched all this in front of him. Unexpectedly, Gu Shiyu carried a bottle of wine in her hand, her face a little flushed, and she found herself recklessly. Shao Knight, so you're here. Gu Shiyu seemed to have drunk some. Her face was flushed, and the 2 dimples at the corners of her mouth came over with a smile and said to Shao Knight, Shao Knight, I never had the chance to say thank you. I never thought I would be able to live this kind of life. Shao Knight, on the other hand, smiled and said, you're welcome, you deserve all this. How is your father? Gu Shiyu said with bright eyes. President Qin's father has personally arranged for a healer to give him his first awakening treatment, and he's already doing much better, saying that he should be able to regain consciousness before long. Oh, I really owe President Qin a huge favor, and I owe you even more. Shao Knight suddenly shook his head and said, don't think like that. President Qin's father helped you, and it was never just because of favors. Gu Shiyu, you have to remember that you're an A-ranked professional, the top front row fighter in Shanjing City. Put it in any guild and you deserve this. Gu Shiyu's eyes were suddenly red, or maybe it was the alcohol that got to her head, and she violently cried out with a wow. Shao Knight, thank you, thank you. Shao Knight was at a bit of a loss for words when suddenly, the contact device at hand rang with a message. It's from a reporter. Song Wei? As soon as it was opened there came her anxious voice. A big news story has come out. It's blowing up on our side of the media. It should be on the front page first thing tomorrow morning. On second thought I should probably warn you first. You must be careful yourself. Hua Tulong is dead. He was killed. Chapter 181, Hua Tulong was killed. A bizarre way to die. How? Shao Knight's mind couldn't help but buzz and furrowed his brows violently. But she heard Song Wei in the contact device say anxiously, his body was found on the street, and I heard that the death was extremely miserable and grotesque, and now the military people have sealed off the place. I'm not talking to you. We're going to head over there right now too. See if we can get some intel first thing. Anyway, you should be careful too. Tomorrow is the official elimination round for the individual battles. Hua Tackle Dragon, who was the odds-on favorite, was still ranked 4th in the group stage and qualified for the knockout rounds even though he had lost 1 game to Shao Knight in the group stage. With his strength, he could have gone very far in the middle of the elimination rounds. And yet, on the night before the knockout rounds, dead in the street? Hua Lantern Street is one of the liveliest streets in the downtown area of Shangjing, yet at the moment this street was directly blocked off tightly by the military. A military land cruiser drove slowly into the front of the blockade. A woman in a military research uniform thundered out of the car, and was instantly greeted by one of the officers in charge of guarding the surrounding area. Team leader Nye, I'm sorry to have invited you here so late. Nye Xiaoyu waved her hand, but her face was also unprecedentedly serious. She was originally in charge of the experimental program at the military research base in Shangjing City, and generally speaking such things as a sudden death in the downtown area simply had nothing to do with her. But today the call from the top was expedited to her, asking her to rush to the scene overnight to check things out. Show me the body. Nye Xiaoyu didn't say anything, and immediately put on her tight protective suit and followed the guarding officials to the middle of the blockade line, only to see lying in that great blockade tent. It's an extremely desiccated corpse. All the flesh and blood on his body seemed to have vanished in vain, and the entire corpse was like skin and bones. Both legs are broken and a deep wound at the heart should be fatal. Team leader Nye, this person is a participant in this ranking reveal conference, and is a favorite to win the title. The official on the side explained to Nye Xiaoyu at once. I know. Nye Xiaoyu, on the other hand, waved her hand and said, Hua Tackle Dragon, who was originally 3rd on the odds list. The official froze in embarrassment and then said, the Brigadier General says there's something strange about this body's cause of death, and won't allow any of us to move him until you get here. Nye Xiaoyu's face was extremely serious as she slowly lifted the clothes on the corpse, which had been torn into wisps, with her hands that were wearing isolation gloves, turning this already horribly light body over again. It was only on the back of that Hua Tackle Dragon's corpse that an extremely complicated, like a white bone cross with chains totem was drawn. The final heart of the totem is where the penetration of the fatal wound that stabbed the chest from the front. The officer next to him said, with some consternation, that the Nye group leader, is this a tattoo from his life? However, Nye Xiaoyu's pupils suddenly shrunk, and a face that was even stunned into a bit of a trance shook her head and said, "Not tattoos. This is an ancient ritual. The last time it appeared in the Dragon Kingdom was more than 100 years ago. How could?" Just then, the contact worn on the waist of the officer next to him rang again. After receiving the news, his face was even more somewhat shocked as he said, "Team leader Nye, another body in exactly the same condition has been found. The location is on East City Street. It's still the same underground VIP lounge." Shao Knight quietly sitting on the sofa, only to see the Ink Master mouth inside a mouthful of muffled smoking pipe, half a long time before frowning and said, "I shouldn't be. There's been this thing before though, where a player who bets on a big treasure capsizes at a tournament and is taken out by a disgruntled and resentful force behind him. But that's all after the game. After all, now that the knockout rounds have just begun, Huatackle Dragon still has immeasurable value in his body even if he loses the group stage. It doesn't make sense that he would be killed outright by the forces behind him. In this VIP lounge, other than Master Mo, there were only two people, Shao Knight and Scar. The news of Huatackle Dragon's horizontal death on the street had already reached here, quickly causing an uproar in this place that was like a carnival scene. Scar said, also frowning, "Then could it be the work of an enemy? That Huatackle Dragon has offended a lot of people in the tournament." For his part, Master Mo shook his head again and said, "Impossible. Even if the enemy wanted to kill him, they wouldn't take advantage of this critical moment when the military is investigating the most rigorously nowadays. To kill an odds-on favorite in front of the military, isn't that asking for death? Who would take such a risk to strike at this time?" Shao Knight couldn't figure this out either. Besides, that Huatulong's strength was there. It wasn't that easy to kill him, unless that person's strength was even still far superior to Huatulong. Master Mo suddenly knocked the pipe in his hand on the table, and with a serious face, he said to Shao Knight, "Shao kid, you can be more careful in these days as well. The motive behind the killing is not clear, which means there's a good chance you'll be one of his targets. I'll turn around and tell Uncle Chin about this and see what he says." Shao Knight nodded at once and said, "Yes." The next day, the expected front page headline, Huatulong's death. The news was unexpectedly not reported by the media first. According to Song Wei, it was the people from the military who called off all the reports, ordering all the media to temporarily block the news so as not to affect the conduct of the official matches that followed in the unveiling conference. But Song Wei had vaguely revealed a piece of information to Shao Knight. Huatulong wasn't the only one who died last night. There was also another participant of the list revealing conference who likewise died horribly on the streets. Who really did it to them? And what was the purpose of the killing? Shao Knight also wanted to know the answer to this. However, the military's message was very strict, and Nye Xiaoyu in that rented house of his hadn't shown her face for several days. The final notice given by the military was that the elimination rounds following the unveiling of the conference would continue. Today is the first round of the individual battle. Instead of randomly matching opponents for the group stage, the opponents for the official knockout rounds have been determined early on. A total of 64 players emerged from the group stage, with one winner advancing to the next round in two-person matches. So 64 to 32, 32 to 16, all the way to the final 2-1 final. In the wee hours of the morning, Shao Knight, who had gone out early in the morning to rush to the dueling arena to participate in the tournament just as the day dawned, but on the rooftop of another rental building, long since unoccupied, across the street from his own dilapidated rental building, saw a familiar figure I hadn't seen in a long time. Brother Stripes? Shao Knight was suddenly stunned. Only the figure of the flower-faced child on top of the rooftop of that opposite building flickered and disappeared from Shao Knight's sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 182 Elimination Round. Beast Soul Knight Zhou Yunbao, Stripes is back from Blackwater City? Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but be stunned in his heart. If he had returned, why had he appeared across the street in this dilapidated rental building instead of coming directly to himself? When he was in that Blackwater City, Shao Knight realized that this man whose entire face was wrapped in bandages was far from being as simple as he looked. His true strength was far greater than Scar's, even more than one level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have easily assassinated that Blackwater City's original leading priest under the many eyes of that Blackwater City. Did Huatulong's death have something to do with Flower Face? Shao Knight he couldn't help but float such a thought in his mind. After all, that man whose entire face was hidden underneath the bandages really had this strength. But why? Whether it was Uncle Chin, or himself, there was absolutely no reason for this to be the case. Not to mention the fact that it was now the time when the military was heavily investigating, so there was no need to go bumping into guns. Shao Knight shook his head and temporarily threw these messy thoughts behind him. Today is the first day of the elimination proper. The venue where the elimination rounds were held was in the middle of the giant dueling arena, with several rings, much larger than those used in the group stage, standing upright in the middle, while the surrounding auditorium was tens of times larger than before. Long before the first elimination match began, it was already crowded and buzzing. A large four-sided screen in the center of the dueling arena broadcasted the respective matchups for today's first round of elimination matches. Shao Knight's opponent was a professional named Zhou Yunbao who had been killed from another group. The identity belonged to a guild that was quite famous in Shangjing City called Scarlet Knights. The professionals in the Scarlet Knights were all made up of knight professions, and were considered a breath of fresh air amongst the various composite guilds. And this Zhou Yunbao's occupation was likewise no exception. A solid A-ranked, Beast Soul Knight. Congratulations to all the contestants who have successfully broken through. The ones gathered here are the future pillars of Shangjing City. I wish you all the best of luck in the competition. I hereby announce that the elimination round of the list revealing conference is officially open. As the muffled voice in the broadcast rang out once again, one by one, the contestants walked up to the designated contestant platforms at once. And now has a step to heaven. Kill to the odds list on the third place Shao Knight long ago is not once that no one knows that no one. Shao Knight's side had only just walked onto the final stage with Killing Star in hand. The roaming audience around them immediately erupted into a deafening shout. Shao Knight, Dark Horse, go Shao Knight, 1 black to the end, Vice President Shao will win. A hysterical roar instantly attracted Shao Knight's attention, only to see that it was none other than Tang Wei, the burly man from the Hanging Sword Guild. There was a large area in the audience where all the members of the Hanging Sword Guild were, under Dang's leadership for selling, all in unison. They cheered for Shao Knight, other than Qin Yanyan and Lemon, who were also still participating in the elimination rounds. Almost everyone else had arrived. Shao Knight among them also saw the figures of Gu Shiyu and Yu Qing, both of them waving the banners in their hands with the same vigor. Shao Knight instantly waved his hand at them with a heartfelt smile, not realizing that it would once again trigger even more deafening cheers. In comparison, Zhou Yunbao on the opposite side of that final stage looked a bit forlorn. Apparently there were some of his supporters under the audience stage, only that it was as if they were invisible amidst Shao Knight's crowded sea of fans. This duel is between the Scarlet Knights Zhou Yunbao versus the Hanging Sword Guild Shao Knight. As the examiner's voice rang out in the final table, the first round of the elimination round officially began. Shao Knight still held the Killing Star in his hand and saluted his opponent, and Zhou Yunbao on the opposite side likewise respectfully performed a salute to Shao Knight and somewhat helplessly opened his mouth and said, Shao Knight, I didn't expect to meet you in the first round. I had thought that I would be able to go a little farther. The battle the other day where he had hardened himself against Hua Tackle Dragon had also solidified the reputation of Shao Knight as a dark horse, and even those contestants were convinced. I dare not. Shao Knight immediately made a modest remark, only to see that Zhou Yunbao fell back and said without being humble, no harm done. Elimination is elimination, but it would be a blessing if we could battle top experts squarely. This man is a man. Shao Knight instantly nodded his head and said no more. The two of them immediately drew up on the dueling platform. Only to see that Zhou Yunbao suddenly summoned a teleportation array on the dueling stage. The light flickers. A ghostly black wolf horse beast burst out of the teleportation formation with a hiss. Shao Knight's eyes also narrowed when he saw this. This Zhou Yunbao actually had a mount already? Mounts are the specialization of the knight profession, and a knight with a mount is a complete knight. This is because after riding a mount their entire attributes will increase dramatically, and there will be some additional unique skills such as charge. The threshold for a knight profession to be able to ride a mount is to reach level 100. Turn 2. It seemed that this Zhou Yunbao definitely had his own unique characteristics when he was able to kill his way through the group stage. Shao Knight immediately gripped the Killing Star lance with both hands, and did not dare to be careless in the slightest. I only saw that the weapon in the hands of that Zhou Yunbao was a giant war spear. Slightly crouching down towards the wolf horse beast that was sitting down immediately let out a hiss as its hooves violently stomped on the dueling arena, and it rushed over towards Shao Knight. The momentum was far more violent than a normal charging skill by several times. This is the true charge of the knight profession, and in fact, what they were best at was not fighting on this dueling stage, but on top of the battlefield. Thousands of knight professionals launched their charging skills in unison on the battlefield, one of the most terrifying meat grinder on the battlefield. The wolf horse beasts were moving far too fast for the humans. In the blink of an eye, it had rushed to Shao Knight's front, and the giant spear in Zhou Yunbao's hand was even stabbing towards Shao Knight like a bolt of lightning. Shao Knight was watching carefully, but Calling Tide Spirit Steps immediately opened under his feet, and his figure violently dodged away. Immediately afterward, a strange poisonous inflammation also surrounded the top of the Killing Star lance, and with a backhanded shot, he stabbed at the wolf horse beast. For knights, their mounts are their second life, but also their livelihood. As long as the mount is knocked out, a knight without a mount is as unthreatening as a lumbering shield warrior. Zhou Yunbao hurriedly turned his horse around and tried to distance himself from Shao Knight. However, a charge missed. That wolf horse beast's agility was obviously not as fast as Shao Knight's, even faster. A moment of turning the horse around, Shao Knight directly fired several shots in a row. Tarsa's poisonous flame, stun and deceleration effects stack layer by layer on that wolf horse beast. The movement speed of the entire wolf horse beast also plummeted. And seeing this scene suddenly caused Zhou Yunbao to raise his spear and stab towards Xiao Knight. However, how could Zhou Yunbao, who was already on a horse and slow to change direction, be able to stab Xiao Knight, who was tossing and turning around him? The killing star, lance in Xiao Knight's hand was directly at full output. In just less than half a minute, the life value of that wolf horse beast was close to the decimation line. Seeing this, that Zhou Yunbao also had to take it back into the summoning space and put away the giant spear, replacing it with a long knife in his hand. Next, a knight profession but could only play footsie with Xiao Knight. The results were predictable. In 3 or 2 rounds, that Zhou Yunbao's bloodline was also directly killed by Xiao Knight below the decapitation line. The shield bracelet on his wrist shattered violently. Zhou Yunbao instantly stopped his hand movements helplessly as well, sighed, and performed a salute to Xiao Knight, signaling that he had lost. Zhou Yunbao love cannot help but laugh bitterly. I have also been called a dark horse. I didn't realize that the gap between a dark horse and a dark horse was so big. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, also held the killing star and returned a salute, saying, although the wolf horse beast's charge has a fierce momentum, its agility is just too poor to be used on top of a dueling arena. You will also tame more powerful mounts in the future, and the battlefield is the land where the knight profession comes into play. Zhou Yunbao said with a cupped fist to Xiao Knight as he was convinced. Chapter 183, The Invisible Black Hand. The first sign of the hideousness. First round of elimination. 64-32. I will now announce that the winner of this duel is the Hanging Sword Guild. Xiao Knight. The examiner's voice suddenly resounded throughout the dueling stage. Those supporters of Xiao Knight under the field immediately fought to wave the flags and banners in their hands. Selling his name, he shouted out Xiao Knight's name. Xiao Knight, Xiao Knight. The whole scene even gradually filled into a frenzy. As Xiao Knight entered the elimination rounds, he still maintained his crushing strength, winning consecutively all the way. People were also becoming more and more convinced that Xiao Knight was the biggest dark horse in this ranking revealing conference. Second round of elimination. 32-16. This match is between Hanging Sword Guild, Xiao Knight, and Long River Chamber of Commerce, Kojiman. Next I announce that the winner of this match is Hanging Sword Guild, Xiao Knight. The first 2 knockout rounds, Xiao Knight had barely even encountered any resistance, and although his opponent was also considered an elite among the current awakened, however, there was still a considerable gap from a true first-class professional. The streak of victories along the way also made Xiao Knight's reputation grow louder and louder. At this point, the top 16 players of the Unveiling Conference were all clear. Zhang Fan Yang, who had also won consecutively in a crushing manner, still steadily occupied the first place in the odds ranking. Second place went to the ultra-popular Kele girl Kelsang Drama, also undefeated. Next up was Xiao Knight, who was known as the biggest dark horse of the match. Fourth place and onwards, respectively, Lin Xueming of the Hegemony Guild, Xing Qingshan from the military, Tang Nichuan of the Beacon Guild, Sini of the Flowing Clouds Pavilion Guild, the casual professionals Liao Yuan, Wang Chuxian, Fan Wei, Ji Haoran, Wang Biao, and other, as well as Qin Yanyan who killed in at the last minute. On the other hand, and Lemon was unfortunate to stop in the top 32 after meeting Gasang Droma, who was the favorite to win the championship, in the last round of the tournament. Next knockout round, then the top 8 of this year's list unveiling conference will be decided directly. However, in those unseen dark corners of Shangjing City, the list unveiling conference had proceeded to this point, yet it had already changed the entire dark forces almost drastically. Countless businesses have changed owners overnight. Countless forces collapsed overnight. However, with the sudden rise of Xiao Knight, a dark horse, a force that had been entrenched in Shangjing City for years but was beginning to show its hideousness, like a pair of invisible black hands, he took back all the figures that once belonged to him. Nowadays in the underground of Shangjing City, there is a saying that circulates, that former underground Black Emperor, Uncle Qin, is coming back, and Xiao Yu, it's his sharpest sword, and the next underground Black Emperor of Shangjing City. In the middle of that underground VIP lounge, Master M.O. Scar is excitedly analyzing tomorrow's opponent with Xiao Knight. Tomorrow's matchups had already been scheduled, and Xiao Knight's opponent for the next round was Lin Xueming from the Hegemony Guild. Looking at this familiar name, Xiao Knight can't help but feel that it's really a narrow road. This little follower, Lin Xueming, who used to follow him diligently all the way back in the first middle school, but after the awakening ceremony, but the first to come forward to backstab Xiao Knight. Now the two of them are finally meeting at this list unveiling conference. Lin Xueming wasn't low on the odds list, and was even ahead of Xing Qingshan from the military, ranking as high as 4th on the odds list. Now it was an interesting thing to meet Xiao Knight early in the 16-8 match instead. This was because Xiao Knight was just able to stop his ranking at this point, firmly keeping him out of the top 8. And at this time, Scar and Master Mo also drew a conclusion from that Lin Shueming's duel video that came all the way over here. Shao kid, that Lin Shueming is not your opponent at all. There's no need for any tactics, just let go of the fight tomorrow. Understood. Shao Knight also nodded lightly. He knew that narrow-minded guy Lin Shueming too well, and losing to Shao Knight on the dueling stage tomorrow would become a thorn in his heart that he would never be able to pull out. Suddenly, the door in the middle of the VIP lounge opened gently. A familiar figure walked in at once, and it was none other than the flowery-faced one who still had his face wrapped tightly in bandages. Brother Stripes? Shao Knight was instantly surprised. It seemed that what he had seen on the rooftop of the building across the street this morning was indeed him. Only Master Mo, on the other hand, sipped the pipe in his mouth and said, "Right, Shao Wazi, I forgot to tell you. I told Uncle Qin about what happened in Shangjing City that day, and Flowerface was sent back by Uncle Qin on purpose. With him around you, make sure you're okay." So it is. Shao Knight was instantly surprised in his heart. So it turned out that Flowerface was purposely guarding around his rental house this morning. That Hua Tulon's death should not be an accident. Uncle Qin is also very concerned about this matter. Master Mo also said with a serious face, "But we're relieved to have Stripes at your side." Scar grinned back, reaching out and patting Stripes on the shoulder, saying, "That's right, Brother Shao, in front of this guy, all assassinations are as nothing. However, I didn't realize that." At this time, Stripes suddenly shook his head, and the eyes of the only pair of eyes exposed outside the bandages looked at Shao Knight with strange eyes and said, "Shao Knight, there's something unusual about that rental building you live in." Shao Knight was stunned and asked, busily, "What's wrong? Isn't that just a rundown rental house that no one even lives in?" "I only saw Blossom Face say with complicated eyes. That's what I originally thought. So last night I went to that Thai building across from you to rent an apartment across from you so I could keep an eye on you around at all times. But I didn't realize." "How so? Have you ever seen an apartment for rent that requires checking your 12 documents? I have to provide everything from my birth certificate to my ID card to my medical records for my injuries. What kind of crummy rental building needs this much vigilance?" Shao Knight was also stunned when he heard this, but the next thing that immediately came to his mind as well. It seemed that all this should have nothing to do with that researcher Nie Xiaoyu from the military who lived in his rented house. From Nie Xiaoyu's glib words earlier, Shao Knight had heard that the identity of this female researcher from the military was definitely not ordinary. I'm afraid there's more to it than just being the chief researcher at the Shangjing City Institute. And Shao Knight had never noticed that the dilapidated rented house he was living in had actually been so tightly guarded and controlled by the military. Was all this really to protect the female researcher? Or was it himself who made a pact with the Obsidian Dragon? Chapter 184 Cynicism. Epileptic. Goodbye Lin Shueming. Late night. In the middle of the military research base in Shangjing City, in the middle of an all-encompassing sealed room lay 3 shriveled and grotesquely hideous corpses. Once again there was one more than a day ago. Each corpse was in the exact same state of death, as dried up as if it had been drained of flesh and blood, with only skin and bones remaining. And on the back of each body was painted that ancient totem of a chained cross. Nie Xiaoyu's new workbench was just beyond this room, separated from that morgue by just a thick layer of glass. Yet at that moment, she couldn't care less about her fear, and was frantically rummaging through the information and some records on that workbench. The piece of paper in front of her was a copy of that chained cross totem that she had copied out of the. Nie Xiaoyu wants to know, what does this bizarre totem that has reappeared in Shangjing City after more than 100 years really mean? And just then, a guard gently knocked on the door, then respectfully stepped aside. A middle-aged man in military uniform walked into the middle of the room with a tiger's stride. "Uncle Chen?" Nie Xiaoyu panicked and stood up from the workbench, respectfully saluting the middle-aged man with a military salute. What brings you to Shangjing City?" Only to see this middle-aged man, who Nie Xiaoyu called Uncle Chen, first nodding to Nie Xiaoyu with a soft gaze. "I've come to see if this goddaughter of mine has been up to something in the last 2 days." Nie Xiaoyu instantly smiled docilely and hastily pulled up the chair beside her, saying, "Uncle Chen, sit down." That middle-aged man, however, waved his hand, and then his face also became serious in an instant, his biting eyes looking at the 3 corpses in the other room separated by a wall. "Are these the bodies?" Nie Xiaoyu nodded at once, and her face also had a hint of gravity as she said, "That's right, this is the 3rd body in 3 days. The middle-aged man asked with a serious gaze, "Any clues as to who the murderer really is?" Nie Xiaoyu silently shook her head and continued, "I've checked the information, and this totem is exactly the same as the one from 100 years ago. Everything is proving that the profession that was once there has reappeared." The middle-aged man's gaze revealed a hint of solemnity as he slowly said, "Whether it's that profession or not, one thing is confirmed. This man has killed 3 people. 2 of them are participants in the list unveiling conference. So we have reason to suspect that this person is picking on our new class of seedlings to make a move." Nie Xiaoyu's mind turned quickly. Her face flushed as she asked, "Uncle Chen, Are you saying that this person could possibly be a professional from an enemy country? The middle-aged man did not reply, but simply said, I've already drawn people from the army over to secretly protect all those seedlings according to the list of all those who entered the elimination rounds of the list revealing conference, which also includes that secret obsidian dragon research subject of yours. Nye Xiaoyu suddenly spat out her tongue in surprise and said, Uncle Chen, you know all about it? Only that middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, I promised you in the beginning that I don't care in the slightest about this obsidian dragon cub no matter how much you let go of it to study it. Not to mention that Brat has been in the limelight at the list revealing conference recently. It's hard for me to not know even if I wanted to, Nye Xiaoyu said with a knowing smile. The stronger he is, the faster the dragon cub will grow. Just watch, Uncle Chen. The obsidian dragon will sooner or later become a sharp sword in the hands of our dragon kingdom. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said, I'm actually more interested in that Shao Knight kid than that dragon. I've read the file you gave me. To be able to fall from the mountain top to the trough, and then rise up step by step from the midst of the trough. Such a person is the seedling that our dragon kingdom truly needs to protect. Never let anything happen to him until he grows up. The unveiling of the list on the following day was on schedule. This national carnival has also finally entered the white-hot stage, and today's 16-8 match will completely determine the 8 most dazzling people in this ranking revealing conference. There are 8 dueling tables in all. Every dueling stage was surrounded by a sea of people, and the emotions of the supporters of every contestant were at their peak at this moment. Shao Knight slowly walked onto the dueling stage with the Yi Killing Star, lance in his hand. I only saw that Lin Shueming on the opposite side had also long ago stood with a fierce face, a sneer-like smile at the corner of his mouth, saying, Shao Knight, I've heard that you've been very popular lately. Shao Knight, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders and needlessly said, maybe, at least it seems to be ahead of you on the odds list nah. Lin Shueming's face instantly clouded up. Shao Knight's words directly pierced into the most painful part of his heart. Since the unveiling conference, Lin Shueming had witnessed that Shao Knight, who he had once thought had finally been trampled under his own feet, kill his way out of the group stage step by step and even defeat Hua Tackle Dragon, and with back-to-back victories all the way to the knockout rounds. It's as high as 3rd place on the oddsmakers list. It happened to step on his head once again. Shao Knight, why are you always like a cockroach that can't be beaten? Lin Shueming's eyes were filled with the slightest bit of undisguised disgust and resentment, and he said with a sardonic smile, why do you happen to jump out at me every time when I'm at my best? It's cool to follow Qin Yanyan and create a guild together, isn't it? But old me is now the leader of the Hegemony Guild's branch in Shanjing City, but it's just at this time of year that you jumped out again. Good and dead. Shao Nightfall couldn't help but frown and faintly smile as he said, is it possible that everything I've done has nothing to do with you at all? And it's just a coincidence that I stole your thunder? Or is it merely that you are simply not strong enough? A trace of strangeness appeared on Lin Shueming's face, and he suddenly laughed maniacally and shook his head. No, no, no. It's all because of you that my life was supposed to be more perfect than it is. It's because of your appearance that I'm not as good as I want to be everywhere today. So you must die. Do you hear that, Shao Knight? I say you must die. This epileptic general words of love could not help but make Shao Knight frown. Lin Shueming cynically hated himself, long ago to the point of insanity. It could be said that there was no one in the world who wanted Shao Knight to die more than him, but even so, Lin Shueming, who is not stupid, should never have said such words here. This is, after all, the dueling ring that all the people are watching. You can win, but you must never kill your opponent. What's more, outside the dueling stage today, there were a full 2 times more people from the military standing than originally. This Lin Shueming, there's something wrong. Chapter 185 Ice Mist Field. Cracking the Spiral Alignment. This duel is between the Hegemony Guild, Lin Shueming, and the Hanging Sword Guild, Shao Knight. I hereby declare the duel officially open. The moment the examiner rings the warning bell, Lin Shueming suddenly drew out a long sword with a flashy shape, and a layer of biting cold air immediately surrounded the sword. His occupation is an S-rank occupation, Frost Swordsman. A melee profession that was of the agility school yet came with the Frost attribute was in itself a profession that was very suitable for playing the dueling arena. Coupled with Lin Shueming's own not-so-weak fighting skills, he had been steadily ranking high in the top 5 of the odds list. There were even a number of people who were convinced he would take the final title. Lin Shueming held the long sword that was glowing with cold air in one hand and suddenly swept toward Shao Knight. In an instant, he killed in front of Shao Knight's eyes. Shao Knight watched as the Yi Killing Star, lance in his hand, won with incomparable precision. The guns and swords touched each other, and a crisp sound of gold and iron erupted. Weapons are blocking each other. A damage exploded from both of them. 3142, 2172. The difference in damage wasn't that big, but Shao Knight was the one who took less damage. A hint of scorn appeared in Lin Shueming's eyes as he subconsciously glanced at the equipment on Shao Knight. He did not think that in his own this by the Hegemony Guild to spend a lot of money to build a superb equipment, but did not have the slightest advantage. Lin Xueming passed away at one point. The steps under his feet took a circular walk, instantly flashing behind Shao Knight. Shao Knight had to admit that as of now, Lin Xueming was the fastest opponent he had encountered. Lin Xueming's face carried a hint of complexity and viciousness, and the frosty longsword in his hand ruthlessly slashed at Shao Knight from behind as he said, "Remember? The spiral walk. That's what you taught me." This pace of using the opponent as the center of the circle, moving around his perspective blind spot like a spiral, advancing to attack and retreating to defend, was what Shao Knight had personally taught Lin Xueming when he was in the first middle school. However, when Lin Xueming truly mastered it, the more he realized how powerful this alignment was. However, it also stirred up more and more cynicism in his heart towards Shao Knight. Why can't you invent this kind of subtle alignment yourself? Why is it that Shao Knight is the only one who can? Shao Knight violently turned around and held the killing star, with both hands in a horizontal position, blocking the sword again with unparalleled precision. Lin Xueming, however, once again directly pulled away and said to Shao Knight with a frenzied expression on his face, "Shao Knight, you know, I've been studying this alignment all these years, just so I can step on you one day." A cold aura suddenly spread out in all directions around the dueling stage with Lin Xueming at the center. Gradually, it condensed into a fog of ice that enveloped the entire dueling stage. The cold frost, the cold air, blocked most of Shao Knight's vision, and even his movements were much more sluggish. The entire floor of the dueling stage was even slowly freezing, while Lin Xueming's figure slowly faded into the ice fog. Domain skills. Shao Knight's gaze narrowed slightly. It seemed that Lin Xueming had even gone so far as to directly release his biggest card in order to defeat himself. This kind of field skill that, within a certain range, drastically weakens the opponent while improving itself instead. Again, one of the trickiest skills in the dueling arena. Shasta. Shao Knight had just sensed a fluctuation in the misty cold air in front of him. A long sword wrapped in frost had then attacked from his side. The speed came faster than before. It seemed that instead of being affected, Lin Xueming's speed had increased drastically in this frost domain. The sword shadow stabbed through. Shao Knight quickly dodged and dodged, narrowly avoiding the strike, and stabbed with a backhanded shot, but it similarly stabbed an empty hole. It seemed that it wasn't just his movement speed that had been weakened, but even the frequency of his attacks. Shao Knight saw that his body was wrapped in a layer of slightly whitish frost. Immediately following, Lin Xueming's figure flashed out one after another in the middle of this frost domain. Sword after sword slashed out viciously. The long sword wrapped in cold air triggered one cold wave after another in this icy fog every time that even though Shao Knight was able to barely dodge it, his body was affected by the cold wave and lost a lot of blood. In the midst of the ice fog, the epileptic voice of Lin Xueming was immediately heard. "Shao Knight, Shao Knight, how about this great gift I've prepared for you? Can you eat? Weren't you once the first day you ate seed? Do you know how long I've been waiting for this feeling of personally trampling you underfoot?" A bitterly cold aura grew denser and denser, like a knife resting on Shao Knight's body, bursting out a not so low damage. 359, 386. The cumulative damage is still not to be underestimated. At this time, the entire dueling stage was surrounded by this thick ice fog. The surrounding audience could not see the battle situation in it at all. However, the supporters behind that Hegemony Guild as well as Lin Xueming were all fighting and shouting loudly, "Shao Knight is finished. This is Xueming's killer move. No one has ever been able to walk out from within his ice mist domain, and this is the end of this fellow called Shao Knight. Hawk Ming, go for it." And the examiner at the side of the stage couldn't help but frown. This ice fog blocked the sight of the entire dueling stage, making it impossible for him to judge the situation in it at all times as well. In recent days, there has been a steady stream of accidents involving contestants. Now if a contestant had another accident on the dueling stage, I'm afraid I'd have to take the blame for this. But on the contrary, at this time, as the chief examiner, he had no reason to call off this duel. "Shao Knight, how does it feel to be crushed? You know what? I've been tasting this flavor for 3 whole years." Amidst the dense ice fog, Lin Xueming's voice grew increasingly maniacal. The figure continuously flickered in the ice fog, and each attack was able to kill more and more of Shao Knight's blood. Shao Knight's movements, on the other hand, were influenced to become slower and slower. "Shao Knight, speak up for me," Lin Xueming roared with a sardonic smile. "This tactic is a great gift that I've been preparing for you since the group stage. I said you must die." From the very beginning, Lin Xueming had fought to use the ice mist domain to block the entire dueling stage from view, directly on the dueling stage to kill Shao Knight in the name of an accident. This ice mist domain would only get denser and denser with time, and at that time, even if Shao Knight wanted to rush out of the dueling platform and abstain from the duel, Lin Xueming wouldn't even give him a chance either. The long sword in his hand that carried a cold aura once again stabbed out fiercely, directly using the killing move, Frost Shin Break. This time, However, a crisp sound of gold and iron clashing suddenly rang out. Lin Xueming's face was violently startled, only to see that his strike was actually blocked by the heat-killing star in Shao Knight's hand with incomparable precision. Only a thick layer of icy mist separating the. Shao Knight slowly turned around, but the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile as he said, "So the method you've been studying for so long to break the spiral walk is actually, to put it bluntly, a counter-spiral walk, yes?" Lin Xueming's pupils suddenly shrunk. Shao Knight's words directly punctured the core of his meditative tactics. Could it be that within these few short minutes, Shao Knight had figured out his tactics? And just then, only Shao Knight's body was suddenly covered in a layer of bizarre-colored flames. Gradually, the frost that covered his body melted, and his movements that were affected by the ice fog returned to normal. Chapter 186, Water Can Overcome Fire. Fire burns ice. Shao Knight's entire body was wrapped in Tarsus' poisonous flame. The natural skills of all professionals exist in a mutually exclusive way. Water puts out fire. Fire scorches ice. A hot aura emanated from Shao Knight's body, and the layer of frost that was originally covering it quickly melted and receded. Shao Knight's feet also directly turned on the Calling Tide Spirit steps. All of the slowing and freezing effects that the entire ice mist domain had caused for him completely dissipated. Shao Knight's figure suddenly increased its speed, and the heat-killing star, lance in his hand, cut through the ice fog like lightning. The entire person's speed was directly several times faster than before. Thunderbolt! Lin Xueming instinctively tried to raise his sword to block, taking the opportunity to retreat into the ice fog. However, he didn't want Shao Knight's strike to be a feint attack as well. Then his figure turned violently, and he even circled directly behind Lin Xueming's side. The dazzling, Tarsal Poison Flame, killing star slashed directly at his back. Lin Xueming was violently startled in his eyes, but there was nothing he could do to avoid it. He could only open a Xian ice shield when he was caught off guard, and an ice armor immediately floated up around him. The heat-killing star slashed on top of the ice armor, breaking this ice armor shield in an instant. Although it failed to injure Lin Xueming's life value, it directly hung a layer of Tarsus poisonous inflammation effect on him. This poisonous flames with the double damage of burning and toxin instantly ignited on Lin Xueming's body. Is this the anti-spiral walk you've been studying for years? Shao Knight a hit, but not in a hurry to chase, but instead is to collect the gun. Looking at Lin Xueming, killing slowly said, "Reverse spiral alignment is nothing more than utilizing the rhythmic gaps in the spiral alignment and drilling holes to attack the dead spots of their line of sight and the weak hand areas of their weapons. Do you need to study these things for so many years?" Lin Xueming was immediately filled with astonishment, hastily drawing back. His entire body was once again hidden into the dense ice fog. It wasn't that he was afraid of the effect of the weird layer of poisonous flames on his body that, rather, every word of Shao Knight's words just now directly hit the key point. Lin Xueming couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at this moment, and a deep sense of powerlessness surged through his body. Utilizing the gaps in the rhythm of the spiral walk's attacks to counter the opponent, this was the essence of what Lin Xueming had studied for so many years. Now it was directly seen through and even countered by Shao Knight in just a few minutes. Is this the difference between himself and him? Lin Xueming was disoriented for a split second, his entire body hidden in the ice fog, and he didn't launch a new attack for a long time. No way! This is above the ring. Even if he sees through his tactics, as long as the ice mist domain is still there, then the advantage is still with me. A scowl gradually appeared on Lin Xueming's face. He had climbed to this position only through his own painstaking efforts. He must not return to Shao Knight's shadow once again. Lin Xueming's footsteps moved once again, swiftly moving his stance within the field of ice fog, wanting to use the cover of the ice fog to regain his forehand advantage. However, at this time, Shao Knight had also lost interest. Spectral grievance, directly open. With a miserable sound that only Shao Knight himself could hear, an invisible ghost instantly surged towards the surrounding ice fog. In an instant, it marked Lin Xueming's location and directly attached itself to his body. Shao Knight no longer stayed his hand. The savage bloodline directly opened, and with the killing star in his hand, he killed his way into the ice fog. The dense ice fog suddenly erupted with sound after sound of clashing swords and spears, and a muffled grunt of injury. Two swiftly moving figures tossed and turned in the icy mist, touching each other and triggering one cold flow after another. Those people from the Hegemony Guild and Lin Xueming's supporters under the dueling stage all climaxed one by one at the sight of this scene, frantically shouting Lin Xueming's name. Lin Xueming! Lin Xueming! Brother Hawkming is going to end the game. This is a sure win. And those surrounding supporters of Shao Knight also had a worried look on their faces one by one at this time. Only the leader, the middle-aged man with glasses, Shan Jiadong, as if he was not affected by the situation on the field at all, was still waving the flag in his hand frantically, and his voice was hoarse as he roared. Shao Knight will win. I believe in Shao Knight. It's impossible for him to lose. He is God. And just then, A violent explosion came violently from the ice fog above the dueling stage. The heat washed away the ice fog in an instant. There was even a channel of lava slurry that burst out in all directions and poured over the dueling platform, erupting in a puff of smoke that the entire dueling stage was once again made clear to all the spectators. And, as the ice fog slowly dissipated, there's only one person still standing on the dueling stage. The other one, however, was already dying on the ground. And looking at the location, it should be exactly at the center of that explosion. All the onlookers couldn't help but stand up and stick their heads in the direction of the dueling platforms. Only to see that the shield bracelet of that contestant he fell on the ground had just shattered. The layer of life-preserving shield that had erupted had likewise become somewhat thin. It was evident that the terrifying damage of that strike just now. Who won? Who is that man standing? With that standing figure slowly putting away the lance in his hand, and making a salute to the spectator stand. Everyone instantly understood the outcome of this match. Just now in that ice fog, Lin Xueming, despite being able to rely on his greatly improved perception in the realm to judge Shao Knight's position, however, he could only vaguely judge Shao Knight's appearance. That's why the Shao Knight just now directly used the tactic of splitting himself into two bodies and exploding himself. Easily, he used his doppelganger to lure that Lin Xueming, making him think that he had finally caught Shao Knight breaking. Just as he excitedly pierced Shao Knight's back with his sword, a terrifying sizzling breath instantly exploded in the split. With Shao Knight's attributes that had long been distinct nowadays, the lava self-explosion of the doppelganger was enough to cause extremely terrifying explosion damage over a wide area. Almost instantly, it shattered the shield bracelet on Lin Xueming's hand, and with it, the high shield had been devoured. Lin Xueming lost. He collapsed with his eyes lost in a huge cratered depression that had been blown out of all the dueling platform. With the thick voice of the examiner ringing out, I declare the winner of this duel to be the Hanging Sword Guild, Shao Knight. The entire audience around the dueling stage fell silent, followed by a burst of unprecedented revelry and exclamations, and those of the Hegemony Guild as well as Lin Xueming's supporters were all silent, as Shao Knight slowly walked down the dueling stage while holding Killing Star in his arms. However, he heard that Lin Xueming, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly erupt into a wild, crazy laugh. Ha 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 ha, Shao Knight, do you think that I've really won if you've won? This isn't over. I told you you'd die. Lin Xueming's eyes were filled with unwillingness and hatred as he looked at Shao Knight in a shadowy manner. There's no escape. You'll surely die. Chapter 187, Crisis. Thunder Prison Mage. Tang Jianchuan. Lin Xueming's last words on the dueling stage. In Shao Knight's mind for a long time, he knew that Lin Xueming was not a person who spoke wildly. Stoicism, ruthlessness, backstabbing. That's what Lin Xueming can do best. Then the words he left behind must not be empty. Shao Knight also vaguely felt that he was afraid that a conspiracy was gradually plotting behind this list revealing conference. Fox say Lun's death in the streets. Rumor has it that weird death look. Something big seems to be going on behind the scenes in SCOTUS. However, Shao Knight could not be bothered to think about these things at this time. After all, Shangjing City was the territory of the military. And no matter what happened, they wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. And what's more important is the news that Uncle Qin has sent from Blackwater City. Let Shao Knight not need to take these things into account. He himself will be back soon. Now that the 16-8 matches have been played, the top 8 players of the entire list revealing conference had already appeared. The next set of 8-4 matchups has likewise been released, and Shao Knight's opponent for the next dueling match was actually someone he had once had a chance with. Beacon Guild, Tang Sichuan. The next day's game came quickly. This 8-4 matchup also once again triggered a frenzy of 10,000 people in Shangjing City. No player left standing today is relying on the luck of the draw. Each of them has countless supporters and forces behind them. Standing on the dueling stage, Shao Knight held the Killing Star in his arms and gave a salute to his opposite opponent, Tang Jianchuan. And Tang Jianchuan returned a respectful salute, with a hint of a smile on his face, and politely said, "Brother Shao Knight, do you still remember me?" Shao Knight nodded at once. When that Lulan General's tomb copy was first made, he had put the 2 level 50 gold artifacts that he had brought out of it into the auction house. The ultimate buyer is this Tang Jianchuan. At that time, he had also very enthusiastically invited Shao Knight to join their Beacon Guild. And this person was also an 8-sided person. Tang Jianchuan's face was also somewhat meaningful as he looked at Shao Knight and said, "At first I said that sooner or later the two of us would meet again. I didn't expect it to be on this dueling stage. Now I'm really regretting that I wasn't able to make another effort to drag you to our Beacon Guild." Brother, Shao Knight, on the other hand, smiled back and said, "Fallacious, the Beacon Guild is sitting on 2 of the top 8 players, and it's not as if I'm the only one." Tang Jianchuan, however, laughed bitterly and said, "To be honest, Brother Shao Knight, I really don't want to match up against an opponent like you. I was wondering if I could go further, but I didn't think I'd run into you." so I guess it should stop here. Xiao Knight instantly smiled. This Tang Jianchuan was a person who was not the least bit arrogant, but he wasn't being modest when he said that. Tang Jianchuan's profession was an S-rank, Thunder Prison Mage, a standardized brittle full-output profession. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, just happens to be a force-sensitive school, both flexible and explosive as a whole. From those previous duels, it can simply be called the nemesis of the mage's brittle skin profession. However, the fact that Tang Jianchuan was able to kill his way to the top 8 hardcore showed that his strength was also definitely described as top-notch. This duel is between the Beacon Guild Tang Sichuan versus the Hanging Sword Guild Xiao Knight. In unison, the two of them clasped their fists again, and signaled to each other that as the words of the examiner at the side of the dueling stage fell, the match was instant. Facing such an opponent, Xiao Knight did not hold back in the slightest when he came up. The Calling Tide Spirit Steps directly opened under his feet, and with the killing star in his hand, he directly killed towards Tang Jianchuan, and Tang Jianchuan likewise had a solemn expression on his face, and the staff in his hand was waved continuously. A thunder chain appeared out of thin air and quickly shot towards Xiao Knight at a speed even faster than an arrow. Tang Nichuan cast a spell while pulling away backwards at a rapid pace. For the mage profession, distance from their opponents is their lifeline. Tang Jianchuan was incredibly clear in his heart. Once he was approached by Xiao Knight, the match could basically be declared over. Even Lin Xueming, who tackle dragon like the melee profession cannot withstand the damage of Xiao Knight. Their own this brittle mage is basically a matter of 2 shots. While Xiao Knight held the killing star in one hand, he took deft steps to avoid that thunder chain. However, he saw that a thunder chain hit the ground but did not disappear. Instead, it formed a small slice of a thunder pool on the floor of the dueling platform. Electricity flickered in the thunder pool, and it was obvious that once one accidentally stepped into it, they would inevitably be subjected to a paralyzing effect. The Thunder Prison Mage was really not simple, and Tang Jianchuan's maneuvering was also quite not bad. All the thunder chains were impartial and almost all of them landed on Xiao Knight's path of necessity. In order to get close to him, Xiao Knight would have to bypass these pools of thunder piece by piece first. However, in doing so, he would inevitably be slowed down. Once he was pulled away by Tang Sichuan, he would fall into the rhythm of being kite by him. The dueling arena erupted into a chase. Tang Nichuan is in front, Xiao Knight was in the back. Neither of the two dared to be the slightest bit lax, especially Tang Jianchuan, who watched as the distance between the two of them was narrowed by Xiao Knight step by step, and Xiao Knight also pulled his body's reaction to the extreme. That thunder chains was fast and tricky, and finally, when a slice of thunder pool formed a dead end, Xiao Knight had to not step on it. In an instant, a paralyzing sensation swept through his body. 1516. You've been paralyzed. At the same time, that Tang Jianchuan's eyes instantly lit up, and the staff in his hand swung out a trail of, only to see a piece of lightning strike cloud immediately appear above Xiao Knight's head, and in an instant, several consecutive loud thunderbolts struck Xiao Knight's body. 3691, 5513, 8661. The damage was higher than once, and Xiao Knight instantly realized the terrifying nature of the Thunder Prison Mage. As long as he was hit by the paralyzing effect of his thunder chain, the damage dealt by the next lightning spells would be higher than the next one. Xiao Knight violently turned on the displacement effect on his equipment, and in an instant, he left the place where he was that was already shrouded in thunderclouds. And by now the entire dueling stage has been dotted with one small thunder pool after another. So it is. Xiao Knight instantly understood the tactical intentions of this Tang Jianchuan. As a Thunder Prison Mage himself, Tang Nichuan could completely step on the thunder pool without suffering any effects, as long as he was able to spread this thunder pool after thunder pool all over the dueling arena. Then Xiao Knight, who was unable to hide, would be destined to fall into his palm as a plaything. At this time, Xiao Knight's blood value had also dropped by nearly half. An unprecedented sense of crisis immediately enveloped Xiao Knight's heart. Chapter 188, The Road in the Middle of a Sky of Thunderpools. Xiao Knight's mind raced, and in a split second, he made his next tactical countermeasure. Suddenly holding the killing star lance in his backhand, he drew back and retreated backward, back on the other side of the dueling arena from the very beginning, across the river from Tang Nichuan. Seeing this, Tang Jianchuan was immediately happy, but his face did not dare to have the slightest slackness. Before this battle, he had long studied the videos of those previous duels of Xiao Knight countless times. To sum it up, Xiao Knight was simply a tactical genius. The ability to adapt to the field is very strong, and there is no rigid formula. A variety of playing style is even more inscrutable. At this moment, although Tang Jianchuan didn't know what Xiao Knight was playing at, there was a hint of misfortune in his heart, but at least for the moment, his own tactics had achieved the planned results. Tang Sikawa hesitated briefly for a moment, then immediately waved the staff in his hand and a thunder chain was released toward Xiao Knight. forming a sheet of thunder pools. It continued to block Xiao Knight's movements and compress the space on the dueling field. Nowadays, this distance, on the contrary, was the most comfortable output distance for Tang Michuan. A spell with thunder at this time toward the opposite side of the Xiao Knight whistling. At this moment on the dueling stage is like a huge chessboard. Tang Sichuan and the execution of the chess constantly surrounded and intercepted, while Xiao Knight could only seemingly carry the killing star, lance in a lousy manner and keep dodging and dodging. Seeing that Xiao Knight's half of the dueling ground was also almost about to be covered by a thunder pool, Xiao Knight, however, remained expressionless as he kept dodging and dodging, even as if he had given up on attacking. The entire area around the dueling platform gradually quieted down and all of the spectators couldn't help but widen their eyes. It was the first time they had seen Xiao Knight being forced into such a situation. Is this the end of the road for this dark horse that came out of nowhere? Just then, Xiao Knight on the dueling stage was also suddenly forced into a dead center filled with thunder pools, unable to advance or retreat. Chance! Tang Jianchuan immediately looked aghast, and the staff in his hand waved out an extremely complicated nodding seal. In an instant, a bullthick thunder column suddenly and abruptly appeared on the dueling stage, sealing Xiao Knight in the corner of the dueling stage from above and below. The thunder pillars glittering with lightning were like a thunder prison cage. This was the signature technique of thunder prison mage Tang Michuan. As long as he was able to seal Xiao Knight inside, Tang Jianchuan would be able to directly dunk him to death with huge amounts of lightning attribute damage next. This was the final kill that Tang Michuan had been laying out all along. Dazzling streaks of thunder suddenly erupted in the middle of the dueling stage. The audience around us couldn't keep their eyes open as they flashed, and Tang Jianchuan was even more unrelenting in his frantic waving of the staff in his hand. A streak of thunder was like a silver snake, blasting towards the middle of that thunder prison cage. The straight blast caused a puff of charred smoke to rise from the dueling platform. Under such indiscriminate bombardment, even Xiao Knight absolutely no possibility of being able to carry down. Tang Sikawa's hands were shaking a little as he wielded his staff, panting as he nearly drained his mana value. Did succeed? Tang Jianchuan didn't dare to have the slightest carelessness until now, narrowing his eyes and staring bitterly into that thunder prison cage. However, all of a sudden, he saw that the figure in the cage had quietly faded away at an unknown time. Suffered. Tang Jianchuan's pupils tightened for an instant. The next second, however, a ghostly black gunshot was pressed against his throat from behind himself. Tang Michuan's entire body froze at once. He looked around him in disbelief at the dueling arena, which he had long ago paved with pools of lightning, and asked, in disbelief, "How did you get here?" Just then, only to see that in the patches and patches of thunder pools that were originally covered by him, suddenly one of the pools gradually dissipated. Then the second and third. These few dissipated spots were but a few, even negligible dots, in a pool of thunder that was like a sea of, yet it constitutes a road. A trace of bitterness suddenly appeared on Tang Jianchuan's face, and he muttered, "So that's how it is. You've been calculating the time for these thunder pools to disappear, haven't you?" The thunder pools formed by the thunder chains striking the ground were not permanent, but would stay for a long time and then gradually dissipate. Ever since Xiao Knight noticed this, he had been silently calculating the time when these thunder pools would disappear. Thus, Xiao Knight directly turned on the substitute mirror image while that Tang Jianchuan was chanting thunder prison cage, while his main body was caught in a state of void concealment, with the help of the cover of that roiling thunderous light, quietly hibernating. Until this road that led straight to Tang Michuan's side appeared, Xiao Knight had already come behind himself, the tip of his gun against his throat. Any further struggles are completely pointless next. Tang Jianchuan suddenly smiled bitterly and directly raised his hand, signaling that he directly admitted defeat. Xiao Knight, you guy, is just too scary. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, also put away the killing star, lance in his hand and said frankly, "And your tactics have really pushed me over the edge. Next time, maybe you could try laying the thunder pool a little more carefully." Tang Jianchuan momentarily cried and laughed as he opened his mouth to speak, but then he stopped in his tracks. The thunder pool that he had just laid down on the dueling ground was not 1,000 but 500, wasn't it? Who else is attentive enough to notice the casting time and end time of each thunder pool? I'm afraid it's only the pervert in front of me. That was the difference between himself and him, and it was far more than the mere difference it seemed. Tang Michuan emotion couldn't help but sigh, then but also quickly adjusted his mood. Anyway, today he came with the mindset that he would lose. Brother Xiao Knight, tell the truth. Now I'd say you're a match for that crazy guy in our beacon guild. Tang Sichuan suddenly released a smile and said, "Tomorrow, you should meet him, and then I'll be sure to buy first row VIP tickets to watch." Xiao Knight instantly raised an eyebrow as well. The madman who belonged to the same beacon guild that Tang Michuan had spoken of. So far, Zhang Fan Yang, who had been firmly occupying the first place in the odds list of the unveiling conference and had never fallen off. After the 8-4, there will be the semifinals. Xiao Knight, on the other hand, belonged to the top half of the zone with Zhang Fanyang, and that means tomorrow. The two would then meet directly in the next round of the semifinals. Chapter 189, the final four are out. Who's going to die? Xiao Knight had only just returned to the waiting area when it was then learned that something explosive had happened in the other ring. Gasang Drama of the clan Kale, who was one of the favorites for the title, actually lost, fell early in the 8-4 elimination round, and the opponent who won against her turned out to be a not-so-hot name, Liao Yuan. When Xiao Knight learned of this news, he also happened to see a group of healers carrying Gasang Drama on a stretcher hurriedly passing through the waiting area. It definitely looks like the injuries are not bad. A trace of gravity immediately surfaced within Xiao Knight's gaze. Liao Yuan? This name was one that Master Mo had specifically explained that he should beware of, and behind him was none other than Uncle Qin's archenemy, the bully group. All this time, even the media has not focused much on Liao Yuan has actually been winning, from stepping off the line in the group stage, to the knockout rounds that followed. This unannounced Liao Yuan has actually made it to the quarterfinals. With Kelsang Dralma's nature, I'm afraid that even if she puts her life on the line, she will not easily give in. Now it's been beaten to this state of disrepair. Xiao Knight's heart could not help but raise a trace of vigilance once again. I'm afraid I'm not the only one who's pretending to be a pig in a poke at this list-revealing conference. The bully group behind Liao Yuan is likewise a ruthless character. Master Mo once said that even though the basements of Shangjing City today are full of fish and dragons, but the poly group is like a black hand hiding behind the scenes, and any power is inextricably linked to it. As the 8-4 matches wind down, the final top four of the unveiling conference is also finally clear. Xiao Knight defeated Tang Sichuan of the Beacon Guild. Zhang Fanyang, who was also a member of the Beacon Guild, defeated Si Mei of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion, who was also a member of the four great guilds. Qin Yanyan, who squeezed into the top 8 at the last minute, lost to Xing Qingshan from the military. This Xing Qingshan, the fighting genius in the army that Nie Xiaoyu claimed was a once-in-a-century occurrence in the army, had hardened his way into the top 4 of the unveiled ranking conference by virtue of a B-ranked profession. Xiao Knight, who had ended his own duel, also went to watch the second half of that duel between Xing Qingshan and Qin Yanran. This Xing Qingshan really was a natural fighter, despite the fact that the strength and even the attributes of almost all of the skills lagged behind the S-ranked profession Qin Yanyan by a large margin. But it is hard to rely on their own pure fire fighting skills. In the end narrowly defeated Qin Yanyan. Qin Yanran didn't lose by a long shot. If Xiao Knight could give his fighting skills a score of 90, then I'm afraid Xing Qingshan had already reached 95. This kind of fighting skill, which was enough to allow him to cross the gap between professional ranks, must have been honed by 1,000 hammers. Xiao Yi simply didn't dare to think about just how much Xing Qingshan had suffered amongst the military to be able to develop such a terrifying level of fighting skills. Or maybe it's a killing technique. And the last final four contestant is Liao Yuan, who defeated Gasang Dralma. That match Xiao Knight did not have the time to go and watch it, but only learned about the duel roughly from the reporter Song Wei's mouth. Facing off against the favorite for the title, Gershon Chroma. The opponent, Liao Yuan, however, exploded with a strength that blew everyone's mind, pushed the talented young woman from the Clerkland to the brink, chassis all over the place, but ultimately lost the match. Xiao Knight, Zhang Fanyang, Xing Qingshan, Liao Yuan. It is the final four places in the list receiving conference. However, due to the distribution of the zones, Xiao Yu's opponent tomorrow was destined to be Zhang Fanyang, who was also in the top half of the zone. Xing Qingshan, who is from the military, will meet Liao Yuan, who has been pretending to be a pig in a poke. When Xiao Knight left from the waiting area, he saw the scarab that had been waiting for him outside. Get in the car. Scar whistled at Xiao Knight and grinned as he opened the car door for Xiao Knight. You kid can to be honest, I didn't expect you to be able to come this far in the first place. To say the least, it's still Uncle Qin who sees people correctly. The top four of the unveiling conference. Tee-hee. Scarred Love couldn't help but exclaim in conviction, as he started the engine. That, by the way, you don't know yet, do you? Uncle Qin is back. He was going to be there to see the game in person, only to be delayed by some business. Xiao Knight was stunned and asked, busily, Uncle Qin has returned? Then the Blackwater City side. I only saw Scar give Xiao Knight a wink through the rearview mirror and said, the Blackwater City side is naturally already in place, and next Uncle Qin is going to start collecting this side of the net. Now those underground forces and businesses in this Shangjing city that should be ours have almost recovered a large portion of it. Xiao kid, Uncle Qin said that you should take the first credit this time. Scar's car drove straight all the way to that underground VIP lounge, pushed the door and walked into this sunless orgy. Xiao Knight, however, was surprised to find that the originally bustling place was actually much quieter now. The bustling crowds are now only scattered. The names of all the other contestants on that real-time odds leaderboard hanging in the very center have all gone dark as well. Only the names of the top four players in the very center remain. only to see that they always stay in the VIP hall of the Master MO at this time but also sat outside this hall. When Master MO saw Scar and Shao Knight, he waved at them and grinned in joy. Shao doll, good job today. Old man, I watched the entire live broadcast of your duel in the hall today, but it really made me sweat. Shao Knight, however, was able to see a trace of hidden worry on Master Mo's face and asked, all of a sudden, Master Mo, why are there so many less people here? It was only when Master Mo drew on the pipe in his mouth, and with a wily smile, he said, it used to be crowded here because everyone had chips in their hands. Now that the game is underway, the chips have long since gathered in the winner's favor. With no chips in your hand, there is naturally no need or qualification to come here anymore. And then, Master Mo's eyes were also gazing intently at the 4 names on that last remaining odds list, saying, Shao doll, not afraid to tell you, now half of the entire underground power and business of Shangjing City is in our hands. But we're not the only ones who have won so far. This next bet is the one that will decide who will die. Shao Knight knew the other winner that Master Mo was talking about. I'm afraid it's that Liao Yuan who's been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. And the bully group behind him. Right, Uncle Qin is waiting for you inside the suite. Hurry over, Master Mo said as he looked meaningfully at Shao Knight. Shao Knight gave a slight nod, down the long corridor before walking to the familiar suite of rooms, pushed the door in. Then he saw a tall and familiar figure sitting on the sofa, which was none other than Uncle Qin. Yet he was not alone in this suite of rooms, only to see that on the sofa opposite Uncle Qin, there was a woman with extremely elegant and luxurious clothes but a cool face sitting on the sofa. Behind the woman stood a young man in an embroidered suit, and this young man's face, Shao Knight has also seen it many times on odds lists and major reports. Liao Yuan, Chapter 190 Murderer. The Truth. White Elephant Kingdom. Shao Knight, who pushed the door in, instantly attracted the gazes of the 3 people in the suite. The gaze of the elegantly dressed woman was even more so as she sized up Shao Knight from top to bottom. Then with an undemonstrative sneer on his face, he said, Qin Shan, is this child the card you've pressed for everything? Uncle Qin, however, smiled faintly and did not answer her, and waved at Shao Knight, saying, Shao Knight, come and sit. At this time, Shao Knight had also vaguely guessed the identity of this woman in his heart. The lady for whom Uncle Qin had once served as a hawk for 40 years, now the head of the Poly Group, Chen Li. As she put it, Shao Knight is the card that Uncle Qin has gambled everything on, and Liao Yuan is the card of the Bully Group. Only the difference was that at this moment, Shao Knight was sitting on the sofa beside Uncle Qin with a big grin, and that Liao Yuan could only stand behind Chen Li. Chen Li, who perceived this sharp contrast, then suddenly smiled. That a cool face and the flashy clothes under the backdrop appeared to be more than a little flavorful. Shan, the old you would never have dared to sit face to face with me. Uncle Qin also grinned, except that there was more coldness in his smile, and opened his mouth to say, the lady of old, I'm afraid, wouldn't have taken the initiative to travel so far to see me. Chen Li's face instantly chilled as she said in a cold voice, hawks and dogs are hawks and dogs after all. Even if they can fight no matter how much they can, they will never be able to sit in a man's position. Qin Shan, do you really think you can win over the group? Uncle Qin, on the other hand, unhurriedly drew out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, saying, a hawk dog ceases to be a dog from the moment he is turned away from his master, and becomes a wild wolf. Mrs. Chen, do I need to remind you that this underground VIP hall you're in is now wolf's territory? Trespassing on someone's turf uninvited is not a friendly thing to do. Chen Li's face grew colder and colder. Reaching up, he wrapped the yan clothing around his body tightly around his neck and rose from the couch to say, want to play with the Polaris group? Count on your cards to go all the way first. As Chen Li left the VIP lounge with proud footsteps, the one standing behind him, Liao Yuan, who was wearing an embroidered black suit, was sizing up Shao Knight with a playful gaze. Shao Knight, on the other hand, was categorically undaunted as he glared at him. Needlepoint. Both of them did not hide the killing intent in their eyes at all. In the military research base, Nie Xiaoyu followed behind a middle-aged man in military uniform with a tiger's stride and hurriedly walked into the isolation room. The sight in front of her instantly made Nie Xiaoyu unable to stop her eyes from widening as she covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock, another body! While 2 military men in protective suits were meticulously sealing the body, one of them hastily saluted the middle-aged man in military uniform and, Commander Chen, what brings you here? Protective clothing is required in here. You must be careful. The middle-aged man's face was terribly gloomy, and he made a wink at Nie Xiaoyu beside him. Nie Xiaoyu instantly walked up hurriedly, not wearing a protective suit herself, looking at the officer who came forward to stop her. Nie Xiaoyu then waved her hand impatiently and said, there's no need for protective suits. The last few days of research haven't revealed any residual harmful substances at all. Who is the dead man? Where was it found? How long? Nie Xiaoyu asked as if in a series of questions, only to hear the military man reply. The deceased's name was Fan Wei. and he was likewise a participant in the list revealing assembly. The body was found yesterday in the waiting area of the dueling ring. What? Nye Xiaoyu suddenly froze and hurriedly turned her head, only to see the same gravity on the middle-aged man's face. Another unveiling conference contestant dead? And still die in the waiting area of the dueling platform. Nye Xiaoyu instantly asked in consternation. Who dares to be that bold, to kill someone in the middle of the dueling stage's waiting area in such a dignified manner? Only the middle-aged man said with a stern gaze. Fan Wei was a contestant in the top 16 of this ranking reveal conference, and the time of his death was during the 16-8 match. By that time, I had already ordered the troops to keep a tight security and no one was allowed to enter the waiting area during the competition except the participants. A trace of shock and disbelief surfaced on Nye Xiaoyu's face, saying, Uncle Chen, you mean, the murderer is hiding among these contestants? The middle-aged man in military uniform nodded his head with a stern face and said, being able to easily kill the top 16 Fan Wei means that this murderer's strength is still far above him. Now that the ranking revealing conference is still continuing, I have reason to suspect that the murderer is still in the middle of the competition. That is, among the top 4 contestants who just came out today. The final 4. Nye Xiaoyu snapped to attention in her mind at once and, no, it can't be him. He would never do such a thing. The middle-aged man in military uniform said slowly. My men are already lining up one by one. Xing Qingshan is one of our military's own, so it could never be him. And Zhang Fanyang is from the Beacon Guild, and as one of the 4 major guilds in the Dragon Kingdom, he would never dare to stuff some unkempt people into the list revealing conference. So there are only 2 people left, Xiao Knight and Liao Yuan. Nye Xiaoyu said hurriedly. Uncle Chen, it can't be Xiao Knight. The middle-aged man, however, interrupted Nye Xiaoyu with a wave of his hand and said, Xiaoyu, I know you've had quite a bit of contact with him, but there's no room for any surprises in this matter. Nye Xiaoyu was also stunned and then said, Uncle Chen, since it's already locked on these 4 people, why don't we just interrupt the match and check it out until we're clear? That middle-aged man in military uniform, however, suddenly sighed and said with a cold smile on his face, saying, it's not that simple. Now this unveiling conference can't be interrupted just because we want to. Just now I was informed that General Kirin of the White Elephant Kingdom is coming to observe the next match tomorrow, preferring to come at this time, and preferring not to go to the 4 main cities, but instead coming to this tiny Shangjing city. I'm afraid I'm here to stop us from investigating that murderer behind it in the name of observing. Nye Xiaoyu was instantly struck by lightning as she instantly understood the meaning of Uncle Chen's words. The White Elephant Kingdom was a country right next to the border of the Dragon Kingdom, and its relationship with the Dragon Kingdom had been quite delicate over the years. The number of conflicts on the border is also increasing. Uncle Chen, could it be that this murderer is a spy from the White Elephant Kingdom? Nye Xiaoyu was instantly chilled to the bone, and the face of the middle-aged man in military uniform was even more rather ugly, saying, if that's really the case, I'm afraid this White Elephant Kingdom has played a young trick on us. If we interrupt the unveiling conference to check it out, we lose face internationally. If we don't check, if in the end that spy planted by the White Elephant Kingdom goes all the way to the top and gets the top spot in the list unveiling conference, then we'll be disgraced. Chapter 191, Yang Yan Walker, Zhang Fan Yang. The semifinals of the unveiling conference have come and gone. However, the entire Shangjing city is once again surging with dark currents. The news that General Kirin of the White Elephant Kingdom had suddenly come to observe the list unveiling conference had also spread throughout the entire Shangjing city. Along with that, the top 4 players who have already advanced have been invited to stay in the military's reception hall, ostensibly meeting with General Kirin of the White Elephant Kingdom along with the military, but in reality blocking all 4. Xiao Knight realized this when he was invited into the middle of this military's reception hall. The guard force stationed around it was tighter than ever. Everyone asked not to be allowed to leave the reception hall until the unveiling conference was over. At first, Xiao Knight thought that this was the military's protection for them, the contestants, that is, until he realized that General Kirin of the White Elephant Kingdom, who was visiting to observe, didn't even live in the middle of this reception hall, but had been placed far away at the other end of the military base. Xiao Knight vaguely sensed that there was something wrong with all of this. It seemed more like the military was watching the 4 of them than protecting them. Recently some rumors have also reached Xiao Knight's ears. It seems that another contestant, Van Wyck, has also disappeared, and Xiao Knight clearly in the 16-8 of the game also saw him, and then linked to the previous horizontal death of the street Hua Tulong. Unless the military has pinpointed the culprit behind these strange events, could it be one of the 4 of them? The semi-finals were made even grander by the visit of Kirin, the general of the White Elephant Kingdom, to observe the event. There were only 2 rings left, set up in the middle of the giant dueling arena. The 2 matchups remained simultaneous. Xiao Knight to Zhang Fanyang, Liao Yuan to Xing Qingshan. The upper Kyoto city audience that came to watch was even larger than ever before. Not only that, even the bigwigs from the military, the official organizer of this unveiling conference, were present one by one. The middle-aged man in military uniform sitting in the very center of the viewing platform was still Chen Lu, the commander-in-chief in charge of the military districts around Shangjing City, and the one next to him, wearing a red hat and a beard, was General Kirin of the White Elephant Kingdom, who was currently talking and laughing with Commander Chen. As Commander Chen slowly stood up and picked up the microphone on the table, a voice as steady as a flood bell suddenly resounded throughout the dueling arena. On behalf of the military, I would like to welcome all the citizens of Shangjing City to come and watch this unveiling of the list. The tournament has reached the semi-finals. Let's welcome the top 4 contestants of this ranking revealing conference. With Commander Chen's voice, Shao Knights 4 also came out from behind the curtain in unison, and one by one, they walked onto the dueling stage that belonged to them. Standing on the opposite side of Shao Knight's dueling stage was Zhang Fanyang, who had been occupying the top spot on the odds list for the entirety of this ranking revealing conference and had never fallen off. Zhang Fanyang's height wasn't that tall, but his body's muscles were quite well proportioned. His skin was white, and his features were straight. The most noticeable thing was the slight red color in his eyes. It was said that the red eyes had suddenly appeared on his body only after he had awakened his profession. Yang Yan Walker, Zhang Fanyang, the madman that Tang Jianchuan spoke of, the Beacon Guild's new strongest rookie king. There was no one. As Shao Knight sized him up, Zhang Fanyang was also sizing up Shao Knight. His gaze was focused and clear, seemingly unadulterated by any personal feelings about the duel. He didn't even care about the eventual winners and losers of this list receiving assembly. He only had Shao Knight in his eyes, only the opponent above this dueling platform. Shao Knight knew that this time, he would do his best to have no reservations. Any undercard must be emptied out in one fell swoop whenever the need arises. If he couldn't get past this Zhang Fanyang, he wouldn't even be qualified to go up against that Liao Yuan. However, Shao Knight believed that Liao Yuan on the dueling stage next door was definitely not that easy either. Xing Qingshan from the military is no less tricky. This semi-final match is between Beacon Guild Zhang Fanyang and Hanging Sword Guild Shao Knight. Xing Qingshan versus Liao Yuan. I now declare the semi-finals officially open. As Commander Chen's flooding voice resounded throughout the dueling arena, the semi-finals between the top 4 are a snap. Shao Knight still held the killing star in his hand and saluted his opponent. And Zhang Fanyang on the opposite side of the dueling stage similarly drew his weapon and returned a salute to Shao Knight. His weapon was a ringed sword. The blade was not long, only about 2 feet, and was being inserted into the sheath without showing the slightest bit of sharpness. The hilt of the blade then came with a string of Buddha beads, which seemed to be fused with something in them. After the two had saluted each other, without hesitation, Zhang Fanyang unsheathed his sword, only to see a fiery flame immediately burning above the blade of that ringed sword. It was so hot that the air around it flowed a little. Shao Knight held the killing star lance in his hand, and the Tarsus poisonous flame was also instantly shrouded on top of the lance. The two figures quickly approached each other without a second thought. Shasta. The sword of the ring clashed with the tip of the gun. The fiery flames and poisonous flames mingled with each other. The ring blade in that Zhang Fanyang's hand could not be said to be fast, but it was extremely stable, leaving room for maneuver after each swing. You can go in for an attack, and you can go out for a defense. There is no panic, no tightness. Shao Knight even saw his own shadow in his fighting style, and the two of them seemed to have a similar understanding of combat. Never put yourself in a situation where there is no way back because of a rash move. Knives and guns clashing. Every attack that the two of them made against each other was blocked with unparalleled precision as if it was anticipated by the other. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 rounds fell and both sides surprisingly didn't injure each other's blood bars in the slightest, except for the slight amount of blood that was blocked off by each other. Such an exciting matchup instantly caused the entire audience under the dueling arena to boil over. However, the duo above the dueling arena understood that the previous moves were just a test between each other. The next one is the real kill. Only to see that Zhang Fanyang holding the preceptor in his left hand, his right hand suddenly stood in front of his chest and pinched a spell. An inscription with a golden light immediately spread across his body. It was a huge Sanskrit word that seemed to be the true word of some Buddhist myths. Shasta. The flames on top of the ring sword in Zhang Fanyang's hand suddenly skyrocketed from just 2 feet, actually born to grow to be more than 1 person high. Zhang Fanyang held the ring blade in one hand and swung it with a letter, bringing the range of the fiery blade attack instantly increased by several times, enough to envelop all directions around the body, and the flames above that blade are getting fiercer and fiercer, and it seems that there are inscriptions that can be vaguely seen entwined in the flames. Chapter 192, Delusionless Karmic Fire. The Glazed Realm. An inch long, an inch strong. Now that the attack range of the flame ring blade in Zhang Fanyang's hand had become several times longer, yet it was still as flexible in his hand as the 2-foot-long preceptor from before. The killing star lance in Shao Knight's hand also instantly lost its advantage of attack distance, Seeing that Zhang Fanyang wielding the flaming ring blade like a whirlwind of fire, he rushed towards himself. Sha Knight also no longer hesitated. The left hand was immediately equipped with Tiger Stripe Battle Shield Upper Mountain Tiger. The ringed blade with the fiery flames suddenly arrived and slashed violently at Sha Knight. However, it was accurately blocked by Sha Knight. The moment shook with sparks. Zhang Fanyang's eyes were also amazed as he looked at the shield that Sha Knight had suddenly taken out. This was the trick that Sha Knight had been hiding from the very beginning of the list revealing conference until now. The shield and gun dual cultivation was Sha Knight's complete state. In order to hide their true playing style, Sha Knight had been using only the Killing Star lance from the very beginning, making everyone think that he was a min gun streamer. After Zhang Fanyang's brief moment of astonishment, the flaming ring blade in his hand raged on once again. The sizzling breath churned recklessly around Sha Knight, stirring up the surrounding air currents. And then every time that commandment swings, the one that greeted them was always the battle shield with a white tiger pattern in Sha Knight's hand. Every single time it was a perfect block. Tiger strength, layer by layer. It keeps building up. However, Sha Knight is not in a hurry to launch a counterattack, but quietly hibernates, waiting for that Zhang Fanyang to reveal a crack. The flaming ring sword swings like a storm. The tiger-striped battle shield, however, was as immovable as a flood bell. Finally, Sha Knight saw a gap where that Zhang Fanyang was slightly gasping for breath after receiving several violent swings. The Killing Star lance in his right hand stabbed out in vain. The swift thunder burst that had a whole 18 tiger power attached to it instantly surged a fierce gun shadow on the Killing Star lance, straightly stabbing that Zhang Fanyang's forehead. Even with his speed he could not avoid it. Zhang Fanyang saw it clearly, but his face did not change. The shadow of the gun and the flaming ring blade exchanged blows. In an instant, a popping sound boomed out from the dueling stage. Zhang Fanyang's figure was instantly blasted away like a kite with broken strings. Sha Knight, on the other hand, held a shield in one hand and a gun in the other and stood steadily without retreating in the slightest. Sha Knight! Sha Knight! The entire crowd around the dueling arena erupted into thunderous, frenzied cheers. And in the meantime, a huge amount of damage also erupted from Zhang Fanyang's body on the dueling stage. 19533. One blow knocked half of Zhang Fanyang's bloodstain off. However, Sha Knight narrowed his eyes, because in his estimation, this cumulative strike of the entire 18 layers of the tiger's potential could never have only knocked off this much damage. As it happens, Sha Knight noticed that one of the Buddha beads wrapped around the hilt of that Zhang Fanyang ring sword had suddenly shattered. Could it be damage transfer? Sha Knight's heart couldn't help but float up such a line of words, and he was suddenly even more like an enemy. The shot he had just taken was at least half of the damage blocked. If that Zhang Fanyang was truly able to deflect damage through the Buddha beads, then there were yet as many as 7 or 8 more Buddha beads above the hilt of his ring sword. Tricky. Xiao Yueliang couldn't help but take a deep breath and, this Zhang Fanyang deserved to be the one who still steadily dominated the number 1 spot on the odds list so far. The attack is pure and deadly. With such a life-preserving means as the Buddha beads, it was simply a combination of offense and defense. And at this point on the viewing platform, Chen Lu, the commander in uniform, quietly noticed that more of the gaze of that White Elephant country's General Kirin was on another duel. Liao Yuan vs. Xing Qingshan. It seems General Kirin is more interested in this duel. Commander Chen instantly pretended that he had no intention of casually saying, I only saw that General Kirin of the White Elephant Kingdom, whose face suddenly showed a smile that pretended to be unintelligible, say, in a raw manner, each and every one of Dragon Kingdom's new class of professionals is indeed a teenage hero. I admire them. Commander Chen gave a cold snort with a leathery smile. The duels directly above both dueling stages had entered a white heat. Zhang Fanyang and Sha Knight 1 is always the top of the odds list has never changed. One is a dark horse with high popularity so far. The duel between the two also sparked more spectators to gather and cheer. And in contrast, that semi-final between Liao Yuan and Xing Qingshan was a bit of a loser. And although there were quite a few spectators around the dueling stage, it was less than half of what was on the other side. However, Commander Chen was sweating for Xing Qingshan. If Xing Qingshan from the army could win the duel, that would naturally be the best outcome. But once Xing Qingshan loses, and who can be counted on to stop the man behind the curtain? Last night the military intelligence department investigated all night. All the clues are gradually clear. Who is that culprit hiding among the contestants? Chen Lu's heart also gradually had a number. Sha Knight and Zhang Fanyang on top of the dueling stage once again pulled away from each other. From the time he ascended the dueling platform to the present, the two hadn't said a word to each other. But from eye to eye, it was clear that both sides were aware of each other's determination and desire to win this match. Zhang Fanyang is very strong. This was one of the few evaluations Sha Knight had in mind for his opponent. Because Zhang Fanyang's strength wasn't just in the terrifying skills that his Yang Yanwalker profession gave him, stronger in his understanding of skill moves, and for the distance of the attack that precise to the extreme grasp. Even in the arrangement of tactics, the two will have some coincidental common ground. It's risky, yet it never misses a fatal opportunity. A couple of rounds. Although Shao Knight was now steadily gaining the upper hand in terms of bloodlines, Shao Knight knew that it was definitely not that simple to completely defeat his opponent. Zhang Fanyang's looked at Shao Knight with more respect and fervor in his gaze, and Shao Knight's chest also ignited an unprecedented burning desire to fight. The figures of the two were touching each other on the dueling platform, battling it out again. The only way to win a professional duel at this level is to look for your opponent's breaks. The bias was that neither of the two would easily reveal their cracks. Time is ticking away. It was as if the two were going to battle until the sky was dark. The semi-final fights were extended from a 10-minute limit to an hour. However, the Shao Knight duo saw each other's moves. Both sides' attention and spirits were strained to the utmost, and each swing between the ring sword and the lance was narrowly missed. Often it almost delivers the killing blow, only to be neutralized by the opponent. The spectators around the dueling stage all held their breath in unison at some point, no longer letting out any cheers. Everyone stood up in rapt admiration of a duel destined to go down in history. The duo even fought to the last second. Zhang Fanyang, who was holding the flaming ring sword, violently crushed one of the Buddha beads on top of the ring sword. In an instant a Sanskrit sound vibrated across the dueling arena. The sea of fire in the sky fiercely burned above Zhang Fanyang's ring sword, and Zhang Fanyang softly whispered, "Delusional karma fire." A sea of fire swept across the dueling stage from the ring sword, and Shao Knight's body was immediately covered by a layer of greenish feather-colored glazed realm. Shasta. Everyone realized that it would be the move that would decide the winner of this duel. When the sea of fire had cleared from the dueling arena, both men on the dueling platform stood and no one's shield bracelet had shattered. Yet time had run out. The chief examiner on the dueling stage instantly walked up to the stage himself, going to double-check the life values of the duo. However, Zhang Fanyang suddenly raised his hand and softly said, "I lost." His face still had that same look of unhappiness and sadness on it, and he just looked at Shao Knight with a burning gaze. Shao Knight also looked at him, and both of them couldn't help but have a sympathetic look in their eyes. In fact, the duel between Shao Knight and Zhang Fanyang would have been fought even more fiercely. It's never going to be that easy and effortless to determine a true winner. Yet just today before the semi-finals kicked off, a middle-aged man in military uniform suddenly called the duo into a secret room. Chapter 193, A Fatal Showdown. Commander Chen Lu. It was a middle-aged man in a military uniform with an unsmiling face, followed by a quiet guard. The first words of the middle-aged man's opening caused both Shao Knight and Zhang Fanyang to freeze in unison. "I'm Chen Lu, the Commander-in-Chief of the Shangjing City Military Region. I've called you all here today for one thing only. I want you to put out only 70% of your strength in the next semifinal, regardless of who loses or wins. Leave your bottom cards for the final." Commander Chen Lu's eyes sized up Xiao Yi and Zhang Fanyang's bodies. "What I'm about to say involves the military's top secret. Both of you have people behind you who have vouched for you with their heads before I revealed these things to you. We have verified that contestant Liao Yuan and the White Elephant Kingdom have an ulterior motive. So if Xing Qingshan can't stop him, no matter which one of you two makes it to the finals, make sure to achieve the ultimate victory." A thunderclap resounded in Shao Knight's head. Liao Yuan is actually a spy for the White Elephant Kingdom? Isn't he a card in the hands of the Polaris Group? In an instant, Shao Knight instantly figured out why the general of the White Elephant Kingdom would pick this time to visit Shangjing City to observe the list unveiling conference. This unveiling of the list is no longer a simple contest. Rather, it involved the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom as well as the military in Shangjing City. If that Liao Yuan was ultimately allowed to take the top spot in the list unveiling conference, this list unveiling conference that the military had painstakingly organized would become a laughingstock. After a moment of agitation in his heart, Shao Knight met Zhang Fanyang's gaze and took the lead by nodding and said, "I'll only put out 70% of my strength and keep my bottom card." Zhang Fanyang's face could not be seen to be happy or angry, and he similarly nodded his head once. On the dueling stage, after repeatedly confirming the blood values of Shao Knight and Zhang Fanyang, the examiner finally meticulously announced the result of the match. The winner of this match is Hanging Sword Guild, Shao Knight. In an instant, the entire audience outside the dueling stage exploded. There were quite a few people who believed that Shao Knight was the biggest dark horse, but all of them held a trace of doubt in their hearts that, can Shao Knight really go all black? Until now that Zhang Fanyang, who dominated the number one spot on the odds list, lost to him. Dark horse, Shao Knight, won black to the end. The final winner, compared to the cheers of that rambunctious crowd, Zhang Fanyang on the dueling stage, however, still had the same expression of neither sadness nor joy, as if the victory or defeat of this duel was not important to him at all. Shao Knight raised the killing star and gave him a salute, saying, "Understood." Zhang Fanyang likewise sheathed his ring sword and returned a salute, saying, "I hope to fight you for real next time." Both sides were fighting with only 70% of their strength. which was supposed to be a blurry line. The final winner is also settled only by the percentage of blood on both sides before time runs out. Xiao Knight knew that Zhang Fanyang must still have his biggest killing move, but those last few cards knocking in Xiao Knight's hand were likewise still unused. There will be opportunities, Xiao Knight said with a clasped fist. The result of this game, on the contrary, means nothing. Unexpectedly, that Zhang Fanyang shook his head and said seriously, a loss is a loss. You did end up with more blood value left than me, and I did my best under the same conditions. I hope to have the opportunity to have a discussion with you in the future. Xiao Knight nodded and said, yes. Zhang Fanyang turned around and walked off the dueling stage after receiving Xiao Knight's reply. There didn't seem to be any semblance of loss or resentment. Even Xiao Knight couldn't help but be a little impressed. This person's heart had indeed exceeded normal people. It wasn't long after the match between Xiao Yi and Zhang Fanyang had ended. The other duel next to it had already produced a result. Xing Qingshan lost. He was carried down. The whole man had lost consciousness, and the grievous injuries all over his body were shocking. Xiao Knight couldn't help but feel a sinking in his heart as he watched. He knew that as a member of the army, Xing Qingshan must have fought until the last moment on the dueling stage. If he could trade his life for victory in this duel, he would not hesitate. A B-rank occupation yet able to go this far. Xing Qingshan could be called a genius among geniuses. However, at this moment that Liao Yuan, who remained on the dueling stage, violently erupted into a wild laugh. He raised his arms high in the air and fought to shout and roar to those on stage. Amidst the wild cheers of the unsuspecting spectators, Xiao Knight exchanged a glance with that Commander Chen Lu, who was sitting in the very center of the viewing platform. A complex depth of meaning filled Commander Chen Lu's eyes. The distance between the two semi-final dueling stages isn't that far. Xiao Knight stood on the stage and gazed across the sea of people with Liao Yuan on the other dueling stage. It seems as if it were predestined. Xiao Knight still met with Liao Yuan on top of the finals. At this point, it's no longer just a grudge between Uncle Qin and the Bully Group. Xiao Knight has to win this final match tomorrow. As the semi-finals came to an end, the entire unveiling conference finally entered the culmination of the finalists. The spectators gathered in front of the dueling stage were reluctant to leave, and Song Wei squeezed her way to the front of the pack of media with a microphone, only to receive a stern note from the military guards that the two finalists, Xiao Knight and Liao Yuan, will be stationed at the military base. No interviews with any media are allowed. Such an abrupt decision has also caused a torrent of complaints amongst the crowd of media reporters. Song Wei also sighed helplessly. For some reason, it was clear that Xiao Knight had already walked on to the finals, but she always had some hidden worries in her heart. And yet the work goes on. Since they couldn't interview Xiao Knight and Liao Yuan, and another contestant, Xing Qingshan, has been sent to the hospital for medical attention, then all that's left is to interview Zhang Fanyang. Luckily, due to the fact that Song Wei's live broadcast was exceptionally hot right now, the company also tried their best to get her an opportunity to interview Zhang Fanyang. Song Wei was in the interview room nervously memorizing her words while looking at the time on her watch. The photographer and all the crew are ready to go. 10 minutes past the appointed time for the interview. Those viewers in the live broadcast room who were waiting to see Zhang Fanyang had also long been impatient. But the Zhang Fanyang player hasn't arrived yet? I'll check it out. Song Wei somewhat anxiously gestured to the director and cameraman, then hurriedly pushed the door and left the interview room, toward the middle of Zhang Fanyang's lounge. However, Song Wei had just arrived at the door of the lounge when she heard a strange, subtle sound coming from the middle of the room. It was a low, slow breathing sound, but it never seemed to be something a human could make. Song Wei was shocked in her heart, only to see that the door of that Zhang Fanyang's restroom was not closed tightly, but left a crack. Song Wei couldn't help but bring her eyes over to take a look at the. Instead, she snapped to a scene that made her scalp tingle and her body tremble. I only saw that Zhang Fanyang was lying quietly on the ground. A huge, lean figure far beyond human size was lying on top of him. It was a figure with stray hairs and skin as dry and cracked as an evil spirit, and its narrow mouthpiece was sucking on top of Zhang Fanyang's neck. Song Wei desperately tried to stabilize her trembling hand. Raising the miniature contact he carried with him, he silently filmed the scene through the doorway. The next second, however, he saw that the evil ghost that had ambushed Zhang Fanyang had already disappeared. At the same time, a low and slow breathing sound, even suddenly came from the top of one's head. Song Wei was instantly drenched in ice. The last thing his hand did was press the send button on the contacts. Receiver, Xiao Knight. Chapter 194 The Evil Ghost in the Photograph. The Brutal Truth. After walking down from the final stage, Xiao Knight was directly received by the military in the base. There was a close guard at all times, all the way to the secret room he had once visited this morning. Player Xiao Knight, please wait here. Commander Chen has something to say to you. Xiao Knight immediately sat on the chair in the middle of this room in a well-behaved manner. It's just that the facilities in this room aren't exactly an interrogation room or anything like that. There are comfortable cushions on top of the chairs and even a row of bookcases with a variety of books. Commander Chen hadn't arrived yet, and Xiao Knight had already vaguely guessed what he would say to himself. Liao Yuan won against Xing Qingshan. Then it meant that only Xiao Knight would be able to block him in the final. This spy with secret ties to the White Elephant Kingdom must not be allowed to top the final list unveiling conference. And yet, just then, Xiao Knight, however, suddenly received a message in his contact device. The message was from reporter Song Wei, no message whatsoever, just a photo. Xiao Knight clicked on the photo and saw the appalling scene. Zhang Fan Yang. Xiao Knight snapped to his feet and rushed madly toward the door of the room, reaching out and pounding on the door, shouting, "Somebody! Somebody!" Only the door of this room was open from the outside all at once. 2. Facing him was Commander Chen Lu, who had just walked up to the door, and the guard behind him who had been following him closely. Zhang Fan Yang. Commander Chen, go save Zhang Fan Yang. Xiao Knight hurriedly raised the photo on the contact in his hand to show Commander Chen Lu, followed by a quick thought in his head. It should be in the interview room lounge. There's also a reporter named Song Wei. Go save them. When Commander Chen Lu saw that picture on Xiao Knight's contact device, his face instantly changed drastically as well, and gloominess filled his brows. Without the slightest hesitation he immediately ordered that, "Quick, send someone over to the interview room." Then Commander Chen said with a wave of his hand to the guard beside him, "Naruoma, you go too." Xiao Knight subconsciously was about to rush outside the corridor, but Commander Chen reached out to stop him and said to Xiao Knight in a deep voice, "Sorry, Xiao Knight, you can't go. Right now your safety is more important. The final is tomorrow and you can't afford anything to happen to you." Xiao Yi froze in vain. However, the guards from the military next to him heard this and immediately came forward to stop Xiao Yi in unison. Commander Chen said to Xiao Yi with a serious expression on his face, "Trust me, it'll be fine. I've got Naruoma following me there too." While at this moment, Xiao Knight's brain was as if it had exploded. Song Wei, what exactly was the monster in that picture he gave him? Is it the same thing that killed Hua Tulong and those other dead people before? Even Zhang Fan Yang is dead? In this case, that is not a combat profession Song Wei is afraid that has been poisoned. Why was it there? Why is it in the lounge between interviews? Where's Liao Yuan? Commander Chen, where is he? Liao Yuan. Xiao Knight immediately roared sharply. However, he saw Commander Chen wave his hand, signaling the surrounding military guards to let go of Xiao Knight, and then said in a slow voice, "I've just come from Liao Yuan, who, like you, is being closely guarded by our army men. The monster in the picture, it's not him. How is that possible?" Xiao Knight was a bit lost in thought for a moment, looking down at the one picture on top of the contact. The huge and slim, evil ghost-like creature in the photo had never been seen by Xiao Knight in any books or records. If one doesn't know about such monsters, then there is only one person who could possibly know. "Nia Xiaoyu." Xiao Knight slowed his mind and said in a deep voice, "Nia Xiaoyu. Commander Chen. I'm looking for Nia Xiaoyu from the military research group." "Good." Commander Chen, on the other hand, also nodded and said, "I'll let her know right away to come over. So just stay here with me and wait for her. Don't go anywhere." After just under 3 minutes, Nia Xiaoyu then rushed to the middle of this secret room in a flurry of wind, even wearing a white research suit on her body. It looks like she's been inside this military base all this time. Looking at the room in the middle of the serious expression of Commander Chen and Xiao Knight are, Nia Xiaoyu also instinctively perceived that is something wrong, and hurriedly asked, "Commander Chen, what happened?" Xiao Knight, on the other hand, had already projected that picture on the contact device onto the projector that Commander Chen had ordered to bring over. The huge, lean, malevolent ghost-like creature looked even more hideous and terrifying as it zoomed past. "This was just sent to me by a reporter." Xiao Knight was just about to speak, but seeing Nia Xiaoyu's whole face is frozen. Tightly walked 2 steps, a hand pressed on the wall of that projection, took off the glasses to look carefully, suddenly screamed in shock that, this is, Bishop's, so it is. Nia Xiaoyu slapped her head violently and sharply and annoyed, her face both stunned and remorseful. Turning his head to Commander Chen, he said, "We've been taking it for granted that we're going the wrong way. Those totems on top of the bodies aren't crosses at all, but a cross Sanskrit in Buddhism. This thing is called Bishijia, a sinful and evil spirit in the Buddhist legend of the White Elephant Country. Bishijia feeds on souls and is able to suck the souls of people, killing them invisibly. Once it grows up, it's a monster that can reach the Calamity level, but this kind of evil spirit can't survive alone. It must be attached to a host, and the requirements for the host are extremely high. It must be someone who can withstand the backlash of the evil spirit." That said, Xiao Knight and Nia Xiaoyu suddenly glanced at each other in sudden realization. Liao Yuan's occupation was none other than Soul Lock Envoy. So far, all the clues have been connected. No wonder that Liao Yuan was able to assassinate Hua Tulong and several other contestants without realizing it, even though he was somewhere else. Because this, Bishesha, is simply his contracted beast. It is entirely possible to leave the host alone for a while. Just then, however, a military man suddenly knocked on the door and came in to report that Commander Chen, General Kirin of the White Elephant Kingdom, is meeting with player Liao Yuan, and it seems that some ambassadors from the European Federation are here as well. Boom! Commander Chen Lu was so angry that he violently slapped the table, shaking the entire room, who did not dare to squeak. What a General Kirin! What a White Elephant country! It seems like they have to see us finish this list unveiling conference. But Nya Xiaoyu, however, suddenly looked at Xiao Knight with complicated eyes and said, Xiao Knight, you won't be able to beat him in tomorrow's match. After Bishop's shadow feeds on the soul, it will feed back on its own host, and the stronger the target of the feeding, the stronger the host will become. So I'm afraid that the current Liao Yuan's strength has long exceeded everyone. I see. No wonder those who died were some of the strongest players in the list revealing conference. Hua Tako Long, Fan Wei. Xiao Knight suddenly opened his mouth and asked a question in a low voice. You said that Bishop's shadow likes to pick on some strong professionals to feed on souls. What if it encounters some ordinary people, or rather, living professionals? Only to see Nye Xiaoyu's face darken as well, then hesitantly said, Bishizo feeds on souls, but if it encounters an ordinary person who is not powerful, it will brutally gnaw on their flesh to satisfy its appetite. After hearing those words, Xiao Knight's face was frighteningly cold. Chapter 195, Xiao Knight today must win. It was awfully quiet in the whole room. Nye Xiaoyu couldn't help but roll a corner of her own sleeve in her hand, and asked with a grave expression on her face, So, Xiao Knight, are you really going to be on the field again tomorrow? Xiao Knight didn't say anything. On the side, the majestic Commander Chen Lu in military uniform frowned tightly, but still opened his mouth and said, Xiao Knight, you are after all not the same as Xing Qingshan. You are a civilian, not a soldier. Even our military has no qualifications to force you to participate in tomorrow's competition. I can understand if you choose to give up. Xiao Knight's gaze was, however, tightly fixed on the picture in the contact device, that hideous-faced evil spirit, Bishesha, that Zhang Fan Yang, lying on the ground. For a split second, the faces of many people surfaced in Xiao Knight's mind. Uncle Qin, Master Mo, Scar, September. If they were here now, I believe that they likewise wouldn't have to ask Xiao Knight to go up and fight for his life. But it's come this far. What fate, what nemesis, is nothing but vanity. Life and death are the only issues that matter. Commander Chen Lu and Nye Xiaoyu's gazes were tightly fixed on Xiao Yi, but they only heard Xiao Yi say in a deep voice, How can I kill Bishesha? Nye Xiaoyu was stunned. Even Commander Chen Lu's face was somewhat stunned when he heard Xiao Knight's words. Then with a serious face, he asked, Xiao Knight, is this your answer? Xiao Knight raised his head and looked at Commander Chen Lu with a torch-like gaze and said, If it was in Xing Qingshan's place, he wouldn't hesitate to go on stage even if he had to fight for his life, right? But now it's just me. I'm going to play tomorrow's game, and I'm going to win. With four eyes facing each other, Commander Chen Lu could see an iron-blooded ruthlessness in Xiao Knight's eyes. He suddenly felt that if Xiao Knight joined the army, he would be a good soldier. Yes, Commander Chen Lu nodded stoically, then stood up and said, Leave the next thing to me. I assure you that no matter what the outcome of tomorrow's match is, the military will do everything in its power to ensure the safety of your life. Xiao Knight's face no longer had any hesitation as he turned his head towards Nye Xiaoyu and said, In that case, we have one more night. Study how to win against Liao Yuan and kill Bishizo. And after Nye Xiaoyu's gaze was a bit dull as she looked at Xiao Knight for a moment, suddenly the whole person was also as if he had changed, and his face quickly changed into a frenzied expression of, the pen in her hand was writing on the paper as she said, The total number of bodies that have been confirmed dead at the hands of Bishizo is now 4. Hua Tu Long, Fan Wei, leaving Zhang Fan Yang out of the equation for the time being, then today's Liao Yuan has almost reached the strength of a level 130 or so professional after going through the feat of Bish Zhao. Nye Xiaoyu raised her head, her gaze tightly focused on Xiao Knight as she continued. This is still only Liao Yuan's strength alone. As required by the rules of the list revealing assembly, contracted beasts can likewise be used on the dueling stage. So tomorrow, once he's cornered, he'll definitely summon Bishesha. Xiao Knight's face was similarly devoid of any fear, and all that remained was a fervent battle intent. So how can I kill this, bishops? Nye Xiaoyu quickly pulled up some information on the terminal she had at hand, her brows furrowed tightly as she said, Hard. According to some of the White Elephant Kingdom's Buddhist legends, bishops walks between the real and the imaginary, and if it's in its imaginary state, ordinary attacks can't harm it at all. This is why those who suffered were assassinated unknowingly, and at that moment, when Commander Chen Lu saw this calm and frenzied scene between the two, he quietly left the room. Xiao Knight and Nye Xiaoyu were both extremely intelligent and obstinate. Once you decide to do something, You do everything you can to grasp even the slightest ray of hope and possibility, knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. I will go to the tiger's mountain. And just then, the door of the room was suddenly opened, only to see Commander Chen-Lu standing in front of the door, his eyes gleaming as he said to Xiao Knight, "I've got some help coming for you." Xiao Knight was stunned and turned his head towards Commander Chen-Lu's back, only to see that in standing in front of the door were a few familiar faces. Xing Qingshan, Kelsang Drolma, Wang Chuxian. Xing Qingshan was pushed over in a wheelchair, his body wrapped in layer after layer of thick bandages, but his eyes were sharp. For her part, Gesang Drolma limped through the door, doggedly leaning on a cane. The injuries on Wang Chuxian's body are likewise not light. All of these people were contestants who had once lost to Liao Yuan. Gesang Drolma was the first to walk through the door on her crutches, a pretty face taut with, as straight as she had always been. She opened her mouth and said, "Don't waste time. Liao Yuan's weapon is a soul-chasing chain, with a large and flexible attack range. Xiao Knight, you must be careful of his attacks from a long distance." Xing Qingshan, on the other hand, was also pushed into the door with a wheelchair, his face meticulous as he coughed, saying, "Ahem, when I fought Liao Yuan, he had a skill that could directly pierce through my shield frame to deal damage. Liao Yuan's speed isn't slow, and most of the damage from his attacks isn't physical damage, but a weird kind of attribute damage." Xiao Knight, remember. The entire room became more and more lively due to the addition of Xing Qingshan and Gesang Drolma and the others. Xing Qingshan from the army, the talented girl Gesang Drolma from the Kale. Each one has an extraordinary insight and thought process about fighting techniques. There is not a single word of nonsense in any of your words. Every single sentence and every single word describes Liao Yuan's entire playing style in a direct and vital way, together with Nie Xiaoyu's additions to Bishaishao on the side. Wang Chuxian, who hadn't been speaking much, suddenly opened his mouth with a grave expression on his face and said, "Actually, I seem to have run into that bishop's shadow. It was also after I finished the competition, but for some reason, it didn't seem to make a move on me." Wang Chu first lost to Liao Yuan in the round of 16. The gazes of the crowd suddenly turned toward him, only to see Wang Chuxian desperately recalling the images from the beginning, slowly saying, "My profession is Knight of the Sacred Shield, and although I'm a knight, I'm actually affiliated with the Priest's Guild." So that day after the tournament, I went back to the Temple of Light Church, and it was near the church that I heard the eerie breathing. A little bit of the night went by. Xiao Knight's mind also clearly established tactics with a strong focus, with the first rays of the morning sun like lightning ripping the night from the entire city of Shangjing. The finals of the unveiling conference are also finally coming. The sound of everyone's discussion also gradually dropped, and all of their gazes were firmly fixed on Xiao Knight's face. Kelsang Drolma suddenly opened her mouth and coldly said, "Xiao Knight, that Liao Yuan." Xing Qingshan also couldn't help but say, "It has to be a win. Cheer up, I'm counting on you, Xiao Knight." Xiao Knight slowly stood up and respectfully saluted the people in the room. "Thank you all. Xiao Knight will win today." Chapter 196, Why be a dog when you can be a man? Who will take the top spot in the unveiling conference? The question sparked the largest spectacle ever seen in Upper King City. 10,000 people in a crowd. The entire giant dueling arena was surrounded by crowds, and this time there was only one huge ring in the middle of the dueling arena that was located in the very center. Xiao Knight and Liao Yuan's player banners were hung all over the dueling arena. No one expected the two dark horses to meet in the finals. All the spectators were shouting out the duo's names in unison. Xiao Knight, Liao Yuan. And the viewing platform was set up for more VIPs. This match was watched not only by General Kirin from the White Elephant Kingdom, but also by various ambassadors from the European Federation. The beauty of it is that they have come to observe the newborn forces of the Dragon Kingdom. Commander Chen-Lu sat in the very center of the room, his face unreadable as he talked and laughed with the ambassadors of various countries. The White Elephant Country General Kirin, who wore a red hat, however, kept a wry smile on his face and looked at Commander Chen-Lu without making a sound. Commander Chen-Lu perceived this scene, then casually opened his mouth and asked, "Who does General Kirin think will take the top spot in this unveiling conference today?" I only saw that General Kirin's face changed slightly, then but said, "I've heard that both players are extremely strong dark horses, and I don't dare to jump to conclusions." Commander Chen-Lu, however, suddenly laughed aloud and said, "Then I wonder if General Kirin would dare to make a bet with me?" Kirin's eyes flashed in surprise as he asked, "What's the bet?" Commander Chen-Lu, on the other hand, had a look in his eyes and sneered, "Let's bet that the top of the list in this list unveiling conference will be one of us from the Dragon Kingdom." General Kirin's face suddenly looked a little different, and, feigning a smile, he said, "The commander is joking. Aren't the two contestants in this competition both from the Dragon Kingdom?" Commander Chen-Lu sneered and stopped talking. Xiao Knight left the waiting area and walked onto the dueling stage when, seeing a few familiar but long unseen figures in the first row at the front of the audience. Uncle Qin, Scar, Flower Face and September, who stood up and waved frantically at Xiao Knight. Xiao Knight, go for it! September shouted hysterically that. Uncle Qin beside her, on the other hand, looked at Xiao Knight with a gaze like a deep pool and gently nodded at him. On the other hand, not far away on the other side, there was an equally large group of people frantically shouting Xiao Knight's name. Qin Yanran, An Lemon, Gu Shiyu, Dan Wei, go for it, Vice President Xiao will win. And just as Xiao Knight was about to leave that long corridor in the waiting area, suddenly a hurried figure rushed over and reached out to hand Xiao Knight something. It was actually the tired-looking Ye Xiaoyu. The two finalists against each other come on stage and are passed in front of the viewing platform. When Liao Yuan walked past the viewing platform, he saw that the ambassadors of the European Federation, who had come to watch the battle, actually had a strange smile on their faces, even from a distance. He gave a nod and a salute to General Kirin of that White Elephant country, and then his eyes even directly skipped over Commander Chen Lu, who was sitting right in the center. Such a directly provocative scene instantly caused Commander Chen Lu's face to be gloomy for a while. Next to him, that White Elephant Kingdom's General Kirin was grinning unabashedly, even making a wink at that Liao Yuan. This unusual scene fell into the eyes of a number of spectators who noticed it here, and it was also somewhat surprising and infuriating. However, immediately afterward, Xiao Knight's gaze swept over the faces of the various ambassadors with the same contempt as he passed by the viewing platform. The only time he did so was when he walked in front of Commander Chen Lu and respectfully performed a military salute. Commander Chen Lu returned a military salute with the same meticulousness, then rising slowly to his feet, he announced, in that voice that was like a flood of bells, the final of the individual match of this unveiling conference will be contestant Liao Yuan versus Hanging Sword Guild Xiao Knight. The duo walked up to this final dueling stage. From the moment they stepped onto the stage, Xiao Knight and Liao Yuan's gazes had been locked onto their opponents. A strange smile appeared on Liao Yuan's face, and he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "How's your reporter friend doing? I heard she seemed to have an accident yesterday." Xiao Knight's face couldn't help but chill, and then was faintly saying, "Do you think your General Kirin of the White Elephant Kingdom will be able to save you today?" Liao Yuan's face changed instantly. Being poked through everything by Xiao Knight's sentence, a fierce color burst in his eyes and he said, "Ha, what do you know? As long as I take the top spot in the list unveiling conference today, even the military will definitely not dare to do anything to me in public. The ambassadors of the European Union countries are here, and General Kirin can definitely bail me out." Xiao Knight, on the other hand, shook his head with a cold smile and said, "I mean, why do you have to be a dog when you can be a good human being?" Liao Yuan stared fiercely at Xiao Knight, revealing miserable white teeth, and said, "If I were you, I'd first consider whether or not I'd be able to walk off the dueling stage alive today." Xiao Knight, however, suddenly smiled and raised his wrist toward Liao Yuan. Only Xiao Knight's wrist was actually empty above his wrist. Liao Yuan's eyes also changed, and there was even a hint of scorn. "I hereby declare this duel officially open." Commander Chen Lu's flooding voice rang out once again, and this time he would personally serve as the chief examiner for this final showdown. Shasta. Liao Yuan's body then erupted into a residual shadow, and above each of his hands, he held a soul-chasing chain that emitted a scorching black aura. At the end of the chain was a spike with a grotesque cross-shaped totem. As the chains danced in Liao Yuan's hands, the two spikes instantly cut through the air in a bizarre residual shadow and attacked towards Xiao Knight. And at this moment, the distance between him and Xiao Knight was a full dozen paces away. This is the Liao Yuan's extremely terrifying attack range that Gesang Drolma warned about last night. As for Xiao Knight, he also instantly equipped himself with the Tiger Stripe Battle Shield Upper Mountain Tiger, and his footsteps advanced instead of retreated. It was met violently. The soul-chasing chain and the Tiger Stripe Battle Shield collided brazenly, making a whipping sound. At the same time, the soul-chasing chain on the other side was like a poisonous snake coming towards Xiao Knight, twin snakes coming out of their holes. However, Xiao Knight's Tiger Stripe Battle Shield could only block one side, and just then, a black shadow violently appeared out of thin air beside Xiao Knight, only to see that another identical Xiao Knight had actually suddenly appeared on the other side. The identical Tiger Striped Battle Shield in his hand, with unparalleled precision, he blocked the attack from the other side of the soul-chasing chain. On the dueling stage, the two identical Xiao Knights changed their orientation rapidly and differently from left to right, dazzling the eyes. Double line operation. Chapter 197. All the cards, no reservations. All the cards, all the tactics, no holds barred, pouring in. This was Xiao Knight's realization regarding this battle. It was also the first time he had directly used his double mirror image in full view of the crowd on the competition stage. The last time he faced Lin Xueming, Xiao Knight had ice fog as cover when he used his double mirror image, and the surrounding spectators couldn't even perceive anything strange in it. However, today's Liao Yuan had a look of being on the verge of an enemy. the two soul-chasing chains in both hands violently flung out, and the spikes at the end of the soul-chasing chain suddenly came at the two Shao Knights again in unison. It seemed to want to directly break Shao Knight's detachment within the range of its own attack. It seemed that this Liao Yuan had already known the information about Shao Knight's split self-detonation tactics. Combine that with the curse-like words Lin Xueming said after losing the match at that time. Shao Knight also instantly understood the reason for this. Obviously there was also collusion between that Lin Xueming and Liao Yuan. The tactical information about Shao Knight's split self-detonation should have been told to Liao Yuan by Lin Xueming himself. But the more this Liao Yuan understands, the more he would be afraid of Shao Knight's detachment. Only to see that above the dueling platform, the two Shao Knights instantly split into two paths and surrounded towards Liao Yuan from both sides of the dueling platform respectively. The V-Killing Star, lance in his hand, dragged out two residual shadows on the ground. Good coming! Liao Yuan's face suddenly changed, and the two soul-chasing chains in his hands were once again thrown through long arcs, trying to do his best to stop the two Shao Knights from getting close to him. Which one is the real one? Which is the false body? Once you let the real thing get close enough to you, even he did not dare to underestimate the terrifying extent of Shao Knight's melee outbursts. Not to mention the fact that there was a time bomb-like dummy next to him, but if the kill was a fake body, there was no doubt that it would directly trigger lava self-explosion. Liao Yuan's eyes were glazed over as he looked carefully at the two Shao Knights in the dueling arena, without sparing a single subtle movement. He didn't believe that Shao Knight could achieve complete consistency in his dual line operation alone. The two soul-chasing chains in his hands attacked the two Shao Knights at different angles and different rhythms. However, they saw the two Shao Knights on the dueling stage each dodging the two chains with extreme sensitivity plus skillful positioning and precision. The movements of the two Shao Knights weren't consistent, but they couldn't tell any difference at all. The distance between the three was getting so close that it was too late to tell. Liao Yuan suddenly snapped his teeth. The two soul-chasing chains in his hand merged into one and violently threw out a black dragon-like arc. Soul destruction led. In an instant, a large fog of unjust ghosts directly swept across almost the entire dueling stage. Since he couldn't find out if it was real or fake, he simply rippled both Shao Knights all over the place. As long as one could strike this tricky move of Shao Knight's split self-destruct in advance, one would be able to dispense with a huge threat. The lone souls in the sky scattered in all directions outside the entire dueling platform like fireworks. A gasp erupted amongst the roaming spectators around the entire dueling arena. An attack of this level had far exceeded the output of a professional of the same class. And Commander Chen Lu's eyes also carried a hint of gravity. Just how terrifying were Liao Yuan's attributes nowadays? Moreover, anyone could see that such a terrifying strike was bound to be one of Liao Yuan's killing moves. Shao Knight had actually forced out Liao Yuan's killing move as soon as he came up. But I'm afraid that Shao Knight's bilocation would definitely not be able to carry this move either. However, after this roiling lone soul swept away the entire dueling platform, the expected, inevitably to be fought out Shao Knight's detachment's self-detonation did not appear. The entire dueling platform was silent. Surprisingly, there wasn't that terrifying lava explosion that we saw earlier. On the contrary, the two Shao Knight above the dueling platform actually disappeared in unison. Liao Yuan instantly blanched, his eyes sweeping over any corner of the dueling stage as if he were on guard. Yet not even Shao Knight's hair was seen? Where did the people go? It turned out that just a moment ago, when the roiling lone soul swept across the entire dueling platform, Shao Knight, however, quietly put the substitute mirror image back. Then he directly opened void concealment, and his entire body entered the void sneaking state. And utilizing the additional effect void leap, he directly dodged this killing move from Liao Yuan. The entire dueling stage was silent for a moment. Either that or there will just be two Shao Knights. Either that or none at all. Liao Yuan on that stage was immediately as stifled as a punch on top of cotton, handing over one of his killing moves in advance. Instead of hitting Shao Knight's split self-explosion, he was now in a passive situation. The soul-chasing chain in Liao Yuan's hand swept violently across the room, and a black gas and grievous soul attached to the chain covered a large area around him. Get thee out of here! Liao Yuan couldn't help but feel a wave of levity and scorn in his heart. He had seen the duel between Shao Knight and Hua too long before. Shao Knight, who utilized his exquisite positioning to jam Hua Tackle Dragon's dead angle of vision, toyed with that Hua Tackle Dragon as if he were a clown. Humph! Liao Yuansheng couldn't help but snort coldly. He wasn't like that clumsy Hua too long. Nowadays, his attributes were far superior to any of the contestants that had appeared in this dueling arena. Liao Yuan jumped away directly backward, one foot stepping on the edge of the dueling platform to ensure that Shao Knight would not appear behind him. Then the soul-chasing chains among his hands swept forward viciously, and he sneered and said, Shao Knight, if you want to consume me, I'll consume you. Can you afford to spend time with me just by being you? With Liao Yuan's horrifying attributes nowadays, if he really dragged himself to the end of the match time, the one who would win would definitely be him. The two soul-chasing chains left a deep gully on that dueling platform with every swing, turning the originally neat and smooth dueling table surface into like a tattered gobstopper after a long battle. All the audience could not help but sigh. Just how strong was this Liao Yuan's power attribute? Only Commander Chen-Lu and some other people sitting on the sidelines of the field, but their faces were getting more and more gloomy. This Liao Yuan is not in a dry wear and tear doing useless work. Each of his soul-chasing chains sent a trail of debris and grooves across the floor of the dueling arena. The dueling platform, which originally does not reveal traces when you walk on it, is being covered up a little bit by rubble and dust. In this way, Shao Knight's sneaking state would inevitably be detected. And just then, a footprint suddenly appeared on top of one of the debris on the dueling platform, and Liao Yuan's eyes revealed a hint of viciousness. His footsteps slammed, and his body swept past in an instant. Get thee outta here, only to see the two soul-chasing chains in his hands violently jointed together, like two lances, toward the location above the footprint stabbed. Apparently it's one of his kills as well. The spikes of the soul-chasing chain viciously stabbed into the middle of the air with a crisp ringing sound. A battle shield with a white tiger pattern was suddenly struck out of the otherwise empty void. Liao Yuan just had a happy look in his eyes. Then his face suddenly changed, for he realized that there was actually only a shield standing on the ground there, and there was no one behind it. And just then, Liao Yuan felt a biting murderous aura coming from his back. Not one, but two, only to see the two Shao Knights suddenly break out of the void. The killing star, lance in his hand actually suddenly transformed into a huge ruling black blade shadow in unison. Two bilocations, 2 hits of annihilation chop, just as Shao Knight walked onto this dueling platform with the realization that all the cards, no reservations. Chapter 198 Soul Swallowing Technique, Devouring and Reversing. The huge shadow of the ruling black blade suddenly appeared on the dueling stage. It was swung out from the hands of the two Shao Knights standing in different directions and viciously chopped at Liao Yuan. This was also the first time Shao Knight had offered up one of the fiercest cards in his hand. 300% true damage, and cannot be blocked. Although Liao Yuan had keenly sensed the rich killing intent from the two directions behind him, but it was simply too late to dodge. The ruling black blade in Shao Knight's hand covered every large area where his circumference was. The black blade's shadow chopped down the entire dueling platform, left behind two cross-crossing gullies, and the center intersection point of the gullies was where that Liao Yuan was. In an instant, a mournful howl like that of a lone soul resounded on the dueling stage. This strike was destined to heavily damage that Liao Yuan. The audience under the stage was all of a sudden dumbfounded at this scene. The battle power that erupted from the two people in the dueling arena had already far exceeded the other contestants by a level, and that Tang Jianchuan, who had fulfilled his promise and sat in the first row to watch the finals, couldn't help but be filled with astonishment when he saw those two huge black blade silhouettes. It seemed that Shao Knight hadn't even exerted his full strength when he fought against himself. If Shao Knight had directly offered this killing move at that time, I'm afraid that he would have directly beheaded himself across half of the dueling stage. Commander Chen-Lu on top of the observation platform also narrowed his eyes slightly. The battle power that Shao Knight had erupted had also far exceeded his prediction. Could he actually win? Come on. Only to see that Liao Yuan above the dueling platform violently opened his mouth and roared miserably. One by one, the grievous souls were actually spat out of his mouth, and then in the blink of an eye, layer after layer wrapped around his body, coalescing into layer after layer of swimming grievous soul shields. The two huge black blade shadows stood fiercely on top of the Injustice Soul shield, and even directly passed through that one Injustice Soul, killing Liao Yuan's body straight away. Real damage. A burst of panic violently erupted from Liao Yuan's reddened eyes. Then two huge damage numbers suddenly soared up on his body. -24533, -47189. The instantaneous burst damage of up to 70,000 or so. Even if Liao Yuan's attributes were now equal to a level 130 professional, he would definitely not be able to eat it. The black blade's shadow fell, and the unjust souls flew in all directions. However, the two Shao Knights on the dueling arena did not stop for a moment. Holding the killing star, lance in their hands, they fiercely killed towards the center of that roiling ghost. He knew that Liao Yuan definitely didn't die that easily. As it happens, I only saw the pale-faced Liao Yuan slowly get up from among the wandering souls, and the blood bar that was already empty was actually rapidly recovering at a terrifying speed. At the same time, those lonely souls around him converged into his body one by one. Soul swallowing. This move was something that Gesang Dralma had once reminded himself of. That Liao Yuan could quickly recover his life value in a short period of time by devouring those lonely souls imprisoned within his body. This was the terror of his profession. Soul Lock Envoy. A lone soul was swallowed by Liao Yuan, but there were still countless ghosts wandering around his body. Shao Knight wondered just how many people Liao Yuan had killed to be able to imprison so many souls. Ha! A strange laugh suddenly escaped from Liao Yuan's mouth above the dueling stage. It was a chaotic cacophony of laughter that didn't even sound like it came from the same person. Shao Knight, you are indeed very strong. Unfortunately, you have no idea how much I have prepared and locked my soul for this duel. Liao Yuan's skin was suddenly covered with a weird, tragic white color, and then a skull-like pattern emerged on top of his skin. Shao Knight keenly sensed that Liao Yuan's aura at the moment was a few points more powerful than it was just a moment ago. It seemed that the soul-swallowing technique could not only quickly replenish his life value, it should also allow him to gain a substantial strengthening in a short period of time. Become a king and lose. All those who stand in my way must die. Liao Yuan's eyes became scarlet at this moment, and his entire speed suddenly skyrocketed. Suddenly, he killed towards one of the Shao Knights on the dueling stage. The different damage values inflicted by the two annihilation slashes just now had allowed Liao Yuan to figure out which was the real body and which was the fake body. And Shao Knight, who had already anticipated this point, also abruptly withdrew the mirror image split once again. As long as the diversionary self-detonation tactic remained, it would always be a time bomb for that Liao Yuan. And at this time, Shao Knight is also similarly on fire. Savage Bloodline, calling Tide Spirit Steps, is directly opened. The entire person similarly transformed into a residual shadow and fought with that Liao Yuan. Every time the Killing Star Lance and the Soul Pursuing Chain clashed, a loud sound like thunder erupted. The duo's movements were no longer visible even to the casual viewer. However, for that Commander Chen Lu sitting on the viewing platform, as well as Tang Jianxuan and the others in the first row, they gradually saw the signs. This Liao Yuan's speed was even faster than Shao Knight. However, Shao Knight's grasp of fighting techniques was completely above Liao Yuan. Every dodge, every move was precisely struck with a 4-2 punch. Under the raging mutual bombardment of the two of them, which was like a wild wind, Shao Knight unexpectedly did not lose out in the slightest. On the contrary, that Liao Yuan's speed unexpectedly in the unconscious gradually slowed down. Was the effect of his soul-swallowing technique gradually dissipating? Nope. As Liao Yuan's movements gradually slowed down, the audience in the front row discovered a demonic poisonous inflammation burning on Liao Yuan's body at some point. Liao Yuan, who had also noticed this, suddenly drew back with his body abruptly. Liao Yuan's eyes immediately flashed with a trace of panic in them, manipulating the wandering souls around his body to try to extinguish the poisonous flames on his body. However, it did not help at all. Toxicitis of the tarsus. With the blessing of the Ring of High Xin, the effect was once again increased by 100%. Shao Knight had accurately seized every opportunity when he had just exchanged blows with Liao Yuan and layered layer after layer of tarsal bone poison flame on his body. It is now stacked 13 full layers. Moreover, Shao Knight had discovered a fatal weakness in Liao Yuan's body, and that was that after using the soul-swallowing technique, Liao Yuan's spirit seemed to have become a bit dazed, far less focused than before. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so careless that Shao Knight quietly stacked up so many layers of tarsal poisonous flame before realizing it. It seems that devouring these lone souls, it wasn't all that easy for him to bear. Chapter 199 Weakness. The Falsehood and Reality of Bishop. Toxicitis of the tarsus. After stacking 10 layers it will come to a qualitative change. Toxin and burn damage will instead deal 1% of your maximum life per second. Even though today's Liao Yuan's body's resistance was far more terrifying than that of an ordinary professional, yet it is still a sustained damage that cannot be underestimated. And Liao Yuan quickly realized the crisis. The strange poisonous flames on his body seemed to have slowed down his entire movement. The spirit, which was already in a bit of a trance, suffered even more. Meanwhile, one after another sustained damage also erupted on Liao Yuan's body. 575, 588, 569. Shao Knight knew that after casting the soul-swallowing technique, Liao Yuan's life value was definitely not only 50,000 now. It was evident that his poison resistance all over his body was definitely not low either. Only to see Liao Yuan's face grimly smiling, he opened his mouth and swallowed several lonely souls once again, violently recovering a large chunk of his life. However, Shao Knight's tarsus poisonous inflammation could not be completely lifted unless it was a high-grade purification potion or a priest's holy light purification technique. Liao Yuan, who was being haunted by the roiling lonely souls in front of him, obviously did not possess the latter. This was one of Shao Knight's targeting tactics to deal with Liao Yuan, continuously devouring his life value with tarsal poison flame, thus forcing him to have to summon Bishop's Bone early. Now it was Liao Yuan who was forced to distance himself from Shao Knight in order to find a gap to devour souls to restore his life value. However, Shao Knight did not give him the slightest chance to catch his breath. Holding the Killing Star lance in his hand with one hand, he brazenly stepped forward in hot pursuit. The bizarre tarsal poisonous inflammation draped above the body of the Killing Star's gun made Liao Yuan's heart incomparably scornful. A surging layer of specters covered his body. Instead, he quickly retreated backward. A chase, a retreat. The situation on top of the dueling stage suddenly switched sides. However, Liao Yuan's retreating alignment was a bit messy. This was, after all, on top of a dueling platform with limited space. Even though the dueling stage for the finals had been much larger than before, there were always dead ends. After Shao Knight intentionally forced Liao Yuan into a dead end, the killing star, in his hand was suddenly a swift thunder burst, making that Liao Yuan unavoidable. The bizarre poisonous flames that were draped around the gun body instantly stacked another layer on Liao Yuan. One move and you're in. Shao Knight instantly fired several more shots in succession, and the killing star lance cut through a full moon-like trail, covering all of Liao Yuan's retreat routes. Full moon sweep stacks another layer of tarsal poisonous inferno. Liao Yuan's face was grim as he kept devouring the lone soul in large gulps, yet the recovered life value was already somewhat unable to catch up with the sustained damage from the tarsal poison flame. And Shao Knight's own output cannot be underestimated. Every time the killing star lance viciously stabbed out, it was a damage that broke 10,000. Seeing that the nearly 100,000 life value on his body that he had gained by devouring souls, he was actually beaten down to less than half blood by Shao Knight. Liao Yuan's face suddenly became a little anxious. With a sharp clench of his teeth he put away the soul-chasing chains in his hands, and covered his head with both hands in a howl of pain. Only to see the lonely souls in the sky suddenly erupt in a burst of black smoke, wrapping Liao Yuan's figure in it. The whole person suddenly like a lonely soul black smoke, in the dueling field speed wandering. This is Liao Yuan's getaway technique. Shao Knight watched carefully, and a ruthless color appeared in his eyes, taking advantage of his illness to kill him. Annihilation Chop has finished cooling down. The star-killing lance in Shao Knight's hand immediately condensed a huge ruling black blade shadow once again, viciously slashing out towards a piece of black smoke on that dueling stage. The black smoke of the lone soul that wrapped around Liao Yuan immediately retreated sharply, but it could no longer escape the huge attack range of the Annihilation Chop. The black blade of judgment fell suddenly, cutting hard into that burst of lone soul's black smoke. Yet a bizarre scene occurred. Only to see that this Annihilation Chop was like chopping in the middle of nothingness, and it didn't even cause any damage. Only to see an evil smile vaguely appearing on Liao Yuan's face in the midst of that cloud of lonely soul black smoke. Counter-carried the lone soul black smoke towards Shao Knight. That knife of fawns was like cutting into nothingness? Shao Knight's heart was suddenly startled. This Liao Yuan actually possessed some of the abilities of Bish Zhao, being able to briefly change between the real and the imaginary. Liao Yuan wrapped the black smoke of the lonely souls in the sky and came whistling towards Shao Knight. It was like a black dragon that instantly engulfed Shao Knight. The next second, however, a hot and violent breath instantly blasted the entire black fog in all directions. Split self-destruct. Liao Yuan's pupils were filled with astonishment. When did this happen? This Shao Knight in front of me had actually changed into a doppelganger. Lava self-explosion. The terrifying damage and range of the blast caught Liao Yuan off guard. The bloodline that had only just recovered was instantly crippled again. And yet, just then, behind his back, however, a vicious killing intent once again emerged. Shao Knight's real body suddenly appeared behind him, and the killing star lance in his hand stabbed him straight in the back of his heart. Thunderbolt. This shot was bound to kill him. Liao Yuan's eyes were wide with anger. With a grimace, he hastily bellowed a Sanskrit word that, in an instant, a strange and chilling aura enveloped the entire dueling stage. A huge, dry, thin and hideous evil ghost silhouette appeared as if it was about to break out from within Liao Yuan's body. Bishops, finally. Only to see that half of Bishop's shadow's body silhouette hardened and drilled out from within Liao Yuan's skull. The whole scene was extremely bizarre and shocking. That pair of dry hands straightly met the killing star lance in Shao Knight's hand. Stiffly, he took this fatal back attack for Liao Yuan. But just then, Shao Knight, who saw this scene, but the corner of his mouth revealed a meaningful smile. Bishop walks between the real and the imaginary. But the swift thunder burst just now. This, Bishesha, had carried it down hard with his own flesh. This showed that the tactical prediction that Shao Knight and Nie Xiaoyu had rushed out overnight had succeeded. The Bishop's shadow is different from ordinary contracted beasts in that it is not in the summoning space, but rather attached to the physical body of the contracted person. So, Bhishma is necessarily in solidity rather than nothingness when there is an instant. That was when it broke out of Liao Yuan's body, because in the midst of this short process, Bishop is Liao Yuan. Liao Yuan is Bishop Chia. Shao Knight's figure instantly skyrocketed and transformed into a night-like blackness in his eyes. The pupil of judgment opens directly, instantly marking that Bishop's body as a body of judgment. The killing star lance in his hand once again condensed into a huge ruling black blade shadow. The Annihilation Chop, with 100% bludgeoning. Chapter 200, Change of Plans. Release the dragon cubs. Is it possible to directly press the Bishop's shadow into Liao Yuan's body and press it to prevent Liao Yuan from releasing it? This is a plan A that Nie Xiaoyu came up with last night. A match is a match after all, not a life and death duel. As long as we follow the rules of the match and press Liao Yuan's blood bar to the decimation line before the end time expires, In this way, even if there was no way to actually kill Bishesha, he could still win this final. As long as they took the top spot in the list receiving conference, either Liao Yuan or Bish Zhao could be handed over to the military to deal with next. Even those who came to observe, General Kirin of the White Elephant State and the ambassador of the European Federation, could not say anything. And so it was this moment that Shao Knight had been waiting for. At the moment when Nat, Bishesha, was about to break out of Liao Yuan's body, the 75% damage bonus of the Savage Bloodline that has long been turned on, plus the 100% blitz of Body of Judgment. This strike, Annihilation Chop, was the strongest card Shao Knight currently had in his hand. A huge ruling black blade shadow descended from the sky as if it was going to tear the sky apart. It ruthlessly slashed at the bishop's chase that hadn't completely broken out of Liao Yuan's body yet. A biting killing intent that seemed to come from the barbarian suddenly enveloped the entire dueling stage. Liao Yuan's pupils finally revealed a kind of fear of death. The black blade shadow slashed heavily on top of that, Bishesha's dry hands. It cut straight to the point where its skin shattered, revealing the pitch-black bones hidden within the flesh and blood. Straight away, Liao Yuan's legs bent violently and he fell heavily to his knees. Straight cut the entire center of the dueling platform listed a huge gully, directly divided into two. The smoke and debris rose from the sky in the middle of the dueling arena. All the spectators in the middle of the entire giant dueling arena fell silent, dumbfounded as they stared at the amazing scene in front of them. The Shao Knight's heaven-destroying slash was like a heavenly thunderbolt. Everyone realized they were witnessing a rising supernova. This moment, a wave of uncontrollable excitement appeared on the face of that Commander Chen-Lu, who was sitting in the middle of the viewing platform. Even he couldn't help but clench his fists. However, next to him, that White Elephant Kingdom General Kirin couldn't sit still, and a face under that red hat was a bit pale, and was looking at this scene in shock and resentment. The two of them have a mutual understanding of each other. If the bishop's shadow in Liao Yuan's body couldn't be released at all, then this final had basically been capped. Even though he had absorbed the souls of so many people, when it came to fighting alone, this Liao Yuan was still not a match for Shao Knight. Shao Knight was the well-deserved top of the list in this session of the list revealing conference, the strongest rookie king of this year's awakening. Amidst the smoke and debris that filled the dueling arena, a huge damage number exploded from Liao Yuan's, or perhaps, Bish Zhao's, body. 133875. A knife. It actually slashed out a full 130,000 damage. That Tang Jianchuan sitting in the first row outside the dueling arena was even more jaw-dropping at the moment. He suddenly felt that the duel in which he thought he had missed a move before losing to Shao Knight was like a joke. May I ask who in the entire list revealing competition could block this heaven-destroying slash of Shao Knight? Even that madman Zhang Fanyan couldn't possibly block it at all. Just how deep was Shao Knight's bottom card hidden? How terrifying his true strength really is. And just then, Shao Knight on the dueling stage, however, did not stop his attack, but instead, holding the killing star lance in his hand, he killed straight into the roiling smoke. With the vision addition of the pupil of judgment, the killing star lance with tarsal poisonous flame swung out a crescent-like arc. It ruthlessly slashed at the head of Bishesha, who already had both of his arms crippled and drenched in blood. Its blood is black. A mournful scream came out from the smoke, seemingly human and inhuman. I don't know whether it was that Bishijio or Liao Yuan. One after another all over 10,000 damage bursts, killing that Liao Yuan's blood bar plummeted, pushing right up to the decapitation line, and a hideous fear was revealed in his eyes. Get the back, Shao Knight ruthless voice. The hand of the kill star, as a swimming dragon like a wanton cleave out. Suddenly, one could only see a great look of pain emerge on that Liao Yuan's face. With Liao Yuan's miserable hissing sound, the Liao Yuan's hair fell off inch by inch, and layers of black gas emerged from his scalp as if it was about to explode. This bishops even wanted to forcefully break out of his body. Shao Knight looked on as the killing star lance in his hand stabbed straight at Liao Yuan's heart. Thunderbolt. However, at that instant, a pair of dry black hands tightly grabbed the tip of Killing Star's gun. In an instant, a chilling aura with a deathly silence loomed above the entire dueling stage. Bishop is still out. Shao Knight ruthlessly clenched his teeth, and a trace of unwillingness appeared above his face. It was close. Just now, Liao Yuan's bloodstain was so close to the decapitation line. However, as that huge, withered, evil ghost-like figure crawled out from within Liao Yuan's body, the lonely souls that originally enveloped Liao Yuan's surroundings were all sucked up by it, and the wounds on his arms that had already exposed black bones healed quickly as if visible to the naked eye. This is Bishop's. At the same time, a crossmark suddenly appeared above the forehead of Liao Yuan, who was already in an extremely miserable state. Just as if there was a connection with the Bishop's shadow, Liao Yuan's entire state was rapidly recovering. Liao Yuan's face suddenly revealed a hideous and wanton grin that, just a little bit, Shao Knight, I admit that I still underestimated you. But now, this game is going to be over. Bishops, but the whole body curved strangely, and then on the dueling stage, it hissed up to the sky, and a layer of black gas so thick that it was terrifying surged above its body. The entire dueling arena felt this terrifying chill. Even the spectators on the viewing platform couldn't help but show a hint of fear on their faces. What the hell kind of monster is that? Is it Liao Yuan's contracted beast? It's almost like an evil ghost. What kind of dangerous level monster is this? Shao Knight is in some bad shape. Sighs rose and fell among the audience. Commander Chen Lu's face on the observation deck also changed. Still letting that, bishops, come out? On the side, General Kirin of the White Elephant Kingdom, however, had a frenzy and a sneer in his eyes. Bishop, it's out. Their plan can be declared a success. At this time, Shao Knight on that dueling stage also revealed an unbreakable unwillingness in his eyes. However, then it quickly recalmed itself. Plan A was declared a failure. Since it was impossible to stop this, Bish Zhao, from coming out of Liao Yuan's body, the next thing to do was to execute Plan B. Shao Knight's mind moved. A huge teleportation array glowing with light suddenly appeared in the dueling arena. A huge figure whose body was wrapped in ghostly black scales violently drilled out of the teleportation array, letting out a hiss of excitement. He violently revived his wings, and a huge dragon shadow was suddenly suspended high above the dueling stage. It was the obsidian dragon cub whose size had surged once more. Shasta. All the spectators in the entire giant dueling arena, including those ambassadors of the European Federation on the viewing platforms, froze. An unbelievable consternation flowed through everyone's gaze. Is that a dragon? Chapter 201, Shao Knight he has a dragon. OMG, is that a dragon? I'm not mistaken, am I? A dragon appeared in the dueling arena. Dragon, isn't that a natural disaster level monster? Do we need to evacuate? That seems to be Shao Knight's contracted beast. I just saw the teleportation array now. My god, that one is a real dragon species. I never thought I'd be able to see a dragon with my own eyes in my lifetime. My hands are shaking. A commotion and confusion suddenly exploded among the spectators outside the dueling arena. Bishops, is a horrible monster that the audience doesn't know about. That among the dragons is the natural disaster that everyone knows about. Sitting in the first row and witnessing this obsidian dragon with his own eyes, Tang Jianchuan's eyes snapped black and he almost fell off his chair. What? Shao Knight he has a dragon. Tang Jianchuan suddenly felt that there was something unreal in this world. Why was he participating in the competition with Shao Knight? Why he once fought a duel with the owner of a dragon and even thought he just lost out. A dragon species. Is it something a professional at this stage can contract and own? Shao Knight, is he still a human being? And at that moment there was a commotion even in the viewing gallery. Each and every one of those ambassadors of the European Federation could not help but stand up, staring wide-eyed at the obsidian dragon suspended above Shao Knight's head on that dueling stage. A single love couldn't help but look at each other. Even those of their status hadn't all seen a dragon before. And next to him, the expression of that General Kirin of the White Elephant Kingdom was even more wonderful. The moment Shao Knight summoned the obsidian dragon just now, he stood up so violently that the red cap on top of his head almost fell off. Well, is General Kirin satisfied with the performance of my Dragon Kingdom players? Commander Chen Lu spoke with a playful expression. That General Kirin was in a trance for a while, and the expression on his face was even more rigid. At this time above the dueling platform Liao Yuan a pair of red eyes. At this moment his even more eye sockets are to stare at the crack. Emotion couldn't help but tremble in both strands, instinctively having a fear of creatures at the level of natural disasters like the dragons. However, Shao Knight was not half as long-winded as he should have been. Harness link, directly open. There was suddenly a subtle connection with the dragon cub in his mind. Today's obsidian dragon cub had an amazing rise in size once again compared to before, the black shadow of its wings spreading out to cover half of the dueling stage. Shao Knight's mind moved. The obsidian dragon hovering in the air directly spewed out a mouthful of dragon's breath. The hot and terrifying dragon flame instantly covered half of the dueling arena where that Liao Yuan and Bish Zhao were. The incomparably hot dragon flame directly dispelled the original chilly aura. This terrifying and shocking dragon's breath instantly caused all the spectators present to stifle a gasp. That's a true and authentic dragon species. The dragon's breath melted half of the dueling platform. It even baked the air around it in a burst of heat. The dragon's breath had just dispersed from the sky. The dueling stage suddenly revealed two charred and blackened figures. The obsidian dragon directly lunged towards the Yipishasha, on top of the dueling stage in another violent dive. The dragon race hunts with an innate aura of kingship. The sharp dragon's claws grabbed down hard, directly bringing with it a large piece of the floor of the dueling arena within the Yipishasha, suddenly shattered. However, the dragon cub's claw, swooped down. A large chunk of rubble crumbled into a piece of debris in its claws, yet the figure of that Bishesha was not to be seen. In an instant, The obsidian dragon cub hissed and seemed to glance at Shao Knight in the air with some doubt, and Shao Knight knew that this duel wasn't that simple. Bishesha is an evil spirit that can walk between the real and the imaginary. Even the terrifying destructive power of the obsidian dragon cub was unable to cause damage to the Bishesha that had entered its virtual state. And that just now. Liao Yuan also dodged the dragon's breath with the help of Bishop's Breath's ability. The figures of Bishizo and Liao Yuan suddenly emerged from a corner of the dueling stage. That Liao Yuan suddenly erupted into a strange sardonic laugh and shouted at Shao Knight. Shao Knight, you really do have a bottom card. It's just a pity that your obsidian dragon is still in its juvenile state and can't do any damage to Bishop's shadow at all. In the end I have to thank you. Bishesha, Sama has never tasted the soul of a dragon before. How strong should I become after swallowing the soul of a dragon race? Only to see that the Bishijio, standing next to Liao Yuan's face that was as hideous as an evil spirit actually revealed a kind of fervor, as if looking at the obsidian dragon suspended in the air like a prey. Then he slammed his slender limbs into a crawling crouch and fought his way up high into the air, lunging towards the obsidian dragon. The dragon cub instantly fought to flap its wings, and a strong stream of air fell from the sky. The figure of Bishops suddenly flickered into the virtual state, and the raging stormy air currents in the sky did not have the slightest effect on it. The Bishop's shadow materialized violently, its twisted limbs hugging the obsidian dragon's body tightly, and its narrow mouthparts were about to pierce into the obsidian dragon's scales in an instant. The obsidian dragon cub instantly perceived a stabbing pain that, suddenly retracting his wings, his body violently rotated, struggling to shake off the Bishesha that was like a maggot in the hock. However, it was to no avail. That Bishesha's body was like a suction cup tightly sucked on top of the obsidian dragon's scales. Liao Yuan on top of the dueling stage immediately let out a wild laugh. At this moment, the cross-like mark on his forehead was becoming more and more obvious, and his entire state was rapidly recovering as he arrogantly shouted at Shao Knight. So what if it's the dragon race? It's still not reduced to being my tonic. Shao Knight's face was not flustered, however, and with a stern expression, he gave a command to the dragon cub in his mind, only to see the dragon cub suddenly swoop down towards the dueling platform. At the same time, Shao Knight, on the other hand, stepped violently and greeted the dragon cub with a single step of his foot. One man, one dragon, meeting on top of the dueling stage. A blade shadow violently erupted from Shao Knight's hand, slashing towards the bishop's shadow that was absorbed onto the dragon cub's scales. Liao Yuan on that dueling stage laughed maniacally. Shao Knight, what are you doing? The dragon couldn't even hurt Bishop's chase. Do you think you can? However, in the next second, a blade light with flames flashed by. That, by Shijia's figure was like a kite with broken strings, and was actually scraped off the obsidian dragon cub's body by Shao Knight in a hard manner. What? This can't be right. Liao Yuan's face froze for an instant, only to see that Bish Zhao similarly let out a mournful wail, his body carrying a wisp of black smoke as he smashed down onto the dueling stage. And when Liao Yuan saw clearly the weapon held in Shao Knight's hand, his face became even more alarmed for a split second. How did this knife get in your hands? One could only see that Shao Knight was not holding a killing star, lance, but a preceptor blade with a string of Buddha beads hanging from its hilt. Zhang Fan Yang's sword. Chapter 202 The Ring Sword? Borrow a knife. Half an hour ago, Nie Xiaoyu hurriedly pushed the door into the middle of the classified ambulance room of the military research base. Lying on top of the hospital bed was none other than Zhang Fanyang. Zhang Fanyang did not die, but the original Thuja's muscles had atrophied by nearly half at this time, but it was also too much better than those skin and bones corpses. He got his life back because Bichet's sucking was interrupted by a reporter, but it is still in a precarious state and is slow to awaken to consciousness. Nie Xiaoyu paced in front of the hospital bed with some anxiety. Shao Knight was already nearing the stage, but Nie Xiaoyu's heart had always had a hidden question. Why did that Bishizo risk so much to attack Zhang Fanyang even yesterday? Liao Yuan's strength was already terrifying enough. It was never because it coveted Zhang Fanyang's soul. It must have its own intentions. What exactly is it? However, just at this moment, but suddenly heard that lying in the hospital bed Zhang Fanyang a burst of violent coughing, and then violently opened his eyes. His mouth slurred shouted, "Knife! Knife!" Nie Xiaoyu was startled and hurriedly came forward to ask, "And, what did you say? What knife?" But seeing Zhang Fanyang's eyes widen, he weakly stretched out his finger to point at the ring knife that was placed next to his hospital bed and inserted inside its sheath, and said to Nie Xiaoyu, "The ring sword, my ring sword, give it to Shao Knight." Nie Xiaoyu's gaze fell on top of Zhang Fanyang's preceptor with Sanskrit inscriptions and Buddhist beads. Trance seemed to understand what was going on, and hurriedly picked up the ring bearer and rushed out of the ambulance room in a hurry. Before stepping onto the dueling stage, Shao Knight looked at Nie Xiaoyu as she hurriedly handed herself that Zhang Fanyang's knife. It all became clear in an instant. Why did that Bishop's chase risk so much to attack Zhang Fanyang? Why did Wang Chu encounter Bishop's chase first, but was not attacked? For that, Bishop's is not completely fearless. It was afraid of the preceptor with Buddha beads in Zhang Fanyang's hand. It was afraid of the aura of the Temple of Light where Wang Chuxian was. At this moment, Xiao Knight was holding Zhang Fanyang's ring sword in his hand. Although he was unable to execute that Zhang Fanyang's flaming blade shadow, that slash just now directly injured the Yi Bishesha, that was in a false state. A wisp of black smoke rose from the body of Bishesha, who had been slashed back on top of the dueling platform. The scarlet eyes looked at the ringed knife in Xiao Knight's hand with an extremely strong scorn. It's in fear. It's in a panic. Xiao Knight's eyes revealed a fervent battle intent as he suddenly swept towards Bishop's blade, with the ringed sword in his hand. Asterisk 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 your opponent, it's always been me. That's plan B. The opponent Xiao Knight left for, Bish Zhao, was never the obsidian dragon cub, but rather himself with the ringed sword in his hand. The void concealment, which had finished cooling down, suddenly opened. Xiao Knight's figure violently disappeared into the void, and in the next second appeared directly behind Bishesha. The ringed sword in his hand instantly cut out a full moon. When the blade of the ringed sword chopped through the dry, dark body of Bishesha, a clanging sound of Brahman actually erupted, directly tore through the skin of Bish's eye, who was in a false state, searing a heavy burn mark. That Bishop's burst out in a mournful wail. The face was hideous and terrifying, and a black aura surfaced on the two dry hands as they fiercely grabbed toward Xiao Knight, yet with a burning sound. Only to see a shield appear horrifyingly in Xiao Knight's hand, but it was not a tiger stripe battle shield. Instead, it was a shield with a true holy cross of light attached to it. Holy Shield Knight, Wang Chuxian's shield. This shield, however, had already been handed over to Xiao Knight by Wang Chuxian last night, and last night, he had even rushed back to the Temple of Light to apply a layer of holy seals to it, only to see that when the shield touched Bishesha's hands, it immediately erupted with a soft holy light but this holy light seared that Bishop's parched hands to the point of skinning. Its eyes were filled with panic, and its body transformed into a virtual state, trying to retreat backward. However, Xiao Knight's right hand's ring blade had already attacked with unparalleled precision, blocking counterattack. This was Xiao Knight's best attack, hand holding and never missing. The ringed blade directly pierced through its shoulder, and a huge amount of damage instantly appeared on Bishesha's head. 56813. At the same time, that Bishesha's blood bar finally slowly surfaced, and it was actually close to 1,000,000. However, instead of having half a bit of fear in Xiao Knight's eyes, a fierce battle intent was born. As long as there is a blood bar, it must be killed. A mournful wail issued from the hideous mouth and nose of Bishop's. The human professional in front of him caused an unprecedented fear to arise in its heart. However, at this moment, although its host, Liao Yuan, also heard his, Bisheshao, lord's wailing in pain, he had no time to care about it at all. This was because the opponent that Liao Yuan was now facing was an obsidian dragon in a state of rage. Xiao Knight, who was holding the ringed sword and holy shield, was like a god, pressing forward step by step with the flickering shadows of his sword. With one step and one slash, he killed that Bishesha like a fleeing dog, without the shelter of a false state. Bishesha, in Xiao Knight's eyes, it was nothing more than a low-ranked monster with twisted limbs that was no better than a target. The ringed sword was swung out one after another, each slash chopping at Bishesha's throat and heart, and that Liao Yuan, who had already panicked and lost his way, under the claws of the angry obsidian dragon. It is more like a piece of raw meat to be slaughtered, a master and a servant. Both of Liao Yuan's chi and blood values were rapidly dissipating like a passing cloud. Xiao Knight was keenly aware that Bishop's transition between the imaginary and the real was getting slower and slower, and even a bit blocked. It's becoming more and more completely weak. Xiao Knight snapped his mind. The figure suddenly reversed direction and, at the same time, the obsidian dragon cub suspended in the air spread its wings and its huge dragon shadow swept back toward Xiao Knight's side. One person and one dragon, instantly exchanging bearings. The ring blade in Xiao Knight's hand suddenly swung towards the wretched and miserable Liao Yuan. Instead, the obsidian dragon swept in like a gale, ruthlessly stepping on that Bishesha under its claws. The dragon's head hissed up to the sky. Then it violently spewed downward a dragon's breath that was even hotter and angrier than before. The monstrous dragon flame instantly engulfed that Bishesha's body. Only this time, it didn't change to a virtual state in time. The furious obsidian dragon cub continued to spew for several minutes before giving up, the hot dragon flames melting the entire dueling stage. The fiery currents and thick black smoke gradually dissipated and only a charred and dried skeleton remains on top of that burnt to the bottom dueling platform. And at this time, Liao Yuan, who was still fleeing in a sorry state under Xiao Knight's blade, was violently hit like a heavy blow. His entire body fell directly to his knees, and a thick stream of black blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Liao Yuan's face grimaced and his mouth opened wide. wanting to wail but unable to make any sound. Countless ghosts drilled out and in from his body, eroding his body like a gale. ________.